In August, snow fell unexpectedly as a cold wave descended. The kind-hearted Liang Yu, perpetually aiding others, ultimately succumbed to starvation as his ravenous neighbors broke into his home to share his meager provisions. Fortuitously, he was reborn a month prior to the apocalypse, and in this miraculous turn of fate, he discovered the legendary Wind Chime Modifying Device. Chapter 1. The Modifying Device at the outset. Liang Yu, who had been reclining on the sofa, abruptly sat upright, clutching his chest. His shirt was drenched, and the sweat-soaked sofa bore witness to the intensity of his perspiration. As he gasped for breath, he patted his heart repeatedly, regaining his composure after several minutes. Hurriedly, he removed his shirt to inspect his chest. What is happening? Was I not just stabbed to death by those malevolent neighbors? Before my demise, I vaguely heard them plotting to divide my remains. Was this merely an exceedingly long nightmare? Liang Yu instinctively slapped his face, feeling the unmistakable sting. As he sorted through his memories, the experiences from his dream felt hauntingly real, as if he had genuinely lived through them. In that moment, the malevolence of humanity was unleashed, and his fleeting kindness was met with nothing but the cold blade of his neighbors. At this juncture, he glanced at his domestic smartphone on the table, noting the date and time. June 11th, 2056, Sunday, 3:22 a.m. Recalling the events of his dream, the catastrophic end times began in early August, leaving him with a mere month and a half before the impending disaster. While he harbored doubts about the veracity of his dream, a nagging thought persisted. If it were not a dream, how had he survived, having been pierced through the heart? As he pondered this, he instinctively pressed his hand against his chest. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully activated the Wind Chime Modifying Device. Infinite life, infinite stamina, infinite wealth, infinite ammunition explosives, unlimited reloading, infinite inventory, spatial leap, super speed, complete weapon unlock, and stealth mode. Liang Yu stared at the extensive list of features, momentarily bewildered. What was this? Was this not the modifying device he had utilized in games when he struggled to progress? He had even been playfully dubbed a disciple of the Wind Chime mod by his friends. Could it be that the device had now become a part of him? Doubt lingered in his mind as he contemplated the implications. His heart raced with excitement as he considered the options of the modifying device, particularly the infinite wealth feature. However, apprehensive of unforeseen consequences, he scrolled down until he found what he was seeking: edit money. Without hesitation, he edited his balance to 1 million. The next moment, his phone chimed with a notification. Your account received an income of 1 million on June 11th, with a post-transaction balance of 1,250,040.4. Staring at the message on his phone, Liang Yu promptly slapped himself, the sharp pain affirming that he was not dreaming. Simultaneously, he realized a profoundly significant truth. This was no dream. He had indeed been reborn, but he also brought along a modifier. And at that moment, he chose not to ponder the reasons behind it, focusing instead on living his life to the fullest. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to employ the money editing feature once more, this time directly augmenting his account by an astonishing 100 billion. With a heart full of trepidation, he gazed at his phone, his hands trembling involuntarily. Before long, a notification confirming the arrival of the funds appeared. Once he verified its accuracy, Liang Yu leapt into the air in joy, only to suddenly remember that it was still the early hours of the morning. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, he reclined once more on the couch, perusing the features of the modifier. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off to sleep. In a drowsy haze, Liang Yu heard what seemed to be his phone ringing. Glancing at the time, he realized he had slept for over 5 hours, and it was now 9 in the morning. It was then that he looked at the caller ID, Wang Wanwei, the director. Reluctantly, Liang Yu answered the call. Liang Yu, where on earth have you been? What time is it? Why haven't you come to work yet? Upon hearing Wang Wanwei's furious tirade, Liang Yu yawned and instinctively held the phone at a distance. Unsurprisingly, the sound of his yawn ignited further ire on the other end. Are you still sleeping? Do you even want this job? If I don't see you by 9:30, don't expect to receive your half-month of salary. 10,000 a month is already quite generous. If you don't want to work, then don't bother coming. There are plenty of people who would take your place. Listening to Wang Wanwei's rant, Liang Yu calmly replied, Today is Sunday, it's a day of rest. I worked overtime last night, and you didn't even mark my attendance. Fine, if you don't want to work, then don't. I'm the one firing you. Liang Yu promptly blocked and deleted the contact, dismissing any thoughts of the salary he would forfeit. With the money modifier at his disposal, there was no need to squander time chasing after it. Who knew how long that might take? At this moment, Liang Yu felt completely awake. After a simple breakfast at home, he returned to the couch to further explore the modifier. He experimented with the infinite bullets grenades feature, only to find nothing upon searching himself. He wondered if he needed to acquire items before they could be accessed. Disregarding this, he activated the infinite backpack feature, and to his astonishment, it was as though a virtual inventory panel materialized by his side. The slots before him were filled with bullets and grenades, each labeled with a number 9999. Each slot contained a different item, and upon clicking, he could see the name and description of each. Liang Yu marveled at the thoughtfulness of this feature. With a mere thought, he visualized retrieving a bullet from the first slot, and in an instant, it appeared in his hand. This sparked his interest, and after putting the bullet away, he glanced at the television 3 meters away, envisioning it being drawn into his inventory. In the next moment, the television vanished from sight, and a slot for it appeared in his backpack. After several repetitions of this experiment, Liang Yu discovered that he could only collect items within a radius of 5 meters. Anything he could see could be stored in his backpack. After a considerable period, Liang Yu finally ceased his actions. He pondered how to endure the hellish apocalypse, and after much contemplation, he resolved to enlist someone to construct a safe house. To him, money was merely a sequence of data. With the issue of shelter resolved, he contemplated solutions for the remaining 3 necessities: food, clothing, and transportation. Purchasing was a viable option, yet the sheer volume could arouse suspicion. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the feature of stealth mode. A bold idea emerged in his mind. Since buying would attract attention, why not adopt a daring approach of acquiring without expenditure? With this strategy firmly in place, he set his sights on foreign lands. Promptly, he retrieved his phone to check flight availability, and after some deliberation, he decided to book a ticket for the 13th. In the ensuing days, he needed to find someone to construct the safe house. Chapter 2. Finding someone to construct the apocalypse shelter. Upon deciding to build a safe haven, Liang Yu faced the dilemma of selecting an appropriate site. If he relocated, he would be unable to confront the troublesome neighbors. Yet, he felt something was amiss with the idea of transforming a single floor of a high-rise building into his refuge. Soon, his gaze fell upon the fitness area within the community. Allegedly, it spanned 800 square meters. But Liang Yu believed that a space of 500 square meters would suffice for his needs. He promptly contacted the property management to express his intentions, only to be met with refusal. The rationale provided was that the area he wished to acquire was excessively large, and a smaller space might be more marketable. However, the property management offered Liang Yu an intriguing suggestion: the long-abandoned swimming pool facility next door, which had yet to commence construction. This jogged Liang Yu's memory. It had once been a selling point for the community, but the contractor had absconded with funds midway through the project, leaving the swimming pool in perpetual limbo. With this revelation, Liang Yu decisively resolved to purchase the entire swimming facility, which conveniently measured 600 square meters. Empowered by his financial capacity, he completed all the necessary paperwork in under an hour, prompting him to reflect on the undeniable advantages of wealth. With the site issue settled, Liang Yu returned home and began searching for companies specializing in the construction of apocalypse shelters. He discovered that the most renowned firm was called Wuji, which focused on building safe havens for the end of the world. Reports indicated that numerous elite billionaires had sought their services for constructing secure residences. Noticing that a branch was located a mere 20 kilometers away, he wasted no time and drove there without hesitation. After a 30-minute journey, he arrived at an enormous mechanical door, glancing at the navigation to confirm he had not erred in his destination. As Liang Yu pondered the circumstances, the colossal mechanical door opened in the manner he had envisioned in his dreams, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that moment, a young woman in professional attire approached him. "Hello. Welcome to Wuji. How may I assist you today?" Her gentle and melodious voice sent a shiver through Liang Yu, prompting him to articulate his purpose. "I saw online that your company specializes in constructing apocalypse shelters, and I wish to speak with your manager. I would like to transform an area of approximately 600 square meters into a fortified refuge. Is your manager available for a detailed discussion?" Recognizing the significance of the project, the woman inquired about his surname. "May I ask your name, sir?" "Liang," he replied. The woman gestured for him to follow her. "Mr. Liang, please this way. I will take you to the conference room. Our director will arrive shortly." As they entered the company, she signaled to another individual, indicating for their director to come over. She then led Liang Yu to a conference room on the 6th floor, where refreshments were promptly served. Hearing the sound of high heels, Liang Yu lifted his teacup and gazed towards the door of the conference room. A woman clad in a black business suit entered, and Liang Yu was so entranced by her shapely legs, gracefully enveloped in black stockings, that he momentarily forgot to sip his tea. A nearby woman coughed softly as a reminder, prompting Liang Yu to realize his lapse in decorum. Upon noticing that Liang Yu had regained his composure, the woman introduced them with a smile. Mr. Liang, this is our Director Liu, Mo Director Liu. I shall take my leave now and not interrupt your discussion. Mo nodded, and, after the woman closed the door, turned her attention to Liang Yu. Mr. Liang, let me reintroduce myself. I am Mo, with the surname Liu. And Mo means foam. I currently serve as the director of this branch of Wujing. This time, Liang Yu managed to maintain his composure as he appraised Mo from head to toe. She possessed an oval face, slightly flushed cheeks, a prominent nose, and alluring crimson lips, complemented by a pair of captivating phoenix eyes that held a beguiling allure, making it difficult to resist a second glance. With her fair skin exposed at her neck and her long hair cascading down to her waist, she was simply enchanting. Liang Yu couldn't help but think that she perfectly matched his taste. Yet, he remained focused on the matter at hand. Director Liu, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I believe few men can resist your charm. Once again, I wish to express my apologies and hope you might grant me a chance to make amends in the future. Having risen to the position of director, Mo had encountered many individuals and regarded Liang Yu's candor with newfound respect. Mr. Liang, it is of no consequence. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Encouraged by Mo's response, Liang Yu articulated his intentions. Director Liu, I am here to commission your esteemed company to undertake the renovation of a 600 square meter space. Though I refer to it as a renovation, it is akin to a construction project, albeit with a few specific requirements. First, there must be a perimeter wall at least 10 meters high, impervious to temperature fluctuations caused by extreme weather conditions. To clarify, I am referring to temperatures of approximately 100 degrees Celsius and negative 100 degrees Celsius. As Liang Yu elaborated, Mo diligently recorded his specifications on her laptop. Secondly, I desire 3 underground levels, the design of which I entrust to your expertise. However, I require a plot of land suitable for cultivating vegetables and fruits. Lastly, I need a fortress on the surface, one that cannot be breached by external forces, with an internal temperature insulated from outside influences. I also wish for the fortress's energy supply to be entirely self-sufficient. Those are my requirements. I wonder if you can accommodate them, Director Liu. Mo found herself stifling a laugh at Liang Yu's demands. They were quite manageable, presenting only slight challenges for her team. Mr. Liang, may I inquire about your budget? We need to prepare a report based on your financial parameters. Upon hearing the matter pertains to finances, Liang Yu exhibited a mentality akin to that of a nouveau riche. What is the budget? Financial concerns are of little consequence. I require you to present a proposal within an hour. Today is June 11th, and I must conduct the acceptance before July 20th. Director Liu. Do you find this arrangement acceptable? Mo, upon hearing Liang Yu's words, was utterly bewildered. She even began to suspect that a rival company had sent someone to undermine them. Mr. Liang, this timeline is exceedingly tight. Liang Yu, upon realizing the issue at hand, responded, is it a lack of funds? I am willing to offer 3 times the price, and I can even provide half of the deposit up front. Director Liu, do you have any further objections? Is my sincerity insufficient? Chapter 3. The Resilient Transformation Function. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, Mo realized she had misunderstood the situation. However, the timeline for such a significant project, just a little over a month, was indeed exceedingly tight. She yearned for additional time. Mr. Liang, I appreciate your sincerity, yet the time frame is quite pressing, and I fear our construction team may struggle to cope. With a sweeping gesture, Liang Yu responded, let's increase the budget. Director Liu, I am willing to personally sponsor this project. If you ensure that the construction meets my specifications within the stipulated timeline without compromise, I will subsidize each worker with an additional 100,000. What do you think? Faced with Liang Yu's generous proposal, Mo found it difficult to decline. Recognizing the substantial commitment he had made, after some contemplation, she agreed. It's settled then. I will arrange for the design and draft the contract immediately. Once confirmed, Mo began typing on her computer, swiftly delegating tasks. Noticing Liang Yu's teacup had emptied, she approached him to refill it. Mr. Liang, I have assigned the tasks. I trust we will see results soon. Daring to inquire, she asked, may I ask why you wish to construct such an apocalyptic fortress? Liang Yu took a sip of tea and replied, what else could it be? Naturally, it's out of fear of death. You understand. Individuals like us harbor a profound fear of mortality. Just the other day, I had a troubling dream, which left me uneasy, prompting me to invest in this project for peace of mind. Even if it goes unused, it could serve other purposes. In these peaceful times, isn't the concept of an apocalyptic fortress rather enticing? Mo could only smile at this. Mr. Liang, if I may speak candidly, I find it hard to comprehend your perspective. For people like us, constructing an apocalyptic fortress seems excessive. Even owning a standalone villa would suffice. At that moment, Lu Mo's phone rang, and she glanced at Liang Yu with a hint of embarrassment. Mr. Liang, would you mind waiting here for a moment? I need to take this call. Liang Yu waved his hand dismissively, watching her alluring silhouette as she stepped outside, and he suddenly felt parched. When did I become this person? There's no time for flirtation now. I must focus on the main tasks at hand. He had already resolved that regardless of whether the fortress met the required standards, he would remain unperturbed. His modifier was equipped with a designated upgrade function, and when the time came, he could simply enhance the fortress as a whole, alleviating any concerns about safety. At that moment, Liang Yu turned his gaze to another anticipated feature, transformation and upgrade. He looked at his phone in his pocket, reached in, and grasped it, mentally reciting the command to initiate the transformation. Once Liang Yu confirmed his intention, the phone in his hand suddenly vanished, leaving him grasping at air. Almost instantly, he felt something new on his wrist and quickly withdrew his hand. To his astonishment, a black wristband had materialized in his grasp, eliciting a mixture of amusement and disbelief. The phone transformed into a wristband. What an incredible modification! Yet, given the nature of the modifier, it's hardly surprising that the outcome is anything but mundane. While waiting for Lu Mo, Liang Yu familiarized himself with the bracelet. This exploration captivated his heart, leading him to ponder the nature of this remarkable technology. The device automatically activated an energy shield in times of danger and absorbed surrounding energy for all weather endurance. One could only say this modification was exceedingly profitable. Liang Yu then picked up an apple from the table, dramatically wrapped it in a tissue, and pretended to wipe it clean. He silently recited an incantation, hoping to transform the apple. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no reaction whatsoever. He took a bite of the apple, finding it indistinguishable from an ordinary one, suggesting a failure or perhaps an impossibility of transformation. Liang Yu felt no particular emotion about this. After all, he had ample time to experiment in the future. After a few bites, Lu Mo entered the room. Mr. Liang, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. I had an urgent matter that required my personal attention. She produced her portable computer and opened a file to present to Liang Yu. Mr. Liang, this proposal has been tailored to your specifications, containing designs from many of our employees. Allow me to explain, and let me know where modifications are needed. If we finalize the blueprints today, we can commence work tomorrow, as personnel and materials are already prepared. Upon hearing Lu Mo's words, Liang Yu gave her a thumbs up. Truly impressive, Wuji Company. Your execution capabilities have broadened my horizons. Not to mention, this design was completed in merely half an hour. I would love to hear about the thoughts of your employees. I appreciate you explaining it to me. Director Lu. However, Lu Mo felt a twinge of guilt regarding Liang Yu's words, recognizing they were merely a fade to mask certain truths. When the proposal was first presented to the planning team, there was widespread discontent. Producing a final product in an hour was tantamount to torture for them. Yet, after reviewing Liang Yu's requirements, they realized that an hour was not as outrageous as it seemed. Just as a group of them was engaged in fervent discussion, a young team member, Xiao Wang, interrupted. Everyone, I actually have a proposal that meets the requirements, which I crafted during my holiday. The design is relatively comprehensive. Let me share it with you, and we can see if it can serve as a foundation for this task. If it can, our job will be significantly easier. Thus, Liang Yu's proposal was completed within half an hour. Although there were some unexpected elements, Lu Mo had skimmed through the design before her arrival and could affirm that it was indeed a well-thought-out creation from the holiday. Noticing Lu Mo's momentary distraction, Liang Yu urged, Director Lu, could you please take charge of explaining this blueprint? Realizing she had lost her composure, Lu Mo quickly regained her focus and proceeded to introduce the details to Liang Yu as if nothing had happened. Dear Mr. Liang, firstly, allow me to elaborate on the structural walls. We are currently utilizing cutting-edge aerospace-grade materials for construction. The advantages of these materials lie in their remarkable lightweight nature. Weighing merely 1/10 of steel, yet boasting a strength that surpasses that of high-quality steel by tenfold. The Doomsday Fortress constructed with such aerospace-grade materials will not encounter issues of overload or quality. It is exceptionally robust and represents the finest materials we can offer you. Next, regarding the issue of illumination, all windows are fitted with the highest-grade domestic nanotechnology ballistic glass. Even under the assault of heavy artillery or sniper rifles, it would only sustain minor scratches. Moreover, the most critical aspect is the ventilation system. To safeguard the fortress's inhabitants from potential threats such as toxic gases or viral agents that might be maliciously deployed, we have incorporated a triple air filtration system along with a monitoring mechanism. Should the filtered air fail to meet standards, it will undergo a secondary filtration process. Furthermore, To ensure a continuous supply of oxygen within the fortress, we have installed 2 oxygen supply chambers, each equipped with aerospace-grade oxygen generation systems, providing a contingency in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 4. Finalizing the plan. The subsequent issue at hand is the critical matter of water sources. We have designed a reservoir with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. In this regard, we have employed a specialized aerospace water recycling system capable of electrolyzing, circulating, and filtering for repeated use, thereby enhancing the efficiency of water resource circulation. As for the remaining energy requirements, in accordance with your specifications, the fortress will utilize an independent power supply system, ensuring that even if external power is cut off, the internal energy can sustain normal operations for 2 years. Additionally, I have incorporated modules for solar energy generation and energy production, further securing the fortress's energy needs. Subsequently, Liu Mo discussed numerous intricate details of the fortress with Liang Yu. Liang Yu listened attentively, grasping the general concepts, as his requests were met. Indeed, insulation systems, drainage systems, and defense countermeasure systems were all included. Eventually, Liang Yu's interest waned. "Director Liu, please bring the contract. Let us sign it directly." Upon noticing Liang Yu's slight impatience, Liu Mo understood the situation and handed over the prepared contract. After a meticulous review, Liang Yu found no further issues and reiterated, "Director Liu, let us add one more stipulation to this contract. It must be completed by July 20th as per the requirements. If it is delivered ahead of schedule and passes inspection, I will promptly remit the remaining payment. However, this requirement must be included should you fail to meet the deadline or the quality standards. You will owe me double the penalty for breach of contract." Hearing Liang Yu's words, Liu Mo's expression became somewhat strained. Liang Yu had his reasons for imposing this pressure. Yet he felt the need to clarify, "Director Liu, I do not intend to complicate matters for you or impose penalties. Rather, this is to ensure that you are under some pressure. If you lack the authority to make this decision, you may consult your superiors. Half an hour should suffice, correct? If not, I will have no choice but to seek alternatives." Observing Liu Mo biting her lip, torn in thought, after a few minutes of internal struggle, she ultimately acquiesced to the request. "Mr. Liang, no problem. I will revise it according to your requirements. Please let me know if there are any other adjustments needed. We can address them all at once." Liang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No, once the revisions are complete, I shall sign. The total project cost is 3 billion, correct?" "Indeed, Mr. Liang. Originally, the quoted price for this plan was approximately 1.6 billion, but since you requested a double quotation, I have secured the total at 3 billion. "Very well, I will transfer half of the amount, which is 1.5 billion, and I hope you can complete it on time." Shortly thereafter, the revised contract was presented. Liang Yu conducted another thorough inspection before signing and affixing his seal. He then transferred half of the sum, totaling 1.5 billion, to the account of Wujia Company. Liu Mo subsequently confirmed receipt with the finance department and handed Liang Yu the other copy of the contract. "Mr. Liang, please keep this. It is your copy of the contract." She then produced a letter of authorization and handed it to Liang Yu. "Please have General Liang sign here. This is a letter of authorization containing no other content. In essence, once you have signed, you are entrusting us to manage all matters during the renovation period, ensuring that these trivialities do not disturb you. There will be no additional fees incurred on your part." Liang Yu glanced at the document and found no issues, promptly signing it. After all, he did not have the luxury of time to attend to such minor details. This arrangement suited him well. A pleasant collaboration ensued. "Director Liu, it is a pleasure to cooperate with you, General Liang." The two exchanged a symbolic handshake. At that moment, Liu Mo was in high spirits, having secured a significant deal. She turned to invite Liang Yu to dinner. "I apologize, Director Liu, but I have been rather busy lately. Let us plan for a meal once I have some free time at the end of the month." With that, she excused herself, expressing her hope to hear good news from Director Liu the following day. "General Liang, allow me to see you off." Thus, Liang Yu departed the Wujia Company alongside Liu Mo. While in the car, Liang Yu noted that it was only 4:46 p.m., realizing he had more time than anticipated. He decided to drive to the largest department store in the city. Upon entering, he directly requested to meet with the manager, intending to discuss a business deal. The manager soon approached him. "Good day, sir. I am the manager here. You may call me Manager Qian. May I ask your surname and the purpose of your visit?" "Greetings, Manager Qian. My surname is Liang. I wish to discuss a special order with you." "Certainly. What can I assist you with?" "I require one of each item you have in stock, regardless of category, be it food, clothing, or household goods. I would like to acquire one of everything you offer." Manager Qian hesitated upon hearing Liang Yu's request. While procuring one of each item was not particularly challenging, it would take time. More importantly, He was uncertain about Liang Yu's intentions. "Mr. Liang, may I inquire what this order is for?" Understanding Manager Qian's concerns, Liang Yu painted a promising picture. "I sense a warm familiarity with you, so I shall call you Brother Qian. Let me clarify. We will not only procure from your store, but also from several others. As long as the products meet our criteria, you know what comes next." Manager Qian grasped Liang Yu's meaning. "Brother Liang, I trust you will take good care of me. I will arrange for the best items to be gathered." "Brother Qian, that is not sufficient. This must be a continuous arrangement. If you consistently provide the best, there will be no need for me to recommend others." "Ha ha ha. Indeed, Brother Liang speaks the truth." Manager Qian calculated the total amount. "Brother, once the payment is made, the items can be temporarily delivered to my residence." Liang Yu then provided Manager Qian with his address. Just then, a sales associate approached. "Manager Qian, we have prepared everything as per your request and have calculated the items in advance. Due to the vast variety, including tobacco and alcohol, the pricing is somewhat." Liang Yu seems to be concerned about something. "Please state the amount directly. I trust you, Brother Qian. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in arranging for someone to deliver and unload the goods. Of course, that is certainly within your capabilities. Shall we? Please inform me of the total. My brother is not short on funds." Manager Qian, "Mr. Liang, the total invoice amounts to 8,657,321. We have rounded it for your convenience. Hence the figure of 8,650,000. Chapter 5. The medical kit of bug level. Liang Yu promptly instructed Xiao Li to use facial recognition for payment. Bidding farewell to Manager Qian afterward, he was not in a rush to return home, as he had arranged for a delivery at 8 o'clock that evening, and it was only a little past 5. Driving to a bustling food street, he parked his car and sauntered into the vibrant market. In just over 20 minutes, Liang Yu emerged with several large bags of food, which he placed in his vehicle. Subsequently, he transferred all the items into his infinite backpack, activating its limitless capacity. Instantly, the quantity in each compartment surged to 99.99. Thus, Liang Yu traversed multiple districts, purchasing everything available for sale. By the time he returned home, it was already 5 minutes past 8. As he arrived at his doorstep, he noticed a throng of people delivering large boxes to his residence. Liang Yu hurried to open the door, directing where to place the items, and he busied himself for over an hour. His home was soon cluttered to the brim. Just as he contemplated taking a break, a notification popped up on his wristband. Someone had tagged him in the homeowners group chat. "Xiao Liang, what did you buy? I see so many people bringing boxes to your house." To his surprise, it was the property manager, Antley Kaiwa, known for her penchant for bargains. Liang Yu harbored some resentment towards her, feeling that she was not giving him any face this time. He suspected that she might be scheming to pilfer something from his friend's belongings. "Do not entertain any dishonest thoughts," he warned. "If anything goes missing, my friend will come looking for you, and I want to be there to help." With that, Liang Yu disregarded the chat, confident he could predict the ensuing discussions. It was of little concern to him. One by one, he opened the boxes, transferring all the contents into his backpack, reveling in the sight of the 99.99 label, which filled him with satisfaction. As he collapsed onto the sofa, a sudden thought struck him. He had neglected to prepare any medical supplies. Glancing at the infinite medical kit option on his modifier, Liang Yu resolved to explore it further. Upon activating the function, an additional compartment marked 9,999 appeared in his backpack. He retrieved the medical kit, a classic design adorned with a red exterior and a cross emblem. However, he could not find an opening to access its contents. It appeared to be a sealed bag. Remembering the usage mechanics from games, he pressed the kit against himself and mentally willed it to activate. In the next moment, the red medical kit vanished from his grasp. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue dissipate from his body, and several lingering ailments he had endured were miraculously alleviated. He felt significantly rejuvenated. Experiencing the wonders of the medical kit, Liang Yu could not help but marvel at the prowess of the modifier. Initially, he had assumed the kit contained typical anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medications. However, the surprise was sudden. It was a conceptual kit. As long as one was ailing, it possessed the ability to heal. This revelation sparked a growing anticipation within Liang Yu regarding how his apocalypse fortress might transform following the modifications of the device. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, Liang Yu arrived at the airport early, passport in hand, to change his ticket for the 13th to the nearest available flight. "Sir, here are your passport and the reissued flight ticket. The flight is scheduled to depart in 30 minutes, and you may proceed to the boarding area now." After Liang Yu gathered his belongings, he suddenly felt a gaze filled with resentment directed at him from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to find his ex-girlfriend, Hu Lily, standing before him. "You've certainly made quite a name for yourself. If I hadn't recognized you today, I wouldn't have had the chance to see you at all. It's been nearly 4 months since we last spoke. If you kneel down and bow to me in public right now, I might consider forgiving you." The onlookers, drawn in by Hu Lily's voice, began to gather around. Liang Yu forcefully pushed Hu Lily aside. "What connection do we share? I made it clear months ago that we had broken up. It's been months since we last communicated, and now you suddenly seek me out. Are you expecting me to take responsibility for the child you claim to be carrying? Don't assume I am unaware of your little schemes. Do you think I ended things with you without reason? Now leave, or I will summon security." With that, he disregarded her and completed the boarding process under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his destination being the United States. Once aboard the plane, Liang Yu found his seat and reclined, promptly falling asleep. He needed to adjust his sleep schedule, considering the nearly 12-hour time difference between the two countries. Before long, the aircraft took off, and a flight attendant, noticing Liang Yu asleep, thoughtfully draped a small blanket over him. It was unclear how long he had been asleep, but when he awoke, he saw the flight attendant wheeling a cart down the aisle. The stiffness in his body made him regret not upgrading to a higher class. Glancing at the attendant, he spoke up. "Excuse me, could you come here for a moment?" The attendant, having finished her previous task, approached Liang Yu's side. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Could you tell me how much longer until we arrive? Also, I would like an iced coffee, please, preferably sweetened. The rest is up to you." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment." Before long, the flight attendant returned with a glass of iced coffee, placing it before Liang Yu. "Sir, we have approximately 5 more hours until we reach our destination. If you find yourself feeling bored, I can offer you some magazines. What type of magazines are you interested in? I can bring a selection for you." "Thank you, but I don't need anything at the moment. I have no other requests." "Understood, sir. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call us." With that, the flight attendant resumed her service to other passengers. Liang Yu lifted the cup of iced coffee and, instead of savoring it, gulped it down in one go. Exhaling deeply, he noted the disapproving glances from those nearby. As Liang Yu planned his shopping excursion, time passed swiftly. He eventually arrived in the vibrant city of Los Angeles. Hailing a taxi, he made his way to the finest 5-star hotel in the area, securing the best suite available. Liang Yu could hardly contain his excitement as he entered the room. Upon entering, the first task was to draw the curtains tightly shut, followed by a press of the wristband to assess the presence of surveillance within the room. Beep, 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 scanning in progress. The results indicated a complete absence of monitoring devices. With this assurance, Liang Yu felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders, promptly projecting a map of the city. "Please mark all shopping malls, supermarkets, storage centers, pharmacies, hospitals, fuel stations, and port warehouses within this city." Soon, the map was densely populated with markings, overwhelming Liang Yu with a sense of claustrophobia. The sheer number of locations was staggering, prompting him to discard some and reconfigure his plan. He meticulously marked the positions of storage centers, hospitals, fuel stations, arms depots, and port warehouses. This time, the number of locations was significantly reduced, at least by 70%, evidently due to the excessive abundance of supermarkets. Chapter 6. Commencing shopping. After meticulously planning his route, Liang Yu began to feel a twinge of hunger. He randomly selected 2 portions of food from the provisions amassed in his backpack. As he gazed at the noodles accompanied by several bowls of toppings, a name sprang to mind: Jajangmyeon. He was no stranger to this dish. Promptly, he combined the toppings and meat sauce into the bowl of noodles and deftly stirred them together with chopsticks before turning his attention to the second portion of food. His hand grasped a serving of roasted cicada larvae, a delicacy that he found quite peculiar. In his previous life, when hunger gnawed at him, he had resorted to consuming snakes, insects, and rodents to stave off starvation. However, given the present circumstances, Liang Yu was disinclined to indulge in such fare. He decisively stowed it away in his backpack and retrieved a can of soda. To his surprise, he discovered that the soda was indeed chilled. Since the noodles were at room temperature, he initially thought the cooling was due to being placed in the backpack. It was only then that he realized the backpack possessed the extraordinary ability to freeze time once items were stored inside. Their condition remained as it was at the moment of insertion. He had not anticipated such an effect. He had merely assumed it could infinitely store items while preserving them from spoilage. However, in this instance, he found the outcome even more gratifying. With a sip of soda and a mouthful of noodles laden with various toppings, Liang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Having satiated his hunger, he reclined on the large bed, watching a film projected by his wristband's holographic display. Unbeknownst to him, the combination of a full stomach and the soothing ambience lulled him back to sleep. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. As the alarm from his wristband resonated, Liang Yu sluggishly rose from his slumber. A glance at the time revealed it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. At this hour, the city of Rosanji was enveloped in silence, with the entire metropolis immersed in delightful dreams. At this moment, Liang Yu activated the invisibility and infinite stamina functions of his modifier and discreetly teleported to the largest supply depot in Rosanji, situated in the United States. Upon entering the depot, he surveyed the surroundings, his heart calm despite the presence of surveillance cameras, as he remained cloaked in invisibility. The entire storage facility was segmented into several smaller warehouses, each designated for different types of supplies. Eagerly observing the straight pathways and the doors connecting various zones, Liang Yu could hardly contain his anticipation. His singular policy was clear. He would not leave a trace of supplies in his wake. Taking a deep breath, he approached the nearest warehouse, only to discover it was brimming with boxes of decorative items. The shelves were lined with neatly arranged boxes, presenting a conundrum for Liang Yu. He had no idea when these items might have arrived, and opening each one to collect the contents would be an immense waste of time. An idea struck him. Gazing at the boxes on the shelves, he silently commanded the retrieval of the food contained within. This action was swiftly verified by his backpack, which revealed a multitude of slots filled with items after his collection. A cursory glance indicated that the stash primarily consisted of canned goods, pure meat and vegetable combinations, fruits, and a variety of other selections. Additionally, there were numerous snacks, beloved by the citizens of the United States. The variety of convenience foods and gourmet snacks is truly overwhelming. In order to ensure that no resources were left behind, Liang Yu meticulously collected everything within a 5-meter radius of himself, thoroughly surveying the area twice. After 2 arduous hours of effort, he completely emptied the entire storage warehouse. The abundance of high-end frozen seafood and exquisite cuts of beef was so vast that he could hardly process it all, opting instead to gather everything in a hurried frenzy. What delighted him most was the unexpected discovery of smokeless coal and a colossal oil storage tank within the warehouse. This was the greatest surprise he had encountered since his arrival here, resolving his concerns regarding energy, although he was uncertain whether the transformed Doomsday Fortress would utilize it. His singular thought was that he might not need it, but he certainly could not allow it to remain for others. Glancing at the time, Liang Yu instantly teleported to the dock. Upon witnessing the unshipped cargo containers on the docked ships, as well as those stacked like building blocks in the vicinity, he let out a sinister chuckle. After half an hour of relentless effort, he successfully left only the containers behind, taking all the resources with him. Thus, before dawn, Liang Yu had visited all the marked locations. Finally, he returned to the hotel just before 6 in the morning, collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion and disabling the invisibility function of his modifier. Looking at the 99 pages in his backpack and the 99.99 count below the grid, he felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. He casually retrieved a medical kit and used it to alleviate his fatigue, setting an alarm for 2 hours later before drifting off to sleep once more. However, before the alarm he had set could ring, there was a loud knock at the door. Groggily, he opened it to find a white police officer and a hotel staff member. After exchanging a few words, the officer casually searched the room and left without uttering a word. Now fully awake, Liang Yu felt a twinge of annoyance as the staff member hurriedly explained in broken Chinese. "Esteemed sir, I sincerely apologize. Officer Lauren is merely following orders. There was a very serious theft incident last night. All rooms in the hotel, regardless of whether they are occupied, must undergo a routine search." Liang Yu, impatient, dismissed them and locked the door behind him. At this point, he was completely devoid of sleepiness. After turning off the alarm he had set, he decided to employ the same strategy again. This time, his target was a military base in the United States, confident that they would never suspect that. In the wake of a significant incident, someone would dare to intrude upon their domain. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the military base. As anticipated, the patrols had diminished considerably, leaving only a few guards and some patrolling comrades. Liang Yu surmised that most of the soldiers had been dispatched to search for him. Although it was early morning, as he passed by the station soldiers, he noticed they appeared to be far from awake, their eyes heavy with fatigue. Some were even openly yawning and dozing off, which Liang Yu found utterly contemptible. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot truly comprehend the extent of harm. If it were his own country, he was certain that there existed a 99% probability that such an incident would never occur. This time, Liang Yu resolved to sabotage the surveillance system. Unlike before, he harbored no particular desire for the weaponry. His sole intention was to seize it, with no ulterior motives. Thus, after determining the location of the monitoring center with his wristband, he commenced his operation. Swiftly, Liang Yu teleported to the surveillance center. To his astonishment, the soldiers on duty were engaged in a game of cards, and the stacks of money on the table left no doubt that they were indulging in gambling. Chapter 7. Shopping at the military base and moving on to the next destination. Everyone was engrossed in the thrill of gambling, completely devoid of any sense of impending danger. After all, it was common knowledge that no one would dare to stealthily infiltrate the monitoring center in broad daylight, let alone set their sights on a military base. Meanwhile, Liang Yu was contemplating the most appropriate way to deal with the individuals present. To eliminate them outright would leave behind bloodstains, which would be undesirable. Knocking them unconscious was too conspicuous, and employing drugs seemed to be the most viable option. Recalling that he had acquired a plethora of pharmaceuticals and even brand new medical equipment the previous night, Liang Yu summoned the page of his backpack. He pressed the nut icon in the bottom right corner to access the search interface and entered the necessary keywords. Before long, a variety of anesthetics and tranquilizer sprays appeared on the screen. Liang Yu selected the one with the quickest effect and took it out. He then donned a protective mask and aimed it at the group engrossed in their card game, pressing the button without a second thought regarding dosage. Within mere seconds, the individuals collapsed, confirming the efficacy of the spray. Subsequently, Liang Yu deleted all system data and proceeded to the data storage location, confiscating the devices used for data storage. He was confident that they would not be able to cause any further trouble. Having completed these tasks, Liang Yu embarked on a shopping expedition. It was unclear where he had procured a blueprint of the military base, but following its markings, he instantaneously arrived at the armory. Although he claimed to be uninterested and without intention, upon encountering the actual weapons, he would assert, "I never uttered such words. That was merely your misconception." At that moment, he found himself holding a heavy sniper rifle, specifically the Barrett M82, renowned for its formidable reputation. It was undeniable that the term heavy sniper rifle was aptly bestowed. As even lifting it with one hand proved to be a strenuous endeavor, he had to rely on both hands to manage it. He harbored no doubts that, given his slight frame, firing such a weapon would likely result in his shoulders suffering from the recoil. Reluctantly, he stored it in his space and turned his attention to the numerous crates filled with equipment: handguns, sniper rifles, submachine guns, rocket launchers, AK explosives, and an assortment of grenades, landmines, and anti-tank weaponry, all of which sparked his desire to engage with them. Regrettably, he had pressing matters to attend to and could only collect them all. Then, Liang Yu stumbled upon a small, isolated box. Upon opening it, he was met with a perplexing sight: an APS pistol. Why would such an antiquated weapon appear here? Known as the box cannon of the Big Bear, this was indeed a relic. Holding it, he felt its coldness, loaded the bullets, and aimed it at a distant target. This time, he chose not to store the pistol but rather kept it on his person, while the remaining ammunition and accessories were placed into his space. Despite its modest appearance, this pistol boasted a large magazine capacity and rapid firing rate, capable of delivering firepower against clustered targets within a range of 200 meters. The firearm measures a total length of 225 millimeters and utilizes the 9x18 millimeters Makarov pistol cartridge with a projectile initial velocity of 340 meters per second. It operates on a straightforward free recoil mechanism, resembling the structure of the Makarov pistol, featuring an exposed hammer, a double-action trigger, and a recoil spring encased outside the barrel. A fixed-blade front sight is situated at the front of the slide, while the notch rear sight is adjustable for range. Equipped with a double-stack magazine, it has a capacity of 20 rounds, and particularly with specially modified high-capacity magazines, it essentially transforms into a miniature submachine gun in terms of firepower. With a moment of contemplation, Liang Yu assessed the pistol before teleporting to another armory. Upon gazing at the steel behemoth before him, he recognized his location. Should all the tanks in this warehouse be deployed, it would indeed be a formidable armored onslaught, sweeping through everything in its path. Of course, Liang Yu was merely indulging in fantasies, as he could not operate such a multitude of tanks alone. He was familiar with the leading models at the forefront, including the M1A2 SCP main battle tank, the T-14 main battle tank, and the T-90M tank, all of which are currently among the most advanced military tanks. He proceeded to gather everything, leaving nothing for the opposition. Subsequently, Liang Yu visited the ammunition depot, the parts warehouse, and the aircraft hangar, all of which he meticulously packed. However, this time, he refrained from making a zero-cost acquisition, as he felt it would be inappropriate to take so much without offering payment. Thus, after leaving behind a single dollar in American currency, he utilized spray paint to inscribe a note nearby. "Thank you for the goods. I am very satisfied. Here is the payment for purchasing the goods." With all tasks completed, Liang Yu teleported back to the hotel. Upon returning to the hotel, he took out the APS pistol, fondling it for a while before reluctantly placing it into his spatial storage. This leg of his journey in the United States was drawing to a close. He had acquired all he could, and carrying the pistol would not pass security checks. Therefore, Liang Yu checked out of the hotel and made his way to the airport. Fortuitously, he secured a ticket for an imminent flight to Country L. His intention was to empty out the storage center in Country L and procure some of their renowned wine. As he often said, Even though he did not indulge in alcohol, it was essential to have some. During the lengthy flight, Liang Yu finally set foot on the soil of Country L. Fortune favored him once again, for upon disembarking, it was already late at night in Country L. Aware of the time, Liang Yu hastened his pace. Upon exiting the airport, he followed the navigation from his wristband to a secluded woodland devoid of surveillance, activating his invisibility and teleportation abilities. He arrived near a vineyard on the outskirts of Country L. This time, he resolved to first collect the nearby wines before heading into the city to seize the storage center and then depart. Once again, guided by the map on his bracelet, Liang Yu arrived at a vineyard. Upon reading the inscription, he translated it through the device, Ch To La Fight. The name rang a bell. It was renowned for its exquisite and costly red wine. Not wanting to dwell on it too long, he decided to act swiftly and transported himself directly to the wine storage area. As he entered, he was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of wine, which was somewhat overwhelming for him as he seldom indulged in drinking. He donned an oxygen mask for comfort. Observing the meticulously arranged bottles, Liang Yu collected them all into his backpack, disregarding their vintage and price. Following the markings on his bracelet, he proceeded to the next vineyard. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sheer quantity of wine in the warehouse. After a cursory glance, he estimated the number to be around 300,000 bottles, a conservative estimate. Indeed, Chapter 8 Acceptance of the Safe House. After picking up a bottle of wine, Liang Yu promptly gathered the remaining bottles, swiftly emptying the entire warehouse of its stock. As he examined the selection in his hand, he attempted to pronounce the brand, Romani? Ultimately, he dismissed the thought, acknowledging his ignorance of wines, and placed the bottle into his backpack. Next, following the indications of his wristband, Liang Yu systematically scoured each designated location, efficiently concluding his operations at the storage center in Country L within just 2 hours. Subsequently, he found himself on the street, hailing a passing vehicle and instructing the driver to take him to a restaurant. After enduring a lengthy flight and several hours of activity, Liang Yu felt an insatiable hunger, especially since he could not casually produce food on the street. He soon entered the restaurant, ordered a signature noodle dish, and began to peruse the news on his wristband. The most significant headline reported that the storage center of the beautiful nation had mysteriously lost all its supplies overnight, with officials at a complete loss, attributing the incident to extraterrestrial beings. However, they remained tight-lipped regarding the theft of military assets. Liang Yu found this entirely reasonable. After all, would they publicly disclose such vulnerabilities? Doing so would merely invite further aggression. Nonetheless, Liang Yu felt he could have done better, having left behind an aircraft carrier. However, glancing at the amphibious armored vehicles in his backpack, he reassured himself that it sufficed. One must not be overly greedy and should always leave a modicum for others. After finishing his noodles, Liang Yu aimlessly drifted, awaiting the next flight that would lead him to his intended destination. Thus, he found himself in a repetitive cycle of air travel and shopping. His recent acquisitions had drawn widespread lamentation. The sheer volume of items he had collected was overwhelming. Finally, on July 17th, he returned to his homeland. Upon setting foot on his country's soil, a complex wave of emotions surged within him. He paid no heed to the news. Feeling utterly fatigued, although a medical kit had alleviated his physical exhaustion, the psychological strain seemed less easily remedied. He merely sought an excuse to rest for the day. A night of silence passed, and by July 18th, Liang Yu received a call from Lu Mo. Mr. Liang. I'm so pleased to finally reach you. I've been trying to contact you for several days. It's been quite the challenge. Liang Yu felt a twinge of guilt. I'm truly sorry, Director Lu. I was abroad and have just returned. Is there a particular reason for your efforts to reach me? Mr. Liang, may I inquire if you are currently available? Your doomsday bunker has been completed, and I would appreciate it if you could come for an inspection. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu felt a surge of energy. I'm in the nearby community. Please hold on. I'll be there shortly. A few minutes later, Liang Yu arrived at the site of the doomsday bunker adjacent to the community. He realized he had not taken notice of it upon his return the previous night. But now, as he approached, he was genuinely astonished. Without further adu, the imposing 10-meter-high steel wall is already quite overwhelming. Not far away, Liang Yu noticed a helmeted figure waving at him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Lu Mo. Though she appeared considerably more haggard compared to their encounter a month ago, evidently due to the pressures of constructing this doomsday fortress. At that moment, Lu Mo approached with purposeful strides. Mr. Liang, you have arrived. Please follow me this way. Lu Mo led Liang Yu to the sole entrance of the fortress. Encircled by the towering wall, which comprised a single gate measuring 1.6 meters in width and 2.1 meters in height, Lu Mo proceeded to explain, Mr. Liang, this gate is the only entry point. Access requires a retinal verification followed by the deactivation of security measures, revealing the platform for activation via palm print. Its only drawback is the somewhat cumbersome process. However, the security it provides is exceedingly robust. I will now register your access and subsequently revoke permissions for all others. After completing the operation, Liang Yu patiently instructed Liang Yu on the unlocking procedure, elaborating further. In response to your specifications, we have enhanced security measures. This outer wall is impervious to any formidable weaponry, save for the likes of a small child. After unlocking the gate, she guided Liang Yu a few meters inside. Mr. Liang, this is our constructed inner wall. Although it stands at merely half the height of the outer wall, it possesses equivalent defensive capabilities. Naturally, the unlocking mechanism remains the same. Once within the inner wall, Liang Yu was finally introduced to his fortress. Mr. Liang, this is the fortress. While its exterior may not possess the aesthetic charm of other structures. At this juncture, Liang Yu produced construction blueprints for Liang Yu's perusal. Here, take a look at the plans. For this doomsday fortress, we have added a layer of special alloy atop the existing structure. This alloy is primarily designed to withstand remote artillery strikes. The inner layer mirrors the material of the outer wall, but I shall refrain from elaborating on that. The focal point is the third layer. In accordance with your request, we have implemented an insulation system here, which effectively prevents thermal loss. Liang Yu paused momentarily, adding a sense of intrigue. Allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment, Mr. Liang. I will transfer the fortress's permissions to you, and upon entering, I shall provide further details. Once inside, Liang Yu escorted Liang Yu to a fireplace in the living room. This is our fireplace, specifically designed in conjunction with the ventilation system. The gases produced by burning wood are absorbed into the conversion system, where they undergo separation. A portion of harmful gases, such as carbon dioxide, is expelled into the vegetation area for purification, while other pollutants, such as nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide, are processed in another specialized conversion system. This area is an indispensable component of our ecological cycle. We spent considerable time developing this miniature ecological loop to ensure the internal ecosystem of the fortress is maintained optimally. Subsequently, Liang Yu guided Liang Yu through the entirety of the fortress. By the end of the tour, Liang Yu felt that every penny he had spent was justified, leading him to readily pay the final installment. After bidding farewell to Liang Yu remained alone within the confines of the apocalyptic fortress, contemplating events that would unfold in 10 days' time. After much deliberation, he resolved to inform the nation's high-ranking officials of the impending doom the following day, leaving their belief in his words beyond his concern. However, prior to this, Liang Yu instantaneously transported himself back to his residence within the community and accessed the food delivery application on his wrist device. He proceeded to order one of every available food and beverage item listed on the app. Following this, he consulted a map to locate several nearby docks and the warehouses of foreign-owned supermarkets within the country, preparing to package and transport their contents away that very night. Chapter 9: The Arrival of the Apocalypse. The following morning, Liang Yu woke up naturally in the comfort of his home. After stretching leisurely, he opened his wristband to check the messages in the community group chat. Having not looked for over a month, he was greeted with an overwhelming flood of 999 messages, which he promptly ignored, opting instead to focus on the most recent updates. The first message that caught his eye was from Antley. Have you all heard? That global thieving gang has come to our country. This morning, I heard that several docks and warehouses of large supermarkets nearby were robbed last night. The method was identical to what was reported abroad. Moreover, I've heard that the identities of the criminals have yet to be confirmed. 702 Wang Yi. No way. Does that mean we're in danger now? For 02 Yi Yuan, I'm not sure what 702 means by danger, but with so many items stolen, could it impact our daily lives? 702 Li Yilin. Exactly. My wife isn't expressing it clearly. That's the gist of it. Prices are already high these days. Everything is rising, except for my salary. With this commotion, I fear prices will soar even higher. 1601 Property Manager Li Kaiwa. Everyone need not worry. We, the property management, have received a notice. The government has ordered that the prices of essential grains and vegetables will remain stable, ensuring there is no impact on our daily lives. 1801 Hu Jian. Antley, I suspect you are deceiving me. What do you mean by essential items not increasing in price? The milk tea and snacks I usually buy have doubled in price. 1601 Property Manager Li Kaiwa. Xiao Hu. I've already stated that it is the grains and vegetables that will maintain their prices. Those are merely junk food. Noticing the lively discussion in the group, Liang Yu spotted a message that disrupted the atmosphere. 1501 Su Tai. Everyone, please be mindful. I suggest you stock up on essential food and drink. Haven't you seen the news? A once-in-a-century super typhoon is approaching. 1601 Property Manager Li Kaiwa. Indeed, I was just about to mention this. It's advisable for everyone to store about 5 days' worth of food and to refrain from going out until the typhoon has passed. The property manager repeated. Everyone should stock up on food for about 5 days and avoid going out until the typhoon departs. I hope all neighbors will relay this message. With Antley's 3 messages, the group quickly fell silent. Everyone understood that speaking up at this moment would only attract Antley's ire. Finding the conversation dull, Liang Yu decided to mute the notifications. Exhausted from the previous night's endeavors, he had not only finished his tasks, but had also taken the time to leave a printed note at the mayor's residence, clearly informing him that with the arrival of the typhoon, the world would soon be engulfed in relentless rainfall, followed by bitterly cold weather. Not long after the bitter cold had set in, Liang Yu was tragically murdered by his neighbors. He pondered for a long time about this grim reality, questioning why so many had chosen him as their target. He concluded that his overly kind-hearted nature made him appear as an easy prey, a soft target in the eyes of others. Days passed as everyone remained safely sheltered in their homes during the tempest's wrath. Then, on the afternoon of July 31st, 5 hours after the typhoon had departed, ominous clouds began to gather once again, plunging the city, which should have basked in sunlight, into darkness. As the clouds thickened, rain began to fall. This time, however, the droplets were as large as a pinky finger. The populace, accustomed to the erratic weather, merely grumbled in their chat groups. 402 Yuan. What on earth is happening with this weather? How can it suddenly pour like this? I was just about to step out to replenish my stock of instant food. 1602 Lu Chui. Indeed, I even thought the typhoon had returned. I had just ventured out and was nearly home when the downpour began, soaking me and all my purchases. What bad luck. 1201 Song He. 1602 Lu Chui. You consider yourself fortunate. My friend went out and is now trapped in the supermarket. He just told me that within a mere 10 minutes, the water level in the store has risen to his knees. For 01 Wang Jinling, I believe this is the aftermath of the typhoon. It seems our city's drainage system is clogged. But don't you think the rainfall is exceptionally heavy? At that moment, Grandma Li emerged to comfort everyone. 1601 Property Manager Li Kaiwa. Rest assured, everyone, this torrential rain is only temporary. Perhaps the officials are working diligently to rectify the situation. Our duty is to remain indoors and not complicate matters for them. 402 Yuan. Grandma Li is right. We must consciously stay at home and refrain from venturing out to add to their burdens. 1701 Deng Yicheng. I wholeheartedly support Grandma Li's advice. A chorus of agreement echoed among the residents. 1302 Chinbailuan. Does anyone have any fever-reducing medicine? My son is running a high fever. I can pay for it if someone has some available. I'll offer 300 for a box. 101 Lin Gurue. What should we do? A third of my home is already flooded. I'm pleading for help. The water level continues to rise, and I estimate it 1 TB long before the first floor is submerged. 102 Huang Wenlu. Yes, my situation is similar. At this moment, Huang Wenlu addressed 1601 Property Manager Li Kaiwa. 102 Huang Wenlu. Grandma Li, as a member of our property management, you must help us find a solution. I doubt draining the water will be successful. If this downpour persists, the first floor will inevitably be inundated. Please arrange alternative accommodation for our 2 families. 101 Lin Gurue. Indeed, there are only the 2 of us. We can find a place to make do for now. Once the water recedes in a couple of days, we shall return to our own homes. 102 Huang Wenlu. I have 3 people here. My 2 friends are still with me. At this moment, Chinbailuan contacted Li Kaiwa from the property management. 1302 Chinbailuan. Antley, let us not concern ourselves with them for the time being. My son is still running a high fever. Lives are at stake. It is of little consequence for them to wait a while longer. Could you possibly arrange for someone to procure some antipyretic medication? I will cover the expenses. Chapter 10 The last trace of warmth in the heart when Chinbailuan sought help again in the group. An unspoken understanding enveloped the others. Not a single soul uttered a word. Even Grandma Li, who had been tagged, remained silent. Liang Yu regarded the immersed homeowners group with a sardonic smile. How quickly things had changed. Within just a few days, they were unwilling to part with even a single box of medicine. Yet, Liang Yu understood that the sentiment stemmed from his own perspective. From the viewpoint of others, it was a justifiable stance. For most young people today lack the habit of stockpiling commonly used medications. Just as Liang Yu began to grow bored and contemplated tidying up his belongings to retreat to his doomsday shelter, Grandma Li finally spoke up. Property Manager Li Kaiwa from room 1601. 1302 Chinbailuan. Little Chin, I just coordinated with some folks for you. There is someone willing to part with a box of used antipyretics, but I'm unsure if you can accept the price. They VE quoted 1,000 for a box. No negotiations. If you need it, transfer the money to me, and I'll fetch it and deliver it to your home. Before his phone screen, Chinbailuan clenched his fist and slammed it against the wall, startling his wife, Zhang Xiuyu, who had just emerged from the room. Zhang Xiuyu. Honey, what is the matter? Why are you so upset? Chinbailuan. Xiuyu. I found the antipyretics in the group. Zhang Xiuyu. ISNT, that good news? I was just about to ask you about it. Jinbao's temperature is nearing 39 degrees Celsius. Chen Bailuan. The medicine is from Grandma Li, and she says it costs 1,000. I suspect it's from her own supply and has already been opened. Zhang Xiuyu. Alas, if it's 1,000, then it's 1,000. We're forced by circumstances. Without the medicine, Jinbao might suffer severe consequences. You should take care of Jinbao. I'll have a word with Grandma Li soon. Zhang Xiuyu replied to Grandma Li in the group. 1302 Zhang Xiuyu. Grandma Li, I apologize for the trouble. We'll take the medicine. Let us discuss the remaining details privately. Liang Yu finished packing up everything in his room 1001, leaving no trace behind. Just as he prepared to head to his doomsday shelter, his wristband pinged with a voice communication request. Upon glancing at it, he discovered it was Blue Ling from 1101 upstairs, who had accepted the call. As soon as the connection was established, Blue Ling's vibrant voice filled the air. Brother Yu, hurry up and log in. Hearing Blue Ling's voice reminded him of the 20-year-old college student. If one were to describe her in a single term, Liang Yu felt that the phrase legally lowly from the internet aptly captured her essence. His memories drifted back to the early days of the snowstorm when the preciousness of food became glaringly apparent. Liang Yu had helped his neighbors and, over time, had distributed all his own provisions. Under the dual torment of cold and hunger, he was left with no choice but to seek out those he had previously assisted in hopes of obtaining a morsel of food. Yet, humanity often displays a selfish nature. Upon hearing that Liang Yu sought sustenance from them, their expressions darkened instantaneously. While some feigned politeness and uttered a few kind words, others simply shut their doors in disregard. There were those who, seizing sticks from their homes, approached Liang Yu menacingly, even uttering threats such as, "Get lost, or I'll beat you to death." In this disheartening moment, Liang Yu, feeling despondent, resolved to return home and await his fate. However, as he passed by room 1101, where Lan Ling resided, the door swung open, and out rushed Lan Ling, swathed in layers akin to a rice dumpling. Without uttering a word, she thrust a packet of instant noodles into Liang Yu's hands, her face adorned with an expression of shy embarrassment as she said, "I'm sorry, Yugo. My food supply is also dwindling. Once the weather improves, I'll treat you to a grand feast." Recalling Lan Ling's smiling visage from that time still warms Liang Yu's heart. "Hey, Yugo, did you hear what I said?" "Hiki, little radish, I apologize. I was lost in thought. You must be lounging on your bed now, correct?" Liang Yu's assumption was accurate. At that moment, Lan Ling was indeed sprawled across her bed, surrounded by a plethora of devices, phones, tablets, and laptops, all playing various games. The bedside table was laden with an assortment of snacks and beverages, while her bare feet playfully swung in the air. "Yugo, how did you know I was lying in bed? Were you spying on me?" In response, Liang Yu sent her a meme of a panda tapping its head in confusion. "What nonsense are you imagining? Wait for me a moment, just a few minutes longer. I'll contact you later." With that, Liang Yu instantaneously transported himself to the kitchen of room 1101. After ensuring that Lan Ling had closed her door, he began to gather provisions. He retrieved a selection of convenience foods, including self-heating rice and hot pot varieties, alongside packaged cooked meats and dehydrated vegetables. Observing the contents of his bag, he extracted 6 large boxes of high-calorie foods suitable for the chilly weather. Once the kitchen was filled to the brim with boxes, Liang Yu felt assured that Lan Ling would be well fed for a time. He then fetched 20-30 kilogram bottles of potable water, setting them aside. After considering the essentials, he decided to leave some commonly used medications before preparing to depart. As he was about to leave, a thought struck him. This was merely a standard residence, and should those individuals attempt to force their way in, these provisions could endanger Lan Ling's life. Thus, he made a resolute decision. Having begun to assist, he would ensure complete protection. Utilizing the modifier's capabilities, he reinforced and transformed the entirety of room 1101. After completing this task, Liang Yu instantly returned to his own home and stepped out of his room. Soon, he arrived in front of Lan Ling's room once more. Eager to test its newfound safety, he approached the door and knocked. The first strike made him regret his decision. Pain shot through his hand, revealing that the door was a solid metal barrier, though he remained uncertain of the material. He had faith in the principle that the products of the modifier were indeed of superior quality. Upon confirming the grand entrance, Liang Yu, having learned from past experiences, refrained from disturbing the walls and instead activated his X-ray vision. To his astonishment, he discovered that the once pristine white walls of Lan Ling's residence had been transformed into an impenetrable shell of iron. At long last, Liang Yu felt a sense of reassurance. He promptly retrieved his key, eager to unlock the door and gain entry. However, he soon realized that the keyhole had vanished. Just as uncertainty clouded his mind, a small opening suddenly appeared in the door. Liang Yu beheld a glass-like screen within, accompanied by an imprint of a hand, indicating the area for verification. Understanding the situation, he placed his hand upon it, and to his delight, he successfully passed the authentication. As he withdrew his hand, the metallic door seamlessly parted, sliding aside to grant him access. Thus, Liang Yu stepped into Lan Ling's abode. Chapter 11. Seeking provisions upon entering the room. The metallic door activated and began to close slowly. Liang Yu turned to see the control terminal beside him, after unlocking it with his fingerprint. He checked the list of authorized users. Upon seeing the name Lan Ling, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lan Ling, sensing someone's presence, cautiously stepped out of the room and, upon recognizing Liang Yu, exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Yu, you're here. You startled me." As Liang Yu pointed at the door, he hesitated, unsure of how to begin. However, Lan Ling spoke up. "Brother Yu, didn't you install this door for me? Have you forgotten?" Liang Yu, puzzled, asked. "You know how to operate it?" Lan Ling nodded affirmatively. In that instant, Liang Yu mentally commended the modifier, acknowledging that the after-sales service was indeed impressive. He then led Lan Ling to the kitchen, which he had filled with numerous large boxes. Lan Ling, taken aback by the sight, stammered, "Brother Yu, what on earth is going on?" Gently, Liang Yu ruffled her hair. "Little radish, all of this is for you. However, remember what I'm about to say. In the future, as long as you are here, you must not open the door for anyone. You cannot let anyone in, nor can you share any food, and you must keep the existence of your ample supplies of food and water a secret. Do you understand?" Lan Ling, still somewhat perplexed, asked, "Brother Yu, why is that?" Liang Yu, exasperated, lightly tapped her head. "Ouch, Brother Yu, why did you hit my head? It hurts." Continuing on the previous topic, Liang Yu responded, "It's good that you know it hurts. Did you remember what I just said?" Lan Ling, rubbing the spot he tapped, recounted his instructions. Liang Yu's expression softened, and he gently patted the area he had just touched. "Little radish, be good. Brother Yu will not harm you. You must listen to me. If you behave, I will feel at ease." Listening to Liang Yu's almost solemn words, Lan Ling threw her arms around him. Due to their height difference, her face rested against his abdomen. "What, Brother Yu, don't die. I will take good care of myself from now on." Liang Yu firmly pushed her away, stating, "I'm not saying I'm dying. This is just to make you obedient. In short, the house is stocked with food and drink and is very safe. Don't wander around unnecessarily. If anything happens, find me immediately." With that, Liang Yu opened the door. "Little radish, remember what I just said. Be obedient." He then walked toward his own room. Inside the house, Lan Ling reflected on Liang Yu's words. Formulating a bold hypothesis, perhaps Liang Yu had received some news foretelling impending disaster and had prepared all this food and drink for her. As for whether Liang Yu had enough provisions for himself, she had no doubts. If he could prepare so much for her, surely he would not lack for himself. Even if Liang Yu has nothing to eat, he possesses the key to his own home, allowing him to visit at any time. The mere thought of food caused Lan Ling to salivate. She realized she was craving the dishes prepared by Liang Yu. Glancing at the towering pile of food beside her, she decisively opened the box to search for her favorite snacks. Upon returning home, Liang Yu locked the door from the inside and began to stack his old furniture against it. After completing this task, he instantly transported himself to his fortified sanctuary. Once he arrived, his first action was to inspect the water accumulation on both the inner and outer layers of protection. To his astonishment, he discovered that only the pavement bore traces of the recent rainfall, a testament to the remarkable capabilities of advanced technology. In contrast, the external water level had exceeded a meter. The following day, August 1st, at 9 a.m., the rain had ceased. After a night of downpour, the first floor was nearly submerged. At this juncture, several residents in the group began to express their concerns over food shortages. "Dear neighbors," Su Wenhua from Unit 1602 began. "My food supplies are almost depleted. Now that the rain has stopped, is anyone interested in accompanying me to purchase provisions?" "Su, count me in," replied Chen Bailuan from Unit 1302. "My family of 3 is also running low. Our supplies will run out by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Add me to the mix, brothers," chimed in Yang Yun from the 14th floor. Liang Yu had some recollection of Yang Yun, a man in his 30s known for his work and design, albeit under the strict supervision of his wife. However, discord soon arose in the group. "Young people like you are healthy. Please help me by bringing back some rice, flour, and cooking oil," implored Fong Meijun from Unit 602. "I'll repay you once you return." At this moment, Yi Yuan could no longer tolerate Fong Meijun's attitude and spoke up. "Grandma Fong, it seems you expect a free ride. If you wish to purchase something, you ought to pay the person first. You can't just take without giving anything in return. Last time, you had me buy things for you, and you still owe me several hundred." You, Fong Meijun retorted, tagging property manager Li Kaiwa. "There's someone bullying an elderly person. Won't you do something about it?" "You're amusing," Yi Yuan laughed. Is it really bullying to demand that you repay your debts? If that's the case, I shall continue to bully you, and if you disagree, feel free to report me. It's only right to repay what you owe. At this juncture, Antley intervened to mediate the dispute, taking considerable time to send both parties on their way. Subsequently, Antley addressed the group again. I believe the notion of going out to procure supplies is commendable. I will tag a few individuals to assist us in gathering the necessary provisions. Given Grandma Fong's situation, please entrust your funds to me for safekeeping. List the items you require along with their estimated costs and send them my way. To 402 Yi Yuan, 1001 Liang Yu, 1401 Yang Yun, 701 Zhong Luanjuan, 101 Lin Gurue, and 102 Huang Wenlu. Please prepare yourselves to depart alongside the security personnel of the property management. Additionally, I would like to remind everyone that the property management is not responsible for providing your life-saving equipment. Please make your own arrangements. Liang Yu lay in the hall of the fortress, engrossed in a game called Red Alert, when he noticed a notification from his wristband. Curiosity piqued. He opened it to grasp the gist of the situation. Upon seeing that Antley had tagged him, evidently with the intent to incite annoyance, he realized she had miscalculated. Without delay, Liang Yu responded, "Why should I assist you in making purchases? I toil endlessly without reaping any benefits. I refuse to go. If you wish to earn that reputation, you must do so on your own. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Chapter 12, a collective outing, ending in discord in any case. I still have over a box of instant noodles at home. If I ration them wisely, they should suffice until the flood passes. I can also await the arrival of the rescuers. Those who desire food should venture out to procure it themselves. In this weather, who knows if the stores are even open? To expect others to brave the risks and return with provisions for free is simply audacious. The group was rendered speechless by Liang Yu's remarks. After all, the reality was as he described. They wished to benefit without cost, thus feeling culpable for their desires. However, one individual stood apart from the rest, Antley. She wasted no time in casting aspersions upon Liang Yu. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa, 1001 Liang Yu. What do you mean by that? Are you attempting to position yourself against the organization? Let me inform you, this matter was orchestrated by the organization. You would do well to comply, or once the waters recede, I shall ensure the organization holds you accountable. 1001 Liang Yu. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. What are you even? Can you truly represent the organization? If this is indeed the organization's directive, why not present the official documents for all to see? Do you not recognize your own status? When did a mere property manager ever come to embody the organization? If there were any news, the owners group would have issued an announcement long ago. Do we really need your input? Liang Yu's retort prompted several tagged individuals to respond, seeking clarification from Antley. Reluctantly, she attempted to defend herself. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. Everyone, do not heed Liang Yu's nonsensical chatter. This was indeed a message relayed by the organization. As for the official announcement he requests, I do not possess it, as this was merely a verbal communication. Since you all oppose it, then we shall not proceed. I shall be free from the organization's activity. 1001 Liang Yu. I have noted this matter. Await the organization's reckoning in a few days. Faced with the incessant annoyance of Antley, Liang Yu resolved to unveil a significant revelation. 1001 Liang Yu. Then I shall report this matter. While you may not witness the organization's reckoning, I am certain that, based on my knowledge, you will likely find yourself incarcerated for at least 3 years. As he spoke, Liang Yu shared a photograph in the group chat. Although somewhat blurred, it was clear that one of the figures was Antley. The image unmistakably depicted her engaged in a transaction of dubious nature. 1001 Liang Yu. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. Begone. Come to my room's entrance, bow 3 times, and send a video of your apology to the group. Then, I shall forgive your ignorance. If I do not see the video within an hour, prepare for your impending fate. The members of the group gasped upon reading Liang Yu's words. From the information provided, it appeared that Antley had been involved in something unsavory, which Liang Yu had discovered and documented. Those familiar with Liang Yu's character understood that he generally sought to avoid conflict with the residents of the building, often greeting others amicably. Hence, most held a favorable view of him. Now, everyone believes that it was Antley who pushed the honest man to his breaking point, which led to such an incident. After Liang Yu finished speaking, he tossed aside his wristband, ready to resume his endeavors in the Red Alert game. At that moment, a message popped up on the wristband, a voice call request from Lanling, which Liang Yu accepted without hesitation. Her voice emanated from the device. Brother Yu, are you all right? You needn't concern yourself with that old woman. She's merely a bully of the weak. By the way, do you really only have 1 box of instant noodles left? Why don't you come stay at my place for a while? I miss your braised ribs. Hearing Lanling's caring words warmed Liang Yu's heart. Little radish, fret not. I am fine. As for that old woman, had it not been for the hassle, I would have sent her away long ago. You needn't worry about food. I was merely saying that for their sake. Remember what I told you before. Upon hearing this, Wanling immediately interrupted. Stop. Just stop. Brother Yu, I understand. Don't let anyone in, don't inform others about the food, and don't share it with anyone. I remember everything clearly. At that moment, Liang Yu applauded. Very well, little radish. You are doing splendidly. This is crucial to remember. I have received news that this calamity may persist for a considerable time. So do not speak of it to anyone, understood? Wanling, feeling exasperated, replied, All right, brother Yu, please don't treat me as a fool. I'm not truly naive. If I were to share this, others would think I escaped from the hospital. Liang Yu nodded in agreement. All right, let us leave it at that. Remember to contact me immediately if anything arises. The door must not be opened to anyone. Wanling, feeling quite impatient, agreed, and before hanging up, Liang Yu caught her mumbling, Honestly, brother, you can be more nagging than my mother at times. Liang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Well, I've now graduated from big brother to mother status. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor, Li Kaiwa became agitated upon seeing the photograph. Oh no. How could that little rascal have this picture? She quickly pulled her partner, Wuqi, aside. Old Wu, have you seen the messages in the group? What should we do now? Are we really going to follow that little rascal's demands and record a kneeling video at his door? Wuqi appeared calm and collected. You are far too easily deceived. Think about it. If he truly knew, he would have reported it long ago. Why wait until now? He hasn't said anything in the group. He is merely trying to bait you into confessing. By kneeling, it would imply you admit to the act. Do you understand? Li Kaiwa listened to her partner's words with a look of partial comprehension. So, what should we do next? Wuqi smiled knowingly. Now that the rain has stopped. Of course, we should call our son back and ask him to bring some food. Li Kaiwa nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall now make a call to summon my son home. At the Doomsday Fortress, Liang Yu had already closed the red alert game. For engaging in it alone had become rather tedious. At this moment, Liang Yu had propped himself up on the sofa, gazing at the screen opposite him. To his surprise, the screen displayed a gathering of Yi Yuan from room 402, Qin Bailuan from 1302, Su Wenwei from 1602, and an unfamiliar resident. All congregated within Yi Yuan's room in 402. This feature was something Liang Yu had recently discovered during the transformation and upgrade of the fortress in the days leading up to the apocalypse, unveiling many delightful and intriguing functionalities. Among these was the distant surveillance, although it was somewhat regrettable that the monitor provided only visuals without sound. Chapter 13. The Assurance of Antley. At this moment, Liang Yu noticed an ear-like icon beside the surveillance footage. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on the icon. Upon doing so, the discussion among a few individuals reached his ears. Qin Bailuan. Everyone, what do you think? Should we set off now? If we delay, I fear the rain will start pouring again. Yi Yuan, Qin Good is right. We should hurry. I have a kayak that can accommodate the four of us along with the supplies we intend to bring back. At this juncture, Su Wenhua posed a crucial question. Su Wenhua, where should we go to purchase or gather supplies? Before I arrived, I checked online, and most supermarkets and convenience stores are closed. The only one that might be open is a large supermarket about 15 kilometers away. However, given our situation with just the four of us and this kayak, coupled with the unpredictable downpour, it would be exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, a stranger, whom Liang Yu did not recognize, spoke up. I have a plan, but I'm unsure if you all are willing to join me. There is a supermarket just a few hundred meters ahead. If it's open, we can shop normally. If it's not, we may have to break in. Worst case, we can offer to pay for any damages and apologize. After all, our lives are at stake here. And without food, we risk starving. This qualifies as an emergency. Hearing this, Yi Yuan chimed in. Indeed, we're acting in self-preservation. At worst, we can reimburse them double later. Noticing some hesitation from the others, Yi Yuan pressed for a decision. Xinge, Suge, you both have families and children to consider. If not for yourselves, think of them. We'll head down now and wait for you for 5 minutes on the second floor. If you don't join us within that time, we'll proceed without you. With that, Yi Yuan and the other individual exited room 402, leaving Su Wenhua and Qin Bailuan in contemplation. Liang Yu observed that Yi Yuan possessed a certain knack for leadership, which explained his ability to thrive in dire circumstances. Shortly thereafter, Liang Yu switched the surveillance feed to the second-floor balcony, reasoning that their only exit would be from there, as the torrential rain had nearly engulfed the first floor. He found it peculiar that there had been no communication from the government regarding the situation. Typically, there would be text alerts or news broadcasts to reassure the public, a pattern he had witnessed in his previous life. Yet, at this moment, no such messages had been received. leading Liang Yu to ponder whether the letter he had sent had made an impact. While he contemplated the government's current actions, a shirtless man swam towards the second floor in the surveillance footage. Yi Yuan and his companion were crouched nearby, unnoticed by the 5 individuals approaching. Liang Yu then observed that the group was dragging an inflatable pool for children, laden with unknown items, all wrapped in plastic, rendering them indistinguishable. At this moment, Liang Yu deliberately adjusted the angle and zoomed in slightly, capturing a screenshot as the group moved their belongings to the second floor. The image clearly depicted the individuals engaged in the task. After taking the screenshot, Liang Yu focused on the person on the screen, Wu Chuxing. Was he Li Dama's son? Liang Yu recalled that he was supposed to return only after a drop in temperature in a few days. Why had he come back early? He retrieved his wristband to glance at the messages, but found no video of Li Dama bowing, which made him chuckle. It seemed there was some amusement at play. Soon, Wu Chuxing and his entourage of 5 ascended the stairs with their supplies. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan and his companion waited for 5 minutes but saw no sign of Su Wenhua and Chen Bailuan. Disappointed and on the verge of leaving, they heard hurried footsteps and shouts echoing in the corridor. Yi, wait for us. Upon seeing them emerge, Liang Yu lost interest. He intended to collect some interest. Lest Li Dama truly believed he was merely jesting. Just as he prepared to tag Li Kaihua in the group chat, he noticed someone had preempted him. 1601 Property, Li Kaihua. 1001 Liang Yu. You little beast, I now command you to crawl to my doorstep, bow an apology, and record it as a video to share in the main group. You must apologize before everyone and additionally compensate me for some emotional distress. If you refuse, I will immediately cut off your water, electricity, and gas. Seeing Li Dama's mindless proclamation, Liang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He opted not to type and instead sent a voice message in the group. 1601 Property Li Kaihua, what do you think you are? Who gave you the audacity to threaten a homeowner? Are you implying I owe you for unpaid bills? Is this your way of retaliating for your own wrongdoing? I am curious to see if the courage Liang XX has given you will serve you well. Subsequently, Liang Yu took a screenshot of Li Dama's message and shared it in the main group, tagging the property manager, Wang Yong. Building 6. 1011 Liang Yu. Property manager Wang Yong. Manager Wang. Your staff possess quite the audacity. Look for yourself. Threatening homeowners and brazenly proclaiming to cut off their utilities. Who granted you the authority to act in such a manner? As Liang Yu's screenshot and remarks appeared in the main group, a profound silence enveloped the chat. No one dared to send messages. All were quietly observing the unfolding drama. At this juncture, Wang Yong, the tagged individual, stepped forward. Property manager Wang Yong. Mr. Liang, is there some misunderstanding here? I will inquire with Li Kaihua to clarify the situation. Building 6, 1011 Liang Yu. Property manager Wang Yong. Misunderstanding? You better provide me with an explanation right now. Who granted you the power to unilaterally sever a homeowner's utilities? Liang Yu was not inclined to waste time. He clung to this topic resolutely. After his inquiry, there was no further response from Wang Yong, likely as he sought clarification from Li Kaihua. Time passed, and eventually, someone in the main group tagged Liang Yu. Property Li Kaihua. Building 6, 1011 Liang Yu. Mr. Liang, I apologize. My grandson posted that from my phone without my knowledge. I am here to offer my sincere apologies. Liang Yu glanced at the situation, and with but a single sentence, deftly absolved himself of any responsibility, leaving matters unresolved. Meanwhile, Wang Yong, observing Liang Yu's silence, stepped forward to testify on behalf of Antley. Property manager Wang Yong addressed Mr. Liang of Unit 1011, stating, indeed, this matter stems from Li Caihua's oversight. She has already extended her apologies, so let us consider it settled. I personally visited her home to ascertain the facts, and it is true that her phone was in the possession of her grandson. You have not incurred any loss, so let us conclude this here. After all, we are neighbors, and maintaining harmony is of utmost importance. Even if you were to file a report, it would yield little more than a mediation between both parties. Chapter 14. The delighted homeowners. Liang Yu understood that Wang Yong spoke the truth. He still held a significant card in reserve, not yet ready to play it. For now, merely creating discomfort was sufficient. However, he expressed in the group chat, Building 6, Unit 1011, Liang Yu. Property manager Wang Yong. Is this your approach to handling matters? You have truly opened my eyes. I could consider forgiving her, but only if she sends random red envelopes in the group chat, totaling 10,000. Let this be seen as compensation for all homeowners. This is my sole request. If Manager Wang disagrees or has anything else to propose, then there is no need for further discussion. Upon hearing this, many homeowners behind their screens found amusement in his words. The money was intended for them, and everyone would have the chance to seize the red envelopes. As for how much one could grab, that depended on their own skill. Liang Yu's shrewd maneuver garnered him some goodwill from the other homeowners while simultaneously cutting off Li Dama's retreat. After all, the beneficiaries were numerous. This compensation was not solely for Liang Yu, but a collective gain for all homeowners. Although the other homeowners remained silent, they were keenly observing the unfolding events. Wang Yong was well aware of this dynamic. Initially, he had intended to offer a small sum to pacify the situation, but he was taken aback by Liang Yu's cunning strategy. With a sense of helplessness, he had no choice but to call Li Kaihua again. At home, Li Kaihua, upon hearing Liang Yu's demands, was venting her frustrations about him when suddenly her phone rang. Seeing Wang Yong's name, she answered without hesitation. Before Wang Yong could say anything, she launched into a tirade of complaints, leaving him somewhat speechless. Li Kaihua, Wang Yong stated, I do not care about your reasons. The issue you have created is your responsibility. Most importantly, it has been screenshot and shared in the large group chat. I now command you to resolve this matter according to the homeowners' demands immediately. Otherwise, should they truly report this, it would be inconsequential. Other issues could arise. And I cannot protect you. You must handle this, and do not compel me to intervene personally. With that, an enraged Wang Yong ended the call. Rushing to calm the homeowners in the group chat. During Li Caihua's phone call, she had the speakerphone on, allowing her husband and son to overhear Wang Yong's words. Wu Chusheng, filled with fury, smashed the cup in his hand, while his four companions eagerly suggested confronting Liang Yu. Ultimately, Li Kaihua managed to intervene. Son, we must accept our fate. There will be future opportunities to settle the score with him. Here is the key to Unit 1702. Arrange for them to stay there for now. The current residents are abroad and have not yet returned. After the four companions took the key to the 17th floor, Li Dama inquired of Wu Chusheng, Son, why are you bringing them back? With them included, that makes 8 of us. Our supplies may not last long. Wu Chusheng patted his chest confidently, assuring her, Mother, do not worry. Tomorrow, we will go out to find food. You cannot imagine the situation. The water levels in the city have risen to 1.5 meters deep. Even livestock are being swept away by the current, and so are people. Moreover, those who perished floated upon the surface, their bodies blanketed by an unsettling sight. Ugh, Li Kaihua interjected, halting his words. It was at this moment that Wu Chusheng finally revealed the reason for bringing people back. Alas, given the current situation, it seems we are destined for chaos for a while, at least until the authorities take control. How could I venture outside to seek food without bringing them along? At this juncture, Li Kaihua steeled her resolve. Are your little subordinates reliable? We should find a time to deal with that little beast. After all, so many have perished. One more would hardly make a difference. Wu Chusheng did not immediately acquiesce to her request, merely indicating that he needed to ponder it. If Li Kaihua had suggested he cripple Liang Yu, he would have hastened to confront Liang without hesitation. However, this time, he felt compelled to deliberate. For taking a life posed an insurmountable chasm for both him and his subordinates. As time swiftly passed, it was soon 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Dark clouds began to gather once again, casting the sky into a twilight reminiscent of nightfall, with thunder and lightning heralding the impending deluge. Before the storm struck, a fully stocked inflatable water reservoir and 3 individuals returned to the community just in time. Upon arriving at the second-floor balcony, the trio wasted no time in catching their breath, hastily transporting the supplies to the corridor, ultimately congregating in room 402. At that moment, chatter erupted in the group. 901 Chinching. I just spotted someone returning with food while gazing at the clouds outside. I'll pay double. Please share some with me. As word spread of food being brought back, others clamored for provisions, eager to offer money. However, despite the prolonged wait, no responses came. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 in Yi Yuan's room had also seen the messages and sensed impending trouble. Their outing had cost them one of their own, and they had only managed to bring back a meager supply of food. Yi Yuan, Su Wenhua, and Shen Bailuan were not foolish enough to sell it all. Let us divide the supplies into 4 portions, with 1 set designated for his family, proposed Shen Bailuan. Yi Yuan and Su Wenhua remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with his suggestion. After a lengthy stalemate, Yi Yuan finally spoke. Agreed, this is rightfully his, earned at the cost of his life. And it is only fair to provide for his family, as originally promised. However, I have a stipulation. We must go at night and ensure that they do not learn who the benefactor is. Given the current atmosphere in the group, should they discover the source, how much of this food would we retain? The other 2 nodded in understanding, as they recognized the gravity of the situation. The onset of rain only added to their sense of disillusionment. Meanwhile, numerous residents in the building, having inquired for quite some time, failed to identify the individual who had returned with food, leaving the matter unresolved. Time swiftly advanced to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at which point Li Kaihua addressed everyone in the main group. Property Manager Li Kaihua, good afternoon, esteemed homeowners. I stand here on behalf of the property management to bestow upon you a delightful little benefit. Following this, a series of red envelopes, each amounting to 200, were continuously dispatched within the group. At this juncture, just as Li Kaiwa had dispatched one, nearby, a certain proprietor was poised to seize it, only to find that the homeowners had already claimed them all. Thus, Li Kaiwa continued to send random red envelopes while her partner tirelessly attempted to snatch them. Yet this round of monetary shower yielded little for them. Meanwhile, the homeowners within the group reveled in joy. Those with swift fingers and robust internet connections shared their screenshots. Some managed to claim just one, yet it amounted to over 150, while others secured a dozen or so, collectively totaling several hundred. Furthermore, some homeowners, feeling a bit idle, meticulously recorded each transaction. Chapter 15. The moral coercion of Liang Yu in this particular round of statistics. It was discovered that one fortunate individual had managed to seize a staggering 1,300, inciting envy among the others. Amidst their jubilation, Liang Yu continued to distribute dozens of random red envelopes within the group, prompting another wave of excitement among the members. After snatching up the envelopes, the homeowners expressed their gratitude to Liang Yu. Observing the flurry of compliments directed towards him, Li Kaiwa felt a simmering resentment. She was, after all, the one who had contributed the largest sum in red envelopes but was overlooked due to Liang Yu's prominence. To her dismay, she even noticed some individuals in the group praising Liang Yu while simultaneously disparaging her. This ignited Li Kaiwa's already fragile temperament, leading her into a state of heightened agitation. In this tumultuous state, Li Kaiwa only found herself fainting from the stress. Fortunately, her son Wu Chusheng possessed some knowledge of first aid, and with a well-stocked supply of medications at home, he managed to revive her. Li Kaiwa, regaining consciousness, gazed at her son and inquired, "Why are you all looking at me like that? What has happened?" At this moment, Wu Chusheng's eyes were glistening with tears. "You have finally awakened, Kaiwa. I feared you would leave me all alone," he replied. "You fainted from anger, but thankfully we were able to act quickly. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire." As Li Kaiwa began to recollect the incident, a dull ache emerged in her chest. Looking at her son, she asked, somewhat begrudgingly, "Chusheng, have you given any thought to what I mentioned last time? My current state is all due to that wretched creature. I cannot swallow my pride until I see him suffer." Wu Chusheng, torn by conflicting emotions, grappled with his mother's words. Fortunately, at that moment, Wuchi interjected to provide some respite. "We have but one son. Do you truly wish to see him imprisoned? We live in a society governed by laws. And should calamity strike, what would become of us when the authorities settle scores? You would not wish to ruin his life, would you? In my view, if you were to incapacitate him and confine him to a room, and if he were to survive, consider it a stroke of luck. Even if something were to go awry, you could always cast a few others as scapegoats." Upon hearing her husband's remarks, Li Kaiwa became agitated once more. Attempting to rise, she lost her balance and fell, striking her head against the ground. With blood seeping from her forehead, Wu Qi and Wu Chusheng momentarily halted their discussion about Liang Yu to tend to her wounds. In the main group, the atmosphere reached a zenith with Liang Yu's participation. After showering the group with red envelopes, he fell silent, while the homeowners remained unperturbed, continuing to discuss their future aspirations amidst the unrelenting downpour. This torrential rain persisted for an astonishing 7 days. The prolonged and intense rainfall caused the water levels to rise dramatically. Now, the second floors of all buildings within the community lay submerged. However, there was a silver lining. This water level allowed many undamaged food packages to float to the surface, some even drifting into the neighborhood. This has instilled a glimmer of hope among the homeowners. Just 3 days ago, many of them were subsisting on a mere single meal each day. They had contemplated venturing out in search of food. Yet the current water levels rendered such efforts futile until food began to float into their line of sight. It was only then that the starving homeowners gradually fashioned makeshift rescue equipment to salvage provisions. Through their diligent foraging, they have managed to endure thus far, with some emergency supplies still remaining at home. At night, the majority typically refrain from venturing out to gather resources. Instead, large groups of homeowners engage in discussions regarding the official response. Prompted by one homeowner who received word from a friend that officials had begun to gradually assist those affected by the disaster. This individual's friend had already received official aid and inquired whether they too had been granted assistance. While this matter might have been instinctively forgotten in the absence of discussion, it now emerged as a beacon of hope at a critical juncture. However, upon its mention, the homeowners erupted into a flurry of queries. For 02 Yi Yuan, what is going on? Why have we not seen any official aid? 1202 Wu Ju, I just asked friends in other communities, and they haven't seen anything either. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Antley stepped forward to calm the crowd. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. Everyone, please listen. Our property management has received a call from the officials. They are already assisting other communities and will gradually reach us. Let us patiently await their arrival and take care of ourselves in the meantime. 1701 Dang Yicheng. Antley, are you certain that the property management has received official news? Could you forward the message for us to see? Antley glared at the chat history on her phone, angered by Dang Yicheng's remarks, which seemed to mirror those of that little scoundrel Liang Yu, as if he were deliberately antagonizing her. Yet, recalling the words of property manager Wang Yong, she steadied herself and responded once more in the group chat. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. This is the notification we received from the property management. Information is relayed through layers. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the property administrators of other buildings. Her statement rendered the group silent. No one was foolish enough to fully trust Antley's words, yet they dared not voice their skepticism at this moment. In contrast, Liang Yu, anticipating the unfolding events, sought to stir the waters. He shared screenshots from the previous instance when Wu Chuxing and others had moved supplies, tagging Li Kaiwa in the chat. 1001 Liang Yu. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. Antley, I truly have nothing left to eat. Please sell me some of your food at a price, any amount. You cannot claim you have no food. We are neighbors. Despite our past grievances, you cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. If I perish from hunger, the blame rests squarely on you. You would be a murderer. Moreover, with the abundance of provisions you possess, what harm would it be to sell me a portion, ensuring that I do not succumb to starvation? When Liang Yu disseminated the screenshots, a multitude of individuals hastily clicked to view them. And Liang Yu's images were of exceptionally high definition, capturing the features of several individuals with remarkable clarity. The homeowners were unfamiliar with the other four individuals, however. One among them was distinctly recognizable, Wu Chuxing, the son of Li Kaiwa. Upon seeing Wu Chuxing, the other homeowners became convinced of Liang Yu's assertions that Li Kaiwa's household was indeed stocked with copious amounts of food. This revelation sparked a flurry of thoughts among the remaining homeowners. Particularly with Liang Yu as the ringleader, the astute homeowners quickly grasped the implications of Liang Yu's words, subsequently engaging in the conversation by tagging Antley. Chapter 16. Those bound by morality can never justify themselves. 602 Fong Meijun. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. Dear Shaoli, my husband and I do not require much. Just 4 packs of instant noodles would suffice. At our age, we cannot consume much. And those 4 packs could sustain us for a few more days, perhaps until official aid arrives. 602 by Kaixio. Indeed, Shaoli, we only need 4 packs of noodles. Look at the abundance of food in the photos. Distributing just 4 packs to us would hardly make a difference. You could forego a meal. And those 4 packs would allow us to endure for several days. Originally, Liang Yu had intended to go out and purchase supplies, but the addition of certain shameless old rogues from 602 compelled the owners to retract their statements and re-edit their pleas. 1801 Xie Jiarong. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. Dear Antley, there are 3 of us here, and we hope you can provide us with 9 packs of instant noodles. I am a broadcaster, and in return, I will share your generous act of aiding the elderly in need across the internet. With further publicity, your heroic deeds could become known throughout the city. And perhaps even reporters will seek you out for interviews, and official leaders may wish to meet you. It must be said that Xie Jiarong from the 18th floor possesses an astute understanding of human emotions. Her grandiose promises were compelling enough to sway even Li Kaiwa. After all, she believed that this calamity would soon pass, and if her fate unfolded as Xie Jiarong suggested, her later years would be free from worry about sustenance. However, her husband Wu Chi's words shattered her illusions. My dear, do we truly have such an abundance of supplies? Do not harbor such thoughts. We may only have enough to last a few days. If you give it away, what shall we eat? At that moment, Li Kaiwa remained somewhat obstinate. Nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of this? I know my own capabilities. I will not give them anything. Wu Chi said nothing in response. He merely sighed quietly. Soon, another message echoed in the group. 701 Kai Linlen. Antley, I am 4 months pregnant, and we have no food at home. Please have pity on me. We have been out of supplies for a day. If there is nothing left to eat, I fear for my baby's safety. Surely, you do not wish for any misfortune to befall my child. With a few examples set forth, many others in the group began to join in the requests directed at Antley, regardless of whether they were genuinely in need or not. They did not inquire about the state of Li Kaiwa's household. They simply followed the lead of those who initiated the demands. In the fortress, Liang Yu could not help but chuckle at the pressure the owners were exerting on Antley. As he laughed, a message from Shaluobwa Lanling arrived. Brother Yu, may I discuss something with you? Is that all right? Upon receiving the message from Lan Ling, coupled with the previous remarks from the pregnant Kai Linlin in the group, Liang Yu did not need to speculate to understand the situation at hand. He decisively refused. No, do not even think about it. Have you forgotten the words I shared with you? If you dare to go behind my back or fail to adhere to my instructions, I will revoke your access rights and confine you within the house. Lan Ling, upon reading Liang Yu's response, felt a surge of irritation. Yet she comprehended that he was acting in her best interest. Throughout these days, she had refrained from speaking in the group, remaining a silent observer. Even during the recent flurry of red envelopes distributed in the group, she had resisted the temptation to claim one. After days of observation, she had come to trust Liang Yu's words, realizing that the impending period would be marked by scarcity of food and water. She could only silently apologize to Kai Lin, the expectant mother. At that moment, she noticed a new message from Liang Yu. Little radish, I have prepared warm clothing for you in your storage room. Additionally, there is a heater. It comes with an instruction manual, and you can operate it according to the guidelines provided. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. Moreover, I have supplied the heater with 5 energy sources, each capable of lasting approximately 2 days. Once depleted, you can only replenish them with electricity or sunlight, so remember to place them outside for recharging. These 5 energy sources are currently fully charged and should suffice for a considerable time. Lan Ling felt a warmth in her heart upon reading this. Yet the response she sent back was a playful emoji. All right, I understand. I will go and take a look right now. Having concluded her communication with Lan Ling, Liang Yu turned his attention to the group chat, where Antley was persistently explaining the food situation. Property 1601, Likaiwa. Dear neighbors, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply that my household is genuinely devoid of food at present. The image shared was taken a week ago when my son returned, and that little scoundrel, Liang Yu, deliberately captured it to frame me. Like you all, my supplies have long been exhausted, and we barely survive on the meager provisions my son manages to salvage from his outings. There are days when we struggle to have even a single meal. I have lost over 10 pounds during this time. 602, by Kaishio, Littlely. It is not that I doubt your word, but your claims lack credibility. How about we all visit your home, and perhaps create something for you that the younger generation would enjoy? 1202 Wuju, a live stream. Those who go to Antley's house can broadcast live in the group, allowing everyone to witness the reality. If indeed there is no food, we will have nothing further to say. 602, by Kaishio. Yes, exactly, a live stream. Littlely, what do you think? I will advocate for you. As long as you permit someone to enter and broadcast live to prove that you truly lack food, I will be the first to stand against anyone who troubles you. Upon reading the messages in the group, Antley felt increasingly restless. She could hardly allow anyone inside. After all, her household did possess a significant amount of stored food, and should the group members discover it, not a single grain would remain. At that moment, Antley's son, Wu Chusheng, stepped forward. What is this? Are you all conspiring to bully my mother? Do you truly believe I am powerless? He exclaimed. Subsequently, he shared a photograph of a cleaver alongside 4 of his associates in the group chat. If anyone wishes to come to my home for food, feel free to inform me, and I shall consult with my brothers regarding your request. His intent was unmistakably threatening, and at that juncture, he specifically tagged Liang Yu. 1001 Liang Yu. It is you, you little wretch, who instigated this matter. Prepare yourself. I am heading to your home right now. Chapter 17. The oncoming cold wave. After expressing his thoughts in the group, no homeowner dared to voice their demands for supplies from Antley again. Liang Yu found it amusing when he noticed Wu Chusheng mentioning him in the chat. Liang Yu remarked, Wu Chusheng, have you been competing with the downstairs dog for food? What a foul odor. Even from afar, it is suffocating. Moreover, you yourself are a brute, bearing the name of a beast, yet you dare to label others as such. I have no desire to be like you, squabbling over scraps with a dog all day. If you wish to eat, do so alone. Do not involve me, for I do not relish such fare. In the corridor, Wu Chusheng, upon reading Liang Yu's message, was infuriated. He seized the machete in his hand and swung it violently against the wall, nearly injuring one of his subordinates. Witnessing their leader's rage, the younger men eagerly suggested teaching Liang Yu a lesson, proposing to break his limbs. One even suggested they should use Liang Yu as a target for their machete, feeding him his own severed appendages. Wu Chusheng found this idea rather satisfying and immediately decided to act on it. A group of 5 soon arrived at Liang Yu's door. Wu Chusheng took a picture at the entrance and shared it in the group. Wu Chusheng, 1001 Liang Yu. Little beast, I have arrived. If you open the door now and lick our shoe soles clean, we can consider this matter settled. At this moment, Liang Yu had already activated his surveillance, observing the scene in front of his door. Upon seeing Wu Chusheng's message, he resolved to remain hidden nearby and collect some interest first. It would be too easy to let Wu Chusheng off the hook now. Searching through his backpack, Liang Yu retrieved a large water gun. After donning protective gear, he activated his invisibility and teleportation abilities, continuously gathering contaminated water from the surroundings. 5 minutes later, he returned home, holding a water gun filled with energy. A sense of accomplishment swelling within him. He was confident that the water within was superior, if not equal, to the miraculous water from Brother 21's home. Dubbing it Holy Water 2.0. Upon teleporting back home, he soon heard the sound of Wu Chuxing and his companions banging on the door. Fortunately, the quality of the doors in his complex was decent enough that they could not break through immediately. Liang Yu promptly teleported to the entrance of Unit 1002 and, remaining invisible, approached the group from behind. As they looked on, mouths agape, Liang Yu seized the opportunity. He aimed his water gun at Wu Chuxing and pulled the trigger. A steady stream of water gushing forth. With Liang Yu's relentless assault, the water gun swung back and forth, dousing their mouths, eyes, ears, and nostrils with holy water 2.0. After completing this, Liang Yu teleported to a distance, discarded the water gun and his protective gear into a nearby body of water, and returned to his fortress. Ugh. Wu Gu, where did this water come from? And the smell is simply unbearable. The 5 individuals in a single line could no longer endure the situation, particularly due to the pervasive odor that filled the air. Each breath they took seemed to draw the scent deeper into their bodies, coupled with the stench emanating from themselves. Their tolerance had reached its limit. At this moment, Wu Chuxing spoke up. Brothers, let us depart. We shall return to the 17th floor, clean it thoroughly, and then deal with this wretched creature. Liang Yu, observing their retreat via the surveillance feed, took the liberty to tag Wu Chuxing in the group chat. 1001 Liang Yu. 1601 Wu Chuxing, you beast, why have you left? You linger outside my door without coming in. Moreover, I warned you against competing with Wonkai for food. Yet you refused to heed my advice. Now look, you're relieving yourself right at my doorstep, and the stench is delightful for you, I suppose. Noticing the lack of a response, Liang Yu soon lost interest. An hour later, the temperature began to drop. The residents opened their balconies, and the breeze that entered their homes brought with it a hint of chill. Before long, some residents noticed that even their frequent exhalations in the cold air were visible as white puffs. They moved towards their balconies, intending to close the doors, only to discover that the torrential rain had ceased and snowflakes were now drifting from the sky. The once quiet resident group chat buzzed with activity. For 02 Yuan, what on earth happened? Why has the weather turned so frigid so suddenly? Thankfully, I had my winter coat stored in the wardrobe. 1501 Su Tai. Indeed. It's only August, when we usually swelter in heat. I can hardly believe I'm wearing 2 sweaters along with a down jacket just to feel warm. 1701 Deng Yicheng. Spare me the details. I've already caught a cold. I was sleeping with the air conditioning on and was abruptly awakened by the cold. Now, I cannot stop the flow of my nose. 1201 Song He. I'm faring worse than you all. My air conditioner only cools. With this sudden chill, I've resorted to a hot water bottle and dare not leave my bed. 1502 Dong Yuding. The weather is utterly bizarre. The temperature outside must be below freezing. Everyone should prepare themselves. The external unit of the air conditioning 1T lasts long. Liang Yu glanced at the chatter but chose not to delve further, as it was primarily filled with complaints. Time ticked away, and soon the clock's hour hand pointed to 12. Suddenly, the sky grew tumultuous. The once gently falling snowflakes transformed into a chaotic storm. A fierce wind mingled with dense snowflakes, seemingly intent on engulfing the world, as heavy snow cascaded from the heavens, blanketing the entire city in white. At this moment, Liang Yu sat comfortably within his fortress, a cup of hot tea in hand, reclining in a rocking chair on the rooftop, observing the scene unfold before him. The external temperature had no bearing on his sanctuary. He estimated that many would perish this night. However, it was fortunate that the drop in temperature had not occurred in the dead of night, granting many a reprieve. Those most likely to succumb that night would be those of weaker constitution. Liang Yu took out his wrist device and inquired, "What is the current temperature outside?" Before him, the wristband projected a luminous screen, revealing a message. Upon inspection, the current outdoor temperature is 27 degrees. Liang Yu calculated that the temperature, which had originally been above 10 degrees, had plummeted to a chilling minus 27 degrees, resulting in a staggering drop of nearly 50 degrees overnight. Gazing at the extraordinary weather, he could not help but marvel at the formidable power of nature. Fortunately, he possessed a modulator. Otherwise, even with foreknowledge of the impending apocalypse, he would have been unable to savor the comforts of his current existence. Contemplating this, he hastily poured the tea into his mouth. Alas, he quickly spat it out. In a flurry, he retrieved ice cubes from his backpack and stuffed them into his mouth. In his haste, he had failed to notice the scalding temperature and inadvertently burned his tongue. Chapter 18. Unfathomable exposure. Liang Yu found himself troubled, having scalded his tongue while attempting to sip tea. Meanwhile, the online world had descended into chaos, the official servers overwhelmed by the populace's frenzy. A global chill was settling in, reminiscent of the impending apocalypse. Unbeknownst to them, This drop in temperature was merely the beginning. Over the next 1 to 3 days, the cold would persist in its descent. At that juncture, the world would no longer be divided into two poles, for all would endure temperatures hovering around minus 70 degrees. Liang Yu was acutely aware that systems for water supply, heating, gas, and electricity would soon collapse in succession. In the northern regions, the situation was somewhat bearable, as most inhabitants possessed ample experience in braving the cold and had a variety of winter supplies at hand. However, in the south, where it was currently August, the climate was transitioning from late summer to early autumn. For those laborers working away from home, their wardrobes consisted solely of flimsy garments suited for the milder seasons, leaving them ill-prepared for the impending freeze. On the first night of the cold wave, as the frigid winds howled, the dawn of the second day arrived. Liang Yu, lost in dreams, was roused by the ringing of his bracelet. In a haze, he instinctively answered the call, unaware of the caller's identity. As the call connected, silence lingered on his end. He had yet to fully awaken, his consciousness still shrouded in fog. However, the voice on the other end could not afford to wait, trembling slightly as it spoke. Liang, President Liang, I apologize for disturbing you so early. Liang Yu merely responded with a single syllable, reaching for the cup of water on his nightstand. In a moment of clumsiness, he knocked it over, the suddenness jolting him fully awake. This is Liu Mo. May I inquire if it would be possible for me to stay at your doomsday fortress for a few days? The weather is unbearably cold. Awakening to Liu Mo's request, Liang Yu could not help but chuckle. I'm afraid it's not convenient, Director Liu. With that, he promptly ended the call. Though he harbored a strong desire to invite Liu Mo in, her figure and beauty rendering him somewhat parched, he was no saint and possessed his own desires. However, allowing anyone into his sanctuary was utterly out of the question. This place was his refuge, his bastion of safety, and he would permit no one to trespass. Still feeling a twinge of concern, Liang Yu adjusted the surveillance to focus on Liu Mo. He observed her concluding their conversation, now huddled with several company employees, wrapped like Zongzi around a small stove, deep in discussion. Liu Mo remarked, Liang Yu rejected my request outright, offering no explanation, and hung up with remarkable decisiveness. At that moment, Liu Mo's assistant, Wen Qin, spoke up. Director Liu, I believe Liang Yu must know something. Otherwise, why would he have insisted we complete our work a month in advance? Wen Qin, I firmly believe that he must have ample provisions at home. If we could gain entry, we would no longer have to endure this frigid weather. Team member Wanchu, Liu, I share your sentiment. Perhaps you could make an effort to communicate once more. After all, we are the architects of that apocalyptic fortress. I believe it should not pose a problem for us to stay there for a while, considering its vast expanse. A few more of us would hardly make a difference. Yu Zhou, however, possesses a clearer perspective, given his 40 years of life experience. Yu Zhou, one cannot simply state it that way. After all, he is paid for it, and at double the rate, no less. Our responsibility lies solely in providing the product. How it is utilized post-purchase is beyond our jurisdiction. Another team member, Hu Yu, expresses a bolder notion. Hu Yu, what if we were to occupy that space once we gain entry? Wouldn't our future existence be quite comfortable? Hu Yu, in this dreadful weather, we haven't even caught a glimpse of the officials. I have lost all hope in them, and with this abnormal climate, I truly feel that the end times are upon us. There is no other explanation for such a drastic drop in temperature. The remaining members, Zheng Wan and Li Yanan, stare at Hu Yu as if he were a fool, particularly Zheng Wan, who knows that the apocalyptic fortress was derived from his own design. With just the few of them and their current tools, it seems impossible to breach even the first 10-meter-high barrier. The group continues to debate, each voice unable to sway the others. Liu Mo remains silent, contemplating their words. Yet, they are not the only individuals interested in the Liang Yu apocalyptic fortress. The owners are also discussing the matter in their group chat. Zhou Kai, everyone, does anyone know what the situation is with that recently completed house? I just looked down from the 17th floor, and the central house is surrounded by 2 layers of walls. Xiao Luo, it seems that not many are aware of this. But I believe one person must know, Property Manager Wang Yong. Property Manager Wang Yong. To be honest, I am not entirely sure. However, this matter likely pertains to Mr. Liang Yu. If you seek further details, you may inquire. Subsequently, many other owners from different buildings began to Liang Yu, but he chose to ignore them entirely. Having just dealt with the messages in the main group, he noticed someone in the larger chat. 702 Li Yilan, 1001 Liang Yu, Liang Yu. I heard that the large house next door belongs to you. Liang Yu does not seem to recall this individual, likely not having encountered her before. At this moment, Liang Yu responds to her message. 1001 Liang Yu, speak plainly. Li Yilan, having no desire for small talk, states her intent directly. 702 Li Yilan, since that large house is yours, you must have stocked up on food. Just name your price. I want half of your provisions. 1001 Liang Yu, are you out of your mind? 1001 Liang Yu. Setting aside whether that house is indeed mine, I am currently struggling with intermittent meals. How could I possibly sell you any food? 1001 Liang Yu. Do you realize the immense value of food today? With wealth, one can procure sustenance. I am willing to pay 5 times the price. Who among you can sell me some food? At this moment, Li Yilan remained silent, while another individual interjected. 1202 Wu Ju. Liang Yu, I strongly advise you to share your provisions with everyone. Do not assume I am unaware. Your household possesses an abundance of food. During the latter days of last month, your home received a continuous stream of takeout deliveries. 1202 Wu Ju. Cease your pretense. I have been monitoring your residence closely. Even installing a camera in the hallway. You have not ventured out in search of food during this time. 1202 Wu Ju. The only plausible explanation is that you possess a substantial quantity of food at home. Do you have anything further to say? Chapter 19. The duet of Antley and Hu Jiyun. Upon witnessing Wu Jueju's deductions, Liang Yu flooded the group chat with a series of applause emojis. Liang Yu, Wu Ju, your analysis is truly remarkable. It is a pity that this segment of reasoning will not be presented to Uncle Hat. Liang Yu, thus, all that you have articulated is merely your own conjecture, devoid of any substantial evidence. Liang Yu, I am aware that I have offended Antley recently. The old hag surely harbors a grudge against me. I did not anticipate her retaliation to come so swiftly. How much have you accepted from Antley to conspire against me? Liang Yu, property manager Li Kaiwa, cease your pretense. I know you are lurking in the shadows. Despite your household being stocked with provisions, you now seek to malign me. Do you think I am unaware of your food reserves? At this juncture, Liang Yu shared a screenshot evidencing the food supplies at Antley's residence, having conducted thorough research beforehand. Once this image was disseminated, the homeowners in the group could no longer remain passive. Many who had been silent emerged in response to Liang Yu's revelation. Wu Ju, observing the ensuing chaos, remained steadfast in his pursuit of Liang Yu. Wu Ju, everyone, do not be deceived by him. This could very well be his own stockpiled supplies, utilized to frame Antley. What evidence does he possess to prove that these are not his provisions, but rather those of Antley? In the fortified bastion of the apocalypse, Liang Yu merely scoffed at this retort. The self-evident trap remained a matter of personal accountability, regardless of any proofs offered. Thus, Liang Yu chose to disregard his opponent's musings. The matter was settled. Whether they believed him or not was inconsequential. He had successfully stirred trouble for Antley, even if he found himself among the list of victims. Following the image's release, numerous homeowners privately added Liang Yu on WeChat, most inquiring about the contents of the image. A few even demanded food from him, insisting that he deliver it within 30 minutes, threatening immediate online harassment should he fail to comply. Liang Yu was taken aback to find that the individuals were the streamers from the 18th floor, Hu Jian, Wu Pei, and Xie Jiarong. Without a moment's hesitation, he ushered them into a private chat room, determined not to release them. Contemplating the frigid temperatures outside, plummeting to 40 degrees below zero, Liang Yu marveled at how these individuals had not succumbed to the cold, appearing particularly energetic. It was evident they had stockpiled significant supplies during the floods. Furthermore, it seemed their heating was still reliant on gas and electricity. Liang Yu eagerly anticipated the expressions they would wear 3 days hence when gas would be rendered unusable, and electricity, hindered by freezing conditions, could only be barely sustained through nuclear energy. The impending power restrictions would strip people of their heating methods, forcing them to revert to firewood for warmth. Yet, one could hardly expect an entire building, let alone the surrounding community, to possess sufficient combustible materials to sustain so many individuals. With this thought, Liang Yu's smile grew ever brighter. Just then, the incessant notifications from the group disrupted his reverie. Upon checking, he discovered that Antley was attempting to reassure the homeowners. Attention, all homeowners. We have received a notification from the street office and the community committee. Our property management will be responsible for the unified management of all homeowners and will also convey important announcements. In light of the recent floods and cold wave, we have initiated measures for cold wave prevention. It is imperative that all homeowners pay heed to the following points and hold steadfast until official assistance arrives. Firstly, due to the exceptionally frigid weather, we urge all homeowners to don additional warm clothing. Furthermore, the city's electricity consumption has surged significantly. Hence, please refrain from setting air conditioning temperatures too high to conserve energy and alleviate the strain on the power supply. Secondly, we implore everyone to have faith in the government and its officials, who are committed to safeguarding the lives and property of the populace and managing the distribution of supplies judiciously. Please refrain from harboring thoughts of profiting from this national crisis. Thirdly, do not spread or believe in rumors, particularly those pertaining to apocalyptic scenarios. Any such dissemination will be duly noted for future accountability. Fourthly, Property management in various regions is tasked with ensuring the personal safety of homeowners while overseeing the allocation of resources. After Misley shared this message, there was a considerable wait before anyone began to respond. Received. I have complete faith in the authorities. I maintain that there is no impending apocalypse. Received. 1601 Property Manager Li Kaiwa. I recall an incident. I must report Liang Yu from Unit 1001 for maliciously hoarding a substantial amount of supplies. I suspect he intends to profit from this catastrophe. Indeed, I can attest to this. I still possess the video evidence from when he was gathering supplies outside, which I will share with you now. QS 15132X MP4, as the video uploaded by Xie Jiarong circulated. More individuals emerged to corroborate the claims against Liang Yu for his unscrupulous accumulation of resources with the intention of exploiting the situation. At that moment, Liang Yu had donned a modified inner lining and hastily clothed himself in an outer garment. After making these preparations, he wielded a nearly 2-meter-long machete and instantaneously appeared at his residence within the community. Subsequently, he rearranged the furniture and left 3 bags of instant noodles and several sausages in the kitchen, casually placing a box of fireworks in a strategic location within his backpack for easy access. After a thorough inspection, he found everything in order and tagged a few individuals in the group chat who were known for causing trouble, those who can only celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival alone. Come forth. Are you all accusing me of maliciously hoarding food? Come to my house. I will open the door for you to search. If you find the hoarded supplies you allege, they will all belong to you. However, if you do not, every person who enters for the search must provide me with 2 packets of instant noodles and 4 sausages. Upon reading Liang Yu's messages, Ms. Li assumed he was backing down. At this moment, she organized a group of people, including her son and several younger companions, and approached Liang Yu's door. Upon witnessing Liang Yu opening the door, clad in attire reminiscent of a zongzi, the onlookers approached him one by one. As they drew near, Liang Yu forcefully kicked a cardboard box towards their feet, brandishing a formidable cleaver in his hand. This bold display sent a wave of terror through them. The leader, Madame Li, surveyed the scene with trepidation. Liang Yu, what do you intend to do? Murder is a crime. Liang Yu, unwavering, kept the blade directed at them, articulating each word with precision. Enter and search. As per the group's request, place the instant noodles and ham into this box, and you may proceed inside. Should you refuse, you might find my cleaver quite persuasive. Alternatively, even if you comply and fail to retrieve what you seek, you shall still have to contend with my blade. Chapter 20. The first strike of Liang Yu in the post-apocalyptic world. As Liang Yu wielded the cleaver, the homeowners instinctively took a step back in trepidation. However, Antley's son and his 4 cohorts erupted in laughter, swaggering towards Liang Yu. They brazenly approached, elongating their necks and mockingly mimicking a knife at their throats, daring him. Come on, if you're so formidable, here is my neck. Do you have the courage to proceed? One of Wu Chuxing's subordinates, emboldened by the belief that Liang Yu would not dare to strike him down, displayed an audacious demeanor. The homeowners, emboldened by this bravado, began to advance towards Liang Yu's abode. Perceiving the escalating situation, Liang Yu, without a moment's hesitation, swung his weapon not at the neck, but rather at the shoulder of the insolent thug. The cleaver, modified for unparalleled sharpness, met no resistance as it descended. Liang Yu felt no feedback from the impact, yet the display of his might visibly startled both the homeowners and Wu Chuxing's gang. Observing that no one was injured, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "No worries, he wouldn't dare to truly harm anyone. It's merely an intimidation tactic." This indicates he must possess a substantial stock of food, intending to deter us from entering. In this era of law and order, I refuse to believe he would actually commit murder. At that moment, a sudden sound reverberated, thud. The crowd heard the unmistakable sound of something falling, followed by agonizing cries. "Ah, my hand. It's so cold. Help me, please. My hand has been severed. Quickly, call 120. It can still be reattached." As the crowd gazed upon the severed hand, a chill coursed through them. Liang Yu truly possessed the audacity to act. Due to the frigid temperature, the wound had frozen, preventing excessive bleeding. However, the exposed injury was increasingly ravaged by the cold, causing the warmth within the thug's body to dissipate rapidly. In a flurry, another thug hastily removed a garment to bandage the wound, while the others, including Wu Chuxing and several homeowners, contributed their clothing. Thus, the injured thug was escorted away by 2 of his comrades. Liang Yu turned his gaze towards the remaining individuals. Once again, I reiterate, if you wish to enter, you must comply with my terms. At that juncture, a shaken Antley spoke up. Liang Yu, how dare you inflict such harm, grievously wounding someone? You are finished. I will report you to the authorities. Without a moment's pause, Liang Yu retaliated with a resounding slap across Antley's face. Wu Chusheng, witnessing Liang Yu's audacity in striking his own mother, was immediately incensed and prepared to charge. However, the menacing cleaver directed at him quelled his bravado in an instant. Observing that Antley had merely received a single blow, with no swelling yet apparent, Liang Yu felt a sense of injustice. Alas, my perfectionism compels me, Antley. You ought to be grateful to me. As he spoke, another blow landed on the face opposite him. Soon, Liang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was much more symmetrical. It was a pity that the person had just fled, or else he could have severed the other hand for perfect balance. Hearing Liang Yu's words, the homeowners were struck with terror. Having been born in a time of peace, they had never witnessed such events. Now, it was too late to run, and they understood that Liang Yu would not allow them to leave unscathed. Liang Yu regarded them. What is this? No longer searching, are we? Come. Let us initiate a group live stream to serve as testimony. At that moment, the individual being addressed was Wu Ju from room 1202. Wu Ju forced a smile. Brother Liang, I truly lack the supplies you seek. Your rule is that one must provide supplies to enter. Upon hearing Wu Ju's words, the remaining homeowners voiced their agreement. Yes, we brought no supplies. Indeed, without supplies, we cannot enter. Liang Yu anticipated their responses. Silence. You all claim to have brought no supplies, correct? He then pointed to one of Wu Ju's subordinates. You, go to Antley's house and fetch the corresponding food items, quickly. You few, upon returning, ensure you repay Antley with the appropriate quantities. I pride myself on being a reasonable person when it comes to my dealings. After speaking, he observed that the subordinate he pointed at remained motionless. Raising the machete in his hand, he aimed it at Antley. Can you hear what I'm saying? At that moment, Wu Ju instructed his subordinate. Do as he says. Soon, the subordinate rushed back with a box of instant noodles in his arms. Liang Yu checked the quantity and confirmed it, even counting it out for the homeowners to see. Well, the count is correct. You may enter. Whoever it is. Remember to start the live stream and invite everyone in the group to witness whether I have supplies at home. At this point, Wu Ju dared not object. He had been the most vocal in the group and feared that Liang Yu might take offense and strike him. He promptly followed Liang Yu's instructions, making sure to tag each person in the group. In no time, the live stream attracted numerous homeowners who tuned in to watch Liang Yu's food inspection. As they entered, the search extended from the living room to the study, bathroom, bedroom, and kitchen. They even smashed a section of the wall tiles in their quest. Ultimately, they found only the instant noodles and ham that Liang Yu had deliberately left behind. At this juncture, Liang Yu addressed the group. You see how I have been treated. And yet some still dare to slander me. However, I am fortunate that their arrival has allowed me to acquire a box of instant noodles. The group members' eyes lit up at the sight of Liang Yu's box of instant noodles and ham. This was precisely the effect Liang Yu desired. Thus, in front of them, he produced 3 packets of instant noodles and 6 pieces of ham. Esteemed homeowners, I shall take only these. I have decided to donate the remaining food, placing it under Antley's management. Madam Li kindly prepared a pot of noodles for everyone, allowing us to savor a warm meal during this frigid time. This gesture was my humble token of appreciation. At that moment, Liang Yu concluded the live broadcast. He then unceremoniously kicked a box of instant noodles out the door, brandishing a knife as he instructed Madam Li to pick it up, capturing the moment in a photograph that he shared in the group chat. Everyone, the food has been entrusted to Madam Li. Once this was accomplished, Liang Yu began to usher people out. The other homeowners, witnessing Liang Yu's insistence, fled in haste, fearful of incurring his wrath. Only Madam Li, Wu Chusheng, and a young subordinate remained. Under Madam Li's menacing gaze, Liang Yu shut the door, barricading it with all the furniture he could find. After completing these tasks, he swiftly teleported back to the apocalyptic fortress, stowing away his garments in his backpack. Chapter 21. Wu Chusheng's reckoning with the homeowners at this moment. Antley and her son stood outside Liang Yu's door, their hearts heavy as they gazed at the box of instant noodles in their hands. Wu Chusheng, on the other hand, was consumed with fury. These provisions had been painstakingly gathered through arduous searches for food. He had intended for them to last his family at least half a month, and now they were so carelessly squandered. Upon returning with Antley, he looked at the 3 remaining subordinates before him. What has happened to Xiaozhang? He inquired. The others shook their heads in response. Since their return, he had lapsed into a coma, suffering from a persistent high fever of unknown origin despite having been given antipyretics. They could only wait and see what tomorrow would bring. Wu Chusheng pressed further. Is there any connection between the police and the hospital? Wu Go, we tried reaching out earlier, but we couldn't get through at all. Upon hearing this, Wu Chusheng grasped the situation, and the reason for Liang Yu's reckless actions became clear to him. Turning to the 3 remaining subordinates, he posed a question that caught them off guard. Do you wish to survive? The group, taken aback by the suddenness of the inquiry, responded earnestly. Yes. We dream of surviving. Pleased with their answer, Wu Chusheng drew his machete. Come, arm yourselves and follow me. It is that scoundrel Liang Yu who has brought us to this plight. Now, the homeowners in the community are demanding food from our family. And if we distribute what little we have left, we will surely starve. If we refuse, we will be overwhelmed by their numbers. And the four of us cannot contend with so many. We must first eliminate one of them to establish our dominance. Hesitation lingered among the subordinates. Wu Gu. Wouldn't killing be too extreme? After all, one of them began, but Wu Chusheng interrupted. I understand your concerns. You have already experienced the futility of trying to contact help. It's been too long, and no rescue has arrived. Our food supplies are dwindling to survive. We must take this course of action. Otherwise, we will find ourselves with no options left. Noticing their lingering doubts, Wu Chusheng added, You need not worry. If there is any fallout, place the blame solely on me. I will bear it alone. With his words resonating, the remaining three subordinates grasped their own machetes. Wu Gu. Tell us whom we should target first. We will follow your lead, for the sake of survival. At that moment, Antley approached, having overheard her son's words. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, she understood that the entire family required sustenance, and the depletion of their supplies would not be sustainable for long. Therefore, she supported Wu Chusheng's proposition, recognizing the urgency of their situation. I suggest you go to the 10th floor. That scoundrel lives across from a newlywed couple who likely have a substantial amount of food. I noticed them purchasing numerous snacks not long ago. They should still have plenty left. After dealing with them, we can also eliminate that scoundrel Liang Yu. No, my son, bring him back with his limbs broken. I will personally torment him and record it to share with everyone. This is the consequence of opposing me. Once the target was confirmed, Wu Chusheng, accompanied by his subordinate, headed to the 10th floor. Just as Liang Yu returned to the fortress, he received a video call request from Lan Ling instantly. Liang Yu realized she had misunderstood. He decisively accepted the call. Upon seeing Liang Yu's current appearance, Lan Ling forgot everything she intended to say. Brother Yu, why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? How could you wear so little at a time like this? Hearing her words, Liang Yu rolled up his sleeves to showcase his muscular physique. Look, Brother Yu is quite robust. He then held up a thermometer in front of Lan Ling. The indoor temperature is 20 degrees. It's comfortable, and I hardly feel the chill. Little Radish, is your indoor temperature very low? Lan Ling hurriedly shook her head. No, Brother Yu. The warm clothes and heating equipment you left for me are sufficient. My room is also above 10 degrees. I just feel a bit cold and prefer to wear more. At this point, Lan Ling remembered the purpose of her call. Brother Yu, I watched your live stream. You really have no food left at home. Come to my place. I haven't even finished a fraction of the food you gave me. Liang Yu smiled and raised his hand to reveal a pile of food before turning the video to show her. Little Radish, look, my food is hidden away. They can't find it. You needn't worry about me. Rather, you should be concerned for yourself. Do you still remember what I said? Lan Ling repeated his words, and Liang Yu nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a message popped up in the group chat, and Liang Yu, noticing Lan Ling's reaction in the video, opened the group message. Soon after, he heard Lan Ling scream, filled with terror. With a quivering voice, she said, Brother Yu, quickly check the group. Someone has died. Liang Yu opened the group message to find a video and several images sent by Wu Chusheng. The images depicted a man lying on the ground, blood pooling around him, visibly frozen in the cold temperature. Liang Yu clicked on the video, where Wu Chusheng, accompanied by two subordinates wielding fire axes, was relentlessly hacking at the door of room 1002. Inside, a man's voice could be heard scolding and warning Wu Chusheng, even threatening to call the authorities if they did not desist. This only elicited laughter from Wu Chusheng and his companions, prompting them to intensify their efforts to breach the door. Soon, the door to 1002 was shattered, and Wu Chusheng's two subordinates subdued the male occupant, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Two underlings restrained one of his hands, rendering the master of 1002 powerless to resist. Ultimately, they witnessed Wu Chusheng skillfully and decisively slash his throat, followed by several stabs to his heart, leaving him discarded upon the ground. The ensuing silence was shattered by the piercing scream of the mistress and the sinister laughter of Wu Chusheng and his companions. The video abruptly ended at this point. Liang Yu, having absorbed the scene, fell into deep contemplation, realizing that his presence had caused history to veer off course. A series of murders that were originally set to commence in approximately 10 days had instead unfolded prematurely. Astonishingly, the first victims were the very couple seated across from him. Chapter 22. A subtle move. As Liang Yu pondered, new messages erupted in the group chat, all concerning him. 1601 Wu Chusheng. 1001 Liang Yu, you little beast. Don't be anxious, you're next. Rest assured, I won't let you die easily. Upon reading this, Liang Yu felt no particular emotion. Instead, he responded with a universally recognized gesture. After addressing that matter, he resumed his video call with Lan Ling. Little radish, don't worry, I'm fine here. He can't do anything to me. But you see now why I warned you. Remember, under no circumstances should you open the door or step outside. For now, they cannot forcibly enter your home. If anything unusual occurs, contact me immediately. Once he received Lan Ling's confirmation, Liang Yu ended the call. At this moment, he switched the surveillance feed to the entrance of his house. Wu Chuxing and his accomplices stood outside, brandishing bloody machetes. Suddenly, Liang Yu recalled something. Had Te previously administered that holy water too? Zero to them? Why did they appear unaffected? With this thought, he accessed another surveillance feed, showcasing the underling whose arm he had severed. The image revealed the young man writhing in agony on a bed, a distinct flush on his face, and upon closer inspection, early signs of skin necrosis were evident. Understanding dawned upon Liang Yu. They had not succumbed to their ailments because their own resilience and immune systems were currently maintaining a delicate equilibrium. However, should any illness or virus infiltrate their bodies, this balance would shatter, and the effects of holy water too. Zero would become apparent. Contemplating this, Liang Yu wondered how he could ensnare them without having to return himself. Reclining in his rocking chair, he was about to take a sip from his teacup when his gaze fell upon the third floor. An idea struck him. There was an external fire support room on that level. In an instant, he transported himself to the third floor. Indeed, within that room, he discovered several external artillery platforms. However, these were no ordinary platforms. After undergoing modifications, they resembled launchers. Designed for simplicity, one merely needed to load, aim, and press the launch button to operate them. Thus, Liang Yu once again pulled up the surveillance feed. At that moment, Wu Chuxing and his three companions were taking turns battering the door of Liang Yu's home. Liang Yu, you little beast, I advise you to come out. I can make it quick for you. If I have to open the door myself, you'll wish for death to be a luxury. Upon witnessing that Liang Yu remained utterly unresponsive, Wu continued, Are you playing dead? Do you think silence will spare you? With that, the intensity of their assault on the door increased. However, due to the biting cold, the four of them quickly rotated, taking turns to strike. In a short span of time, a breach had formed in Liang Yu's front door. At this moment, Liang Yu took out the remaining holy water too. Zero from the previous occasion and enveloped it within a plastic sphere, encasing it in 3 layers. This precaution was primarily to prevent any mishap during launch that might cause an explosion within the cannon. While an explosion was not particularly concerning, the thought of making a mess on himself was quite unappealing. Consequently, after pressing the switch, a faint bang resonated. And soon he observed through the surveillance screen that the sphere containing holy water too. Zero had just struck his front door. Upon impact, the sphere shattered, dispersing the holy water too. Zero in all directions. The substance splattered across Liang Yu's door and walls, as well as on Wu Chuxing and his several lackeys. At that moment, Liang Yu retrieved a large bag of chili powder made from sky peppers and added it to the sphere. With another bang, the sphere, now infused with chili powder, was launched once more, this time targeting the uppermost section of Liang Yu's door. As the onlookers pondered the origin of the sphere and the familiar scent of holy water too. Zero, another sphere soared through the air, colliding with the wall. Soon, a crimson haze enveloped the area, accompanied by the anguished cries and moans of Wu Chuxing and his companions. The most repeated exclamation that reached Liang Yu's ears was a desperate, My eyes. My eyes. Having achieved this level of retribution, Liang Yu chose not to concern himself with their plight, adhering to the ancient wisdom that suggests dealing with scoundrels in kind. Thus, with a sense of satisfaction, he returned to his rocking chair and casually opened the group chat, tagging Wu Chuxing. 1001 Liang Yu. 1601 Wu Chuxing, you little beast, what is the matter with you? Why do I hear you barking at my front door? Though I have no aversion to dogs, I certainly detest you acting like one. Liang Yu's words were not intended for Wu Chuxing alone, but rather for the other residents in Antley to witness. At this moment, Chen Qing, a resident from 901, mustered his courage to ascend to the 10th floor to investigate the commotion above. Upon reaching the stairway leading to the 10th floor, he was met with the pungent odor of chili powder. Simultaneously, the wails of Wu Chuxing and his companions began to fade, which alarmed Chen Qing into thinking the worst, that they might have perished. He hurried back to 901, locking the door behind him and gasping for breath. Seeing her boyfriend return in such a frenzy, his girlfriend, Luo Jing, inquired, What has happened to make you so distressed? Chen Qing gestured for silence before leaning in to whisper in her ear, As I ascended, I encountered an overwhelming and acrid scent of chili powder. Additionally, I heard the moans and cries of Wu Chuxing and his gang, but after I went upstairs, the sounds ceased. I suspect they may be dead. Luo Jing, upon hearing her boyfriend's explanation, couldn't help but chuckle, giving Chen Qing a playful slap on the back. Use your brain. They're not dead. They have clearly just fainted. Let it be. Heed my advice and disregard this matter, treating it as though you are unaware. Neither Wu Chuxing nor Antley are virtuous individuals. Their demise would perhaps be for the best, as you have witnessed. Today, Wu Chuxing has confronted someone opposite Liang Yu. Who knows when it might be our turn? Qian Qing, finding this reasoning compelling, began to fortify the door. The homeowners in the group observed Liang Yu's message in silence, adopting an attitude of indifference as if the matter did not concern them. In stark contrast, Antley was indeed anxious. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa, 1001 Liang Yu. You little monster, what have you done to my beloved son? Why can I not reach him? You little monster. Respond to me at once. Chapter 23. The catalyst. Upon hearing Aunt Lee's anxious inquiry, Liang Yu instinctively accessed the surveillance footage from his entrance. At that moment, the ground was strewn with chili powder, creating a vivid crimson scene that even through the screen, Liang Yu could almost feel the intense heat of the peppers. The reason he refrained from using the notoriously lethal devil pepper was primarily due to the concern of causing harm. To let them perish now would be far too lenient. He zoomed in on the footage and soon discovered that the individuals were still breathing, likely having succumbed to unconsciousness. Consequently, he adjusted the camera angle to capture a still image and shared it in the group chat, tagging Antley. Liang Yu, the vitality of today's youth is commendable. In such frigid weather, they can simply collapse in front of someone else's doorstep. I must concede defeat, as I could never bring myself to fall asleep at a stranger's threshold. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Residents from the 10th to the 16th floors were alerted, immediately understanding that Antley was heading to Liang Yu's apartment on the 10th floor in search of her son. Upon realizing that it was not Qian Qing, she did not halt abruptly at the corridor's entrance, but instead proceeded slowly. Once she descended the stairs, she rushed inside, inadvertently scattering chili powder from the floor. Despite her discomfort, Antley gritted her teeth as she observed the 4 individuals coated in chili powder. She grasped one by the arm, dragging them into the corridor. After more than 10 minutes, she finally managed to pull the 4 of them into the hallway. Suddenly, a fit of violent coughing overtook her, prompting her to instinctively cover her mouth. The moment her palm made contact with her lips, a searing sensation enveloped her skin. Quickly, she released her hand. In the cold air, the burning sensation subsided momentarily. At this juncture, Antley, disregarding the state of her unwashed hands, pressed her fingers against the acupoints of the 4 individuals. Remarkably, her efforts succeeded in rousing them from their stupor. The first thing each of them did upon awakening was to cough violently, particularly affecting their lungs, which had inhaled a considerable amount of chili powder, resulting in an overwhelming burning sensation within. Unlike the external environment where they could directly encounter the cold air, they dared not drink icy water and were left to endure the discomfort. It was then that Wu Chuxing noticed Antley. Mom, what are you doing here? Seeing her son unharmed, Antley refrained from elaborating further. Can you walk? If so, let's return for now. Wu Chuxing nodded and then turned to his 3 companions. Bro, we're fine, cough cough. Just feeling a bit uncomfortable from the chili powder, cough cough. You and Antley should head back first. We'll retrieve the supplies from 1002 and join you shortly. Observing the state of the 3 young men, Antley inquired, is there a lot to carry? If it's not too much, you all can rest. I can go fetch it myself. Without much deliberation, the young men briefed Antley on the location of the marked boxes and then ascended the stairs with the other 3. At this moment, Liang Yu's surveillance footage remained active, allowing him to clearly hear the conversation between Antley and her accomplice. A bold idea sparked in his mind. He quickly retrieved the list of homeowners from the group chat, scrutinizing each name until his gaze settled upon Zhang Bolong, residing in Unit 801. He had heard of this individual, who had been sentenced to over a decade in prison for manslaughter and was only released last month. Currently, he was living in the home of his brother, Zhang Bohai, who owned 801. Liang Yu surmised that the food would undoubtedly pique the interest of this individual. As for its origin, Liang Yu chuckled, considering that his counterpart was hardly a law-abiding citizen who would concern himself with such matters. Thus, he located Zhang Bohai's phone number in the contact list and utilized the virtual calling feature of his wristband to place a call. The advantage of this method was that the recipient would be unaware of his identity and unable to return the call, as only garbled text would appear on their screen. Soon, the call connected, but it was swiftly rejected. Undeterred, Liang Yu persisted. After a barrage of calls, the line was finally answered, and a voice tinged with suppressed anger emerged. Who are you? You better have a reason to call me. Liang Yu refrained from revealing his identity and instead candidly articulated his intent. Currently, in Unit 1002, Li Kaiwa is transporting a box of supplies to the 16th floor. You have less than 10 minutes. She is alone. If you desire food, you may seek her out. If not, I hope you won't regret it. With that, Liang Yu hung up without awaiting a response. Reclining leisurely in his rocking chair, monitoring the footage while sipping a soda and munching on snacks with unpronounceable foreign names. Meanwhile, on the other end, Zhang Bohai was sharing biscuits with his brother, Zhang Bolong. During the call, Zhang Bohai had it on speakerphone, allowing his brother to hear every word clearly. The two siblings were now deliberating the situation. The cautious Zhang Bohai perceived it as a potential trap, but Zhang Bolong held a contrasting view. Brother, we should go. Regardless of whether it's a trap, our food supplies are dwindling. If it is indeed a trap, escaping together shouldn't pose much difficulty. However, if this is true, it could secure our food for the foreseeable future. Zhang Bohai, acknowledging his brother's reasoning, found himself grappling with a singular fear, the sudden arrival of officials. Just as he was mired in indecision, Zhang Bolong's words jolted him. Brother, what are you hesitating for? Wu Chuxing and his ilk are brazenly committing murder. We are merely seeking supplies that do not belong to them. Even if the authorities arrive, we have nothing to fear, given that they are the ones who initiated the violence. Furthermore, since chaos has begun to reign, I suspect there are few officials left in our city. If there were, they would have appeared long ago. It was precisely this final remark that illuminated Zhang Bohai's current predicament. With a decisive wave of his hand, he instructed, Come. Take the hunting rifles. We shall proceed together. According to the individual on the phone, Li Kaiwa should still be wandering upstairs. Thus, the two brothers, armed with their rifles and a handful of ammunition, ascended to the upper floor. Along the way, Zhang Bohai cautioned Zhang Bolong, Brother, let us refrain from firing indiscriminately. Although we possess firearms, our supply of bullets is limited. We must conserve them unless absolutely necessary. Should Li Kaiwa dare to resist, a mere display of the weapon should suffice. I know her well enough. She is one who submits to the strong and intimidates the weak. Chapter 24. The Zhang brothers confront Antley before long. Zhang Bohai and Zhang Bolong caught up with Antley, who was slowly ascending the stairs. Despite the layers of warm clothing they wore, their physical prowess was evidently superior. How could a woman in her 60s possibly outrun two vigorous young men? Especially when she was burdened with a box of supplies. By the 13th floor, the brothers had overtaken Antley, and their eyes gleamed at the sight of the box she held. It was clear that the information they received over the phone had proven truthful. But rather than becoming agitated, Zhang Bohai remained remarkably composed. Startled by the sudden appearance of the two men, Antley's fear escalated upon noticing the hunting rifle one of them wielded. The box slipped from her grasp with a clatter, spilling its contents across the floor. The brothers gazed hungrily at the fallen items. Half a bag of bread, several bundles of noodles, a few cans, and a hefty piece of frozen meat, provisions that could sustain them for several days, igniting a flame of greed in their eyes. Reacting quickly, Antley lunged forward to protect the scattered food. Even with two rifles aimed at her, she stood defiantly over the supplies. Liang Yu, observing the entire scene through the surveillance feed, was taken aback. When had Antley grown so audacious? It was astonishing that she would risk herself to guard the food in the face of such danger. He was not alone in his astonishment. Even the Zhang brothers shared this sentiment, particularly Zhang Bolong, who exchanged knowing glances with his brother, as if to say, Brother, this situation does not align with what you described. Antley is clearly more courageous than we anticipated. If the roles were reversed, Zhang Bolong was certain he would have cowered in a corner at the mere sight of the rifles, far from exhibiting the fierce bravery Antley displayed. Yet, both the brothers and Liang Yu misunderstood her demeanor. In reality, Antley was terrified. Given a chance to escape, she would not have charged forward. Her momentary lapse in judgment had led to this precarious predicament. In the midst of this tense standoff, Zhang Bohai broke the silence. Old woman, I offer you a chance. Stand up and pack your supplies, and I will allow you to leave. We seek only the provisions and have no desire to take a life. But should you refuse to cooperate, we would not hesitate to waste a bullet. Do you understand? I will count to 3. If you comprehend, you better move quickly. Upon hearing Zhang Bohai's words, Antley trembled in fear, rising cautiously to her feet and meticulously gathering the scattered food back into the box. Upon witnessing the food being meticulously packed, Zhang Bohai exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhang Bolong, who, without uttering a word, relinquished the hunting rifle to his elder brother and bent down to lift the somewhat heavy crate of supplies. When Antley saw the supplies being taken away by Zhang Bolong and wished to voice her concerns, she found herself suddenly confronted by the dark muzzle of his gun, as if the mere act of speaking would compel him to pull the trigger without hesitation. At that moment, Zhang Bohai spoke up. Bolong, you proceed first. I shall follow closely behind. He then squinted at Antley. Old woman, I trust you are wise enough at your age to discern what should and should not be said. Should I catch wind of any disturbance? Regardless of who it may be, I will be the first to come armed and settle the score with you. Do you understand? If you do, then be off at once. Hearing Zhang Bohai's words, Antley hastily turned to flee, terrified that a second's delay might result in her demise. In her frantic escape, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Rather than rising, Antley crawled up the stairs on hands and knees. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Bohai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Goodness, this old woman is quite sprightly. He then disregarded Antley and descended the stairs to reunite with Zhang Bolong. On the other hand, Liang Yu chose not to dwell on Antley's embarrassing predicament. Instead, he fixated on the image of the two brothers wielding their hunting rifles. Deep in contemplation, given the current circumstances, order still prevailed, or rather, a semblance of it lingered in the hearts of the majority. Although the video footage of Wu Chuxing's murder of Feng Qingxian had circulated within their building's group chat, it remained confined to that context. The atmosphere in the main group remained remarkably harmonious, though Liang Yu pondered how long this tranquility could endure. Suddenly, it dawned on Liang Yu that everyone had overlooked a crucial detail. Their sole focus had been on Wu Chuxing's violent act against Feng Qingxian, inciting fear among them. However, Liang Yu was acutely aware that two individuals resided across from him. Feng Qingxian, who had been slain by Wu Chuxing, and the sole survivor, Su Yiting. With this thought, he promptly adjusted his viewpoint to the interior of room 1002. Ultimately, Liang Yu discovered the lifeless body of Su Yiting in the bedroom, her face still bearing the despair she had felt in her final moments. Most disturbingly, Su Yiting was entirely bare, prompting Liang Yu to surmise that they had toyed with her until she succumbed to the cold. These thugs had left Su Yiting exposed in this natural icebox. A conclusion he could draw from the shattered window of the room. Their motive was singular, to preserve the corpse. This led to the pressing question of what value the body might hold. As this realization washed over him, Liang Yu felt a chill creep down his spine. This was merely the onset of the cold wave, and Wu Chuxing, or one among their group, had already begun to contemplate cannibalism. At this moment, Liang Yu realized that in his previous life, he had likely been marked as a reserve resource by someone long ago. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a surge of anger welled up within him. He retrieved the box pistol that he had not stored in his spatial compartment. Meanwhile, Antley returned to the 16th floor in a state of disarray. Upon hearing the commotion, two of her subordinates emerged, only to find Antley returning empty-handed. Witnessing such a scene inevitably led the two subordinates to ponder further. However, Antley was entirely oblivious to their expressions and, upon returning, immediately sought out Wu Chuxing. Hearing his name being called, Wu Chuxing rushed out of his room, inquiring, "Mother, why are you so eager to find me? Is there something of great importance?" Chapter 25, Diverting Calamity Eastward. At this moment, Antley, filled with grievances, poured out her heart to Wu Chuxing upon seeing her son. She recounted the incident in which the Zhang brothers had robbed her of her supplies, particularly emphasizing that they currently possessed 2 hunting rifles. After sharing this alarming information, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Wu Chuxing's subordinates, initially filled with discontent, now gazed at Antley with trepidation, sensing that she was not fabricating her account. However, they harbored doubts in their hearts, albeit unexpressed. For Wu Chuxing, he fully trusted Antley's words. At this juncture, his primary concern was not the existence of firearms, but rather how to orchestrate a scheme to eliminate his adversaries, urging the Zhang brothers to turn against Liang Yu. Notably, the Zhang brothers had only stolen food without resorting to violence against Antley, indicating their hesitance. Thus, instigating them to murder Liang Yu would prove to be a formidable challenge. The notion of enticing them to raid Liang Yu's provisions quickly met with his disapproval. It was implausible to claim that Liang Yu's household was well stocked with food after having broadcasted the opposite. As for the idea of bribing them with money, he found it laughable. He was acutely aware that money's purchasing power had plummeted to nearly zero, only gold retained some value. While paper currency had become virtually worthless, so much so that it felt offensive even to consider using it for rudimentary purposes. Upon reflecting on this, he realized that there seemed to be no feasible method to incite the Zhang brothers against Liang Yu. Observing Wu Chuxing's contemplative silence, one of his subordinates could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Brother Wu, what are you pondering?" It was then that Wu Chuxing articulated his thoughts. "I was contemplating how to leverage the hunting rifles in the possession of the Zhang brothers to deal with Liang Yu. However, I have considered numerous strategies, and none provide a compelling justification for them to act." Upon hearing this, the others in the room fell into deep contemplation. One subordinate finally spoke up. "Brother Wu, do you think it is possible to divert the calamity and let the flames of conflict engulf Liang Yu?" Wu Chuxing pondered this suggestion for a moment before shaking his head. At that instant, a commotion interrupted their ruminations. His son, Wu Shi, called out from the adjacent room. Grandma, I'm hungry. Hurry and make me something to eat." Antley glanced at Wu Chuxing, who nodded in acknowledgement. She then proceeded to the bedroom to attend to her cherished grandson. Once Antley had departed, Elder Wu Qi spoke up. I believe that this idea of diverting calamity may indeed hold merit. However, we currently face a significant question. Who will be tasked with drawing this calamity away? I trust you all understand the implications of this. At this juncture, silence reigned among those present. Wu Chuxing understood that speaking up now would only lead them to their demise, so he ultimately decided to temporarily set this matter aside. However, unbeknownst to him, Liang Yu had overheard their entire conversation, particularly the remark about diverting disaster. This notion ignited a spark of inspiration within Liang Yu. While Wu Chuxing and his companions could not shift the impending calamity onto Liang Yu, he could certainly do so himself. Thus, he opened his backpack and searched for strongly scented food items. Upon seeing the name of the first item listed, his face darkened. Pickled seabirds. He had no recollection of acquiring such a peculiar item, and to his astonishment, there were 9,999 portions of pickled seabirds in his possession. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the idea of consuming this delicacy. He would rather die than partake in such a dish. Perhaps, in due time, he could offer it to his neighbors for a taste, but for now, it was best left undisturbed in his backpack. Next, he stumbled upon Limburger cheese. Although he had never tasted it, its placement after the pickled seabirds made him wary. Resigned, he finally opted for several self-heating hot pots. Placing them into a large, insulated box and preparing the water. Cloaked in invisibility, he transported the entire box to the doorstep of Li Zihua's home. Concerned that someone might accidentally bump into him, he carefully placed the box atop the shoe rack and poured in the water. Before long, the aroma of hot pot permeated the entire room. The few individuals who had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time began to salivate at the enticing scent. At that moment, Wu Chuxing shouted from downstairs, "Who the hell is eating hot pot? The smell is wafted all the way up to me." After lingering in Wu Chuxing's home for 6 or 7 minutes, the room was filled with the fragrant scent of hot pot. Liang Yu then retrieved a box of hot pot and poured the broth onto the ground behind the front door. He swiftly teleported away with the box. At this point, the self-heating hot pot still retained some warmth, and its aroma continued to waft through the hallway, particularly in the currently stagnant air of the rooftop, where the scent would linger even longer. Subsequently, Liang Yu poured a small amount of broth beside Antley's front door, intensifying the aroma that wafted into her home. Once he completed these tasks, Liang Yu stowed the box back into his backpack and teleported back to the fortress. Upon returning, he immediately took a hot shower, as he too was enveloped in the lingering scent of hot pot. Although his modified clothing was impervious to the cold, the residual smell was unavoidable. 10 minutes later, clad in a bathrobe, Liang Yu returned to his rocking chair. He opened the chat records in his group and skimmed through the discussions, which primarily revolved around the hot pot aroma emanating from the higher floors, specifically floors 15 to 17. Among them, Sutai from room 1501 was particularly insistent, eager to gather a few individuals to investigate whether the scent was indeed that of hot pot. Upon reading this message, Liang Yu could not help but spray the iced soy milk he was drinking in amusement, silently commending such a character. In such weather, inviting others to come and savor the aroma of hot pot, one might consider it a testament to good grace if they do not retaliate. Following this, a cascade of envious remarks ensued, with many expressing a desire to indulge in a steaming hot pot on such a chilly day. Alas, they were destined for disappointment. The ever-dramatic Liang Yu, not one to shy away from stirring the pot, once again ignited a commotion in the group. He shared yet another image taken from a surreptitious angle. However, this time he did not tag Antley. Instead, he addressed all the residents from the 15th to the 17th floor, excluding her. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is yet another photograph captured by my drone. I shall refrain from disclosing which household it belongs to. Those in the know will certainly understand. How is it that one can indulge in such delights while others are left wanting? Furthermore, you must have noticed the box of provisions I brought back for Antley. Has anyone among you received any share of this bounty?" Chapter 26, Wang and Long, who sought refuge with Wu Chuxing, was reminded of a particular incident by Liang Yu. Previously, during a live broadcast search of Liang Yu's residence, they discovered a box containing over 30 packets of instant noodles. With so many individuals in the building, it was unlikely that anyone would have gone hungry. Hence, many had overlooked the matter, as it seemed rather trivial to beg for a mere bite to eat. However, circumstances had shifted. Liang Yu had brought the issue to light. And coupled with the fact that Antley's family was still able to enjoy hot pot, it became evident that there was an abundance of food available. Otherwise, such a comfortable lifestyle would be unattainable. At that moment, it appeared as though everyone had forgotten the video shared by Wu Chuxing in the group, depicting the murder of Feng Qingxian, as if it had never transpired. Then, Chen Weiluan from 601 spoke up in the group. 601 Chen Weiluan. "Antley, could you spare me a packet of noodles? I haven't eaten all day." 601 Chen Weiluan. "I only asked for one packet." as Liang Yu promised to share with us in front of everyone. 302 Wang and Long. Chin is right. I too have gone a day without food. Antley, please distribute that box of instant noodles to us owners who are without provisions. As the remaining owners busily typed their messages, it seemed one of Wu Chuxing's lackeys had reposted the video of Wu Chuxing's murder of 1002 in the group. Following this, Wu Chuxing himself made an appearance in the chat. 1601 Wu Chuxing, come now, let me see who has been the loudest. I shall visit your home shortly. 1601 Wu Chuxing, I sincerely hope your heads are tougher than 1002's, or else I shall not be satisfied. Upon reading these two messages from Wu Chuxing, many owners, who still had some food reserves, hastily deleted their messages, pretending they had not seen anything. After all, they had not uttered a word. While these individuals chose to remain silent, Wang and Long from 302 was not so fortunate. He was consumed by fear, especially with Wu Chuxing threatening to deal with them. It was only the two of them left, himself and Chun Weiluan from 601. It mattered little whom Wu Chuxing would target first. It was inevitable that he would soon find himself in the crosshairs. In that moment, Wang and Long conceived a strategy to evade Wu Chuxing's wrath. Embracing the principle of if you cannot defeat them, join them. He realized that aligning himself with Wu Chuxing's faction might offer him a chance to survive, and perhaps even secure a meal. However, to gain acceptance, he would need to present a corresponding token of allegiance. Food was of utmost importance, but he possessed none, had he any. The current discord in the group would not have arisen. Thus, he was compelled to seek alternatives. The pressing question now is how to provide Wu Chuxing with a satisfactory token of loyalty. After much contemplation, Wang and Long's gaze fell upon Liang Yu from 1001. From Wang and Long's observations, it was clear that Liang Yu harbored a significant grievance against Wu Chuxing. From the messages within the group, it is evident that the adversary has not once, but several times sought trouble with Liang Yu. If he were to claim Liang Yu's life, it would serve as an exemplary token of allegiance. Unbeknownst to Liang Yu, the ball he struck had inexplicably curved back towards him. At the moment Wang and Long considered utilizing Liang Yu's head as a symbol of loyalty, he was already deliberating. Chun Weiluan from Team 601 was his most reliable ally, primarily because he too had offended Wu Chuxing in the group discussions. With this thought, he promptly initiated a private chat with Chun Weiluan. Soon, Chun Weiluan accepted the friend request. Chun Weiluan? Chun Weiluan, are you Wang and Long from Team 302? What do you need from me? In response to Chun Weiluan's inquiry, Wang and Long swiftly conveyed his thoughts and the associated implications. Wang and Long, Chun Weiluan, I have shared everything I needed to say. You can decide how to proceed. Wang and Long, Wu Chuxing has already killed Feng Chengxian from Team 1002. To my knowledge, Team 1002 has a beautiful woman. Yet consider this. Has she sent any messages during this time? Wang and Long, such matters occur either once or countless times. Once they have tasted blood, their threats become a matter of time. I do not wish to meet my demise. Aligning with them is my only chance to survive. Wang and Long, surely. You do not still harbor hopes for official rescue, do you? It has been too long. Can you still expect their arrival to retrieve your remains? Wang and Long's words struck directly at the core of Chun Weiluan's concerns, rendering him momentarily speechless. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Wang and Long felt no need to elaborate further. Wang and Long, think it over. I expect a response by tomorrow morning. If you disagree, there is no need to contact me again. He then began to contemplate the next candidate for recruitment. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor, Wu Chuxing had just returned from a disheartening encounter with Liang Yu and, having undergone several taxing events, felt utterly drained. He was about to sip some water to alleviate his discomfort when, upon his lips touching the liquid, the searing sensation returned. Fortunately, the ambient temperature was sufficiently low, allowing the burning feeling to subside swiftly. Looking at the several subordinates beside him, he thought, we must endure. I know you are all suffering as well, but our current circumstances are limited, and there are no viable solutions. At that moment, one of the subordinates spoke up. Brother Wu, this cannot simply be overlooked. That little wretch must pay for his actions. Wu Chuxing shook his head. It's not easy. The door is rather sturdy. But we have already created a breach. Did you not notice what was behind it? It seems like something is blocking the entrance. Upon hearing Wu Chuxing's words, the subordinates suddenly comprehended the situation. I wondered why a mere door posed such a challenge. It turns out it was like this. Brother Wu, I have an idea. Though I am uncertain whether to voice it. Wu Chuxing listened to his subordinate and gestured for him to proceed. Currently, we are a mere quartet, a number woefully insufficient. My proposal is to initially expand our ranks to 10, so that under Wu Ji's guidance, we may unify the entire building. Only in this manner can we gather a greater supply of resources essential for our survival. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Wu Chuxing expressed his agreement. He had indeed contemplated this issue, yet Liang Yu's affairs continuously disrupted his plans. Furthermore, it has come to light that the Zhang brothers possess 2 hunting rifles. The prospect of consolidating the building under our command seems daunting, unless we can acquire a handgun. With this thought, Wu Chusheng suddenly recalled the presence of a police station just a few kilometers away. Chapter 27. Leisurely days still require cultivation, however, at present. It seemed rather unrealistic for him to retrieve the hunting rifle. The utmost priority was to gather manpower, as long as they had sustenance and sufficient individuals armed. Survival was feasible. Thus, they passed the night in relative tranquility. At the break of dawn the following day, Chen Weiluan managed to contact Wang Longyan. Chen Weiluan, Brother Wang. I have pondered over what you mentioned yesterday for quite some time, and I have made my decision. I am determined to survive. Upon hearing this, Wang Longyan beamed with delight. Wang Longyan, no worries, my young friend. There is no shame in striving to live. Wang Longyan, do you have time now? I would like to discuss strategies regarding Liang Yu at your residence. Immediately, Chen Weiluan responded. Chen Weiluan, if Brother Wang has spoken, then I certainly have the time. Wang Longyan, excellent. I shall arrive shortly. With that, Wang Longyan reluctantly rose from his bed, but just as he was about to depart, his wife, Li Xiaolove, interjected. Li Xiaolove, old Wang, are you truly going to proceed with this? Young Liang is quite a decent person. Why must you target him? Growing weary of Li Xiaolove's inquiries, Wang Longyan felt a twinge of impatience. Wang Longyan, our food supplies have nearly depleted. If I do not exchange his life to join Wu Chusheng's group, how shall we procure sustenance? Do you wish for me to barter you for food instead? With that remark, Li Xiaolove fell silent. Meanwhile, Liang Yu awoke within the vast fortress, only to realize that his routine had become somewhat irregular. His life had devolved into a monotonous cycle of eating, sleeping, and gaming, occasionally glancing at the monitors to observe the activities of others. This unchanging existence suddenly began to feel rather tedious. He also confirmed that refraining from eliminating those malevolent neighbors was the correct choice. Otherwise, who would provide him with entertainment in the future? Upon rising from his bed, Liang Yu detected a twinge of discomfort in his back, a clear indication of having lain down for too long. Suddenly, he recalled that there was a sizable plot of arable land beneath him, prompting him to hastily descend to the underground level. Upon arrival, he beheld the transformed, fertile black soil, which he estimated to cover approximately 200 square meters. Retrieving the tiller he had casually brought back from abroad, he mounted it and began to till the earth. As he worked, he contemplated which crops would be most suitable for planting. Before long, the 200 square meters of land had been thoroughly tilled. At that moment, he decided to allocate 30 square meters for tomatoes, 50 square meters for watermelons, while leaving the remaining 120 square meters undecided. He was uncertain about what else to plant, and it seemed he lacked no fruits or vegetables in his backpack. His endeavor to cultivate was merely a means of passing time, and he thought of broadcasting it live to his charming neighbors. With this in mind, Liang Yu sat on the tiller, took out his wristband, and smiled as he sought assistance from his neighbors. Liang Yu, dear neighbors, there is a grave situation at hand. I find myself in urgent need of assistance. Upon sending this message, Liang Yu was promptly met with a flurry of responses. An orderly array of inquiries erupted from his neighbors, all punctuated with a series of question marks. At this juncture, Liang Yu decided to express his sincerity with a direct statement. He explained that he intended to cultivate some crops, specifically considering watermelon and tomatoes, but was uncertain about what to plant in the 3 remaining vacant slots. Thus, he sought the counsel of his neighbors, hoping for some suggestions. Many in the group opened Liang Yu's message, and upon hearing it, they concluded that he must be quite famished. Given the current weather, the thought of planting seemed absurd. Yet, a few responded in earnest, albeit with a hint of mockery. Wu Chusheng, 1601. Hey, little rascal, why not try planting coconuts? Let's see if they can survive in this heavy snow. Wang and Long, 302 exactly. Wu is right. I think you could also try durians, bananas, or pineapples. Chen Weiluan, 601 indeed. Those are all delectable fruits. If you manage to grow them, do remember to share with us. Ha ha ha. After reading the responses, Liang Yu realized most were jesting at his expense, with some even questioning his sanity. However, he refrained from revealing that he had arable land at his disposal. It seemed the suggestions had merit. Coconuts were indeed a viable option. Fortunately, he had some coconut seeds stashed in his backpack. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to plant. He retrieved several from his bag, casually picked one, and produced a knife. With a swift cut, he removed the top of the coconut, leaving a thumb-sized opening. He then inserted a straw and took a couple of sips, subsequently sharing a photo in the group chat. Liang Yu, 1601 Wu Chusheng, thank you for the suggestion. It's quite delightful. This coconut water is truly sweet. To the onlookers, this act seemed a deliberate attempt to annoy Wu Chusheng, as everyone was aware of their history. Especially at this moment, where could he have procured a coconut? Even if he had, it would have frozen in this indoor temperature, making the enjoyment of coconut water implausible. Moreover, the coconut bore no signs of having been heated or charred, leading the homeowners to conclude that the image must have been taken before the cold wave. After posting the picture and tagging Wu Chusheng, Liang Yu ceased to check the messages. He was preoccupied with planting tomatoes, watermelons, and coconuts. After laboring for over half an hour, he gazed at the remaining 80 square meters of arable land, lost in contemplation. It was then that he noticed the notifications from his wristband, where several messages from Lan Ling awaited. Upon reading them, he saw they were inquiries about his presence. Thus, Liang Yu hastily initiated a video call. The connection was established swiftly. At that moment, he observed Lan Ling, bundled in 2 blankets, seated across from a heater, clad in mittens, engrossed in a video game. Seeing this scene, Liang Yu exhaled in relief. "Little radish, what brings you to seek me out?" As Lan Ling listened to Liang Yu's words, she did not pause her game, continuing to play while conversing with him. "Brother Yu, I noticed your inquiry in the group about which fruits to plant. Are you able to cultivate them over there? The golden passion fruit is quite delightful. Unlike the purple variety, it possesses an exceptionally sweet fragrance. I once bought several pounds of it and consumed it all at once, leaving me with the lingering taste of passion fruit in my mouth throughout the night." Liang Yu was amused by her words. "You gluttonous girl! How can you even admit to devouring several pounds of fruit in one sitting? Very well, I shall plant some. I happen to have seeds here. By the way, do you have any other fruits in mind that you wish to eat? I can plant one more variety." Chapter 28. The resurgence of events. Upon hearing Liang Yu mention the cultivation of another fruit, Lan Ling found herself momentarily at a loss, pondering what to plant. As her thoughts wandered, she unexpectedly recalled the delectable pineapple fried rice prepared by Liang Yu. Tentatively, she posed a question. "Brother Yu, do you think pineapples can be cultivated?" Liang Yu, while uncertain of the answer himself, placed his faith in the advanced technology of the system. If all else failed, he could always retrieve the pineapples from his backpack, which was brimming with them. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "Since Little Radish enjoys them, I shall certainly cultivate them." Without a doubt. At this juncture, Lan Ling felt a tinge of shyness, and Liang Yu noticed her discreetly wiping her mouth, instantly realizing her cravings. However, Lan Ling clarified, "Brother Yu, it's not that I particularly enjoy eating pineapples. Rather, I relish dishes made with pineapples, like the sweet and sour pork you made last time, or that delightful pineapple fried rice from the occasion before." Liang Yu could not help but smile at her response, suppressing laughter. "I recall there is a box of snacks containing dried fruits. You might want to check that for a quick fix," he suggested. At that moment, Lan Ling exclaimed in surprise, leading Liang Yu to believe something significant had occurred. To his astonishment, she said, "Brother Yu, I must focus on my tasks now, goodbye." With that, she abruptly ended the connection, leaving Liang Yu in a state of bemusement. However, he surmised that her sudden departure was due to her struggle with a particularly challenging level in her game. Deciding not to concern himself further with Lan Ling for the time being, he felt assured that her needs for warmth and sustenance were adequately met. Reflecting on the day, he recalled that by tomorrow, power outages would likely commence. He was aware that the true spectacle would begin once the power was cut. With this thought in mind, Liang Yu formulated a plan, yet he chose to prioritize the planting of the pineapples first. He retrieved a multitude of pineapples, chopped their skins into pieces, and diligently planted them in the remaining soil. By the time he completed his task, noon had arrived. Feeling the fatigue of his labor, he took out a medical kit to tend to himself. A satisfied sigh escaped his lips as he relished the rejuvenation it brought, restoring him to peak physical condition. Reclining in his chair, he noticed that the once quiet chat group had become lively. Several private messages requesting friendship also appeared. Liang Yu merely glanced at them before dismissing them. Observing the animated discussions within the group, he applauded the unfolding drama. It was truly riveting. The chaos had escalated into a veritable frenzy. A cursory review of the multitude of messages revealed several key developments. Firstly, Yi Yuan was currently suffering from a fever and was seeking medication in vain. Secondly, Chen Bailuan demanded that Yi Yuan exchange food for fever-reducing medicine, which Yi Yuan declined, citing a lack of food. Lastly, an anonymous owner reported that Yi Yuan, Chen Bailuan, and Su Wenhua had previously ventured out with an abundance of provisions. Fourthly, numerous famished residents implored the trio to either surrender their remaining provisions or venture forth to procure sustenance for the collective. Fifthly, Wang Yanlong and his companions Liang Yu, urging him to accept a friend request, which Liang Yu promptly disregarded. Upon perusing these messages, Liang Yu found the situation utterly amusing. He observed that the majority were demanding the trio to seek food on their behalf, a predictable outcome. Those who feared for their own lives now had a convenient excuse to morally coerce others into serving them. At that moment, Liang Yu decisively posted a universally recognized gesture of goodwill in the group chat. 1001 Liang Yu, I truly cannot fathom how you maintain such audacity. Those provisions were acquired at the cost of lives, yet you would twist words to suggest they have taken your resources? 1001 Liang Yu, if you genuinely desire food, why not approach the property management? Surely, you cannot believe they are devoid of supplies. Subsequently, Liang Yu shared an image revealing a warehouse brimming with rice, flour, and cooking oil, along with some frozen meat, eggs, and vegetables. This revelation sparked a tempest within the chat. Liang Yu then posted another image, this time of a warehouse door secured with iron chains. 1001 Liang Yu, ladies and gentlemen, the message is clear. Those who understand will grasp the implications without further elaboration. After executing these actions, Liang Yu chose to remain in the shadows, regardless of the persistent mentions from the group, opting instead to observe quietly without further commentary. The group, witnessing Liang Yu's apparent withdrawal, scrutinized the images and messages he had shared. Many began to connect the dots regarding the property management and the warehouse, recalling the sizable storage facility adjacent to their staff dormitory. Furthermore, they remembered that the property management had previously operated a cafeteria, frequented by residents who either lacked culinary skills or were simply disinclined to cook. However, around July 25th, a complaint had surfaced regarding the beer duck, which had allegedly contained a jerry. This incident escalated to the authorities and food safety department, resulting in fines and a shutdown for rectification. Following the ensuing typhoon, torrential rain, and cold wave, residents had seemingly forgotten this episode. With Liang Yu's subtle reminder, the memory of the property management's well-stocked warehouse resurfaced. After all, that facility was typically intended to serve the residents of the numerous adjoining buildings. And it was rather fortuitous that the cafeteria had just been closed after receiving a fresh shipment of ingredients. Liang Yu then observed residents beginning to Antley, seeking her explanation. Initially, it was 1, followed by 3, then 8, until ultimately over 75% of the group was Antley. Liang Yu could hardly suppress his amusement. Everything unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated. Since returning on the 20th, aside from inspecting the Doomsday Fortress, he had spent his idle time ordering from every available delivery service and purchasing all possible goods. With ample time remaining, he had set his sights on the cafeteria. By discerning the supply schedule, he initiated his plan, with Jerry being a signature element of his scheme. After the complaints led to the cafeteria's closure, he made his way to the warehouse, a vast cold storage facility. Liang Yu had left a portion of the stock at the front, but he had taken all the ingredients from the back. The timing was now ripe, and he decided to unveil the matter. Liang Yu assessed that the supplies he had retained, coupled with the consumption from the property management during this period, would suffice for only 500 people for 3 days. However, the entire community comprised numerous buildings. Although there were 2 households per staircase, the total was still a considerable number. Upon observing the messages in the group, Liang Yu resolved to add fuel to the fire. 1001 Liang Yu. My dear friends, there is something I must confess. I have wronged you all. 1001 Liang Yu. You are undoubtedly aware that during this time, Aunt Li and her son, Wu Chusheng, have been particularly antagonistic towards me. This is evident to everyone. 1001 Liang Yu. Now, I must reveal the truth. It is all my fault for being so selfish. Once, I followed Antley out of curiosity and saw her enter the property management's warehouse, from which she took an abundance of food. At that moment, I was quite famished. So I requested some food from her, and in exchange, I vowed to keep her secret. Chapter 29, Turbid Waters Li Kaiwa from Property Management 1601, Liang Yu. You wretched creature, you are completely fabricating lies to slander me. I have never engaged in such actions. Li Kaiwa from Property Management 1601. You must believe me. I have not committed the deeds Liang Yu accuses me of. Liang Yu, indifferent to Aunt Li's protests, continued his performance. Liang Yu 1001. This is precisely why Wu Ju refrained from venturing out for supplies after the torrential rain. Liang Yu 1001. Now, witnessing everyone suffering from hunger, my heart cannot bear it any longer. I have resolved to share this matter with you all, trusting that you can discern right from wrong amidst it. Li Kaiwa from Property Management 1601. Liang Yu, you vile creature, why do you seek to ensnare me? My family has never taken any food from the property management. Liang Yu 1001. Indeed. You claim there is no food, yet with your son's few companions, there are 7 or 8 of you. What sustenance do you survive on? Do you produce and consume your own? Liang Yu 1001. I previously mentioned this, yet the homeowners in the group were reluctant to believe it. Fangmei June 602. Li Kaiwa from Property Management 1601. Since you are affiliated with the property management, you ought to serve the interests of us homeowners. I hereby command you to fetch some food from the warehouse and distribute it to us. Hujian 1801. Yes, Antley. Your role in property management exists solely to serve us. Promptly deliver some rice, flour, and meat to my doorstep. I will send you a list later. So remember to bring it to my home. Sutai 1501. I concur with Elder Fong's sentiments. I do not require you to deliver it. Simply take me to the warehouse, and I shall procure it myself. Sutai's words instantly illuminated the minds of the homeowners. Though they were initially reluctant to venture outside, the prospect of food spurred them onward. At this moment, an individual unexpectedly spoke up in the group. Lingre 101. If you're going to fetch food, please take me along. I have been out of supplies for a day. The homeowners in the group were taken aback, for the first and second floors had already been flooded during the rain, and now, with the onset of the cold wave, they had turned into blocks of ice. The fact that Lingre 101 was still alive piqued their curiosity. However, only a few individuals who could converse with him inquired about his recent whereabouts. The remaining homeowners sought an explanation from Antley. Under mounting pressure, Antley directly added property manager Wang Yong to the group. Joan Whiting 502. I have allowed Brother Lin to temporarily reside at my home when he retrieves supplies. He will also bring a portion for me. I hope everyone can understand. At this moment, Wang Yong, newly entered into the group, raised his brow upon reading the messages. Property manager Wang Yong, what supplies are we discussing? Upon seeing that Wang Yong had emerged, those who had been privately messaging Antley abandoned their inquiries and began seeking Wang Yong in the group instead. At this juncture, Antley had recounted the entire sequence of events to Wang Yong. Upon learning that the instigator was once again Liang Yu, he resolved to take decisive action against him. During the torrential rain, Wang Yong, due to the elevated terrain of the warehouse and its ample food supplies, had led a dozen security personnel from the property management to take refuge there. He was quite grateful to the informant who had put the dining hall out of business, even though the fresh fruits and vegetables had spoiled during this time. However, the remaining frozen meats, canned goods, and pre-prepared meals were still well preserved, complemented by a substantial stockpile of rice, flour, and cooking oil. With fewer than 20 personnel in total, these provisions would sustain them for an extended period. Furthermore, in recent days, Wang Yong had even sold some of these supplies at exorbitant prices to homeowners in the nearby villa district, fetching an astonishing 400,000 for a 20-kilogram bag of rice. This led Wang Yong to believe that the affluent residents of the villa district truly regarded money with indifference. Yet now, someone was attempting to sever his financial lifeline. The old adage rings true. Cutting off someone's means of income is akin to murdering their parents. How could Wang Yong possibly allow Liang Yu to escape unscathed from such a grudge? He promptly dispatched 6 security personnel, armed with electric batons, riot shields, and forks, to confront Liang Yu. Meanwhile, he sought to pacify the agitated homeowners in the group chat, aiming to divert their attention towards Liang Yu. Property manager Wang Yong, where are the supplies you claim we possess? Do you think a few digitally altered images can assert our possession of resources? Property manager Wang Yong, Liang Yu, you are inciting discord between us and the homeowners. Your intent is to create friction, leading to chaos so that you can pilfer resources from their homes, is it not? However, in that moment, the homeowners were not swayed by Wang Yong's rhetoric. 1202 Wu Ju, Manager Wang, whether or not there are supplies is not for you to determine. We need to see it with our own eyes. 1202 Wu Ju, can you guarantee that your warehouse is devoid of resources? Property manager Wang Yong, of course, I assure you there are no supplies in the warehouse. We sold off all the ingredients and staples on the very day we ceased operations. 602 Fong Meijun. Bah. Property manager Wang Yong, you scoundrel. Do you think I am unaware? When has anyone come to collect the resold supplies? I am well informed about what transpires in this community. You may deceive others, but I am not so easily fooled. Property manager Wang Yong. Aunt Fong, you wouldn't know. We arranged for the transport at night while you were asleep. How could you possibly be aware? 1202 Wu Ju. Property manager Wang Yong. It's quite simple. You could go live in the group chat and show us the warehouse. Liang Yu did the same to prove he had no food at home. 1001 Liang Yu, forget it. Since manager Wang is unwilling to acknowledge the truth, we shall inform the homeowners in the larger group. I believe they will be quite pleased to hear this news. Property manager Wang Yong. Liang Yu, are you threatening me? Li Kaiwa from property management. Manager Wang, I have long asserted that this little creature is not a good person. Just look, now even you are being threatened. In the future, who knows how unruly they will become, riding roughshod over you. Liang Yu. Firstly, Manager Wang, I did not threaten you. It was you who mentioned the lack of food, thus I had no choice but to suggest that we all go take a look together, as I am too timid to venture alone. Moreover, I cannot sit comfortably while you are beneath me. It is quite disconcerting to have you watching from below. If you desire something warm to eat, you may wait outside, and I shall join you after I finish in the restroom. Property manager Wang Yong. Very well. I shall remember this matter. With that, Wang Yong exited the group chat. Chapter 30. the distribution of supplies shortly after Wang Yong exited the group. A message was sent to everyone. Property Manager Wang Yong. Everyone, in response to the national call. Our property management will provide a supply package daily for all homeowners to help them weather the cold wave. Property Manager Wang Yong. Although there are still some provisions in the warehouse, the number of homeowners is too great. So the food we can provide each day will be limited. However, starting today, we will distribute these packages every noon. And we hope all homeowners can understand and be considerate. Building 9, Li Kaiwa. Thank you to the property management, and thank you, Manager Wang. Building 7, Lu Song. Thank you to the property management, and thank you, Manager Wang. I am truly grateful. It gives me hope for survival. Building 4, Zhang Shan. Thank you to the property management, and thank you, Manager Wang. May I ask if I can collect my package now? I'm nearly starving. Building 12, Tao Li. Thank you to the property management, and thank you, Manager Wang. Does the property need extra hands? If you're overwhelmed, I can come to help. Building 15, Li Yu. Manager Wang. I can also come to assist. Liang Yu observed that the comments consisted solely of praise and gratitude, with the remainder expressing a desire to assist or join the property management team. Even within the confines of the Doomsday Fortress, Liang Yu could hear their scheming. Yet, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Gazing at the message sent by Wang Yong, he thought to himself, "You didn't expect this, did you? Rest assured, your share of supplies will remain untouched. You won't have an opportunity to claim it. Enjoy your remaining time." Liang Yu couldn't even be bothered to reply to Wang Yong. Unbeknownst to Wang Yong, whether he opted to provide food solely to the residents of Building 9 or to all homeowners, everything was within Liang Yu's calculations. The residents of Building 9 would not be satisfied with a single allocation. Once they consumed their provisions, they would inevitably request more, and likely in greater quantities each time. This situation was something Wang Yong could not permit. While it would reduce the consumption of supplies significantly, being manipulated in such a manner would ultimately lead to exposure. Reflecting on this, Liang Yu couldn't help but admire Wang Yong's decisiveness and courage. Rather than risk exposure, it was preferable to retain the initiative in his own hands. Wang Yong understood that, with so few staff, the property management could not contend with such a multitude of homeowners. Thus, he sought to placate the masses by distributing supplies, maintaining control over the quantity dispensed. Even if the allocations were minimal, most homeowners would likely acquiesce. The notion of not receiving any supplies would deter them from protest. If one desired more, Wang Yong had ample justification to deny them, having initially communicated that this was for long-term sustainability and to ensure everyone's survival. As long as the majority of homeowners remained compliant during this period, who would dare to voice dissent and incur the ire of the crowd? Liang Yu understood Wang Yong's subtle machinations, yet Wang Yong had overlooked a crucial detail. Much of Liang Yu's supplies had already been removed, leaving behind only a fraction, with the remainder consisting of empty boxes. This reality ensured that Wang Yong's extensive consumption of resources could not be sustained for long. Liang Yu was not foolish. At this juncture, he resolved to exercise patience. As long as Wang Yong fails to provide sustenance for the homeowners that day, he should brace himself for the inevitable backlash. Within the group chat, all homeowners bore witness to the message disseminated by the property management, especially upon learning that provisions would indeed be supplied. Their animosity towards Antley reached a boiling point. This confirmed Liang Yu's claims. Antley had been hoarding the property's food without sharing it with them. At this juncture, any attempts by Antley to explain herself in the group were utterly futile. Bewildered, she was completely unaware of the warehouse situation. At this moment, Wu Chuxing repeatedly sought confirmation from Antley. "Mother, did we truly not receive the supplies from the property?" Antley was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. "Son, we genuinely did not receive anything. I had no knowledge of this situation at all. That little beast Liang Yu is lying. Go downstairs and deal with him for me." Wu Chuxing found himself in a difficult position. After a night of unrest, he and his 3 companions felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, prompting them to retire early the previous night. One of his subordinates, who had suffered a severed hand at the hands of Liang Yu, had perished from exposure in the early hours, and his body lay on the balcony. Contemplating this, Wu Chuxing's hatred for Liang Yu intensified, but a wave of dizziness began to wash over him. He leaned against the wall. "Mother, do you have any fever reducers? I might be coming down with something. I feel weak all over and slightly lightheaded." Another subordinate echoed his concerns. "Yes, Auntie, we're feeling quite weak as well. It's likely a fever. Please, could you share some fever reducers with us?" At that moment, Wu Chi emerged, carrying a medicine box, and placed a box of fever reducers before the group. "This is the last box we have at home. There are some cold medicines left as well, so feel free to mix them." Just then, Emily seemed to recall something important. She hurried to her room and retrieved a notebook, flipping through its pages. If her memory served her correctly, there was indeed a doctor residing in their building. As she frantically searched, her anxiety mounted when she could not find the information she sought. At that moment, Mr. Wu snatched the notebook from Antley's hands, donned his reading glasses, and began to peruse it. Before long, he located the name of the doctor in their building. He quickly placed the notebook before Antley, but upon seeing it, she instinctively recoiled. Room 802, Dr. Huang Qiushi. However, residing in the adjacent room 801 were the Zhang brothers, Zhang Bohai and Zhang Bolang. The mere sight of their names filled Antley with trepidation, especially considering the firearm they wielded. Undeterred, Mr. Wu donned an extra layer of clothing and made his way to the door. "My dear, take care of our son and the others. I'm going to fetch Dr. Huang." Antley ultimately refrained from voicing any objections, watching as Mr. Wu departed. Meanwhile, within room 801, the Zhang brothers were indulging in the provisions they had forcibly acquired from Antley. A steaming bowl of instant noodles paired with a single sausage is a source of comfort for them. After swiftly finishing the broth, they began to share their thoughts. Zhang Bolong turned to his elder brother and said, "Brother, let us seize the property management warehouse. It brims with provisions. Just imagine how much more comfortable our lives would be if it were in our possession." Zhang Bohai, observing his younger brother's impulsive remarks, felt a sense of helplessness. "Consider it with a clearer mind," he admonished. "If we were to act on this impulse, do you truly believe we could secure what we took? The reason they distribute food is precisely because they fear they cannot manage the multitude of homeowners. What makes you think we could possibly maintain control with merely 2 hunting rifles and a handful of ammunition?" Chapter 31. The unwelcome guests after receiving a stern reprimand from his elder brother, Zhang Bohai. Zhang Bolong abandoned any thoughts of seizing the warehouse. At that moment, they heard footsteps echoing in the corridor. At least 4 or 5 individuals were approaching. Zhang Bolong crept to the door and cracked it open, peering into the hallway, yet saw nothing amiss. However, after this group passed, he detected more footsteps, also making their way upstairs. Locking the door securely, he sought out Zhang Bohai. "Brother, something is awry. There are nearly 10 individuals in total. What could possibly compel so many to assemble on such a frigid day?" Zhang Bohai, however, was acutely aware of the underlying situation. 1001, he uttered cryptically. Instantly, Zhang Bolong grasped the implication that this group was indeed seeking trouble with Liang Yu. Before room 1001 on the 10th floor, 6 security personnel surveyed the dilapidated door and the chaos strewn across the floor, promptly reporting the situation to Wang Yong. Wang Yong issued a stern directive to his nephew. "Wang Kai, I don't care if anyone is home. Your first task is to force open the front door and gain entry. If you find him, proceed as I instructed. If not, inquire among the other residents. But remember, do not mention my involvement." Wang Kai swiftly acknowledged his uncle's orders. "Rest assured, second uncle, this matter is in my hands." After ending the call with Wang Yong, Wang Kai turned to his subordinates. "Prepare yourselves. We will take turns to break down this door. We must handle Liang Yu per Manager Wang's instructions. I promise you all a bowl of stewed meat tonight." One of the security personnel, incredulous, exclaimed, "Brother Wang, is there really a bowl of stewed meat? You aren't pulling our leg, are you?" Wang Kai patted his thick winter coat, asserting, "When have I ever deceived you? My word stands firm. You all remember Manager Wang's orders, don't you? If you execute them properly, I assure you, each of you will enjoy a bowl. Do you not trust my word?" Upon hearing Wang Kai's assurances, his subordinates were invigorated, their spirits soaring. It had been far too long since they had savored such ample portions of meat. Despite having warm meals recently, they had only been served dull, greenish vegetables, devoid of any meat. The prospect of a bowl of stewed meat was exhilarating. The group began to batter on Liang Yu's door with fervor. Meanwhile, another faction had arrived behind the security team. This group comprised several homeowners looking to ally with Wu Chusheng, Wang Enlong from 302, Chen Weiluan from 601, Zhong Luanjuan from 701, and Li Chengbai from 301. They had overheard the conversation in the corridor and, without uttering a word, exchanged cautious glances and signaled each other to retreat. Once at a safe distance, they regarded one another, yet none dared to break the silence first. At this moment, the leader, Wang Enlong, could no longer contain himself and voiced his thoughts directly. "Gentlemen, you must have heard that the property management team can offer a bowl of stewed meat. I firmly believe that Wu Chusheng cannot provide us with such conditions. Moreover, we are here to deal with Liang Yu. Why not join forces with them and align ourselves with the property management side? This way, at least our livelihoods will be assured." However, Chen Weiluan interjected with a differing opinion. "I believe it would be better to simply return. After all, starting tomorrow, the property management will distribute food, and we can all survive." After speaking, he glanced at the other 3, only to find their gazes laced with disdain. Zhong Luanjuan, Unwilling to engage in philosophical discourse with them, straightforwardly expressed his stance. I support Inlong's suggestion. Li Chengbai echoed this sentiment, also agreeing with Wang Inlong's proposal. At this point, Chen Weiluan appeared bewildered as he looked at the three. Yet Wang Inlong did not abandon him. Instead, he patted him on the shoulder. Come on. By joining the property management, we will live better than we do now. Soon, the four located the security personnel who were attempting to break down the door. Wang Inlong explained their intentions to the lead security officer, Wang Kai. Please wait a moment. I cannot make this decision alone. I must first consult Manager Wang. With that, he stepped into a corner and dialed Wang Yong's number, relaying the situation to him. Wang Yong remained silent, seemingly contemplating. After a few minutes of weighing the pros and cons, he finally uttered a single word, accepted. He then instructed Wang Kai, make sure to explain our rules to them. And also inform them that when the food is distributed tomorrow, I will allocate them additional supplies, but they must remain in this building as our eyes and ears. I do not trust Li Kaiwa. Wang Kai conveyed Wang Yong's intentions to the group, and upon hearing that they could receive extra supplies simply by acting as informants, they readily agreed. Consequently, the group began their assault on Liang Yu's door. At that moment, the lower half of Liang Yu's door had already been breached by the collective efforts of 5 security personnel. However, the furniture piled behind the door obstructed their progress, necessitating further force to break through. It was at this juncture that Wang Inlong had a brilliant idea. He approached Wang Kai and said, Brother Wang, I have a plan, albeit a somewhat perilous one. Wang Kai, intrigued, asked, Go ahead, I will consider it. Wang Inlong continued, Brother Wang, since Liang Yu has barricaded the door with furniture, why not simply set it ablaze? That would solve everything without exhausting our brothers. Besides, given the frigid weather, it would provide warmth. Upon hearing Wang Inlong's suggestion, Wang Kai's eyes lit up, and he immediately began arranging for his men to prepare for the fire. However, at that moment, one of the security personnel halted Wang Kai. Brother Wang, I recall it was mentioned that we need them alive. What should we do if something goes awry? It is evident that this individual has not fully articulated his thoughts. As long as Wang Kai comprehends, that suffices. At this moment, Wang Kai called out to Wang Inlong. Please contact Liang Yu and inform him that it would be wise for him to emerge from his room. I shall grant him 10 minutes. Should he fail to appear after that, he must not blame me for not providing him with an opportunity. Meanwhile, having just completed his labor, he was luxuriating in the bath, savoring crispy pork belly while immersing himself in the enchanting world of the Xianjin series. As he indulged in this captivating narrative, the bracelet on his wrist suddenly chimed. Liang Yu glanced at the caller ID and was taken aback to find an unfamiliar number, promptly deciding to block and disregard it. Chapter 32. The Abandoned 1001. Not long after dealing with an unfamiliar phone call, the bracelet vibrated once more. It was yet another strange call. Liang Yu surmised it must be someone from the group seeking him. In a good mood, he answered the call. Upon connecting, Liang Yu remained silent, engrossed in a television drama while savoring barbecued meat. As he bit into the crispy skin, the crunching sound resonated through the bracelet to the other end, accompanied by the background music featuring the legendary Sword Immortal. Wang Kai, unable to endure the silence, seized the phone. Liang Yu, I'm giving you one last chance. Crawl out of your lair within 10 minutes. If I don't see you in 10 minutes, you'll face the consequences. Feeling quite pleased with his dramatic flair, he hung up. Liang Yu, bewildered, processed the words and realized Wang must be waiting at his doorstep. He promptly set aside the fantasy series and switched to the surveillance feed at the entrance of room 1001. Through the monitor, he observed a group of more than 10 individuals loitering at his door, having severely damaged the entrance, exposing some old furniture within. More alarmingly, there were numerous broken door panels and scraps of paper, highly flammable materials, strewn about the entrance. It became evident that they intended to set his former residence ablaze. Indifferently, Liang Yu dismissed their intentions. That place was merely a temporary refuge, already earmarked for abandonment. The timing, whether sooner or later, held no significance for him. He set the monitor aside and returned to his fantasy drama. As he reached for the barbecue, he suddenly remembered the bracelet. Retrieving it, he promptly blocked the troublesome contact and continued to indulge in his bath and culinary delights. For Liang Yu, the 10 minutes passed in a fleeting instant. But for those at the door of 1001, the wait felt interminable. Although the corridor's temperature was not as frigid as the outside world, plummeting to minus 70 degrees, it was still far from comfortable. For them, the distinctions between temperatures of minus 60, 50, or 40 degrees were negligible. The sentiment remained the same, cold. Wang Kai checked the time. The 10 minutes had elapsed without any sign of Liang Yu. He gestured, and the others, understanding the cue, swiftly ignited the broken wooden panels, forming a makeshift fire to warm themselves outside Liang Yu's door. Observing their actions, Liang Yu remained unperturbed. Instead, he picked up the bracelet and located a contact. He dialed directly. In a short while, the call connected, and a feeble voice emerged from the bracelet. "Hello, I am Yi Yuan. Who are you? What do you want?" Hearing the weak tone, Liang Yu could not resist teasing. I didn't expect you were still alive, but judging by your voice, you seem on the verge of death. Should I prepare for a feast soon?" Yi Yuan paused at this remark. "You are Liang Yu? What do you want? If there is nothing else, I'll hang up." At that moment, Liang Yu sipped his hot cocoa and got straight to the point. "I have medicine." Yi Yuan momentarily hesitated, his tone tinged with agitation. "What price do you wish me to pay?" At this, Liang Yu burst into laughter. "Haha, my apologies for being a tad rude, but your words are simply too amusing. What do you mean by asking what I desire in exchange? You should comprehend the rarity of the medicine, especially since mine is a miraculous remedy. Once consumed, you will likely feel invigorated within 2 hours. Rather, it is I who should inquire what you possess that could possibly satisfy me in exchange for this elixir." Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, Yi Yuan evidently had anticipated this and quickly provided his response. "I currently have no food on me, so I am acutely aware that I cannot offer anything in that regard. The only possessions I have left are some money and gold bricks at home, but I doubt you would be interested in those. Thus, I am left with only one thing, my life." Liang Yu acknowledged Yi Yuan's astuteness. "Indeed, quite clever. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals. I can provide you with the miraculous remedy, but in return, you must assist me with some tasks. In exchange, I can ensure your basic sustenance of 3 meals a day. However, I have one condition. You must ingest the poison I create, which requires a mitigating agent every fortnight to delay its effects. The rest, I trust you comprehend without further elaboration." Yi Yuan responded, "I understand. Freedom and life, correct? In comparison to losing one's life, what significance does the loss of freedom hold?" Liang Yu replied, "Excellent. You shall not regret your decision. Presently, there is a drone outside your window. I will provide you with the poison and an antidote. First, consume the black poison, followed by the antidote. After you finish, I will deliver the miraculous remedy and later bring you today's meals." Struggling, Yi Yuan crawled from his bed and gradually made his way to the living room, where he indeed spotted the drone Liang Yu had mentioned. He opened the window, allowing the drone to enter against the biting cold, before promptly shutting it again, as he could no longer endure the frigid air. With great effort, he grasped the poison Liang Yu had indicated, at which point Liang Yu's voice once again emanated from the drone. "Oh, just a reminder. I can see you here, so do not attempt any tricks." After observing Yi Yuan comply with the instructions, Liang Yu finally provided the miraculous remedy. "Once you have taken the medicine, return to sleep. Later, I will finish my tasks and deliver your food." Upon receiving the miraculous remedy, Yi Yuan sincerely expressed his gratitude to Liang Yu, saying, "Thank you." After discarding the drone in Yi Yuan's residence, Liang Yu paid it no further mind, shifting his focus to the surveillance of room 1001, where the door and furniture were already half engulfed in flames, indicating that the intruders were clearly unwilling to delay any longer. Wang ordered his men to use a bomb-proof fork to pry open the charred furniture, clearing a warm path. Wang and Long, Chun Weiluan, and Zhong Luanjuan boldly surged ahead. Wang, aware that the opponents sought to make a display of their prowess, chose to remain silent. It was not long before they had thoroughly searched the room. "Brother Wang, we have not discovered Liang Yu within the house." Wang Kai clearly found it hard to believe. With a subtle gesture, he signaled the 3 security personnel from the property management to commence their search. Before long, the trio emerged empty-handed. "Brother Wang, we have thoroughly scoured the premises. There is indeed no trace of Liang Yu to be found." At this juncture, Wang Kai was quite perplexed and inquired of his companions. Why would he leave the comfort of his home? Where could he possibly have gone? Wang and Long then proffered a suggestion. "Brother Wang, would you like me to inquire within the building's community group if anyone has information regarding Liang Yu's whereabouts?" At that moment, Li Chabai, who had not participated in the search, interjected, "I believe that would be unnecessary. I have been monitoring the group chat, and Wu Ju from 1202 has noted that Liang Yu has not ventured outside his home for some time. Furthermore, when Officer Wu visited yesterday, Liang Yu was presumably still here." Chapter 33. The vanished Huang Qiushi. Liang Yu found himself with little recourse, most suitably among acquaintances, and it would be prudent to inquire directly with Antley. The security personnel of the property management, along with several homeowners who arrived later, deemed Li Chengbai's assertions quite sensible. Nevertheless, Wang Kai persisted in contacting Wang Yong to relay the matter concerning Liang Yu. Upon learning that Liang Yu was not at home, Wang Yong was momentarily taken aback but soon recollected something. "Let the day be as it is. Bring them back with you, the few individuals you took along. Each shall receive a bowl of stewed meat as promised. I shall investigate Liang Yu's situation and update you thereafter, with Wang Yong's consent." Wang Kai promptly set about arranging matters as instructed. Turning to the 4 homeowners who had joined the property management, he said, "You 4 may return for now. Today's affairs conclude here. Remember to come collect supplies tomorrow, and do not mistake the time." The remaining individuals were to accompany him back. Without further concern for the others, he led the property management personnel towards the warehouse. The 4 remaining individuals exchanged glances before directing their gaze towards Wang and Long, their leader. "Staring at me won't help. We must simply follow what they said and return to wait," Wang and Long remarked. He scanned the group before continuing. "During this time, let us gather as much information as possible regarding our building and others." After this declaration, he departed from the entrance of 1001. Seeing Wang and Long leave, the others felt no inclination to linger, especially in the biting cold. As they began their descent, a head popped out from the corridor on the 11th floor. It was none other than Grandpa Wu, who had gone to the 8th floor in search of Huang Qiushi. Confirming their departure, he leisurely made his way to the door of 1001. Experiencing a long-lost warmth, Grandpa Wu felt a desire to linger a while longer. Observing the charred walls and the remnants of smoldering furniture within, he took several photographs with his phone and sent them to Antley, specifically marking the location as 1001. After completing this task, he resolutely left the comforting space and approached the door of 802. Knock, 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 knock. With utmost politeness, Grandpa Wu rapped on the door of 802. "Is Dr. Huang in? I have matters to discuss." He continued knocking for a while, but receiving no response. He placed his hand on the doorknob, intent on discovering whether it was locked. Meanwhile, he retrieved his phone, ready to call Huang Qiushi. To his surprise, as he twisted the doorknob, the door to 802 swung open. A bit puzzled, he stepped inside and turned on the lights. Before him lay a clean and tidy living room. He then proceeded directly to the kitchen within 802. The kitchen of room 802 was so impeccably clean that it left Mr. Wu in disbelief. He extended his hand to touch the surface. And aside from a thin layer of dust, all the pots and pans were arranged in an exceedingly tidy manner. However, the dust indicated that the space had not been occupied for quite some time. Mr. Wu promptly dialed Dr. Huang Qiushi's mobile phone. Beep. "The number you have dialed is no longer in service." This revelation left Mr. Wu utterly bewildered. His son was relying on Dr. Huang for assistance. Reflecting on the recent days, he realized he had not seen the doctor communicate in the group chat. At that moment, Mr. Wu exited room 802, leaving the door ajar. Upon reaching the stairwell on the 9th floor, he called Li Kaiwa. "Dear, do you have another number for Dr. Huang? The one you provided is out of service. I visited room 802, and it was unlocked. It appears no one has been living there for a while." Upon hearing Mr. Wu's words, Liang Yu quickly opened her notebook and began searching. However, she could not find any alternative contact for Huang Qiushi. Nevertheless, she discovered another substitute contact. Therefore, she promptly informed Mr. Wu, "Old man, go to room 1202 and find Wu Ju. Ask him to come and see our son. We have no other options. It is better than letting our son wait in despair." Mr. Wu agreed with her reasoning, ended the call, and climbed towards the 12th floor. Meanwhile, Liang Yu was not idle. She sent several messages in the group chat. Property management of 1601, Li Kaiwa, 802 Huang Qiushi. "Dr. Huang, are you there? Please contact me at 13x times x times x times x times x if you see this." Property management of 1601, Li Kaiwa. "Does anyone know where Dr. Huang is right now? His home is vacant, and the house has been uninhabited for quite some time, with the door left unlocked. If anyone is aware of Dr. Huang's whereabouts, please let me know." Property management of 1601, Li Kaiwa. "Dear neighbors, does anyone know any doctors in other buildings who might be home? I urgently need a doctor." However, at that moment, Liang Yu's messages received little to no response. Many residents had developed grievances against her due to the property management warehouse issues, and their collective reluctance to visit stemmed from the food distributions by the property management. At this time, Mr. Wu arrived at the 12th floor and knocked on the door of room 1202. Unlike at Dr. Huang's residence, Wu Ju quickly answered the door. Upon seeing Mr. Wu, Wu Ju's expression shifted, and his tone turned disdainful. "What do you want, old man?" Mr. Wu disregarded Wu Ju's derogatory remark and looked at him with a pleading expression. "Little Wu, I have come to beseech you to assist me with a matter. My son is unwell. I kindly request you to take a look." Upon hearing this, Wu Ju burst into laughter, his anger palpable. "You old fool, I am a veterinarian." "A veterinarian? Do you understand what that means? I treat animals, not humans." At this juncture, he suddenly recalled what Liang Yu had mentioned. "Wait a minute. Liang Yu from 1001 once remarked that your son is indeed a beast. Seeking my help for his ailment might not be entirely misplaced." At that moment, Wu Ju felt his phone vibrating and took it out to check the message. It dawned on him that the esteemed Mr. Wu was unable to locate Dr. Huang and had now placed his hopes upon him. However, recalling the video of Wu Chuxing's brutal act against Feng Chengxian, Wu Ju felt an innate aversion towards Wu Chuxing. He turned swiftly, intending to retreat to his room and close the door. At that moment, the elder Wu noticed Wu Ju's actions and lunged forward, grasping one of Wu Ju's legs. "Xiao Wu, I am relying entirely on you. You cannot turn a blind eye to this. If your indifference leads to my son's demise, you will be the murderer." Chapter 34. Two individuals seeking warmth. Upon hearing the words of old Wu, Wu Ju was immediately overcome with a sense of disgust. Just as he contemplated kicking old Wu aside, the door to room 1201 swung open. Song He, the resident of 1201, emerged and regarded the two men with curiosity. "What commotion are you two causing here?" Seeing someone approach, old Wu promptly knelt before Wu Ju. "Little Wu, I implore you, lend your grandfather a hand." Wu Ju, unaffected by the display of submission, turned his gaze towards Song He. "Why are you looking at me? Come help out and throw this old codger out." Noticing Song He remain unmoved, Wu Ju added fuel to the fire. "Have you forgotten what Antley did? Sneaking off to claim supplies without informing us. This old man must be complicit as well." At that moment, old Wu hastily interjected, "I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. If you treat my son, I shall offer you 2 packs of instant noodles." Upon hearing the mention of food, Song He's eyes gleamed with avarice as he fixed his gaze upon old Wu. Without further ado, he retreated to his own quarters. Wu Ju, no longer resistant, remarked, "You should have mentioned this sooner. Had you done so, we could have avoided this situation. However, let me make it clear, you must provide the medicine. I am a veterinarian, not a physician." He continued, "Moreover, I require at least 5 packs of instant noodles, or I shan't go. Of course, you may seek out Dr. Huang instead." Upon hearing Wu Ju's demands, old Wu did not dispute. "Very well, but since you're asking for more, let us also check on others. Though the priority remains my son." Thus, the two reached an agreement. Meanwhile, in room 1102, 2 women embraced one another for warmth. Among them was Dr. Huang Qiushi, whom Antley had been searching for, and the room's occupant, Zhou Curson, a professor at a prestigious university. Observing the messages in the group chat, Zhou Curson turned to Huang Qiushi and remarked, "Look, Antley's people have arrived in the crowd." Huang Qiushi glanced at the group messages dismissively. "Antley is so detestable. I have no intention of getting involved. Were it not for the ample food reserves here, I would have starved long ago. First, I am an individual, then a doctor. Hunger is pushing me to the brink of losing my humanity. How can I still aspire to be a physician in such conditions? Doctors too require rest, sustenance, and sleep. Are we not human beings?" Seeing Huang Qiushi growing increasingly agitated, Zhou Curson quickly shoved a small biscuit into her mouth. "Eat something. Speak less. Conserve your strength during this trying time. Our supplies at home are dwindling, and we must be frugal. Who knows when this dreadful weather will relent?" After consuming the biscuit Zhou Curson offered, Huang Qiushi leaned in closer, teasingly saying, "You are a distinguished professor, a highbrow intellectual. Surely there are things you do not know?" The two drew nearer, seemingly finding additional warmth in their proximity. "Cease with the trivialities, let us promptly reinforce the front door. At the very least blocking it with some substantial furniture and appliances. Ever since I witnessed that harrowing video, my unease has intensified over the past few days. The phone lines to the Public Security Bureau remain unreachable, leaving us bereft of news from the outside world. Aside from the Penguin communication app, many applications are rendered unusable, likely due to server issues." Upon hearing Zhou Curson's words, Huang Qiushi too felt a surge of fear. However, in this moment of trepidation, he mustered his courage to comfort Zhou Curson. "Do not panic. Your prowess with a compound bow is sufficient for self-defense and to protect me as well." Zhou Curson rolled her eyes at Huang Qiushi's reassurances. "Have you lost your wits studying medicine? You expect me to fend off danger with a compound bow in this confined space? Haven't you heard that a gun is swifter than an arrow from 7 paces? At this juncture, Huang Qiushi interjected, "I am aware. Within 7 paces, a firearm is both accurate and rapid." Zhou Curson lightly tapped Huang Qiushi on the head. "You, of all people," she remarked, exasperation tempered by affection. Suddenly, Zhou Curson recalled someone, Lan Ling, her neighbor, whom she had taught in a few classes at her school. They occasionally crossed paths in the community, and she regarded Lan Ling favorably. Thus, she shared her thoughts with Huang Qiushi. "Chi-Chi, I need to discuss something with you and seek your opinion. You know the resident next door? She is my student, and I wish for her to move in with us." Huang Qiushi pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us set that aside for now. How can you be certain that your student is still alive? It has been several days, and I have not heard a peep from her door. To put it bluntly, she may have frozen to death with the cold front, or if not, she might have starved." Why else would there be no news from her in the group chat for so long? Zhou Curson acknowledged the grim possibility in Huang Qiushi's words but countered, Chi. Why couldn't she be in the same predicament as us? Upon uttering this, she sensed Huang Qiushi's unwavering gaze upon her, diminishing her confidence. Eventually, Huang Qiushi sighed in resignation. Let us attempt to contact her. Speculating here serves little purpose. Whether she is alive remains uncertain, and even if she is, will she agree to join us? Most crucially, as you mentioned, our food supplies are dwindling. Zhou Curson nodded in agreement with Huang Qiushi's assessment before adding, indeed, our provisions are limited. We have approximately 8 boxes of biscuits, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 3 cans of dehydrated vegetables, and combined, the canned meats and fruits barely amount to 5 boxes. It is indeed scarce. Huang Qiushi, hearing this, was visibly dismayed, his voice rising in exasperation. Is this what you call a meager supply of food? Meanwhile, Zhou Curson wore a look of deep discontent. Indeed, there is not much left. These provisions were all sent to me by my family from the north. And this is all that remains. You cannot fathom that those foodstuffs were dispatched to me in boxes upon boxes. Huang Qiushi has finally ceased to refute Zhou Curson, as she has come to understand that the units of measurement employed by both parties are entirely dissimilar. Here, she generally measures in packets, cans, and dozens. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Curson, hailing from the north, quantifies her provisions by the box? Although there are distinctions between large and small boxes, Huang Qiushi firmly believes that the smaller boxes from the north are not significantly diminutive. She has heard of a particular custom when dining in the north. Regardless of how disparagingly one may criticize the dishes for being unpalatable, most proprietors will merely smile and pay no heed. However, should one dare utter the words, alas, the portions in this establishment are so scant that one cannot be satisfied, the owner will ensure that you consume until you can hardly move before allowing you to leave. Chapter 35. The blooming darkness. With a clear understanding of the family's supply reserves, Huang Qiushi began preparing to contact Lan Ling next door. At this moment, Yi Yuan in room 402 had already regained his health. Incredulously, he touched his forehead, truly astonished by the miraculous effects of the special medicine Liang Yu had mentioned. His reverence for Liang Yu deepened further. He did not forget his promise, so he retrieved his phone from under the covers to reach out to Liang Yu. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Yu was currently in a slumber. After relinquishing control of the drone, Liang Yu glanced at the surveillance footage outside his door and suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness. He then took out a blanket and settled down in his rocking chair, completely disregarding the arsonists as they posed no threat to him. At that moment, Yi Yuan's call came through. Immersed in dreams, Liang Yu did not regard it as significant. In a daze, he fumbled for his wristband and simply hung up. Hearing the call disconnect, Yi Yuan did not attempt to call back. Assuming Liang Yu was preoccupied with other matters, he began contemplating what Liang Yu, who had saved him, might require in return, as well as the authenticity of the poison and the simplicity of the promised daily meals. Just then, a message suddenly appeared in the quiet group chat. 302 Wang and Long. I think I just saw someone from Building 10 sneaking in. Not sure what their intentions are. 601 Chenweiluan. Indeed. I saw that person on the 6th floor. They definitely seem to be surveying the area. 602 Fong Meijun. Xiao Chun, clarify what you mean by surveying. What do they intend to do? I'll check with my old friends in Building 10. Chun Weiluan's words were like a knife poised to pierce the bodies of the residents in Building 9, igniting a sense of worry among them. However, the group was not devoid of those fortunate enough to survive amidst the cold wave. 1801 Xiejirong. What do you mean by surveying? I think you're just paranoid. 1801 Xiejirong. I suggest we conduct a thorough investigation of this person after the cold wave passes. If they haven't done anything, how could they know? However, shortly after sending her message, Xiejirong found herself regretting it. Her regret did not stem from reprimanding Chen Weiluan but from the eerie silence that followed her message. She felt like a jester, and her frustration was directed at Chen Weiluan. How infuriating. Just wait, I will ensure you face the consequences. At that moment, Hu Zhiyun urged her to remain calm. Rong, save your energy. We still need to go downstairs tomorrow to collect supplies. Our food is running low. We only have a few bags of biscuits left. Hearing this, Xie Jiarong grew anxious, quickly grabbing the arms of Hu Zhiyun and Wu Pei. My dear sisters, we must think of a way. If it comes to it, let us have that sycophant from the neighboring building send us some food via drone. The survival of these 3 individuals is entirely reliant on the devoted service of their admirers from the nearby buildings. When water runs low, they resort to extracting melted snow from the balcony. Throughout this period, the trio has requested food numerous times, thoroughly depleting their benefactors. It was during this time that Hu Zhiyun and Wu Pei devised a plan, leading to the events that transpired in the group chat today. The two exchanged glances filled with disdain towards Xie Jiarong, the insipid and insatiable individual who only knows how to demand without restraint. They had resolved to make her contribute. However, they still needed to maintain a facade of cordiality. Hu Zhiyun, with a beaming smile, reassured her, "Rest assured, I have arranged for the food. And soon you will be able to eat to your heart's content." Upon hearing this, Xie Jiarong was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. "Yun, is what you said true? For so many days, I have never truly been full. Hearing your words brings me comfort. To celebrate, I will go open a packet of cookies for us to share." She dashed off to retrieve the snacks, oblivious to the disgust etched on the faces of the two others. Unbeknownst to her, her words solidified the resolve of Hu Zhiyun and Wu Pei, who had previously felt a tinge of guilt, especially the line about never having been full in all these days. The distribution of food had initially been equitable, with a total of 1 unit to be divided among the three, resulting in each person receiving 1/3. Yet, Xie Jiarong had swiftly consumed her share, scavenging from others in the process, turning what should have been a fair division into one skewed in her favor. Consequently, Hu Zhiyun and Wu Pei found themselves with only 1/4 each, while Xie Jiarong ended up with half. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable that they would not feel anger towards her audacity. As they observed her approach with the remnants of a half-empty packet of cookies, Hu Zhiyun bluntly stated, "I'm not hungry. You can eat by yourself." When Xie Jiarong turned to Wu Pei, she received a similar response. "Go eat in your room. Yun and I have matters to discuss." Watching Xie Jiarong happily retreat to her bedroom, Wu Pei's tone grew colder. "Yun, how did it go? What did they say?" At that moment, Hu Zhiyun produced her phone, revealing the correspondence to Wu Pei. "See for yourself. They have agreed, but they require the delivery first before providing the food. They were supposed to send someone today, but it seems there was a slight mishap, and they returned." Wu Pei pondered for a moment. "In that case, Yun, tell them that the goods will be sent down tomorrow, and when they come to collect the food, they can take the items directly." Hu Zhiyun inquired, "Are you suggesting we forego the supplies from the property management?" Wu Pei replied with certainty, "Yes, let it go. There probably isn't much left anyway. It's better to give it all up. Her absence is worth more than anything. At present, my greatest concern revolves around a singular issue. What if, upon receiving the goods, they refuse to provide us with food?" This dilemma weighs heavily on Wu Pei, and it is equally troubling for Hu Zhiyun. However, Hu Zhiyun, upon reflection, perceives a silver lining. Pei, this could be a blessing in disguise, regardless of whether they choose to give or not. At least the goods are on their way to us, are they not? With the two of us, can we not procure food from those sycophants? Wu Pei finds wisdom in this perspective. Meanwhile, as they deliberate, at the doorway of room 1601 on the 16th floor, old Wu leads Wu Ju into their residence. Upon entering, Wu Ju is engulfed by an indescribable odor. Instinctively scanning the surroundings, he is startled to discover a lifeless body sprawled on the balcony. A chilling realization dawns upon him, that may not merely be a body, but rather a corpse. Chapter 36. The terrifying encounter with a cannibal. At this moment, Mr. Wu paid no heed to Wu Ju. He was merely aware of Wu Ju trailing behind him. Wu Ju, upon closer inspection, noticed that the corpse was missing an arm, which instantly evoked a 3-character term in his mind: cannibal tribe. Just then, Antley emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large basin of rice porridge. As she passed by Wu Ju, she glanced at him and offered a greeting. However, Wu Ju was suddenly engulfed by the aroma of meat. Despite the basin being covered, he distinctly sensed the scent of flesh. A wave of nausea surged within him, yet he suppressed his discomfort and followed Mr. Wu into the bedroom, fully aware that revealing his true self could lead to a fate akin to that of his brother on the balcony. Upon entering the bedroom, Wu Ju observed that Antley had already distributed the meat porridge to several individuals, including Wu Chuxing. The sight of them consuming it made his stomach churn once more. Noticing Wu Ju, Antley hesitated but ultimately served him a bowl of porridge. Wu Ju quickly declined, saying, "Thank you, Antley, but I have already eaten. There is no need for me to take any. Let me attend to the patient first. However, I must clarify that you are aware of my profession, and I cannot guarantee my assistance will be effective." Antley nodded in response, realizing that she had no other choice but to trust him. After all, he was a doctor, far more capable than herself. As Wu Ju began his examination, Antley handed the bowl of porridge to Mr. Wu, saying, "Old Wu, you should eat this. I've put a lot of effort into it, using plenty of cured meat to make it flavorful." Afterward, she served herself a bowl as well. Wu Ju couldn't shake the feeling that Antley was deliberately making her remarks audible to him, particularly emphasizing the use of cured meat. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Ju concluded his examination, feeling that those were the most excruciating moments of his life. He meticulously explained each individual's condition and the necessary precautions before hastily leaving room 1601 without even taking the instant noodles that had been promised to him. He quickly retreated to his own room, locking the door and barricading it with a shoe cabinet, seeking a semblance of security. At that moment, a knock resounded at Wu Ju's door. Song He from room 1201 had arrived at his doorstep. "Old Wu, come out for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." At this juncture, Wu Ju was adamant about not opening the door, let alone stepping outside. "Old Song, if you have something to say, do so here, or simply initiate a video call with me." Without hesitation, and primarily due to the biting cold, Song He retreated to his own room, retrieved his phone, and initiated a video call with Wu Ju. Upon seeing Wu Ju's haggard visage, Song He was filled with confusion, pondering what could have transpired in such a short span of time that had transformed Wu Ju into this disheveled state. With curiosity lingering, Song He voiced his concerns. What, indeed, has transpired in such a brief span of time? As Wu Ju listened to Song He's words, he was transported back to the agonizing minutes spent in Antley's home, the pervasive aroma of meat porridge filling the air. In an instant, he was overcome with nausea, though his consumption had been modest, resulting in little more than a few remnants of food and yellowish bile. Witnessing Wu Ju's distress only deepened Song He's perplexity. Had he merely posed a question deserving of such a reaction? After a considerable pause, Wu Ju regained his composure. He recounted his recent experiences to Song He, who remained skeptical of Wu Ju's claims. The mere thought of a family of cannibals residing above was unfathomable. Yet, one particular assertion made by Wu Ju stirred a seed of doubt within Song He. Antley had explicitly told Wu Dazhang that the porridge was simmered with cured meat, rendering it exceptionally fragrant. This raised further suspicions in Song He's mind. Moreover, there was a paramount concern. He did not fully trust Wu Ju, maintaining a stance of skepticism toward his words. Nonetheless, he adopted a philosophy of better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Consequently, he created a group chat that included everyone on the 10th floor besides Antley's family. He then composed a message detailing the situation, specifically tagging Wu Ju for clarification. Before long, Liang Yu, roused from slumber by the notification, became intrigued upon reading the message. He felt compelled to assert that the situation was not a fabrication of his own making, but rather a manifestation of the delusions harbored by the homeowners. Liang Yu recognized the mention of the dismembered corpse as a result of his own actions. However, he believed that Wu Ju had not wronged Antley's family. While they had not yet resorted to cannibalism, it was evident that such intentions lingered, though he was uncertain whether these notions originated from Antley's family or Wu Chuxing's associates. At that moment, Liang Yu sent a message to Lan Ling, urging her to refrain from commenting in the group and to remain safely within her home. Subsequently, he ignited further tension within the chat. "Liang Yu, I suspect there is truth to their claims. Antley's family has likely commenced their cannibalistic practices. Liang Yu, do you all recall the young couple in apartment 1002 across from me? The husband has been slain, yet no body has been discovered within the premises. Liang Yu, according to my drone footage, the man's wife is currently displayed on their balcony, completely unclothed. Liang Yu, this could potentially be a stockpile of frozen provisions. I cannot ascertain for certain. What concerns me most is the whereabouts of Feng Qingxian's body. Has it already been consumed?" Having said this, Liang Yu refrained from further commentary in the chat, aware that the more he spoke, the more vulnerabilities would surface. At the very least, he himself remained unconvinced, as he had recently exposed the fact that Antley's family was monopolizing the property warehouse. It has been asserted that Antley's family are cannibals, preying upon corpses. Any discerning individual, given a modicum of time, could uncover the flaws in this narrative. However, Liang Yu firmly believes that this group of rather dim-witted homeowners will remain oblivious to such discrepancies. After all, the terror instigated by the notion of cannibalism is unparalleled, particularly since it was initiated by two individuals from the 12th floor and articulated by Wu Ju himself. What is most critical is that Antley recently sought the assistance of a doctor in the group. It was merely a short while later that Wu Ju emerged to disclose this matter. Moreover, having coexisted for an extended period, everyone is aware that Wu Ju is a veterinarian. Thus, it is quite reasonable for Antley to have consulted him for medical issues during such a time. Consequently, the veracity of Wu Ju's claims is significantly heightened. Chapter 37. The night of the power outage in their hearts. They had essentially branded Antley's family with the label of ogres. However, they merely harbored these thoughts internally, too fearful to take action. Hu Jiyun exclaimed, "This is utterly terrifying. The young men will protect their sisters, won't they?" Wu Pei responded, "Indeed, we require the protection of the young men. If possible, it wouldn't be an issue for us to stay here." Lu Chui retorted, "Ah, you two shameless hussies. I'll make it clear. My husband, old Su, will never assist you." Yang Yin interjected, "All right, enough of this. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must determine how to handle Antley's family." Qin Bailuan urged, "Come on. Everyone should voice their opinions. Let us not allow the ladies to monopolize the conversation. Wu Ju suggested. What if we expel their family from this building? Su Tai agreed. I find this idea quite reasonable. Merely driving them out without resorting to violence is already a gesture of mercy. Su Wenhua noted. Indeed, this plan has merit. I just counted. And there are 11 men here, all under 40. It should pose little challenge to evict them. Song He remarked. I'm feeling a bit feverish and fear I might slow you down, so I want to be joining. Best of luck to you all. Song Huan added. I've caught the same affliction and now have a slight fever. We simply lack the strength to participate. Wanda chimed in. I accidentally fractured my hand yesterday, so I cannot attend either. Su Wenhua replied. Enough with the excuses. Those who don't attend will receive a score of 1. Those who do, a 2. I will tally the results. Song He declared 1. Song Huan echoed 1. Wanda chimed in 1. Su Tai stated 1. Wu Ju added 1. Upon seeing that the entire screen was filled with ones, Su Wenhua was left speechless. Su Wenhua exclaimed, So none of you are going? Am I expected to drive out so many by myself? Wu Ju suggested. Liang Yu has remained silent. Perhaps you should ask him. He is known for his warm-heartedness. Wu Ju tagged. Liang Yu. Liang Yu responded. Wu Ju, have you lost your mind? If you all refuse to go, what use is it to involve me? Am I your father or your grandfather? If you think summoning me will resolve this, you may go or not as you please. It hardly concerns me. Should they choose to act, they will target those of you who live nearby. Liang Yu continued. If anyone is to perish, it shall be you first. My home is on the 10th floor. It's unlikely I'll be affected. Wu Ju retorted. Liang Yu, have you lost your temper? Can't you converse civilly? What do you mean it doesn't concern you? I know you have conflicts with Antley's family. They will come for you first. Su Wenhua interjected. Everyone, silence. Are we not facing enough peril without squabbling amongst ourselves? Liang Yu suggested. I propose you bring this matter to the main group chat and allow them to handle it. Frankly, I have no desire to intervene. Do as you wish. Su Wenhua, observing Liang Yu's apathetic demeanor, was at a loss for words. However, he truly wished to keep this matter under wraps. As long as it remained undisclosed, the other party would still exercise some restraint. Once that restraint dissipated, a calamity awaited them. At this juncture, Su Wenhua could only begin to console those around him. Since no one is willing to go, let us leave it at that. Tomorrow, the property management will commence the distribution of food, and I believe they will refrain from taking action during this period. Wu Ju remarked. Indeed. With the property management distributing supplies, and considering they possess a complete corpse of an adult male, it should suffice for them for quite some time. Lu Chui retorted. Wu Ju, if you cannot speak wisely, kindly remain silent. Have you considered the implications of your words? After a heated exchange, the group fell silent once more. Yet, it was not long before new messages began to circulate in the chat. Is there electricity in your home? None. I just gathered snow to boil for drinking. And then the power abruptly went out. Exactly. A few days ago, the water supply ceased, but that was manageable. We could melt snow for water. However, with the electricity now cut off, how are we to survive? Our household is also without power. In this frigid weather, the air conditioning is long unusable. We relied on the bathroom heater, electric heaters, and electric blankets to barely get through the night, but now those are rendered useless. How are we to live? Wait. Look over there. The previously abandoned land has been transformed into a villa. It's still illuminated, indicating there is power. Don't bother. It's just our community experiencing a blackout. I just used binoculars to observe that the lights are still on in the villa area. Let us go ask Wang Yong what is truly happening. At that moment, Liang Yu, who had not yet switched to the main group, noticed someone tagging him. Balin, Liang Yu, what on earth is happening? Why do you still have electricity while we do not? Wulong, Liang Yu, get out here. I heard that hideous villa belongs to you. I'll offer you 10,000 to let me stay there. Zhang Yan, brother Liang Yu, please let your sister stay there. I can do anything and guarantee to fulfill your every request. Liang Yu scrolled through the messages, finally grasping the situation. Wang Yong had disclosed the existence of his doomsday fortress, coinciding with the power outage this evening. Since his fortress still had lights, the property management had embellished the story to the homeowners. After perusing the subsequent messages, Liang Yu found them utterly dull, merely a continuation of moral coercion. Given the multitude seeking his attention, he decided to drop a significant revelation. So many are looking for me. I just finished taking a bath and have yet to eat. What is it that you need from me? Property manager Wang Yong responded. Liang Yu, that villa still illuminated is yours, correct? I must inform you that the property management has requisitioned your villa. Open the door immediately. We have official authorization and temporary requisition rights. Liang Yu, if you wish to enter, feel free to do so. Your legs are your own, and I have no authority over them. Property manager Wang Yong, Listen carefully, we are officially requisitioning your villa. Open the door and allow our property staff to enter. Liang Yu, I have made myself abundantly clear. You may enter on your own, as your legs belong to you, and I cannot intervene. Liang Yu, moreover, when did the property management gain the authority to represent the official body? At the very least, you should first show me the authorized electronic document. Liang Yu, by the way, should I enlighten you on something? Do you know why, for such a long time, our city has been devoid of any official rescue efforts? Chapter 38. No more pretense. I am coming clean. My life is quite abundant. Property manager Wang Yong. What exactly do you wish to convey? We are indeed acting under the directives of the authorities. I can provide you with a screenshot of the call records as evidence. Liang Yu, spare me your pity. I will graciously enlighten you. Liang Yu, I knew well in advance of the impending cold wave. In fact, I sent an anonymous letter to our mayor at the end of last month. I trust he has received it, but can you guess why, despite this knowledge? No rescue efforts have been initiated? Liang Yu, allow me to inform you that the decision-makers who received my letter have since departed with it. If my intelligence is correct, the capital is currently fully engaged in the Fire Seed project and lacks the capacity to consider your plight. The remaining soldiers and Uncle Hat are overwhelmed trying to assist the populace, while you find yourselves without electricity, water, or food. How long do you think you can endure? Liang Yu, property manager Wang Yong, do you genuinely believe that you represent the authorities? I find that hard to accept. Property manager Wang Yong, Liang Yu, you are spreading rumors. Just you wait. I am beginning to suspect you are a foreign agent among us. Property manager Wang Yong, you would do well to open the door to your villa. We could still grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, if we come by tomorrow, your days as a so-called agent will be over. Bao Shu, I truly did not anticipate that Liang Yu is a walking agent. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Su Qian, indeed, there is no need for courtesy with such a person. Since he refuses to open the door, we shall simply go ourselves tomorrow. Wenlan, you are right. Someone like him has betrayed the nation and does not deserve to reside in such a villa. It is we who should inhabit it. Hearing these words, Liang Yu found them dull. Liang Yu, can you not exhibit a touch of originality? I had thought you devised something new, yet this is all you have? Liang Yu, you slander me as an agent, and then expect to move in? Beyond defaming me, it seems your concerns solely revolve around your own interests. Liang Yu, I perceive your fear of death. However, I believe you shall meet your end. Why resist so fervently? How long can you sustain yourselves without food? Property manager Wang Yong, who claims we lack provisions? I see that it is you who is without sustenance. Our property's storage has enough supplies to sustain us owners for at least 7 days. Property manager Wang Yong, I have made a decision. Tomorrow, I will cancel the distribution of supplies to Liang Yu. Is there anyone who opposes this? Bao Shu, no, I have no objections. Dong Yu, I also have no objections. However, I believe that the residents of Building 9 are in league with Liang Yu, and their shares should be revoked as well. Guanjun, yes. I find that quite acceptable. Let us cancel their shares in Building 9. Su Wenhua, who do you think you are to revoke our shares with a mere statement? It seems you wish to divide the share that rightfully belongs to us with the property management. We have no objections regarding Liang Yu. But should you dare to withhold our portion, then none shall survive. Shin Bailuan stated, Old Su is right. We can disregard Liang Yu, as our children await this sustenance for survival. If it is lost, then none shall have it. Dong Yu exclaimed, You all, wait for me. Liang Yu interjected, Hey, have you consulted me on this matter? As if I require your worthless offerings. Liang Yu continued, Look, half of these northeastern dishes remain untouched. He lamented, I once desired a complete northeastern menu, but alas, it was all too extravagant. Nevertheless, this is sufficient for me. I now find myself in a dilemma about what to eat next. He expressed envy towards them, stating, I truly envy your lack of such burdensome dilemmas. Simply taking and consuming, unlike my plight with an abundance of food. Property manager Wang Yong remarked, Liang Yu, is it amusing to seek an image from the internet? And do not attempt to change the subject. However, no one paid heed to Wang Yong's words. The focus was solely on Liang Yu. As they sought to procure food from him, be it through calls or private messages, the request surged to 99 in an instant. Liang Yu, without needing to glance, comprehended the situation. Liang Yu said, I have no time for this. I must eat soon. I will respond to all of you collectively. He added, I am weary of being slandered and morally coerced. My spirits are low today. Do not expect food from me. Instead, strive to endure through tonight. Perhaps tomorrow. Upon witnessing the repercussions faced by those who slandered and coerced me, my mood may improve, and I might offer you a portion of meat. Having spoken, Liang Yu ceased to attend to the messages in the group chat, as there was nothing of great importance aside from the demand for food and the request to reside within. At that moment, he opened a private chat with Yi Yuan. observing that the other party had been typing for quite some time, yet no message had been sent. Liang Yu surmised that the individual was likely editing and deleting their response repeatedly. Without hesitation, Liang Yu sent a message to Yi Yuan. Once the chat window opened, Liang Yu ascended to the top of the fortress, surveying the surrounding darkness contrasted by the brilliance of the fortress beneath him. He understood that after tonight, some would perish, and those who survived would likely seek him out for trouble. He maneuvered a drone to the summit, retrieving a 40,000 mAh power bank, 7 bottles of mineral water, and a small box of compressed biscuits from his backpack, placing them into a container. Skillfully operating the drone, he delivered these items to Yi Yuan's home before returning to the rooftop and reclaiming the drone. Back within the fortress, Liang Yu reclined in a rocking chair, engrossed in a series. At that moment, he merely wished for the group to breach his first wall. At the very least, it would provide some amusement. He found himself regretting the construction of the villa in such a manner, having afforded no opportunity for the others. Soon, he received a message from Yi Yuan. Thank you for the water and food. What is it that I can do for you in return? Liang Yu pondered for a moment and said, how about this? I shall present you with a modest objective. Upon its successful completion, I will assign you the next task. Of course, there will be a reward for accomplishing this initial goal. I shall treat you to a meal of your choice, with no limitations on the dishes, as long as you can finish them. Let us set the small goal to unify all 9 buildings. Here's a gentle reminder. Zhang Bohai and Zhang Bolong from room 801 possess 2 hunting rifles, albeit with a limited supply of ammunition. Yi Yuan reviewed the message sent by Liang Yu, his brow furrowed in contemplation, yet he ultimately responded affirmatively. Received. Chapter 39, Commencing Chaos. Having settled matters concerning Yi Yuan, Liang Yu found himself devoid of any pursuits aside from gaming. As the midnight hour approached, he felt an overwhelming sense of monotony. Thus, Liang Yu resolved to seek some amusement. He retrieved a packet of castor bean powder, and in the next moment, a circular takeout box materialized in his grasp. Upon opening the box, the pungent aroma of fried stinky tofu assailed his senses. However, he quickly closed the lid and returned the tofu to his backpack. For he too relished stinky tofu, but feared being overwhelmed by its potent scent if he were to produce too much at once. Although the ventilation system was efficient, it still required time for air circulation. After some searching, he finally stumbled upon a culinary delight that piqued his interest, the jet fighter combo from a certain establishment, which he had previously sampled and left him hunched over the toilet within an hour of consumption. Liang Yu took out one of the combos and inhaled deeply. Ah, that familiar scent. He extracted a chicken wrap, discarding the rest into his backpack. Unwrapping the chicken roll, he sprinkled the castor bean powder over it, rewrapped it neatly, and secured it with transparent tape as a form of marking. He then tossed it into his backpack, completing his creation of a 9,999 castor bean powder chicken wrap. Being considerate, Liang Yu feared that others might receive their meals cold, so he procured an insulated box and placed 100 chicken wraps inside. By the time he completed this task, the clock had struck 1 in the morning. With the power out and no heating available, many were unable to find sleep due to the cold. At this moment, Liang Yu entered the quiet group chat and shared several images. The images depicted boxes of chicken wraps and a half-eaten chicken wrap he held in his hand. I'm quite full now, but alas, I bought too many. I'm not sure what to do with the leftovers, as I'm quite tired of them. Once this message was dispatched, it immediately roused the myriad homeowners who were awake due to hunger and the chill. Li Hua, Liang Yu, I'm like a starving dog. I'm so hungry I could perish. Spare me a bite. Zhang Chao, Liang Yu, within half an hour, you better place these at the entrance of Building 4. Unit 701. If I don't receive them in that time, you can expect dire consequences. CMA, Liang Yu, I can no longer endure the hunger. I'll offer 1,000. Sell me a chicken wrap. Su Hao, I'll bid 2,000 for 2. And you shall deliver them to Unit 602 of Building 11. I'll offer 10,000 for 10 wraps, and have them sent to Unit 1601 of Building 13. At this juncture, someone shared an image of a universal equality device alongside a few unfilled bullets. Lin Hu, I'll exchange 1 bullet for a box to be delivered to the entrance of Building 7. I'm willing to pick it up myself, but I hope you know how to act sensibly. After this, silence enveloped the group. No one dared to utter another word, fearful of drawing attention to themselves. Found the situation amusing, yet through the analysis of his wristband, he discovered that the image was indeed authentic. This revelation astonished him. In a nation with such stringent gun control, it was remarkable that someone could still wield a firearm. Even a pistol compelled Liang Yu to marvel at the depth of the individual's connections. Subsequently, he produced a replica toy submachine gun along with some real ammunition, placing them on the table and sending a photograph in response. Speak up, I can't hear you. Shall we engage in a spirited exchange of fire and see who falls first? At that moment, Wang Yong stepped forward. Liang Yu, cease using fake props to intimidate. You are merely an ordinary worker. If you truly possess such genuine arms, would you still be toiling away for others? Wang Yong's words awakened most of the homeowners in the group, including Lin Hu. His statement held veracity. If Liang Yu truly had such a weapon, why would he still be laboring for someone else, exhausting himself daily? Acquiring such items transcended mere wealth, and the logic simply did not align with Liang Yu's circumstances. Lin Hu, emboldened, retorted, "Come on, if you dare, step out, and let us see who falters first." At this juncture, Liang Yu ascended to the top floor. Claiming a vantage point, which was also a suitable sniper's position, he aligned his sights on Building 7, readied his sniper rifle, and even equipped it with infrared targeting. He then addressed the group. "Dare you disclose your location? Let us see if I can take you down with a single shot. By the way, chicken rolls are 2,000 each, no haggling, payment up front. Only 100 rolls per building, and I have 5 boxes available. You may take your pick. Furthermore, the first person to provide Lin Hu's precise floor location shall receive a complimentary chicken roll." However, none of the homeowners dared to speak up. They were indeed eager for Liang Yu's offered chicken roll, yet they were well aware of Lin Hu's notorious reputation, especially given that he possessed the equalizer. Consequently, after Liang Yu's proclamation, not a soul was willing to purchase the chicken roll, fearing Lin Hu's ire. They understood that not consuming the roll might lead to mere hunger, but inciting Lin Hu could certainly result in their demise under the threat of the equalizer. It was at this moment that Wang Yong intervened. "Liang Yu, you possess an abundance of food. I shall take charge of distributing it to those in need. Priority will be given to the elderly over 50 and children under 14, with the remainder allotted to those homeowners who have gone a day without sustenance. As the property manager, I absolutely will not allow someone like you to profit during a time of national crisis. Wang Yong, do you wish to test the might of my equalizer? I have already stated my demand for a box." At this moment, Liang Yu found the situation increasingly intriguing. He recalled a saying, and now he sought to ascertain its veracity. "Under the lure of generous rewards, brave men shall emerge." Liang Yu remarked, Since manager Wang Yong has expressed his intention to profit from the national crisis, I shall refrain from selling this batch of chicken rolls." He continued, "Dear property owners, do not lose heart. Although I will not be selling, there remains an opportunity for you to acquire them." Liang Yu added, "Manager Wang Yong, I propose an exchange, a single hand for 10 chicken rolls, a leg for 15, a pair of ears for 5, a pair of eyes for 10, and a complete head for 20 chicken rolls. As for the remaining parts, let us forego them, for without the head, other organs such as the heart, lungs, and liver would be rendered useless." Chapter 40. The bounty from Liang Yu. At this moment, Liang Yu continued to send messages. "Liang Yu, the bounty on Wang Yong has been issued. Now let us discuss Lin Hu. Liang Yu, 1 hand can be exchanged for 15 chicken rolls. 1 leg for 20, a pair of ears for 8, a pair of eyes for 15, 1 eyeball for 5. The universal equality device in his possession can be exchanged for 30 chicken rolls, and an entire intact head for 20 chicken rolls. Liang Yu, for now, this is all. You see, my refusal to sell does not equate to profiting from national calamity. I, Liang, am indeed a law-abiding citizen." After sending the message, Liang Yu noticed Wang Yong's reply. Property manager Wang Yong, "Liang Yu, how dare you issue such an audacious bounty? Just wait, I will ensure you regret this." However, with Liang Yu's bounty in place, the attitude of the homeowners in the group towards Wang Yong shifted dramatically. Initially, they could have purchased what they desired, but with Wang Yong's outburst, their opportunity vanished, as Liang Yu had ceased selling. Yet, mindful of the supplies that Wang Yong was to distribute the following day, they could not afford to turn against him just yet. Therefore, they privately contacted Liang Yu, and some even created a separate group chat, excluding Wang Yong, Lin Hu, and anyone associated with them. Within the group, the homeowners eagerly Liang Yu, imploring him to continue selling the chicken rolls in his possession. Observing the messages in the group, Liang Yu responded succinctly, "Liang Yu, if you wish for me to continue selling, first provide me with Lin Hu's specific address. I am too weary to check each one individually. Liang Yu, furnish me with the accurate address, and upon verification, we may discuss the sale. Otherwise, there shall be no negotiations." Shortly after deliberation, they ultimately provided Lin Hu's address, Building 7, 12th floor, room 1201. Upon receiving the address, Liang Yu felt satisfied. He promptly announced in the group, "I possess only 5 boxes, totaling 500 chicken rolls, which I shall deliver via drone to 5 different buildings. The distribution of these is your concern. Remember to pay me. By the way, it seems the transfer function is currently unavailable, so I will accept gold instead. Handle it as you see fit, payment before delivery, otherwise, it is futile." With that, Liang Yu ignored the group and brought his sniper rifle to room 1201 on the 12th floor of Building 7. One could say that Lin, whose luck was remarkably poor. Liang Yu, without making any adjustments to his position, spotted Lin, who hiding beneath the covers through the window. However, Liang Yu did not take the shot immediately. Instead, he patiently waited. For these individuals, such an easy demise would be too lenient. Although there was no personal enmity between them, Liang Yu felt no sympathy for someone with Lin whose attitude in the group. After lying in wait for approximately 20 minutes, Liang Yu finally observed Lin, who emerging from his cocoon, seemingly in search of food. At that moment, he aimed directly at Lin, whose right knee, and pulled the trigger. The silenced sniper rifle emitted scarcely a sound in the still, dark night. However, Lin, whose anguished cries echoed throughout the entirety of Building 7. Liang Yu's shot shattered his knee joint entirely. In such weather, without prompt medical attention, his right leg would be rendered useless. In severe cases, it could even threaten his life. Yet, Liang Yu remained indifferent. After ensuring his shot had found its mark, he promptly stowed away the sniper rifle. He then glanced at their group chat, astonished to find that no solutions had yet been proposed. However, amidst their exchanges, Liang Yu discovered a scene he had anticipated. Among buildings 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 17, the residents of Building 9, relying on their shared address with Liang Yu, audaciously demanded a full box of shares. The remaining 4 boxes, totaling 400 chicken rolls, were to be divided among the residents of the other 5 buildings. If evenly distributed, each building would receive 80 rolls. Yet, they were currently embroiled in a dispute over these shares. Liang Yu paid them no mind. The 500 rolls of golden chicken they were owed would be delivered. What the others chose to do with the specially crafted chicken rolls was their own concern. His intent was merely to teach the dear neighbors of Building 9 a lesson. And if others chose to involve themselves, that was beyond his purview. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall solely upon them. As he checked the time, he noted that the night had grown late, and an inexplicable wave of drowsiness washed over him. After yawning, he returned to his room, collapsed onto his bed, and fell asleep without even pulling up the covers. The following morning, as dawn began to break, Liang Yu's wristband incessantly flashed with incoming messages. Unfortunately, it had automatically entered silent mode. Only messages from Lan Ling would reach him, rendering other notifications mute during these early hours. At last, it was 8 a.m., and Liang Yu's biological clock roused him from slumber. Sitting up in bed, he squinted and yawned, gazing at the flashing wristband, which seemed to pulse like the strobe lights of a nightclub. Paying little heed to the messages, he recalled that he had gone to bed without bathing the night before. Hurriedly, he made his way to the bathroom, quickly attending to his morning routine. Draped in a loose bathrobe, he wandered into the dining area. Retrieving a basket of steamed dumplings, a serving of sweet tofu pudding, and a bowl of iced soy milk for breakfast. Taking a bite of a dumpling, he finally glanced at the messages in the group chat. After a cursory scan, he lost interest and decided to reply. Just woke up and am having breakfast. No need to discuss matters with me. My sole responsibility is to collect the gold and deliver the goods. How you choose to distribute them is entirely up to you. At that moment, Suawa responded to Liang Yu. I calculated that at a price of 2,000 per roll, 500 rolls total 1,000,000. Given that gold is approximately 730 per gram, we can offer you 1,370 grams of gold. The gold is ready. When will you come to collect it? And when will you deliver the items to us? Liang Yu calculated the figures himself, and indeed they matched. While enjoying his breakfast, he promptly instructed the Doomsday Fortress to dispatch a drone for retrieval. The gold is currently with you, so you may simply leave it at your doorstep. I will arrange for the drone to collect it. At that moment, Su Wenhua inquired about the food. How will you provide it to me? Are you suggesting that you will transport it box by box via drone? Simply share the address with us, and we shall fetch it ourselves. Or you may deliver it to the entrance on the 3rd floor of Building 9. Upon reading Su Wenhua's message, Liang Yu realized this must be the result of them convening in another group behind his back. It appeared they intended to capture him alive. These individuals truly underestimated him. Had it not been for the need to address their arrogance, he would not have gone to such lengths. Chapter 41. The Jet Fighter-S Chicken Wraps. Liang Yu directly replied to Su Wenhua in the group chat. I can hear your calculations ringing loud and clear. Since you don't desire it, so be it. I shall refuse the gold as well. As for the chicken wraps, consider them discarded, fed to the dogs. If they spoil, it's your misfortune to starve. Upon hearing this, Su Wenhua maintained his composure. However, the other impatient property owners grew frantic. They watched helplessly as their anticipated provisions slipped away, turning their ire towards their representative, Su Wenhua. The blame was swiftly directed at him. Despite their collective agreement on the outcome, their intention was to capture Liang Yu alive. They believed that by enticing him with gold, they could lure him out and seize control. They hoped that both his resources and food would fall into their grasp. Yet, They failed to realize that Liang Yu had no genuine desire for the gold and was far from being blinded by greed. His acceptance of the gold was merely a means to ensure their peace of mind. After all, something free is often the most costly. Unlike their method of extracting a price, how could such a profusion of food be distributed without arousing suspicion? Ultimately, under the verbal onslaught from the owners, Su Wenhua exited the group chat. Su Tai then assumed responsibility for the ensuing matters. Following a smooth transaction, Liang Yu confirmed the receipt of the gold through feedback from his wristband. Since he had received the gold, Liang Yu was not one to accept payment without delivering. He promptly dispatched 5 drones with 5 insulated boxes to the entrance of Building 9. Although referred to as the entrance, it was essentially in the corridor near the 3rd floor, as the 1st and 2nd floors had been inundated by floodwaters and were now frozen due to the onset of a cold wave. Consequently, Liang Yu sought out Su Tai in the group chat, stating, "I have sent the items to the exit of Building 9. They should arrive in about 5 minutes. It's up to you to collect them. If someone else takes them, that is no concern of mine." After completing this, Liang Yu resumed his breakfast. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastily sent a message to Lan Ling. "Little Radish, do you have enough food over there? Would you like me to send some more? And do not eat those chicken wraps. I added castor bean powder to them. Just keep it to yourself and don't let it slip." As soon as he sent the message, he received an immediate reply from her with a nonchalant emoji. Then, there was silence. Liang Yu surmised that she was either asleep or engrossed in a game. He chose not to dwell on it. As long as she was aware, that sufficed. However, this time Liang Yu misinterpreted Lan Ling's situation. She was currently engaged in a conversation with Zhou Kersen and Huang Qiushi in the group chat. She altered the content of Liang Yu's message before sharing it with the two. "I just received information that the batch of chicken wraps is problematic. It's best for those with sensitive stomachs to avoid them. They are part of a certain establishment's jet fighter meal package." Upon seeing this message, Huang Qiushi began discussing it with Zhou Kersen. In the end, Zhou Kersen took the initiative, and each of them purchased a chicken roll. At that moment, the notion that consuming it might transform them into jet fighters left them in a state of perplexity. In such frigid weather, prolonged bathroom visits or excessive frequency could easily lead to frostbite, let alone the implications of diarrhea. Just as they were mired in their indecision, Lan Ling sent another message. "Do not doubt my words. I have heard the news, and I did not buy any myself. I have an idea. If you do purchase it, it would be wise to refrain from eating immediately. Wait for others to try it first and observe their reactions before making your decision." Both women found no fault in her suggestion and thus adopted Lan Ling's advice, for a refund seemed improbable at this juncture. 10 minutes later, Zhou Kersen returned from outside, her coat concealing 2 chicken rolls. They were still warm, and the enticing aroma made both women eager to indulge. Yet, recalling Lan Ling's warning, they suppressed their cravings. Zhou Kersen then sought out Lan Ling once more. "Lan Ling, have you given any thought to what I mentioned previously? I have ample food here. If the 3 of us band together, we can look out for one another, which is certainly safer than being alone." Upon seeing Zhou Kersen's message, Lan Ling remembered the matter at hand. She had forgotten to consult Liang Yu for his opinion and, feeling helpless, decided to postpone once more. "That teacher Zhou, allow me to ponder this for a bit longer. I shall provide you with a response within the next couple of days." After sending her message, Huang Qiushi emerged to tease her. "Kersen, I think you should not put her in a tight spot. Perhaps she is currently cohabitating with her boyfriend. Our presence would only make us 2 glaring eyesores." However, before Lan Ling could reply to her, the group chat was inundated with messages, all directed at Liang Yu. At that moment, Liang Yu was reclining in a rocking chair within the Doomsday Fortress when he noticed the mentions in the group chat. Upon opening it, he discovered that the messages came from residents of buildings 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 17. To his astonishment, Liang Yu found that even Antley was among those denouncing him, leading the charge no less. Property manager Li Kaiwa. "Liang Yu, you little rascal, come out here. Who knows what mischief you've been up to?" Property manager Li Kaiwa. "Now that we've eaten the chicken rolls you sold, all the buyers are suffering from diarrhea. You must give us an explanation." Liang Yu read the messages and responded to Antley with a universally recognized gesture of friendship. "What does your diarrhea have to do with me? Is it my fault you have digestive issues? Did you not check the packaging before eating? Clearly, it states whose chicken roll it is. Furthermore, why is it that I have no issues after eating it, while you do? Since we consumed the same food. It indicates that the food itself is not the problem. Rather, it is you who are at fault." Meanwhile, I silently recited to myself. I merely added a touch of croton powder to restore the splendor of the jet warriors. This cannot be deemed as administering poison, for it embodies the very power it was meant to possess. At that moment, Antley was rendered speechless by Liang Yu's words. Indeed, upon revisiting the photos previously shared, It was confirmed that they had indeed ordered from that establishment known for its chicken wraps. This silent injustice was something they had to endure. Yet the situation was far from over. At this juncture, Xie Jiarong also interjected, not for any particular reason, but because they had ordered 3 chicken wraps. And owing to her relentless ability to mooch, she had successfully ingested double the amount of croton powder, which equated to double the delight. Unsurprisingly, she was already feeling weak in the knees and found herself unable to leave the restroom. Chapter 42. Bounty on Xie Jiarong. At this moment, Xie Jiarong could only force herself to endure this overwhelming joy. Xie Jiarong, property manager Wang Yong, manager Wang, that scoundrel Liang Yu is profiting from national calamity, demanding 500 chicken rolls in exchange for our gold worth 1 million. You must intervene in this matter. Yet, upon seeing that Wang Yong remained silent, she, lacking any better judgment, offered a suggestion in the group chat. Xie Jiarong, property manager Wang Yong, manager Wang, if Liang Yu can issue a bounty on you, you too can reward him with food. After all, the property has an abundance of supplies. Offer some rice and meat as a bounty for Liang Yu, and I am certain many will act on your behalf. At that moment, her 2 roommates, upon reading Xie Jiarong's message, distanced themselves from her. They simply could not fathom how someone could be so foolish. Is it appropriate to publicly announce such matters in the group? If you must inform him, at least do it privately. Sharing it in the group is akin to courting disaster. Indeed, Liang Yu, upon seeing the message, quickly devised his revenge. To be honest, he did not hold much of an impression of this individual. The only remaining memory of Xie Jiarong was her selling her body in the group. Yet, in such a resource-scarce situation, it was astonishing that anyone would still make purchases. Liang Yu was genuinely perplexed as to how they could possess so much food. However, after his second chance at life, he had come to understand the truth upon discovering the body of Su Yiting in room 1002. Thus, Liang Yu composed a message and posted it in the group. Liang Yu, ladies and gentlemen, I have returned, and this time, I bring you a delightful opportunity. Liang Yu, the primary audience is the male homeowners, but if any female homeowners are interested, I shall not deter them. Let us unveil the answer. Liang Yu, a bounty is now issued for Xie Jiarong, the resident of Unit 1801 in Building 9. Anyone who provides a video of 2 people engaging in exercise and shares it in the group will receive a hamburger or a chicken roll of their choosing, specifically from the Jet Set meal options. Liang Yu, whether to participate is entirely up to you. The bounty is valid indefinitely, limited to 1 entry per person per day to prevent food fraud. The video must include a timestamp and date, along with both parties' faces for verification. It is that simple. After delivering this announcement, Liang Yu ceased further communication in the group, while property manager Wang Yong refrained from addressing Liang Yu's bounty. It was not that he had overlooked it or was unwilling, but rather that he was genuinely intimidated. Liang Yu's ability to produce 500 chicken rolls indicated his substantial resources. If he were to provoke Liang Yu further, increasing the bounty, he would likely have to live in fear for the next 24 hours. Simultaneously, witnessing Liang Yu's applause for Xie Jiarong's predicament only fueled this wretched woman's desire to ensnare him. With Liang Yu's bounty now issued, it was the single and hungry homeowners who could no longer remain idle. They had not anticipated such a fortuitous opportunity. Particularly, those residing in the buildings adjacent to Building 9, including the homeowners of Building 9 itself, began to stir with anticipation. In room 1801 on the 18th floor, Xie Jiarong burst into tears upon seeing the bounty issued by Liang Yu. Woe is me. What shall I do? Please, lend me your thoughts on a solution. Oh, I have it. I shall apologize to Liang Yu. I am certain that my contrition will lead him to rescind the bounty. Thus, she sought out Liang Yu's contact information and, after several attempts, he finally answered the call. However, the moment she introduced herself, Liang Yu abruptly terminated the call and blocked her. Realizing she could no longer reach him, she sent a message in the group, tagging Liang Yu. Xie Jiarong, Liang Yu, I truly recognize my mistake. I am so sorry. Please forgive me just this once. Xie Jiarong, I promise I will never dare to repeat my folly. Please grant me your forgiveness. Yet, no one dared to voice their support for her. Under normal circumstances, many skilled practitioners would have rallied to her aid. But now, everyone was on edge, and after uttering a single word, the bounty on Liang Yu's behalf had increased. Upon seeing the group messages, Liang Yu responded with a single word, scram. This response shattered Xie Jiarong's composure. Xie Jiarong, you are truly insufferable. I have apologized. What more do you want from me? Xie Jiarong, will it bring you harm to forgive me just this once? However, Liang Yu was not one to indulge her kind. Liang Yu, special offer today. The first 10 individuals to share a video in the group will receive a reward of a meal package. Liang Yu, the package includes a hamburger, chicken wrap, fries, chicken nuggets, and cola, 5 items in total. Accompanying this announcement was a photograph of a steaming meal, far exceeding the simplicity of just a hamburger and chicken wrap. These provisions could sustain them for 1 or 2 days. At this moment, Xie Jiarong was rendered completely speechless. Meanwhile, her 2 roommates were conversing with Xie Jiarong's prospective buyers. With Liang Yu's bounty, Xie Jiarong's value had undoubtedly risen. However, the price offered by the buyers left the 2 dissatisfied, leading to the abandonment of their intent to sell Xie Jiarong. Yet, they soon devised a different plan, exchanging glances and nodding in agreement. Together, they restrained Xie Jiarong. Only then did Xie Jiarong realize what was unfolding. "What are you 2 doing? Why have you bound me? Do you also wish to claim Liang Yu's bounty? We are such close friends." Hu Zhiyun patted Xie Jiarong's cheek. "Fear not, I would never stoop to such a level, as I must maintain my dignity. It would be too humiliating to be exposed to them. However, you are a hot commodity, and I am certain they will find you exceedingly intriguing." Upon hearing Hu Zhiyun's words, Xie Jiarong froze. The implication of Hu Zhiyun's words filled her with a foreboding sense of dread. Subsequently, Liang Yu observed this scene unfolding in the group. The image depicted Xie Jiarong, tightly bound to a bed. 1801 Hu Zhiyun. "I believe everyone will be quite interested in her. She is none other than the Xie Jiarong for whom Liang Yu has placed a bounty." 1801 Hu Zhiyun. "We have run out of food. It has all been consumed by her. I trust that your supplies are scarce as well. The bounty on Liang Yu presents a splendid opportunity to procure sustenance." 1801 Hu Zhiyun. "For merely 3 packets of instant noodles or 3 portions of biscuits weighing no less than 200 grams, those desiring Liang Yu's bounty should act swiftly. Today, only the first 10 will be considered." After she sent the message, it wasn't long before others began to reach out to her. Hu Zhiyun glanced at the message and showed it to Xie Jiarong. To her surprise, "You are quite popular. So many have added me, all thanks to you. Today, the 2 of us need not endure hunger." Chapter 43. The distribution of supplies by the property management. At this moment, Xie Jiarong was weeping uncontrollably. Her voice trembling as she lamented, Why must you treat me this way? Were we not the best of sisters?" Yet, Hu Zhiyun paid no heed to her words, swiftly contacting the buyer. Soon, a knock echoed from the door of room 1801, heralding the arrival of Xie Jiarong's nightmare. After sending out his message, Liang Yu paid no further attention to the developments until someone shared a video in the group chat and tagged him. Upon clicking the link, he allowed his wristband to analyze it, and after receiving a definitive result, he promptly sent another message in the group. "Everyone, please remain calm. I assure you that I will deliver as promised. Here is the plan. Before 6 p.m., if we gather 10 portions, I will dispatch them via drone for you to distribute among yourselves. However, if we fail to meet that number by 6 p.m., I will allocate the portions according to availability, and today's special supply will conclude." After completing his message, Liang Yu once again opened the private chat where friend requests awaited his attention. A surge of blood rushed to his head as he clicked to accept, and soon, a flood of messages emerged, yet he refrained from hastily opening them. His intention was to peruse the content later in the evening to alleviate his boredom. Due to the impact of Liang Yu's spicy chicken rolls, only those who had abstained from consuming them were able to function normally. By 11 a.m., 10 video submissions had astonishingly been amassed. Following his usual protocol, Liang Yu verified their authenticity before distributing the food, subsequently commenting in the group. "I glanced at the video duration. It was far too brief for my liking. Let us call it a day for now. Given the weather conditions, we shall commence tomorrow, ensuring that each video exceeds 10 minutes in length. Of course, you may proceed as you wish. After all, I only care about the 10-minute mark. Even if you choose to torment the other party, it still counts towards your duration." Liang Yu believed he had expressed himself quite clearly. If anyone failed to comprehend, he would not hesitate to withhold the food. At this juncture, numerous residents, their bodies enfeebled, began to descend the stairs. They were now heading to the property management office to queue for the distribution of supplies, as the time for collection was rapidly approaching. Through the surveillance footage, Liang Yu observed that Wang Yong from the property management was indeed prepared with numerous packages of supplies. He did not concern himself with the specifics of their contents, knowing well that there was unlikely to be much. Before long, a throng of residents from various buildings gathered in front of the property warehouse. The management had set up several tables and sent out a message in the group chat. "Dear residents, please proceed to collect your supplies according to the order of your buildings, from left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each resident must collect only 1 portion, and no one may collect on behalf of another. We appreciate your understanding." Most residents complied with the property management's instructions. However, following the power outage yesterday, many found their phones drained. The remaining few with some battery life relayed the message to those nearby. At this moment, Liang Yu suddenly recalled someone and switched the surveillance feed to Lin Hu's location. At that moment, Lin, who lay pale and lifeless on the bed, still clutching the equality of all beings device in his hand. Surrounding him were several men, likely around 27 or 28 years of age, presumably Lin Hu's subordinates, who appeared to be tending to his wounds. Contemplating this, Liang Yu, unsure if they could see him, directly tagged Lin Hu in the group chat. Liang Yu, little Hu, what happened to your leg? Why is it wrapped in such a large bandage? I hope you weren't caught doing something illicit and had your leg broken in the process. He then shared a crucial piece of information. Liang Yu, I have good news to share with you all. Please pass it along. There will be approximately 1 hour of electricity available after 6 p.m. each evening, sufficient for you to charge your phones and boil some water. Liang Yu, a friendly reminder. Using high-power heating appliances may easily lead to another power outage, so use it wisely. This latter message piqued the interest of the homeowners, who quickly began to inquire in the group chat. Is this information true? Why have I not heard anything about it? Indeed, where did you get this news? Why is it that only you are aware of it while the rest of us have received no notifications? I don't care if it's true or not. I've already prepared by charging my power banks. How coincidental. I was thinking the same. If the phone loses power, we will have no means of communication with the outside world. Oh no, my mobile bill is due tomorrow, but I can't recharge my account now. What will I do if my service is suspended? Brother upstairs, I suggest you temporarily stay with your neighbor. Liang Yu observed their idle chatter and the excitement of awaiting supplies. Soon, the property management began distributing provisions. From the surveillance footage, Liang Yu saw that each person received a bag no larger than the palm of an adult male's hand. It was evident that the contents were meager. Nevertheless, the homeowners remained cheerful, expressing their gratitude towards the property management. Yet, where there were expressions of thanks, there were also complaints. Some homeowners, upon receiving their bags, immediately tore them open, only to be displeased with the scanty contents. They resorted to acting unruly, insisting that the management provide them with additional packages before they would relent. This situation quickly drew the attention of the property manager, Wang Yong, who approached with a grim visage and several associates. He seized the bag from the disgruntled homeowner's hands and commanded his companions to drag the individual outside, where they publicly administered a severe beating. The man was left nearly lifeless in the snow, and a palpable silence fell over the crowd. Other homeowners, who had contemplated similar antics, quickly abandoned such thoughts. It must be said that this method of setting an example proved effective. The injured homeowner would likely not survive. Yet, no one spoke of the incident. It was as if it had never occurred. Thus, the property management systematically distributed provisions to all residents on that first day. At that moment, Liang Yu received a voice call from Lan Ling, and the connection was promptly established. Before long, Liang Yu heard the voice of Lan Ling. Brother Yu, I need to discuss something with you. Please promise me you won't be angry. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, and with a darkened expression. He inquired of Lan Ling, speak plainly. What is it that I have forbidden you to do? Just tell me directly. Only when pressed by Liang Yu did Lan Ling hesitantly reveal the matter at hand. Well, my professor from university and her friend have asked if I would like to live with them. During times like these, it's better for a few of us to band together. I believe so too, and my professor is not a bad person. She is quite kind. Chapter 44. The bridge destroyed by Antley's family. Upon hearing Lan Ling's words, Liang Yu became acutely aware of a grave issue. The protective measures had been so stringent that no matter what he said, Lan Ling would never experience the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world and the cruelty of human nature. This situation presented a unique opportunity, and he understood Zhou Curson well enough to know that she was indeed a capable individual. Thus, the matter remained within controllable bounds. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately acquiesced to Lan Ling's request. Yet he emphasized one crucial stipulation. Under no circumstances were they to venture outside or disclose any information regarding their dwelling or the stockpile of food. Upon hearing Liang Yu's agreement, Lan Ling readily accepted his conditions. Elated, she concluded her conversation with him and sought out Zhou Curson and Huang Qiushi. Both women, having received Lan Ling's message, were somewhat perplexed. She urged them to relocate their belongings to her residence, particularly highlighting its superior safety and insulation. Huang Qiushi found herself at a loss for how to proceed, glancing at Zhou Curson for guidance. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Curson resolved to move. After all, the distance was negligible, and the most critical factor was that they still had time to organize their belongings, especially since the residents had just collected supplies downstairs. Once they had tidied up sufficiently and finished their meal, it would be an opportune moment for them to shift to the new location. Meanwhile, Aunt Lee and Uncle Wu returned home with their share of supplies. Upon witnessing the multitude of ailing individuals in their abode, Antley felt overwhelmed. However, compared to the previous day, there was a slight improvement, as her son could manage to walk around. Unfortunately, the condition of the others had worsened, primarily due to inadequate warmth. With the power outage, Antley found it increasingly difficult to attend to the other patients, her heart solely focused on Wu Chuxing. Hence, the air in Antley's home was thick with the sound of coughing, leaving her in a state of distress. Last night, Antley had even conferred with Uncle Wu and Wu Chuxing about how to deal with his ailing companions. In Antley's eyes, these individuals seemed near death, rendering any attempts to save them unnecessary. Keeping them around would only squander valuable medicine and food. Particularly today, they had distributed 3 chicken rolls among Wu Chuxing and the sick, resulting in an unbearable stench permeating the guest room. Upon returning, the couple went straight to the master bedroom, where Wu Chuxing once again raised his previous concerns. They promptly opened the 2 supply packages for him to see. Inside were merely 2 palm-sized flatbreads, a handful of rice, a few vegetable leaves, and 2 sausages, meager rations meant to sustain 1 person for a day. Wu Chuxing remained silent, contemplating the meager offerings. Finally, Uncle Wu spoke up. Let's abandon this notion. We truly lack sufficient medicine. We cannot ascertain whether the current supplies would suffice for your recovery, let alone if we must share with the others. Alas, what misfortune have we wrought? As Uncle Wu sighed heavily, Wu Chuxing posed one final question. Father, is it truly impossible to procure more medicine? The only response he received was Uncle Wu turning his face away. At that moment, Antley interjected. There is no way around it. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Liang Yu. Had it not been for him, our family would not have descended to such a dismal state. While collecting supplies, a few individuals attempted to rob us, but it seems they were deterred by your presence. We are all relying on you. If anything were to happen to you, our family would be doomed. After listening to Wu Chuxing, he took a moment to gather his resolve and said to Antley, Mother, I shall take some food. Let it be their final meal, so they may at least have something to eat. Antley opened her mouth to protest, but was silenced by old Wu. Suddenly, Wu Chuxing collapsed, hitting the ground with a thud. Antley, filled with concern, helped him up, all the while cursing Liang Yu. It's all that wretched Liang Yu's fault. Subsequently, Wu Chuxing took a bag of food into the foul-smelling guest room. The 3 men noticed his arrival and were about to speak when they were interrupted by Wu Chuxing. Dear brothers, I owe you an apology. Your ailments are too grave, and my family has run out of medicine. If you must place blame, let it rest on Liang Yu. He is responsible for your condition and for preventing us from obtaining any medicine. He then produced a small bag of food. This is my last token of goodwill. At that moment, the 3 men understood they were being sent away to await their fate. With great effort, they helped one another to rise from their frail and broken bodies, saying not a word, and even leaving the food in Wu Chuxing's hands as they exited Antley's home. Approximately 10 minutes later, a photo was shared in the group chat from Building 9. 602 Fong Mei Jun. I just heard a noise outside and saw 3 individuals jump from upstairs. Image. JPG. The photo depicted Wu Chuxing's 3 subordinates who, unable to endure their suffering, had chosen to end their lives by jumping from the building. At this moment, Liang Yu came across the messages in the group chat and instantly transformed into a harbinger of doom. 1001 Liang Yu. Oh, are these not the 3 sycophants from Wu Chuxing's household? What could have driven them to jump? 1001 Liang Yu. No way. Could it be that they were denied food and forced out of their home, leading them to despair and this tragic choice? 1001 Liang Yu. 1601 Property Manager Li Kaiwa. You are all murderers. Your entire family are murderers. Your son murdered Feng Qingxian before everyone's eyes, and now you have driven 3 individuals to their deaths. You do not deserve to dwell in this building. Get out. After Liang Yu sent his message, Yi Yuan understood his intentions and quickly joined in. 402 Yi Yuan. I believe Liang Yu is correct. They are indeed murderers. I cannot abide living in the same building as murderers. 402 Yi Yuan. I demand that Aunt Li's family be expelled. Seeing Yi Yuan also participating in the conversation gave Wu Ju the courage to speak up. 1202 Wu Ju. Yes. Expel them. 1202 Wu Ju. They are not merely murderers. They are cannibals. I witnessed this atrocity with my own eyes. They dismembered the corpses of the deceased to concoct a grisly meat porridge and even inquired if I would partake. The mere recollection makes me feel nauseous. 1201 Song He. Esteemed residents, we must expel this deranged family from Building 9. We deserve our peace and safety restored. 602 Fong Mei Jun. Indeed, we must oust them immediately. Let their provisions be distributed among all the residents. Fong Laoda's declaration seemed to trigger something profound, as initially indifferent residents began to surface in the group chat, fearing that any delay might result in missing out on the food from Antley's household. Chapter 45, The Forceful Seizure of Owner Supplies at this moment. A homeowner voiced a protest. Why should we allocate supplies to those who do not participate? I believe that those who come should take what they need. Whatever they gather is rightfully theirs. This assertion garnered widespread agreement. Antley, upon reading the messages in the group, found herself completely at a loss and turned to Grandpa Wu and Officer Wu, seeking a solution from them. Grandpa Wu, fully aware of the futility of any explanation, addressed the two. "Let us gather some food and blankets. We'll retreat to room 1702 for a while." However, Zhang Bohai interjected into the group chat. "Esteemed residents of Building 9, I hereby formally announce that I now manage this building. During this period, I will ensure your safety. Additionally, we are currently recruiting strong males, ideally aged between 25 and 40. Lastly, I kindly request that each homeowner voluntarily surrender half of their food supplies to room 801. Do not compel me to use the equality tool to collect from you. You have 1 hour to relay this message across the floors." Shortly thereafter, Zhang Bohai shared a selfie holding a shotgun, cleverly concealing the fact that they possessed 2 firearms. Zhang Bohai was confident that by showcasing the equality tool, and based on his understanding of these homeowners, they would inevitably concede if their survival was at stake. At this juncture, Zhang Bolong, bewildered, inquired, "Brother, what about Liang Yu? How should we deal with him? It seems he has an abundance of food. Should we not just seize it from him?" Zhang Bohai, infuriated, promptly delivered a punch to Zhang Bolong's head. "You fool! Why provoke him when we have no reason to? Our priority now is to establish contact with him and earn his trust. You must keep quiet outside. Do you understand? Only by gaining his trust can we have a chance to eliminate him. Remember this, do not utter anything that might offend Liang Yu, or you will meet a fate similar to Xie." Meanwhile, in another newly created group chat filled with residents of Building 9, including Antley's family, whom they sought to expel, the atmosphere was tense. "What should we do? We must devise a plan. We already possess little in terms of supplies, and now Zhang Bohai demands half. How are we to survive?" One lamented. "Indeed, without food, we face death. Refusing to comply leads to the same fate. Just a matter of time. Perhaps we should confront them. They possess only 1 firearm, an outdated shotgun at that. If we band together, we can overpower him." Another voice countered the sentiments expressed by the upstairs residents. "I believe the minds of those upstairs are clouded. If they had food, would they openly brandish their shotgun to compel us to surrender our supplies? Have you not questioned the authenticity of that weapon? Regardless of its veracity, we shall rush forth, and he will undoubtedly be unable to withstand our advance." Well spoken. I wholeheartedly support you in taking the lead. Indeed. We also stand behind you men as you take the initiative. Soon, the conversation veered off course. Even at such a critical juncture, they continued to bicker over gender issues. Liang Yu merely observed for amusement, remaining silent. Amidst their incessant arguments, a homeowner suddenly interjected, shattering their dispute. "Continue your quarrel. I must first attend to the supplies. There are only 40 minutes left. By the time you finish squabbling, someone may arrive armed, and I have no desire to meet my demise." With that, the individual exited the group chat. Liang Yu glanced at the message and then switched to the screen of Zhang Bohai's residence, bursting into laughter. This person was none other than Zhang Bolong's alternate account, which had somehow evaded the homeowner's notice and was drawn into the group, seemingly a result of the chilling wave dulling their wits. With such a leader, those homeowners who had been wavering suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope, one after another withdrawing from the chat. Even Wang Yinlong, Li Chengbai, and several others directly spoke in the 9th Building's group, expressing their willingness to surrender supplies to join them. Thus, the strongest and only faction in the 9th Building emerged, observing the tide turn against them. The homeowners had no choice but to reluctantly relinquish half of their supplies in exchange for their safety. Yi Yuan, ever astute, also infiltrated Zhang Bohai's ranks. Subsequently, Wu Ju, who joined Zhang Bohai, took it upon himself to compile the statistics. After considerable effort, he organized the information regarding households that had yet to submit their supplies and reported back to Zhang Bohai. "Brother Hai, we have the Fong family in 602, Dr. Huang's family in 802, Luotzen in 902, Liang Yu in 1001, 2 families on the 11th floor, and Antley's family in 1601. As for 1301, 1702, 1101, and 1502, I am unsure if they are absent or have succumbed to the cold. I have noticed their prolonged absence." Zhang Bohai listened with eyes closed as Wu Ju delivered his report, his gloved hands incessantly tapping the table, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Ultimately, when his fingers ceased their rhythmic drumming, he had reached a resolution. He looked at Wu Ju and inquired, "How many have joined us this time?" Wu Ju perused the list, reviewing the compiled data. "Brother Hai, aside from you and Liang Yu, our group now consists of 13 individuals." The revelation of such numbers filled Zhang Bohai with elation. He had anticipated perhaps 7 or 8 joining, and to amass 10 would have been commendable. The unexpected total of 13 prompted him to reconsider his original strategy. Initially, he had planned to establish dominance by targeting a single household, yet with 13 members, he found himself contemplating a different approach. Establishing authority among his own building's residents could inevitably yield adverse repercussions. Having already collected supplies, further actions could foster resentment. In such times, the homeowners of the 9th building were losing one at a time. At present, he could establish his dominance over the individuals in other buildings. In this manner, he could continuously plunder resources and gather the inhabitants of those buildings, thereby strengthening his own faction. Only after fortifying his ranks could he incorporate individuals from other buildings into his group. With this idea in mind, he resolved to act. He prepared to wield a hunting rifle while instructing Zhang Bo to discreetly carry a second weapon concealed on his person. Subsequently, he would lead a contingent of several homeowners to assert his authority over the other buildings. Thus, he hastily inquired of Wuju, Xiaowu, "Do you have any suitable recommendations for me if I wish to take action against those from other buildings?" Zhang Bo emphasized the word suitable with particular intensity. Chapter 46. The resolute residents of Building 9 Wuju certainly understood Zhang Bohai's words, yet he found himself in a predicament. His knowledge of the circumstances surrounding the other buildings was rather limited. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he promptly addressed Zhang Bohai. "Brother Hai, I genuinely lack clarity on this matter. However, I have thought of someone who should be well informed about the nearby buildings. It's old lady Fong from 602. Everyone knows that she is always the first to learn of any news in the vicinity. Whatever inquiries you have, she is likely to be acquainted with them." Observing Zhang Bohai's expression, Wu Ju quickly realized he needed to act. "Brother Hai, please wait a moment. I will bring old lady Fong to you immediately." With that, he exited the room, leaving Zhang Bohai with his brother, Zhang Bolong. Wu Ju, accompanied by several residents wielding makeshift clubs, soon arrived at the door of 602. Under Wu Ju's guidance, they began to pound on the door. "Open up, old lady Fong. Hurry, we need to speak with you on behalf of Brother Hai." Inside the residence, old lady Fong and old man Bai were startled by the commotion. Old man Bai turned to old lady Fong, saying, "Look, this is all you're doing. Now they've come knocking. What shall we do?" In that moment, old lady Fong found herself at a loss for a solution. She could only retrieve her nearly depleted mobile phone and sought assistance in their group chat. 602 Fong Meijun, help. There has been a murder. 602 Fong Meijun, please come to my aid. They're at my front door, incessantly banging on the door and windows. 1202 Wu Ju, open the door, or else. Brother Hai has urgent inquiries. This is your final chance. 1202 Wu Ju, do not force us to break down the door. Under the pressure of Wu Ju's threats and the relentless banging of clubs against the door, old lady Fong ultimately chose to relent. 10 minutes later, she was escorted before Zhang Bohai by Wu Ju and the others. Upon seeing Zhang Bohai seated, old lady Fong recoiled in fear. As Zhang Bohai furrowed his brow, Wu Ju kicked old man Bai forward onto the floor in front of Zhang Bohai. Zhang Bohai cast a satisfied glance at Wu Ju before turning his attention to old lady Fong. "Old lady Fong, I've heard that you possess extensive knowledge regarding the circumstances of the nearby buildings. Is that true?" At the mention of this matter, old lady Fong's trepidation diminished somewhat, replaced by a look of pride. "You've indeed come to the right person. I dare say no one in this entire building knows more than I do." Zhang Bohai glanced at Zhang Bolong. Bolong. Upon hearing his brother's call, Zhang Bolong recalled what had been instructed and hurled 3 packets of instant noodles at old lady Fong. Seeing the frightened old lady Fong, Zhang Bohai remarked, "Consider this your reward. Since you have accepted my compensation, you must assist me in alleviating my troubles. Should you fail to do so, I would not hesitate to use your circumstances to establish my authority. I intend to deal with 2 or 3 households from other buildings. Which residents would be easier to handle? Take your time to ponder before answering my question." Upon hearing Zhang Bohai's words, old lady Fong fell into a contemplative silence. After all, the knowledge he possessed was limited to events prior to the cold wave. He remained utterly unaware of the fates that had befallen various households in its aftermath. The silence in her old friends group had persisted for quite some time. Following a period of contemplation, Mrs. Fong proposed what she believed to be the most favorable plan. "Brother Hai, my suggestion pertains to the owner of Unit 702 in Building 10, as well as the residents of Units 801 and 802. Zhang Bohai was not as anxious as Zhang Bolong beside him. After all, he could simply inquire with the elder Fong. "Please, do share the rationale behind your selections." It seemed that Mrs. Fong was well prepared as she promptly addressed Zhang Bohai's query. "The owner of Unit 702 is a reclusive individual, from what I have gathered. He consistently stockpiles a substantial amount of food, enabling him to remain indoors for up to 3 months without venturing outside. In fact, 2 years ago, he had not left his home for half a year, and due to the eerie silence within, the property management suspected he had perished inside. They were unable to contact him, and ultimately, when they forced entry, they discovered him sound asleep. I am certain he aligns perfectly with your objectives, as he lives alone and possesses a considerable food supply. After listening to Mrs. Fong, Zhang Bohai nodded, acknowledging that he was indeed aware of the general circumstances. He then turned his attention back to Elder Fong, awaiting details about the other two households. Noticing Zhang Bohai's continued focus, Elder Fong proceeded. The other two households belong to newlywed couples who have only recently moved in. They are both in their 20s. Our primary target remains the reclusive gentleman in Unit 702. Upon hearing Mrs. Fong's words, Zhang Bohai was genuinely impressed by Elder Fong's astuteness. This truly represented his ideal target, a veritable treasure trove of supplies along with two youthful couples. He decisively slammed his hand on the table, resolving to take action. Grasping his shotgun, he instructed Wu Ju to gather the necessary personnel before heading outside. Seeing Zhang Bohai preparing to leave, Mrs. Fong hurriedly inquired, "Brother Hai, what about me? Where should I go?" Zhang Bohai pointed the dark muzzle of his gun at her. "Take the instant noodles I provided and return home. You know well what should and shouldn't be said." Faced with the ominous barrel, Mrs. Fong fervently shook her head, comprehending Zhang Bohai's words. She swiftly grabbed the noodles from the ground and dashed away. Shortly thereafter, on the third-floor corridor, Zhang Bohai was addressing 13 individuals. "You must be curious as to why I am undertaking this venture. My intentions are noble. I wish to ensure your survival. We must continuously strengthen ourselves and expand our ranks to safely venture into the unknown. Only by doing so can we procure more sustenance to endure. Our first objective is to conquer the nearby buildings and recruit them into our fold. Our immediate target is the owner of Unit 702 in Building 10, who, according to Elder Fong, possesses a wealth of supplies. This marks our inaugural endeavor. I am taking charge. Bo Lang and I will allocate 1 day's worth of food for ourselves, while the remainder will be distributed evenly among you." Upon hearing Zhang Bohai's words, the eyes of the other reluctant homeowners glimmered with anticipation. To claim they were not intrigued would be disingenuous. For them, a group of over 10 individuals assaulting a single dwelling was a straightforward endeavor. By this time, they had gathered several consumer axes, rendering the act of breaching such a door a mere formality. Soon, under the cover of the heavy snowfall, the group descended to the 3rd floor of Building 10. At this juncture, Zhang Bohai specifically advised the homeowners to minimize noise before making their move, primarily aiming for an unexpected strike against an unprepared target. Chapter 47. A gift with a flavor. Little did Zhang Bohai anticipate the cunning of Liang Yu, the idler among them, within the cozy confines of the Doomsday Fortress. Instead of engaging in the game, he lounged about, distractedly watching movies, yet somehow remained attuned to the unfolding events around him. Fearing that the adversaries might advance too smoothly, Liang Yu pondered how to introduce a modicum of challenge while ensuring their progress remained unimpeded. Observing the opponents navigating the corridor on the 3rd floor, Liang Yu swiftly teleported to the rooftop chamber. Once there, he retrieved a blend of chili powder and pepper, filling a sphere with the potent mixture. He aimed at the window overlooking the 5th-floor corridor, prepared to launch it upon their arrival. Despite the frigid external temperature plummeting to approximately -60 degrees Celsius, inhaling the noxious concoction through the eyes, mouth, or nose would induce excruciating discomfort, impairing their combat efficacy without altering the broader dynamics of the situation. Next, he donned a mask and gloves, meticulously preparing for the ensuing chaos. He extracted another sphere and assaulted Sea Sparrow, relentlessly squeezing its innards into the sphere while maintaining a watchful eye on the positions of the intruders. By the time they had painstakingly ascended to the 4th floor, Liang Yu had filled the sphere to 4/5 of its capacity with the viscera of numerous salted sea sparrows. Once he had secured the sphere in his backpack, the adversaries had already reached the staircase on the 5th floor. With unwavering resolve, he launched the sphere filled with chili powder and pepper as they progressed halfway down the corridor. The sphere shattered against the wall above them, releasing a vibrant cloud of red chili powder that swiftly permeated the confined space. Unbeknownst to Zhang Bohai and his cohort of 15, they inadvertently inhaled some of the potent mixture. An immediate, searing pain assaulted their nasal passages, exacerbated by the stinging sensation of the pepper. Sounds of distress filled the corridor, gasping, wheezing. In that moment, their garments and outer layers became tainted by the noxious blend. Zhang Bohai's voice pierced through the chaos, commanding them to hold their breath and ascend to the 6th floor to regroup. The urgency of his directive compelled them to comply. Yet the tumult caused by Liang Yu's antics had drawn the attention of the residents of Building 10. Some curious onlookers peered into the corridor, and upon spotting the commotion, hastily retreated to their rooms to disseminate the news within their building's group chat. Rushing to the 6th floor, Zhang Bohai and his group shed their outer coats and warm hats, intent on cleaning themselves of the acrid residue. At this juncture, Liang Yu had successfully bagged the used salted sea sparrows, stowing them away in his backpack. As anticipated, he had procured an impressive 9,999 units of salted sea sparrow innards. This resource would prove useful. After all, sustenance was essential, and while he might not partake, others would. Gazing at the beleaguered group, Liang Yu flashed a radiant smile. Reloading the sphere with the salted sea sparrow innards. With precision, he aimed and unleashed a barrage of projectiles. 6th floor, 7th floor, 8th floor, 9th floor, 10th floor. Each floor was met with no less than 3 ample gifts. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, as Zhang Bohai and his companions were in the midst of clearing chili powder, an indescribable substance fell upon them from above. Initially, the descent seemed uneventful for a few seconds. However, shortly thereafter, a foul odor permeated the entire corridor of the 6th floor. Moreover, Liang Yu generously bestowed upon them 3 more rounds. Instantly, a wave of nausea surged through the more than 10 individuals present, particularly after 3 explosions erupted directly above their heads. The detritus landed in their hair, on their faces, and around their necks. Even some unfortunate souls found it seeping into their bodies. Ugh, 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 ugh. In an instant, no one could withstand the beloved delicacy of the Inuit people. They all expelled the meager remnants of their meals from earlier that day. Following the vomiting, dry heaving ensued. At this juncture, someone could no longer endure it. Without waiting for Zhang Bohai's words, they dashed up to the 7th floor, expecting a breath of fresh, sweet air. They were dismayed to find the 7th floor's conditions eerily reminiscent of the 6th, perhaps even more repulsive. The floor was littered with indescribable objects, emitting a stench that rivaled, if not exceeded, that of the 6th floor. Upon observing someone ascend to the 7th floor, the others followed suit, including Zhang Haiba. However, upon their arrival, they too were left in shock. Many had begun to feel a burning sensation in their esophagus, a consequence of the regurgitated gastric fluid. Zhang Bohai, witnessing the folly of these homeowners, strode to the side and kicked open the door connecting to the 7th floor residence. Get in there, then close the door. The homeowners, seeing Zhang Bohai wield the equalitarian instrument against them, felt his fury in every word. Instantly, the 13 of them hurriedly complied with his command. Once inside the shared area on the 7th floor, they noticed the odor had lessened somewhat, though many continued to dry heave. Zhang Bohai glanced at their attire, realizing he could not allow them to discard their clothing. In such weather, an extra layer provided some warmth, and he could only imagine how much of that liquid had seeped into their garments. He then issued another command. Those with fire axes, break open the door to 702. Rotate every couple of minutes, so no one gets too fatigued. Since we're here, the food within is yours for the taking. However, the mention of food did not ignite the same fervor as before. Those 2 words merely served to rekindle their desires. Yet, they dared not shirk their responsibilities. For the equalitarian instrument in Zhang Bohai's grasp was poised for action. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, with the efforts of several individuals taking turns, the door to 702 succumbed within 3 minutes, yielding a substantial breach. One individual reached out to twist the doorknob, but the moment their hand entered the opening, a scream erupted. Oh, my hand. It was indeed the master of 702 who, wielding a fruit knife, inflicted wounds upon the assailant. The homeowners, witnessing the audacity of their adversary to resist, dragged the injured individual out. A few among them armed with fire axes swiftly dismantled the doorframe. The homeowner with the injured hand forcefully kicked open the main door. At that moment, Wu Ju, weapon in hand, ventured inside first, finding no one and no other threats. He promptly signaled for the others to enter. Zhang Bohai approached, and the homeowners instinctively cleared a path, following him inside. Subsequently, Zhang Bohai took a seat on the sofa in the living room. Go search, he commanded. Bring me the individuals. Remember, I want them alive. Wu Ju, take your team to gather the food in this house, place it in the living room, and reserve a day's worth for Bo Lang and me. The remainder you and your comrades may divide among yourselves. Chapter 48. Liang Yu's exit upon hearing the news. Wu Ju suppressed the turmoil in his stomach and led a few individuals to gather provisions from the house. Before long, the owner of Unit 702 was found bound and tossed onto the living room floor. Zhang Bohai remained silent, awaiting Wu Ju and his companions. After a few more minutes, Wu Ju and his group entered the living room, carrying 3 large boxes of food. Brother Hai, we searched thoroughly. All the provisions are here, they reported. Zhang Bohai nodded. Surveying the 13 individuals before him, he discarded a bloodied fruit knife and declared, You may begin. Since you choose to follow me, you must witness bloodshed. Each of you shall take a turn stabbing him. The only stipulation is that he must not perish in the first round. Despite the gravity of the situation, none of the 13, including Wu Ju, moved. However, Before Zhang Bohai could speak again, the owner of Unit 702, previously wounded, stepped forward. He seized the fruit knife from the ground and plunged it into the muscle of his own calf. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, he withdrew the blade and thrust it down repeatedly, inflicting pain 3 or 4 times over. The bound owner's face contorted in agony. Though his mouth was gagged, he emitted muffled cries of distress. Zhang Bohai, unable to bear the sight any longer, commanded him to cease. He was pleased with the display of ferocity and glanced at the nearby boxes of food. Pass the knife to the next person and retrieve 2 boxes of self-heating rice. This shall be your reward. As the first individual took the lead, the others soon regretted their hesitation upon witnessing the reward of 2 boxes of self-heating rice. In this weather, a warm meal was indeed a luxury, especially accompanied by side dishes. Soon, a second person picked up the knife, glanced at the owner of Unit 702, and directly stabbed him at the clavicle. Noticing the owner's muted reaction, fearing they might miss out on Zhang Bohai's reward, they twisted the fruit knife for further effect. Zhang Bohai nodded in satisfaction once more. Pass the knife to the next individual and retrieve a box of self-heating rice. Before long, the owner of Unit 702 could no longer endure the torment as the second round commenced. Zhang Bohai instructed his men to distribute the food among the owners and to gather all salvageable items from the house, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, back when Zhang Bohai and his group first entered Unit 702, the residents of Building 10 had already become aware of the intruders. However, like the owners of Building 9, they chose to turn a blind eye, believing it did not concern them. Yet, a small number of concerned residents donned thick winter coats and armed themselves with pots, ladles, and brooms as makeshift weapons, convening on the 12th floor. Once assembled, they began to exchange information. Some reported seeing the intruders on the 7th floor, suspecting that the occupants had already been overrun. But can we truly confront them? There appear to be over a dozen of them, one voiced doubt. That is not the crux of the matter. What troubles us most is the unknown individual who has carelessly scattered unspeakable substances in the hallway. The residents below the 10th floor have expressed their grievances in the group, reporting that their belongings have been frozen between 2 doors, and an unpleasant odor has infiltrated their homes. Just wear a few more layers of masks. Someone suggested, let us descend. They are merely a disorganized mob, and with a show of strength, they will easily retreat, a few declared as they hastily made their way downstairs. However, upon reaching the corridor on the 10th floor, they still underestimated the potency of the pickled sea bird entrails. Even though they were frostbitten, the odor remained overwhelmingly pungent. As they endured the stench and proceeded to the 8th floor, one could no longer bear it, pulling down his mask to reveal his lips before succumbing to nausea. After some time, they realized one among them was missing. While they pondered who had vanished, hurried footsteps echoed from the upper corridor. They then spotted an individual adorned with a seemingly sophisticated gas mask, obscuring their identity entirely. Yet, they did not dwell on this, as it was only they who would dare to drive others away. What they overlooked was the source of such a gas mask. Where could these individuals have acquired it? This newcomer appeared unaffected by the noxious fumes, even gesturing for them to follow. It was then that they noticed the individual also wielded a riot shield, their prior focus having been solely on the mask. The residents of Building 10, walking behind, inquired of their companion, who is this person so impressive with both a gas mask and such an exquisite riot shield? Another responded with impatience. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? This is a good thing. If a confrontation arises, he can shield us. Upon reaching the 7th floor corridor, they unexpectedly encountered Zhang Bohai and his group, who were opening the door leading to the rooftop in the shared space between Units 701 and 702. The two groups collided fortuitously, and thanks to the developer's greed, the shared space was sufficiently large to accommodate a dozen individuals without issue. Without Zhang Bohai needing to speak, they concealed themselves on either side of the door. Approaching the entrance, Zhang Bohai called out to them, "Friends from Building 10, we are leaving now. We wish to avoid further conflict. So please step aside and let us depart. It is in everyone's best interest." Yet, the group from Building 10 crouched behind the masked individual, who was holding the riot shield. This person was none other than Liang Yu. Observing the frightened residents behind him, Liang Yu was instantly filled with disdain. Resigned, he retrieved a Glock 17 handgun from his pocket. His choice was primarily based on its specifications. The weapon measures 185 millimeters in length, weighs 0.62 kilograms, has a barrel length of 114 millimeters, a magazine capacity of 19 rounds, and an effective range of 50 meters. 19 rounds. A full 19. And in such close quarters as this corridor, the effective range of 50 meters could be entirely disregarded. Liang Yu had but one objective, to injure Zhang Bohai and Zhang Bolong, thereby providing Yi Yuan with the opportunity to ascend. Naturally, A secondary aim was to ensure that these individuals left behind half of their provisions. He was curious to see if, after Zhang Bohai and Zhang Bolong were harmed, the remaining food would be pilfered, prompting the owners to harbor resentment towards him, perhaps even directing their ire towards the two brothers. After Zhang Bohai called out, he received no reply from the other party. In the tense silence of the corridor, the only sounds that punctuated the air were the occasional retches from both sides. At that moment, Zhang Bohai brought forth an owner from Building 9 and positioned him before him, forcefully pressing the barrel of a shotgun under the man's armpit. Initially inclined to refuse, the owner found himself compelled to acquiesce under the menacing gaze and the firearm wielded by Zhang Bohai. Chapter 49. Zhang Bohai injured before long. Zhang Bohai emerged from behind the property owner, brandishing a shotgun. Initially startled by the shield in the opponent's hands, he quickly regained his composure. "What is it that you intend to do? Speak plainly." He signaled to Zhang Bolong behind him to be prepared. At this moment, Zhang Bolong also chambered his shotgun. Casting a glance outside, it was now the occupants of Building 9 who were taken aback. Their adversaries possessed 2 shotguns. However, this surprise soon morphed into delight, as it rendered their position more secure. Seeing that the individuals behind him remained silent, Liang Yu lowered his voice. "It's simple. Relinquish everything you have stolen, and you may depart." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bohai found the proposition utterly unacceptable. He whispered to his comrades, "Prepare yourselves. I suspect we may need to engage." He then called out to Liang Yu, "There are more of us. Leave a third of your supplies and allow us to go." "How does that sound?" Upon hearing the offer of a third of the supplies, Liang Yu's companions were momentarily inclined to agree. After all, they had witnessed several crates of provisions during their encounter. And these crates were not small, approximately 40 by 50 by 50 centimeters each, containing a substantial amount within. Yet, Liang Yu was quicker to respond than they anticipated. All of it, not a single item less. After uttering this, he observed the silence from the other side. Liang Yu swiftly thrust his ballistic shield forward, toppling the person standing in front of Zhang Bohai, revealing the fallen Zhang Bohai. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol and fired several shots at the exposed limbs of his opponent. Bang, 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 bang. After discharging 4 rounds, Liang Yu withdrew his hand behind the ballistic shield. The gunfire startled his companions behind him. Meanwhile, Zhang Bolong regained his wits first, aiming his shotgun outside but firing without aiming, unleashing a round. He then commanded others to pull Zhang Bohai inside, following it up with another shot. It was at this moment that Liang Yu noticed the opponent's shotgun was a double-barreled type. Most of the pellets struck the ballistic shield, but one unfortunate soul was hit in the arm. Liang Yu then shouted, "Advance! Hurry up! His shotgun is double-barreled. After 2 shots, he must reload." Yet, none were willing to heed his command. Liang Yu, having anticipated this reaction, felt no disappointment. He brandished his pistol and declared sternly, "You may either advance, or I will personally deliver a bullet to each of you. The choice is yours." Under Liang Yu's intimidation, the reluctant individuals begrudgingly moved forward with their weapons. Observing this, the injured Zhang Bohai seized his rifle with one hand and fired a shot. Regrettably, the shot failed to find its mark, but it startled several occupants of Building 10 into retreat. However, when they sought Liang Yu for assistance, they discovered that this fully armed ally had vanished. It felt as if they had lost their very backbone, prompting them to flee upstairs in a panic. Once inside, a group of individuals swiftly pulled Zhang Bohai in and promptly shut the door. As for the owner who had been toppled by Liang Yu, he had already managed to crawl back on his own. After the door was secured, Zhang Bolong hurried to check on Zhang Bohai's condition. "Brother, your hand and foot." Zhang Bohai forced himself to stay upright. "I'm fine. Help me sit up." At that moment, Wu Ju quickly supported Zhang Bohai against the wall. Observing Zhang Bohai's wounds, he hesitantly spoke. Brother, hi. I'm a veterinarian, but I can't find a doctor right now. Should I tend to your injury?" Zhang Bohai grimaced in pain as he lifted his injured left wrist. A sense of reluctance washed over him. He understood that his left hand was likely rendered useless. Glancing at his left foot, he felt fortunate that the blow had only struck the top of his foot. Had it been his ankle, he feared he would truly be incapacitated. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Yu had deliberately aimed for a less critical area, having initially intended to target the ankle but changing his mind at the last moment. He still needed Zhang Bohai to assist him with clearing out others from different buildings. Survival of the fittest is no mere adage. He had heard tales of the Miao people being able to cultivate insect kings. Why couldn't Liang Yu do the same within this community? Meanwhile, Zhang Bohai cast a glance at Wu Ju. "The wound isn't bleeding now. We can tend to it later. Our priority is to return." They needed someone to assess the situation outside, but after being intimidated by Liang Yu's handgun, none were eager to venture out. At that moment, Zhang Bolong revealed his double-barreled shotgun, the implication clear. Ultimately, The nearest owner, stealing himself, cracked the door open to peer outside. With a heart full of trepidation, he cautiously took a glance. Upon seeing the coast was clear, he quickly retreated, causing concern among the others who thought he had seen a gun pointed at him. Unexpectedly, the owner peeked out again, gradually widening the door enough to extend his head and survey the area. Brother Hai, the corridor is empty. Upon hearing this report, Zhang Bohai could no longer afford to consider whether it was a trap. Let us go. Everyone back inside, quickly. He handed his gun to Zhang Bohai and took the double-barreled shotgun from his grasp. Wo Long, you cover our retreat. There are still 7 rounds in the chamber, so be cautious. He then glanced at Wu Ju, who instinctively draped Zhang Bohai's arm over his shoulder without waiting for further instruction. Thus, the group hastily departed from Building 10, heading towards Building 9. Meanwhile, Liang Yu had returned to the Doomsday Fortress, changed into a fresh outfit, and was observing the surveillance footage. These owners from Building 10 are utterly disappointing. They squander the resources at hand. He even contemplated going out to seize their food. Ultimately, he abandoned that thought. Allowing them to satiate their hunger might prove beneficial, for a full belly allows one to ponder other matters. Nevertheless, he made sure to save screenshots from the surveillance footage. After all, these images served as irrefutable evidence against them. Having enhanced the clarity of the screenshots, Liang Yu promptly initiated another round of intrigue within the main group. Liang Yu, dear all, I was merely wandering outside with my drone out of sheer boredom when I unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene, which I felt compelled to capture and share with you. Following Liang Yu's statement, several homeowners quickly began to chime in. Who are these individuals? Where did they acquire these boxes of food? Does anyone have any insight? I do not recognize these people, yet the photographs are undeniably sharp. I suspect it was intentional, particularly the close-up of the box. Am I the only one who has noticed the firearms in their hands? At this juncture, a homeowner from Building 10 emerged to voice their concerns. This group must be the very individuals who recently invaded our building to commit robbery. Chapter 50. Lin Hu, a large pot just moments ago. Some residents in the corridor reported hearing gunshots. It is likely that some homeowners have already fallen victim to their assailants. Indeed, I reside on the 8th floor of Building 10, and the sounds of gunfire from below have left me so terrified that I dare not venture outside to ascertain the situation. As the residents of Building 10 began to emerge, others from different buildings started to speak up. To my dismay, I recognized individuals who appeared to be from Building 9. Subsequently, I captured 2 faces from Liang Yu's screenshot. Look closely. This one resembles Wu Ju from Building 9, a veterinarian who treated my beloved pet when it fell ill. The words of this homeowner garnered considerable agreement, as several among them indeed recognized Wu Ju. However, differing opinions arose from other buildings. This only suggests that at least one person from Building 9 was involved. How can you prove that they all belong to Building 9? Perhaps they are simply a group from different buildings committing acts of crime together? At this moment, residents began searching for Wu Ju. Wu Ju of Building 9. Please come forth and clarify. To avoid misunderstandings, it would be best if you could explain the origin of those boxes. There were even calls for Li Kaiwa. Property manager Li Kaiwa, please confirm whether these individuals are from your building. Yet, at that time, neither Wu Ju nor Antley made an appearance in the group chat. Wu Ju was occupied in room 801, retrieving basic medical supplies to tend to Zhang Bohai's wounds. As for Antley, she had seen the unfolding events but chose to remain silent, too fearful to respond to the homeowners' inquiries in the group chat. Despite her outward calm, she was deeply terrified by the earlier robbery incident involving Zhang Bohai. Identifying Zhang Bohai and his accomplices would yield no benefits and could potentially lead to her family being targeted with a bullet. In the group chat, residents of Building 10, seeing no further updates, began to summon Property Manager Wang Yong. Property Manager Wang Yong, now that such an incident has occurred, you must take charge. Property Manager Wang Yong, we demand severe punishment for the criminals. Just then, another photo was uploaded, capturing everyone's attention. Property Manager Wang Yong, I am a resident across from the victim. I just entered to assess the situation, and this is what the victim has become. Look at the state they are in. I demand the perpetrator be brought to justice. You must ensure our safety. Yes. Find this murderer. They must be severely punished. They cannot remain here. A life for a life. We must identify the killer and ensure they pay with their life. Yet, at this moment, Property Manager Wang Yong seemed to have vanished, much like Antley. It was evident that he, too, had chosen to feign ignorance, not out of desire, but due to an inability to act. Although there were personnel on the property management side, their equipment was questionable. The shields labeled as bomb-proof were of dubious material, and the most formidable weapon at their disposal was merely an electric baton. He was urged to take action with an electric baton against those who wielded instruments of equality among all beings. Was he out of his mind? At that moment, he was still contemplating how to address the dilemma. Of course, This dilemma did not pertain to dealing with Zhang Bohai and his associates, but rather how to transform them into his own allies. Only after thoroughly weighing the pros and cons would he dare to proceed. In the main group, the homeowners noticed that Wang Yong had remained conspicuously absent and seemed to have recognized the gravity of the situation. The raucous homeowners dwindled in number. Since no one was acquainted with Zhang Bohai, one individual in the group even altered their name to a blank space. I might have an inkling of who that person is. Do you all remember when Liang Yu was selling chicken rolls? Someone had shared a picture in the group back then. However, this claim was swiftly countered. The image he posted at that time featured a handgun. While the photograph in question bore no resemblance to a firearm, it appeared more akin to those hunting rifles from yesteryears. Yet, the subsequent remark silenced his naysayers. How could he prove that the individual did not possess the rifle he was accused of having? Silence. The group fell into a hushed stillness at that moment. Once this statement was made, no one dared to send another message. Observing the sudden quiet, Liang Yu felt compelled to intervene. Liang Yu, hey. Let us continue the discussion. I'm watching. Liang Yu. By the way, let me clarify for Xiao Huzi, that person isn't him. After all, Xiao Huzi's leg was already problematic then. How could he possibly walk normally? Liang Yu. Am I right, Xiao Huzi? Lin Hu. However, this assertion from Liang Yu only raised further suspicions. Consequently, a homeowner retrieved the photo Liang Yu had posted of the armed individual and shared it in the group. In the image, Liang Yu had captured a person with a gun, who was being assisted by Wu Ju, clearly with a leg injury. This was consistent with what Liang Yu had described. A gun in hand and a leg injury preventing normal movement. These two characteristics unequivocally confirmed Zhang Bohai's identity as Lin Hu. Following a thorough analysis by the homeowners, they concluded that the perpetrator of the murder and robbery on the 10th floor was indeed Lin Hu. At that moment, Liang Yu, hidden within the fortress, could no longer contain his laughter. He truly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. He had merely intended to jest with the opponent. Liang Yu raised his thumb to the analytical prowess of the group, proclaiming, as expected of you. Meanwhile, Lin Hu lay at home, oblivious to the calamity that had befallen him, suddenly burdened with an unjust accusation. Upon receiving tagged messages, he was utterly perplexed. As he began to peruse the content, his anger surged. He pressed the voice key, unleashing a torrent of exclamations. As someone once remarked, 60 seconds is the limit of the software, not the opponent's endurance. In the main group, one voice message after another emerged, each lasting 60 seconds. The irony was that these were all sent by Lin Hu. After several uninterrupted minutes, Lin Hu finally grew weary. Yet, the group remained silent. Liang Yu, observing the multitude of 60-second voice messages, felt no inclination to listen. Without a moment's hesitation, one can easily discern the substantial proportion of familial greetings within this discourse. Observing yet another lull in the conversation, Liang Yu once again lamented his role as a savior of awkward situations. Thus, he responded to Lin Hu in the group chat. Liang Yu, Lin Hu, do not be disheartened. At the very least, I believe in your innocence. Liang Yu, from the very beginning, I asserted that the individual in question was not you. Yet they persist in their relentless attempts to ensnare you. Liang Yu, is this a manifestation of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Would you like to uncover the truth? Please stay tuned for further developments. Let us not allow the conversation to stagnate. Nevertheless, Liang Yu's heartfelt attempt was met with Lin Hu's prolonged 60-second voice message. This time, Liang Yu understood his friend was in a state of desperation, ready to lash out at anyone within reach. Chapter 51. The critical condition of Wu Chuxing in apartment 801 of Building 9, Zhang Bohai instructed everyone else to leave, retaining only Wu Ju to tend to his wounds. Fortunately, Zhang Bohai often ventured into the mountains for hunting, inevitably sustaining minor injuries, which led him to keep a basic stock of anti-inflammatory and antiseptic medications at home. However, he lacked any remedies for gunshot wounds. Observing the injury, Wu Ju hesitated to speak. Zhang Bohai, however, voiced the concern directly. Is it about the bullet lodged inside? Wu Ju merely nodded in response. Zhang Bohai examined the wound. Noting the visible tail of the bullet, he summoned Zhang Bolong and whispered a few instructions in his ear. He then turned to Wu Ju and said, "All right, disinfect the tools, make a small incision to extract the bullet, and proceed as usual." As Zhang Bolong handed him a cloth, Zhang Bohai bit down on it before Zhang Bolong rendered him unconscious. "Now, proceed," he instructed Wu Ju. "I am not as lenient as my brother. Should anything happen to him, you will bear the consequences." With no alternative, Wu Ju was compelled to perform surgery on Zhang Bohai using rudimentary equipment. By this time, it was already 6 p.m. Just as Liang Yu had predicted, shortly after 6, the community began to receive power again. The first reaction of the residents was to boil water. At that moment, a sip of hot water was more effective than anything else in warding off the cold. However, at this juncture, Antley seemed to have lost her senses, frantically tagging Liang Yu in the group chat for Building 9. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. 1001 Liang Yu. 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 Eventually, Yi Yuan could no longer bear it. 402 Yi Yuan. Antley, what is wrong with you? Seeing someone respond, Antley hurriedly asked, 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. Have you seen that beast Liang Yu? At this moment, Liang Yu noticed the messages and chimed in. 1001 Liang Yu. Who is looking for me? Upon seeing Liang Yu's appearance, Antley immediately confronted him. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. Liang Yu, you beast. What have you done to my son? 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. My son is now running a high fever, with numerous welts appearing on his body. Under light, there are parasites visible within, and he is continuously vomiting, his body swollen. Some areas of his skin have even begun to necrose. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. You worthless scoundrel, confess what you have done to my son. 1601 Property Li Kaiwa. He merely burnt down your house. Does that justify your actions against him? As Antley's shameless outburst unfolded, Liang Yu found himself amused to address such a grave matter as though it were merely a sprinkle of dust upon your shoes. One cannot help but notice the nonchalance with which the actions of his son have been brushed aside. However, based on the descriptions from across the way, it certainly appears that the holy water too. Zero he tinkered with has indeed taken effect. The raw materials for this concoction were procured from Brother 21, ensuring a quality guarantee. Observing Antley in the group still fervently inquiring, Liang Yu interjected directly. After all this discourse, has your son perished or not? Liang Yu pressed. If he lives, let him come forth and speak. Why should I be held accountable? He continued. Do you understand what it means to take matters to court? Let him voice his side. Liang Yu's frustration mounted. You merely flap your lips, casting all blame upon me with just a few utterances. He added defiantly. If I were to claim that you and your kin are the ones who murdered the residents of Building 10, would you not need to provide evidence to refute that? Antley was rendered almost breathless by Liang Yu's retorts. Nearby, Uncle Wu provided her with some medication and urged her to rest. Liang Yu. I have no desire to engage in endless debate, Uncle Wu asserted. My son claims that after being doused with that peculiar water in your home, he has suffered thus. Do you not see the connection? He turned to the neighbors. Take a good look at this man as true nature. He has long pretended to be virtuous. Yet now his true self is laid bare. Liang Yu responded. Oh, after all this, you think your assertions carry weight? He continued, Sir, we reside in a society governed by law. Everything must be substantiated by evidence. Present your proof, or else your and at least mere words. My apologies. Your red lips and black teeth cannot suffice to declare me guilty. I reiterate my previous claim. You are the murderers of the Building 10 residents. Liang Yu added. By the way, I recall someone mentioning the man-eaters. Weren't they to be expelled? They reside just above. With that, Liang Yu resumed his surveillance of the chat, simultaneously messaging Yi Yuan to incite some momentum. He chuckled at his own words, pondering the notion of a society under the rule of law. Once, perhaps it was so. But where is that law now? Death has occurred multiple times. Order is gradually unraveling. When despair reaches its zenith, order will cease to exist. Why? Liang Yu had experienced this firsthand. In moments of utter hopelessness, when one realizes that redemption is unattainable, the only desire is to drag others into the abyss alongside oneself. If one must perish, then those who cross one's path shall not find solace either. This encapsulates the darkness of humanity. As notifications from the group chimed, Liang Yu was drawn back to reality. Upon reviewing the messages, he found satisfaction in Yi Yuan's contributions. Now, half of the residents were advocating for Antley's expulsion from Building 9. There were even specific calls for Zhang Bohai to intervene as the mediator. However, at that moment, Zhang Bohai was indisposed, lost in a state of unconsciousness. Beside him, Zhang Bolong glanced at the message, furrowing his brow as he recalled the instructions given by Zhang Bohai. In the group chat, he addressed Wu Ju. Xiao Wu, please take care of this matter. Indeed. Zhang Bohai had specifically instructed Zhang Bolong to consult Wu Ju directly whenever difficulties arose. Following his elder brother's advice, Zhang Bolong entrusted the matter to Wu Ju. Initially a bystander, Wu Ju was taken aback when Zhang Bolong tagged him, completely caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Particularly disconcerting was the realization that he was tasked with resolving issues concerning the Li family's predicament. What could he possibly do? The only viable solution seemed to be to evict the entire family. Chapter 52. The targeted Li de Ma family. Aside from this approach, Wu Ju could not conceive any other means to deal with the Li de Ma family. Since they had located him, Wu Ju felt compelled to act. He thus responded to Zhang Bo Lang in the group chat. Wu Ju. All right, Lang Gu, I shall handle this matter appropriately. Subsequently, Wu Ju privately messaged 7 individuals, who gathered at his doorstep on the 12th floor. Once everyone had assembled, Wu Ju commenced his address. Dear brothers, I, Wu Ju, am fortunate to have this opportunity to lead you all. I hope for your utmost cooperation, as it will facilitate my task. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Our objective is clear. We must evict the Li Dema family. I trust many of you have suffered under their irritations, and this presents an excellent opportunity to rectify that. The greatest threat from their household, Wu Chu Sheng, is now incapacitated, leaving only 2 elderly individuals and a small child. We are 8 able-bodied men, thus, we face little peril. Are there any questions? If not, let us proceed to expel the Li Dema family. At this moment, Song He, a neighbor of Wu Ju, who had joined Zhang Bo Hai, interjected. Wu Gu, we are still unaware of which floor or room the Li Dema family is currently occupying. This comment quickly made the others realize the oversight. After all, searching several floors in such frigid weather would be quite exhausting. Just then, Yi Yuan suddenly suggested, we could inquire with Liang Yu. He ought to know the precise location of the Li Dema family. As long as he provides us with that information, the task would be straightforward. However, there are always those who relish causing discord. Yi Yuan, you make a valid point, but let us not forget that Liang Yu is not a benevolent individual. What incentive does he have to share this information with us? From my recent observations, he has been present in every situation within the group. If you ask him, will he truly oblige? Perhaps he finds amusement in watching our fatigue, possibly even surveilling us from a distance. At this juncture, Wu Ju sought to mediate, as internal strife before the endeavor had even commenced would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. Enough. Yi Yuan merely proposed a reasonable suggestion, which I find commendable. After all, we have no other options at present. Yi Yuan, please make the effort to see if you can obtain the address of the Li Dema family from Liang Yu. Yi Yuan, not wishing to engage in further conflict, retrieved his phone and tagged Liang Yu in the large group chat of Building 9. Yi Yuan, Liang Yu. May I inquire if you know which floor and room the Li Dema family is currently hiding in? You only mentioned they were on a higher floor. Searching floor by floor would be quite taxing. Meanwhile, within the fortress, Liang Yu, engrossed in a racing game, was abruptly interrupted by the notification, causing him to lose control and crash into the side. Angered, he seized the bracelet, intent on discovering who had marred his endeavors. After all, he had toiled for so long, merely a fraction away from triumph. To his relief, his ire somewhat dissipated upon reading a message from Yi Yuan in the group chat. Regarding Yi Yuan's current performance, Liang Yu felt a degree of satisfaction, albeit limited. However, he sensed something amiss upon perusing Yi Yuan's message. Such matters could easily have been addressed privately. There was no need to specifically tag him in the group. After a brief contemplation, Liang Yu resolved to lend a hand and ascertain the extent of the other's capabilities. He accessed the surveillance footage and discovered that Antley and her entourage were hiding in room 1702. Instead of immediately disclosing this location to Yi Yuan, he opted to initiate some banter. 1001 Liang Yu. Oh, you're looking for Antley's whereabouts? Let me see. 1001 Liang Yu. What a coincidence. I happen to know where they are, but why should I share that with you? 1001 Liang Yu. Here's the deal. If you help me with a task, I'll reveal Antley's location. Rest assured, it's quite simple, merely an ancillary endeavor for you. Liang Yu then appended a cheerful smile to his message. Upon seeing Liang Yu's response, Yi Yuan glanced at it, but remained uncertain of Liang Yu's intentions, so he handed the phone to Wu Ju. Wu Ju took the phone, his expression mirroring Yi Yuan's confusion. He suggested that they directly inquire about the conditions. If they posed no significant risk, they should acquiesce. The cold outside was unbearable, and lingering there was tormenting. Following Wu Ju's advice, Yi Yuan replied to Liang Yu. For O2 Yi Yuan, state your conditions. If they are reasonable, I shall comply. Liang Yu smiled broadly, his joy palpable as he quickly typed a response. 1001 Liang Yu. Antley's family is currently hiding in room 1702. 1001 Liang Yu. My request is quite simple. Given Antley's penchant for petty advantages, each of you should visit the restroom once, allowing her to experience a taste of her own medicine. Record the food you consume and share it in the group chat. 1001 Liang Yu. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? 1001 Liang Yu. Oh, and if possible, let her family join in. It wouldn't be fair to treat them differently. A family should remain united. Liang Yu was unperturbed by the prospect of the other party reneging on the agreement. This was merely a spur-of-the-moment suggestion, and whether it was executed mattered little to him. Forcing Antley out was merely a step. Humiliating them was an ancillary goal. This time, Yi Yuan did not show Wu Ju the phone, but verbally relayed Liang Yu's demands and Antley's location. After much deliberation, Wu Ju resolved to honor Liang Yu's request, having witnessed his bounties in the group. He remained uncertain whether Liang Yu might place a bounty on him for this matter. He was aware of one thing. There were quite a few individuals from Nantong within the community. With that thought, A sense of urgency gripped him. Let us go? We're heading to room 1702. Everyone, let us endure a bit and fulfill Liang Yu's request. It would also serve as a catharsis for us. However, Wu Ju greatly underestimated the resentment this group harbored towards Antley. At this moment, he was panting and trailing behind, while the group had already outpaced him by an entire floor. It was only when he finally reached the entrance of room 1702 that he realized how formidable these resentful individuals were. The door had been forcefully breached, and Antley, along with Uncle Wu and their grandson Wu Shi, were bound and set aside. Everyone was now awaiting his arrival. Upon entering the room, Wu Ju noticed the absence of Wu Chusheng and inquired about his whereabouts. One of the individuals gestured disdainfully towards a nearby bedroom, stating, "He's in the bedroom. However, I would advise against moving him out, as the odor is simply overwhelming." Chapter 53. The three expelled from Building 9. It was only then that Wu Ju recalled the messages in the group chat. He bypassed the matter at hand and surveyed the others. Is everything prepared? At that moment, Yi Yuan gestured towards the restroom, indicating that they had been diligently making arrangements. However, aside from Wu Chusheng, 3 portions should suffice. Wu Ju glanced at Antley and disdainfully extracted the crumpled paper balls stuffed in her mouth. Suddenly, Antley, who had been whimpering, exclaimed, "What do you vile creatures intend to do? Even in our current plight, you refuse to show mercy to our family? Are you even human?" Upon hearing Antley's words, laughter erupted among the homeowners present. One individual retorted, "Are we still human? Did you consider your past actions when you uttered that phrase? What have you done to us? If it weren't for your insistence on collecting the so-called newlywed fee of 1888, I would have gladly given you a token in the spirit of good fortune. Instead, you ruined my wedding and left me single. Are you even human?" This homeowner's statement resonated with the others. "Brother, you're fortunate. Do you know how miserable I've been? I had passed the civil service exam and was ready to embark on my career. Yet, on the day of the physical examination, I encountered that wretched old woman the moment I stepped outside. Upon seeing me with others, she forcefully shoved things into my mouth, claiming it was for my own good due to the flu season. As a result, I tested positive for drugs and my prospects were dashed. She clearly did it on purpose. I later learned I was the only one drugged. When I reported it to the police, do you know what happened? She feigned ignorance. And because of her age and the fact that it was merely cold medicine, the case was dismissed." As he recounted this, the homeowner's anger flared. Spotting an ashtray on a nearby table, he turned to smash it over Antley's head, only to be intercepted by another quick-thinking homeowner. Calm down, calm down. Striking her now would be futile. It might even grant her release from her misery." Then another homeowner stepped forward to share his woes. "My situation is even worse. Do you have any idea of the psychological trauma she has inflicted upon me? One day during my day off, I wanted to have a little excitement with my girlfriend. So we booked a room at a hotel nearby. I'm sure you understand what I mean. However, in the heat of the moment, the door was suddenly kicked open by the security officers. It startled me to my core. As I recalled that situation, the abrupt intrusion left me utterly shaken. Upon returning to the station, I discovered it was a misunderstanding, and after some inquiries, I learned that it was that old hag who had nothing better to do than report me." He produced a bottle of medication and glared fiercely at Antley. "Brothers, today presents a rare opportunity for revenge. I hope you will not impede me, and I ask for your understanding as we await the right moment." At that moment, Wu Ju approached, gazing at the wretched homeowner before him, and could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. "My friend, take heart, but your taste seems rather morbid." It was then that the homeowner realized the peculiar and pitying glances directed towards him. He hastily clarified, "No, you misunderstand. I merely intended to administer medicine to this elderly woman and assist her to the bedroom." Wu Ju, upon hearing this, deemed the situation inappropriate. After all, he was not yet capable of such actions, fearing he might not pass the scrutiny. Thus, he soothed the distressed homeowner. Never mind. In this frigid weather, let us complete the recording and send them on their way. Any further delay would leave everyone freezing. Additionally, I suggest you keep your belongings. They may prove useful for bartering food later." While they deliberated, a few individuals emerged from the restroom, fastening their belts as they walked. "Brother Wu, everything is ready." At that moment, Wu Ju, observing the incessantly chattering Antley, delivered a sharp slap to silence her. "I believe you heard the discussion. The 3 of you will finish your business in the restroom, and we shall record a video. This arrangement benefits us all. Cooperate well, and we shall complete our task swiftly. However, I must issue a stern warning. Should you cause any trouble, do not blame us for the consequences." Ultimately, Antley's family managed to film the video without further incident. There was a minor hiccup when Antley's grandson, Wu Shi, resisted cooperation. One homeowner held him steady while the other fed him spoonfuls until he complied. After the ordeal, Antley's family expected to be allowed to leave, only to find they were being expelled. Just as she prepared to resist, Wu Ju's words startled her into submission. You can either leave with your companions, or I shall have them escort you out via the balcony. Wu Ju keenly exploited Antley's cowardly disposition, rendering her utterly helpless. Upon observing the silent Wu grandfather, Antley ultimately fainted from frustration. In the end, Wu Ju expelled Wu grandfather, Wu Shi, and the unconscious Antley from Building 9, even recording a video that concluded with the sight of them tossing the unconscious Antley out. He promptly shared the two videos in the group chat, receiving unanimous acclaim from all homeowners. Meanwhile, the deceased individual was left behind in room 1702. At that moment, Wu grandfather disregarded his grandson and approached Antley, pinching her philtrum. It took a while before she regained consciousness. As she contemplated returning to Building 9, Wu grandfather stopped her. Let us go elsewhere. We cannot return there. At this point, Antley gazed at her grandson and her elderly companion, and tears of grievance streamed down her face. Old man, without supplies or shelter. Where can we go? Wu grandfather regarded Antley for a moment before finally responding, let us go to Building 8. There is a place for us there. And likely some food as well. Thus, after sending away Aunt Lee and her companions, he peacefully spent the night. The clock struck 7 on the following morning. Upon awakening, Liang Yu was greeted by a multitude of messages seeking his attention. This prompted him to reflect on the events of the previous night. He recalled merely indulging in a modest amount of low-alcohol fruit wine. His memories did not seem to indicate any noteworthy actions. Moreover, he felt no lingering effects of intoxication, completely unlike the chaotic behavior often associated with drunkenness. Today, he hesitantly opened the messages, and to his dismay, the expressions that followed were akin to those experienced during a bout of constipation. Chapter 54. Uninvited guests this morning, were they truly not cold? How could this group of homeowners exhibit such boundless energy? It was still early. Yet they began inquiring whether the bounty offered by Xie today was the same as yesterday's. Liang Yu felt a surge of irritation upon witnessing their enthusiasm. Thus, he promptly amended the rules. Since they enjoyed playing, they might as well engage fully. After all, the regulations were his to establish. If they were dissatisfied, well, they could either keep their grievances to themselves or refrain from participating altogether. There were plenty seeking food, and they were not indispensable. Liang Yu remarked, observing the fervor among the crowd, that he would reluctantly continue the bounty, maintaining it for the top 10, just as before. However, this time, there was a slight modification to the rules. The judging would no longer fall solely upon him, but rather upon everyone collectively. Anyone meeting the duration criteria would be eligible for selection, and all would cast their votes for the top 10 works. A voting process would ensue, with results to be announced before 6 p.m. When he had leisure, he would glance at the outcomes. During busier times, he would disregard them altogether. Yet, all present chose to overlook Liang Yu's final remark. They were unaware that his words held truth. Upon rising, he had not eaten breakfast, but had instead tended to the fruits and vegetables he had planted. Adjusting the light, watering, fertilizing, and weeding, none of these tasks were neglected. As for pest control, there were simply no insects here to contend with. After completing these chores, the clock had already struck 9. The chatter within the group remained incessant. Yet none had tagged him. He could not muster the energy to check, choosing instead to savor the fruits of his labor during breakfast. Alas, this idyllic moment did not last long. A newcomer abruptly joined the group from Building 10, extinguishing his appetite, despite there being only a few morsels left. Adhering to the principle of waste not, he finished his meal. Indeed, it was not long after this individual's arrival that they tagged Liang Yu. Who Lily? 1001 Liang Yu, where are you? I heard you're still alive. How wonderful. Who Lily? Woo-woo, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Where are you? Come bring me some food. However, due to the nature of this person's connection to Liang Yu, none dared to interject. After all, the grim fate of Xie today served as a stark reminder for them. Liang Yu's expression darkened. He had long since severed ties with that unscrupulous woman. How was it possible that she had not only survived, but had also managed to find her way to this neighborhood? Now was not the time for such musings. Confronted with the unexpected presence of his ex-girlfriend, Liang Yu found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate her future. After all, he was no saint and possessed his own frustrations. She had betrayed him, carried another's child, and expected him to take responsibility. She had even uttered the words, "You, a grown man, are so petty. Once I marry, the child in my womb will be yours. Should he not call you father? If so, he is indeed your child." Who could endure such a situation? Moreover, Liang Yu prided himself on not being a simp. Without hesitation, he proposed a breakup. He reflected that their last meeting was seemingly before the end of the world, during his encounter with her at the airport before departing abroad. As Liang Yu was lost in thought, yet another message interrupted him. Who Lily? Liang Yu, you shrimp-headed fool, come out. I know you're eavesdropping. 1001 Liang Yu. 1001 Liang Yu. Do you relish in ruining people's mornings? How long has it been since I ended things with you, you wretched woman? Why do you still seek me out? 1001 Liang Yu. Is your new beau repulsed by the child growing inside you? Or does he disdain the grand prairie hat you bought for him? As Liang Yu's words echoed, a heavy silence enveloped room 801. Zhang Bohai, having awakened post-surgery, grasped a double-barreled shotgun, aiming it at Hu Lili. Terrified, Hu Lili collapsed onto the floor, pleading, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Liang Yu still has feelings for me. I can lure him out." Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Zhang Bolong restrained him. "Brother, she may still be of use." Zhang Bohai, visibly displeased, reluctantly lowered the shotgun, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Bolong. However, the latter appeared oblivious, preoccupied with escorting Hu Lili into another room. Zhang Bohai remained, gazing at a puddle of brownish liquid on the floor, deep in contemplation. After more than 10 minutes had passed without any sign of Zhang Bolong, he contemplated calling out. Suddenly, a lethargic sound emanated from within the room, and regret washed over Zhang Bohai. He wished he had shot her when he had the chance. How long had it been since they last met? Had it already escalated to that? He tightened his grip on the gun. After approximately another 10 minutes, Zhang Bolong emerged from the room, his face flushed. Noticing his elder brother waiting outside, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Upon seeing Zhang Bohai's stern expression, with the shotgun still in hand, he quickly knelt. "Brother, you are my dear brother. For my sake, can't you spare her?" Zhang Bohai responded by slapping Zhang Bolong across the face, hoping to rouse him from his folly. "What merits does such a woman possess? Whatever you desire, just tell me, and I shall find it for you. This community is filled with those starving or freezing, and there are countless others. I refuse to believe it. Teachers, college students, widows, sophisticates, nurses, wives. What woman is unattainable? Why must it be her? If you have particular inclinations, even if they were impossible before, they can be accommodated now. I can find a way." Yet, Zhang Bolong remained impervious to his brother's words. "Brother, I was captivated by her from the very first glance. Why can you accept everyone else, but not Lily? I disregard her past. All I know is that I love her now. Lily is my wife, and she is also your sister-in-law." Zhang Bohai faced his younger brother, finding it truly difficult to take action against him. The adage "the eldest brother is like a father" held true in his case. After the tragic loss of their parents during their childhood, it was Zhang Bohai, the elder brother, who single-handedly raised his younger sibling, who was 6 years his junior. At that moment, an inexplicable pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Ultimately, he relented. "You may arrange for her to stay in another residence. In any case, I do not wish to see her in this house." At this point, Zhang Bolong displayed a naive smile. "All right. I knew that my elder brother cares for me the most." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yuan unexpectedly reached out to Liang Yu privately. "Brother Yu, I have seen the situation in the group. I am uncertain if you require my assistance in eliminating her." Chapter 55. The Dong mother and daughter. Upon receiving Yi Yuan's message, Liang Yu could not help but smile. Yi Yuan was exceedingly eager to present himself. It seemed he seized every opportunity to showcase his worth. In the past, Liang Yu might have regarded this as a sign of ambition, but now he perceived it as unnecessary. After all, he had previously instructed Yi Yuan to heed his commands. It had not been long since then, and perhaps the events of the previous day had inflated Yi Yuan's ego. Liang Yu felt compelled to find an opportunity to admonish him. Consequently, he resolved to remain observant regarding the selection of the Gu King. It was not imperative for Yi Yuan to assume that role. Thus, Liang Yu chose not to respond to Yi Yuan's message, deliberately ignoring him. Just as he set down his device, another notification chimed. Initially, Liang Yu assumed it was another inquiry from Yi Yuan. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a friend request verification from a new acquaintance. Judging by the profile picture, he estimated her to be a young lady in her 20s or 30s. Yet, he could not form a definitive judgment based solely on a photograph, for the 4 great sorceries were no trifling matter. He also noticed a playful message accompanying the request. "Brother Liang Yu, please accept my friend request." Upon reading this, Liang Yu promptly declined the request and added her to his blacklist. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, 2 young women were frolicking under the covers. At first glance, they appeared to be sisters of similar age, yet they were actually a mother and daughter duo. Upon hearing the notification from her phone, Dong Lian's excitement surged, and she cast a triumphant glance at her daughter, Dong Bai. He must have agreed. "It seems our fortunate days are approaching." Dong Bai, taken aback, looked at her mother with uncertainty. "You can't be serious. Do you truly intend for this man to be my stepfather?" With a smug expression, Dong Lian replied, "Of course. Just wait for the good life that awaits us. What man is beyond my grasp? If it comes to it, we can work together." I refused to believe he would remain unmoved. Dong Bai expressed her disdain. "Leave me out of this. This is your affair, not mine." Dong Lian smiled knowingly. Silly girl, you don't understand. If he and I truly become a couple, he will legally be your stepfather. Some people are particularly fond of such connections. Now, turn your head and witness how your beautiful mother captivates him. As both women turned their gaze to the phone, they were met with a singular message. The other party has declined your friend request. Unable to contain her laughter, Dong Bai exclaimed, ha ha ha. Is this what you wanted me to see? All right, I have seen it. At that moment, Dong Lian felt a sting of humiliation. What? How dare he look down upon me? Humph. That scoundrel Liang, you should take a good look in the mirror. I, Mrs. Dong, am renowned as a distinguished lady far and wide. I possess both an enviable figure and striking beauty, excelling in education, demeanor, social skills, and status. In what regard could he possibly surpass me? Granting him an opportunity is already a boon, yet he has the audacity to disregard my friendship request. This is a clear affront, a slap in the face. Dong Bai glanced at Dong Lian and compared herself to her. She believed her physique was undeniably impressive. The curves were pronounced where they should be, and quite ample. The contours were alluringly uplifted and particularly seductive. If she were to grade herself from a perfect score of 100, she would confidently assign herself no less than 95. She then remarked to Dong Lian, Mother, it seems you are faltering. It falls upon me to take action. Dong Lian immediately bristled. Address me as Mrs. Dong. Moreover, were you not vehemently resistant a moment ago? Why the sudden eagerness? Have you developed an interest? At this juncture, Dong Bai clarified, I seek no other purpose than to prove my superiority over you. Consequently, she retrieved her phone and initiated a friend request. Meanwhile, Liang Yu had just completed modifications to his weapon and had yet to test it. Suddenly, a notification pinged, prompting him to declare, activate 3 hours of silent mode. He then delved back into the weapon's enhancement. Dong Bai, waiting in her cocoon, found herself bereft of any notifications. Initially, she assumed Liang Yu had overlooked her request, continuously reassuring herself. Yet, as an hour passed without any acceptance of her friend request, her composure began to wane. Another hour later, it was time to descend for supplies. Should she fail to secure Liang Yu's attention, mockery from Dong Lian was inevitable. Unbeknownst to her, a key individual was absent from the household, as she remained preoccupied with her fixation on Liang Yu. In room 901 of Building 8, Antley, Uncle Wu, and their grandson Wu Shi had settled into the vacant residence. Antley persistently inquired about the circumstances surrounding the property, particularly the owner's photograph, which she found strikingly familiar. Under Antley's relentless questioning, Uncle Wu was compelled to redirect the conversation towards their son, Wu Chuxing. The mere mention of Wu Chuxing sent Antley's emotions spiraling. She was acutely aware of his dire situation, lacking medication, medical care, and the support of anyone. In such conditions, his demise was virtually assured. This was also the reason why the group had been reluctant to carry him away yesterday. In their eyes, even if Wu Chuxing were not dead, he was but a breath away from it. The thought of losing her beloved son overwhelmed Antley, and she could no longer contain her grief, weeping in Uncle Wu's embrace. Observing Antley's emotional turmoil, Uncle Wu refrained from offering comfort and instead posed a question. Do you wish to avenge our son? Upon hearing Mr. Wu's words, Antley felt as though a flicker of light had been ignited in her life. Revenge? Indeed, I shall avenge my son. It is all the fault of that wretched Liang Yu that our family has suffered so greatly. Mr. Wu, pleased by Antley's fervor, then produced a prepared list. Take a look and see if, through your connections, you can procure these items at this time. If you succeed, my chances of facilitating your vengeance will be significantly enhanced. As Antley perused the materials on the list, a wave of familiarity washed over her, and she suddenly recalled a certain detail, Mr. Wu's profession in his youth. Chapter 56, The Thief of Property in his youth. Grandpa Wu served as a captain in a mining team, known for his ability to craft explosives with his bare hands. During their days in the mines, it was Wu who took charge of the explosive preparations. Reflecting on this, Antley immediately inquired, Old man, you wouldn't be thinking, however, before she could finish her sentence, Grandpa Wu covered her mouth. Hush, keep it quiet. I've come to realize the situation has descended into chaos. We've been driven out. And had it not been for a spare key given to me by a friend, we would surely have perished from the cold. So this must remain discreet. Only once we secure what we need can we strike a decisive blow against Liang Yu and avenge our son. Antley fully absorbed Wu's words, clutching the list he provided as she pondered how to gather the necessary items. At that moment, the homeowners, demonstrating remarkable initiative, began donning warm clothing and descending the stairs, aware that it was nearly time for the property management to distribute supplies. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, their actions grew increasingly adept. They swiftly collected their provisions without encountering the disruptions that had marred the day prior. As the homeowners returned to their residences, an unsettling incident unfolded within the property management's warehouse. A female staff member was unceremoniously thrown onto the cold floor, surrounded by her colleagues, including security personnel and co-workers she had spent years with. Before her stood Wang Yong, the property manager, sipping hot water from a thermos, his expression one of profound disappointment. Zhang Qian, he began, since the onset of the flooding and now with the arrival of this cold wave, have I ever treated you unfairly? Have I neglected my brothers and sisters in this property management team? I have made it abundantly clear. While you are here, you are free to consume food, but you must not take any outside. Yet, what have you done? You have repaid my trust by stealing food from the warehouse to support a man outside. Is this how you choose to express your gratitude? Wang Yong continued, I am offering you one last chance. Bring this person forth and deal with the situation personally. And I will persuade everyone to forgive you this once. The choice is yours. With that, he tossed her phone beside her. The remaining members of the property team fixed their gazes upon her, fully aware that Zhang Qian's actions had undermined the collective interest. They respected Wang Yong's authority, for he had consistently led them through turbulent times, and during this cold wave, he was their pillar of strength. Yet, Zhang Qian had knowingly betrayed them. Were it not for Wang Yong's insistence on keeping her alive, she might have already succumbed to the cold. As Zhang Qian looked around at her former colleagues, she felt a profound sense of isolation. While the security personnel remained silent, she was particularly disheartened that none of her longtime co-workers chose to speak up on her behalf, not even with a single word. Her heart felt as cold as the frigid temperature outside, which plummeted to over 60 degrees below zero. At this moment, Zhang Qian endeavored to persuade Wang Yong. Brother Wang, may I implore you, for the sake of our many years of camaraderie, to spare him? I would willingly trade my own life for his. All I ask is that you grant him a chance at survival. Those nearby wished to reprimand Zhang Qian, but Wang Yong intervened. You too. Take her to the back and ensure she remains silent. Understood? Yes, replied a rather simple-minded security guard. Rest assured, Brother Wang. I will ensure this wretched woman makes not a sound. He then escorted her away, keeping a vigilant watch. At that moment, Wang Yong sent a text message. Before long, he returned with several men, bringing a man along with them. Upon reaching Wang Yong, he kicked the man to the ground. Feeling that this was insufficient to vent his anger, he ran over and delivered 2 more kicks. Finally, at Wang Yong's signal, the security personnel pulled him away. This man was none other than Li Jin, the one Zhang Qian had secretly been nourishing with food. Wang Yong regarded him with a seemingly benevolent expression. So, Zhang Qian provided you with food, did she? Are you aware that these provisions belong to our collective? She has no right to appropriate any of it for you. Now that the food has been consumed, what do you propose we do about this? At this moment, Li Jin cautiously peered out, recognizing Wang Yong as the authoritative figure in this matter. Sensing the gentleness in Wang Yong's tone, Li Jin assumed he was easy to manipulate and promptly adopted a defiant attitude. What should we do? What does this have to do with me? Did I steal this food from your property? If someone stole, you should pursue them. I haven't taken your food, so why am I here? Let me make it clear. If you don't compensate me with 3 days' worth of food, this matter is far from settled. Wang Yong, however, remained unperturbed, maintaining his amiable demeanor. Oh, so this matter is unresolved, is it? How do you intend to keep it that way? Do you understand what will happen if I inform the other residents? Upon hearing Wang Yong's words, Li Jin swallowed hard, clearly aware of the potential consequences. Yet, he persisted stubbornly. Say what you will, it has nothing to do with me. Find the thief and hold them accountable. If you can't get compensation, let her pay with her life. This is none of my concern. At that moment, Wang Yong brandished a blood-stained fruit knife. Do you see this? The thief was stabbed 7 times. The first blow pierced her left wrist, severing her tendons. It is evident that the second strike landed on her right wrist, with the same unfortunate outcome for her tendons. However, the third stab is quite intriguing. Would you care to guess where it was inflicted? For the third incision, I chose her kidney. Can you guess why? At this point, Li Jin was already rolling and crawling in an attempt to escape. Yet, with several security personnel from the property watching, where could he possibly flee? He was swiftly brought back. Wang Yong couldn't help but exclaim, what a cowardly and gutless creature. I now present you with a choice, her life for yours, or yours for hers. You have 3 minutes to contemplate this and provide your response. However, Li Jin did not take a moment to ponder. He directly replied to Wang Yong. Is there even a need to deliberate? You have already stated that the wretched woman is dead. Since she has perished, it is evident that I am the one who survives. This fate of me living while she dies was predetermined, wasn't it? Chapter 57. Wang Yong's vision at this moment. Behind the screen, Zhang Qian was unaware of the source of her newfound strength. Perhaps it was the negligence of the 2 security personnel that provided her with the opportunity to break free from their grasp. In an astonishing turn of events, she darted toward Li Jin and seized his collar, demanding to know, why? Why have you become this way? Tell me, was it Wang Gu who compelled you to say this? Was it Wang Gu who forced you to do this? As she spoke, tears resembling tiny pearls cascaded from her eyes to the ground. Thankfully, they were indoors, where the temperature was not excessively harsh. Had they been outside, a mere few minutes could have rendered her eyes frostbitten. However, in response to Zhang Qian's inquiries, Li Jin forcibly extricated himself from her grip. With a powerful slap, he struck her face, sending her sprawling to the floor. The impact of an adult man's hand against her face was excruciating, especially as Li Jin acted out of shame and anger, his strength unrestrained. On the ground, Zhang Qian coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood along with 3 teeth. Gazing in disbelief at the man before her, just moments ago, she had been convinced that Li Jin was merely acting under Wang Yang's threat. It was only after experiencing the stinging pain of that slap that the harsh reality set in. Wang Yang and his companions, observing the scene with detached indifference, had no intention of intervening until Li Jin's slap signaled the opportune moment. He hurled a fruit knife, which landed firmly on the carpet. Both Zhang Qian and Li Jin were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, but soon Li Jin's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He recalled Wang Yang's words about the 7 stab wounds. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, appeared elated as she approached the fruit knife, intent on retrieving it. In a desperate bid, Li Jin rushed forward and collided with Zhang Qian, pushing her aside, before turning to grasp the knife from the ground. Just then, an icy sensation shot through his back, followed by a wave of pain. To clarify, the fruit knife I refer to has a handle approximately 7 to 8 centimeters long, a blade width of 2 fingers, and a total length of around 25 centimeters. It is not one of those shorter knives that measure less than 10 centimeters in total. As Li Jin felt the blade withdraw from his body, he forced himself to endure the agony and turned to face Zhang Qian. Yet, she showed no mercy, thrusting the knife toward him once more. This time, Li Jin witnessed the injury inflicted upon himself, and in a surge of anger, he summoned his remaining strength to grasp Zhang Qian's hand that wielded the knife. His own blade aimed at her heart, but due to his injuries, he failed to strike her vital organ, instead piercing her lung. Eventually, Li Jin succumbed to his grievous wounds and collapsed onto the ground, while Zhang Qian found herself perilously close to death from her own injury. In that moment of weakness, Li Jin managed to ask, Where did you get your knife? If it were not for this knife, I would have survived. At this moment, a female staff member from the property management stepped forward and spoke. Given that I have been her colleague for many years, it seems reasonable for me to hand her a fruit knife. Had it not been for Brother Wang's prohibition against our involvement, I would have already plunged countless blades into your despicable self. Ultimately, Li Jin lost his heartbeat in a state of unwillingness. Wang Yong glanced at the still struggling Zhang Qian. Little Zhang, do you have any wishes? He inquired. If it lies within my power, I shall strive to fulfill it. Zhang Qian remained silent, merely staring blankly at the ceiling, coughing incessantly as she awaited the arrival of death. At this juncture, Wang Yong summoned his nephew Wang Kai and subsequently sent the surrounding individuals away. Wang Kai was somewhat perplexed about the purpose of Wang Yong's summons. However, Wang Yong whispered in his ear for a considerable time. Wang Kai's initial shock gradually transformed into acceptance. As he was about to leave, he reconfirmed with Wang Yong. Are we truly going to conceal the bodies of these 2 individuals? But we still have plenty of food, don't we? Wang Yong, filled with frustration, silently repeated to himself. This is my sister's orphan, my sister's orphan, my sister's orphan. Do not concern yourself with so much. Simply do as I instruct. Tell them to dig a hole to preserve these bodies, and in the future, if there are corpses that do not succumb to illness, they shall be placed there as well. The external excuse will be that it is for unified preservation, facilitating future handling. Do not blame your old uncle. I am left with no choice. Food will eventually run out, and we must distribute so much daily. Although each portion seems insignificant, the volume accumulates. This is merely a precaution for myself, who would wish to engage in such matters if it were avoidable. Remember, once we consume it, we can no longer be considered human. It shall not be utilized unless absolutely necessary. With Wang Yong's explanation, Wang Kai felt considerably reassured. He gathered a team to carry the 2 corpses out, digging in a suitable location as per Wang Yong's directive. Just then, Hu Lily's message reappeared in the group chat of Building 9. Hu Lily, 1001 Liang Yu. Hu Lily, Liang Yu, are you there? Hu Lily, I apologize for yesterday. It was my fault. I am truly sorry. Hu Lily, today, I wish to have a proper conversation with you and hope you can grant me an opportunity based on our past camaraderie. However, today there was an additional person speaking on her behalf. 1801 Xie Jiarong, 1001 Liang Yu, are you still a man? She has humbled herself so much. Can't you give her a chance? 1801 Xie Jiarong, regardless of her past mistakes, she has sincerely apologized. What wrongdoing cannot be redeemed? Liang Yu once again heard the notification sound, realizing that 3 hours had swiftly elapsed. With lingering fascination, he glanced at the palm-sized glass orb in his hand before carefully placing it into his backpack, ensuring its safety. He then retrieved another orb, delicately positioning it within the center of a cushion, anxious that it might inadvertently collide with something. Following this, he turned his attention to the messages. Upon noticing that Xie Jiarong had made an appearance, he refrained from reading the content of her message. His initial thought was that this group of homeowners must find him easily deceivable. It was astonishing that Xie Jiarong had time to speak on behalf of others. And he confirmed that there was still a considerable interval until 6 o'clock in the evening. He resolved that it would be imperative to amend the rules the following day. Subsequently, he located the uploaded video within the group and submitted it to the wristband system for examination. As he had anticipated, these homeowners had indeed perceived his earlier statement, concluding that he would not review the video today. Chapter 58. You are a good person. Over 20 videos, with more than half failing to exceed a mere 15 minutes in duration. Do they truly believe that Liang is easily trifled with? He promptly disseminated a message within the main group. Liang Yu, my dear neighbors, upon discovering that the leading lady in the video had the leisure to me, seemingly brimming with energy, I found myself reluctantly compelled to scrutinize the videos after all. Liang Yu. To my dismay, my examination revealed that only 3 videos were acceptable, and merely due to their length, which incited considerable frustration within me. Liang Yu. Therefore, congratulations to you all. As a consequence, today's task rewards have been entirely revoked. The 3 individuals who could have received my accolades are now deprived, all due to your collective negligence. Liang Yu. I sincerely hope you learn a lesson by tomorrow. At the very least, if you are to feign effort, do so thoroughly. Having concluded his remarks, Liang Yu turned his attention elsewhere. Wasn't Xie Jiarong fond of stirring commotion? Here, I have drawn forth such animosity towards her. I simply wish to inquire whether she is satisfied, particularly as Liang Yu merely mentioned 3 individuals without disclosing their identities, leaving the creators of the videos to ponder their fate. After all, anyone could potentially be one of those 3. Contemplating this, Liang Yu couldn't help but emit a villainous chuckle. Just then, a message from the large group in Building 9 summoned his attention once more. Liang Yu glanced at the screen, recognizing the voice of that woman. Who Lily? Who Lily? 1001 Liang Yu. Liang Yu, come forth. Who Lily? What do you mean by this? Are you avoiding me in other groups? Do you know you are in the wrong? Who Lily? Furthermore, why are you targeting the enchanting Xie Jiarong? What wrong has she committed to deserve your ire? Immediately record a video kneeling in apology, and I shall forgive you. Who Lily? Do not think I am unaware. Is your silence merely a ploy to capture my attention? Who Lily? Very well, I am now paying attention to you. Here's your chance. Goodness, what a transformation. Her tone had shifted dramatically. Initially timid and reserved, she now exuded such confidence. How bold of her to demand a video of him kneeling in apology. Liang Yu found himself curious about the source of Hu Lily's newfound audacity. Was it the encouragement from a certain nurturing figure, or perhaps the inspiration drawn from the song of a certain Liang surnamed singer? Daring to challenge him so brazenly, despite their prior separation, had no bearing on their relationship. Even if it did, he was not a brutish figure to acquiesce to such demands. Since she wished to engage in this game, Liang Yu decided to indulge her, granting her an opportunity. 1001 Liang Yu. Very well, since you have put it this way, I shall extend an opportunity to Xie Jiarong. 1001 Liang Yu. 1801 Xie Jiarong. Since someone has stepped forward to plead for you, I now present you with an opportunity. Among the 2 of you, the leading lady for tomorrow must decide, either you or her. 1001 Liang Yu. I shall grant you 10 minutes. If you cannot reach a decision, then let both of you assume the role of the leading lady. I believe the owners would be quite pleased with that arrangement. Liang Yu's proposition left Hu Lily utterly astonished. This was entirely at odds with her plans. She had never anticipated that Liang Yu would take such a course of action. Despite having deliberated over Liang Yu's reactions the previous night, and considering most of his attitudes, this particular scenario had never crossed her mind. She could hardly believe that Liang Yu intended to reduce her to a mere vehicle, and one that required neither coins nor cards for passage. Moreover, a more disheartening event transpired. Xie Jiarong's message. Upon seeing Liang Yu mention her in the group chat once more, an overwhelming dread enveloped her. She feared a recurrence of the past few days, apprehensive about receiving those grotesque games and unrestrained outbursts from the owners again. Yet, as she read Liang Yu's message, clarity dawned upon her. A scapegoat had emerged, and she was determined not to miss this opportunity, especially with Liang Yu's stipulation of a mere 10 minutes. She resolved to seize this chance with unwavering resolve. 1801 Xie Jiarong. Miss Hu, you are a good person, and I am truly grateful to you. 1801 Xie Jiarong. Over these past few days, you have been the only one to advocate for me and speak on my behalf. 1801 Siege. Since you have taken on this role of a benefactor, why not see it through to completion? Otherwise, your efforts will be in vain. 1801 Siege. After all, no good person would abandon their good deeds halfway. Liang Yu has stated that if you are willing, I can be freed. I trust you would be eager to assist me in this endeavor. Suffocating. Hu Lili felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation wash over her. She had never anticipated that a casual remark disparaging Liang Yu would lead to such discomfort. Even more shocking was the nonchalance with which the woman named Siege could utter such words. Was she not blatantly pushing her into the fire? For the first time, Hu Lili felt a profound disgust for those familiar words. Her attention became wholly consumed by this matter. Hu Lili, 1801 Siege. Could you not have a modicum of dignity? Hu Lili, my assistance to you is a matter of loyalty. Not assisting you is merely my obligation. What gives you the right to demand my help? Why should I assist you? You must bear the consequences of your actions yourself. Hu Lili, you speak as if others owe you something by birthright. Where do you derive such audacity? At last, I understand why so many bestow such treatment only upon you. However, Hu Lili seemed to have forgotten one crucial detail. Here, she was but an outsider. Immediately, a well-meaning owner could no longer tolerate the situation and pointed an accusatory finger at Hu Lili. Oh, whose child is this? Lacking even a semblance of upbringing. I must inquire. Disregarding the facts, do you truly believe you have made no mistakes? If you aspire to be a virtuous individual, then you must steadfastly pursue the path of righteousness. Poor Xiaoxia has been so unfortunate, waiting for your redemption with great anticipation. Yet, you have managed to exacerbate the situation and think to simply walk away without consequence. Is there such a thing as an easy escape in this world? Amidst the crowd's denunciation of Hu Lili, Zhang Bolong could no longer remain silent. You wretched individuals, he exclaimed, silence yourselves. What sort of cowardice is it to band together against a young girl? Shall I come to confront you in person? He continued. I'm curious to see whether the instrument of equality in my hand is more effective than your obstinate words. Zhang Bolong then addressed Liang Yu, you little rascal. Do you truly believe you have the right to meddle with my woman? If you cannot possess her, do you wish to ruin her instead? Chapter 59. Xie Jiarong's decision in the face of Zhang Bolong's incessant barking, Liang Yu chose to remain silent in the group chat, which led Zhang Bolong to believe that Liang Yu was intimidated by him. Consequently, he opted to avoid conflict, striving to refrain from provoking him further. This fear of inciting Zhang Bolong only served to inflate the latter's arrogance. Particularly after Zhang Bohai's injury, Zhang Bolong began to relish his newfound dominance, showing no inclination to involve himself in any disputes. With power securely in his grasp, his apprehension towards Zhang Bohai had diminished considerably. Nevertheless, he continued to hold a deep respect for Zhang Bohai, who had played a pivotal role in his upbringing, nurturing him like a father and showering him with maternal affection during his formative years. Observing that no one was speaking in the group, Zhang Bolong felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that he had successfully subdued them. He then summoned Wu Ju to visit the 8th floor, directing him to room 802, which had previously belonged to Huang Qiushi. After Wu's last visit to seek a doctor, the door had been left ajar. The arrival of Hu Lili prompted Zhang Bohai to mention relocating her elsewhere. Thus, as Zhang Bolong stepped out, he noticed the unclosed door of 802, transforming it into a sanctuary for him and Hu Lili. The stronghold for Zhang Bolong and the 13 owners had shifted from 801 to the opposite 802. Following Zhang Bolong's final instruction for Wu Ju to come, not a single owner dared to speak up, fully aware that Zhang Bolong wielded the power to grant or withhold their very existence. Xie Jiarong felt similarly, upon witnessing Zhang Bolong begin to advocate for Hu Lili. She resigned herself to the grim reality. The thought of the impending ordeal she would face the following day filled her with dread. For it was she who had rendered the efforts of those owners, who had expended food, time, and energy on video productions, fruitless. She could hardly bear to contemplate the torment that awaited her. Yet, her fear of Zhang Bolong eclipsed all else. The owner's impending reproach would surely make her existence miserable, but she hoped it might ultimately provide a path to survival. However, if Zhang Bolong were to provoke the owners, he would show no mercy. Xie Jiarong directed all her grievances towards Hu Lili. While she harbored resentment towards Liang Yu, it was not nearly as intense. For since the bounty had been placed on her head, her daily provisions had significantly increased, leaving her with a tinge of gratitude towards Liang Yu. As for Zhang Bolong, he was too afraid to confront the owners, driven by the simple truth that they held the upper hand, a classic case of the weak fearing the strong. Hence, all her animosity coalesced around Hu Lili, who had illuminated her path with a glimmer of hope, only for her to feel as though she had been thrust back into the depths of despair. It seemed that Hu Lili could have easily saved herself by sacrificing for others, but in Xie Jiarong's eyes, If Lily chose to intervene on behalf of others and play the role of the Good Samaritan, she must bear the full weight of responsibility. Consequently, the person Xie Jiarong despised most was not Liang Yu, who had placed the bounty on her, nor Hu Zhiyun or Wu Pei, who had sold her as a commodity, but rather the meddlesome Hu Lily. Amidst the resentful gaze of Xie Jiarong, Hu Zhiyun approached and confiscated her mobile phone. With a feigned innocence, Hu expressed, "I am at a loss here. Liang Yu refuses to lift the bounty, and we dare not release you. Should we do so, he may vent his ire upon us." Subsequently, she handed Xie Jiarong a piece of bread and a bowl of warm water. "This shall be your nourishment for tonight. Remember, do not speak of my provision to you. Those individuals have threatened me to ensure you remain hungry for the night." Xie Jiarong, upon hearing these words, harbored no doubts. For it was indeed due to Liang Yu's bounty that her situation had become precarious. Such reactions from them were entirely predictable. Not long after Hu Zhiyun departed, Wu Pei stealthily entered the room. Xie Jiarong observed her demeanor, akin to that of a thief. Wu Pei then unfastened her coat and retrieved half a bottle of water and a small packet of biscuits, offering them to Xie Jiarong. She cast a quick glance at her, made a shushing gesture, and exited the room without uttering another word. Xie Jiarong felt a certain warmth from the actions of the two, unaware that their concern stemmed merely from the fear of her condition as a commodity deteriorating. After all, her presence had provided them with considerable sustenance over the past days. If she were to suffer from hunger, how would they manage to collect their due the following day? Inside the room, Xie Jiarong quickly consumed the food given by the two. Then, she discreetly retrieved the phone provided by a guest earlier that day from behind the headboard. Opening the device, she composed a message and sent it. "I accept your terms. Please arrive around 3 a.m. tonight, and I shall grant you entry." After dispatching the message, she powered down the phone and concealed it once more. Shortly thereafter, Hu Zhiyun returned, entered the room, collected the packaging and bowl, and locked the door behind her. Once the door was secured, Xie Jiarong quietly moved to the back of the door, waiting patiently for a considerable time. Hearing no sound, she turned and rummaged through the bottom of the wardrobe. After about 7 or 8 minutes, she finally unearthed the key. Eagerly, she approached the edge of the door, ensuring once more that all was silent outside, before inserting the key into the lock. With bated breath, she steadied her nerves. Ultimately, she turned the key, and the crisp sound of unlocking resonated in her ears. Without hesitation, she twisted the door handle and stepped away from the entrance. Before long, someone approached. Testing the door handle, satisfied that all was well, they departed. It was only after hearing the retreating footsteps that Xie Jiarong exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, in the Doomsday Fortress, Liang Yu continued to tinker with various items, this time focusing on a remote-controlled robot modeled after a transformer. He gazed eagerly at the towering figure of Megatron, now transformed into a Cybertronian aircraft, standing a full 1.2 meters tall, filled with anticipation for the surprises it might unveil. The remote control beside him bore little resemblance to its former self. Liang Yu observed that the exterior resembled a glass sphere constructed upon the ground, entirely hollow within. At that moment, he was uncertain how to enter. He could only attempt to touch the edge of the sphere. To his astonishment, upon extending his hand, he encountered no obstruction. His hand effortlessly penetrated the sphere's interior. Consequently, he stepped inside. As he did so, he felt a force that suspended him in midair. Yet he experienced no sensation of weightlessness. What astonished him the most was the sensation beneath his feet, akin to standing firmly on solid ground. As the sphere activated, an influx of information regarding this remote control appeared in his mind. Before him, the display revealed the scene that Megatron had witnessed. Chapter 60, The Assault of Megatron. At this moment, Liang Yu commanded Megatron to turn around. Before him was a captivating scene of himself suspended within a spherical entity. Feeling a surge of novelty, Liang Yu resolved to test Megatron's agility. He promptly switched the control mode, synchronizing Megatron's movements with his own. Thus, Liang Yu commenced practicing the Tai Chi he had learned during his school days while uttering, "A watermelon sliced in two, half for you, half for me." As Liang Yu's words echoed, he initiated the first stance, left and right wild horses split mane. Although not flawlessly executed, he swiftly proceeded to the second stance, white crane spreads its wings. He followed with the third stance, embrace the knee and twist step, the fourth, hand waves the pipa, and the fifth, left and right reversal of the arm. As Liang Yu performed these movements, Megatron mirrored his actions, exhibiting a semblance of Tai Chi, albeit lacking precision. Upon reaching the 21st stance, turn and move to block with a punch. The force generated by Megatron's punch sent a shockwave that toppled a nearby can of soda. This left Liang Yu momentarily bewildered as he hastily completed the remaining stances, ultimately concluding with a finishing posture. In his words, "Though my execution may not have been entirely precise, the essence of the concluding stance is indispensable." He then rushed outside to inspect the fallen can. feeling a sense of accomplishment in his martial prowess. After repositioning the kin a meter away, he attempted the 21st stance once more, turn and move to block with a punch. This time, however, the kin remained utterly unmoved. Unconvinced, Liang Yu reduced the distance to half a meter and repeated the action, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Reluctantly, he conceded defeat and returned to the control interface to vent his frustrations. Switching control modes once again, he transformed Megatron into a Cybertronian aircraft. Liang Yu directed it to the 3rd floor of the fortress. After gaining access, the skylight opened, allowing him to soar out. However, as he ascended, darkness enveloped him. External light vanished, rendering it impossible to perceive his surroundings. He quickly transitioned to night vision mode. The shift illuminated the scene as brightly as day, and Liang Yu maneuvered Megatron to Building 9, locating the balcony of apartment 402. He wished to observe what Yi Yuan was doing at that moment, but to his disappointment, the occupant was absent from the living room. Nevertheless, Liang Yu noticed something significant reflected in the glass of the balcony. The lights on Megatron had not been activated. No wonder he felt as though something was amiss. Upon turning on the lights, Megatron became the most conspicuous figure in the night. He then guided Megatron to Building 10, aimed its cannon at the glass door of the balcony on the 6th floor and above, and commenced firing. Within the fortress, Liang Yu incessantly issued commands for attack amidst the orb. Outside, the gun barrels of Megatron, having received the order, unleashed a continuous blaze of fire. The sudden gunfire in the tranquil night sent shivers down the spines of the residents in the surrounding buildings, particularly those in Building 10. At this hour, they were all ensconced in their bedrooms. The unexpected gunshots, coupled with the shattering of glass from the balcony, served to heighten their already taut nerves. In that moment, they came to a stark realization. Their homes were no longer a sanctuary. The gunfire also roused Lin, who from Building 7. He hastily grasped the firearm beside him, enduring the pain in his leg, and swiftly concealed himself in a corner, contemplating the identity and motives of those responsible for the night's chaos. As Lin Hu regained his composure, he discerned that the gunfire was still some distance away, allowing him to exhale in relief. Meanwhile, in apartment 802 of Building 9, Zhang Bolong, immersed in a gentle slumber, was jolted awake by the gunfire. He quickly donned his clothes, seized his weapon, and rushed to the adjacent apartment 801 to check on his brother, Zhang Bohai. Upon entering, he found Zhang Bohai equally startled. Seeing his brother unharmed brought Zhang Bolong a sigh of relief, albeit accompanied by confusion. "Brother, what on earth is happening? Where is the gunfight occurring?" Zhang Bohai could only express his uncertainty, confessing that ever since he heard the gunfire, a foreboding sense had settled over him. He instructed Zhang Bolong, arrange for some individuals to patrol the night. We can rotate shifts every 1 to 2 hours. Would you handle the arrangements?" Zhang Bolong acquiesced to Zhang Bohai's counsel. At that moment, the residents of Building 10 could no longer endure the turmoil. Those on the upper floors ventured onto their balconies, gazing down at the conspicuous aircraft wreaking havoc below. They collectively retrieved solid wooden chairs from their homes and hurled them at the Megatron controlled by Liang Yu. Whether it was the residents' remarkable aim or Liang Yu's ill fortune, the chairs struck Megatron one after another. Each impact caused Megatron to momentarily falter, swaying in its stance. Just as the residents prepared to cheer, Megatron, contrary to their expectations, did not plummet. Instead, under Liang Yu's command, it ceased its barrage of bullets, gradually elevating its gun barrel, sending the onlookers above into a panic. They swiftly retreated into their bedrooms. Having achieved his objective, Liang Yu refrained from further tormenting the unfortunate residents, opting instead to perform aerial maneuvers. After a few minutes, he noticed the audacious residents of Building 10 emerging to assess the situation. Illuminated by glaring lights, Megatron ascended to the 8th floor of Building 9 and subsequently extinguished its lights. It then leisurely returned to the Doomsday Fortress in a light-reflective mode. Upon its return, Liang Yu promptly retrieved a scanning device and connected it to the wristband, conducting a comprehensive examination of Megatron. The results indicated that all was well. The place that was struck remained unscathed, with not even a trace of paint chipped away. Liang Yu felt that he would no longer experience boredom. He would simply take his formidable vehicle, the Decepticon, out for a leisurely drive. Thus, that night, Liang Yu drifted into a peaceful slumber, enveloped in happiness. However, his ability to sleep did not imply that others could do the same. Setting aside the quality of the sleeping environment, Liang Yu's brief 5-minute barrage instilled a sense of dread among the residents of the community. Those residing in the farther buildings were relatively untroubled, merely hearing the sounds without feeling any immediate threat. The most unfortunate were the residents of Building 10. When the bullets shattered the windows and pierced their homes, it felt as though death hovered ominously nearby, ensuring that they would remain awake that night. The nearby buildings were comparatively better off, as they were situated at a safer distance. Yet, the stillness of the night rendered every sound particularly distinct. Fear was certainly present, but they could not truly comprehend the palpable sense of life and death that the inhabitants of Building 10 experienced. Chapter 61. Ambushed outing at 6 o'clock the following morning. The dawn had broken. The residents of Building 10 finally felt a sense of relief. With the arrival of daylight, they could finally find solace in sleep. In their minds, daylight still represented safety. However, among the early risers, one resident encountered a horrifying sight. The formidable aircraft, known as the Thunderous Might, reappeared in the sky. This alarming scene abruptly sent the awake residents scurrying back into the comfort of their beds, fearful that the Thunderous Might would next turn its guns upon them. At that moment, Liang Yu's focus was not on the inhabitants of the buildings. His primary interest lay with the Thunderous Might itself. The intention to wander outside was merely incidental, as the confines of the fortress were somewhat restricting. Soon, he maneuvered the Thunderous Might out of the residential area, heading towards the Wuji Corporation, the creators of his apocalyptic stronghold. Yet, Liang Yu was far from idle during this journey. As he soared through the sky, he spotted a massive billboard below. Instantly, he shifted his form and descended toward the location of the billboard. Upon landing, he seized the billboard, spun it a few times, and hurled it like a dart. Immediately thereafter, he leapt into the air, shifting back to flight mode to accelerate and catch up to the thrown billboard. As he aligned himself with the billboard, he transformed back into human form, contemplating standing atop it as if he were gliding through the air. However, as he controlled the Thunderous Might's descent, the scene before him began to whirl. After uttering a traditional exclamation, he swiftly maneuvered the Thunderous Might to strike the billboard down. During its fall, he reverted back to flight mode. Yet, this playful diversion had completely derailed his original plan. The billboard he had knocked down landed squarely on the rooftop of a 3-story self-built residence. It was then that he realized he had unwittingly ventured into the local residential area. Surrounding him were 3-story self-constructed homes. He was unsure whether it was due to the terrain or drainage issues, but these houses were predominantly flooded only on the first floor. Observing his own residential area, he noted that the higher grounds had only submerged the second floor, and during the cold snap, only the first and second floors had frozen over. While Liang Yu scanned the surroundings, he noticed a lock-on prompt flash on his screen for a brief moment before vanishing. This indicated that someone had just entered his line of sight, albeit for a fleeting instant. Curiosity piqued, Liang Yu lowered the flight altitude of the Thunderous Might, descending gradually. However, just as he approached the second-floor balcony, he suddenly discovered that the screen had gone dark. Something had just fallen, and his light filtered in from below. He prepared to continue his descent and leave. To his dismay, the area below was also obstructed. It dawned on him that what had just descended was likely an object resembling a box. Liang Yu pondered the purpose of these individuals clinging to a metallic lump. Nevertheless, he did not allow them to act freely. He switched his form in control mode, illuminating his craft's lights as he reached the ground. Gazing at the wooden board before him, Megatron immediately assumed a horse stance, extending his right hand with fingers poised to touch the surface. At that moment, Liang Yu, controlling him, mirrored this very posture. In the next instant, Liang Yu summoned strength into his right hand, bending his finger joints, channeling the force of his entire arm into the second segment of his fingers. With a swift strike, he unleashed a punch, and Megatron executed a corresponding movement. However, the power of his punch far surpassed that of Liang Yu, shattering a significant portion of the board rather than merely protruding his fist through it. At that moment, Liang Yu heard the voice of a middle-aged man exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Controlling Megatron, he charged forward, glancing to his side to discover 5 men encircling him. The astonishment in their eyes was palpable, particularly from one who pointed and shouted, "An alien! An alien!" It was clearly an aircraft moments ago, and now it has transformed into a robot. I knew it. This must be one of Cybertron's Autobots. This calamity surely has something to do with these extraterrestrial beings. They must have done something to plunge us into this cold wave. Hearing these words, Liang Yu's mind was filled with a sense of disbelief. Cybertron aliens? He thought. I merely utilized this model. It left him pondering whether he should craft a model of Ultraman Tiga next time. He imagined controlling Ultraman Tiga to stroll about, greeting passersby with, "Hey, young man, do you believe in light?" If the response was affirmative, he would surely inform them that those who believe in light often have somewhat unhinged minds. Then, he would deliver a few blows to remedy their thoughts. If the answer was negative, that would be even easier. He would simply strike them. For if they did not believe in light, what else could they possibly believe in? Amused by the thought, he was abruptly interrupted as the men produced ropes from somewhere, binding Megatron's hands and feet. As the last rope was prepared to encircle his neck, Liang Yu exerted force, causing the 2 individuals holding Megatron's hands to tumble to the balcony floor. He swiftly severed the ropes and regarded the remaining men. striking a fighting pose and beckoning them with a flick of his fingers. Initially, Liang Yu had intended to test Megatron's close combat abilities. However, the adversaries, akin to frightened rabbits, began to flee as he assumed his stance. Though he verbally spared them no mercy, he secretly admired their instinct to retreat. After all, if he were in their position, he would undoubtedly be the first to escape even more swiftly. Observing the retreating figures, Liang Yu had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he made his way to the rooftop, seeking out the next dwelling. Upon arriving at another residence, he entered through the balcony. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the minimal dust on the table. He casually selected a room and, upon opening it, discovered it to be a study, devoid of any occupants. He opened another room and observed the decor, which resembled that of a guest room intended for visitors. Subsequently, he ascended to the third floor and discovered a plethora of charcoal ash scattered across the floor of the grand hall, while several pieces of wooden furniture were notably absent. After a thorough search, he stumbled upon a smaller chamber where he found the lifeless bodies of a man and a woman, entwined in an embrace. A careful examination revealed no signs of external injuries, leading him to surmise that they may have succumbed to either freezing or starvation, with the latter seeming more plausible to Liang Yu. He laid their bodies in the living room, covering them with blankets before departing from the house. He continued to explore several other residences, most of which still housed living occupants. He merely glanced inside without intruding upon their solitude. Upon returning to the rooftop, he noticed a few individuals approaching him from a distance, brandishing objects resembling rocket launchers. Chapter 62. Attacked again. Of course, what the adversary wielded was merely a semblance. It was inconceivable that it could be the genuine article. As the distance diminished, Liang Yu discerned that the object in the opponent's hand was a thick section of pipe. It appeared to have been modified, though the specifics of the alteration eluded him. Nevertheless, he grasped the intent behind the assailants' actions. It was evident that they were targeting him. Contemplating whether to eliminate them, Liang Yu hesitated. He was not a man driven by bloodlust. The thought of taking a life weighed heavily on his conscience. After all, one could either have 0 instances or countless occurrences of such actions. Once he ventured down that path, he risked becoming a mindless killer. Yet, the subsequent actions of the assailants provided Liang Yu with justification for retaliation. He observed as they raised the pipe, and based on the analysis provided by the weapon system, it was clear they were aiming at the core of his mech. Wei Tian. In the next instant, a dull thud echoed as a rudimentary net was hurled toward Wei Tian. Without hesitation, Liang Yu activated the weapon system. An luminous sword materialized in Wei Tian's right hand. With a few swift slashes, he effortlessly dismantled the net, leaving the assailants visibly startled by the unexpected display of weaponry. At that moment, Liang Yu was besieged by a barrage of snowballs descending upon him. Initially, he paid little heed to the icy projectiles, allowing them to rain down upon Wei Tian. It was only when the first snowball struck with a resounding clang that he realized they were laced with stones. While they posed little threat to the mech, their sheer number became an annoyance. Reluctantly, he brandished the luminous sword to slice through the onslaught of snowballs. However, one enigma perplexed him. How had those handheld snowball launchers appeared approximately 50 meters ahead? While he defended against the snowballs, several individuals crept towards the rear of Wei Tian, brandishing electric batons and thrusting them toward the mech's body. Thanks to its protective coating, the electrical current failed to disrupt the mech's operation. Infuriated by this audacity, Liang Yu decided to disregard the snowballs, pivoting to confront the intruders on the screen. With a surge of speed, he swung the luminous sword through the assailants. Then, leaping into the air, he transitioned into flight mode, aiming his weapon at those still launching snowballs. He opened fire. The sound of gunfire echoed as several unfortunate souls were struck, collapsing to the ground in terror and despair. Their blood was absorbed by the thick layers of their winter attire, preventing a pool from forming on the ground. The assailants wielding electric batons, upon hearing the gunfire above, instinctively sought to flee. Yet, they soon realized control over their own bodies had slipped away. Their heads rolled from their shoulders, leaving them in a nightmarish realization, witnessing their own headless forms. Thus, they met their demise in a manner they could scarcely have imagined. After an indiscriminate barrage from Liang Yu in the sky, he transitioned to precise shots. Those who attempted to flee became his living targets. Among this group, approximately 30 individuals remained. Only a small fraction managed to evade Liang Yu's gunfire by leveraging the terrain, thus ensuring their survival. With eyes wide in terror, they gazed towards the source of the gunfire. Minutes later, the area around the formidable titan was devoid of any survivors. It was at this moment that Liang Yu could finally release the pent-up frustration within him. Anyone would feel vexed after being attacked twice without provocation. He considered himself fortunate, as the assailants had retreated without annihilating everyone. Although he understood the principle of eradicating threats at their roots, he could not resort to explosives to level the place. He bore no remorse for the demise of his attackers. However, it was highly probable that there were others in the vicinity who had not engaged him. Ultimately, he decided to grant others a chance at survival. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late and recalled that he had yet to have breakfast, which made him feel increasingly hungry. He promptly began his return journey. After a while, Liang Yu found himself at his dining table, eager to sample the capital's distinctive breakfast delicacies. However, he immediately regretted his first sip of mung bean juice. He discovered that he simply could not appreciate its taste. He had expected something akin to durian, which he could tolerate, but the flavor assaulted his senses upon entry, triggering a protective response from his body that urged him to vomit. Having skipped breakfast, he spent several minutes in the washroom until the nauseating sensation subsided. He vowed never to consume such items during breakfast again. Upon returning to the table, he retrieved a basket of pure meat shao mai. This was not the glutinous rice-filled variety from the south. He finished one in just a few bites, and the breakfast was immensely satisfying. Yet, at such moments, there were always those who reveled in disrupting the tranquility of others. Inevitably, someone from the group sprang forth to inquire about Liang Yu. Liang Yu, is there any update on today's bounty? Is it the same as yesterday's? At this point, Liang Yu was reluctant to engage in conversation and simply replied with a curt no, ignoring the chatter of the group members. He reflected on the scene he had witnessed the previous night. He then composed a heart-wrenching message for the group, stating that due to Xie Jiarong's commendable attitude in admitting her mistakes, her bounty would be rescinded. After sending this message, Liang Yu pondered whether those individuals would be infuriated, especially since he had observed someone seizing the opportunity to sneak into Building 9 while he distracted attention. He had caught sight of a group stealthily departing from Building 9 with 2 girls in tow. Among them, he recognized one as Xie Jiarong, leading him to presume that the other 2 were her roommates, Hu Jian and Wu Pei. However, he had not paid attention to where they had gone. The reason for rescinding the bounty was twofold. He did not wish for the food to fall into the hands of that group, even if it was a special edition of the castor bean powder. Secondly, he was curious about the fate that awaited Xie Jiarong once she lost her utility. This was not a matter of Liang Yu harboring a grudge. He was fundamentally incapable of holding on to resentment, and he was perplexed by the rumors suggesting otherwise. Typically, when one seeks vengeance, it is executed promptly. Once retribution is exacted, there is no lingering animosity to consider. Meanwhile, the homeowners in the group erupted with excitement upon receiving Liang Yu's news. After all, even if the quantity was limited, it was still sustenance. It was still a source of carbohydrates. In recent days, these homeowners had been collaborating in small clusters to film, thus forming a close-knit community. Each individual, when combined with the meager assistance from the property management, found their circumstances to be comparatively more favorable than others. The sudden disruption of this food supply was a shock that they struggled to comprehend. Nonetheless, Liang Yu remained committed to offering suggestions to these homeowners. Chapter 63. The plea of Lan Ling. Once again, he directly reposted the previous bounty. Liang Yu remarked, hold on. Did you not claim there was a lack of food sources? Come, let us jog your memories. Liang Yu continued, Lin Hu. 1 hand can be exchanged for 15 chicken rolls, 1 leg for 20, a pair of ears for 8, a pair of eyes for 15, and a single eyeball for 5. The equality device in his hand is worth 30 chicken rolls, while an entire, intact head can be bartered for 20 chicken rolls. He proceeded, Property Manager Wang Yong. 1 hand is worth 10 chicken rolls, 1 leg 15, a pair of ears 5, a pair of eyes 10, and a complete head 20. Liang Yu added, first come, first served. Moreover, when you present your offerings, you must verify that they originate from 2 individuals, rather than simply rummaging through a corpse to deceive me. After Liang Yu sent the message, the entire group remained silent, despite the multitude present. However, Liang Yu found this lack of response unsurprising. It is human nature to prey on the weak while fearing the strong. They dared to manipulate someone like Xie Jiarong, a soft target, but these 2 individuals posed a risk they were unwilling to take. He surmised that only when they were truly at their wits' end would these owners dare confront the 2. Yet, Liang Yu's face lit up with the smile of a sunny boy once more. Surely, these owners did not naively believe the bounty remained valid. In the large group of Building 9, Liang Yu's rescinding of the bounty invigorated Zhang Bolong, who, under Lily's influence, began to spout nonsense in the group, incessantly tagging Liang Yu. Liang Yu found it bothersome. He could not fathom the existence of such dim-witted individuals. One even threatened him, demanding that he surrender his food supplies, or else the drone from yesterday would be unleashed upon him. This truly made Liang Yu laugh in exasperation. While others might be oblivious to the drone, he was not. He swiftly took a screenshot and shared it in the main group. He could not understand why some individuals were so eager to bear the brunt of blame. This time, Zhang Bolong had dug his own grave, and Liang Yu bore no responsibility. Previously, the blame had inexplicably fallen upon Lin Hu. The animosity between buildings 9 and 10 had not been established, but Zhang Bolong's uproar had definitively confirmed that it was he, not Liang Yu, who had carried out the night raid on Building 10. Though others might fear him due to the drone's presence, Liang Yu could easily produce a standard model and orchestrate a ludicrous crash in their midst. As they were caught up in their fervor, witnessing the crash would only diminish their reservations. Meanwhile, Zhang Bohai, recuperating from his injuries, observed the commotion caused by Zhang Bolong and the screenshots posted by Liang Yu in the group chat. It dawned on him that things were amiss. He genuinely regretted granting authority to Zhang Bolong, believing he would heed his advice to avoid provoking Liang Yu and instead foster a good rapport to maintain their relationship. Regret consumed him, a relentless tide of remorse flooding his heart. A promising beginning has been regrettably squandered. He laments not having acted swiftly to eliminate Hu Lily at the outset. Now, it is too late for words. He is uncertain whose drone it is. But based on his understanding, the only individual with both the capability and the demonstrable possession of a drone is Liang Yu. Moreover, numerous individuals in the group share Zhang Bohai's sentiments. Particularly, those from Building 10 have persistently Liang Yu, demanding an explanation. However, Liang Yu simply shared a photo of his delivery drone in the group. The others were unconvinced and insisted that Liang Yu post an image of the flying version of the Decepticon for comparison. Liang Yu firmly responded that he had no such photo, refusing to fall for their lowly trickery. It was only when a homeowner posted a photograph of the Decepticon taken that morning that the matter reached a conclusion. Everyone was aware that Liang Yu likely possessed other drones. Yet, this was a contentious issue, and it was evident that the residents of Building 10 were reluctant to escalate the conflict. Ultimately, their frustration was directed towards Zhang Bolong. Just as the situation in the group was resolved, a voice message from Lanling came through. Liang Yu was perplexed by the day's relentless activity, as one matter followed another without pause. Observing the homeowners descending to collect their supply packages, he connected with Lanling. She immediately began to express her grievances, questioning why he had not joined her in gaming for so long. Liang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Aside from single-player games, there were no other options available. Multiplayer games required servers, and those servers were long gone. After a lengthy exchange, Lanling cautiously sought his assistance. Brother Yu, do you have any spare batteries for storing energy? Upon hearing her query, Liang Yu contemplated for a moment. He had reserved enough for her to sustain herself for half a month, supplemented by solar energy. However, he quickly recalled that there were now 3 individuals in the house, resulting in greater consumption. After a brief reflection, Liang Yu decided to deny her request. After all, it was her choice, and it was essential for her to experience some hardship. Otherwise, how would she learn for the future? Thus, he candidly replied to Lanling, "Yes, but I do not wish to give you any. You should know that I have set aside enough for your needs. If you were alone and found yourself in need, I could provide more, but you are not alone now. It is up to you to find a way to manage and distribute these resources wisely." Upon hearing Liang Yu's response, Lanling was not disheartened. She had anticipated this outcome prior to asking. Regret began to creep in, as she reflected on her previous solitary living, which had afforded her considerable freedom. Now, with 2 additional individuals, while there was companionship, she felt a lack of privacy that rendered her somewhat uneasy. After a prolonged conversation, they finally concluded the call. When Liang Yu once again glanced at his wristband, he was taken aback to discover a friend request from an individual of particular significance. Upon perusing the accompanying message, he realized it was from Lin Hu. He found himself perplexed as to why Lin Hu would wish to add him as a friend. If his memory served him correctly, their recent encounters had been limited. One involved him selling a limited edition of spiced chicken wraps, and another, an incident where he had inflicted a grievous injury upon Lin Hu, shattering his patella. The only other instance that could be deemed relevant was a previous bounty. Thus, he surmised that Lin Hu's intention in adding him was related to the matter of the bounty. Aside from this, Liang Yu could not fathom any other motive for the request. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he readily accepted Lin Hu's request for connection. Subsequently, after successfully adding him as a friend, Liang Yu inundated Lin Hu's chat with a flurry of question marks. Chapter 64. Lin Hu's transaction, however. Lin Hu did not exhibit any anger this time. He was acutely aware of his purpose for being there, and thus he forced a smile. "Brother Yu, I apologize for the intrusion. Little Huzi has a matter he wishes to discuss with you. May I inquire if you currently have a moment to spare?" Being addressed in such a manner by Lin Hu left Liang Yu feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Hence, he cut to the chase and asked, "Just speak plainly. What is it that you need from me?" In response, Lin Hu sent a photograph of his firearm along with the remaining ammunition to Liang Yu. "Brother Yu, may I propose a transaction? Could you cancel my bounty in exchange for this?" This proposal left Liang Yu utterly bewildered. In his perspective, trading a weapon, essential for one's survival, for the rescission of a bounty seemed utterly irrational. It did not align with the actions of a rational individual. Despite Lin Hu's rough demeanor in the group chat, Liang Yu found it hard to believe that a true brute could possess such an extraordinary weapon, let alone remain undetected for so long. Logically, someone with such a volatile character would have already met a grim fate. Liang Yu endeavored to empathize with Lin Hu's position. The latter possessed a firearm, and although he had lost a leg due to Liang Yu's actions, he still had people to rely on. This suggested a stable source of sustenance, indicating that Lin Hu's need for the gun was essential for maintaining his status. It was improbable that he would barter his weapon merely to have the bounty lifted. At the very least, Liang Yu believed he could not bring himself to do such a thing. Surrendering a firearm was tantamount to relinquishing one's life. The rationale behind such an action eluded him entirely. While Liang Yu pondered Lin Hu's motivations, the latter, perhaps perceiving Liang Yu's silence, sent another message. Brother Yu, if possible, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with some additional food. This message snapped Liang Yu back to attention. He accessed the surveillance footage, which revealed Lin Hu alone, his firearm resting nearby, easily within reach. Yet, Liang Yu remained perplexed. Did Lin Hu possess another weapon? Consequently, Liang Yu acquiesced. All right, I agree. How shall we proceed with the transaction? I need to verify the goods first. If what you offer is genuine, I will handle the bounty and food matters thereafter. Upon receiving this message, Liang Yu observed Lin Hu's face brighten on the surveillance feed, intensifying his suspicion regarding the transaction. Then, he received Lin Hu's next message. Brother Yu, please send the drone over here. Room 1201 in Building 7. I will securely package the gun in a box and place it on the drone. Liang Yu promptly replied with an affirmative. After confirming the location, he dispatched a drone to room 1201 in Building 7, while keeping a close watch on Lin Hu through the surveillance footage. Yet, Lin Hu showed no signs of preparing the handgun for transport. Instead, he was incessantly engaged with his phone, sending messages. Due to the angle, Liang Yu was unable to see the contents of Lin Hu's phone. However, this was sufficient to indicate the issue at hand. As Liang Yu's drone was still en route, a knock resonated at Lin Hu's door. At that moment, Liang Yu observed Lin Hu's first reaction was to grasp the firearm beside him, only then allowing the visitor to enter. The individual who entered was exceedingly cautious. Placing the box he held onto a nearby table. Without uttering a word, he exited the room and closed the door behind him. Immediately, Lin Hu, dragging his injured leg, approached the table. He tenderly caressed the box that had been delivered. It was not until Liang Yu's drone reached the balcony that Lin Hu proceeded toward it with the box in hand. Despite his limp, Lin Hu moved with remarkable steadiness as he expertly secured the box to the drone and subsequently sent a photograph to Liang Yu. Brother Yu, I have everything ready. Only you can inspect and accept it. Do not forget your promise. A smile crossed his face as he observed the departing drone. Liang Yu, too, shared a laugh with Lin Hu within the confines of the fortress. Once the drone was out of sight, Liang Yu swiftly commanded it to halt its return journey, positioning it near the entrance of Building 9. He then approached the control terminal of the Titan, preparing to navigate it outside. Upon reaching the drone's resting place, he transformed it back into its humanoid form, carefully dismantling the box. Activating the scanning function of the machine, the results were obtained shortly thereafter. The box contained not a handgun, but a claymore bomb. Although rudimentary, the bomb was lethal. Any individual who opened the box would undoubtedly meet their demise in the explosion. At that moment, Liang Yu felt a surge of gratitude for his vigilance. Had he not been cautious, he might have faced dire consequences. Now, his primary concern was to ascertain the origin of the claymore bomb in Lin Hu's possession. Everything else paled in comparison. With this realization, Liang Yu dismissed his initial plan to abandon the box and wait for a fortunate passerby. If the adversary aimed to eliminate him, why should he not play into their design and die once? The mere sound of an explosion would likely lead them to believe he had perished. Once he was presumed dead, Lin Hu would inevitably reveal his true intentions. As for the adversary's attempt to confirm Liang Yu's survival, that was a laughable notion. The towering walls were no trifling matter, and they would not gain entry. Should they find a way in, it would necessitate a perilous leap from the nearest rooftop. However, such a height would make a jump without a parachute virtually fatal. Even if there were a parachute, it would likely not suffice for the distance. Thus, as long as Liang Yu refrained from revealing himself, feigning death would be exceedingly simple. Consequently, he reattached the box to the drone, instructing it to return home, while he piloted the Titan back into the fortress. Within the stronghold, upon spotting the drone, Liang Yu promptly stowed it along with the box into his backpack. He then donned a suit of bomb disposal gear and proceeded to the fortress's exterior. Not far away, he secured a target and, with a swift motion, retrieved a single-person rocket launcher. Aimed directly at the target, he unleashed a shot. In the next instant, a blaze and a thunderous explosion echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. The residents, braving the biting cold, rushed outside to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Meanwhile, Lin Hu was overjoyed upon hearing the sound. It signified that Liang Yu had indeed opened the box. He was certain that Liang Yu had sustained severe injuries from the explosion, even if he had not perished. He was perilously close to it. In a situation where medical resources were scarce, the implications of such grievous injuries were dire. Even a mere chill, without effective treatment, could lead to mortality for the afflicted. Chapter 65. The death of Liang Yu. Once Lin Hu concluded that Liang Yu's fate was sealed, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Shortly thereafter, the sound of ringing echoed in Liang Yu's vicinity. Habitually, he almost hung up, but just before pressing the button, he recalled that he was, in fact, a deceased individual. The dead cannot terminate phone calls. Fortunately, he had regained his composure. Otherwise, a mere press of the button would have revealed his secret. After this commotion, Liang Yu opted not to silence his phone, as he wished to avoid inadvertently disconnecting the call. Following several relentless minutes of ringing, Lin Hu finally ceased his attempts to reach Liang Yu. In that brief interlude, Liang Yu swiftly activated his wristband's silent mode. Although no calls were incoming at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility as he did so. At this juncture, the surveillance footage revealed Lin Hu in action again. To Liang Yu's astonishment, two individuals entered his room. One of them was familiar to him, the property manager, Wang Yong. The other, however, was a stranger, though he felt an odd sense of recognition. Liang Yu found himself utterly bewildered. He had merely stepped out for a moment and had neglected to keep up with the messages in the group chat. It was akin to returning home only to discover it had been ransacked. He promptly activated the audio on the surveillance feed, eager to discern the intentions of the trio. As soon as the audio began, Lin Hu's voice resonated. "Gentlemen, I can now assert with certainty that the explosion we just heard has claimed Liang Yu's life. It is time we discuss the distribution of what comes next." However, Wang Yong quickly interjected, challenging Lin Hu's assertion. "We certainly heard the explosion, but how can you prove that Liang Yu perished in it? Frankly, I suspect that a scoundrel like Liang Yu may still be alive, until we ascertain his fate. I refuse to involve myself in any subsequent matters." Lin Hu then turned his gaze towards the other individual. "Zhang Bolong, perhaps you would care to share your perspective? If Manager Wang is unwilling to participate, it leaves only you and me. You are my ally, and thus, I deem it necessary to understand your thoughts." Wang Yong interjected once more. "I never claimed I would partake in the ensuing affairs. I merely stated that without confirmation of Liang Yu's demise, I shall not engage with you in future matters. If you can substantiate that Liang Yu indeed died in that explosion, I will follow your lead without hesitation." At this moment, Zhang Bolong erupted in laughter, showing no regard for Wang Yong's dignity. "Wang Yong, has your brain taken in water? If so, find a sunny day and dry yourself out. But wait, even if it has, in this cold, it must have frozen solid by now. The sun is of no use." Wang Yong, upon hearing Zhang Bolong's mocking tone, felt a surge of anger yet managed to conceal it, calmly questioning, "What do you mean by that?" In a brazen display of audacity, Zhang Bolong approached Wang Yong and playfully patted his face, a reckless act perhaps fueled by recent arrogance. Alternatively, it could be attributed to the subtle influence of Hu Li, who unabashedly mocked Wang Yong. "What is wrong with your mind? Can't you think? Are you unaware of the potency of the explosives you provided? In this scenario, how could Liang Yu possibly survive a close-range detonation? Even if by some stroke of luck he did survive, he would be gravely injured. On the brink of death, what difference would that make?" Wang Yong discreetly glanced at the device in the other party's hand, silently committing this humiliation to memory. "Can't think?" he mused, considering Zhang Bolong as the true simpleton. He too believed that Liang Yu had perished beneath the rubble of the bomb. However, Wang Yong harbored a particular caution until he received unequivocal confirmation. He would prepare for every eventuality. Even if the likelihood of Liang Yu's death was 99, he would not accept it as fact without reliable information confirming the demise of Liang Yu. His nephew, Wang Kai, had imparted a lesson to him. Even with a 99.9 probability, the answer remained uncertain until revealed, rendering it virtually equal to 0. He was somewhat familiar with a certain individual known for torturing cats, Shui, who exemplified this principle. One could never ascertain the fate of a cat until the lid was lifted. The same reasoning applied to Liang Yu. Observing Wang Yong's silence, Lin Hu quickly sought to mediate the situation. Deep down, he genuinely hoped for an ally like Wang Yong, especially given Zhang Bolong's recent behavior, which had left Lin Hu thoroughly exasperated. "Manager Wang, how about this? Let us each take a step back. There is no rush to act. Let us analyze the situation over the next couple of days. If Liang Yu does not surface, we can confirm his death. What do you think of this proposal?" Wang Yong pondered briefly before acquiescing to Lin Hu's suggestion. "Very well, it is settled. However, we must arrange for individuals to monitor the house in shifts over the next few days. Should anything unusual occur, or if the lights appear, It would indicate that Liang Yu is not dead, but merely recuperating. Wang Yong's remarks echoed Lin Hu's own thoughts, reinforcing his sense of shared understanding with Wang Yong. In contrast, Zhang Bolong scoffed at the notion. He is dead. There is no need for this charade, he dismissed. Wang Yong, however, chose to disregard Zhang Bolong entirely. Exchanging a brief farewell with Lin Hu before departing. Once Wang Yong left, Zhang Bolong strode out without offering Lin Hu any semblance of respect. After his exit, a subordinate approached Lin Hu. Brother Hu, this man is exceedingly arrogant. Should I gather a few brothers to teach him a lesson? I can assure you he won't be able to trace any evidence back to us. Lin Hu shook his head, dissuading his subordinate's notion. Forget it. He possesses a firearm. Let us avoid unnecessary complications. Arrange for rotations to monitor Liang Yu's residence over the next few days, and ensure you report any anomalies to me promptly. The younger brother responded affirmatively and went out to make arrangements. Within the Doomsday Fortress, Liang Yu, upon grasping their intentions, promptly activated the fortress's night mode. In simple terms, this mode enveloped the transparent areas of the fortress in a thin film that reflected light. Liang Yu had no desire to linger in darkness for another 2 days. His attention then shifted to the property manager, Wang Yong. He found himself perplexed by how the other party had acquired the explosives. Although he had heard of individuals capable of hand-rolling explosives, it struck Liang Yu as somewhat absurd. Such a skill should not be found among those in property management. Aside from the possibility of handcrafted explosives, he could not conceive of any other explanation. To be precise, there was one more possibility. However, he was reluctant to believe it. And that was the company, Wujing, they intended to visit today. Liang Yu was convinced that the people there were still alive. Chapter 66. The three from 1801 taken away yet. They could not fathom that it was one another who had orchestrated their predicament, and the reason was singular. The proximity of this community to the Wuji company was merely a few kilometers. He recalled that during his journey there, he had traversed approximately 20 to 30 kilometers. And he had driven. Now, Liang Yu opined that only a snow vehicle could navigate the icy terrain. However, the operation of such a vehicle consumed fuel, a resource that had become exceedingly precious. Each drop diminished the overall supply. The entire city's gas stations lay beneath layers of ice. He believed that Wuji company possessed snow vehicles and fuel. However, the round trip of nearly 40 kilometers seemed an extravagant expenditure for the mere delivery of a small bomb. Liang Yu found this utterly irrational. He knew that Lu Mo, with whom he had dealings, would never make such a decision. At that moment, he retrieved Lu Mo's contact number, yet ultimately refrained from dialing. Instead, he sent a voice message to Lan Ling, explaining the circumstances that warranted caution over the next few days and explicitly instructed her to keep a low profile, avoiding any appearances in the group chat should any incidents arise. Furthermore, he emphasized the importance of not responding to any messages privately. Meanwhile, within Building 8, circumstances were far less favorable for some. Hu Zhiyun, Wu Pei, and Xie Jiarong found themselves confined in a single room. Amusingly, Hu Zhiyun and Wu Pei enjoyed a considerably better situation than Xie Jiarong, as they were merely detained without restraints, while Xie Jiarong, the most prominent among them, endured the most humiliating fate. The owners who had brought them back to Building 8 had taken it upon themselves to labor in the frigid cold, constructing a metal frame, which they thoughtfully insulated with blankets. Thick ropes bound her in a most embarrassing manner to the structure. As the designated contact, she ought not to have been subjected to such treatment, however. Xie Jiarong seemed entirely oblivious to the meaning of being at the mercy of others and failed to grasp the gravity of her circumstances. Since arriving at Building 8 the previous night, she had incessantly made demands of the owners. Over that single evening, her quality of life had steadily improved, leading to considerable resentment among the owners. Yet, they were constrained by the bounty placed upon her head, as her presence promised a steady supply of food. Each of them had recorded a video, virtually monopolizing Liang Yu's reward, ensuring that provisions were ample. Nevertheless, Liang Yu's morning announcement drove them nearly to madness. The cancellation of the bounty, abruptly revoked. Their dreams of a bounteous meal were dashed. The previous night, they had even relinquished their scant supply of precious meats to Xie Jiarong, only to be met with this outcome. The most critical moment arrived as Xie Jiarong, still blissfully unaware, reiterated her demands for food, igniting the ire of the owners completely. Xie Jiarong now finds herself bound to a frame, destined to be sold in exchange for sustenance held by those afflicted with a maddening obsession. Throughout this ordeal, the proactive assistance of Hu Zhiyun and Wu Pei has fostered a sense of camaraderie between them. This goodwill has resulted in a brief period of mutual respect. Both women are acutely aware that failing to attach themselves to a more advantageous situation within their desired time frame could lead to a fate similar to that of Xie Jiarong. Meanwhile, the owner of Building 8, who had brought them back, opened the door, ushering in two greasy middle-aged men. Initially, the sight of Hu Zhiyun, Wu Pei, and the bound Xie ignited a glimmer of desire in the newcomer's eyes, transforming their longing into something almost palpable. However, their enthusiasm quickly diminished as Hu Jiyun and Wu Pei, at the behest of the room's owner, exited the premises. Despite their dissatisfaction, the men remained silent and promptly shut the door behind them. The owner cast a lingering glance at the two women before departing, leaving them outside to hear the anguished cries of Xie, sending chills down their spines. They were resolute in their desire to avoid a similar fate. Thus, the two began to quietly deliberate on how to escape and whom to turn to for help. In the property's storage room, Wang Yong had returned to his stronghold after a meeting with Lin Hu. Upon his arrival, Wang was met by his subordinates, who brought freshly boiled water. Waiting for him to take a sip before inquiring, "Uncle, how did it go?" Wang refrained from discussing the outcome of the negotiations, instead directing the staff to summon the two elderly individuals. "Bring those two old fellows to me, I have questions for them." Under Wang's orders, Antley and Uncle Wu were soon brought before him. Upon seeing Uncle Wu, Wang refrained from using any scripted dialogue. His sole concern was to ascertain whether Liang Yu was still alive. He turned to Uncle Wu and asked, "Old brother Wu, how potent is the explosive you crafted? Can it truly eliminate Liang Yu?" The clay explosive had been fashioned by Uncle Wu himself, who was confident in his skills. He promptly assured Wang, "Manager Wang, the sound of the explosion reached us here, which attests to its power. Do not underestimate that bomb. In my youth, I used it to blast apart boulders weighing over 1,000 pounds. If it can shatter stone, then at such close range, Liang Yu will undoubtedly perish upon opening the box. There is no chance of survival." However, Wang posed a question that left Uncle Wu at a loss for words. "Old brother Wu, I understand your claims, but what if, by chance, Liang Yu is at a distance when the box is opened? Or what if the one who triggers the bomb isn't Liang Yu at all?" This inquiry rendered Uncle Wu silent, prompting Wang to seize the opportunity to further interrogate him. "Brother Wu, from where can we procure enough materials to craft a few explosives?" In response to Wang Yong's inquiry, Master Wu pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. "Manager Wang, if we can secure half the materials listed, I might be able to assemble one more. However, its potency shall be diminished. By the way, detonators are absolutely essential." After expressing this, Master Wu felt a sense of calm satisfaction. From the materials provided by the property management, he had successfully fashioned 2 bombs, though he only mentioned one. He reserved the more powerful bomb for Liang Yu, while the lesser one, not yet equipped with a detonator, remained concealed on his person. Should Wang Yong decide to conduct a search, it would be easily discovered. Yet, at this moment, Wang Yong's thoughts were elsewhere. He was contemplating how to procure additional materials that would enable Master Wu to create another explosive. With such an asset, he would feel considerably more assured. Chapter 67. The Resurrection of Wu Chuxing. At this moment, Wang Yong turned to his nephew and said, "Akai, please fetch some food and accompany Brother Wu." He then turned to Uncle Wu and added, "I will ensure the materials are procured promptly. I will be counting on you." Uncle Wu merely smiled in response. "Not a bother at all. It is my duty." After receiving the food from Wang Yong, Uncle Wu departed the property warehouse with Antley. As they left, Wang Yong cast a curious glance at Antley, finding it peculiar that she, usually so talkative, was unusually silent today. However, he did not dwell on it, understanding that her demeanor might have shifted following the recent loss of her son. Upon the return of Wang Kai, Wang Yong instructed him, "Have someone keep a watch on Liang Yu's residence in shifts. Report to me at the slightest sign of activity, any sign at all." Noticing that Wang Yong had no further directives, Wang Kai prepared to make the arrangements. Just then, Wang Yong called him back. "Wait, ensure that those guarding outside are each given an extra bowl of stew over the next few days. Furthermore, inform them that anyone wishing to partake in the guarding can do so. I am not restricting this to security personnel alone. They simply need to know when to perform their duties." Once Wang Kai was sent off with these instructions, he proceeded to organize everything accordingly. Meanwhile, the group chat had devolved into chaos. While they were somewhat accepting of the concept of an equality device for all beings, the recent explosion had incited panic. Some believed the noise was the result of a bombing, while others speculated it stemmed from gas canisters improperly stored by a resident, leading to an explosion. Neither side could persuade the other, yet those supporting the bombing theory argued that no one in the community would recklessly hide a full gas canister, especially since most households were equipped with natural gas. This perspective was overly optimistic, for gas canisters are not inherently illegal. Many regions still utilize gas canisters, although natural gas installations are indeed more convenient for most. Subsequently, some residents dredged up past incidents, vehemently refuting claims that there were no gas canisters in the community. Who said there were no gas canisters? Have you forgotten the explosions in Building 1 and Building 4 last year? This statement swiftly resurrected the selective memories of the residents. As recollections of the explosion incidents resurfaced, the majority silently accepted the theory of a gas canister explosion, choosing to refrain from mentioning the bombing narrative. This, too, was a form of self-preservation. Meanwhile, the group chat for Building 9 was also far from tranquil. 1701 Dang Yicheng. Did Antley not mention that Wu Chusheng was gravely ill? 1701 Dang Yicheng. 1202 Wu Chu. I recall that it was you who managed matters for Antley's family at that time. 1701 Dang Yicheng. Why did I just hear some commotion in the corridor? I peered through the peephole and saw a figure wandering about. It appeared to be Wu Chusheng. At that moment, Wu Ju had not emerged. Yet Zhang Bolong chose to make his presence known. 801 Zhang Bolong. 1202 Wu Ju. Xiao Wu, this matter falls under your jurisdiction, and one must see things through to the end. Please go and ascertain the situation. 801 Zhang Bolong. Once you have clarity, return and inform everyone, so that we may all feel reassured. 1202 Wu Ju. Understood, Liang Yu. I shall head over immediately. After responding to Zhang Bolong, Wu Ju's countenance visibly darkened. Since Zhang Bohai's injury and subsequent recuperation, all responsibilities had been entrusted to Zhang Bolong. Regardless of the magnitude of the issue, it was all relegated to him for resolution. No outcomes were sought afterwards. Merely delegating the task was deemed sufficient. Each day, Zhang Bolong busied himself with frivolous pursuits alongside Hu Lili. On numerous occasions, even trivial matters, such as fetching an item, required him to descend and retrieve it. The past few days had left him utterly exhausted. Wu Ju's patience with Zhang Bolong was nearing its limit, only awaiting a catalyst and ignition point. Now, he was compelled to address the situation concerning Wu Chusheng. Wu Ju enlisted 2 homeowners to accompany him to the 17th floor. As the trio reached the corridor on the 17th floor, they hesitated to proceed further. They had indeed heard noises emanating from the corridor. The 3 exchanged wary glances, uncertain of their next move. One audacious homeowner called out into the dimly lit corridor. Following his shout, silence enveloped the space. With the quietude, the trio, who had momentarily relaxed, prepared to peer through the ajar door. One among them produced a mobile phone and activated its flashlight, casting a relatively bright beam of white light. Yet, at that moment, more sounds echoed through the corridor, disordered footsteps drawing nearer. The individual holding the phone swiftly directed the light towards the partially open door. In an instant, a decayed, maggot-ridden face came into their view. The door did not have any obstruction, and a mere shift in weight easily pushed it open. Alongside the visual shock, an almost suffocating stench assailed their senses. Upon witnessing the figure tumble through the doorway and collapse onto the ground, the trio quickly retreated, covering their mouths and noses. One recognized the person as Wu Chusheng, who had been in the room earlier. Fearfully, he stammered, "Isn't he supposed to be dead? How can he still move? Has he risen from the grave?" Wu Ju urged the 2 to step back further and attempted to call out to the figure. "Wu Chusheng, Wu Chusheng, respond to me." However, the Wu Chusheng he called upon remained silent. Upon hearing the source of the sound, 2 battered hands surprisingly managed to prop up the body. At that moment, another individual produced a mobile phone, and with the aid of the illumination from both devices, they could barely discern the appearance of Wu Chusheng. His gaze was vacant, and the decaying visage, infested with maggots, could not conceal the evident signs of emaciation and weariness. Saliva incessantly dribbled from his mouth, and his limbs exhibited pronounced stiffness. The trio, witnessing Wu Chusheng's desperate attempts to rise, were engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Fortunately, they maintained a certain distance, and Wu Chusheng did not launch an attack against them. Wu Ju, at this juncture, also took out his phone, utilizing the light from the other 2's devices to record a video capturing Wu Chusheng's current state. Subsequently, accompanied by the other 2, he hastily evacuated the 17th floor, leaving Wu Chusheng to struggle on the ground unattended. As they departed, the 3 fled at an alarming speed, fearful that Wu Chusheng might pursue them from behind. Chapter 68. Chronic wasting illness. The 3 soon returned to the residence of Wu Ju in room 1202. Once they caught their breath, Wu Ju took out his phone and sent the video to the group chat. He also inquired, "Does anyone know the current condition of Wu Chusheng?" Wu Ju continued, "When we expelled Li Dama's family, it was evident that they were on the brink of collapse, almost lifeless, so we left him in room 1702. He added, "It's only been a couple of days, and he has transformed into this ghastly figure." After sending the message, Wu Ju turned to the 2 individuals before him. "What are your thoughts? What is the situation with Wu Chusheng? He hardly seems like a living being." One of them responded, "A living being? At this point, I doubt he is even human." He then opened the video in the group chat, showing Wu Ju's recording. "Brother Wu, take a good look at the video you captured. Wu Chusheng exhibits not a trace of humanity, especially with those rigid limbs." At this juncture, he gestured with his other hand, twisting his wrist to demonstrate the flexibility of his joints. After performing a few movements, He began to wave his hands flamboyantly before Wu Ju. Not wanting to interrupt the display, Wu Ju shifted his gaze to the other individual, eager to discern his perspective. At that moment, Su Wenhua, who had been under Wu Ju's scrutiny, spoke up. I reside in room 1602 on the 16th floor. I did hear some disturbances from above yesterday, but due to certain reasons, I refrained from checking it out alone. When I saw in the group that you were gathering people, I decided to join. I must share with you what transpired last night. The sound insulation in our building is far from adequate, a fact I believe we all recognize. When Su Wenhua began discussing serious matters, the individual who had been waving his hand ceased his antics. The assertion that the soundproofing is subpar is an understatement. Ordinary movements are often inaudible, which is normal. However, whenever there is even a slight clatter from above, it resonates downstairs. Last night, shortly after 10 p.m., there were sounds of something falling from upstairs. It wasn't just a single instance. It continued for nearly an hour before it ceased. Initially, I was puzzled, but upon seeing Wu Chuxing now, I have a clearer understanding of the situation. After the clattering sounds subsided, the next phase was marked by the sound of objects crashing down. He gestured towards the ceiling to indicate the source of the noise. From this point here, to this spot, and then over there, he circled around, pointing. The cacophony persisted. And ultimately, it seemed he did not know how to exit, remaining in the hallway throughout the night. Only after he left were we able to enjoy a peaceful rest. As Su Wenhua concluded his account, Wu Ju's phone rang, and he realized that he had been mentioned multiple times in the group chat. He took out his phone to check the messages. Since he sent the video, the homeowners have been expressing sentiments that Wu Chuxing has brought this upon himself. Essentially, they believe that Wu Chuxing has long bullied these homeowners, who dared not voice their anger. Now, witnessing Wu Chuxing's downfall, they are directing their ire towards Antley, who has yet to be expelled from the group. All eyes are on Antley as she faces a torrent of criticism. There is nothing of value being shared. Zhang Bolong has tagged Wu Chuxing, implying that he should swiftly handle the situation. Later, when Wu Ju ignored him, he incessantly tagged Wu Ju, even disparaging him within the group. The two men, upon seeing the messages in the group, were expressions of deep discontent. Su Wenhua hesitated for a moment before leaning closer to Wu Ju and voicing his thoughts. Brother Wu, why don't we fight back? We have long been dissatisfied with Zhang Bolong. Who does he think he is? He treats us like dogs, not even considering us human. At that moment, Wu Ju quickly covered Su Wenhua's mouth. Old Su, you have a wife and children. Do not speak of such matters recklessly in the future, understand? Just as he intended to continue, Wu Ju's phone chimed with a voice message. Noticing it was from Yi Yuan, Wu Ju answered and switched to speaker mode. Hello. Old Yi, what do you need? Yi Yuan's tone was tinged with urgency. Brother Wu, you are in 1202, right? Wu Ju replied, yes, I am in 1202. What is the matter? Yi Yuan responded, good, I'm on my way and will arrive shortly. It's difficult to explain over the phone. It's better to discuss in person. He continued, Brother Wu, please prepare some flammable materials. They will be useful shortly. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at the door of 1202, breathless. He knocked on the door. Brother Wu, it's me, Yi Yuan. At this moment, the door was opened, revealing Su Wenhua rather than Wu Ju. Su Wenhua greeted Yi Yuan and ushered him inside. As the door swung open, Yi Yuan caught a whiff of smoke. Upon entering, he saw three individuals gathered around a makeshift stove, boiling water and keeping warm. Wu Ju, noticing Yi Yuan's arrival, handed him a cup of hot water. After a brief expression of gratitude, Yi Yuan began to discuss the matter at hand. Brother Wu, I've scrutinized the video you sent several times. I have confirmed that Wu Chuxing is likely infected with the CWD virus. This is a chronic wasting disease that generally affects animals, to my knowledge. There have been no human infections thus far. It appears that the strain in Wu Chuxing has mutated. I strongly advise immediate incineration to prevent any potential spread. His current state is hardly that of a living person. Just observe the rigidity of his limbs. We should burn him. Otherwise, if this proves highly contagious, it won't just be us at risk. The entire building could face dire consequences. Wu Ju hesitated momentarily but soon acquiesced to Yi Yuan's assessment. At this moment, Wu Ju produced several wooden sticks, each measuring over 40 centimeters in length. Yi Yuan then glanced at the oiled strips of cloth lying at his feet. Noticing the other three still frozen in astonishment, he urged them, quickly, prepare some torches and soak them in the oil for a while. Later, we shall burn Wu Chuxing's ropes. Yi Yuan, do not even think about slacking off. This idea originated from you, so get to work. A few hours later, Wu Ju's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Oh dear, you spendthrifts. This is all my stock, and you can't even spare a little for me. Upon seeing the three stifling their laughter, he immediately scolded them. Laugh, laugh, laugh. It seems you are all unaware of the pain of loss, am I right? Just wait. If I run out of food here, I will come to your homes and feast, and none shall escape. Chapter 69. The incendiary pathogen. Although Wu Ju voiced his complaints, his hands remained busy, rummaging through the cardboard boxes stored in the utility room. He even donned a torch soaked in leftover peanut oil. However, Yi Yuan, observing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He turned to Wu Ju and inquired, "Brother Wu, do we have anything else? These items appear inadequate for combustion. Perhaps you could contribute a bedsheet? We could restrain him with it and pour the oil over." Reluctantly, Wu Ju, prioritizing the safety of the group, yielded to the request and produced a bedsheet. Thus, the four of them, armed with oil, lit torches, flammable materials, and the bedsheet, made their way to the door. At that moment, apart from Yi Yuan, the other three heard a familiar sound. Yi Yuan, still bewildered, looked at them, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Positioned at the front, he peered through the peephole, only to be met with impenetrable darkness. Just then, Su Wenhua pulled Yi Yuan back. "Old Yi, keep an eye out from the back. Wu Chusheng should be outside now." He then addressed another resident, "Let us proceed cautiously. Remember to use the torches to light our way." As the door creaked open, besides the acrid scent of burning wood wafting from the room, an indistinct foul odor lingered in the air. At the moment the door opened, the hearts of the four rose to their throats. Su Wenhua stepped out first, waving his torch in a sweeping motion around him. Finding nothing amiss, he stood aside, raising the torch to survey the path ahead. The other three followed suit. And with the illumination of four torches, their surroundings became clearer. The quartet cautiously approached the staircase, where they were met with an indescribable stench. Confusion clouded their judgment, leaving them uncertain of their next move. At that juncture, Yi Yuan reached the stairway, lowering the torch and crouching down to inspect the traces below. However, as he did so, an even more pungent odor surged into his nostrils, overwhelming him. The sensation caused him to lose his balance, and he tumbled backward, the torch slipping from his grasp and landing on the stairs. Fortunately, Wu Ju acted swiftly, supporting Yi Yuan's back with one hand. The other two rushed over, with one extending a hand to help him up. Wu Ju pinched Yi Yuan's philtrum a few times, and only then did Yi Yuan regain his senses. Seeing that he was unharmed, Su Wenhua couldn't resist teasing him. "What on earth is that smell? It knocked you out cold. I'm quite curious. Why don't you describe it to me?" Once Yi Yuan had composed himself, he had little inclination for banter. He realized that he must have been on the 17th floor before. Now he was descending, pondering where to go next. We must find him and eliminate him swiftly. While the group contemplated Wu Chusheng's possible whereabouts, Wu Ju suddenly had an epiphany. "I believe I have an inkling of where Wu Chusheng has gone," he stated, extending his hand to point down the staircase. If he descended, he must have gone to room 1001 on the 10th floor. He then proceeded to explain to a few individuals. Wu Chusheng and Liang Yu had a significant feud, one that seemed rather grave. According to Old Yi, the other party should have already been dead, yet not entirely. His mind was possibly infested by an unknown virus or another entity. And Wu Chusheng's resentment towards Liang Yu likely influenced this parasitic presence. At that moment, Su Wenhua interjected, "What is the use of analysis here? The 10th floor is not far. We shall go and see for ourselves." With that, he was the first to descend the stairs. And the others had no choice but to follow, for they understood that Su Wenhua spoke the truth. Analyzing the situation here was far less effective than a direct visit. As they approached room 1001, the stench grew increasingly oppressive, compelling them to pull their scarves up as makeshift masks. The flickering torchlight filled the space, and indeed, they spotted Wu Chusheng's figure in room 1001. At that moment, fear gripped the four of them. Su Wenhua and Yi Yuan, each holding an edge of a bedsheet, cautiously entered the room. When they were approximately half a meter away from Wu Chusheng, he slowly turned around, startling them, especially Yi Yuan, who was taken aback to see one of his eyes had fallen out, only a single optic nerve connecting it. The two of them, disregarding their shock, promptly covered him with the bedsheet. Wu Ju, observing another occupant still in a daze, snatched the remaining oil from his hands and poured it over Wu Chusheng. Subsequently, he tossed the torch onto the oil-soaked bedsheet. Watching the flames ignite, Wu Ju poured the prepared scraps of paper into the fire. The four of them continuously added combustible materials until the flames reached a height of 1 meter. The scorching fire intensified the repugnant odor. At that moment, Wu Ju slightly opened a nearby window and turned to the three, saying, "I thought this situation would be perilous. No just intended. I almost believed Wu Chusheng had turned into a zombie. Yet look, it's been burning for so long, and he hasn't made a sound or moved an inch." Su Wenhua voiced his thoughts as well. Indeed, at first glance, he resembled a zombie from the movies, especially since he might still move. That is the crux of the matter. Yi Yuan then took out his phone and began to film the blaze. After capturing the moment, he posted it in the group chat, sending a message that they had cremated Wu Chusheng under Wu Ji's guidance. This was originally Wu Ju's responsibility, but at that moment, he was unconcerned. He glanced at Su Wenhua, and pulled him outside, simultaneously expressing his grievances. You all take a look first to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. I will accompany Lao Su outside for some fresh air. Without considering whether Su Wenhua was willing, I firmly dragged him into room 1002 next door. At this moment, Wu Ju glanced across once more, ensuring that they had not followed before speaking to Su Wenhua. Ah, Lao Su, it concerns the matter you mentioned earlier. It is not that I am unwilling to act, but the adversary possesses firearms, more than one, in fact, unless we can seize them from their grasp. Our chances of success are exceedingly slim. Faced with guns, we can only endure blows. Resistance is futile. Upon hearing Wu Ju's lamentation, Su Wenhua recognized the truth of the situation. Wu Ge, I will devise a plan for this matter. Furthermore, keep an eye on Yi Yuan. I have an inkling that he harbors deep intentions. It would be prudent to keep this matter from him to prevent any potential betrayal. Chapter 70, Journey to the Infinite regarding Yi Yuan. Even without Su Wenhua's reminder, Wu Ju would have taken note of him. After all, there was an unmistakable air of peculiarity surrounding Yi Yuan's recent demeanor. It even led Wu Ju to suspect that Yi Yuan harbored ambitions to supplant Zhang Bolong, much like his own aspirations. After a lengthy discussion, they returned to the entrance of Gate 1001, where the two individuals inside had been awaiting their return for quite some time. Once the matters were resolved, Wu Ju exchanged greetings with Yi Yuan before ascending the stairs alongside Su Wenhua. Yi Yuan also returned home, leaving behind the still-burning room 1001. Thanks to Wu Ju's intervention, the situation had not significantly impacted the group chat for Building 9. Zhang Bolong attributed all the credit to himself, asserting that the resources submitted were not in vain. If any issues arose, his team would address them. The recent incident involving Wu Chuxing served as a prime example, and he even specifically tagged Antley at that moment. However, neither Wu Dage nor Antley responded in the group chat, as if they had been cast out and frozen to death outside the building. Noticing the lack of replies, Zhang Bolong chose not to pursue the matter further. And so, another day passed. Morning arrived once again at 7 a.m. After enjoying breakfast at home, Liang Yu stealthily ventured out in his modified drone, the WIZHNTN. This time, unlike before, no homeowners noticed his presence. Concerned about mistakenly heading to the wrong location again, Liang Yu meticulously followed the map's directions. He did not pass through the self-built village, but instead spotted a nearby commercial building. However, he refrained from investigating the premises and instead marked its location on the map before continuing toward the Infinite Company. Upon his second visit to the company, Liang Yu was slightly taken aback. There were no ice blocks formed from 1 or 2 meters of accumulated water at the entrance. Instead, a layer of snow several centimeters thick blanketed the ground. Just as he contemplated breaking a glass curtain wall to enter the company, he noticed a civilian drone approaching from an unknown source. This was a genuine drone. Though classified as civilian, it was markedly different from the modified toy remote control he possessed. Observing the drone's design, he realized he had something similar in his backpack. At that moment, a gravelly voice emanated from the drone. Identify your affiliation. Please fly at least 100 meters away immediately, or we will be compelled to destroy it. Repeat. Please fly at least 100 meters away immediately, or we will be compelled to destroy it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the warning and countdown concluded, Liang Yu's drone showed no signs of departure. Beneath the drone, 2 mechanical tentacles emerged, crackling with visible blue electricity as they approached. Under the control of their operator, the tentacles moved towards Megatron, one from the left and one from the right, poised to make contact with its chassis. At that moment, Liang Yu commanded Megatron to lower its altitude, deftly evading the encroaching mechanical appendages. Redirecting the weapon's aim, he targeted the opposing drone and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The relentless onslaught pierced through the adversary's drone, shattering its main board and damaging its propellers. Rendered powerless, the crippled drone plummeted from the sky to the ground below. It was only then that Liang Yu ceased firing, adjusted his trajectory, and prepared to breach a glass curtain wall to infiltrate the Wuji Corporation. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling Liang Yu as he felt Megatron lose balance from the impact. He swiftly ascended, regaining control of the damaged frame. Before him appeared a schematic of Megatron's structure, with a section of the left wing illuminated in red, indicating a malfunction. Meanwhile, the personnel at Wuji were incredulous as they observed Liang Yu's controlled Megatron. Yu Zhou, his face a mask of disbelief, reported the situation with urgency. Hello, this is Yu Zhou. I have installed the signal jammer on the enemy drone, but after being struck, it has increased its altitude, showing no signs of impairment. Please provide the next command. His report left others in a state of confusion, with some suspecting Yu Zhou had been compromised, unwilling to accept that the signal jammer had failed. They were confident in their device, having previously conducted effective tests within the company. In those trials, 2 drones flew within a 100-meter range, and when one was brought near the jammer, it lost control and could not function properly, even affecting its flight. The second drone, approaching within 50 meters, also succumbed to the signal jammer-S effects. As drones typically rely on radio frequency signals for communication and navigation, including data transmission with ground control, GPS systems, and other sensors. Thus, they found it inconceivable that any drone could operate normally under their signal jammer-S influence. After much deliberation, they resolved to recall Yu Zhou. Meanwhile, Liang Yu had successfully maneuvered Megatron to the rooftop of Wuji Corporation, transitioning to its humanoid form. The first order of business upon changing shape was to address the issues with its wings. Soon after, Megatron held a small, circular box imbued with a potent magnetic force. Liang Yu did not discard it. Rather, he affixed it to the back of Megatron's hand. Through analysis, he discerned that this object was a signal jammer. Ultimately, it posed no detriment to him, and instead, it allowed the other party a taste of his own device. If given the chance, Liang Yu even contemplated inquiring about their experience with it. With the signal jammer in place, Megatron approached the locked entrance leading from the rooftop to the lower levels. Unsurprisingly, it was secured. However, this minor obstacle did not daunt Liang Yu. He unsheathed his lightsaber and made a few swift gestures toward the door. It was as if the door ceased to exist, unable to impede Megatron's advance. As they descended, the light grew increasingly dim. Fortunately, Liang Yu activated the lights on his machinery. In that moment, the illumination dispelled the darkness enveloping the corridor below. Chapter 71. An unexpected delight. Liang Yu skillfully maneuvered the imposing figure of Megatron to the 35th floor, only to find the reality starkly different from his expectations. This level was remarkably spacious, each step echoing in the emptiness. Perceiving a lack of anything worthy of investigation, Liang Yu swiftly bypassed this floor. Upon reaching the 31st floor, he encountered the same desolation, with only basic furnishings and a fractured floor to greet him, leaving him perplexed about the purpose of this space. Resolute in his mission to find the living and inquire about a specific matter, he pressed onward. As he entered the 30th floor, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Before him stood an irresistible sight, a mechanical exoskeleton, approximately 3 meters tall, reminiscent of a character from a film of a certain renowned nation. Its sleek, obsidian form captivated him as he caressed its surface. Overcome with anticipation, he pinpointed its coordinates with Megatron, changed his attire, and positioned himself beside the towering figure. Standing at 180 centimeters, Liang Yu felt dwarfed in its presence. He carefully stowed the entire framework into his backpack, then scoured the area for any crucial components or peripherals, ensuring nothing was overlooked before returning to the Doomsday Fortress. With his prize secured, Liang Yu refrained from immediately examining the exoskeleton and instead returned to the control interface of Megatron. After all, there was no safer place for his newfound treasure than in his backpack. However, after a brief stay in the fortress, he found himself uncomfortably warm. Exiting the terminal, he changed into another outfit before resuming control of Megatron. Steering Megatron to the 29th floor, he found no trace of the mechanical exoskeleton that had graced the previous level. Instead, he encountered piles of what appeared to be experimental data. Unhesitatingly, he commanded Megatron to scan the entire collection. The organized experimental data soon materialized before him, revealing the reason why the exoskeleton had remained untouched. It became evident that, while visually impressive, it was ultimately impractical. The current development only allowed for basic locomotion, falling far short of the dynamic movements portrayed in films, and exhibited a dismal level of flexibility. In essence, it was merely a superficial creation, which explained its abandonment. Yet, this shortcoming presented a golden opportunity for Liang Yu, who felt elated. Just because the creators faced technical barriers did not imply that he could not overcome them. With a thirst for modification, he envisioned transforming Megatron from a mere remote-controlled toy into a formidable combat machine. He continued his exploration, making his way to the 18th floor, but encountered nothing of significance along the way. Most notably, his assumptions were proven incorrect. There were no representatives of the Wuji Corporation to be found within this building. Or rather, it was that no corpse had been discovered. Liang Yu grew weary of the search, disinclined to continue scouring each room on every floor, as it was both time-consuming and laborious. Activating the magnetic field sensing of his formidable device, he leapt directly down the staircase. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, he had traversed more than a dozen levels without uncovering any traces of living souls. It was then that Liang Yu realized he had committed a foolish error. He had carelessly discarded the signal jammer from his device onto the ground. He conceded his foolishness. Having been overly excited and momentarily forgetting this crucial piece of equipment, he had ventured through multiple floors in search of survivors while neglecting the signal jammer. If this misstep were to become known, he would surely be the subject of mockery. The purpose of the signal jammer was to create electromagnetic interference. After casting a glance at the jammer on the floor, Liang Yu instructed his device to crush it beneath its foot. Once he had dealt with the signal jammer, he broke through a window and switched back to flight mode in midair. In the sky, his device resumed its magnetic field sensing under Liang Yu's control, even employing an enhanced mode. With the feedback from the magnetic field, Liang Yu swiftly pinpointed the nearby employee dormitory of the Wuji Corporation. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he spotted a familiar figure on the first floor, Liu Mo, the director of Wuji Corporation, alongside a towering man, nearly a head and a half taller than her, who held a blast shield in front of them both. At that moment, another drone approached. "Greetings. I wish to speak with you. I kindly ask that you retract the weapons on your drone." Liu Mo's voice resonated from the drone. However, Liang Yu disregarded her, continuing his investigation of the dormitory for any surviving personnel. The feedback indicated there were fewer than 20 individuals remaining. In such a vast company, with an entire building dedicated to employee accommodations, there should have been at least 100 individuals, yet only a meager 20 remained, which perplexed Liang Yu greatly. Observing Liang Yu's silence, Liu Mo persisted in her attempts to communicate. "I believe my presence here demonstrates sufficient sincerity. Do you truly think we are easy prey? If you wish to avoid dialogue, then let us engage in conflict. Even in death, I shall at least claim a piece of your flesh." In truth, when Liu Mo uttered these words, her heart was riddled with trepidation. After all, her declaration was merely a display of bravado. She herself was uncertain, as they did not even know who their opponent was. Liang Yu merely observed Liu Mo speaking into another intercom, prompting the two individuals on the rooftop to prepare themselves. At this juncture, Liang Yu spoke up. "Director Liu, it has been a long time. I did not expect to see you in such a disheveled state upon our reunion." Upon hearing the voice transmitted by his device, Liu Mo's pupils dilated, her emotions evidently fluctuating. Nevertheless, she managed to maintain a calm demeanor as she replied. "I did not anticipate it would be you, Mr. Liang. I hope I have not given you cause for amusement. I wonder, what brings you here today? It seems we have no grievances between us." However, Liang Yu was not inclined to engage in pleasantries at that moment. "Director Liu, I inquire," you respond. "Should your answer please me, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, you are surely aware of the fate that awaits your drone." Liang Yu observed Liu Mo inhaling and exhaling, seemingly striving to maintain her composure. In contrast, the burly man beside her exhibited little reaction. Liang Yu deliberately captured a close-up of his penetrating gaze, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey, explaining why the other party had been fixated on them. At that moment, Liu Mo had also managed to regain her emotional equilibrium. "Director Liang, please feel free to ask whatever you wish to know. I can only promise to divulge what I can. But when it comes to our company's confidential matters, I must regretfully decline to comment. It now rests upon you, Director Liang, to determine whether you can accept this." Chapter 72, Misfire? At that moment, Liang Yu's laughter resonated through the air. "What is there to be unsettled about? My inquiry is rather straightforward. I simply wish to understand why, in your vast corporation, the number of individuals residing in the employee dormitory is fewer than 20. I distinctly recall that when I first arrived, your entire floor accommodated no less than 20 people." Liang Yu's words were akin to throwing a bombshell at Liu Mo. Even the burly man beside her exhibited a change in expression, shifting slightly closer to Liu Mo. After a moment of surprise, Liu Mo swiftly recalibrated her emotions. Liang Yu, observing this, privately marveled at her composure. Truly, she embodied the qualities of a director. At this juncture, Liang Yu focused intently on Liu Mo's face, activating a facial recognition feature on his device. Though her neck scarf obscured part of her visage, her eyes remained visible. Liu Mo then provided a response. "This is not a secret. At the end of last month, the headquarters abruptly summoned personnel from various branches nationwide. Aside from the few of us tasked with maintaining the company's daily operations, everyone else was directed to headquarters. As for the rationale, that is beyond the knowledge of a mere director like myself." Upon hearing this, Liang Yu concluded that she was not lying. However, he remained somewhat skeptical, contemplating the possibility that she might have deceived him instead. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Liang Yu proceeded to pose his next query. "Director Liu, may I inquire if you are acquainted with a woman named Hu Lily?" Upon hearing the name, Liu Mo's pupils visibly dilated. This alone confirmed for Liang Yu that Hu Lily was indeed connected to them. Before Liu Mo could respond, he continued his interrogation. "The individual who delivered Hu Lily to my neighborhood must also be affiliated with you, correct? I refuse to believe that she could have arrived at such a location alone." Liang Yu's words hung in the air, and after a brief pause of 2 or 3 minutes, he received no answer. It was evident that Liu Mo was deliberating her response. At that moment, Liang Yu posed his final and most critical question. Was the bomb found in my neighborhood something you instructed Hu Lily to bring, with the intent of eliminating me? His tone unmistakably conveyed anger. Liu Mo hurriedly clarified, no, we have no connection to the matter of the bomb. As for Miss Hu, she was indeed sent by us. When we encountered her, she informed us that she was your girlfriend, so we struck a deal. The agreement was that we would escort her there, and upon her return to you, she would ensure we gained residency in the fortress as compensation. Liang Yu listened intently, his brow furrowed. How can you prove that the explosives were not supplied by you? As for the latter part of Liu Mo's statement regarding the transaction, he did not believe a single word. Liang Yu could hardly believe that their company had not investigated his background. How could they possibly be unaware of whether Hu Lily was his girlfriend? In Liang Yu's perspective, it was simply an act of malice to throw Hu Lily into the fray to provoke him. After he posed this question, he heard the sound of a gunshot once more. The bullet struck the mech above the core of Megatron. Although it did not hit the core directly, Liang Yu received notification of the mech's damage. Accompanying this was a furious roar. I swear on your family, it was not us who provided that. Why do you continue to press me? Another shot rang out, striking Megatron's mech again. At this moment, Liang Yu deduced from the bullet lodged in the mech that the adversary wielded a high-precision sniper rifle. There was no time to ponder why the opponent possessed such a weapon. Since the enemy had already opened fire, there was no reason for mercy. He unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Liu Mo and the burly man below while simultaneously elevating Megatron's position. Upon witnessing their ally firing, the burly man raised his shield to protect Liu Mo from the onslaught. Liang Yu's bullets were effectively thwarted by the shield. He remained unfazed. Upon reaching the rooftop, he ceased firing and locked onto the retreating sniper before accelerating towards him. At that moment, another sniper had positioned himself at the hallway entrance and fired a shot at Megatron. However, at such close range, the sniper rifle was ill-suited for hitting a fast-moving target. The shot went awry. Liang Yu's control over Megatron had brought him within 10 meters of the sniper. He swiftly transformed into humanoid form and, utilizing inertia, pressed down on the sniper's shoulder, pinning him against the wall. The sound of the sniper's scapula fracturing resonated clearly in Liang Yu's ears. The immense pain elicited a mournful wail from the sniper. Ah! His scream echoed throughout the dormitory building. At that moment, Liang Yu casually remarked, "My apologies, I may have applied too much force. I fail to comprehend what benefit you gain from shooting at me when I am not even inside." The adversary was clearly in agony, gasping for breath. Liang Yu, feeling a twinge of compassion, placed Megatron's hand around the sniper's neck to put him out of his misery. Afterwards, he muttered to himself, "I truly am a good person," granting him relief, for enduring such severe injuries must be tormenting. Yet, he failed to consider why the opponent had sustained such grievous wounds. He discarded the sniper's lifeless body from the rooftop like refuse. Picking up the sniper rifle, which was taller than Megatron, he attempted to wield it but found it incompatible. Ultimately, he resorted to using his lightsaber to sever it into several pieces. At that moment, the drone from earlier returned. The voice of Liu Mo resounded once more. "Mr. Liang, please, remain calm. Allow me to explain." Through the drone, Liu Mo observed the transformation of Liang Yu, feeling an intensified sense of trepidation. "Mr. Liang, I assure you it was never my intention to fire upon you. I had instructed them to stand down, fearing an accidental discharge. Yet, regrettably, the unforeseen has transpired. I guarantee that we harbor no animosity towards you, Mr. Liang." At that moment, a voice laced with irony emanated from the towering figure of Megatron. "Oh, is that so? Even after I have taken the life of your companion and unceremoniously discarded him below, you feel no resentment towards me? That was a comrade who had stood by your side for so long, a dear friend, a brother. How could you possibly bear no ill will? I find that hard to believe." Chapter 73 Compromise Director Liu, if I were in your position, what would you do now? At that moment, Liu Mo, who was hiding nearby, cursed the ancestors of the individual in question. Typically, his impulsive behavior would have offended clients, and if it weren't for his exceptional capabilities, he would have long been expelled from the company. Now, even in death, he had caused yet another complication. If Liu Mo were to inform Liang Yu that there was no issue with the killing, as she had always found the individual distasteful and that the colleagues within the company loathed him, she would be immensely grateful for his assistance in resolving her dilemma. However, such sentiments would hardly be believable to Liang Yu. The paramount concern at present was to soothe Liang Yu's emotions. Liu Mo deftly sidestepped Liang Yu's inquiry. If it were her, she would undoubtedly eradicate the problem entirely. She could live with guilt, but she could not endure a life filled with fear. Yet, these thoughts were not to be voiced to Liang Yu. Expressing them could lead to her being left without any allies. At this juncture, she needed to redirect the conversation. "Mr. Liang, let us not allow the actions of an inconsequential individual to tarnish our relationship. Our previous collaborations have been quite pleasant. and we can still sit down to discuss matters amicably. She continued, Mr. Liang, if you have any requests, we shall strive to accommodate them. After all, this situation arose due to my insufficient oversight. At that moment, Liang Yu's mocking voice resonated from the imposing figure before her. Well, what a splendid excuse for poor management. Are you suggesting we simply gloss over the matter with a saying like when a person dies, their debts are settled? Do you truly believe it can be that simplistic? Lu Mo found herself on the verge of losing her composure, not due to Liang Yu, but because of the chilling temperature outside. Mr. Liang, please express your demands. Neither I nor the drone can remain exposed to such frigid conditions for an extended period. It was then that Liang Yu articulated his request. Earlier, 2 individuals from your upper floor fired at me. I have already dealt with one, and I believe you will be grateful for my actions. However, the other shooter remains alive, which is unfair to him. Thus, Director Liu, I trust you comprehend my intentions. After voicing his demands, Liang Yu did not await Lu Mo's response. Meanwhile, in the employee dormitory, the other shooter had been subdued by fellow employees, who were wary of another reckless act akin to the previous one. That would indeed lead to irretrievable consequences. Lu Mo, feeling increasingly conflicted, understood Liang Yu's implications. However, she was unwilling to sacrifice anyone, particularly the one who had survived on the rooftop. She contemplated whether it might be possible to substitute another individual in their stead. Ultimately, a sacrifice was unavoidable, and given Liang Yu's demeanor, it was evident that he had them cornered. Moreover, should they refuse to comply and insist on a standoff, it would undoubtedly be her group that would suffer the consequences. The firepower of Liang Yu's drone is formidable. Even if they manage to destroy it, it inflicts little harm upon him. At most, they would merely eliminate one of their adversary's weapons. Should they fail to locate Liang Yu himself, the operator of the drone, and eliminate him, it would be unwise to provoke further conflict. At this juncture, Lu Mo found herself indecisive and turned her gaze toward the imposing man beside her, hoping for his counsel. However, his response was blunt, without a means to ascertain the exact position of the drone's operator. The only viable course of action was to de-escalate the situation. If mishandled, the adversary might retaliate, and the casualty count could rise beyond the lone figure on the rooftop. Furthermore, they could not determine how much ammunition remained in Liang Yu's drone or when the next assault might occur. It was impractical for them to remain vigilant against Liang Yu's potential attacks in the days to come. The man's words quelled Lu Mo's apprehensions. She retrieved her walkie-talkie and spoke for about a minute. It was then that Liang Yu noticed 3 individuals emerging from the edge of the 4th floor, one of whom was bound by ropes. Lu Mo then spoke up, Mr. Liang, I have brought this individual to you. He is the one who fled from the rooftop. I hope you will allow us to deal with him ourselves. Toss him down, so he may accompany the others on the mountain road. As Lu Mo's words fell, Liang Yu indeed witnessed 2 individuals hurling the captive from the building. Even from such a distance, Liang Yu could discern Lu Mo's intentions. He adjusted the aim of his weapon, targeting the head of the individual they had just discarded. A gunshot rang out, shattering the stillness. Following the shot, Liang Yu's voice echoed. I saw he was in great distress, and out of compassion, I could not allow him to continue his struggle. Moreover, I am rather considerate. Fearing a shot to the body might leave him in greater agony, I took the time to aim for his head. Hearing Liang Yu's words, Lu Mo clenched her fists. Responding each word with deliberation, I must express my gratitude to Mr. Liang. If you have no further matters, I kindly ask for your departure. Liang Yu feigned innocence, lamenting. Alas, I was merely considering his well-being. I did not expect Director Liu to respond in such a manner. Very well, it is getting late. I shall take my leave for now. Perhaps I will return another day when time permits. As Liang Yu's words faded, he vanished from their sight. At this moment, Lu Mo could no longer maintain her composure and sank onto the cold ground. She then used her walkie-talkie to check on the fate of her recently pushed companion. A few minutes later, a response crackled through the device. Director Liu, Ermi has succumbed. They truly shot him in the head. At this revelation, Lu Mo felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. The plan had originated from her. She deliberately chose the 4th floor, with the heavy clothing and the snow accumulated on the ground, as long as she did not land head first. The probability of surviving a fall from 2 meters was exceedingly high. Moreover, she was particularly concerned that Liang Yu might deliver a fatal blow, hence she specifically instructed that. In addition to her body, her limbs were also clad in bulletproof gear. She feared that Liang Yu, as before, would control the drone to unleash a barrage of fire upon the corpse of Ermi. Little did she anticipate that Liang Yu would defy all expectations. Instead of merely delivering a coup de GRC, he fired a single shot directly to the head, as if he could see through her thoughts. At that moment, the burly man took the walkie-talkie from Lu Mo's hand. Please, exert yourselves a bit, drag them nearby, and cover them with a layer of snow. It shall serve as our final tribute to them. Chapter 74. The Dispute at the University. Meanwhile, Liang Yu was making his way back. Though returning would not be entirely accurate, it would be better described as heading back. He had no intention of re-entering the fortress just yet. Instead, he took a detour to observe the surroundings. At that moment, he stumbled upon a university. The clock had struck past 11. As he soared through the sky, the formidable Decepticon, Megatron, spotted a gathering of people divided into two factions, confronting each other in front of a supermarket. Curiosity piqued, Liang Yu approached closer, only to discover that these university students were systematically distributing supplies. After lingering for a while and gathering sufficient information, he understood the situation. A large supermarket on campus had been seized by a group of boys. These boys had united their fellow classmates, diligently allocating resources in a timely and measured manner, striving to ensure the survival of their group. Everything was managed with remarkable order, and among those who had joined them, there was no sign of chaos. Rather, an extraordinary sense of solidarity prevailed. Conversely, those who did not align with this group expressed their discontent, criticizing the boys for hoarding the vast supermarket and providing only meager rations each day. They incited the crowd to demand that the boys relinquish all the food for communal distribution. This confrontation was what Liang Yu had witnessed. Disappointed by the behavior of their peers, the boys in the supermarket resolved, with determination, to cease any further provision of supplies to the dissenters. This declaration intensified the existing tensions, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly delicate. In this moment, a girl from the supermarket stepped forward to advocate for her group. She addressed the leader of the boys, Zhou Tian, saying, "Why can't you allocate a bit more food to them? After all, we are all from the same department. And among them are not just your classmates but also your alumni. How can you be so selfish? They merely wish for a little more food. What fault do they bear?" Zhou Tian, called out by name, regarded her with disbelief. He had assumed that she would side with him. After all, the food distribution had been a collective agreement among them, meticulously planned for the long haul. Anger welled within him as he pointed at her. "Zhang Jiajia. What do you mean by that? The quantity of food is the same for everyone, whether it be for their group, ours, or myself. Everyone receives an equivalent share. I never intended to disregard their plight. They are merely being insatiable. Moreover, you are no longer one of us. Please leave our side." Zhang Jiajia's face turned a shade of green with fury. Once again, she felt humiliated in front of so many. Amid her indignation, her admirer did not remain idle. Witnessing the injustice faced by the girl he admired, he took immediate action. The already precarious atmosphere erupted into chaos as the confrontation escalated. From his elevated vantage point, Liang Yu observed everything with a discerning eye, particularly the woman named Zhang Jiajia, who was attempting to persuade the combatants ahead while tucked away in a corner. He noted that her eyes sparkled with amusement. At that moment, he directed the imposing figure of Megatron towards the group of boys gathered at the supermarket, discharging a few shots into the air. Bang, 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 bang. The sudden gunfire caused the entangled students to halt abruptly, with some dropping to the ground, hands clasped protectively over their heads. Satisfied with his intervention, Liang Yu surveyed the stillness of the crowd before his voice emanated from the Megatron. "I have heard it said that in chaotic times, one must first eliminate the saintly, yet I cannot help but feel that you do not embody such a role. Rather, you seem imbued with a rather strong essence of tea." Most of the onlookers recognized that these words were directed at Zhang Jiajia, the only female who had recently stepped forward. Her complexion paled, perhaps in reaction to Liang Yu's revelation or perhaps due to the shock of the gunfire. And she offered no reply. "To those who were causing the disturbance, you have 3 minutes to vacate this place. After that, I shall commence clearing the area, and the consequences of remaining will not be lost on you." Following his proclamation, the individuals near the supermarket retreated to their respective factions, while several students had already fled before Liang Yu had finished speaking. As he observed the students departing in haste, Liang Yu turned his attention to a student named Zhou Tian. Those nearby instinctively recoiled a few steps as Megatron pivoted towards them, clearly intimidated by the preceding gunshots. However, Zhou Tian remained remarkably composed, seemingly assured that Liang Yu would not direct his weapon at him. "Brother, I appreciate your assistance in the recent events. I am uncertain what reward you might desire," Zhou Tian stated candidly, exhibiting sincerity. Liang Yu discerned a lack of ulterior motives in him. He felt an impulse to guide Zhou Tian, curious to see how far he could lead his peers. Glancing at a map, he noted that a security office was situated less than a kilometer away. "I noticed a security office not far from here on my way in. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Presently, it appears that nothing has been taken, as the entrance remains sealed. As for how to gain access and retrieve the items, I believe you possess the requisite ingenuity." Zhou Tian's expression darkened at this revelation, and he voiced his inner turmoil. Is it truly come to this? Liang Yu chose not to address Zhou Tian's concerns. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Jiajia, inquiring with curiosity, how do you intend to handle her? Surely, you do not mean to simply release her. Zhou Tian was taken aback by the counter-question, grappling with his own conflicted feelings as he glanced helplessly at the Megatron looming above and then at the retreating classmates surrounding him. He comprehended the implications of Liang Yu's predicament. However, the thought of inflicting harm upon his classmate was beyond his capacity at that moment. As he wrestled with his inner turmoil, a girl emerged from the crowd, brandishing a short blade, much to the astonishment of those around her. Zhang Jiajia's face paled with terror, and she yearned to flee. Yet her legs betrayed her, feeling as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile. The girl decisively approached Zhang Jiajia, seizing her hair and yanking it upward. The blade in her hand swiftly grazed across Zhang Jiajia's throat. Perhaps due to the insufficient force, it merely inflicted a shallow cut. Instantly, a cry of pain escaped her lips as she clutched her throat with both hands. Witnessing this, the girl once more swung the short knife, plunging it into the side of her neck. Chapter 75. Cannibalism under the gaze of all. The girl unceremoniously discarded the half-conscious Zhang Jiajia onto the ground, her eyes seeking praise from Zhou Tian. However, instead of accolades, she was met with the coldness of her peers. Zhou Tian approached her and instructed, "Wash your hands and rest in the room. Do not wander about." He then turned to the still-dazed classmates and called out, "Do not linger in shock. A few of you should assist in cleaning up." Zhang Jiajia brought this upon herself. "Let this serve as a lesson for you all. I do not wish to see any ingrates among you." He then cast his gaze towards the imposing figure of Megatron in the sky. "Brother, would you consider joining us? While I cannot guarantee the lifestyle we once had, at the very least, we can promise you 2 meals a day." Faced with an uncomfortable question, Liang Yu deftly shifted the topic. "I am curious, where have your teachers gone? It seems I have not seen a single one for quite some time." At that moment, Liang Yu noticed Zhou Tian gesturing towards a certain direction. "That is our cafeteria. The teachers and the principal are there. Initially, they provided us with food. But 2 days ago, for reasons unknown, they abruptly ceased. Some teachers, unable to bear the situation, led us in protest. In response, the authorities coldly executed the leading teachers before our eyes. They even set up a cooking station on the spot, stripping the slain teachers bare and washing them." As Zhou Tian spoke, he covered his mouth and bent over in a mock display of retching. After suppressing the wave of nausea, he continued, "Then they dismembered the teachers and tossed the remains into a pot to boil. They told us that those who wished to join could stay for meat and broth, while those who did not were to leave immediately." Most of the students fled in terror at their words. Zhou Tian then steered the conversation back. "TZ, are you truly not considering joining us?" Liang Yu was rendered speechless by this moniker. Just moments ago, the man had addressed him as brother, and now he had resorted to calling him TZ. Fearful that his status might be elevated further, Liang Yu took control of Megatron and ascended into the air, saying nothing to Zhou Tian as he flew towards the indicated cafeteria. Upon reaching the cafeteria, he directed the humanoid Megatron to infiltrate the kitchen. As he entered the back, the scene before him evoked a vivid recollection of a passage from Journey to the West, one of the 4 great classical novels. The skeletons are like hills. The bones form a forest. Human heads are flayed into mats. Human skin and flesh decay into mud and dust. Human tendons entwine the trees, dried and glistening like silver. Truly, it is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an undeniably foul stench. To the east, the little demons butcher the living for their flesh, while to the west, the demons boil and cook fresh human meat. Although the description may seem exaggerated, Liang Yu felt that witnessing an entire kitchen filled with human bones and skin was indeed fitting for such a portrayal. He even picked up some of the bones from the ground for a closer examination. These bones were notably small, clearly belonging to females, while a few sturdier ones suggested they belonged to males. He could hardly believe that merely days into the cold wave, the grim reality of cannibalism had emerged, and on such a large scale. At that moment, Liang Yu heard footsteps and the sound of objects being dragged. He had hidden the robot, Megatron, in the corner, activating its camouflage mode, allowing it to blend perfectly into the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, the back door was kicked open, and 2 naked girls were unceremoniously thrown inside. Their bodies bore numerous bruises and claw marks, leaving little doubt as to their fate. After being tossed in, 2 butchers began sharpening their knives, evidently preparing to slaughter the 2 girls before them. Liang Yu observed the 2 female students on the floor, their faintly rising chests indicating that they were still alive. He found himself contemplating whether to save them, questioning the necessity of such an act. If he were to rescue these 2, should he not save everyone else in the world who was in peril? As Liang Yu hesitated, the 2 butchers had finished sharpening their bone saws and approached the university students. With practiced ease, they began to dismember the girls, casually tossing one half onto the counter. Thud, thud, thud. The irregular sounds of impact echoed in the air, while Liang Yu stood by, offering no resistance. Minutes passed, and the butchers had reduced the girls to uneven chunks. As they took a breather, they began to chat. Hey, Lao Wang, you know, this college girl is quite tender. The texture is entirely different when consumed. Do you think we might get a chance to enjoy it? The butcher called Lao Wang chuckled at his companion's words. Look at you, so pathetic. If you ask me, you're just too timid. Take a look at me. I had several last night. Can't deny. The quality of sleep was superb. At this moment, Liang Yu interjected with a cold voice. Is that so? How good was your quality of sleep? Can it compare to that of the contemporary youth, who can fall asleep instantly, enjoying not only restful slumber, but also robust health? I wonder how your body will fare in such cold weather. Lao Wang abruptly turned towards the source of the voice. Upon seeing a robot over a meter tall, wielding a lightsaber, pass by him, he was taken aback. Liang Yu then directed the lightsaber at the other butcher. I ask, you answer understood? This butcher, known for his temper, grabbed a nearby bone saw and swung it at Megatron. What do you know? You rusty hunk of metal trying to act tough in front of me? Old Wang, stop dawdling and move swiftly. Before he could even utter a word, his hand, wielding the bone-cutting knife, was severed by Liang Yu's lightsaber. Subsequently, controlling Megatron, he seized Old Wang's severed hand and forcefully kicked him onto a pile of corpses, then hurled the dismembered hand towards the butcher. In the butcher's terrified gaze, Old Wang was struck, and his upper body fell onto the skeletal remains beneath him. Monster! Demon! You are a demon. At that moment, the butcher, disregarding the agony of his severed hand, began to retreat. Witnessing Megatron advance step by step, he uttered that iconic phrase, "Don't come any closer." Liang Yu flicked his lightsaber, driving it into the opponent's thigh. Silence. I will say this once more. I ask, you answer understood? Chapter 76. A complete annihilation. At this moment, the butcher was utterly terrified, too frightened to utter a word of dissent. He couldn't even attend to the lightsaber embedded in his leg. Understood, understood. Master Tiepi, please feel free to inquire. I assure you, I will respond truthfully. Liang Yu commanded the formidable Megatron to step forward, placing a foot upon the butcher's injured leg and extracting the lightsaber with a swift motion. The butcher clamped his mouth shut, not daring to make the slightest sound. After withdrawing the lightsaber, Liang Yu began to console the butcher. Rest assured, I shall not inquire about the number of lives you have extinguished, nor how long you have been engaged in this grim profession, and certainly not whether you have ever dined upon human flesh. My question is exceedingly simple. Where are the leaders of those schools now? Hearing Liang Yu's inquiry about the leaders, the butcher exhaled a sigh of relief. Each statement from Liang Yu had sent a tremor of fear through him. Terrified that he might be executed for uttering such truths, his mind raced as he observed the lightsaber drawing perilously closer to his forehead. At that moment, the butcher's instinct for survival surged to its zenith, and he promptly provided Liang Yu with a satisfactory answer. Dinner. They all gather together for dinner. Regardless of whether they are the principal, teachers, professors, or visiting experts, they all convene in one room to dine. Liang Yu was not particularly surprised by this revelation. Rather, if they had not congregated for a meal, that would have been the true anomaly. The lightsaber in Megatron's grasp inched ever closer. Time. Location. Do not tell me to wait. I demand a specific time. In a desperate effort, the butcher raised his remaining hand, tremblingly pointing toward the two dismembered corpses. His voice quivered with fear as he stated, Those are today's dinner. As per tradition, they will gather at 6:30 p.m. in the large private room on the left side of the 5th floor. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu plunged the lightsaber directly into the butcher's chest. The butcher's eyes widened with disbelief, as if to convey, I have revealed everything. You are untrustworthy. How could you kill me? Liang Yu appeared to comprehend his sentiment and, uncertain if the butcher could even hear him, remarked, I never promised you a chance at survival. I merely required you to answer my questions. Inside the expansive private room on the 5th floor of the cafeteria, the space was teeming with people. Yet, he found it peculiar that in such a vast institution, there were so few teachers and students present. However, these details were of little consequence at that moment. Liang Yu, controlling Megatron, stood beside the window outside the room. Meanwhile, the group of ostensibly esteemed educators continued to discuss their recent endeavors. Amusingly, when the door was pushed open, no one even turned to see what was happening. All that could be heard were complaints about how slow things were progressing that day. The speaker, engrossed in his grievance, failed to notice Megatron's entrance into the room. Even those seated directly across from the door showed no inclination to acknowledge the newcomer. After one person began to complain, others followed suit. I see you have no desire to proceed, do you? There are plenty of others willing to undertake such tasks if you're unwilling. Is it really taking this long? Are you only serving us after ensuring your own satisfaction? Hurry up and bring it over. I am on the verge of starvation, and I have several students awaiting my attention shortly. At that moment, Liang Yu's voice of apology rang out. I sincerely apologize for hindering your indulgence. Perhaps I could offer you something as a gesture of my remorse? Hearing this unfamiliar voice, those in the private room turned their attention towards the entrance. They then beheld a black robot approaching them, accompanied by that same strange voice. To be frank, compared to those students, you are quite fortunate to encounter someone as benevolent as I. I must also consider the students. Otherwise, I might have unleashed some fireworks amongst you. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, everyone realized the visitor bore ill intentions. The principal, with a beaming smile, seized upon Liang Yu's words. Indeed, this kind gentleman, what is it that you desire? Be it women or food, I am capable of fulfilling your requests. I merely hope you will spare us. In response to this, Liang Yu indeed halted his advance, leading the others to believe he was intrigued and prompting them to escalate their bargaining. However, at that moment, the robot produced a dark, ominous firearm directed at them. Liang Yu's words echoed once more with the emergence of the weapon. I do have a request, one that I believe you can accommodate. I would like each of you to willingly take a rope and bind yourselves, accompanying me to an open area outside. It has been far too long since I have witnessed fireworks. I intend to use you to create a splendid display. Upon hearing this, some could no longer contain themselves, slamming their hands on the table to create a ruckus for added bravado. You dare to. Yet before the man could finish his sentence, Liang Yu fired. Bang! The shot struck the man who had just spoken, abruptly silencing him. Ah, truly, you are devoid of any sense of humor. I had hoped for a more amicable interaction. Yet you insist on exposing me. Very well, since you have revealed my intentions, I shall lay my cards on the table. I had no intention of sparing you. With that declaration, a barrage of gunfire erupted within the private room. The majority were swiftly dispatched by Liang Yu's aim. Only a few, believing they had concealed themselves beneath the table, remained undetected. They waited barely a minute, the gunfire having ceased, leaving only the echo of footsteps outside. Their hearts raced in their throats, terrified that the next moment, the table would be overturned. After a while, the room fell into complete silence. Yet, they dared not speak aloud, instead leaning into whisper amongst themselves. Has that thing departed? I'm not certain. I had not noticed at all just moments ago. They left, and I just observed that creature exit through the door. Shall we wait a while before venturing out? Perhaps it is still lingering outside, waiting for us to fall into its trap. Very well, that reasoning holds merit. After a while, the individuals realized that there was indeed no commotion outside, and the four of them cautiously emerged from beneath the table. As they surveyed the desolation surrounding them, the voice that had instilled fear in their hearts once again echoed from above the table. Oh, why have you come out so soon? I believed you would possess the patience to endure. I did not anticipate your inability to withstand the weight. The quicker-witted among them immediately raised both hands, their voice almost breaking into a sob. Please, do not kill me. I surrender. I surrender. Chapter 77. The Man-Eating Beast. I must concede that you possess a certain cleverness in understanding the principle of surrendering to avoid a complete defeat. Given this, I cannot bring myself to end your life entirely. Alas, I can only render you gravely injured. However, I must admit that in my inexperience, my strikes lack precision. I hope you can comprehend this. With that, Liang Yu fired 2 shots aimed at his opponent's lung. At the sound of gunfire, the man collapsed onto the ground. As for whether he would perish immediately, Liang Yu was uncertain. Nevertheless, he targeted the lungs, intentionally avoiding any lethal areas. Thus, the individual should now be in a critical state. Without medical assistance, death is merely a matter of time. Liang Yu then turned his gaze towards the 3 individuals who had made their way to the door. Take another step, and I shall show no mercy. However, it was evident that 2 of them had not heeded Liang Yu's warning in the slightest. As expected, the room echoed with 2 more gunshots, and the fleeing duo fell lifelessly to the ground. At this moment, the last remaining individual looked on in terror at the imposing figure of Liang Yu. What do you want from me? How can I persuade you to spare my life? I merely wish to survive. What wrong is there in that? Liang Yu aimed his gun at this final person. I don't recall stating that you were in the wrong, he replied. In fact, my current state of mind mirrors your own. When you took the lives of those students, did you entertain any other thoughts? Was it not simply your intent to extinguish their lives? Unfortunately for you, I share that same intent. I cannot deny your lack of righteousness, nor can I affirm your guilt. However, those considerations do not serve as my justification for your demise. I simply desire to eliminate you. The gunfire erupted once more, delivering a precise and fatal blow, the bullet striking true at the center of the forehead. Activating the electromagnetic sensing, Liang Yu confirmed that no living souls remained on that floor. He then gathered several wooden chairs and ascended to the rooftop of the building. with his lightsaber. He cleaved the chairs into elongated wooden pieces and stacked them together. Transitioning to flight mode, he ignited the pile with the tail flame. Subsequently, Liang Yu departed from the school, indifferent to the fate of those left behind. He had accomplished what he set out to do. After some time, he returned to the vicinity of the Doomsday Fortress. However, this time he parked outside the community in a tall building, choosing not to return to the fortress itself. After a long day, hunger began to gnaw at him. Emerging from the control terminal, he made his way to a dining establishment. It was at this moment that he noticed numerous messages on his wristband seeking his attention, whether through private chats or group tags. After briefly skimming through them, he noted the predominant theme: seen, no response. Most were trivial matters. Liang Yu had not forgotten that he was currently in a state of feigned death. Even the messages from his pawn, Yi Yuan, received only a fleeting glance. Now, Liang Yu was particularly curious about how others would respond, given that he had been dead for a day. At this point, his stomach was protesting. Liang Yu retrieved a crispy pork knuckle and began to gnaw on it with fervor. Crunch. Crunch. The tantalizing taste and texture of the crispy skin are utterly enchanting. Liang Yu feels that aside from its high caloric content, this dish seems to possess no other flaws. Having swiftly devoured one, he, still craving more, retrieved a second crispy pork knuckle and began to gnaw at it once again. At that moment, he noticed the messages in the group chat had surged to 99. Curiosity piqued, he opened the chat to peruse the messages. It was then that he found the situation quite intriguing. A mysterious man-eating beast had inexplicably emerged, and it was rumored that several residents on the lower floors had already fallen prey to it. The community was now rife with anxiety, far more fearful than when there had been actual killings. However, Liang Yu could understand this sentiment. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying of all. By this time, it was already past 8 in the evening, and with the power outage, people found themselves engulfed in darkness. Each resident had retreated into their bedrooms, rendering the building eerily quiet. Yet, one resident from Building 6 sent a distress message in the group chat. Help. Is anyone there to save me? That beast seems to be battering my front door. I don't want to die. Property manager Wang Yong. You're the property manager. Please come to my aid. At that moment, no one mentioned anything about rescuing anyone. In room 601 of Building 6, after the monstrous creature had repeatedly slammed against the door to no avail, it chose not to leave but instead intensified its assault. The resident of room 602, having seen the message in the chat, found himself positioned at his own front door, attempting to peer through the peephole to discern the commotion outside. However, the hallway was shrouded in darkness, obscuring his view. Only the moonlight provided a faint glimpse of a blurred silhouette. Yet, it seemed that the sound of his footsteps drew the creature's attention, as it abandoned room 601 and rushed towards the door of room 602. As it turned, the resident caught sight of its eyes, glowing a haunting green. His immediate reaction was, a wolf. In a moment, the beast lunged at the door with a resounding crash, reverberating through the empty, silent hallway. The resident of room 602 was so startled that he fell to the ground. It was only then that he regained his composure and hastily took out his phone to send a message in the chat. It's a wolf. I was just curious and went to take a look. Although I couldn't see clearly, I am certain that those eyes belonged to a wolf. It just slammed against my door. In no time, discussions erupted in the chat. A wolf? Why would there be a wolf here? It seems to be a lone wolf. In that case, the resident of room 601 should be safe. Room 602, you must be extra cautious. Wolves are notoriously vengeful creatures, and you may very well find yourself on its radar. However, the resident of room 602 was no longer able to see the messages. Not long before, this lone wolf had managed to breach the door. Unlike ordinary wolves, this one had tasted human flesh, having feasted upon a human brain. According to the wisdom of the elders, creatures that have consumed human flesh awaken a form of intelligence. Thus, this solitary wolf is remarkably astute. After several attempts to breach the formidable door of its abode, the wolf soon vanished into the corridor. Once again, the corridor fell into silence. Meanwhile, the owner of apartment 602, driven by self-destructive curiosity, upon hearing the absence of commotion outside, peered through the peephole. Failing to catch a glimpse of the wolf's haunting emerald eyes, summoning courage, he cautiously opened the door a crack to gaze outside. Unbeknownst to him, the wolf had not departed. It lay concealed in the shadows beside the door. The moment the door swung open, the wolf lunged forward with force. As anticipated, the wolf seamlessly entered apartment 602, sending the owner sprawling to the ground from the impact of the door. Chapter 78. Teaming up to hunt the wolf. The final echoes of 602 reverberated through Building 6. Outside, 601 stood by the door, only able to discern the unsettling crunching sounds emanating from the corridor. Peering through the peephole, the owner of 601 inadvertently locked eyes with a pair of glimmering orbs from across the way. Whether it was a mere illusion or the result of overwhelming fear, He could have sworn that the wolf on the other side seemed to share a fleeting glance with him, perhaps even offering a sinister grin. A chill ran down his spine, far more disconcerting than the current weather. This creature was not merely a threat to his flesh, but an assault on his very psyche. Time passed in an agonizing haze, and soon silence enveloped the opposite apartment. Paralyzed by dread, he could not bring himself to gaze outside once more. Regaining his senses, the owner of 601 meticulously checked the door lock before retreating to the sanctuary of his bedroom, seeking refuge from the night that loomed ahead. Another grueling night slipped by. As dawn broke, the sky appeared dim and devoid of its usual brilliance. An owner, having endured a sleepless night, voiced his concerns in the communal chat. Are there any brave souls in Building 6 willing to check on the situation of 601 and 602? I cannot bear the thought of sleeping, fearing it may come for me. A recently awakened occupant chuckled upon reading the message. From Building 10, it seems you were suffering from delusions of persecution. Although Buildings 6 and 10 were not far apart, the owner dismissed the idea of the situation spreading. Conversely, the residents of Building 6 were cautioned. It was likely that the creature was still lurking nearby. This sentiment resonated with many. Whether or not the threat was real, complacency was not an option. It served as a stark reminder for all residents, not just those of Building 6. A suggestion arose. After collecting supplies today, it would be wise to travel in groups of 3 or 5. Venturing alone only invites danger. At this juncture, a dissenting voice emerged. Surely, it cannot be possible. It is broad daylight. How could it dare to strike in the open? Exactly, another chimed in. I thought wolves were nocturnal by nature. How could they attack during the day? Indeed, another affirmed. From what I understand, wolves typically remain hidden during daylight hours, embarking on their hunts at night. Then, an inquisitive mind piped up. Am I the only one curious about how a wolf could appear in our community? We are quite distant from the zoo, and any escapee would hardly wander this far. This statement caught the attention of several residents. Logically, wolves were not meant to inhabit such locales. Yet, it seemed that only the occupants of 602 and 601 had encountered the creature, and their current status was unknown. A nagging suspicion grew within the group. To those above, please do not instill fear. Ensure your doors and windows are secure. If the creature cannot enter, how could it harm you? Is there anyone from Building 6 willing to investigate? As this sentiment hung in the air, the chat fell eerily silent. No one was willing to risk their life for the safety of others. Several homeowners, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, began to voice their concerns within the group. It was still early, and a call was made for anyone willing to join in the hunt for this lone wolf. My motivation is not merely for myself, but for the safety of my beloved family. I am a man of responsibility. If anyone is willing, please come to Building 6. I will be waiting for 15 minutes. This declaration stirred the emotions of many homeowners. In the numerous buildings around, many families resided within, and soon, a chorus of agreement arose. An increasing number of individuals expressed their desire to join the hunting party. The leading homeowner counted over 80 supporters, giving him a newfound confidence. He could hardly believe that over 80 individuals could not handle a single wolf, even if only half of them showed up. He felt that 40 people should be more than sufficient to confront one wolf. 15 minutes swiftly passed. The leading homeowner arrived a few minutes early to wait at the entrance of Building 6 for the others. However, he was taken aback when, after another 5 minutes, only around 20 people had gathered. This was a stark contrast to the numbers in the group chat. Observing the makeshift weapons in their hands, he noted their diversity. Rolling pins, chicken feather dusters, and other makeshift tools were among the least effective. Many homeowners had fashioned temporary weapons from broomsticks and hollow stainless steel rods. Some had even resorted to bringing out frying pans and woks, with one individual ingeniously modifying a wok to serve as a shield, mimicking the techniques seen on television. The frying pan, wielded as a weapon, seemed to suggest they could indeed block bullets like in a game. Yet, the most reliable individuals were those who relished physical training and were enamored with martial arts and fantasy novels. They produced weighted fitness sticks, nearly 10 pounds each. Striking someone with such an implement could certainly inflict pain, making it a significant source of combat strength. Another group showcased replica swords and knives that had yet to be sharpened. Although blunt, they should not be underestimated, for their alloy construction still possessed considerable heft and impact. After waiting a few more minutes, seeing no further homeowners arriving, the leader took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Xiaofeng, the namesake of the character from Demigods and Semi-Devils you are familiar with. I am the one who called you all here, he added with a wry smile, however. I am not adept in the art of the dragon subduing palm. I am a recently discharged veteran, and I appreciate your presence. At that moment, one homeowner interjected. So, Xiaofeng, since you summoned us, please take charge directly. Let us skip the pleasantries. This was precisely what Xiaofeng had intended. He had just counted, and with himself included, There were a total of 28 individuals, far fewer than he had anticipated. If we were to divide into 4 groups, I worry for your safety. He began, but he was interrupted by another voice. Xiaofeng, you need only to divide the group into 4, with each consisting of 7 individuals. What is there to fear from a mere wolf? Observing the others, it appeared they harbored no objections. Thus, Xiaofeng chose to honor their collective decision. Very well. I shall first outline the tasks assigned to each group, after which you may select accordingly. The first group, which is also the most perilous, will see my presence. Their primary responsibility will be the search of the 8th floor and below in Building 6, including vacant rooms and the 3rd floor. I suspect that the wolf is likely to be hiding within Building 6. The second group will be tasked with inspecting the nearby buildings for any potential hiding spots, which also bears its own degree of danger. Chapter 79. Determining the location. It is imperative to pay special attention to the shadowy corners, for they may conceal the truth. As for groups 3 and 4, their task will be somewhat arduous. They are to commence their search from the entrance of Building 6, examining the area for footprints, droppings, or any other signs. Should they uncover anything, it is crucial to diligently record the location. That should suffice. The choice is yours. Soon. The first group had assembled 7 members. Xiaofeng observed the homeowners still deliberating their group arrangements and shook his head in disapproval. He then imparted a word of caution. Everyone, please exercise utmost caution in your endeavors. Wolves are cunning creatures, endowed with considerable intelligence. After this admonition, he led the remaining 6 members of Group 1 into Building 6 to commence their search, leaving behind the 21 individuals still engaged in discussion. Meanwhile, in the property management warehouse, Wang Yu, upon receiving the report from the returning staff, concluded that Liang Yu must have perished. During this time, they had detected no signs of activity within the fortress, solidifying Wang Yong's resolve to ally with Lin Hu. Moreover, there was additional good news. His nephew Wang Kai had just entered, his face brimming with delight. Drawing closer, he teased, "Uncle, can you guess what good fortune has befallen us today?" Wang Yong, however, was not inclined to indulge his nephew's playful banter. "Just speak plainly. I am too old to handle the whims of youth." Wang Kai thus stifled his playful spirit and replied, "Uncle, you previously asked me to procure some food in exchange for goods, right? I just counted the supplies, and astonishingly, I have managed to gather all the necessary materials and even have some left over. Regrettably, it seems insufficient to prepare another batch." Upon hearing this, Wang Yong was filled with excitement, rising abruptly from his chair. This action evoked a sense of joy in Wang Kai, akin to witnessing a long-paralyzed friend or family member spring to life due to some momentous event. Wang Yong's eyes radiated a joy that was truly uplifting. Realizing the urgency of the matter, he instructed Wang Kai to promptly invite old Master Wu over, postponing his discussions with Lin Hu. At this moment, nothing could be deemed more significant than this revelation. Approximately 20 minutes later, old Master Wu arrived, escorted by 2 security personnel rather than walking under his own power. Yet, upon hearing about the gathered materials, he expressed little discontent, as he was even more anxious than Wang Yong. Under Wang Yong's eager gaze, old Master Wu approached the familiar setting. Back at Building 6, the remaining 21 individuals, after deliberation, opted not to split into 3 groups. Instead, they chose to act collectively, reasoning that mutual support would enhance their safety. However, these individuals did not shirk their responsibilities. Rather, they diligently expanded their search radius around Building 6. As time passed unnoticed, it reached 11:30 a.m., and the 21 homeowners were thoroughly exhausted from their efforts. They presently lack any desire to continue the search. The group, led by Xiaofeng, who had been scouring Building 6, subsequently departed to rendezvous with the 21 individuals. Xiaofeng promptly relayed the situation on their end to everyone present. "We discovered a few traces on the 4th floor, leading us to infer that the wolf may be concealed on the 2nd floor. However, due to the water level previously reaching near the 3rd floor, the confined space between the 2nd and 3rd floors cannot accommodate a person. We have tried numerous methods to no avail, and we even began to question whether the wolf was indeed hiding inside." Meanwhile, one of the 21 appointed a representative to compile and report their findings from the day. Unfortunately, the exchange of information yielded no results. Not a single strand of wolf fur was uncovered. The sole point of suspicion lay in the narrow space between the 2nd and 3rd floors of Building 6. As the crowd grew increasingly larger, their focus shifted away from the wolf, joining the queue to collect supplies instead. Before long, individuals began to finish gathering their provisions and return. Among them was the owner of an apartment in Building 6, who disregarded the warnings circulating in the group, advising against solitary ventures and suggesting that individuals travel in pairs. Yet, some chose to ignore this counsel, completely dismissing the potential dangers. As the throng busied themselves with collecting supplies, one individual ventured back into Building 6 alone. Upon entering the hallway, they were ambushed by the lurking wolf, which swiftly targeted the owner's throat. With its razor-sharp teeth, it tore away a chunk of flesh, and as the throat was ripped open, the owner succumbed to their fate. The wolf then dragged the lifeless body into the shadowy recesses of the hallway, indulging in its gruesome feast, the sound of crunching echoing through the corridor. This horrifying scene did not go unnoticed by the returning owners of Building 6. The first instinct of one owner was to emit a piercing scream, reaching nearly 130 decibels. The sound startled even the wolf, which quickly vanished within the confines of Building 6. As more individuals who had collected supplies arrived, they rushed to inquire about the fallen owner. The trembling female owner pointed a shaky finger towards the hallway, exclaiming, "Wolf, wolf, wolf," and a body. The other owners followed the direction of her finger, peering into the dimly lit corner of the hallway. Though the details were obscured, the vague outline of a figure was discernible. Soon, one owner illuminated their phone's flashlight onto the corpse, revealing that the throat and chest had been devoured. Many owners, upon witnessing such a gruesome sight, began to retch. It was at this moment that Xiao Feng and his group arrived. Upon assessing the scene, they were firmly convinced of the wolf's location. It must be hiding in the narrow crevice between the second and third floors. Inspired by the sight of the body, Xiao Feng quickly devised a plan. They immediately expressed their intention to use the half-eaten corpse to lure out the wolf, subsequently eliminating it. The owners of Building 6 raised no objections to this proposal, even completely disregarding the opinions of the victim's family. Faced with so many owners, the family dared not voice any dissent. They were dragged outside Building 6 with the remnants of the corpse, leaving a trail of blood to guide the predator. Meanwhile, the other owners returned to their homes, some retreating to their beds, while the majority braved the cold to gather on their balconies, gazing down below. At that moment, a few owners approached Xiao Feng, armed with 2 fishing nets. Chapter 80. The two-legged sheep. Xiao Feng observed with a glimmer of joy as several individuals approached, brandishing 2 fishing nets. He marveled at their resourcefulness, realizing they were indeed seasoned fishermen, possessing such equipment even in a land far from the coast, where few would own such items. After acquiring the nets, a few of them placed the mangled corpse approximately 50 meters from the entrance of Building 6. They then fashioned a rudimentary trap using the fishing nets along with some wooden and iron rods at their disposal. The plan was simple. Once a wolf triggered the mechanism on the corpse, the nets would descend from above. Meanwhile, their group of over 30 scattered into smaller units, concealing themselves in the surrounding area. It was truly a test of endurance for these homeowners, forced to wait in the frigid weather for their quarry to take the bait. However, they gravely underestimated the intelligence of the wolf. After nearly an hour of waiting, they were on the brink of freezing. The wolf showed no signs of approaching. Unable to bear the cold any longer, the group finally rose from their hiding places, their bodies nearly frozen, their jaws chattering uncontrollably. Xiao Feng, witnessing their plight, felt a pang of sympathy. "Let us head back. It likely knows we are nearby and will not show itself." As he spoke, someone prepared to call the nearby homeowners to leave. However, they soon noticed one of their own still lying on the ground, an ominous feeling washing over them. 2 individuals hurried over to assist him. One placed a hand on his neck and felt the chill of his lifeless body. "He is frozen to death." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng rushed over and, after a careful examination, confirmed that the unfortunate homeowner was beyond saving. He turned to the others and said, "Those of us from the same building should take him back. Leaving him here would only serve as a feast for that wolf." Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, one homeowner stepped forward, pulling a friend along. "Brother Xiao, we live in the same community. Just hand him over to us." Yet, as he spoke, several others cast disapproving glances. Reluctant to endure further hardship, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. After the 2 had taken possession of the body, Xiao Feng addressed the remaining group. "Let us disperse for now. Lingering here too long will surely lead to our demise from the cold. We can only hope this trap ensnares the beast. I will keep watch over this area, and if the trap fails, I shall request everyone to gather again tomorrow. We must be prepared to drive it out from the gaps between the 2nd and 3rd floors of Building 6. Everyone promptly agreed, though their true thoughts remained unspoken. As Xiao Feng observed the others departing, he noticed a few individuals lingering nearby, one of whom waved him over. "Brother Xiao, don't linger. That creature will not reveal itself. Let us return and warm ourselves by the fire. My hands and feet feel as though the blood within them is on the verge of freezing. If I linger any longer, I fear I might share the same fate as that unfortunate brother." Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng, not wishing to delay further, decided to act. After all, he too felt the biting cold. He was merely a veteran, a human being, albeit possessing a slightly superior physical constitution than the average person. His body was beginning to exhibit similar symptoms, though not as severely as his companions. Just as the other was about to urge him on, Xiao Feng quickened his pace to catch up with the group. Elsewhere, two individuals were dragging a corpse towards their residence, trailed by a third who glanced back frequently, surveying the surroundings. These three were Lu Tong, Qiu Xiao, and Han Li. Han Li, perplexed, confronted them as soon as he noticed they were alone. "What on earth are you two thinking, bringing a dead body here?" At this moment, Qiu Xiao merely smiled mysteriously and refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question of his own. "Let me ask you this. If we were to leave the corpse behind, what do you suppose would become of it?" After a moment of contemplation, he articulated the possible fates of the body. Under normal circumstances, it would likely be buried, transforming into an icy sculpture. Conversely, there was the grim possibility that the wolf they had encountered earlier would consume it, leaving nothing but tattered clothing in its wake. Lu Tong then chuckled, "Consume it? Do you really think that is plausible? Wolves typically do not scavenge corpses unless in dire straits. The body we are using as bait was hunted by that wolf, so betting on its continued consumption is a gamble. In contrast, this corpse, as I previously mentioned, would only be left untouched unless the wolf were desperate. But have you considered this question? If the wolf won't eat it, who else will?" Lu Tong's words struck Han Li like a bolt from the blue, rendering him momentarily speechless. Qiu Xiao took on the role of a mental counselor, saying, "Old Han, reflect on this. What we possess is not merely a corpse. It is, in fact, a two-legged sheep. Do you understand?" Yet, Han Li remained silent. Lu Tong, stepping in for him, added, "Brother Qiu, it's not a significant issue. Let us indulge in some mutton while old Han finishes the rations in that supply pack. To survive, he will eventually come to terms with it." Qiu Xiao, not wishing to exert too much pressure on his brother, fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to Lu Tong's perspective. Seeing this, Lu Tong breathed a sigh of relief and continued to counsel Han Li, "Old Han, contemplate this. Food will inevitably run out, and the only sustenance left will be mutton. Observe closely over the next few days. The majority of the residents appear gaunt and haggard, yet a few exhibit a healthy complexion. You need not be told why. I trust many matters are understood without the need for explicit discussion. Only by surviving can one hold on a hope. Once dead, all is lost." One can only say that Lu Tong's words utterly overturned Han Li's worldview. He remained fixated on the corpse, uttering not a single word throughout the journey. It is uncertain whether he was unable to find closure or was repeatedly hypnotizing himself, perceiving the lifeless body as a mere two-legged sheep. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Doomsday Fortress, Liang Yu observed from the surveillance that everyone had evacuated, yet he showed no inclination to rise. Instead, a dessert had mysteriously appeared in his hand, which he savored leisurely. In his other hand, a steaming cup of milk tea had also materialized. With his sugar intake steadily increasing, Liang Yu found himself quite curious about this so-called wolf, which prompted him to recline in his rocking chair, gazing intently at the monitor, eager to catch a glimpse of the creature. Ultimately, he simply could not fathom the presence of a wolf in their midst, and certainly not just a solitary wolf. If it were a bear or a tiger, he might have been more inclined to accept the situation. Chapter 81. The True Countenance of the Hungry Wolf Yet. Why is it that he could not bring himself to acknowledge the wolf? This was due to the wolf's medium stature, average strength, moderate speed, and agility, singular means of attack, weak bite force, and the inherent vulnerability of its abdomen and limbs. The limitations of its individual capabilities were indeed unremarkable, particularly in reference to the lone wolf. The combat prowess of a solitary wolf is relatively feeble, rendering it susceptible to defeat by hunting dogs. Although the wolf packs he was familiar with exhibited remarkable strength, their survival depended on the collective. The lone wolf's ability to thrive in the wild is exceedingly constrained. In other words, if several wolves were to appear, Liang Yu would still harbor some belief. However, with only one, his conviction would diminish significantly. Nonetheless, it seemed he was the only one with the leisure and grace to engage in such analysis, aptly described in ancient terms as being overly full and idle. As Liang Yu steadily consumed his desserts and milk tea, the anticipated figure of the wolf remained elusive. This led him to surmise that the wolf must have abandoned its pursuit of prey. An hour passed, and still, there was no sign of the wolf. The daylight faded imperceptibly, and by now it was past 4 in the afternoon. The once bright sky was now shrouded by ominous clouds, instilling a sense of oppression in the hearts of the homeowners. The residents of Building 6, in particular, were filled with trepidation. Amidst this atmosphere, a message from Xiao Feng in the group chat heightened everyone's fear. Dear homeowners, please secure your doors and windows, including balconies, to prevent the invasion of the hungry wolf. Additionally, if you hear a knocking at the door, be sure to verify the identity of the visitor. If the knocking persists without a response, Do not open the door. You may create a loud commotion to attempt to frighten away the wolf. According to a recent report from the wolf hunting team in Building 6, their door had been knocked upon in a rhythmic fashion. Despite inquiries, there was no reply. Ultimately, the sound of several balloons being popped was what drove the intruder away. As Qiao Feng's message circulated, the residents of Building 6 erupted in a flurry of activity. I knew there was a persistent knocking just now, so it was this. Did you hear that too? I thought my hunger was causing me to hallucinate. Why? Why does that hungry wolf seem to have fixated on us in Building 6? Questions arose within the group, not out of skepticism towards Qiao Feng, but from confusion. Qiao Feng, Brother Qiao. I simply wish to understand how they deduced that the sound of popping balloons frightened away the intruder. Wolves are canines, yet they share traits with felines. When hunting, their padded feet should not produce the same sounds we do while walking. At this juncture, a member of the hunting team stepped forward to clarify for Qiao Feng. As the person involved, allow me to explain. I was observing through the peephole. The balloons were popped by my wife, and after that, I vaguely saw a shadow dart past, accompanied by the sound of a collision. However, due to safety concerns, I hesitated to venture outside and thus consulted with Brother Qiao, asking him to inform the other homeowners. The opposing parties' claims quickly gained the homeowners' trust. If they were in their position, they would dare to assert that they could open the door and investigate. An alternative voice emerged in the group chat, expressing skepticism. Why do you all speak so mysteriously? It has been stated that animals are not permitted to attain intelligence after the founding of the nation. According to your assertions, the other party is evidently on the verge of speaking. They even mimic knocking on doors. How utterly absurd. Suddenly, a voice resonated from Building 6. You little rascal, your Grandpa Lu, am waiting for you on the 16th floor. The balcony is unguarded. If you have the guts, come here. The fervent shouts echoed loudly in the stillness of the evening, drawing the attention of numerous residents from nearby buildings. At that moment, the homeowner surnamed Lu spoke again in the group chat. Hey, everyone, look, nothing is amiss. I believe you're all simply terrified. Well, I shall take my leave now. It is far too cold today. At this point, Qiao Feng felt a pang of sympathy and offered a word of caution. Lu Quan, young Lu, you should check to ensure your doors and windows are securely locked. Take my advice, you'll have nothing to lose. It's merely a few minutes task. Yet, the other party paid no heed to Qiao Feng. At this juncture, another homeowner chimed in. Brother Qiao, let it be. If he wishes to tempt fate, let him. Once trouble arises, he will have no opportunity to regret his choices. While the homeowners continued their discussions in the group, Liang Yu finally decided to stretch his limbs. Rising from his rocking chair, he retrieved another set of equipment, an identical version of the formidable WIZHNTIN and its control terminal. He placed it alongside the original control terminal, the former referred to as Terminal 1, and the latter as Terminal 2 to avoid confusion. Liang Yu then entered Terminal 2 and adjusted the parameters as per his usual routine. He subsequently controlled the second machine, which flew out of the Doomsday Fortress and headed towards Building 6. To avoid detection by the other homeowners, Terminal 2 did not activate any lights. Coupled with the cover of the night, Liang Yu believed that as long as he did not reveal himself, no one would notice. As for sound, there was certainly none. The modified equipment exhibited no such flaws. The second machine smoothly approached the vicinity of Building 6. By adjusting the focal length, he confirmed that the so-called trap, set not far away, bore no trace of the wolf. At that moment, he activated the thermal imaging mode, the most efficient method for locating the other party in such an environment. Upon activating thermal sensing, Liang Yu quickly identified a thermal imaging point. Upon closer inspection, it indeed turned out to be the wolf he was seeking. He promptly deactivated the thermal imaging mode and switched to night vision. The figure of the other party became distinctly visible within Liang Yu's sight. Staring at the appearance of the entity before him, Liang Yu found himself momentarily speechless. The creature before him was an imposing Siberian husky, nearly 2.5 meters in length. Yet, one could easily mistake it for a wolf. Unlike the typical huskies, this one lacked the distinctive wisdom often associated with its breed, instead evoking in Liang Yu a sense of its wolfish nature. At that moment, this wolf was scaling the air conditioning unit of the building, but abruptly halted, fixating its fierce gaze upon the direction of Unit 2. Its eyes were menacing, revealing sharp fangs, and its forepaws were drawn together, with its head pressed tightly against them, intently focused on Unit 2. It was only then that Liang Yu recalled that this formidable creature was the pet of a resident from Building 6. Chapter 82. The truth, he still had some recollection of the events, which had caused quite a stir at the time. The dog, a husky, had been entrusted to the elderly couple living on the 6th floor by their son, who was to be away on a business trip for approximately 3 months. The husky was typically well-behaved, causing no disturbances and earning the affection of the old man and woman. Being a large breed, they took the obedient dog along with them whenever they ventured out, and their days were filled with happiness. However, one day, a child from the 6th building ventured to play with the husky and fell, sustaining injuries. The child's parents insisted that the husky was to blame and attempted to extort money from the elderly couple. Fortunately, surveillance cameras in the vicinity clarified the misunderstanding, and the matter seemed to fade away. Yet, the other family was evidently dissatisfied and sought revenge against the elderly couple. In the ensuing confrontation, the protective husky bit the assailants. Unfortunately, the incident occurred in a deliberately chosen blind spot, and there was no surveillance footage to serve as evidence. Under the mediation of Uncle Hat, the elderly couple had no choice but to settle the matter with compensation. As a result of these events, the husky's reputation took a turn for the worse. It was now deemed a dangerous dog, a massive creature over 2 meters long. Each time they ventured outside, the couple faced fear and hostility from their neighbors. Some residents, along with their children, would often throw stones at the husky when the elderly couple was not paying attention. There was even an incident where someone attempted to poison the husky at their home. Fortunately, the poisoning was discovered early, and with the couple's willingness to spend money, they managed to save the husky. As for the subsequent happenings, Liang Yu lost interest. He recalled someone in the group chat from the 6th building asking, "Why is that hungry wolf fixated on us?" Liang Yu chuckled, realizing that every cause has its effect. The malice sown by the other party would ultimately yield its own consequences. With this thought, Liang Yu abandoned any intention of harming the husky. Logically, a dog that harms should be put down, especially one that poses a threat to humans. Such was the wisdom passed down through generations. Observing the current state of the husky, Liang Yu understood the origin of this adage. He even contemplated offering assistance to the creature. With that in mind, he guided the second machine back to the fortress. After some time, the husky had ascended to the 10th floor. At this moment, Liang Yu, controlling the second machine, approached with an insulated box. Upon noticing, the husky let out a howl. A woo. Yet, Liang Yu paid it no mind, transforming his stance and drawing closer with the box. At that moment, Liang Yu's voice emanated from the second machine, attempting to call out to the husky. Tang Do, Tang Do, Tang Do. Noticing the reaction to its name, he continued, "Do not misunderstand. We have no intention of confronting you. We see you are in a difficult position, so we have brought you something to eat." As he spoke, Liang Yu opened the insulated box, revealing blood-stained beef. He extended the food towards the husky. "Eat this. Once you are nourished, you will have the strength to seek your revenge." The husky seemed to comprehend, glancing at the second machine, hesitating for a moment before sinking its teeth into the substantial piece of beef, all the while remaining vigilant of the machine's movements. Observing this, Liang Yu decided it was best not to linger and disrupt the husky's meal. He fell directly to the ground, swiftly switching to flight mode as he returned to the fortress. Liang Yu had little desire to concern himself with subsequent matters. However, he was certain of one thing: the owner of the 16th floor would likely meet a grim fate tonight. The large dog was evidently attempting to climb from the air conditioning unit to the balcony. The glass of the opposing balcony could hardly withstand a creature measuring 2.5 meters in length. The outcome was all too predictable. Noting that it was still early, Liang Yu retrieved a set of unmodified mechanical outerwear to explore how to enhance it with external equipment. Another evening passed. Upon awakening, the residents were most preoccupied with the owner from the 16th floor, who had boasted like a ravenous wolf the previous night. Several sleepless residents had attempted to tag him in the group chat at dawn, but received no response. Now, a few individuals continued to tag him in the chat. Yet still, no one replied. At that moment, a resident from Building 6 emerged, suggesting that the owner had likely met with misfortune, as he had been unable to reach him by phone. The resident from the 15th floor had heard disturbances from the balcony last night. He too was now unreachable. 2 floors, for households, presumably all had encountered calamity. Due to the lack of response, they were now in the process of breaching the doors. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the group chat. Just then, another resident from Building 6 revealed startling news. "I may have uncovered the true identity of the wolf you speak of. I reside in 402. Do you all remember the elderly couple across from me?" Upon hearing the mention of 401, Xiao Feng also stepped forward. "Yesterday, we noticed that the house was unlocked and conducted a thorough search, but found nothing amiss." At that moment, the resident of 402 posed a question. "Did anyone see the bodies of the elderly couple?" Xiao Feng ruminated over his recollections from yesterday and confirmed he had not seen the couple's corpses. "I assure you, I did not see them. Perhaps I overlooked them. Those who searched together yesterday, please assist in recalling." After Xiao Feng spoke, several other residents corroborated that they had not discovered any bodies. Then, 402 inquired further, did anyone see the remains or bones of the dog they owned? Upon hearing this, residents from other buildings began to chime in. "A dog? I seem to recall they had a large one. I suspect it has long been slaughtered. They probably have only bones left to consume. Now that you mention it, I do recall that the dog was quite plump. Thinking back, I can't help but salivate. Many residents expressed their lamentations and reflections. Only Xiao Feng sensed that something was amiss. The large dog and the suddenly appearing wolf. He quickly questioned the resident of 402. Are you implying that the large dog they owned is the very wolf we have been searching for these past few days? The resident of 402 responded to Xiao Feng's inquiry. Indeed, my conjecture is that the elderly couple could not bear to slay the magnificent dog, opting instead to sacrifice their frail bodies for its survival. Subsequently, the great dog, having consumed the two, gained awareness and recalled how it had been treated by them in the past. This ignited a sense of resentment, leading to acts of vengeance. Though it may also have been driven by hunger, let us not forget the deeds of the two families on the 15th floor. Perhaps the 16th floor brought their own demise upon themselves. But why did it not target the 17th floor, choosing instead to strike at the 15th? I believe you are well aware, and none of you can escape the consequences. Once the resident of apartment 402 revealed the truth, the inhabitants of Building 6 could no longer remain passive. They incessantly hurled insults and slander at apartment 402, with some even asserting that she was the true perpetrator behind these recent homicides. Chapter 83. The Swan Song of Antley and Uncle Wu. Many individuals in the group directly summoned the homeowners, intending to force open the door of room 402 and eliminate the occupant. The residents of Building 6 were hesitant when faced with an unknown predator. Yet they displayed remarkable resolve against someone they knew so well. At that moment, several individuals had already begun to pound on the door of room 402. Inside, a strikingly beautiful girl with a ponytail, her complexion pale from malnutrition, was cradling a husky. She gently stroked the dog's head, seemingly unfazed by the blood that stained its fur. Sweet Bean, soon that crowd will arrive. I'll be relying on you, she murmured. Or perhaps you could devour me now, so I might gather the strength to vanquish them all. Tears streamed down her face as she pressed her cheek against Sweet Bean's body. If it weren't for them, my Natto would have had a litter of puppies with you by now. At that moment, Sweet Bean nudged her gently, devoid of the ferocity that Liang Yu had witnessed earlier. Just then, the sound of banging on the door ceased. A voice echoed from outside, Xiao Feng's reprimand. Hey, what are you doing? With so many of you gathered here, do you intend to commit murder? The homeowner who had initiated the banging was startled by Xiao Feng's presence, but quickly regained composure and swung an object towards Xiao Feng's head. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Feng seized the man's wrist and deftly disarmed him. Others rushed to assist, but within moments, they too were subdued by Xiao Feng. Meanwhile, the girl hurriedly concealed Sweet Bean, then opened the door. The first sight that greeted her was Xiao Feng's imposing figure. The homeowners from Building 6, seeing her emerge, immediately hurled insults. Feng Qing, you little wretch. How dare you spread lies in the group? I swear I will end you today. Just as the assailants were about to retort, Xiao Feng's piercing gaze silenced them. As more individuals arrived, all aligned with Xiao Feng, the homeowners who had attempted to break and retreated in shame. Once they departed, Feng Qing expressed her gratitude to Xiao Feng. Brother Xiao, I truly cannot thank you enough today. Xiao Feng replied courteously, it's nothing. Just call me next time they try to break in. All right, thank you, Brother Xiao. I have matters to attend to, so I shall return now. With that, Feng Qing locked the door behind her. The others, noticing Xiao Feng gazing intently at Feng Qing, teased him. Brother Xiao, stop staring. She's already gone inside. If you can't bear to let her go, just say it boldly. Xiao Feng simply responded. Feng Qing carries the scent of blood. With that, he departed from room 402. The group was left perplexed. One person even shouted after him, Brother Xiao, your reasoning is flawed. If her relatives have arrived, detecting the scent of blood is entirely reasonable. However, Xiao Feng paid him no mind and continued on his way. Soon, it was time to collect supplies once again, due to the incident involving the ravenous wolf. Homeowners now gather in groups, with no one foolishly wandering alone. As the crowd continues to swell, Madam Li, Old Man Wu, and Wang Yong unexpectedly appear before the homeowners simultaneously. Witnessing such a scene, the homeowners are left bewildered, entirely oblivious to Wang Yong's pallid complexion. At this moment, Wang Yong, clutching a megaphone, addresses the homeowners. I kindly ask everyone to cooperate today. Each building's residents should form a square formation, rather than the long queues of the past. I appreciate your understanding. Our property management staff will distribute supplies to you. After delivering his message, Wang Yong cautiously nudges Old Man Wu, observing that he remains inactive, which brings him a sense of relief, given Wang Yong's insistence and the food in the hands of the others. The homeowners have no choice but to comply with his request. Eager to receive the supplies, they quickly arrange themselves as instructed. Before Wang Yong can utter another word, Madam Li and Old Man Wu descend, each heading towards the side of Building 9. Witnessing this, Wang Yong discards the megaphone and rushes backward, leaving the assembled homeowners in a state of confusion. However, they soon comprehend the reason behind his sudden retreat. The abrupt explosion reverberates through their eardrums, the deafening roar striking their hearts like a heavy hammer. Flames erupt, and the shockwave of the explosion surges forth, consuming all in its path. Debris and body parts are propelled outward, many landing upon the startled homeowners nearby. Almost all of those who emerged from Building 9 to collect supplies perished in the blast. Buildings 6, 8, 12, and 21 also experienced the devastating effects, with some individuals killed outright and many others sustaining injuries of varying severity. Wang Yong's heart bleeds as he witnesses the devastation among the homeowners. He never anticipated that Old Man Wu would force him to surrender the explosives. Faced with the choice of mutual destruction or relinquishing the bombs, Wang Yong opted to yield them all. Madamly and Old Man Wu carried 5 explosives, detonating them without leaving a single one behind for him. As he gazes at the wailing homeowners strewn across the ground, he abandons the supplies outside. Hastily, he returns to the property management warehouse and barricades the door with heavy objects. While these homeowners bear some responsibility for the chaos, Wang Yong has significantly overestimated them. Apart from the injured from a few buildings, the rest of the crowd, seeing the property management staff abandon the distribution, completely disregard him. They immediately begin to seize the supplies. Amid this turmoil, it is likely that many more will perish. In Buildings 6, 8, 12, and 21, even those with minor injuries or unscathed have joined the fray for the resources, while the severely injured and unconscious lay abandoned on the ground, receiving no assistance. In the most tragic 9th building, nearly all the men have perished, leaving only 4 individuals: Zhang Bohai, Zhang Bolong, Song Huan, and Guan He, while the remaining occupants are those with families. The sudden explosion caught Liang Yu off guard as he was monitoring the surveillance footage. He had been anticipating the arrival of those individuals in the coming days to deal with them accordingly. Unexpectedly, however, it was Antley and Uncle Wu who acted first. Liang Yu could not help but marvel at how Antley and Uncle Wu had become the predators. Not only did they eliminate their adversaries, but they also strapped explosives to themselves. This reminded him of a character from a certain film who famously proclaimed, "Art is an explosion." Chapter 84. Ready to eat food. It was evident that Antley and Uncle Wu had mastered this art, even mirroring the memories of their pasts, including their mortality. Liang Yu found himself pondering the existence of Wu Chushan's son, the grandson of the two, and what would transpire once Antley and Uncle Wu had departed this world. However, he soon realized that such matters were not his concern. He was aware that chaos was about to ensue within the community. The recent incident of looting that resulted in a homeowner's death had stripped away the last vestiges of rationality among them. Within mere minutes, the homeowners had nearly vacated the scene after raiding the supplies. A handful remained, stubbornly hammering at the warehouse's entrance, demanding that Wang Yong and his idle companions emerge. At that moment, Wang Yong, who had never bothered to check the inventory, received a devastating report. The vast warehouse now contained but a few boxes of food. In disbelief, he rushed into the storage room, frantically opening box after box and barrel after barrel, only to find them all empty. After a frantic search lasting 7 or 8 minutes, he finally grasped the grim reality. It was clear that many of the property staff were aware of the situation, and it could no longer be concealed. With a darkened expression, he summoned everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, our food supplies have vanished. They have been sold off. If you doubt my words, feel free to inspect the back of the warehouse. I'm not here to point fingers, nor is this the time for blame. I understand that you may suspect me, but I assure you, I am not the culprit. If I had sold the food, I would not be distributing it to the homeowners now." He paused, then continued. "I have but one question for you. Do you wish to survive? If you do, follow me, arm yourselves, and let's take down those homeowners outside. We must drive them away to secure adequate food supplies." Wang Yong had never considered that Liang Yu could be behind the theft of the warehouse supplies. He believed it was most likely the warehouse manager who had covertly sold off the goods without his knowledge. Yet, at this moment, it was clear that it would not be wise to confront them. Unity and appeasement were paramount. They still had the opportunity to gather a significant amount of food, specifically the bodies of those homeowners who had perished or been injured in the explosion orchestrated by Antley and Uncle Wu, left unattended in the open space before the warehouse. As long as they could drag those few dozen back to the property management office, they could survive the frigid weather on that meat for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Encouraged by Wang Yong's words, the property staff, driven by a desire for survival, seized their weapons. They moved the heavy obstacles in front of the warehouse door, forcefully flinging it open under Wang Kai's leadership, charging out. The group of homeowners, who had been hammering at the door, were not numerous to begin with. Faced with this sudden turn of events, especially with Wang Kai wielding a nearly meter-long machete, The overwhelming instinct of most homeowners was singular, to flee. As I witnessed numerous homeowners fleeing in panic, those who possessed a modicum of courage and wished to confront the situation were equally gripped by fear. Observing that the majority had retreated, I was compelled to join the throng of escapees. With the external threat seemingly neutralized, Wang arranged for 2 individuals to guard the warehouse, ensuring it would not be seized. He then hastily led the remaining members to the site of the explosion. Initially, there were still a few homeowners, faces obscured and eyes peering out, who were in the midst of salvaging food. However, upon spotting the armed group approaching, they abandoned their efforts and melded into the mass of fleeing individuals. Wang and the property personnel soon arrived at the explosion site. Glancing at the scattered food on the ground, he issued commands. Move it. Clear away the bodies strewn about. Prioritize those whose remains are intact, followed by those missing limbs, and then the larger pieces of flesh. Yet, before he could finish, the horrified expressions of onlookers revealed their revulsion at the gruesome sight. Almost everyone retched. Wang, observing their reactions, kicked the nearest property staff member, exclaiming, "Don't just stand there. Get to work. If you don't act quickly, we'll be left with nothing." He added, "If you wish to starve, continue to vomit here." In a desperate bid for survival, many forced themselves to suppress their nausea and obey Wang's orders. Just as they returned to gather the second batch, the property personnel noticed something amiss. They called out to Wang, "Brother Wang, this person seems to still be alive." Wang set down the body he was carrying, brandished his machete, and approached. Feeling the warmth at the individual's neck, he swiftly slashed it. In the midst of the astonished crowd, Wang calmly addressed them, stating, "You all know the situation. For those still alive, finish the job yourselves. Do not make me repeat myself. If you wish to survive, this is imperative. Hurry." And aim to bring them all back with the next attempt. Nearly 20 minutes later, a few homeowners cautiously approached the explosion site. By then, the more intact corpses had already been removed by the property staff, leaving only dismembered limbs and chunks of flesh. The homeowners, intent on collecting food, showed little concern for the remnants. Their sole focus was on satiating their hunger. Some seized 2 severed arms and dashed back, while others took hold of a large thigh and departed. Those unable to retrieve limbs quickly shed their jackets, using them to bundle the frozen, irregular pieces of meat. Before long, as more homeowners joined the fray, the site was stripped of all edible materials, save for a few scraps. Each departing homeowner felt a chilling sense of being watched. The object of this scrutiny was not the food they carried, but rather themselves. If Liang Yu were present, he would undoubtedly have made a jest about the situation. You must trust your instincts. There is no mistaking it. They are merely lusting after your body. It is a genuine and unadulterated desire, a mere drooling over your physique. Upon the return of the residents to their homes, a long-forgotten aroma of meat wafted through many buildings. This scent undoubtedly struck a powerful chord with those homeowners who still retained their humanity. Among the 8 buildings at this moment, Hu Zhiyun and Wu Pei were preparing lunch for the day. At that moment, a resident approached Hu Zhiyun from behind, wrapping their arms around her and reaching into her intimate space. Hu Zhiyun dared not resist and turned to Wu Pei beside her, uttering a cautionary remark. "Be careful with the knife. Ensure she doesn't die. That would be unacceptable." Before Hu Zhiyun could finish her sentence, she was swept away by the other party. Chapter 85. Retribution. At this point, Wu Pei had become accustomed to such treatment. Both she and her companion endured this daily, countless times. At times, she found it bewildering that, despite the frigid weather, their adversaries retained such enthusiasm. Yet, she merely pondered this. Her current objective was survival. Wu Pei arrived at the familiar bedroom and opened the door to enter. Inside, the frail Xie Jiarong was overtaken by a surge of emotion upon seeing her, immediately unleashing a torrent of curses. In her agitation, she inadvertently tugged at the wound on her leg, causing her to wince in pain, glaring at Wu Pei. Had her gaze possessed lethal power, Wu Pei would have perished numerous times over. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Pei approached and gently patted Xie Jiarong's bruised face. "Do not regard me so. You ought to be grateful. Were it not for my counsel, you would not be alive today. You must understand that living beings require sustenance, and food is now in dire scarcity. Your continued hostility is truly ungrateful." As she spoke, Wu Pei deftly removed Xie Jiarong's trousers, inspecting her uninjured right leg. Xie Jiarong's agitation flared once more. "No, you've already severed my left leg. Just continue with that. Do not touch my right leg." Ignoring Xie Jiarong's protests, Wu Pei continued to gesture toward the right leg. "Perhaps you should contemplate how to endure. While I can assist in staunching the blood, mere coagulation is insufficient." At that moment, Wu Pei stuffed a piece of cloth into Xie Jiarong's mouth, placing the blade upon the charcoal in a bowl to heat it, then swiftly struck. The sharp edge of the knife met Xie Jiarong's skin, slicing through with ease. Xie Jiarong, with her eyes tightly shut, bit down hard on the cloth. In a calculated manner, Wu Pei excised the flesh from Xie Jiarong's leg without severing any major arteries. Observing the continued flow of blood, she heated the blade until it glowed red and pressed it against the wound, disregarding Xie Jiarong's suffering to stem the bleeding. Subsequently, she pulled up her trousers. At this juncture, Xie Jiarong had succumbed to unconsciousness, blissfully unaware of the pain inflicted by the fabric against her injury. After the flesh was removed, Wu Pei departed without a backward glance, preparing their group's midday meal. After many had savored a rare feast of meat, they finally had the leisure to contemplate other matters. Yet, they remained oblivious to the unfolding events at Building 6. Fang Qing had released Tang Dou and was now selecting her targets for vengeance. Among the residents of Building 6, aside from those who had perished in the explosion or were taken away by the property management due to injuries, less than two-thirds remained. Fang Qing had made her way to the 9th floor, with Tang Dou stealthily trailing in the shadows of the corridor. Her current target was the resident of room 901. She had witnessed firsthand the individual sustain an injury to their arm during the supply distribution, only to see them flee back into Building 6. Fang Qing, having been marginalized and pushed to the periphery, had narrowly escaped the catastrophe. At this moment, Fang Qing arrived at the entrance of room 901, concealing a fruit knife within the sleeve of her left arm. After attempting to pull back a short distance and finding no obstruction, she turned to glance at Tang Dou before knocking on the door of 901. Simultaneously, she called out, "Is anyone there? Can anyone spare me some food? I am willing to do anything in return." In a moment of desperation, Fang Qing even pulled down a portion of her clothing, revealing her ample bosom. Seeing there was no response, she repeated her plea. Unexpectedly, her voice prompted the door of room 902 to swing open. A somewhat lecherous middle-aged man whistled at Fang Qing. Only then did she turn to face him. The man, upon catching sight of her voluptuous figure, stared in astonishment. He swiftly approached and embraced her. "Huh. So as long as I provide food, you're willing to comply with anything, huh?" Fang Qing suppressed her revulsion and forced a smile. "Indeed. As long as you provide me with a hearty meal, I shall be at your service for the day." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man could no longer restrain himself and reached out to grasp her enticing form. However, Fang Qing deftly evaded him. "There's no need to be so eager. We should at least step inside. It's quite cold out here." At that, the man pushed the door wide open and stepped inside, grinning mischievously at Fang Qing. He paid her no heed as he immediately headed to the bedroom to prepare. Fang Qing merely left the door ajar and followed him into the room. At this moment, the middle-aged man, with an eagerness that betrayed his intentions, pushed Fang Qing down onto the bed, intending to undress her. However, Fang Qing raised her hand to stop him. "You are the guest. How could I allow you to take action? Lie down, and allow me to attend to you." Completely ensnared in her ruse, the middle-aged man reclined on the bed, closing his eyes in anticipation of her service. "Come on, don't keep me waiting. Remember to cover yourself with the blanket, lest it gets too cold." Fang Qing complied with his request, pulling up the blanket to envelop her form. Yet, in the next moment, the man felt not warmth, but a sharp pain and chill in his chest. Summoning the last of his strength, he flung the blanket aside, only to find Fang Qing seated upon him, a fruit knife embedded in his chest. Before he could utter a sound, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fang Qing withdrew the knife and casually wiped the blood from it using a piece of clothing. Just then, she heard the sound of the door closing. Upon opening the bedroom door, she found Tang Dou waiting outside. Casting a glance at the lifeless body behind her, she said to Tang Dou, "Eat. This will be your meal for today." She then proceeded to the kitchen to rummage for something to satisfy her own hunger. As Fang Qing completed her hunt, Liang Yu had been diligently preparing the mechanical exoskeleton equipment within the confines of the Doomsday Fortress. What remained was a means to store the equipment conveniently for transport. In order to transform this contraption, he must carefully contemplate which object to use as the foundational template. Just as Liang Yu wished to continue, his stomach began to protest. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to set aside his current tasks and first attend to his own sustenance. While eating, he deliberately glanced at the main group chat. To his astonishment, it was unusually quiet today, which struck him as quite remarkable. This led Liang Yu to ponder whether the others had formed yet another group, conspiring behind his back. With Yi Yuan, this pawn, now eliminated, and the majority of male homeowners from Building 9 dispatched by those two wolves, the remaining women and children were essentially viewed as prey by others. It wouldn't be long before these individuals found themselves on someone else's dinner table. Chapter 86. The commercial building. Nevertheless, it is for the best, as Liang Yu currently has no time to deal with these individuals. To simply eliminate them would, in his view, be too merciful. Liang Yu remains resolute in his decision to allow them to live. In such times, every additional day they endure equates to another day of torment. To kill them would merely grant them liberation, especially now, as the act of cannibalism has become overt and unabashed. under the dual torment of both body and spirit. Being humiliated and consumed by others is far more severe than a swift death. Having made his decision, Liang Yu no longer dwells on it and begins to indulge in his lunch. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, he finds himself at the control terminal of Unit 1. He activates the machine, setting course for the commercial building he had previously visited at the Infinite Corporation. This time, Liang Yu's objective is a technology museum located within the building. He had heard of it from a friend before the apocalypse, but due to the demands of his laborious existence, he never found the time to visit. The events of the end times caused him to forget about it entirely. Until that day at the Infinite Corporation when the striking commercial edifice rekindled his memory. Before long, Unit 1 arrives in the vicinity of the commercial building. As he returns, Liang Yu gazes at the frozen entrance, and an unfriendly memory surfaces in his mind. He recalls that he had visited this place over a year ago, during one of the most financially devastating experiences of his life. Despite preparing himself mentally before the visit, it was at the time of payment that he realized he had unknowingly consumed molecular cuisine priced at $15.88 for a single bite, and a slice of roasted duck skin with accompaniments costing $588. By the end of the meal, he had spent tens of thousands, far beyond the means of an ordinary laborer. However, the items had already been consumed, and the prices were clearly marked, leaving him with no recourse. He could only blame himself for not reviewing the menu, as the ordering had been left to Hu Lily. Reflecting on this now incites a sense of anger within him, as it represented several months' worth of savings, fueled by indignation. Liang Yu flies through a shattered window on the 5th floor. Upon entering the building, he seamlessly transitions into his human form, facilitating his actions. The shops on the 5th floor are predominantly gold and jade stores. The first store he encounters can only be described as a ruin. This dismal state is not isolated. Nearly every area within his sight reflects a similar desolation. Liang Yu does not linger long, quickly scanning an informational map of the building. After committing it to memory, he dashes towards the 8th floor. The 8th floor is not the technology museum, but rather the location of the restaurant that had once exploited him. Upon stepping onto the 8th floor, he finds it much like the 5th. Every glass window, wall, and door that could be smashed has been thoroughly obliterated. There is not a single opportunity for him to take action. The only structures remaining are the load-bearing walls, and he is not yet driven to the madness of dismantling those. With no other choice, he proceeds to the 10th floor. However, from this moment onward, he needed to exercise caution. The upper floors, particularly from the 10th floor onward, were predominantly occupied by hotels, interspersed with establishments such as shooting ranges, ecological centers, and science museums, all designed to provide entertainment for the guests. As he stealthily infiltrated the 10th floor, he was taken aback to discover that the surveillance equipment was still operational. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he found this to be entirely reasonable. In such a vast commercial edifice, possessing several backup generators and fuel supplies seemed rather unremarkable. Conversely, if such a grand establishment were unable to procure even basic backup power, one could only imagine the dire state of its affairs. Nonetheless, he felt no alarm regarding the surveillance. Instead, he activated the camouflage feature of Unit 1. In an instant, Unit 1 seamlessly blended into the surrounding walls, with only the punctured exterior revealing slight imperfections in its disguise. Unless one were to scrutinize closely, it would merely appear as an unsightly blemish on the wall. Thus, Liang Yu boldly proceeded along the wall. The scene matched his expectations closely. The majority of the room doors had been violently breached, leaving only a few intact. Upon entering, he found the rooms stripped bare of anything of use. Had it not been for the remnants of wall decorations, he might have mistaken the space for a mere shell of a building. The same disheartening scenario repeated in 2 or 3 other rooms. Consequently, he opted for an alternative approach to his search, activating Unit 1's sonar system. As the system initiated, the terminal display began to construct a map of the current environment. Upon completion of the entire floor's mapping, Liang Yu was disheartened to find no signs of life. He had hoped to encounter a living soul to inquire about the state of the building. After exploring 3 floors with no success, the only remnants of humanity he encountered were scattered bones on the 12th floor, which left him feeling quite dejected. With a heavy heart, he ascended to the 4th floor. Yet, hardly had he taken a few steps when a surprise awaited him. Unit 1 had become ensnared in a net. However, due to Unit 1's considerable weight, it could only be lifted a little over a meter off the ground, rather than to the ceiling as intended. Faced with this predicament, Liang Yu remained calm. Even feeling a sense of anticipation, the presence of a trap implied a significant truth. He had fallen into a design crafted by another. When prey is ensnared, the hunter who set the trap will invariably come to investigate. At the very least, they would periodically check to see if their trap had been triggered. Now, all Liang Yu needed to do was wait, which conveniently spared him the effort of searching. True to his expectations, within 10 minutes, 5 individuals arrived at the scene. It remained uncertain whether their small number was due to the constraints of the venue or simply a reflection of their dwindling ranks. Upon the sight of the leader, Liang Yu's expression instantly transformed into one of incredulity. Although clad in a thick ensemble, the conspicuously exposed red hair beneath the woolen cap was undeniably striking. While he lacked an exaggerated beard, the prominently displayed skull pendant hanging from his chest was particularly attention-grabbing. Upon closer inspection, one could count precisely 8 skulls, each not overly large, and they bore no resemblance to replicas. Rather, they appeared akin to the playful possessions of toddlers aged 3 or 4. At that moment, the machine controlled by Liang Yu, designated as Unit 1, emitted an uncertain utterance. Cosplay? Xiao Wujing. However, the individual before him paid no heed to the words of Unit 1, instead choosing to boast to his companions. Chapter 87, The Blaze of Unit 1 Gentlemen. Have you heard? Even this hunk of iron recognizes my name. It seems that my reputation as the relentless killer has indeed spread far and wide. The opponent emphasized his name with a certain weight in his tone. Witnessing this display, Liang Yu found himself somewhat speechless. Despite currently being a captive, having fallen into the hands of his adversaries, mustn't they show him some respect? Does the formidable Wei Zhentian not deserve such courtesy? However, it appeared that the relentless killer sensed the resentment emanating from Unit 1, prompting him to turn around. Just as he intended to approach, he was halted by one of his companions. Old man, do not approach. This thing is perilous. Do not be deceived by its current captivity. After all, it was merely a hunk of iron, possessing considerable strength, capable of breaking free from its constraints at any moment. Simultaneously, the relentless killer spoke. I wonder, my friend, what brings you to our humble abode with this robotic companion? If it is sustenance you seek, I must regretfully inform you that we have none. He subsequently waved a string of skulls before Unit 1. See this? Do you recognize what I possess? Before he could complete his statement, a heavy thud resonated as Unit 1 struck the ground. The sound echoed in the ears of the 5 present. To their astonishment, they noticed that Unit 1 had somehow acquired a lightsaber. The relentless killer's initial instinct was not to flee. Rather, he fixated on the lightsaber with eyes brimming with greed and desire, even suppressing his fear of Unit 1. At that moment, he audaciously suggested a negotiation. Hey, buddy, are you willing to sell that sword? If so, what are your terms? Yet, Liang Yu had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. He merely sought to leave one survivor for interrogation. The rest were deemed unnecessary. Given the confined space, the lightsaber would prove cumbersome. So he promptly aimed his firearm at the group before him. As Unit 1 brandished its weapon, the adversaries reacted swiftly, as if accustomed to such a maneuver. The 2 individuals at the rear quickly raised makeshift shields, positioning them defensively in front of their comrades to withstand Liang Yu's gunfire. Upon analysis, Liang Yu discerned the nature of these shields. They consisted of an outer layer of 1 centimeter thick steel, layered with damp, frozen blankets interspersed with nearly 10 centimeters of books, all affixed to a security-grade blast shield. Observing the analysis, Liang Yu acknowledged the considerable weight of these contraptions. Nevertheless, he had to concede that they were effective against conventional firearms. Every burst from Liang Yu's weapon was thwarted by the shields, while the assailants steadily retreated, creating distance between themselves and Unit 1. It was then that Unit 1 ceased its barrage. As the gunfire fell silent, the 2 shields advanced rapidly toward the front. As he halted his advance at a distance of 15 meters from Liang Yu, several glass bottles materialized above the first machine, hurtling downwards. Liang Yu, wielding a lightsaber, deftly sliced through 2 of the descending bottles. However, due to inertia and gravitational forces, a significant portion of the liquid within splashed onto the machine's surface, while the remainder cascaded onto the carpet below. With the remaining bottles approaching, Liang Yu resolved not to shatter them, opting instead to withdraw and seek refuge. Yet, it appeared that the adversary had anticipated this move, as the subsequent bottles landed precisely 2 meters behind him. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Liang Yu recognized that engaging in a bombardment at such proximity would undoubtedly inflict damage upon the first machine. He surmised the enemy's intentions but was denied any respite. Just as the bottles were about to touch down, an unknown rudimentary cylindrical apparatus emerged between the 2 shields. In the next moment, a fireball was launched from the cylinder, hurtling toward the first machine. With no time to retaliate with his firearm, Liang Yu resorted to cleaving the approaching fireball with his lightsaber. However, the glassy residue on the ground ignited upon contact with the severed fireball, quickly engulfing the machine in flames, which spread to the surrounding area as well. Alarmed, Liang Yu hastily attempted to extinguish the flames on his attire, and in that moment, a realization struck him. He had perhaps become overly immersed in the situation. Why was he so anxious? The first machine was encased in metal, Aside from the flammable liquid that had splattered upon it, there was little else to catch fire. Yet, Liang Yu had to concede that had they faced anything other than the first machine, even a group of individuals would have succumbed to this fiery onslaught. Such a fire-based assault was particularly effective against carbon-based life forms. Moreover, the heavy clothing he wore for warmth constituted an excellent fuel source. Soon after, the enemy seemed to acknowledge this fact, casting additional glass bottles at the first machine while the flames still raged. This time, Liang Yu remained composed, allowing the bottles to collide with the machine, merely prolonging the flame's existence without significant effect. Following this, the enemy appeared to resolve to a particular course of action, retreating to the side before launching several spheres at Liang Yu. Observing the enemy's retreat into an adjacent room, he soon heard what sounded like the discharge of a pneumatic nail gun. This time, Liang Yu could not afford to be careless. He swiftly prepared to sever the spheres with his lightsaber. However, just as he was about to strike, the spheres detonated, releasing a cloud of dust that filled the entire space. Rapidly, Liang Yu analyzed the composition of the airborne particles: flour, sugar, wood shavings, dye, rubber ash, milk powder, tea dust, tobacco dust, coal dust, and plant fiber dust, among others. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he finally understood why the enemy had retreated into the room. Yet, as he prepared to follow suit, he regrettably found himself a step behind. Suspended dust, under the influence of a heat source, generates combustible gases. These gases, upon mingling with the air, ignite, releasing heat from the combustion of dust that radiates outward through thermal conduction and flame radiation into the dense dust surrounding the vicinity. In such a rapid cycle, this seemingly inconspicuous passageway triggers a violent explosion. Yet, this initial explosion marks not the conclusion, but rather the inception of a nightmare. The hallmark of dust explosions lies in their propensity for multiple detonations. The shockwave from the first explosion dislodges the dust settled on the ground. Shortly after the explosion, a negative pressure zone forms at the center, allowing fresh air from the surroundings to rush in, mixing with the dust that was stirred up during the first blast, thereby precipitating a secondary explosion. Chapter 88. After the explosion, as Liang Yu believed that the two explosions had reached their zenith, a brilliant flash re-emerged before him. Without any forewarning, the sound of another explosion reverberated in his ears. He had grown numb to the chaos, contemplating the possibility of a fourth detonation. To his astonishment, he noticed that the first machine had sustained partial damage from the blasts. Fortunately, the primary control unit remained intact. There was little he could do. The dust inhaled during the operation of the burning machine had already begun to react within its confines. Thankfully, the machine had undergone modifications. Otherwise, it would have been obliterated in the explosions. After a considerable wait, the fourth explosion finally occurred, while the surroundings continued to blaze uncontrollably. Ignoring the inferno, Liang Yu proceeded directly to the room where the adversary had taken refuge, discovering that the main entrance had been compromised by the blasts. The shattered door was propped up against the two shields from earlier. Drawing his lightsaber, he executed a swift horizontal slash on either side, forming an X shape. He then delivered a powerful kick against the shields, causing them to shudder slightly. At this point, Liang Yu had no choice but to wield his lightsaber like a dagger. He smoothly inserted the blade into one of the shields, dragging it along to dismantle the outer layer of its fittings. He genuinely wished to deliver a decisive blow to his opponent, but he feared that such an act would only exacerbate the damage to the first machine. After several minutes of labor, he finally managed to create a significant opening, revealing the original anti-explosion shield within. Retracting his lightsaber, Liang Yu summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. The fist of the first machine shattered the anti-explosion shield, penetrating deeply. However, just as he attempted to withdraw, two ropes ensnared the right arm of the first machine, attempting to restrain it. Meanwhile, several individuals brandished knives and other weapons, intent on severing the mechanical arm that had intruded. They had gravely underestimated the hardness and strength of the first machine. With a mere exertion of force, it broke free from the ropes, causing the two damaged shields at the entrance to collapse. At this moment, the adversaries finally recognized the imminent danger. The two individuals who had bound the first machine's arm attempted to release their grip, only to realize they were perilously close to it. In the instant they turned to flee, a barrage of bullets pierced through their thick cotton clothing, penetrating their bodies before they could utter a final word. Having dealt with the two assailants, Liang Yu stepped into the dimly lit room, only to receive an alert of an incoming attack to his head. Despite the first machine being a battle-worn version, it was not vulnerable to such primitive weaponry. It swiftly seized the wrist of the attacker, discharging several rounds from the firearm at point-blank range. Subsequently, he discarded the assailant as if they were refuse, and the adversary's previously dropped gas nail gun clattered to the ground. His gaze shifted to the remaining two adversaries, and Liang Yu was perplexed to see one of them, Sha Wujin, standing protectively in front of the other. This moment left him uncertain as to who among them was truly the leader. The merciless barrel of his weapon slowly elevated, aimed at the pair. Just then, Sha Wujin shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run!" Two individuals acted independently within the confines of the room, leaving Liang Yu with the grim necessity of targeting only one of them with his firearm. The ideal was undeniably beautiful, and Liang Yu hesitated to shatter their delicate aspirations. Yet, he was compelled to act. Were they truly oblivious to the position of Unit 1? It stood ominously at the threshold, and their attempts to flee were futile. Moreover, the corridor outside was still ablaze. Liang Yu did not fire indiscriminately. Instead, he aimed his weapon toward the balcony. Should one of them venture there, certain death awaited, with no chance of escape. At that moment, the individual sprinting towards the balcony, convinced of his survival, remained blissfully unaware of the weapon's aim. Just as he reached for the balcony door, a barrage of bullets penetrated his skull, shattering the glass door in the process. Despair enveloped the now defeated assailant as he crouched on the ground, devoid of any will to resist. Liang Yu, indifferent to his surrender, approached and firmly grasped the man's shoulder, dragging him away. The oppressive heat of the corridor jolted the desperate assailant back to reality. "Please, don't kill me. I possess the information you seek. My name is Zhang Xuansong, a captain under the command of Shihago. I typically reside on this floor and report to my superiors every 4 hours to prevent intrusions that might disrupt our paradise," he pleaded. "I have about an hour until my next report, and if you take my life, they will undoubtedly find out. There will be more." Growing impatient, Liang Yu unceremoniously hurled Zhang Xuansong into the inferno of the corridor and, without hesitation, fired 2 shots into the man's legs. As Zhang's anguish cries echoed behind him, Liang Yu proceeded deeper into the room. Most of the doors lay ajar, though the dim lighting rendered the interiors somewhat obscured. Nevertheless, through Unit 1, Liang Yu could discern the unfolding scene. Soon, he arrived at the last few doors, all of which were firmly shut. He reached for the doorknob, expecting resistance. But to his surprise, it turned effortlessly. The first room appeared relatively normal, containing remnants of the equipment they had recently utilized against Unit 1, though devoid of the dusty orbs that had previously occupied the space. Without lingering on these details, he opened the next door, only to be struck by a scene that left him momentarily speechless. 4 or 5 naked women lay sprawled on the floor, their fates uncertain. Nearby, several more women, with vacant expressions, remained huddled on beds and amidst a pile of bedding. A large, smoldering charcoal stove provided warmth for them all. What further shattered Liang Yu's worldview were the 2 youthful boys he spotted, seemingly not yet 20 years of age. Nantong. He knew it without question. Liang Yu felt a pang of anguish welling within him. The boys bore fresh bloodstains on their intimate areas. He was no longer concerned about identifying who among them was Nantong. They were all doomed. At that moment, he called out to the inhabitants of the room. "The 5 individuals have perished. You are now liberated." Upon uttering these words, he felt akin to a liberator of slaves. Yet, the occupants of the room remained utterly unmoved by Liang Yu's proclamation. In their eyes, he discerned not a glimmer of hope, only an abyss of despair. At that moment, he comprehended that all he could offer them was a final journey. Returning to the previous room, he retrieved several glass bottles and re-entered the chamber of these individuals, shattering the bottles in one swift motion. The broken vessels, filled with flammable liquid, swiftly ignited the room. Chapter 89. The vanished exhibit. Upon entering the illuminated room, the onlookers, save for a few sprawled on the ground, finally reacted. Just as Liang Yu anticipated that they would flee from the flames, he realized his assumption was misguided. The individuals did not seek to escape the fiery peril. Rather, they yearned to embrace the flames, willingly surrendering themselves to the inferno. Without exception, those within the room gravitated toward the blaze, some even draping themselves in bedding as they approached. In that moment, Liang Yu comprehended the grim reality. The only act of kindness he could offer these souls was to close the door. Turning, he seized several remaining glass bottles from the room and hurled them against the closed door and surrounding walls. Having accomplished this, he maneuvered the first machine towards the nearest chamber. With a leap from the balcony, he switched to flight mode and soared towards the Doomsday Fortress. Before long, the first machine returned safely to the fortress. After guiding it to a halt near the control terminal, Liang Yu retrieved a square cube, each side measuring 2 meters. From his backpack, he placed the cube on the ground and opened it, then directed the first machine inside. Finally, he exited the control terminal of the first machine and sealed the cube. The repairs could wait for the passage of time. Nearly 20 minutes passed. After a light snack, Liang Yu returned to the control terminal. He approached the second machine and extracted 2 small devices from his backpack to install on it. Additionally, he produced a larger apparatus, significantly exceeding the size of the previous toys. This contraption, which he dubbed the primitive compression cannon, was designed to compress air to an extreme degree and then propel it forward. Upon impact, the compressed air would adhere to the target and trigger an explosion. Originally intended as an accessory for mechanical exoskeletons, it appeared the second machine would not utilize it. The cannon's barrel was longer than the machine itself, rendering it impractical. Thus, he opted for the two smaller devices instead. The second machine's objective remained the commercial building. But this time Liang Yu intended to create a commotion to draw attention before proceeding to the Technological Museum on the 18th floor. After another 10 minutes, the second machine arrived at the periphery of the building. Liang Yu elevated its altitude to near the 25th floor and confirmed the missile launch targets. Although the second machine stood at a mere 1.2 meters, and the missiles it carried were relatively small, it was crucial to remember that even miniature missiles remained missiles. Unlike grenades that could be compared, this time, Liang Yu held nothing back, targeting the 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th floors with relentless bombardment. For nearly 30 seconds, he unleashed a torrent of missiles until the second machine had exhausted its payload. Under this barrage, the 4 floors were reduced to rubble. The building trembled. Yet Liang Yu exercised restraint, choosing to detonate only a portion at one of the corners, ensuring that the upper floors would not collapse immediately. Liang Yu achieved his objective, as the attention of everyone in the building was now fixated on the 4th floor that he had obliterated. The drone he controlled, designated as Machine Number 2, smashed through the glass curtain wall of the 18th floor, making its entrance. Upon entering, he did not hesitate to illuminate the machine's lights. However, what followed was the anguished cry of Liang Yu. What madness is this? At such a time, they actually managed to empty the exhibits of the Science Museum. I better not find out who the imbecile behind this is. Fortuitously, he arrived at the largest exhibition hall, yet upon activating the lights, he beheld nothing but the empty glass display cases. Aside from the descriptive plaques, there was naught left. It was not just the display case before him. Every single exhibit had vanished without a trace. Undeterred, Liang Yu ventured into other rooms, this time bypassing the door altogether. He commanded Machine Number 2 to breach the wall, entering the adjacent exhibition hall. The brutal truth did not disappoint him in the slightest. He genuinely could not comprehend, at such a time when sustenance was scarce, who besides him would still be coveting these items. He ceased his wall breaching and instead activated the sonar to map the floors. After considerable time, a complete structural layout appeared beside the control terminal. Among it were the exhibit counters, and without exception, all their exhibits were nothing but air. After a lengthy pause, Liang Yu finally managed to calm himself. Meanwhile, those on the higher floors were rendered speechless by the attack. Particularly, the survivors residing above were in a state of shock. While navigating the stairs was indeed cumbersome, the warmth of the upper suites was far more inviting than the standard rooms below. Following the assault on 4 floors, nearly 50 individuals gathered, forming 3 teams to assess the situation. Unbeknownst to Liang Yu, on the 18th floor were the precise actions of those above. He was aware that there were survivors, and their leader was likely the individual known as Hip Hop Brother. Liang Yu had no interest in such a character. He had no intention of initiating this bombing. It was merely a response to the provocation he had received. From the outset, his singular aim had been the exhibits of the Science Museum. Although those treasures had vanished, it was time for him to depart. Wandering aimlessly here was futile. He might as well engage in idle chatter with Wuji. Should he linger and encounter the others, Machine Number 2 would once again commence its action of emptying the magazine. Liang Yu retraced his steps, re-emerging outside the commercial building. However, in his haste, he had neglected to extinguish the lights. Upon exiting, Machine Number 2 became an unmistakable presence. Those investigating on the 20th floor and above quickly took note of this conspicuous figure. Not only the occupants of the commercial building, but even the nearby survivors in the high rises recognized the existence of Machine Number 2. Liang Yu suddenly felt a twinge of carelessness, and sensed that he had forgotten such a crucial detail. He was now completely exposed to their gaze. At that moment, the adversary launched their attack. Observing the fist-sized rocks hurtling toward him, Machine Number 2 nimbly evaded them under Liang Yu's adept control. As Liang Yu pondered the inexplicable reason behind the enemy's projectile assault, a sudden explosion erupted not far above him. The shockwave from the blast jolted the second machine in the air. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liang swiftly extinguished the lights of his machine and retreated to a safer distance. Observing that the second machine had exceeded the range of their attack, the adversaries ceased their bombardment. However, could matters truly be so straightforward? After distancing himself, Liang ascended further, drawing nearer to the enemy. Meanwhile, those in the rear, witnessing the unfolding scenario, had already made their retreat, while the individuals on the periphery hastily sought cover. This left Liang poised for a sweeping assault. Feeling as though he had struck a fist into a pile of cotton, a twinge of regret washed over him. He lamented the decision to deplete his missiles at the outset, wishing he had retained some for emergencies. Chapter 90. The Rise of Rumors. Fortunately, before his departure, he had equipped himself with two small devices. Though they were merely miniature versions of the primitive compression cannon, he felt that demolishing a wall would pose no significant challenge. He promptly connected the apparatus. Liang Yu skillfully locked onto the target's position. As he pressed the launch button, the moment the compressed air cannon discharged, he sensed the feedback from machine number 2. The recoil caused the airborne machine number 2 to slightly retreat. The expelled air cannon was not as colorless and transparent as air. Instead, after extreme compression, it exhibited a faint white hue. This stream of white light accurately struck the wall Liang Yu had aimed at. Upon contact with the wall, there was no conspicuous flame akin to that of a cannonball explosion. Rather, the energy generated by the blast reduced the wall to mere powder. And the individual behind the wall was already hurled away by the explosive force, their fate uncertain. With Liang Yu's relentless firing, the damaged walls of the commercial building continued to vanish. Before machine number 2, no living soul remained. It could only be said that those who could flee had escaped, while those who could not met their demise beneath the muzzle of the compression cannon. Gazing at the ravaged structure, Liang Yu suddenly felt a twinge of self-doubt, questioning whether he had developed a penchant for bloodshed. Yet, he seemed devoid of any particular sensation. It is said that those who take lives often experience a rush of exhilaration. However, he felt an unusual tranquility, as if he had merely crushed ants, stirring not a single ripple within his mind. After departing the commercial building, Liang Yu arrived at the infinite realm, yet he did not seek out his counterpart immediately. Instead, he parked machine number 2 on the rooftop and exited the control terminal. He made his way to his usual resting place and reclined in his daily rocking chair, staring at the ceiling with a vacant mind, swiftly drifting into slumber. Liang Yu was unaware of how long he slept. When he awoke, it was to the incessant chimes of notifications. A glance at the time revealed it was already late at night. These people were relentless. Only this afternoon had Antley and her husband dispatched so many lives. Yet now they still had the audacity to chatter in the group chat. One could only marvel at their audacity. However, upon perusing the group messages, Liang Yu found the situation amusing. In just a single afternoon, 5 owners in Building 6 had been victimized. Notably, all shared the commonality of being single and male. Even more suspiciously, upon examination, there were no signs of forced entry at their front doors. Furthermore, the evidence indicated that these owners had all succumbed to fatal bites from the husky that Feng Qing had mentioned. The subsequent comments elicited laughter from Liang Yu. A superstitious owner claimed that this husky, having consumed too many humans, had ascended to a higher form. Thus, the enlightened husky supposedly possessed the magical powers attributed to legendary creatures, enabling it to unlock the tightly secured doors of the owners' homes and devour them. Upon reaching this point, Liang Yu nearly succumbed to the urge to voice his thoughts in the group chat. Fortunately, he restrained himself, preserving the facade of his already deceased identity, even if it seemed no one cared about him now. Although Liang Yu was oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, he was decidedly skeptical of the notion that the husky had somehow attained sentience. Moreover, having encountered that particular Siberian husky, he firmly believed that its intelligence was beyond question. The idea that a dog could evolve into a being of higher understanding seemed preposterous to him. As for the rationale of overindulgence leading to such a transformation, he found it utterly ludicrous, reflecting on the harrowing times of the War of Resistance. He recalled the countless souls lost and the many ancestors who perished without a proper burial. The imagery of rivers of blood and fields strewn with corpses was not merely a simplistic phrase. During that grim era, there had been no reports of animals exhibiting extraordinary abilities to combat the Japanese invaders. Yet now, with a mere handful of casualties, the claim arose that a husky had transcended into a higher form. Absurd, indeed. Upon reading the responses from other homeowners, he was astonished to find that many had fallen prey to this bizarre belief. Liang Yu felt a strange sense of gratitude towards the individual who had concocted this rumor. Not only had they instilled fear in themselves, but they had also manipulated numerous building residents with their formidable prowess. Regardless of belief, they had managed to amplify everyone's psychological strain. In such a dark atmosphere, even the slightest disturbance could easily be misconstrued. The subsequent messages in the group further corroborated Liang Yu's suspicions. One homeowner, resting in the comfort of their bedroom, found themselves unable to sleep due to the unsettling rumors surrounding the husky's supposed transformation. Uncertain of what they feared, they suddenly heard a noise from the balcony and promptly messaged the group. "It's here. The sentient husky has arrived. I just heard something on the balcony. It must be it. Help. I haven't done anything. Why is it after me? Who can save me?" In response, a fellow homeowner, unable to bear the absurdity, offered a simple truth. If the noise from the balcony was merely a single sound, one ought to consider whether it was merely snow or some other debris falling rather than assuming the husky was seeking them out. The most prudent course of action would be to investigate outside. Yet, the distressed homeowner adamantly refused to step outside, alleging that the well-meaning advice from the other resident was a ruse to lure them out of their sanctuary, colluding with the so-called sentient husky. This outlandish assertion left the benevolent homeowners speechless, even prompting them to disregard the individual entirely. Meanwhile, others who attempted to offer counsel were similarly branded as accomplices of the husky. Consequently, the homeowner was left isolated, deemed mad by their peers. Witnessing this unfold, Liang Yu felt a pang of sympathy. It appeared that the individual was succumbing to overwhelming psychological pressure, perhaps even developing a touch of paranoia. Thus, within a brief span, they had transformed into the first victim of this bizarre rumor. Liang Yu genuinely felt it was a shame that, having survived the bitter cold and hunger, they were now driven to madness by their own fears. Just then, a voice message echoed through the group. Liang Yu, intrigued, opened the voice message lasting over 30 seconds. To his astonishment, the recording was overwhelmingly powerful, completely captivating him for the entire duration. Yet, he understood nothing. The only sound present was the barking of a husky, devoid of any other noise. Most importantly, Liang Yu was utterly incapable of comprehending canine language. However, the homeowners who believed in the notion of the husky possessing extraordinary intelligence held a different perspective. Upon hearing nothing but the barks, they began inundating the group chat. Acting as echoing parrots, each one of them sent a similar message. "Oh, wise canine grandfather, do not seek me out. It is the group from Building 6 that has wronged you. If you seek vengeance, direct your ire towards them." Liang Yu was left baffled, wondering when these individuals had become so foolish. It was abundantly clear that someone had simply recorded the dog's barks and shared it in the group. Chapter 91. Fratricide. Upon glancing at the name of the individual who had sent the voice message, Liang Yu found himself at a loss. He surmised that it must belong to one of the individuals among the victims. However, the homeowners, engulfed in a frenzy of rumors, failed to notice this detail. Yet, not all were oblivious. The property manager, Wang Yong, was one such exception. He chose not to expose the discussions within the group, allowing them to propagate freely. The escalating chaos served his interests well. Following the afternoon's inspections, their management could scarcely muster any food supplies. Were it not for the readily available meat, within 3 days, their group would face starvation. Now, he was burdened with the dilemma of how to confront the homeowners the following day. Although he had instructed Wang Kai to behead the remaining food and pile it at the entrance, he remained uncertain of its efficacy, placing his hopes in this tactic to deter the fearful homeowners. Crucially, he was unarmed, possessing only a stun baton, sufficient for ordinary individuals, yet utterly inadequate against those wielding firearms. Thus, a notion began to crystallize in his mind to enlist Lin Hu. If necessary, he would sacrifice Lin Hu to serve his purposes. Zhang Bolong, however, was not even a consideration for him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Bolong, dismissed by Wang Yong, was entangled with Hu Lili. As their interaction unfolded, Zhang Bolong's phone alarm chimed incessantly. Casting a glance at the caller ID, he disregarded it entirely, leaving the ringtone to serve as the backdrop to their clandestine rendezvous. Approximately 10 minutes later, the door to Zhang Bolong's residence was forcefully kicked open. Infuriated, he approached Zhang Bohai, still holding Hu Lili close. His tone was laced with irritation, tinged with anger. "Brother, what urgent matter compels you to seek me? I was otherwise occupied." Though he refrained from voicing the latter part of his thoughts, Zhang Bohai discerned the unspoken message in his callous gaze. "You'd best provide a reasonable explanation, or do not expect me to show any loyalty." Yet, Zhang Bohai offered no clarification. "You need to step outside and leave this woman here. I have matters to discuss with her." Upon hearing this, Hu Lili pressed herself more closely against Zhang Bolong, her expression one of distress as she regarded him in silence. Yet, within Zhang Bolong's heart, a torrent of words surged forth. This only intensified his dissatisfaction with Zhang Bohai. What could possibly warrant a private conversation away from my presence? Yet, Zhang Bohai remained resolute, repeating his earlier command. "You need to step outside and leave this woman here. I have matters to discuss with her." Upon hearing this yet again, Zhang Bolong's fury threatened to boil over. However, the moment he met Zhang Bohai's gaze, he immediately became subdued. He did not make an immediate decision. Instead, after a brief moment of contemplation, he gently pushed Hu Lili away from him. In the wake of Hu Lili's astonishment, he exited the room and closed the door behind him. Once Zhang Bolong had departed, Hu Lili's expression transformed, losing any semblance of fragility. Meanwhile, Zhang Bohai regarded her with narrowed eyes, his gaze unwavering. "I now offer you a chance to leave Bolong," he declared. Hu Lili chuckled at his words, a sound laced with incredulity. "Who do you think you are? Just because you are a cripple? Had it not been for your constant interference, he would have been heeding my commands long ago. I already control several buildings in this vicinity. If you were not Zhang Bolong's brother, and if he held any regard for you, I would have disposed of you long ago." Before Hu Lili could utter another word, the sound of a gunshot reverberated through the room. As if fearing the target had not been eliminated, Zhang Bohai fired another shot at her face. After the second shot, his visage was smeared with blood. He wielded a double-barreled shotgun, and at such close range, the two shots ensured Hu Lili's demise. The second shot obliterated her head. It was only after the second shot that Zhang Bolong burst into the room, witnessing the lifeless body on the floor and his blood-soaked elder brother still grasping the gun. Suddenly, Zhang Bolong clutched his chest, a sharp pain piercing through him. Zhang Bohai, with his eyes narrowed, regarded him coldly as he skillfully reloaded his weapon. "I killed her. Keeping her alive would only waste resources. She serves no other purpose. I've told you before, women are everywhere. There is no need to cling to one. Do you truly believe she was some virtuous flower? She was nothing but a harlot." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bolong reacted, releasing his grip on his chest and rushing forward to grasp Zhang Bohai by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "You've killed her. Spare me your disparaging remarks." Zhang Bohai, filled with disappointment, placed the gun into Zhang Bolong's hands and, with his uninjured hand, struck him sharply across the face. "Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Do not easily display your emotions. Do not let a woman sway you. Always maintain your composure. You have truly disappointed me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bolong forcefully tossed Zhang Bohai back onto the sofa. Grasping the double-barreled shotgun that had been handed to him, he raised the dark muzzle toward his closest brother, nearly on the verge of collapse. "Brother, please do not push me any further." Faced with the barrel of the gun, Zhang Bohai exhibited not a trace of fear. It was not that he believed his brother would refrain from pulling the trigger. Rather, he sensed that his brother lacked the courage to do so. Moreover, Zhang Bohai's desire for death was palpably evident. Even in his fury, Zhang Bolong sensed an inkling of peculiarity. However, Zhang Bohai did not afford him the opportunity to ponder. Having long been prepared, he swiftly retrieved a glimmering fruit knife from the side and, with force, hurled it towards Hu Lili. The blade struck true, embedding itself into the thick fabric of her clothing. "Slice off a piece if you wish to partake in tonight's barbecue." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Bolong's mind went blank. He was acutely aware that his anger had reached its zenith, yet he could not recall any actions that followed. When he finally regained awareness, several minutes had elapsed. He found himself gazing at Zhang Bohai, lifeless upon the sofa, and his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to kneel in despair. Chapter 92. A familiar strategy. As Zhang Bolong fell to his knees, the gun in his hand clattered to the ground. He hurriedly crawled forward to check on Zhang Bohai, trembling as he extended his hand, yearning to feel the faint breath of his companion. Yet, just a mere 2 centimeters away, his hand froze in midair. He withdrew his hand and turned, adopting a different posture as he settled against the sofa, his gaze fixated on the lifeless body of Hu Lili, enveloped in silence. Minutes passed, and Zhang Bolong's phone began to vibrate incessantly, inundated with a cascade of messages from Zhang Bohai. Perhaps these were the final words that Zhang Bohai had intentionally left for him. As Zhang Bolong pondered the messages, Fong Qing had already chosen her next target. This time, however, she had refined her method of seduction, elevating it from mere physical allure to the more cunning strategy of exchanging precious antipyretics for a modicum of food. The antipyretics were salvaged from the homes of the several proprietors she had dispatched. Fong Qing's new target was the mother and son residing in room 1301 on the 13th floor. The husband was among the victims of the explosion. Fong Qing couldn't shake the feeling that fate was favoring her, within an hour of discovering the antipyretics. The resident of 1301 was pleading for medicine in the group chat of Building 6. At that moment, she sensed an opportunity for vengeance. The memories of how this family had treated her fueled her anger. With a sharp rap on the table, she roused her slumbering husky. "Tangdo, wake up. It's time for your extra meal. Follow me." With that, she dashed out the door. Typically, she would walk, but the urgency in her stride betrayed her impatience. Before long, Fong Qing arrived at the door of room 1301. Without hesitation, she knocked on the door with determination. Simultaneously, the resident of 1301 rushed to the entrance. Peering through the peephole, "Who is it? Please shine your phone's light so I can see." Fong Qing was taken aback by their caution in such dire circumstances. Quickly pulling her scarf up to obscure her face. Complying with the request, she switched on her phone's light and leaned closer, brandishing the antipyretics to capture their attention. "I am the one from the group who contacted you about exchanging medication for food. Here are the antipyretics I brought. I must clarify that I only require normal food. If what you offer me is something like mutton, I will refuse." Upon hearing this, the resident of 1301 immediately grew anxious. "It's normal food. I assure you it's normal. But I have one condition. You cannot raise the price at the last minute. It must be at the previously agreed price. Otherwise, I will not exchange the medicine. Fang Qing detected a hint of desperation in their voice, yet her heart remained unyielding. She had once wept openly before this family, pleading for their compassion. The scene of the other party's indifference and apathy remains vividly etched in Fang Qing's memory. To seek her sympathy? Absurd and laughable. The other party surely does not believe that she could be so easily manipulated. Instantly, a look of disdain crossed her face. Indifferent to whether the other party could perceive it, her words dripped with contempt. Do not attempt this charade with me. Your pitiful act is futile. Just tell me plainly whether you want it or not. If not, I shall take my leave. You keep insisting, yet I see no sincerity from you. As she spoke, Fang Qing deliberately took 2 steps, ensuring the other party heard her footsteps. One could only say that the owner of room 1301 was thoroughly at her mercy. Upon hearing Fang Qing's impending departure, panic set in. She was the only person who had offered to exchange antipyretics after a lengthy period of communication. Others who wished to negotiate hadn't even sent a photograph of the medication. Their credibility was indeed questionable. She had to seize this opportunity because not only was her son running a fever, but she herself was also exhibiting early symptoms of illness. Without a moment's thought upon hearing the footsteps, she flung open the door. Upon seeing Fang Qing's figure, the owner of room 1301 lunged forward, clinging to her leg, fervently pleading for sympathy. What left Fang Qing speechless was the abrupt change in demeanor. Moments ago, they had been negotiating for food in exchange for medicine. The instant the door opened, the owner of 1301 demanded that Fang Qing give her the medication for free, threatening that she wouldn't let Fang Qing leave the 13th floor if she refused. Why such a drastic shift? It was because upon opening the door, the owner of room 1301 beheld Fang Qing's form. Despite being clad in layers, her frail physique was unmistakable. This realization propelled the owner to hastily attempt to seize the medication from Fang Qing's grasp. The sole reason was her vulnerability, making her an easy target. At that moment, Fang Qing shouted forcefully, "Step back." This abrupt command stunned the owner of 1301, who was momentarily frozen. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Qing pulled her into room 1301. Once inside, she discarded her pretense, yanking off her scarf. Leaning closer, she illuminated the space with her phone while gripping the other party's hair. Lifting her head, she smiled mischievously. "Li Hua, do you still remember me, you wretched creature?" The moment Fang Qing noticed the other party's pupils constricting in recognition, she knew Li Hua had indeed identified her. "You." Just as Li Hua raised her hand to point at Fang Qing, the latter set her phone down, taking the prepared cotton wad and forcefully stuffing it into Li Hua's mouth. Though it might have had little effect, Fang Qing felt compelled to act thus. As Li Hua struggled to expel the cloth from her mouth, Fang Qing relentlessly tugged at her hair. The pain surged, causing Li Hua to whimper. Clutching her head with both hands, Fang Qing took out the rope she had meticulously prepared in advance and swiftly bound the hands and feet of Li Hua, who was still racked with pain. It was an effortless task for her to subdue the resident of this household. The only aspect beyond her control was the cries that erupted upon the other's exit from the door. She sensed that someone from room 1302 was lurking near the entrance, which prompted her to shout for them to retreat. She could be seen by others. And even if they discerned that she had committed murder, having slain the tenant of room 1301, Fang Qing found herself indifferent to this notion. In fact, it provided her with a peculiar sense of security. However, she couldn't allow anyone to discover that she was entangled with that so-called canine spirit. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly moved to lock the door. It seemed that the evening's feast would not consist of sugary treats, but rather of her own self. Chapter 93, Life in Sky Lanterns. After securely locking the door, Fang Qing approached the screaming Li Hua. The first course of action was to unsheath the knife from her person and swiftly cut away the layers of clothing that enveloped Li Hua, leaving only the innermost layer to prevent her from succumbing to shock. Once accomplished, Fang Qing disregarded Li Hua's current state and entered the bedroom. Before long, Fang Qing emerged, carrying a troublesome child, and unceremoniously tossed him approximately 30 centimeters in front of Li Hua. She then drew a small stool and seated herself directly in front of the immobilized Li Hua. Grasping a sharp knife, she seized Li Hua's ear and, with a decisive motion, severed it cleanly. The detached ear now rested in her palm. The groggy child, roused from his slumber by the pain, began to whimper weakly. Finding him overly noisy, Fang Qing stuffed the severed ear into his mouth and, with a swift motion, struck the back of his head with a stick. After a few blows, he ceased his commotion. Whether he had been rendered unconscious or lifeless was of little concern to her. Continuing her grim task, she sliced open the fabric covering Li Hua's arm, revealing soft, plump flesh beneath. In response to Li Hua's murderous glare, Fang Qing delicately excised a thin slice of meat. Initially tempted to sample it herself, she quickly reconsidered upon sensing that Li Hua was burning with fever. Thus, She abandoned her intentions and hurried to the kitchen in search of something more suitable. Moments later, Fong Qing returned with a dish of soy sauce. Having also removed the cloth from Li Hua's mouth, utilizing tongs found in the kitchen, she picked up the fresh slice of meat, dipped it in soy sauce, and presented it before Li Hua. Eat. I've gone to such lengths for you. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? She taunted, bringing the meat close to Li Hua's lips. Li Hua, believing that closing her mouth would render her untouchable, was met with Fong Qing's derision. You should cooperate and eat. Perhaps you might survive. But the longer you delay, the greater the chance of freezing to death, Fong Qing declared. Li Hua remained silent, glancing at the child before her, then shut her eyes and opened her mouth. Fong Qing discarded the frozen meat slice and, with her knife, deftly cut a thinner piece, which she then shoved into Li Hua's mouth. Compliantly, Li Hua began to chew, her eyes remaining tightly shut, devoid of any verbal response or reaction. After several attempts to engage her, Fong Qing lost interest. She then cut a larger chunk of meat and forced it into Li Hua's mouth, utilizing her jaws to secure it in place. Covering Li Hua's mouth with a strip of cloth, only her nose was left exposed. At that moment, Li Hua's tightly shut eyes finally opened, and she attempted to speak, but no words emerged, only muffled whimpers escaped her lips. If one listened closely, indistinct murmurs could be discerned. Fong Qing then struggled to drag a solid wooden chair over, effectively binding the unconscious child's limbs and body securely to the chair. Fong Qing returned once more, dragging an additional chair toward herself. The purpose of this chair needed no explanation. After securing both individuals, she retrieved two 500-milliliter plastic bottles from behind her. The bottles contained a pale yellow liquid, which she deliberately showed to the bound Li Hua. This is oil I prepared especially for you. Care to guess what it's for? Without waiting for a response, she approached the unruly child, now holding a hand-crank drilling tool. Li Hua's muffled sobs grew increasingly frantic, but Fong Qing paid no heed, or perhaps this was precisely the reaction she sought. She then retrieved her phone, using its light to ensure the victim could see every detail clearly. Positioning the drill at the center of the child's skull, she began boring into it. The excruciating pain jolted the unconscious child awake, only for the agony to overwhelm them once more as Fong Qing continued twisting the tool. This was her first time drilling into a human skull, and her inexperience showed. Sensing something amiss, she paused, only to confirm she had indeed pierced through the bone. Carefully, she poured the still-warm corpse oil into the opening, though much of it spilled out, filling the air with a putrid stench. Undeterred, Fong Qing completed her preparations under Li Hua's furious glare before finally turning her attention to her. Some time later, having finished her gruesome task, Fong Qing unlocked Li Hua's phone with her fingerprint. Straining, she dragged both chairs onto the balcony. Wrapping a cloth around a wooden stick, she lit it, admiring her handiwork with satisfaction. Noticing Li Hua had passed out again, Fong Qing set the makeshift torch aside for illumination. She snapped a broom handle from the balcony railing and swung it mercilessly at Li Hua's wrists and shins. The pain roused her once more. Once certain Li Hua was conscious, Fong Qing discarded the stick and retrieved the half-burned torch, or rather, the flaming wooden rod. She pressed it against the child's oil-soaked head, and flames quickly engulfed the small body. Li Hua, however, was not so fortunate. Fong Qing had meticulously cleaned every part of her except the head. After igniting the corpse oil inside her skull, Fong Qing tossed the torch onto the child's burning remains and picked up the phone to record. This method of sky lantern execution was far more brutal than simply burning a corpse. She wanted Li Hua to experience the agony of flames consuming her brain from within. The fire seared through the oil, the heat rapidly spreading through bone and tissue, roasting the brain as if pierced by countless needles. Every second was unbearable torment. Watching this spectacle, the hand holding the recording device trembled, not from horror, but exhilaration. After recording a brief video, Fong Qing uploaded it to the group for Building 6. Subsequently, she gathered her pre-packed belongings and departed from room 1301. Shortly after her exit, the owner of room 1401 upstairs arrived at the door of room 1301. Brandishing an object and shouting at the door, "What on earth are you doing? The smell of something burning has wafted into my home." After several fruitless calls, he swiftly began to pound on the door. However, before he could strike it too many times, the owner of room 1302 emerged in response to the commotion. "Hey, stop it. Please, cease your actions." Chapter 94. The living sacrifice. The inhabitants of this household could not respond to you. Subsequently, he produced his mobile phone to show the uploaded video. The owner of apartment 1401, who had been banging on the door, ceased his assault upon seeing the phone and accepted it to watch the video. After some time of exertion, he felt fatigued and took a moment to rest. However, upon viewing the content of the video, he gasped in shock. Good heavens! In this day and age, such punishments could still be witnessed. He swallowed hard and returned the phone to the other party. "Brother, do you know who did this?" The other person shook his head, reclaimed his phone, and departed, cautioning him to refrain from making any further noise unless he was unconcerned about being sought after. With that, he promptly locked his door. Clearly, he wished to avoid any trouble. On such a night, no one desired to provoke conflict, especially not with a ruthless lunatic. By the following morning, the video of the living sacrifice was disseminated to the large group chat, with the sender having opted for anonymity. No one knew who had shared it. Yet the residents of Building 6 were acutely aware that it was one of their own. It could even be speculated that the perpetrator had sent it himself. Yet it seemed no one pursued the matter. Even the video shared in the group chat was conveniently ignored. If anyone hadn't seen the video, it was likely Liang Yu. After a night of recuperation, he was now controlling the second drone, en route to the university from his previous visit. The sky remained dim. However, as Liang Yu passed a nearby village, he noticed a bright firelight. This village was merely about 10 kilometers from the community. Intrigued, he halted the drone to observe. He saw a young girl clad in a pure white gown, bound upon a stone altar. Her slightly parted lips and vacant gaze indicated her resignation to the situation. Surrounding the altar, at a distance of approximately 50 centimeters, were several bonfires, creating a circle of flames with a narrow passageway leading to the altar. The fierce flames not only dispelled the darkness and cold, but also illuminated the distorted faces of the onlookers. The fervor and anticipation in their eyes were unmistakable as they continuously extolled their beliefs. At this point, Liang Yu could hardly remain oblivious. This was unmistakably the living sacrifice described in legends. He was merely puzzled as to why such feudal customs could still be observed in this modern era. Just then, he spotted an individual clad in a ceremonial robe, adorned with a peculiar bronze mask. One hand cradled a tattered book, while the other grasped a dagger as he emerged from a nearby dwelling. The villagers, upon seeing him, parted to create a path. The masked figure walked toward the entrance left open by the bonfire, turned to face the believers, and extended his arms, holding the book in one hand and the dagger in the other. In a pose of embrace, all those gathered around the bonfire knelt before the masked figure, bowing their heads in reverence. Not a single soul dared to lift their gaze. After a few moments, the masked individual approached the stone platform, and the crowd silently lowered their heads. Upon reaching the platform, the masked figure opened a book to a specific page and placed it above the girl's head. With a dagger in his right hand, he brazenly explored the girl's form with his left. Ultimately, he unfastened her sheer garment, revealing her pristine bosom. After unveiling her, the masked figure raised the sharp dagger high and began to chant verses from the tome. As the incantation flowed, the dagger descended repeatedly until, with the final words, it pierced her heart. The masked man then twisted the dagger, creating a deeper wound. As the gash widened, crimson blood spilled forth from the girl's body, staining her once white garment. In that moment, the villagers felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, with only the crackling of flames and the sound of the girl's blood flowing echoing in their ears. As the ritual neared its conclusion, the masked figure cradled the book once more, raising it above his head to resume his chanting. However, this time was different. As he recited the incantation, his body began to tremble slightly. The intensity of his shivering increased in tandem with the volume of his voice. Liang Yu, observing from the side, felt as though he were witnessing some form of frantic shamanic dance. With the masked figure's exclamations, all those who had bowed in worship raised their heads, respectfully gazing upon him. The masked figure tilted his head skyward as beams of red light emanated from the eyes, mouth, and nose of the mask, shooting towards the heavens. Then, Liang Yu heard a deep voice emanating from the vicinity of the sacrificial platform. Sacrifice. With the utterance of this word, the bonfire beside the platform began to converge towards it. Once the flames embraced the stone, the red glow from the masked figure's face dissipated. The worshippers, once again, began to kneel before the burning fire. Thus, the entire ritual reached its conclusion. Liang Yu observed until the very end, suppressing a smile throughout the performance. Perhaps it was due to his vantage point that the entire scene appeared utterly absurd to him, particularly the gathering of the flames, which, through the analysis of his second machine, revealed that some clever mechanism beneath the ground was orchestrating the conflagration. After witnessing this spectacle, Liang Yu prepared to depart the scene. He had a principle of not taking advantage of others. Having been treated to such a grand performance, rumored to be a living sacrifice, he felt compelled to offer a token of appreciation for the ticket. However, before he could make his grand exit, the masked figure called out towards a shadowy corner. Who was over there? As the words left his lips, the worshipping villagers turned their gaze in that direction, astonished to discover a group of young individuals, seemingly in their 20s, clad in attire resembling that of students. Due to the considerable distance, the exact number of individuals could not be discerned. The group of young people, upon being discovered, stepped forward, The leader among them pointed at the masked figure and declared, "We harbor no ill intentions. It is merely that you have taken my friend. If you return him to us safely, we shall depart immediately." Upon hearing that the other party sought to negotiate for the return of their companion, the villagers' expressions transformed, becoming even more ferocious than before. Where there had previously been a semblance of negotiability, now their eyes burned with fury. What were they intending? They were here to seize the offerings meant for the sacrificial rites. Although the ceremony had already concluded, the very purpose of their presence was intolerable to the villagers. The masked figure offered no indication, yet the villagers instinctively began to close in on them. Chapter 95, One Shot, One Child. As the 40-odd villagers drew near, it became apparent that the opposing group numbered fewer than 10. Moreover, they were all unarmed. This realization emboldened the villagers, who felt secure in their numerical superiority. After all, the adversaries, much like themselves, possessed no weapons. To the villagers, this motley crew appeared as nothing more than morsels ripe for the taking. However, this group consisted of university students. Could they be judged by the same standards? The villagers felt as though they were witnessing a mirage. The students rummaged through their pockets, producing an object that, when brandished before them, revealed itself to be approximately 150 centimeters in length, a stick. Due to the distance, the villagers could not discern the material of the stick, yet there was no time for retreat. A few individuals at the front took the lead and charged forward. The students, however, had their own strategy, executing their movements in a coordinated manner. As the villagers approached, they unleashed a series of strikes. Each student had a designated role, and amidst the villagers' overwhelming numbers, the students retaliated with remarkable composure. For a time, the villagers found themselves at a loss against this organized resistance. Yet, as the minutes passed, the students' movements began to falter, their fatigue becoming evident. The villagers, gritting their teeth and enduring their pain, launched a more frenzied assault upon the students. Meanwhile, the masked figure remained rooted in place, absorbed in a book. At that moment, Liang Yu knew it was finally his turn to take the stage. A surge of excitement coursing through him. He transformed into his humanoid form, intensifying the lights of his machine to the brightest setting. From a distance, the second machine appeared as a dazzling beacon. All eyes were drawn to it, including those of the fighting villagers and students. Both sides instinctively created distance, their vigilance heightened as they stole glances at the luminous figure. Under the watchful gaze of all, the light source leapt from the rooftop and descended to the ground with astonishing speed. The villagers, realizing that the distance to the sacrificial site was now less than 100 meters, abandoned their focus on the students and rushed to intercept the radiant entity. Just as Liang Yu touched down, he suddenly found himself confronted by a throng of villagers rushing towards him. Unable to resist a snarky remark, he thought, "Am I not simply a spectator who has paid for a ticket? Must they greet me with such pomp?" Unfazed by his words, the villagers shouted in unison, "Get out! Leave our sacred ground." At the periphery, the masked figure also took action. As Liang Yu observed the figure raise its hand, he heard the unmistakable sound of metal clashing. Simultaneously, the terminal displayed 2 points on the second machine that had been struck by the opponent's attack. Without hesitation, Liang Yu deactivated the extraneous lights, swiftly produced the compression cannon, and aimed it at the advancing villagers, firing a shot. This time, he did not recoil from the force of the cannon, for he stood firmly on the ground. With reckless abandon, he unleashed fire upon the oncoming villagers. As soon as anyone charged forward, Liang Yu, regardless of their intentions, would swiftly eliminate them with a single blast. After firing 6 or 7 rounds, not a soul dared to approach him. Each villager struck by the compressed air cannon disintegrated on the spot. Some lost their upper halves, others half of their bodies, while a few were left with nothing but a single foot. This display of sheer power instilled a profound fear in their hearts. Liang Yu himself was astonished by the immense force of the compressed cannon. When the air, compressed to its utmost capacity, was unleashed upon a human target, the explosive energy obliterated bodily tissues, encasing the bones within. This resulted in a scene where Liang Yu dispatched a child with each shot. The masked man was evidently intimidated by the weapon wielded by Liang Yu. He contemplated escaping unnoticed while Liang Yu was distracted. However, he barely took 2 steps before encountering a group of students rushing towards him. Caught off guard, the masked man was unable to draw his handgun and was swiftly captured. Thus, the entire group was effectively annihilated. The remaining villagers, now wary, dared not move a muscle, particularly fearful that the second machine might unleash its wrath upon them. Those once fearless followers had already been physically subdued, leaving the remaining individual's devotion highly questionable. Meanwhile, after capturing the masked man, the students removed his mask, which now lay at his feet. The book he held had long since been tossed into the bonfire. A girl from the crowd picked up a stick and relentlessly struck the masked man, chanting, "Hand her over! Hand her over!" She seemed to have forgotten the preceding sacrificial ritual, or perhaps believed that the one chosen as a sacrifice was not one of their own. Their true companion remained locked away in some house or basement. The boys watched the girl in her relentless assault, neither intervening nor stopping her. They merely ensured the masked man remained subdued. After 6 or 7 minutes, the girl finally grew weary. One of the boys seized the masked man by his clothing and lifted him, demanding, "Where's that girl in the light blue coat, with the yellow hat and scarf?" Yet, they received no satisfactory answer, only chilling laughter in response. He, ha 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 ha. Seeing the unhinged laughter, the boy delivered a punch to the masked man's face, interrupting his incantation. As the masked man showed signs of a hysterical episode, the boy landed several more punches, though to little effect. Just as they felt hopeless, they suddenly noticed the second machine's motionless cannon aimed directly at him. It dawned on the students that the masked man, too, feared for his life. His previous bravado stemmed from the belief that as long as he held his tongue, they would not dare to kill him. Yet, the killing machine before him left him in a state of uncertainty. Thus, sealing his lips emerged as the most prudent choice. Initially, the students harbored a degree of caution towards the second machine, especially when confronted with the weapons it wielded and the sight of a villager falling to a single shot. In retrospect, that memory still carried an overwhelming impact. With this contemplation, their wariness began to wane. If the adversary truly intended to annihilate them, mere vigilance would prove futile and merely serve to diminish their favor in the eyes of the enemy. Just as the opponent gazed at the second machine, seemingly at a loss for words, Liang Yu decisively eliminated the masked man. However, he employed not the compression cannon, but rather conventional firearms. This action left the group of students momentarily bewildered. Yet, due to the earlier demeanor of the second machine, they dared not utter a single word, left only to stare in silence. Chapter 96. The escaped students. No one was foolish enough to question why the masked man had been slain. At that moment, the second machine raised its mechanical arm, pointing towards a pile of burning firewood. The students could not see clearly, but that did not imply that Liang Yu was blind. While observing the scene, he had already employed sonar to scan the surrounding buildings. There was not a single survivor within. Moreover, the feedback revealed that some of the bones inside belonged to children aged between 8 to 12. Hence, the conclusion was evident. Without uttering a word, Liang Yu extended his mechanical arm, waving it before them, then pointed once more at the burning pyre. This time, the others comprehended his gesture. They too extended their fingers, indicating the same pile of firewood. It was then that one individual could no longer contain himself, shattering the silence. "Speak plainly, my friend. No need for gestures," he exclaimed, seemingly incredulous, and asked again, "Do you mean to say that our companion is among those flames?" Liang Yu decisively nodded, simultaneously giving a thumbs up to acknowledge their understanding. However, upon learning such disheartening news, the last flicker of hope within the girl extinguished, causing her to collapse. Fortunately, a vigilant soul nearby was attentive to her condition, preventing her from hitting the ground. As for the villagers, they had already prepared to flee when the second machine turned towards the masked man. After 2 minutes, with the second machine still not glancing in their direction, the group vanished from sight in less than 20 seconds, moving with astonishing speed. Suddenly, they found themselves at a loss, casting helpless glances at the second machine. From their expressions, Liang Yu understood that he was in a predicament. He found it difficult to take action against these students, who had done nothing wrong and harbored no malice towards him. It would be unreasonable for him to harm them without justification. What could he possibly use as an excuse? Surely, he could not act against them simply for calling him my friend? To him, that seemed entirely innocuous. The second machine appeared as an automaton, constructed from steel and similar materials, so addressing it as my friend was hardly an offense. To end one's life over such a trivial matter was beyond Liang Yu's moral compass. He was not like the character from the film City of Danger, who could whimsically declare, "I do not eat beef," and then proceed to strike. Would he stoop to such absurdity? Amused by the thought, Liang Yu collected his thoughts and commanded the second machine to withdraw. However, just as he turned, he spotted someone disregarding the cold ground, directly leaping to embrace the second machine's leg. The scene was absurdly picturesque. Liang Yu could not help but feel a sense of disbelief as he beheld a nearly 180-centimeter tall man clinging to the 120-centimeter tall leg of the second machine. It truly left him speechless. As Liang Yu struggled to break free, the individual began to share his grievances. After approximately 10 minutes, Liang Yu could no longer endure it. Stop. Please stand up. I won't leave." The students were astonished to witness this iron figure speak, and moreover, in a voice imbued with emotion, revealing the speaker's helplessness, unlike the synthetic tones they were accustomed to. Suddenly, one student, lacking foresight, inquired, "Are you the drone that previously resided in our campus? I recognize your voice." Upon hearing these words, the entity also released the grip on the leg of the second drone. Liang Yu found a nearby stone and sat down. Observing the students before him, he had indeed absorbed the essence of the individual's lengthy monologue, which revolved around the aftermath of the massacre of the school leaders. In essence, after he had eliminated the school officials, their corpses were discovered the following day. With one opposing faction diminished, Liang Yu initially believed that, given Zhou Tian's capabilities, he could manage the university students effectively. However, it seemed he had underestimated human greed. A day later, the rebellious group grew dissatisfied with the distribution of resources, and under the pretense of negotiating future directions, they murdered Zhou Tian. Following his death, they swiftly seized control of the food supply, deprived of sustenance. The students clashed with the rebellious faction. Some even stormed the cafeteria, resorting to cannibalism by consuming the remains of the school officials. Meanwhile, the rebellious group exploited the chaos to abscond with supplies and fled the campus. They eventually arrived in the vicinity, where a female student had gone missing while searching for combustible materials the previous day. This group, following her trail, discovered this location. Seated upon the stone, Liang Yu felt a profound sense of overwhelm. It appeared that he had inadvertently orchestrated this situation. His intention had been to eliminate the campus leaders entirely, allowing Zhou Tian to manage the survivors and ensure their survival. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Now, gazing at the group before him, he found himself in a quandary. To involve himself with them risked engaging with a cadre of pampered youths, while to forsake them meant confronting the reality that they were wandering due to his actions. After some contemplation, he resolved to leave them with a modicum of food and water, for that was all he could offer. The notion of leading them back to the community and delivering them into the stronghold of the apocalypse was utterly implausible. Observing the group, Liang Yu uttered a brief statement before transforming and taking flight. "Wait here for me. I shall return shortly." As he diminished in size under their watchful gaze, he vanished into the sky. Once Liang Yu departed, the tension among the group began to dissipate. Feeling the chill, they instinctively drew closer to the fire. Meanwhile, Liang Yu located a house approximately 600 meters away from them. After ensuring the surroundings were devoid of any presence, he commanded the second drone to enter the house. Subsequently, within the fortress, he donned a thermal suit and, upon confirming the location of the second machine, approached its side. At that moment, he rummaged through his backpack to retrieve 2 large, double-shouldered packs, which he filled with some compressed biscuits, bread, and water. Both packs were thoroughly stuffed to capacity. He then produced a sheet of paper and a pen, meticulously sketching out a route. Afterward, he returned to the fortress to access the terminal of the second machine. Before long, the group witnessed the return of the second machine, accompanied by 2 fully loaded backpacks. Liang Yu placed the items before them and unveiled his hand-drawn map of the route. However, this map left the students feeling utterly bewildered. It was abstract, exceedingly so. A convoluted line was deemed a route map, and aside from the clearly marked starting and ending points, which could be discerned together, it was truly challenging to articulate any further description. Chapter 97. Handling. As Liang Yu felt the penetrating gaze of wisdom from the other, even his thick skin began to falter. Clearing his throat to alleviate his embarrassment, he spoke, "My skills in painting certainly require enhancement. Do you have any suggestions?" With that, he tossed the map to the other party. "You may choose whether to go or not. This leads to a nearby neighborhood. Building 9 has an abundance of vacant rooms. The choice rests solely upon you. However, I must caution you, danger lurks everywhere. Do not place your trust in others lightly, myself included. Furthermore, I am relieved that you have not opted for a 2-legged sheep. Perhaps we shall meet again under better circumstances." With that, Liang Yu paid no further heed and transformed into a streak of light, soaring away. His purpose was unequivocal. He intended to address the matters he had instigated at the university from his last visit. Though his actions might not be kind to the students, Liang Yu's resolve had turned lethal. While he could spare others, that particular group of troublemakers was marked for death. Zhou Tian had originally been a part of his plan, an essential subject for experimentation. However, he was merely a pawn, and now his fate seemed sealed. In such weather, a banquet could not be hosted. Perhaps Zhou Tian's body had already been claimed for such a purpose. And what of the flirtatious girlfriend? It might very well be a couple's feast. The 2 of them could provide enough for many. Lost in his musings, Liang Yu soon arrived at the campus, returning to the same spot. Yet in just a few days, the supermarket had become unrecognizable. He directed his drone to hover above the supermarket, activating its sonar capabilities to probe the surroundings. Inside the warehouse, the cleanliness surpassed even the freshly shaven visage he had that morning. This cleanliness did not pertain to hygiene, but rather to the absence of goods. Everything that could be taken had been removed. Once a hub of activity, the supermarket now stood deserted, devoid of human presence, not even a single corpse. Amidst his sorrow, Liang Yu noticed a figure stealthily entering the supermarket, followed closely by another. After all, a robot can still possess human traits. Watching the cautious approach of the individual, Liang Yu almost laughed, thankful he managed to suppress it. Otherwise, he would surely have been detected. In the entire supermarket, apart from the newcomer, there were no other living souls. At this thought, Liang Yu had a sudden inspiration. He inquired in a low, ominous tone from behind the figure, "Student, the vengeful spirit of Zhou Tian asks if you are prepared to accompany him?" Upon hearing Liang Yu's voice, the individual immediately turned to scan the area. Due to the absence of belongings, the room felt eerily spacious, amplifying Liang Yu's voice. After several inspections, having found nothing, the figure began to doubt their senses. Just as they thought it was a figment of their imagination, Liang Yu's voice resonated once more. "Since you choose not to respond, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Let us proceed." After Liang Yu finished speaking, before he could take action, the opponent fled outside, shouting as they ran, "Ghost! There's a ghost! There's a ghost in the supermarket." Once Liang Yu realized his objective had been achieved, he commanded the second machine to exit the supermarket. Recalling from memory, he found his way back to the previous canteen. Navigating with ease, he arrived at the back kitchen where he had previously encountered the two deceased individuals. Their bodies were now conspicuously absent. The number of skeletons in the kitchen aligned closely with his recollections. However, upon reaching the third floor, Liang Yu faintly heard a feeble voice. Checking the time, he confirmed that it was still morning, well before noon. Following the sound, he discovered a tightly sealed room. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the voice was indeed emanating from within, intermingled with numerous cries for help, though indistinguishable amidst the louder noises surrounding it. Without hesitation, Liang Yu unleashed a compressed cannon shot, obliterating the reinforced door and nearby walls. The commotion from the shattered entrance caused those inside, who were in a frenzy, to abruptly halt. A chilling draft swept in, rendering the heating apparatus, powered by a generator, insufficient. Gazing at the pale figures before him, Liang Yu remained indifferent to whether they were frightened. Aiming his weapon at them, he demanded, "Who will explain the situation regarding Zhou Tian?" He counted down from 10, declaring that when the time was up, he would take a life. 10, 9, 3, 2. Reaching this point, Liang Yu ceased counting and randomly selected a fortunate individual, firing a shot. The chosen one, still clad in winter attire, realized with the gunfire that Liang Yu was not jesting but rather intent on killing. In that moment, they comprehended who he was, the very person they had dreaded during this period, the benefactor who had once assisted Zhou Tian in overcoming adversity. From among the cluster of pale bodies, someone cursed under their breath. Quickly, they pinpointed the source of the curse. This time, Liang Yu silently recited the countdown in his mind without vocalizing it. The individual seemed to sense the second machine's gaze locking onto him. Just as he was about to speak, a shot rang out, sending another soul to their demise. Following the second gunshot, the remaining individuals no longer dared to delay. Immediately, one stepped forward, attempting to explain Zhou Tian's circumstances, but the outcome for this individual was a bullet to the head. This unfortunate victim inadvertently implicated those nearby, as the bullet penetrated his skull and struck another. Before long, most of the occupants in the room were eliminated. Liang Yu noticed a few individuals hiding among the women, trapped beneath a heavy quilt. This time, he chose not to annihilate them all. Casting a glance at the remaining individuals, he stated, "Those of you who wish to remain can stay beneath the covers. If anyone desires to leave, dress yourselves appropriately. I shall grant you 5 minutes." Another 5 minutes had elapsed. Only 7 individuals remained beside Liang Yu. Glancing at the few left behind, he chose not to utter a word. Instead, he gestured toward a nearby direction. "You know the exit. Leave this place, and freedom awaits beyond the campus. Spare me any further dialogue. I shall not escort you." Under the threat of Liang Yu's firearm, the group, displaying a commendable sense of self-preservation, refrained from moral coercion. After expressing their gratitude, they hastily departed from this hellish realm. Finally, Liang Yu cast a glance at the remaining occupants of the room and discharged a few shots toward the ceiling. This action ignited a palpable tension among those left, fearful that he might unleash a massacre. Yet, Liang Yu merely uttered a final remark, "If you wish to devour the lamb, I shall not interfere. However, at the very least, allow others the dignity of existence." Chapter 98. Ma Fei's revenge. Having concluded matters at the university campus, Liang Yu did not depart. Instead, he left machine number 2 stationed within the campus for subsequent observation. Little did he anticipate that his failure to eradicate the adversaries completely, as he had done previously, would herald yet another calamity for the students. Liang Yu positioned machine number 2 atop the tallest building, striving to monitor the campus effectively. Subsequently, he withdrew from the terminal of machine number 2 and retrieved machine number 3 along with its control terminal, disregarding machine number 1, which was undergoing repairs. However, Liang Yu did not hasten to activate machine number 3. Rather, he began to install a multitude of components onto it. On the 3rd floor of the campus cafeteria, a rebellious student who had narrowly escaped disaster emerged from beneath the bedding and human pile. After confirming his safety, he called forth the others. At that moment, a robust man emerged from the heap, calmly dressing with the assistance of those around him, clearly indicating his status as the leader of this group of troublemakers. Once the others had hastily donned their garments, they immediately flocked to his side, inquiring about his well-being. Magu, are you unharmed? Ma Fei glanced at them without responding, instead striding forward. His movement startled a nearby female student, who promptly buried herself beneath the heavy blankets. After adjusting his attire, Ma Fei addressed the others, saying, "Hurry up and gather our people. Our target is the group of students in the East District dormitory." At this, Ma Fei grinned. "I am eager to see who it is that desires human rights." Upon hearing Ma Fei's words, the others hastily neglected to fully dress, grabbing their cold weather gear and sprinting out of the room. Before long, a gathering of students armed with various weapons assembled in front of the cafeteria, numbering around 60. Ma Fei, wielding a modified electric nail gun, stepped forward to address the group. Without unnecessary embellishment, he simply motivated them with a succinct proclamation, "Let us go. I will lead you to hunt for meat." With this singular statement, the group erupted with enthusiasm. For there is an undeniable truth: events can occur either never or infinitely. Once they had experienced their initial taste of action, they no longer exhibited resistance toward what lay ahead. Rather, their expressions were filled with anticipation and desire. Under Ma Fei's leadership, the group swiftly arrived at the entrance of the East District dormitory. However, upon witnessing the constructed fortifications at the entrance, Ma Fei cast a displeased glance at one of his companions, who was taken aback by the look. He, too, was perplexed. In recent days, they had secured ample meat and a relatively warm environment, living in a state of eating, sleeping, and satisfying their primal needs, completely oblivious to the movements of this group. Yet, the students in the East District dormitory were certainly not naive. They understood the temporary intent behind Ma Fei's decision to spare them. In times of need, they were mere cannon fodder, and when hunger struck, they became a reserve of sustenance. Naturally, they would not resign themselves to fate. On the very day they returned to their dormitory, they devised a plan. The absence of surveillance emboldened them further. They spent the night utilizing all flammable materials found within the dormitory. They tirelessly transformed ice into water, pouring it into makeshift molds to create substantial ice bricks, which they meticulously stacked, reinforcing them by pouring water into the crevices. After relentless effort, they finally completed an ice wall over 2 meters high surrounding the dormitory. The wall bore finger-sized holes, allowing them to poke their homemade weapons through. Ma Fei had his men test the wall, and under the influence of the weather and their clothing, this 2-meter ice barrier proved to be a formidable chasm to cross unaided. However, the primary distinction between humans and animals lies in their ability to create and effectively use tools. Consequently, Ma Fei promptly assigned several individuals to retrieve ladders from the storage room. Soon, a group hurriedly arrived, carrying 3 retractable ladders. Upon seeing them approach, a few individuals from the crowd rushed out to lend a hand. In no time, the ladders were set up. Just as they reveled in their success, they sensed an indescribable odor wafting from ahead. Some covered their mouths and noses, desperately attempting to fan away the stench, while others fashioned their scarves into makeshift masks for filtration. Meanwhile, a few with peculiar inclinations, drawn by curiosity, began to analyze the odor, unable to discern its nature until their bodies reacted, inducing nausea. In that moment, over a dozen individuals temporarily lost their capacity to engage in combat, retching violently and expelling their last meal along with bile. Ma Fei, too, was not spared from the torment, yet as the leader, he forced himself to endure. His disdain for those inside the dormitory deepened. Observing someone nearby, he received a loudspeaker, which he then employed to address the dormitory. "Hu Sandao, come out. I have matters to discuss with you." After 2 minutes passed with only the lingering odor in response, and no reply from within the dormitory, Ma Fei, suppressing his anger, shouted again, "Hu Sandao, I give you one last chance. If you surrender the one controlling the machinery, we can let today's events pass." At that moment, several students emerged, brandishing the riot shields from the security room. Whether these shields could withstand bullets remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Hu Sandao inside the dormitory, perplexed by Ma Fei's words, exchanged confused glances with others around him. An impulsive individual, without a second thought, exclaimed, "We have no one here that he speaks of. That bastard is merely looking for an excuse to eliminate us. Have you forgotten what food they consumed?" However, Hu Sandao has far more pressing matters to contemplate than they do. Once again, he sought confirmation from those around him. only to discover that none possessed any clarity on the situation. The sole individual with insight was Zhou Tian, yet he had already fallen victim to the adversaries. They lacked the capability to summon Zhou Tian for inquiries. The atmosphere within the room quickly turned oppressive. At that moment, a student hurriedly burst through the door, his expression fraught with anxiety. Upon seeing the group engaged in discussion, he rushed toward them with urgency. This is dire news. Ma Fei and his cohort have already taken action. Our brothers, relying on the ice wall, are doing their utmost to impede their advance. Chapter 99. The golden essence repels the enemy who Sandow stepped to the window to survey the situation, making a swift decision to have the prepared supplies brought upstairs. Unlike Ma Fei's group, he had begun his preparations as soon as he heard the commotion from the cafeteria, anticipating the worst. To his astonishment, his foresight proved essential. Meanwhile, on the side of the ice wall, the residents of the dormitory had successfully positioned several mobile platforms. On one platform stood 4 students armed with long poles, relentlessly striking down anyone who dared to peek over the staircase. For a moment, Ma Fei's side found itself unable to breach this formidable ice wall. Ma Fei's expression darkened further, his modified pneumatic nail gun in hand, rendered ineffective. Its maximum range barely reached 50 meters, an absolute limit rather than an effective distance. Thus, unable to breach the ice wall, the nail gun in his grasp became nothing more than a mere ornament. Then, despair deepened as a previously faint odor intensified, reminiscent of something simmering. Realizing this, he urgently called for assistance to lift him for a clearer view of the situation beyond the ice wall. Suddenly, he recalled a classic siege tactic from ancient warfare, akin to their present predicament. Lacking modern siege weaponry, the enemy had only rudimentary siege towers, while they possessed little more than a few rickety ladders. The defending side employed a particularly insidious strategy, one that was minimally harmful yet profoundly humiliating. The use of golden essence for defense, a euphemism for human excrement. Much like the poetic names attributed to traditional Chinese medicines, this golden essence was akin to the sediment from the urine of healthy individuals. While human white referred to the clean solid residue, and human yellow was produced by infusing licorice powder in bamboo tubes, soaked for a time in a latrine. The placenta, also known as purple river car, was crafted from the afterbirth of newborns, processed, and dried after purging residual blood. Such terminology offered a semblance of dignity, making the notion of golden essence sound far more appealing. Yet, before Ma Fei could glimpse the scene within the ice wall, he observed the enemy's cart swiftly approaching the stairs they had erected. He then saw 2 masked individuals carrying a large pot, exuding steam, to the front of the ice wall. With a vigorous motion, they poured the scalding golden essence over those outside the ice wall. However, due to the ambient temperature, the essence cooled rapidly upon contact. While the temperature posed no physical threat, it was devastating in other ways. Before the individuals outside could react, the second and third pots of golden essence were poured over them. Subsequently, the dormitory occupants swiftly withdrew the cart, replacing the students who had been wielding poles. It was at this juncture that the students outside finally grasped the gravity of their situation, overwhelmed by both the stench and the scene before them. Instantly, the 30 or so individuals near the ice wall found their spirits crushed, beset by nausea, with many merely splattered by the essence, a fortunate fate compared to others. Some students who were positioned closer were doused entirely, while those near the stairs, the focal point of attention, suffered the most. Not only were they drenched, but some unfortunate souls even had the substance forced into their mouths. Many were soaked, with the liquid clinging to their bodies and being absorbed by layers of clothing, resulting in a rather overwhelming odor surrounding this group. Perhaps only humanity's most loyal companion, the dog, would appreciate such a scent, yet sadly, dogs are now a rarity, most having been consumed as a source of sustenance. Unable to endure the repulsiveness of their situation, these individuals vacated the dormitory in the Eastern District. Ma Fei, witnessing this, felt powerless. Today, he could only endure this misfortune. As for the stairs, no one cared, and no one wished to touch the filthy steps at that moment. Hu Sandow, observing that Ma Fei and his group had departed, did not relax like those around him. Instead, his anxiety deepened. He understood that today was merely a temporary advantage, as the other party had yet to overcome this predicament, making the golden liquid still valuable. However, this golden liquid constituted their entire supply, although they would receive daily replenishments. It was evident that demand far outstripped supply. The critical issue now was how to defend against Ma Fei's group. Their secret passage for food acquisition must remain undiscovered. Ma Fei would undoubtedly dispatch someone to keep watch. Seeking food now seemed impractical. They would have to resort to mere survival. Hu Sandow then inquired of a neighboring individual. Zhu Sin, how much longer can we sustain our food supply? Zhu Sin, upon being questioned, produced a notebook and carefully assessed their provisions. Brother Hu, if we further reduce our rationing, we can stretch it to a maximum of 5 days. After 5 days, we will have no food left, if we wish to eat. Hu Sandao gestured for him to cease, indicating that there was no need to elaborate. You all handle the subsequent matters. I wish to be alone for a while. The few individuals in the room understood the gravity of the situation and quietly exited, leaving Hu Sandao to contemplate in solitude. Meanwhile, in the vicinity where Hu Sandao was utilizing the golden liquid to fend off adversaries, a group of 10 outsiders entered the residential complex where Liang Yu resided. This group appeared to possess an intimate knowledge of the layout and positioning of the area. Upon entering the complex, they made their way directly to the property management warehouse. As they approached the entrance of the warehouse, they halted abruptly at the sight of a pile of severed heads nearby. The sudden stop of the individuals in the front caused a chain reaction, resulting in the followers colliding into one another. A curse erupted from the back. Baka, what are you doing up there? Another compatriot swiftly calmed the situation. Murashita-kun, there's no need to fuss over trifles. Remember our mission. Murashita T, upon hearing this, regained his composure and reflected on the words of his comrade. You are right. We must not allow such trivial matters to jeopardize our greater objectives. He then turned to the individuals standing ahead. What is the situation here? I require a reasonable explanation. At that moment, the foremost individual approached the village's Tanji with an obsequious demeanor, casually parting the crowd before him. He gestured for Tanji to direct his gaze toward the heads amassed at the entrance of the warehouse. Upon first sight, Tanji was genuinely taken aback. Not merely in a figurative sense, but in an actual reaction. He leaped in surprise, only to find his footing slipping upon landing, resulting in him unceremoniously descending onto the icy surface. The others rushed forward to assist him, yet Tanji, determined to maintain his bravado, insisted, this is nothing. In my grandfather's day, he claimed to have achieved 100 kills upon arriving in your territory. Chapter 100. Are the citizens of the Basin country also international friends? The matter of severed heads is trivial. After all, I have witnessed countless heads collected from numerous individuals. The person beside him chose not to expose the absurdity of his statement, unable to engage in further conversation. It was then that Yuan Iwu stepped in to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. He turned to the sycophant who had first approached and uttered the name of his Basin country. Dog Egg, go forth and summon them. The individual known as Dog Egg displayed a pained expression. He was well aware that this was not a favorable task. A discerning observer could easily note his reluctance. Yet, Yuan Iwu seemed to comprehend his hesitation. Dear Dog Egg, if you are unwilling to undertake this task, it shall be disregarded. Having spent considerable time with each other, he was acutely aware of what Yuan Iwu's words implied. Without further hesitation, he ignored the pile of heads beside him and proceeded to knock on the warehouse door. Come out. Those hiding inside, emerge at once. International friends, Mr. Yuan Iwu wishes to discuss a few matters with you. Dog Egg repeated this several times, yet there was no response from within the property's warehouse. He began to wonder if perhaps everyone inside had perished. The silence was deafening. Consequently, he contemplated whether to forcefully push open the warehouse door. However, the reality was that the entrance was securely barricaded. It was an arduous challenge for anyone outside to enter, let alone for those inside to exit through the door. As for how the personnel had departed the warehouse, they had discovered a rope ladder and descended from a second-floor window. After their departure, those guarding the warehouse would neatly stow away the ladder, thus preventing others from utilizing it to gain entry. Approximately 5 minutes later, witnessing the continued silence from the warehouse, Dog Egg turned to Yuan Iwu, seeking new orders. Yuan Iwu remained indifferent, signaling him to persist in calling out at the door. However, when Dog Egg glanced back, he noticed that 3 members of the group had vanished, seemingly reassigned to other tasks. With no alternative, he continued his attempts to call out to those within the warehouse. Meanwhile, Wang had long since informed Wang Yang of the situation. Wang Yang instructed him to refrain from any response and to await the conclusion of his discussions. Yet, Wang Yang had only conferred with Lin Hu and Zhang Bolong for a brief moment when Wang's message arrived once more. A look of confusion washed over Wang Yang's face. Although Wang was of mediocre ability, he was not typically so thoughtless. It had barely been 10 minutes since the earlier instructions, and yet another message had come through. Curiosity piqued, Wang Yang opened the information sent by Wang. Upon reading it, he was consumed by a surge of excitement, startling Lin Hu and Zhang Bolong, who assumed an altercation was imminent. They hastily readied their weapons. Their anxiety slightly alleviated as they turned to Wang Yang, hoping for a reasonable explanation. After organizing the information on his side, Wang Yang finally relayed the details to the two of them. 2 individuals reported an incursion by outsiders into the community, and according to the information I have received, the intruders are international acquaintances, specifically from a certain nation. Upon hearing this, Lin Hu could not suppress his laughter. International acquaintances? From that country? Do they even have the right? His series of rhetorical questions left Wang Yong momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhang Bolong, having matured significantly after his experiences with Zhang Bohai, exhibited a more composed demeanor. His concerns diverged from Lin Hu's. He turned to Wang Yong and inquired, how many of them are there in total? What is their purpose for being here? We can rule out food as a motive. If they were after provisions, they would head to the storage center, not here. Wang Yong shook his head. I am unaware of their intentions. My sources indicate that there are 10 individuals currently stationed outside my property's warehouse. Though several have strayed away from the entrance, I cannot ascertain their whereabouts. Following this exchange, the room fell into a profound silence. Lin Hu weighed the pros and cons, deliberating whether he should involve himself in the matter. However, Zhang Bolong, now alone and unburdened by such doubts, took a bold step. He tossed a carefully wrapped item into Wang Yong's arms. The moment he grasped it, its substantial weight signified its significance. He groped the object concealed in the cloth and looked at Zhang Bolong in disbelief. Are you serious? You're giving this to me? It felt surreal, prompting him to pinch himself lightly on the cheek. Only when the sting registered did he confirm the reality of the situation, dispelling any notion that it was merely a dream. Zhang Bolong chuckled lightly. This is not a gift. Consider the conditions I previously mentioned as accepted, especially since you now possess the item. Wang Yong found himself in a mix of incredulity and delight. Something he had longed for had unexpectedly come into his possession, along with a companion and a firearm. At that moment, Zhang Bolong turned to the hesitant Lin Hu. What do you say? Will you join us? We must unite to enhance our chances of survival. However, Lin Hu declined Zhang Bolong's proposal. In his mind, Zhang Bolong had always been someone who could not rise above mediocrity. This sudden transformation struck him as profoundly unreal, akin to the sensation Wang Yong experienced when receiving the gun. Thus, Lin Hu rejected the offer, suspecting Zhang Bolong was merely a puppet pushed forward by others. Seeing Lin Hu's refusal, the two did not linger. They gathered their gear and departed. Wang Yong, accompanied by several security personnel, headed towards the warehouse with Zhang Bolong, albeit with the intention of observing the situation from a distance rather than proceeding directly inside. If given the chance, they intend to apprehend this group, not for any other reason than the presence of individuals from the nation of the Foot Basin among them. No matter how much time has passed, blood feuds and humiliation cannot simply be forgotten at will. Some may argue that these grievances belong to previous generations and have no bearing on their descendants. Such sentiments may hold true for personal vendettas, but can national enmities and familial resentments be dismissed so easily? In the past, there were stringent laws and a sense of national duty to uphold. However, the current circumstances are drastically different. The established order has disintegrated, and taking action against those from the Foot Basin poses no repercussions. Moreover, who can resist the allure of adding a new page to their family tree? Even if there are no heirs remaining, one would still be the inaugural entry in this new lineage. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Yong and his companions felt their blood coursing with increasing fervor. Chapter 101. Hatred at full throttle. It seemed as though a peculiar switch had been activated, infusing their bodies with an overwhelming surge of strength. The group swiftly approached the vicinity of the property warehouse's entrance, exercising utmost caution to avoid drawing attention. Before them stood 6 individuals, and with his seasoned experience, Wang Yong immediately identified one of them as a citizen from the Foot Basin country. He pointed at Yuan Yiwu and remarked, "Look, the demeanor and actions of this individual towards the back unmistakably reveal him as one of their kind." At this juncture, Zhang Bolong voiced his concerns. "Brother Wang, how many Foot Basin individuals did your intelligence report mention? Is it merely that one? Or are all these individuals from the Foot Basin?" As he spoke, the tension in Zhang Bolong's demeanor escalated noticeably. It was no wonder that people often said one cannot conceal the desire to harm someone in their gaze. Zhang Bolong, meanwhile, aimed his weapon at the Foot Basin citizen. Yuan Yiwu, as indicated by Wang Yong. Quick-witted, Wang Yong intervened. "Hold your fire. Let us observe a moment longer." He then instructed the others, "When you approach, exercise caution. Do not kill anyone." However, this statement was met with immediate skepticism from Zhang Bolong. "Hold back? How do you propose we do that? Look at them. Their companions are armed with machetes. Just because that one appears unarmed doesn't mean he lacks weapons akin to ours." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yong locked eyes with Zhang Bolong. "Brother Zhang, may I inquire about your marksmanship?" His smile bore an unsettling quality, startling the nearby security personnel. Noticing the awkwardness as the others refrained from pressing further, he clapped Zhang Bolong on the shoulder, gesturing toward Yuan Yiwu. "Brother, indeed, as you said, they seem to possess firearms, but let us not forget we are equally equipped. Here is the plan. I'll have someone from the warehouse attract their attention, while I lead the others to sneak up. You will remain on standby, ready to provide support. If that man draws a weapon, We will rely on you to take precise action. Aim for his wrist. Do not kill him, for our lives will rest in your hands. Zhang Bolang, taken aback by the gravity of the situation, expressed astonishment. You truly entrust your life to me? Wang Yong chuckled, patting his shoulder, revealing his weapon. Why not? If you can trust me, why shouldn't I place my life in your care? Trust begets trust, even if it cannot be reciprocated. I cannot afford to let you feel disheartened, can I? Perhaps it is in moments like these that trust flourishes. Subsequently, Wang Yong produced his phone to assign tasks to those within the warehouse, urging them to remain vigilant for their safety. Shortly after he hung up, 10 individuals emerged from the side of the warehouse. The security personnel, equipped with electric batons and riot shields, arrived at the entrance of the warehouse. Wang Kai found himself positioned behind several property management staff wielding riot shields. Noticing the approaching figures, Dog Dan wisely retreated into the crowd. Following Wang Yong's instructions, Wang Kai directly inquired, "You just mentioned international friends? Which one is the international friend, and might they step forward for a brief meeting? We could also address the matters you wish to discuss." He glanced disdainfully at the individuals beside Yuan Iwumu, remarking, "These people are unworthy of engaging in conversation with me. Do not allow them to speak with me." Just as Dog Dan was about to interject, he was interrupted by Yuan Iwumu's outstretched hand. With a knowing glance towards the other party, he understood immediately. Pushing through the crowd, he stepped forward, adopting an arrogant tone and a haughty gaze directed at the property personnel. "You swine. I, Murakami Tanji, stand before you, and yet you do not kneel." Upon finishing, he exchanged a triumphant glance with Yuan Iwumu, seemingly seeking approval for his bravado. Little did he know, Yuan Iwumu had already conjured a plethora of scathing remarks, not only to critique him, but also to denounce his ancestors. Yet, all those words were forcefully stifled in his throat, nearly prompting him to unleash a scathing retort upon Murakami Tanji's face. Today, he truly grasped the meaning of having teammates akin to swine and regretted bringing him along. However, with the words already spoken, he could only persist with a resolute demeanor. Wang Kai was rendered speechless, for it was the first time he had heard someone audaciously command him to kneel and welcome, let alone utter such a derogatory phrase. In their eyes, Murakami Tanji resembled a character from a video game, known for cultivating mushrooms and emitting a sinister laughter, instantly inciting animosity. This sentiment was not limited to Wang Kai. Even the concealed Wang Yong and his companions were on the verge of rushing out to eliminate Murakami Tanji. Upon receiving no response, Murakami Tanji opened his mouth once more. But he had barely uttered 2 words before a snowball mixed with stone struck him squarely in the face. The warmth and pain from the impact caused him to clutch his face and emit a yelping sound. His companions stood in shock, aware that a confrontation was imminent but utterly unprepared for such swiftness and without any warning. By the time they reacted, their opponents were already charging towards them. At that moment, they were halfway through the fray. Undeterred, they seized their weapons and engaged in the fight. The numbers were not in their favor, counting only 5, including those who had departed earlier and 2 individuals from the neighboring nation. Conversely, Wang Kai took up arms and led the charge, with no one faltering in the face of battle. Their numbers were double that of their adversaries. Yet, Yuan Iwumu remained unfazed, arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama with detached interest. Meanwhile, amidst the pain, Murakami Tanji retrieved a handgun from his coat. Despite the fury of the adversaries, they refrained from immediately unleashing gunfire upon the group from the property management. Instead, they directed the barrels of their weapons toward them, akin to spectators, watching the unfolding drama. They observed their own comrades wielding knives against their fellow countrymen, displaying a profound disdain for the enemy before them. In the eyes of these 2 individuals, the 10 adversaries were nothing more than unarmed cannon fodder, utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance against firearms. So confident were they in their assured victory that they paid no heed to the lurking threat behind them. At the very moment Wang Kai and his group initiated their assault, Wang Yong decisively led the remaining members forward, while Zhang Bolang aimed a shotgun at Murakami and Taka, who had brandished their pistols. Chapter 102. The inside man of the basin people, they were ever ready to fire. As Wang Yong and his group approached within 30 meters of them, a returning searcher fortuitously spotted their presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he alerted the onlookers, shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! There are foes launching a surprise assault from the rear." Wang Yong turned to see a scoundrel less than 10 meters away at the corner. He raised his hand and fired a shotgun blast at him. The warning and the gunfire prompted Yuan Iwumu and Murakami Tanji to spring into action. However, as Murakami turned back with his weapon, Zhang Bolang, who had been watching from the side, pulled the trigger. A piercing wail erupted from Murakami as Zhang Bolang's shot struck true, piercing his right hand. The pain caused the handgun he held to fall into the snow. Yuan Iwumu reacted swiftly, seeking refuge behind nearby cover, thus denying Zhang Bolong the opportunity to aim at him. At that moment, several others rushed forward to subdue Murakami Tanji. Wang Yong retrieved the fallen handgun. Meanwhile, among the opposing 5, 2 had already been slain. Of the remaining 3, 1 sustained an arm injury, while the others were merely disheveled, suffering no further wounds. On the opposite side, individuals wielding blast shields advanced, rendering the assailants from the Basin Nation unable to reach them. Each attempt was thwarted by teammates using shields to block the attacks. Subsequently, under Wang Yong's equitable authority, the 3 adversaries discarded their weapons and chose to surrender. However, as they sought Yuan Iwumu, he had already vanished without a trace. The chaotic footprints in the snow provided no clues to his whereabouts. At this juncture, Wang Yong delegated the subsequent matters to Wang Kai and personally returned to the hiding spot to summon Zhang Bolong. Soon after, a dozen individuals entered the warehouse, where the 3 captives from the Basin Nation were detained. Murakami Tanji, bound and brought before Wang Yong and Zhang Bolong, exhibited none of his earlier arrogance. Now, he curled into a ball, trembling, whether from fear, cold, or the agony of his gunshot wound remained uncertain. Zhang Bolong sipped the tea provided by their side and inquired, "Stop feigning death. I know you can speak our language. Tell us, what is the purpose of your visit this time?" Yet, the captive ignored Zhang Bolong's words. Lying on the ground and continuing his charade of unconsciousness, completely oblivious to his current predicament, Wang Yong had encountered such individuals numerous times over the years. He gestured for those waiting nearby to step forward. Wang Yong, raising his voice for all to hear, instructed, "Take this international friend from the Basin Nation away and treat him well. Please remember that the uninjured hand of the other party is the left one, which was dragged out and exposed to the melted snow water. We await the arm to turn a purplish-black hue before bringing it inside. I have heard that the frost ointment from their country is remarkably effective, and I have long desired to verify its efficacy. At last, having encountered this international friend, the opportunity has presented itself." Murakami, who understands Wang Yong's words, can no longer maintain his facade after Wang Yong finishes speaking. He hastily interjects, expressing his complete comprehension of the conversation. However, neither of them received an order from Wang Yong to cease, so they proceeded as previously instructed and dragged him outside. At this moment, Murakami's left elbow was already exposed on the second floor. Following Wang Yong's instructions, they immersed his hand in the melted snow water. Yet, Wang Yong did not specify the duration of the immersion. One of them contemplated returning to inquire about the soaking time. However, another person stopped him. "Are you foolish? If no time was specified, it surely means to soak the entire arm until it is thoroughly damp. Otherwise, would Brother Wang have deliberately omitted the timing?" At this point, both believed they were justified, unaware that the lack of specified time was an oversight on Wang Yong's part. Thus, they inadvertently replicated the actions of the person who had originally administered the treatment. Approximately 20 minutes later, they returned with Murakami, whose arm had turned a purplish-black hue. Wang Yong and Zhang Bolong were engaged in light-hearted conversation when they noticed Murakami's return. Zhang Bolong, curious, approached to inspect him, casually striking the purplish-black arm with a small stick while observing the other's expression. He noted the complete absence of pain. As Zhang Bolong playfully toyed with him, Wang Yong approached and halted his actions. Yet, his gentle voice, whispering to Murakami, sounded akin to a devil's murmur. "What is the matter with you? How could you treat our international friend in such a manner? This is utterly excessive. Do you not possess any awareness? Can you not see he has already suffered frostbite? Hurry and fetch a basin of warm water, so our international friend can recuperate properly." At this moment, Murakami, forgetting about his left hand, hastily articulated the words he had prepared earlier. His other injured hand pointed at Zhang Bolong. "Concerning this gentleman, I have something to say. We arrived unexpectedly upon receiving news from our companion that room 1101 in Building 9 offers a sufficiently comfortable environment. Not only does it have electricity, but the indoor temperature is also above 10 degrees Celsius. Therefore, upon arrival, aside from those dispatched to scout, the remaining individuals, following the information provided, occupied this warehouse. Ultimately, using the warehouse as a base, we coordinated with each other to seize that room and the provisions within." After the other party finished speaking, Wang Yong glanced at Zhang Bolong, wishing to ascertain the truth of the matter, as Zhang Bolong was, after all, a resident of Building 9. At this moment, Zhang Bolong retrieved his mobile phone and searched the group chat for the keyword 1101. He discovered that the individual in question had not made any contributions to the group. He subsequently informed Wang Yong, expressing uncertainty about the person, stating that they had not appeared in the group at all, and they had all assumed the individual had perished from the cold. However, if the words of the individual who spoke of the basin were indeed truthful, it would present them with an exceptionally straightforward opportunity. While the two conversed, someone approached with a basin of hot water. Following Wang Yong's instructions, they intended to immerse the frostbitten hands of the villager in it. Yet, Wang Yong had requested warm water, and the steaming water they provided elicited an astonishing reaction. As the frostbitten limbs were suddenly submerged in the hot water, the entire muscle tissue in that area rapidly disintegrated, revealing the stark whiteness of the exposed bones beneath. This left the person who had brought the water utterly astounded. Chapter 103. The insider is actually her. Wang Yong noticed the commotion surrounding the village and, upon turning, beheld a fragment of bone. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Did I not instruct you to prepare a basin of warm water? Why have you brought me hot water instead?" The individual tasked with fetching the water looked somewhat aggrieved. "Brother Wang, considering the cold weather, I thought warm water would quickly turn to ice. Thus, I brought hot water. But I didn't anticipate that it would arrive at such a high temperature and not cool down." Wang Yong found himself at a loss for words. Yet he did not wish to reprimand his own personnel over the mishap. He promptly ordered the transport of the injured individual, Zhu Xiatian, for amputation, reiterating the utmost importance of ensuring the person's survival. Zhu Xiatian and the water fetcher still held some utility for Wang Yong. Meanwhile, as Wang Yong attended to matters, Zhang Bolong had already begun inquiring about the situation in room 1101 among the remaining survivors in Building 9. However, for reasons unknown, no one in the group responded to his messages. At the same time, Liang Yu was engrossed in enhancing his third machine within the Doomsday Bastion. After a prolonged period of silence, a message notification finally appeared in the group. Liang Yu instinctively clicked to view its contents, and a conspicuous number caught his eye: 1101. Wasn't that room occupied by Lan Ling? Why was Zhang Bolong suddenly interested in 1101? Liang Yu's initial suspicion fell upon the two individuals who had recently moved in, Huang Qiushi and Zhou Curson. Yet, he dismissed the possibility of it being Lan Ling. From Liang Yu's understanding, Lan Ling was undoubtedly an elite in her field of expertise, but in other realms, her overall competence was only marginally better than someone unable to care for themselves. Thus, he concluded that in such circumstances, devoid of classes or part-time jobs, Lan Ling would likely remain indoors, either engrossed in video games or seeking companions for gaming. Convincing her to venture outside without a compelling reason was improbable. Currently, room 1101 housed only 3 individuals, excluding Lan Ling left only Huang Qiushi and Zhou Curson. Liang Yu subjectively leaned towards Zhou Curson as the more probable occupant. After all, Huang Qiushi's identity as a doctor had garnered some goodwill from Liang Yu. Nevertheless, he recognized that such matters could not be assessed subjectively. Reluctantly, he resolved to investigate further. For the time being, he set aside the matters concerning Wu Ji and focused on addressing the immediate situation. After a moment of contemplation, he made a straightforward decision to access 2 surveillance feeds, one monitoring Huang Qiushi, the other Zhou Curson. This approach was currently the most efficient and effective means to ensure Lan Ling's safety, albeit it required considerable time. To his astonishment, the footage of Huang Qiushi revealed her in Lan Ling's room, and Liang Yu was taken aback to find that Huang Qiushi, as a doctor, was presently accompanying Lan Ling in a video game, specifically one involving gunfights and zombies. As Liang Yu observed the other party firing a submachine gun, taking down a zombie with each shot, he glanced over at Lan Ling, who was, predictably, both inept and playful. At this moment, they found themselves surrounded by zombies, unleashing a barrage of gunfire while simultaneously shouting, "Ah, Qiushi, save me. Hurry, watch out behind you." Meanwhile, in another scene featuring Zhou Curson, she was alone in a guest room, enveloped by several blankets, clutching a smartphone in each hand. Although this behavior seemed somewhat peculiar in the present context, Liang Yu found nothing amiss. It appeared quite normal for someone to entertain themselves with 2 phones. It reminded him of the time Lan Ling had sought him out while he was preoccupied with work and unable to join her in gaming. Not long after, he received a short video from Lan Ling. Its content was straightforward: a computer, a mobile phone, a tablet, and a handheld console all in use. The outcome was predictable. However, upon adjusting the angle of the footage, Liang Yu noticed an anomaly. The smartphone in Zhou Curson's left hand appeared to be of a uniquely customized variety. Although Liang Yu was not particularly knowledgeable about phones, he deemed it irrelevant and shared the video with his wristband for analysis. After a wait of 3 to 4 minutes, the wristband, through extensive database comparisons, provided an astonishingly precise result with a 93% accuracy rate. This device was a military-grade specialized phone. Such an item was not unusual for a university professor with some connections. It was both reasonable and expected. Yet, the crucial aspect was the country of origin of this phone, the Foot Basin country. Upon realizing this, Liang Yu immediately associated it with the term spy. In the past, this would have been a veritable walking liability. Zhou Kerson's suspicion was magnified infinitely by this phone. However, mere suspicion was all it was. The presence of the phone alone did not confirm any collusion with Zhang Bolong. The most pressing issue was Liang Yu's uncertainty regarding whether Huang Qiushi was involved. Much like Zhou Kerson, therefore, he refrained from taking action too soon. Not wishing to alarm the parties involved or to allow Lan Ling to experience the treachery of human nature in this apocalyptic world, Liang Yu was confident that within the confines of the house, Lan Ling lacked any reason to complain about her treatment. Her living conditions were far superior to those of over 95% of the populace outside. He needed to obtain decisive evidence to persuade her. If he were to simply eliminate the suspect, it would cast him in a negative light, and he could not bear to face the disapproving gaze of Lan Ling. He then redirected his attention to Huang Qiushi, who was engaged in gaming with Lan Ling, seeking to ascertain whether he was entangled in this matter. If Huang Qiushi proved innocent, Liang Yu would not hesitate to present him with a delightful surprise, as a reward for companionship. Just as Liang Yu contemplated how to gather evidence, Zhou Kerson made a move. The surveillance footage revealed her special phone receiving a message, prompting her to emerge from the comforting blankets and peer out from the guest room door to check for anyone outside. She subsequently returned to her cozy bed to check her messages. Before long, Zhou Kerson had donned her attire and emerged from the guest room. In an effort to appear more at ease, she retrieved a piece of chocolate from the now powerless freezer. As she walked towards the entrance door, she occasionally cast glances towards Lan Ling's room. Upon reaching the doorway, she fixed her gaze in the direction of the master bedroom while delicately extracting a string of keys wrapped in cloth from her pocket. With utmost caution, she inserted the key into the lock, striving to produce no sound. However, witnessing this act, Liang Yu could not suppress a chuckle. The keyhole of the front door was, in truth, merely ornamental. It boasted a unique design. When the key was inserted, it would engage a cleverly disguised false lock. Yet, here lay a minor wicked jest. All keys could turn normally once inserted, providing feedback as they did so. However, just at the moment before the door would open, it would become irrevocably jammed. Chapter 104. The Assault of the Basin People. At this moment, Zhou Kerson found herself in a predicament where her keys could only turn back. She had tried 5 or 6 keys in succession, each yielding the same disappointing result. This left her questioning her very existence. The painstaking effort she had invested in procuring this set of keys seemed futile, as none could unlock the door. Her gaze shifted to the nearby machine, contemplating how to gain access or perhaps deceive Lan Ling into opening the door for her. Finally, her attention settled on the last key. Liang Yu utilized the surveillance system to assess the situation outside room 1101. Confirming that the coast was clear, he swiftly made a decision to remotely control the system governing the entrance to room 1101. He endeavored to assist his counterpart in using the final key to unlock the door. As Zhou Kerson turned her wrist, she distinctly heard the sound of the door unlocking. She gently pulled the door ajar, verifying that it had indeed opened. The frigid air from outside rushed in through the narrow opening, assaulting her senses. Cautiously yet swiftly, Zhou Kerson secured the door once more. As she closed it, she heard the reassuring click of the lock engaging. This time, she refrained from further attempts, fearing that the noise would attract the attention of the other two. She meticulously stowed the keys away, tucking them into her bosom. The key that had successfully opened the door was carefully wrapped in a tissue and discreetly placed against her heart. With her facade intact, she returned to the living room, discreetly slipping the keys into the crevice of the sofa. Once this was accomplished, Zhou Kerson made her way back to the guest room. The first thing she did upon entering was retrieve her unique mobile phone. Her slender fingers danced across the screen, sending out a flurry of messages. Observing this, Liang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. All that remained was to await their arrival. In the narrow corridor, he mused that a barrage from a heavy machine gun would suffice to eliminate any adversaries. Speaking of heavy machine guns, a particular saying suddenly came to mind. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, free from the 6 roots of desire, with depleted uranium bullets, each breath yielding 3,600 turns. Great compassion and mercy for the world, we praise the Gatling Bodhisattva, practicing profound prajnaparamita. However, the M134 Gatling gun weighed a staggering 15.9 kilograms. Coupled with the weight of the ammunition chain and recoil, the mere thought of it was daunting. Unless clad in mechanical armor, wielding the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva would certainly prove challenging. At that moment, his gaze settled on the tabletop, where a fist-sized, deep crimson glass sphere lay. This was an experimental item he had carelessly left behind after his last endeavor. Its effect was akin to that of a Molotov cocktail, which made it somewhat underwhelming in his estimation. Unlike a Molotov cocktail, however, this glass sphere, once shattered, would release a unique gas that would diffuse outward in a circular radius of 10 meters from the point of breakage. It is not a matter of igniting after diffusion. Rather, ignition and diffusion occur simultaneously. To put it simply, when this glass sphere is hurled into a crowd and shatters, flames will instantaneously engulf those within its vicinity. However, Liang Yu has never employed this device in actual combat, leading him to perceive it as merely average, a fortified version of a Molotov cocktail in his eyes. To him, it seems less practical than a flamethrower. Nonetheless, experimenting with it might not be a bad idea. As Liang Yu pondered which weapon to utilize against these individuals, Yuan Wu, having escaped from the residential complex, found himself in a nearby building. He entered the master bedroom and discovered the homeowner, long deceased from the cold, frozen in bed. Without a second thought, he unceremoniously tossed the body aside and settled into rest. Yuan Wu placed his backpack down and retrieved some sustenance to replenish his strength. While consuming his meal, he took out his phone to contact his compatriots from the Foot Basin country. To his surprise, before he could even report any intelligence, he received a notification of impending reinforcements. After some contemplation, he resolved to relay the current situation. Meanwhile, approximately 8 kilometers away, on the opposite side of the residential area, stood a school established by the Foot Basin people within the country. It remains a mystery how they persuaded the local government, but the institution is aptly named the Foot Basin School. A prominently displayed sign at the entrance expressly forbids all nationals from entering. At this juncture, around 50 individuals from the Foot Basin country, armed with rudimentary weapons, trudged through the frigid air towards Liang Yu's residential complex. Ordinarily, such a large contingent should not have been dispatched to a single neighborhood. However, discrepancies in the information relayed by Murakami and Yu raised alarms among them. Thus, they resolved to seize the area with overwhelming force, gradually encroaching upon the surroundings to fulfill their ambition of territorial expansion. What they failed to grasp is the current state of their own kin. The endless cycle of consanguineous marriages has yielded offspring indistinguishable from the intellectually impaired. After generations of propagation, an expose prior to the apocalypse revealed that the bloodline of the Foot Basin people remains remarkably untainted, devoid of any admixture. The 17-year-old heir, for instance, is still a creature limited to crawling, incapable of performing even the simplest acts of walking or speaking. Yet, according to whispers, he retains primal instincts, suggesting that procreation of the next generation should pose no issue. Thus, these 50 individuals, propelled by the belief of expanding the Foot Basin territory, made their way towards Liang Yu's neighborhood. Simultaneously, in the property management warehouse, Murakami received the same alarming information on his phone. Wang Yong furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Handing his phone to Zhang Bolong beside him, he expressed his concerns, stating, "They have mobilized a full 50 men. What are we to do with so few on our side? The most pressing concern is the uncertainty of their weaponry." Zhang Bolong found himself in a bit of a quandary, yet his thoughts were far more profound than those of his counterpart. He spoke words of comfort, urging, "Do not be so pessimistic. Consider the multitude of individuals they possess. Traveling will inevitably deplete their food supplies. I do not believe they have ample provisions. They are likely enduring hunger, which would diminish their combat efficacy. In contrast, our situation may not be one of abundance. Yet the mutton provided sustains us sufficiently to stave off hunger. We remain the party at ease, so there is no need for excessive worry." Wang Yong understood this perspective, and observing the presence of others around them, he refrained from further commentary. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Bolong, they both armed themselves and stepped outside. Chapter 105. The interstice. The two ascended to the second floor, gazing silently at the snow-draped scenery outside. Zhang Bolong instinctively reached into his pocket, yearning for a cigarette to ignite, only to realize that he had none to offer himself. Even Wang Yong, observing his gesture, subconsciously patted his own pocket, only to discover it was devoid of cigarettes as well. Each had witnessed the other's actions, and they could not help but chuckle. Wang Yong was the first to break the silence. "Brother Zhang, how many of those coming from the other side do you think are armed?" Zhang Bolong hesitated, uncertain. But after a moment's contemplation, he concluded that a substantial number of firearms among them was improbable. He estimated uncertainly, "Brother Wang, I reckon it won't exceed the number of fingers on one hand. Moreover, we have already confiscated one of their pistols, along with some ammunition. So, they should only possess one more firearm than us. We need to ensnare Lin Hu." Zhang Bolong's response aligned closely with Wang Yong's expectations. Alas, it's a pity that the Foot Basin person cannot discern anything else. He pondered, where do you think we should ambush them? Thus, the two engaged in deliberations on how to confront the impending arrival of their adversaries from the Foot Basin nation. Meanwhile, in room 1101, Zhou Kersen sought out Huang Qiushi, who was engrossed in a game. After exchanging a few words with Lan Ling, she promptly pulled him away. Once they reached the living room, Zhou Kersen turned to Huang Qiushi and inquired, I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Do you still have any sleeping pills? Huang Xiushi, slightly disoriented from being unexpectedly summoned, pondered for a moment upon hearing her request. I still have half a bottle in my medicine cabinet. I'll fetch you a 2-day supply and see how it works for you. Remember to inform me if you experience any discomfort. As he prepared to head to his room for the pills, coercion stopped him, pointing towards Lanling's room. Enough, I can handle this minor task myself. You were abruptly pulled away, and Lanling has finished her game yet. You'll need to return to rescue her. Huang Xiushi, accustomed to their familiarity, did not object. Before departing, he cautioned, just be mindful of your dosage. This can be taken in a maximum of 2 tablets at a time. If your insomnia isn't severe, you might want to start with half a tablet. At that moment, coercion grasped his arms, turning him towards the door of Lanling's room and gently nudging him. All right, I understand. I'm not a child. I can read the instructions. Huang Xiushi relented, acknowledging her maturity. As a university professor, she certainly possessed the capacity to comprehend such matters. Thus, he gave little thought to it and swiftly returned to Lanling's room to lend her assistance. Upon Huang Xiushi's return, Lanling appeared as though she had seen a beacon of hope. Oh, Xiushi, you're finally back. Hurry, come out of the safe zone. I can barely hold on. In no time, Huang Xiushi joined the fray, alleviating the pressure on Lanling. At that moment, Lanling casually inquired, what did Teacher Zhou want with you just now? She wouldn't even join us for a game. Huang Xiushi was engrossed in maneuvering her game character. Upon hearing Lanling's question about the earlier encounter, she casually divulged the details, which were hardly a closely guarded secret. Oh, it's nothing of great significance. Coercion mentioned to me that she has been experiencing some insomnia lately, so she asked for some sleeping pills. I happen to have some in my medicine cabinet, and she went over to collect them. Initially, I intended to let her try the calming tea I had prepared beforehand, but she seemed determined, so I acquiesced. Upon learning of Coercion's recent insomnia, Lanling's interest waned. After all, insomnia is quite a commonplace issue. Moreover, for over a week, Huang Xiushi had been dragged over by her to spend the entire day watching dramas and playing games. Even her nights were spent here. So she found it rather unremarkable that the other person might suffer from sleeplessness. However, she suddenly paused, then reacted and reiterated Huang Xiushi's statement. Xiushi, did you just say that Teacher Zhou is experiencing insomnia? She emphasized the key terms again. Teacher Zhou, insomnia? Huang Xiushi, still unperturbed, continued to deftly manipulate her controller. Yes. She just told me that she has been having some trouble sleeping these past couple of days. Why? Is there an issue? Reluctantly, Lanling decided to jog Huang Xiushi's memory. Think back to yesterday. We spent 3 hours defeating the big head baby in black myth. And then what did we do? Recall the details meticulously. Noticing the gravity in Lanling's tone, Huang Xiushi set down her game. With her right hand placed over her heart and her left elbow resting on her palm, she nervously bit her left thumbnail. After a considerable pause, Huang Xiushi began recounting their activities from the previous night. After defeating the big head baby, we were both a bit hungry. So we ventured into the kitchen for a midnight snack. It was around 3 in the morning, and we tiptoed as if we were thieves, afraid of making any noise. Once we reached the kitchen, you insisted on having milk tea at such a late hour, and not just any instant kind. But you wanted me to brew it for you. It ended up taking quite a while. After making the milk tea, we prepared 3 self-heating hot pots, and after eating, we played a bit more in the room before calling it a night. Once Huang Xiushi finished her recounting, Lanling posed another question. Think carefully. Why did we end up with 3 self-heating hot pots? It could have been 2 or 4. Why exactly 3? Upon hearing Lanling's words, Huang Xiushi seemed to recall something. As her memory surfaced, she articulated it. After brewing the milk tea, we realized we had made quite a bit too much. And you suggested that we call Coercion to join us for a late-night snack, to avoid her feeling left out while we indulged. Subsequently, they prepared food for 3 and went to the guest room to invite Coercion out for their midnight feast. She seemed to be in a deep slumber, groggily responding to us before drifting back into sleep. At this point, Huang Xiushi widened her eyes in realization. This. It was evident that she had grasped the gravity of the situation. What would a person who does not suffer from insomnia seek from her? Suddenly, a deeply troubling thought surged through Huang Xiushi's mind. In that moment, she prepared to dash out of Lanling's room to find Coercion, but was halted by Lanling. There is no need for concern. She does not exhibit the traits of someone contemplating suicide. At least from her demeanor over the past few days, there is no indication of such thoughts. Rather, I believe the real danger lies with the 2 of us. Subsequently, Lanling shared her perspective. Let us keep this matter discreet and observe if she displays any unusual behavior over the next couple of days. Chapter 106. Liang Yu's preparations. It is always prudent to remain vigilant. Should we have misjudged the situation, we would inevitably have to seek forgiveness from Zhou Curson afterward. Huang Qiushi hesitated for a brief moment before acquiescing, sensing an air of mystery surrounding the matter. As long as she and Lan Ling exercised caution and observed closely over the next few days, without causing any harm to Zhou Curson, she found no reason to oppose such a course of action. At this moment, Liang Yu stood in a spacious training ground, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment. After all, he had scarcely engaged with the training equipment for quite some time. Approaching an open area, he positioned a large RV in the vacant space. Gazing at the unremarkable vehicle before him, Liang Yu felt a tinge of unreality. There appeared to be no significant alterations post-modification. Clearing his throat, he called out to the RV, "Transform." 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. The RV remained utterly still. Undeterred, he shouted again, "Snow terrain mode." This time, the RV finally responded with mechanical sounds. Liang Yu watched in astonishment as the original 4 wheels transformed into tank treads, distinctly featuring a non-slip design. After witnessing the snow terrain mode, Liang Yu eagerly exclaimed, "Aerial mode." The familiar mechanical voice resonated once more, and Liang Yu felt his head spin. The tank treads vanished, leaving the chassis devoid of any appendages. From a distance, the RV resembled a smooth rectangular prism, devoid of edges. Intrigued, Liang Yu stepped into the RV's cockpit. Placing his hand upon the screen, he initiated a verification process, successfully activating the vehicle. The RV began to levitate, floating gracefully in the air. Leaning forward to observe, he found it hard to reconcile his expectations. The advanced technology he had seen in films showcased dazzling designs, whereas this vehicle could only be described in 4 words, plain and unadorned. He could not think of any other term to encapsulate it. It lacked even the most basic lighting effects. Consequently, Liang Yu began to harbor a sense of disdain for the RV. Yet, despite his reservations, he could not deny its practicality. After all, the RV was equipped with all necessary functions. Its sole shortcoming was the absence of offensive weaponry. To use this vehicle for lethal purposes, one would have to either run over an opponent or collide with them at high speed using the RV. Refusing to be disheartened, he resolved to try once more. "Autobot, transform!" Liang Yu exclaimed, filled with hopeful anticipation. He yearned for it to rival the Transformers. Alas, the RV remained just that, a mere RV. It failed to fulfill Liang Yu's lofty expectations. After uttering those words, nothing transpired. It seemed that to achieve the essence of an Autobot, he would need to pursue modifications on a scaled model. The notion of transforming a conventional vehicle into a transformer was, regrettably, an unrealistic aspiration. Subsequently, he stowed the RV back into his backpack. Then he produced an object resembling a doll. However, this was no ordinary doll. It was a remarkable sewer worker who had accompanied countless childhoods. Clad in blue overalls and a red shirt, he sported white gloves, one of which grasped a red hat emblazoned with the letter M. Most striking were his prominent nose and U-shaped mustache. He was none other than Mario. Alas, Mario lacked self-awareness. He had been transformed from a mere toy into an imitation of a human. His essence still resided within the realm of robotics. Upon receiving commands or tasks, Mario would analyze them from his database and execute his duties in the simplest and most efficient manner. Gazing at the 155-centimeter-tall Mario, Liang Yu was struck by an idea. He retrieved the Gatling gun from his backpack and commanded Mario to lift the hefty 15.9-kilogram weapon from the ground. Following Liang Yu's orders, Mario hoisted the formidable contraption, the 80-centimeter Gatling now towering alongside him. Yet, Liang Yu felt something was amiss. Realizing the absence of a bullet chain, he rummaged through his backpack and, after a brief search, discovered a suitable magazine. This magazine alone weighed a staggering 60 kilograms, containing nearly 5,000 bullets, each weighing 12.7 grams, designed for the M134 Gatling. After modifications, the weight had been reduced to a mere 20 kilograms, yet it still held an astonishing 50,000 rounds. Liang Yu instructed Mario to attach it directly. Though the spectacle lacked the imposing presence of a bullet chain, the firepower had undeniably increased. Observing the pocket of Mario's blue overalls, Liang Yu impulsively commanded him to stow the Gatling in that very pocket. This should have been an ineffective command, as Mario was programmed not to execute invalid orders. However, to Liang Yu's astonishment, Mario sprang into action. He effortlessly lifted the Gatling, barrel facing downward, while using his other hand to open the pocket of his overalls. In a seamless motion, he placed the weapon inside. To Liang Yu's disbelief, the small pocket actually accommodated both the Gatling and the magazine. Quickly approaching, Liang Yu reached into Mario's pocket. As he rummaged through, he grasped something cold and solid. Pulling it out, he found it to be Mario's wrench. After a few experimental swings, he noted its surprising ease of use. Nevertheless, he returned the wrench to its rightful place, Looking at Mario before him, Liang Yu felt a pang of envy. How he longed for a pair of overalls like those. No, he yearned for the very pocket that held such remarkable items. As a modified object, Liang Yu found it entirely reasonable. Mario, a humble plumber, undoubtedly requires tools for his trade. Lacking a toolbox, he possesses a pocket designed for carrying instruments, a characteristic that resonates with the essence of a modern style. He harbors no envy whatsoever. Liang Yu wishes to clarify that he has no intention of removing the suspenders from Mario's backpack. However, ever since he discovered the enchantment of Mario's remarkable suspenders, his gaze has remained fixated upon them. He does indeed desire them and experiences a twinge of envy. Yet not for his own use. His backpack allows him to gather items freely. What he yearns for is to create a spatial storage apparatus for his mechanical exoskeleton. He envisions placing those weapon pockets within this spatial storage, enabling him to retrieve them effortlessly whenever needed, while also allowing other machines to don this spatial storage as well. Chapter 107. Joe Kerson's anomaly. As for the blue overalls, he dared not to even imagine the implications of every word associated with them. It would be an eyesore indeed. Particularly with the Megatron model, should it transform into human form clad in those blue overalls. Liang Yu felt an overwhelming sense that the very fabric of space would tear as it came to deliver a crushing blow upon him. He stowed Mario away, preferring not to behold that sight any longer. This way, he would not be perpetually fixated on the overalls. After the incident involving Mario, he found himself devoid of motivation to organize his thoughts. He returned to his rocking chair, lying there like a despondent fish. Simultaneously, he activated 2 surveillance feeds, indulging in the languor while observing any movements from the others. Whenever hunger or thirst struck, he casually rummaged through his backpack for some snacks to satiate his appetite. On the other hand, Huang Qiushi remained in the confines of Lan Ling's room, yet the two were no longer engaged in their gaming. Liang Yu observed their actions, which resembled stretching exercises. To be more precise, they might have been practicing yoga. Liang Yu did not delve into this matter. Thus he was uncertain whether they were indeed doing yoga. However, it was of little consequence. As long as their actions remained unremarkable, all would be well. Meanwhile, Joe Kerson appeared to have acquired a small mortar for grinding herbs, cushioned beneath with a layer of bedding. She was industriously pounding something within the mortar with a stone pestle. Liang Yu could only see fragments of white debris and powder, not recognizing it was inconsequential. He simply instructed his wristband to collect data for analysis. After a few moments of Joe Kerson's relentless pounding, the wristband's analytical results emerged. There was a 95% probability that the powder was derived from sleeping pills, with the remaining 5% attributed to calcium tablet powder. The mere thought of that 5% made Liang Yu chuckle. True to its nature, the vast data always kept a contingency. The 95% certainty all but confirmed that the substance in Joe Kerson's possession was indeed a sedative. He had not anticipated this phase of drug administration, as he had not left any sleeping pills behind. His assumption had been that Joe Kerson would resort to the alcohol he had left behind, attempting to intoxicate Lan Ling and Huang Qiushi. The kitchen still held fruit wine and yellow rice wine. Though low in alcohol content, it could still induce inebriation. At that moment, he found himself intrigued by how Joe Kerson intended to administer the powdered sleeping pills to the two of them. The sedative was virtually odorless, with a slightly bitter taste, and was nearly insoluble in water. It readily hydrolyzed when exposed to acidic or basic conditions or when heated. Soon after, Liang Yu witnessed Joe Kerson enter the kitchen, commencing the process of boiling water. During this, she produced a teapot for brewing tea, placing a small amount of the sleeping powder at the bottom. She added a generous quantity of tea leaves to the strainer above. Upon the water reaching a boil, she poured it into the teapot, reserving the remaining water for her own cup, into which she similarly added a few tea leaves. This method would aid in distinguishing her own cup from the medicated one, thus alleviating any suspicion. However, Joe Kerson did not immediately pour the tea from the teapot into the communal cup. Instead, it is preferable to steep it for an extended period, allowing the flavors to deepen. However, the robust taste of strong tea tends to be more bitter, lacking the sweetness characteristic of lighter brews. Nevertheless, this bitterness can effectively mask the unpleasant flavor of the sleeping powder. Yet, to Liang Yu, this was rife with inconsistencies. It is uncommon for Chinese individuals to indulge in tea during the evening, unless they are entertaining guests, in which case they might prepare a pot of tea. From a young age, he was taught that tea primarily serves to invigorate the mind. Consuming a considerable amount of tea, particularly strong varieties, at night can easily lead to insomnia. Liang Yu remained uncertain of the veracity of this notion, having heard it from his elderly relative while he was still alive. Thus, until now, unless he needed to stay awake, he seldom brewed tea in the evenings. He then observed Joe Kerson entering Lan Ling's bedroom, carrying 3 steaming cups of tea. The two exchanged glances at the sight of Joe Kerson. Typically, at this hour, Zhou Curson would be exercising in her own room. Huang Qiushi had been influenced by her habit of visiting Zhou Curson's home every weekend for a workout. Since moving into Unit 1101, Zhou Curson had maintained this disciplined routine, remaining remarkably committed. On several occasions, Huang Qiushi had sought Zhou Curson at this time, never finding her absent from her exercises. However, the fact that such a disciplined person had chosen to forego her workout today in favor of bringing them tea was indeed peculiar. Under normal circumstances, Huang Qiushi would not have thought much of it. Occasionally breaking the monotony of life can be refreshing. Yet, just recently, she and Lan Ling had noticed Zhou Curson's unusual behavior, and now this deviation from her norm had piqued Huang Qiushi's wariness. One incident could be interpreted as an accident. Two could be attributed to coincidence. However, should a third or fourth occurrence arise, it would suggest something far more intricate. Huang Qiushi thus withdrew her previously casual gaze and scrutinized her friend earnestly. Noticing the silence, Zhou Curson set the box aside and took a sip of her unadulterated tea. Addressing the two with a playful tone, "Why are you staring at me? Drink up while the tea is still warm. It must be enjoyed hot, once cooled. It loses its essence." Lan Ling glanced at the tea and then at Zhou Curson, inquiring, "Teacher Zhou, since you brewed tea, why not make milk tea instead? We both enjoy freshly brewed milk tea." Just as Huang Qiushi was about to respond, Lan Ling firmly grasped her arm. Zhou Curson, taken aback by Lan Ling's question, had anticipated various reactions but did not foresee this particular line of inquiry. After a moment of feigned recollection, she replied, "I sincerely apologize. I searched for quite some time, but could not locate the milk. I checked everywhere I could think of." However, Zhou Curson's words struck Huang Qiushi like a heavy blow. She recognized the deception in her friend's statement. Moreover, with the addition of the sedatives that the other party requested, she now finds herself compelled to doubt the integrity of the tea. The last time she and Lan Ling prepared milk tea, the leftover unopened milk was placed in an unpowered refrigerator. Furthermore, it was not stored in the side doors of the fridge. As soon as the other party opens the refrigerator, the unused milk she had set aside would be in plain sight. It is inconceivable that it could be overlooked. Consequently, Zhou Curson is resolutely averse to consuming this cup of tea. Most critically, the other party had just confided in her about their insomnia and then proceeded to serve her tea late at night. They even began to drink it in her presence. While others may not grasp the implications, as a physician, if she were unaware, she would likely need to retake her medical licensure examination. Chapter 108. Trust tea contains caffeine, a substance known for its stimulating properties, which can easily provoke insomnia in individuals. This is the primary reason. Another factor is the presence of theobromine in tea. Those who are particularly sensitive to this compound are likely to experience adverse effects after consuming tea, leading to sleeplessness. This is the origin of the age-old adage that drinking tea at night will prevent one from sleeping. Zhou Curson was uncertain whether she was sensitive to theobromine. However, upon observing the strong brew in the cup held by her companion, it seemed ill-suited for someone struggling with insomnia. Consequently, she refrained from reaching for the offered tea and instead stood up to address Lan Ling. "Would you like some milk tea? I can prepare it for you," she proposed. Then turned her attention back to her friend, Zhou Curson, gesturing towards the half-full cup in her hand. "Curson, do you want some? If so, I can make yours as well." Curson promptly declined, simultaneously lifting her own brewed tea. "There's already some here. Just add milk and heat it up." Huang Qiushi was bemused by this notion. Did she truly believe that simply adding milk to brewed tea equated to milk tea? It seemed Curson was unaware that authentic milk tea required first frying the sugar and tea leaves before subsequently adding milk to simmer. Yet, in that moment, he chose not to expose her misunderstanding, quietly taking both cups of tea she had brewed. As he exited the room, he cast a discreet glance at Lan Ling, signaling her to keep Curson occupied. Seeing Huang Qiushi departing with the medicinal tea, Curson immediately attempted to follow. "Qiushi, wait for me. I'll come help." However, before she could step beyond the threshold, Lan Ling grasped her arm firmly. "Teacher Zhou, please don't. Qiushi can manage alone. It doesn't take two people to make milk tea. Stay here and play a game with me." Curson had intended to add the remaining sedative powder she possessed into the milk tea, making it impossible for her to acquiesce to Lan Ling's request. No. I really can't play this game. How about I prepare the milk tea and let Qiushi return to keep you company?" But Lan Ling was unyielding, dismissing her excuses with determination, firmly seating Curson in her place. She then handed her the controller, explaining each button's function. With no other choice, Curson reluctantly obliged and joined Lan Ling in the game, and thus, the night passed. Early the next morning, Wang Yong led the two back to Building 7, where Lin Hu resided. The previous night, Wang Yong had arranged a meeting with Lin Hu. Although Lin Hu found it puzzling that there was a need for face-to-face communication, he was cautious of Wang Yong's strength and chose not to confront him directly. Therefore, he agreed to wait for Wang Yong's arrival early that morning. The term early simply meant he had risen a bit sooner, as the cold weather rendered most activities impractical. Wang Yong did not keep him waiting long and soon appeared at Lin Hu's door. When Lin Hu noticed the arrival of his counterpart, he did not hastily inquire but instead gestured for Wang Yong to take a seat. His gaze lingered on the firearms behind the visitor. Wang Yong, seemingly indifferent to Lin Hu's scrutiny, took the initiative to articulate his purpose. This caught Lin Hu off guard. He initially anticipated some preliminary discussion from the other party. Brother Lin Hu, I apologize for intruding so early, but the situation is indeed grave, and I find myself compelled to seek your assistance. He then handed over the mobile phones retrieved from the fields below the village, along with a prepared translation he had in hand. I trust you have heard the gunfire from yesterday. These devices were confiscated from a group of Foot Basin individuals, and according to the information relayed, they are expected to arrive here today with a contingent of 50. However, I am uncertain about their specific armaments. Were it anyone else, I would never trouble you. Brother Lin Hu, even if I were to perish, it would be my own affair. I would not burden you with it. But now I must pose a question. With this group of Foot Basin individuals arriving, are you willing to collaborate with us to ensure they are all apprehended? We can split the proceeds 50-50 afterward. After all, these Foot Basin chickens are resources that should not go to waste. Lin Hu did not respond immediately. He remained cautious, aware that in such a precarious environment, misplaced trust could lead to dire consequences. He examined the mobile phone in his hand and conducted a comparison. Subsequently, he took out his own phone to capture and translate the Foot Basin audio from the information. After verifying the accuracy by comparing it with the device Wang Yong had provided, he returned both phones to Wang Yong. With a long sigh, Lin Hu finally offered his response. Very well, I shall cooperate with you, but only this once. As you rightly pointed out, infighting among our own is disgraceful. However, not every rogue can act with impunity in our nation. Since you have sought me out, it is clear you are prepared. I have 32 individuals, myself included, who will follow your lead this time. He cast a meaningful glance at Wang Yong. I hope you do not disappoint me. The weight of Lin Hu's words conveyed the gravity of his expectations. Wang Yong, understanding the implications of Lin Hu's statement, assured him. Brother Lin, rest assured, I had considered this matter before coming. Our team will be positioned at the front to draw their attention and lure them in, while you will handle their rear. He then produced a hand-drawn schematic, placing it on the table as he began to discuss it with Lin Hu. At that moment, Lin Hu summoned the squad leaders to join them. On the other side, Yuan Iwu Mu, who had spent the night recuperating outside the community, had now awakened. After a brief refreshment, he retrieved a pair of binoculars and stepped out of his room. He continuously shifted his position to observe the happenings within the community. However, what Yuan Iwu Mu failed to notice was that behind him, another figure was similarly observing him. After shifting between two buildings, he sensed that something was amiss. When he turned around, he was met with the ominous sight of a dark gun barrel aimed directly at his forehead. Gazing at this menacing piece of iron before him, he suddenly recognized it as a character from the films they had come to know as their father's legacy. In that moment, Yuan Iwu Mu attempted to engage the individual before him, beginning with his clumsy yet earnest attempt at speaking in the refined Mandarin. Yet, the third machine before him showed no sign of acknowledgement. Resolving to bridge the communication gap, he contemplated switching to another language in hopes of establishing a connection. Chapter 109. The cross of the community. Yuan Iwu was far from honest, moving backward deliberately yet unconsciously. If he could retreat just 50 centimeters, he would reach the staircase. However, Liang Yu did not grant him that opportunity, lowering the gun barrel of the third machine aimed at him. At that moment, Yuan Iwu believed that his adversary had relinquished his hostility. Just as he was about to speak, the familiar sound of a gunshot resonated. An intense pain shot through his left ankle, causing him to lose his balance and crash heavily onto the corridor floor. Clutching his wound, Yuan Iwu emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Liang Yu, irritated by the noise, soon aimed his gun at Yuan Iwu's head, declaring, "You have 5 seconds. If I hear another yelp, I shall not hold back." After Liang Yu's words, Yuan Iwu endeavored to silence himself, understanding the gravity of the situation. Liang Yu had not anticipated that a mere test of the third machine would lead to such an encounter. A figure lurked in the shadows, using binoculars to observe the community from various vantage points. Liang Yu, spotting this individual, could not simply overlook the situation as he might have under normal circumstances. After all, the adage goes, a Taoist who survives does not concern himself with the demise of another. Yet, the events of the previous night compelled him to intervene. He wished to avert any unforeseen calamities. Fearing that Yuan Iwu might escape, he seized the latter's shoulder and randomly selected a room. The third machine kicked the door open with force. Once inside, Liang Yu found some rope and bound Yuan Iwu, leaving him in that room. As he approached the door that had just been kicked open, he discovered it was no longer usable. He casually dismantled 2 doors, repurposing them with his lightsaber to fashion a cross. Unable to find nails, he resorted to cutting pieces from the discarded door. After a laborious 20 minutes, a towering cross, over 2 meters high, was finally completed. Subsequently, Liang Yu secured Yuan Yiwu to the cross, wielding some makeshift nails in his hand. He then inquired, "State your purpose." "I've been with you for quite some time. Think carefully before you respond." However, the moment Yuan Yiwu opened his mouth, he spoke in the language of the Foot Basin country, which greatly displeased Liang Yu. In a swift motion, he drove a nail into Yuan Yiwu's left wrist. The room echoed with Yuan Yiwu's screams once more. This time, he finally spoke intelligibly, though his words were rather absurd. "According to the Geneva Conventions, I am now your prisoner of war. I deserve humane treatment. You cannot treat me this way." At that juncture, the third machine produced 5 smaller nails and proceeded to affix them to the fingers of Yuan Yiwu's left hand. "You see, isn't this much more agreeable?" Liang Yu remarked. "At first, you spoke in the language of the Foot Basin country. Furthermore, the Geneva Conventions were established between the 19th and 20th centuries regarding battlefield captives. Are you truly a prisoner of war? Do not make me ask twice. If you utter another word of nonsense, a nail shall find its way into your body." After Liang Yu's declaration, Yuan Yiwu found it hard to believe. This single word, and his wrist was mercilessly nailed to the cross by Liang Yu. Liang Yu gestured, urging him to continue his performance. "You bastard. If you have the guts, just kill me. We, the Foot Basin people, do not fear death." With these 2 sentences, Liang Yu felt that his opponent was remarkably cooperative. Was it not evident that he wished for Liang Yu to nail his feet as well? Naturally, Liang Yu was more than willing to oblige. Following this encounter, Yuan Yiwu genuinely harbored a sense of dread towards the third machine, or rather, the manipulator of the third building, Liang Yu. His limbs were now crucified, ensuring that death was inevitable. Yet, he yearned for a swift demise, not a protracted torment. Thus, enduring the pain, he gazed at the third machine. "I can tell you, but after I do, you must grant me a quick end." However, as soon as Yuan Yiwu uttered these words, 2 fingers of his right hand were once again driven into the iron. This made Yuan Yiwu acutely aware that he had no room for negotiation. He had no choice but to divulge everything to Liang Yu. Once Liang Yu comprehended the entire situation, he did not execute Yuan Yiwu on the spot. Instead, he commanded the third machine to hoist the cross with Yuan Yiwu still affixed to it. They swiftly made their way to a location approximately 200 meters within the community entrance. After using a lightsaber to shatter a small area of ice, he forcefully planted the cross into the ground. Feeling the biting cold, Yuan Yiwu shouted incessantly, hoping to attract the attention of others. Liang Yu paid him no heed and carefully used the lightsaber to cut away his clothing before dashing into the nearest building, leaving Yuan Yiwu on the cross. Stripped of the protection of his garments, Yuan Yiwu's body gradually stiffened as he succumbed to the frigid air. Within 10 minutes, he was frozen to death. Half an hour later, on his way back, Wang Yong unexpectedly stumbled upon this peculiar structure. Out of curiosity, he approached for a closer look. However, since he had been at a distance yesterday, he had not discerned Yuan Yiwu's features, thus failing to recognize the person on the cross. Yet, a sharp-eyed subordinate noticed a detail and quickly informed Wang Yong. Brother Wang, look, he is wearing a diaper. Isn't that a habit of the Foot Basin people?" With this reminder, Wang Yong followed his gaze and indeed saw the Foot Basin person's diaper. A sense of intrigue arose within him. He then instructed those nearby, "Leave this here for now. Clear the ice from his face, then take a clear photograph to inquire with that Foot Basin person." With that, Wang Yong crouched down, rummaging through the clothing until his subordinates had completed their task. He found no clues among the garments, as the items had been indiscriminately tossed into his backpack. This backpack had been left behind by Liang Yu in the room where the cross was made after encountering the third machine. Naturally, Wang Yong could uncover nothing of significance. Subsequently, he returned to prepare for the forthcoming events. Meanwhile, after retrieving the third machine, Liang Yu made his way directly to the living room of room 1101. At that moment, the living room was devoid of any occupants. Liang Yu approached the door of Lan Ling's room and knocked gently. Soon, Huang Qiushir's voice echoed from within. "Kuexian, you may come in." Liang Yu, without hesitation, pushed the door open and stepped inside, casually closing the door behind him. He then sat down effortlessly on the bed, his gaze fixed upon the 2 internet-addicted girls seated at the computer desk. Chapter 110. Captured alive after 2 minutes. Huang Qiushir finally sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he turned his head to look back, only to discover a man seated on the bed behind him. "Oh!" He immediately let out a piercing scream. Liang Yu, with his fingers plugged into his ears, remarked to Huang Qiushir, All right. A scream or 2 is sufficient." One might think you were attempting to hit a high note. Initially startled by the shrill cry, Ling, who was engrossed in a game, turned his head in surprise and delight upon recognizing the familiar voice, albeit his fingers continued to furiously press the game controller. Observing the scene, Liang Yu was unfazed. Yet, Huang Qiushi's reaction was rather intense. He regarded Liang Yu with evident caution, his hands searching for a weapon beside him. Liang Yu, scratching his nose and chuckling, said, "You need not be so wary of me. If I had intended to harm you, you would have already been lying down before I even entered." Only then did Huang Qiushi cease his frantic search. However, he remained highly alert, his hands gripping the armrests of the gaming chair, as if he were ready to hurl it at Liang Yu should he dare approach. Desiring to maintain a low profile, Liang Yu glanced at the smirking Ling and pointed towards Huang Qiushi. "Stop laughing and come explain. Otherwise, she truly might strike me with that chair." Just as Ling was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room. Suddenly, the door to Ling's bedroom was forcefully pushed open by Zhou Curson. Upon entering, Zhou Curson inquired, "Qiushi, what is happening? I heard your screams from outside." Her gaze immediately fell upon the unfamiliar man on the bed. Her pupils dilated. Lips parted, she pointed at Liang Yu. Meanwhile, Liang Yu produced a spray bottle from seemingly nowhere and pressed the nozzle towards Zhou Curson. A hissing sound filled the air as a white mist surged towards her face, which she inadvertently inhaled. Within 3 seconds, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Liang Yu then took hold of another spray bottle, neutralizing the remaining white mist that lingered in the air. As Huang Qiushi prepared to make a move upon witnessing this, he was halted by Ling, who shook her head and gestured for him to remain seated. She then approached Liang Yu, expecting an embrace. Liang Yu opened his arms wide, only to be met with Ling's sudden forceful headbutt to his stomach, knocking him onto the bed. Ling then seized a pillow from the side, climbing onto the bed and positioning herself on Liang Yu's abdomen, relentlessly striking him with the pillow. "You've kept me in the dark for too long. Quickly confess, have you been off wooing some beautiful sister?" At this point, Liang Yu could only shield his face, helplessly enduring the onslaught. After a while, Ling finally fatigued, placing the pillow over Liang Yu's face and leaning down. After Huang Qiushi assisted Zhou Curson into a chair, he recognized the playful banter between her and Ling as indicative of their familiarity. He refrained from inquiring about the circumstances that led to Zhou Curson's unconsciousness and instead turned his attention to a game. It was only when he sensed a lull behind him that he turned to address Zhou Curson, only to find Ling reclining against Liang Yu, placing a pillow upon him. Momentarily at a loss for words, Huang Qiushi felt uncertain about how to disrupt the intimate atmosphere between them. However, glancing at the unconscious Zhou Curson compelled him to gather his courage. "Ahem. My apologies for intruding upon your little moment. Perhaps we should resolve the current situation first, and then I can escort her outside to grant you some privacy." At this moment, Ling, leaning against Liang Yu, suddenly remembered Huang Qiushi's presence in the room. A noticeable blush spread across her fair complexion at an alarming rate, prompting her to stand abruptly without uttering a word and hurriedly retreat to the game. Seeking to alleviate her embarrassment, Liang Yu removed the pillow and sat upright once again. Observing Huang Qiushi's worried expression, he offered a reassuring explanation. "There's no need for concern. That substance is not a poison but merely induces a temporary state of unconsciousness." With that, Liang Yu produced a thick hemp rope from behind him and tossed it to Huang Qiushi. "First, bind her securely." Although perplexed by the rope, Huang Qiushi recalled Zhou Curson's earlier peculiar behavior and complied with Liang Yu's instructions, securing Zhou Curson to the chair. As Huang Qiushi bound Zhou Curson, Liang Yu approached Ling from behind, extending his hands to pinch her cheeks playfully. "Are my words falling on deaf ears? Look, it appears I must intervene once more." Ling took a deep breath, puffing out her cheeks to prevent Liang Yu from continuing his teasing. Rather than persist, Liang Yu directed his attention to Huang Qiushi, who was diligently attending to Zhou Curson. "While you're at it, retrieve her phone. I prefer not to elaborate, but if you unlock it, the contents will reveal everything. By the way, you should be able to comprehend the language of the Foot Basin country, correct?" At this juncture, Huang Qiushi paused, puzzled by Liang Yu's comment. She turned her head, trying to fathom the connection between Zhou Curson and the Foot Basin country. After a brief moment of contemplation, she began to search Zhou Curson's person, her movements growing increasingly frantic, shedding the calm demeanor she initially possessed. She had assumed that Zhou Curson had administered the drug for some private matter, and while she entertained numerous possibilities, she was reluctant to believe that Zhou Curson intended to harm her. Meanwhile, Ling, engrossed in her game, interjected, "Brother Yu, what exactly is the situation? Please, enlighten us." Huang Qiushi cast a grateful glance at Ling, appreciating her willingness to inquire on her behalf. With Ling's prompt, Liang Yu had no choice but to elucidate the series of events as he understood them, recounting all that he knew about the situation. After listening to Liang Yu, Huang Qiushi found it hard to believe what had been said. She merely glanced at Zhang Bolong's inquiry in the group chat and was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. It was evident that Lan Ling would never disclose the situation regarding the house. Having spent some time together, she understood that the girl's daily routine revolved around eating, exercising, gaming, and sleeping. Surely, she had not divulged anything. The only possibility lay with Liang Yu and Zhou Curson. However, given the current circumstances, the latter seemed more likely. At that moment, Liang Yu voiced her own confusion, leaving both Lan Ling and Zhou Curson utterly bewildered. What do you all do every day? Don't you ever glance at the messages in the group? Although much of it is trivial chatter, at least take a moment to look. Look, Zhang Bolong is inquiring about you, and you seem completely oblivious. Chapter 111. The duo game. At this moment, Lan Ling had unexpectedly appeared behind Liang Yu, leaping onto his back and gesturing animatedly towards Huang Qiushi. That's right, Qiushi is talking about you. Just look at yourself. You are utterly oblivious. Liang Yu, bearing Lan Ling on his back, could not help but chuckle. However, he was suddenly jolted by a sharp pain in his shoulder, followed by Lan Ling's voice ringing in his ears. What is so amusing? I haven't finished settling the score with you. Nevertheless, Liang Yu proceeded to escort Lan Ling out of the room, turning to Huang Qiushi as he left. If you want her to awaken, make her feel some pain. You can ask her yourself. I'm taking this girl out, leaving you some private space. He then guided the still clinging Lan Ling towards the kitchen. As they walked, Liang Yu attempted to speak, but a delicate hand swiftly covered his mouth. No, you shall not speak. Right now. I am craving guabao roe and sweet and sour ribs, without ketchup, mind you. If you can't whip it up now, keep your silence. And absolutely do not mention me. Hearing the names of the dishes, Liang Yu rummaged through his backpack silently. Soon, they arrived in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the sound of a fierce argument erupted from Lan Ling's room. She cast a worried glance back towards her room. At that moment, Liang Yu posed an exceedingly ill-timed question. Are you more concerned about the person or your equipment? Lan Ling could distinctly sense the humor in his words. After he finished speaking, she felt her earlobes being playfully tugged. What are you laughing at? What is so funny? Am I worried about Qiushi or my equipment malfunctioning? After a spirited exchange of playful banter between Liang Yu and Lan Ling, the commotion from the bedroom finally subsided. At Liang Yu's gesture, Lan Ling made her way back to her room, while he began to retrieve the sweet and sour dishes from his backpack at the dining table. Alongside the guabao roe and sweet and sour ribs, there were a total of 8 dishes, all served with a steaming pot of rice. As Liang Yu fetched bowls and chopsticks from the nearby cupboard, Lan Ling had already pulled Huang Qiushi out. Observing the red-rimmed eyes and the distressed expression on her face, it was evident that she had endured considerable emotional turmoil. Ladies, dinner is served. When Lan Ling and Huang Qiushi approached, they were met with astonishment, particularly Lan Ling, who was puzzled as to when Liang Yu had prepared everything. However, upon catching sight of the guabao roe and sweet and sour ribs, she felt a wave of gratitude and chose not to interrogate further. She walked to the table, reaching for the ribs, only to be lightly rapped on the hand by Liang Yu's chopsticks. Reluctantly, she withdrew her hand. Go wash your hands first. It won't diminish your portion. In response, Lan Ling made a playful face at Liang Yu, leading the dazed Huang Qiushi to the washroom. Meanwhile, as Liang Yu and the others were indulging in their feast, the Foot Basin Country's people were less than 800 meters away from the community. At that moment, their leader, Takahashi Maru, was peering through binoculars at the horizon. Persevere, there are only a few hundred meters left. Once we arrive ahead, we shall take a moment to rest. Everyone, pick up the pace. As they advanced, a scout from the Foot Basin tribe approached them. He reached the side of Takahashi. Takahashi-kun, I have only found the markers left by Geniki and have not encountered anyone else. Could it be that Geniki has met with misfortune? However, Takahashi was indifferent to Geniki's fate. We shall address that later. Our immediate task is to reach our destination, regroup, and secure this area. We must retrieve the supplies here. With that, the scout ceased his chatter and rejoined the marching group. Shortly thereafter, this group of Foot Basin tribesmen arrived near a community. They found a spot to rest as per previous orders. At the same time, as they approached, Liang Yu's wristband signaled a notification after he finished his meal. He then grinned at Lan Ling. Shall I take you to experience something thrilling? Lan Ling, however, was quite puzzled. Thrilling? What could possibly be enjoyable in this weather? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Liang Yu simply smiled mysteriously. Just answer, are you coming or not? Why all the questions? If I intended to sell you, you would have vanished into some ravine by now. Upon hearing this, Lan Ling promptly retorted, Humph, you dare. If you trick me, I'll burn your pile of junk. Her gaze then turned a bit worried as she observed the state of Huang Qiushi. Liang Yu retrieved the spray he had used earlier and applied it to Huang Qiushi. Before long, he collapsed onto the sofa. It's just a hypnotic gas. Do not worry. Just walk over and close your eyes. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, Lan Ling obediently approached, yet instead of closing her eyes, she merely squinted, leaving a narrow gap. Anticipating her action, Liang Yu produced a spherical device. Once activated, it projected a cubic light barrier that enveloped them both. Thus, Liang Yu escorted her back to the Doomsday Fortress. Upon their arrival within the fortress, Lan Ling grasped Liang Yu's hand, her excitement bubbling over as she asked, "What was that blue light just now? How did we arrive here so suddenly?" Observing Lan Ling, who was now wide-eyed and astonished, Liang Yu smiled with satisfaction. The orb he held was merely a glowing toy, possessing no function beyond illumination. He had no intention of clarifying. Letting her remain in misunderstanding was just as well. He then guided Lan Ling to the room housing the control terminal, pointing towards the terminal of Unit 1. "Go inside. It will instruct you on how to operate it." He then opened the box containing the completed repairs of Unit 1, while he himself moved to the position of Unit 3. After Lan Ling familiarized herself with the controls for a while, the two of them piloted Units 1 and 3 out of the fortress. "Wow, UG, this is so much fun. How could you not tell me about such an exciting thing sooner?" The other person's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. Yet, Liang Yu responded, "Keep up with me." In their pursuit, they swiftly arrived at the rear of a group of foot basin people resting. Liang Yu pointed towards the crowd below and said, "Do you see them? This group is our target for later. My demand is that not a single one must escape." Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, the other fell silent. After a moment, they inquired, "Is it absolutely necessary to kill?" Liang Yu replied firmly, "It is absolutely necessary. As for the foot basin people, you need not harbor any psychological burden." Lan Ling asked, "Foot basin people? Why are there so many of them here?" However, Liang Yu did not respond to this question. Instead, he provided Lan Ling with a number, 1101. Chapter 112. The Apocalypse version of the chive-cutting contest. Upon hearing that number, Lan Ling appeared to grasp something significant, merely uttering a single word, "Good." At this moment, Liang Yu sensed that he had sufficiently prepared Lan Ling psychologically and proposed a game. For the time being, the use of missiles, those weapons of mass destruction, is strictly prohibited. Only firearms and lightsabers are allowed, and we shall see who can achieve the greater number of kills. The losing party must fulfill one request of the victor. Without awaiting Lan Ling's agreement, Liang Yu leapt down from above. By the time Lan Ling regained her senses, Liang Yu had nearly reached the ground. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lan Ling followed suit. Liang Yu, having arrived first, stirred some commotion among those huddled together for warmth. The individuals, upon hearing the noise, rose with their weapons at the ready, some advancing toward him. Liang Yu noted, with curiosity, that these newcomers were uniformly armed with the katana of the Foot Basin Nation. It sparked his interest how they had acquired such an arsenal in these circumstances. While Liang Yu pondered this, Lan Ling soared past him, charging directly at the nearest Foot Basin individual. Subsequently, Liang Yu heard a voice counting, 1, 2. At this juncture, Liang Yu ceased his contemplation. He was determined not to lose this contest he had instigated. He raised his weapon and commenced firing at the approaching Foot Basin people, simultaneously announcing his tally. "Apologies, but I have 4. Then he propelled himself into the throng. The Foot Basin individuals continued to advance, especially after the sound of Liang Yu's gunfire. Rather than retreating, they grew increasingly exhilarated, for their leaders had previously declared a rule: if they could bring back a firearm, the women of their nation would be theirs to choose from at will. Seeing the incoming individuals, Lan Ling also felt a surge of excitement. 3, 4, 5. The lightsaber in her hand gleamed with lethal sharpness. With each swing, Foot Basin individuals fell one after another. Liang Yu, meanwhile, was also busy clearing out the Foot Basin people, but unlike Lan Ling, he wielded both lightsaber and firearm simultaneously. The kills began to accumulate rapidly. 7, 8, 9. Upon hearing Liang Yu's kill count, Lan Ling felt a pang of urgency. Spotting a compression cannon, she pressed the trigger, and a single shot obliterated a significant area. 13. I have surpassed you. Liang Yu found himself both amused and exasperated. That is cheating. Cheating results in an automatic loss. Nonetheless, he did not halt his own actions. In response, Lan Ling reiterated his earlier words, emphasizing the key phrases. Missiles are strictly prohibited. Missiles are strictly prohibited. You said it yourself. This is not a missile. At that moment, Liang Yu had taken down 2 more foes, bringing his total to 16. 16. Forgive you this once. There shall be no second chance. Lan Ling, aware of her own shortcomings, refrained from mentioning the matter again. 17. 18. 20. You are undoubtedly defeated. I have already reached 20. Meanwhile, the remaining Foot Basin individuals had lost much of their former bravado. They began to cower, some even contemplating escape. However, each was swiftly dispatched by Liang Yu. At that moment, their scores stood at 24-25. Liang Yu had 24, while Lan Ling had 25. Observing the last surviving individual, Liang Yu wished to inquire about their origins and thus chose not to eliminate them immediately. Lan Ling, having overheard Liang Yu's question, remained poised and did not rush to act. After a brief yet amicable exchange, the individual divulged all they knew. Just then, Lan Ling's lightsaber cleaved the last person in two. 26. It appears victory is mine. The delight in Lan Ling's voice was unmistakable. Liang Yu, resigned, could only shrug. They paid no heed to the corpses on the ground and, at Liang Yu's suggestion, departed without delay. As for the foot basin individual's base, Liang Yu had already conceived a plan. Meanwhile, Wang Yong and his companions had heard the commotion outside. In the stillness of the environment, the sound of Liang Yu's gunfire had penetrated the community. Many of the surviving residents huddled in corners, fearful of being discovered. Wang Yong and his group found themselves perplexed. With whom were these foot basin individuals engaged in battle? Following Lin Hu's suggestion, he and Wang Yong took some of their companions to investigate the situation. Zhang Bolong remained in the rear, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, the gunfire had ceased. The entire encounter lasted less than 10 minutes. However, Lin Hu's condition had reached its limit. He had sustained an injury to his leg, and the only reason he could walk at all was due to the makeshift support fashioned by one of his subordinates. Although he could walk normally by bearing weight on his thigh, the strain and physical exertion were considerable. At this point, Wang Yong proposed that they leave two individuals to keep watch over Lin Hu while he led the remaining members forward. Lin Hu assessed his own state and reluctantly consented to the plan. As Wang Yong approached, he was met with a strong odor of blood, which heightened his senses, prompting him to grip his hunting rifle tightly. Upon their arrival at the scene, the group collectively gasped in horror. The carnage was severe. Corpses lay strewn about, some intact, having been shot by Liang Yu, while others were severed in half or shattered into pieces, the majority of which bore the hallmark of Lan Ling's handiwork. Finally, there was a gruesome pile of flesh, unmistakably the result of being crushed. One of the subordinates stammered, repeating the word this in disbelief. Wang Yong, however, remained composed. Bring everyone to me. Let us tidy up first, and then return with the provisions alongside the others. While Wang Yong and his companions were clearing the battlefield, Liang Yu and Lan Ling had already departed. At this moment, Lan Ling had emerged from the control terminal and reclined in the rocking chair, which Liang Yu often occupied. With a cheerful smile, she gazed at Liang Yu while simultaneously murmuring, "Oh, someone is about to fulfill a wish of mine. Come, come. Let us interview the audience beside us. What do you think I should do with this wish?" A wish? Liang Yu was utterly perplexed, his expression reflecting a myriad of questions. He suddenly felt as if he had lost his memory and, lacking confidence, inquired, "I assent it about fulfilling a request for you. How has it suddenly transformed into granting a wish?" Lan Ling pointed towards the rocking chair, indicating that Liang Yu should rock her, although she could move on her own. Lan Ling preferred the comfort of being attended to. Chapter 113. The gift of a house. This modest request was, of course, one that Liang Yu could easily fulfill. Lan Ling, seated in the swaying rocking chair, responded to Liang Yu's earlier inquiry, stating, "There is little distinction between you satisfying a request and fulfilling a wish. My demand is simply that you grant me one desire." Liang Yu seized upon Lan Ling's words. "You don't mean to imply that one of my wishes is for you to grant me 3 additional wishes, do you? Next, you'll wish for 3 wishes for that third wish, won't you? Are you playing a game of nesting dolls with me?" At this, Lan Ling covered her mouth and laughed heartily. "Haha, you've caught me." In response, Liang Yu gently tapped her on the head. "No nesting dolls allowed." He then retrieved a selection of snacks from a nearby cabinet and placed them on the table. "Enjoy these while I take care of some matters. It may take a little time." As Liang Yu turned to leave, Lan Ling grasped his garment. "Qiu Shi, how do you intend to address this situation?" Liang Yu was puzzled. Did he truly seem like a bloodthirsty person? What was there to address? After that, he exited through the door. He soon found himself in the living room of room 1101, where Huang Qiu Shi was still fast asleep. Liang Yu used another bottle of spray to rouse her from slumber. Upon awakening, Huang Qiu Shi rubbed her head to shake off the drowsiness, only to discover Liang Yu beside her. In a familiar manner, he opened her throat once more. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly came to her senses. You. Liang Yu stepped away, dragging the bound Zhou Curson into Huang Qiu Shi's view. Upon seeing Liang Yu, Zhou Curson began to hurl insults at him and Huang Qiu Shi. Suddenly, she felt a sharp sting on her face as Liang Yu slapped her. He then sank into the sofa and tossed a dagger onto the table, clearly indicating that Huang Qiu Shi must make her own choice. Liang Yu activated the surveillance camera positioned opposite the rocking chair, allowing the scene between Huang Qiu Shi and Zhou Curson to be broadcast live to Lan Ling, who watched with keen interest while remaining vigilant of Huang Qiushi. Sensing the precariousness of her situation, Zhou Curson desperately recounted past events in an attempt to secure her release. Meanwhile, Huang Qiushi, cloaked in silence, picked up the dagger from the table and directed her gaze at Zhou Curson, posing a question. Curson, do you remember Zhou Tianhong? Upon hearing the name, Liang Yu recognized that there was drama to unfold. This was equally true for Lan Ling within the confines of the Doomsday Fortress. It seemed that the human inclination to observe and revel in drama was indeed a shared trait. However, Liang Yu noted that Zhou Curson's eyes betrayed a flicker of evasion upon hearing the name. At that moment, Liang Yu placed a small heart rate monitoring device onto the table. Huang Qiushi cast a curious glance in his direction, but Liang Yu merely uttered 4 words, heart rate detection. As Huang Qiushi took the device into her hands, she directed it toward Zhou Curson. Then, he turned to Zhou Curson and inquired, is Zhou Tianhong's demise in any way connected to you? I had never harbored doubts regarding you until today, when your words in the room evoked memories of that incident. Zhou Curson struggled vehemently. No, Qiushi, you must believe me. I did not kill him. However, the surveillance footage indicated a stark figure, 156. Huang Qiushi had already discerned the inconsistencies in her statements. If she was not the murderer, then how did Zhou Tianhong meet his end? At that moment, the device in Huang Qiushi's hand emitted a piercing alarm. Should the heart rate exceed 160, the machine would sound this way. Huang Qiushi was not foolish. She approached Zhou Curson with a dagger in hand. Yet, the latter continued her frantic explanations, insisting that the man named Zhou Tianhong was not her victim. Liang Yu had begun to grasp the situation. It was likely that Zhou Curson had leaked some information to the foot base in person, leading to the latter's tragic fate. This was merely his conjecture. Gripping the dagger, Huang Qiushi finally stood before Zhou Curson, plunging it into her repeatedly. Liang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine as he witnessed the grim scene. The most alarming aspect was that Liang Yu had already counted to 23 stabs. Zhou Curson was still alive, and with each thrust, her cries of anguish echoed. Huang Qiushi, true to her medical training, had managed to avoid vital organs despite delivering more than 20 strikes. Ultimately, Liang Yu could no longer bear to watch and switched off the surveillance. You may continue your assault on her. I shall tend to Lan Ling's belongings inside. He threw a key card onto the table, granting access to the front door. This house and the provisions within are now yours. With that, Liang Yu proceeded to Lan Ling's room, leaving behind an empty suitcase before retrieving a blue pouch. Indeed, this was a pouch fashioned from cut suspenders, with all items stuffed inside. Rather than placing it in his backpack, he concealed it within his pocket. As he dragged the suitcase out, Huang Qiushi suddenly bowed in gratitude. Liang Yu then secured Lan Ling's room. Before departing, he offered Huang Qiushi a piece of advice. The supplies here will sustain you for quite some time. Before they run out, my suggestion is to refrain from venturing outside. The security of this house is relatively sound, as long as you do not open the door. You should be fine. One last piece of advice. Zhang Bolong and his crew are likely watching you, so do not open the door. With that, Liang Yu departed with the empty suitcase in tow. Huang Qiushi redirected her attention to Zhou Curson. Once back in her room, she retrieved a first aid kit to administer basic treatment to her. In a soothing tone, she reassured Zhou Curson, do not worry, our bond is strong, and I shall not permit you to perish so easily. After Liang Yu stepped outside, he returned to the fortress, where he began to restore the items in the adjacent room. After more than half an hour, he brought Lan Ling to the threshold of the room. As he stood before the concealed door, Lan Ling gently pushed it open. The scene unfolded before their eyes. Well, is this not my room? How did you move everything here? She exclaimed, immediately leaping onto the bed. Indeed, this is the sin of my bed. Observing her unrestrained joy, Liang Yu recounted the events that had transpired. By the way, I have gifted the house to Huang Qiushi, and the food has been left behind as well. Upon hearing this, Lan Ling exhibited little resistance. If you wish to give it away, so be it. After all, it is not my house. As for the food, brother Yu, I trust you have sufficient provisions here. We shall remain indoors, and if provisions run low, we shall simply eat less. However, Liang Yu responded with a mysterious smile. This is what you have expressed, so I shall take it as your wish. Allow yourself a few days of rest, and in a few days, I shall drive you on a trip. Chapter 114. Integration of personnel upon hearing the proposal for a trip. Lan Ling found it hard to believe. Are you jesting with me? It is bitterly cold outside, and you suggest we embark on a journey? Surely, this excursion will not lead us beyond the city limits. Liang Yu quickly waved his hand in protest. When have I ever deceived you? Just look forward to it. With Liang Yu's assurance, Lan Ling chose not to dwell on her doubts. She presented him with a game controller, her intentions quite clear. Observing the controller before him, Liang Yu did not refuse, settling down to relish their leisurely time together. Suddenly, Liang Yu broke the silence. Little Radish, after having taken so many lives today, do you not feel any discomfort? Lan Ling shot him a look of exasperation. What discomfort could I possibly feel? Just look at how many I must slay daily. As they continued with their game, Liang Yu merely shrugged. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the property warehouse, Lin Hu and Wang Yong were busy tallying food supplies. Both groups were taken aback by the abundance of provisions, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Hu, Wang Yong, and Zhang Bolong exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief, albeit tinged with unease. They were fortunate to have avoided confrontation, suffering no casualties, and had even acquired over 20 intact samurai swords. However, this fortunate turn of events sparked a sense of impending crisis within the trio. The swift annihilation of the opposing force, consisting of dozens, raised alarm bells. Most troubling was the absence of any sign of the enemy's bodies, save for the remains of the Foot Basin people. Two possibilities loomed large in their minds. The first suggested that the enemy had evacuated, taking their fallen comrades with them, a notion that contradicted the earlier skirmish where they had meticulously cleared the battlefield. Why then had they left behind the weapons and corpses of the Foot Basin people? This was clearly illogical. The second possibility instilled a deeper sense of dread. It indicated that the enemy possessed formidable firepower and had suffered no losses, rendering the Foot Basin people's crude weapons insignificant, and viewing them as mere fodder was unnecessary. After a thorough discussion, the trio realized the gravity of their situation. This was not merely about a mysterious force. The Foot Basin people would not relent, and they were utterly unaware of the enemy's headquarters, only knowing it was not far from their community. With the complete annihilation of 50 Foot Basin people, there was a real concern about a resurgence. Contrary to the jubilant expressions of those around them, the three bore grim faces. Wang Yong looked at Lin Hu, hesitating to speak, while Zhang Bolong, lacking such reservations, voiced Wang Yong's unspoken thoughts. Upon hearing the term integration of personnel, Lin Hu's expression shifted noticeably. Zhang Bolong then proposed a course of action, pointing to the corpses of the Foot Basin people. Let us cook. Let us do the meat. We must notify everyone, clarifying the stakes involved. Those willing to join us should come forth to partake in the feast. As for those unwilling, we bear no obligation to concern ourselves with their fates. After Zhang Bolong finished speaking, he and Wang Yong both fixed their gaze upon Lin Hu, awaiting his decision. Lin Hu glanced at his legs, feeling a twinge of melancholy. He understood that his position was precarious, sustained only by the firearm he held, which prevented the others from abandoning him. Wang Yong's recent maneuver promised a temporary solution with the newly acquired meat. Yet he knew that this arrangement would not suffice in the long run. It would be far more prudent and less burdensome to merge their efforts immediately. Upon seeing Lin Hu nod in agreement, Wang Yong set the plan into motion. Soon, several large pots were erected in the open area, while the others descended to the vacant buildings to gather wooden furniture for fuel. As they busied themselves in preparing the stew, Wang Yong took to the group chat, disseminating the previously discussed information. Following Zhang Bolong's guidance, he clearly outlined the stakes involved and posted photographs of the deceased Foot Basin people. Ultimately, he dropped a bombshell. There were still a significant number of Foot Basin people nearby, with an uncertain time of attack. Only those who joined their ranks would find protection. The fates of the others were of no concern to them. This revelation stirred a commotion among the previously passive, lurking homeowners, who were now filled with confusion, anger, fear, and outrage. However, Wang Yong dismissed all chatter within the group. He had made his stance clear, and those seeking to join would naturally arrive. As for the rest, he regarded them merely as reserves. Time swiftly passed, and the sky began to dim. With the passage of time, the lamb in the pots became tender and aromatic, wafting its savory scent through the air. The homeowners, who had been waiting patiently, were soon served generous bowls of stew. As they received their hearty portions, personnel assigned by Zhang Bolong approached with another heaping bowl of stew, using the opportunity to engage in conversation. Many homeowners found themselves drawn in by the enticement of the property staff. Initially dismissive, their attitudes shifted dramatically upon learning this was their second helping. Thus, under the influence of the property personnel, they began to recruit others, simultaneously accruing additional servings of stew. When they later returned to the property warehouse to tally the numbers, they discovered that over 300 individuals had joined their ranks, much to Wang Yong's delight. However, Lin Hu and Zhang Bolong quickly doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality, bringing him back to a state of calm. Firstly, this was merely a registration, and whether so many would truly join remained uncertain. Even if they did, sustaining 300 individuals would require an immense daily food supply, a daunting challenge given the current scarcity. These words plunged Wang Yong into despair. At that moment, Lin Hu produced a formal paper map, laying it on the table before them, and pointing to a location not far from the community. "This is likely the base of the Foot Basin people," he asserted. "If we can capture it, we shall not have to worry about food for some time." As this group of individuals busied themselves with devising strategies to contend with the Foot Basin people, Liang Yu, having grown weary from his gaming escapades, decided to take a refreshing bath before retreating to his room to recline. His mind was preoccupied with the contents of his backpack, meticulously organizing the items he would need subsequently. As time gradually slipped by, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, his eyelids engaged in a silent struggle against slumber. Ultimately, he relinquished his resistance, closing his eyes and clearing his thoughts. After an indeterminate passage of time, Liang Yu found it increasingly arduous to turn over. In a state of hazy consciousness, he began to explore his surroundings with his hands. Soon, he encountered the soft contours of a body, a sensation that struck him as oddly familiar. The subsequent utterance jolted him into complete awareness, dispelling any remnants of sleep. "Woo-woo, sleep now, don't disturb." Chapter 115. Halfway through, upon regaining consciousness, Liang Yu turned on the bedside lamp. Indeed, he found Lan Ling, clad in her pajamas, resting upon him, with his left arm serving as a makeshift pillow. Sensing the numbness in his arm, Liang Yu gently repositioned it to cradle Lan Ling's back, his palm supporting her delicate head while his right arm encircled her waist. Gradually, he began to roll to his right, softly maneuvering Lan Ling to turn over until they lay side by side. At this moment, her small head rested on Liang Yu's right hand, her unbound hair cascading over his arm, while her face was turned toward his chest. However, her right hand and foot remained draped over him. Captivated by her adorable visage, Liang Yu could not resist leaning down to place a soft kiss on her lips. Noticing her lack of response, he felt emboldened. In a moment of primal instinct, he knew he had to make a choice between decency and desire. His hands began to explore, his right hand cautiously slipping beneath the waistband of Lan Ling's pajama pants. Yet, as he did so, his mind momentarily faltered. Was she truly unaccustomed to such intimacy? His left hand was equally adventurous, wrapping around her and sliding beneath her sleepwear. Reason began to wane, and Liang Yu felt every tremor of Lan Ling's body with acute clarity. It dawned on him that her pronounced reaction suggested innocence. Typically, only those untouched by a man would display such vivid responses. With time, her reactions began to soften. Then, a soft, enchanting sigh escaped Lan Ling's lips, igniting a fervor within Liang Yu that made him even more eager. Sensing a shift in her body, it seemed as though she instinctively responded to the burgeoning intimacy. Liang Yu, in a moment of mischief, found himself reveling in her flushed demeanor, her complexion resembling that of a freshly boiled lobster. Throughout, her eyes remained closed, the flush on her face deepening, rendering her even more alluring. Liang Yu felt overwhelmed, yet as he noticed Lan Ling showed no signs of awakening, he ultimately chose to embrace his baser instincts. He carefully set her aside and swiftly retreated to the bathtub. The icy water from the showerhead and faucet cascaded over him, a desperate attempt to divert his attention. Gradually, over the course of half an hour, he emerged from the bathroom. After changing out of the drenched pajamas, the simmering anger within him finally subsided. However, it was still only a little past 1 in the morning. At this hour, Liang Yu was wide awake. Returning to sleep was out of the question, not to mention whether he could even fall asleep. He had contemplated consuming the other party, but given that such commotion had not awakened them, they likely were not yet mentally prepared for it. He could afford to wait a little longer. A forced endeavor is rarely sweet, yet it can quench thirst. The dilemma was that Liang Yu yearned for a fruit that was both sweet and thirst-quenching, necessitating his patience. At this hour, he was not the only one unable to sleep. Fangqing was struggling with the food dilemma of her husky, Tang Do. After her numerous escapades, the residents of the building had grown increasingly cautious. Yet, for the sake of Tang Do's sustenance, she found herself traversing to other buildings with the husky in tow. Recently, she had noticed the increasingly unfriendly gaze from Tang Do, especially in light of the fact that its food intake had not been substantial, potentially leaving it hungry. Under Tang Do's watchful eyes, Fangqing felt as though she had become mere backup provisions. It was this pressure that drove her out in the dead of night to seek food for Tang Do. She dreaded the thought of waking up in agony only to discover that she had been devoured by the husky or even had her throat bitten through. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine, for she was acutely aware of how many individuals this husky had already consumed. Its behavior was increasingly wolf-like. Casting a glance over her shoulder at those eerie green eyes, she hastened her pace, soon entering the building. This time, she opted for Building 9, where the remaining residents were predominantly women, thus increasing her chances of successfully enticing someone to open the door with food. Shortly thereafter, a breathless Fangqing arrived at the 7th floor. With her phone light, she located room 702 and, without daring to delay, hastily knocked on the door. This time, Tang Do followed closely behind, not hiding as it had done previously. The incessant knocking elicited no response from within 702. Just as Fang Qing contemplated giving up, she heard a cacophony of curses from room 701. Accompanying those shouts was the unmistakable sound of a door unlocking. Tang Do also recognized that familiar voice. The moment the door opened, it lunged forward. Kai Lin Lin, the owner of room 701, gasped in shock, her exclamation echoing through the quiet night. Seeing her opportunity, Fang Qing dared not linger and swiftly fled the scene, leaving Tang Do to feast. By the time she reached the 6th floor, Kai Lin Lin's voice abruptly ceased. It was apparent that she had met a grim fate at the jaws of Tang Do. Consequently, Fang Qing quickened her pace to escape Building 9. Fortunately, her decision to leave was made in a timely manner. Less than a minute after she dashed out of Building 9, the property management dispatched rotating security personnel to the premises. 2 officers inspected their weapons and equipment. 1 individual sent a report of an anomaly during their duty to the group, prompting the 2 patrolling officers to brandish their katana and rush forward. Unfortunately, these officers were unaware of the specific floor where the incident had occurred, forcing them to search each level methodically. However, by the time they arrived at the door of room 701, it was already too late. The body within had been devoured to a significant extent, and the husky was nowhere to be found. Remarkably, the 2 officers displayed no fear upon witnessing the gruesome scene. Rather, they exhibited a hint of exhilaration. Chapter 116. A cozy routine. The 2 of them held a flashlight in one hand and a newly acquired katana in the other, swinging it at the air before them as they boldly entered room 701. Oblivious to the lurking danger, they headed straight for the kitchen and bedroom in search of sustenance, showing no concern for the lifeless body sprawled on the floor. Soon, the change of shifts arrived, yet the 2 on duty were nowhere to be found. Since reporting the anomaly and venturing to investigate, they had lost contact. This left the incoming shift in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. To seek out their colleagues would entail significant risk, especially as both had vanished without a trace. Their plan was to wait until the following morning to search. But it was only 2 in the morning. The property staff, having no other recourse, sought out Wang Kai. Upon receiving his consent, they felt reassured in their duties. As dawn broke, Lan Ling in the Doomsday Fortress awoke, feeling a pang of shame as memories of the previous day flooded back. Her ears flushed a deep crimson. Cautiously, she stepped out of Liang Yu's room. Just as she entered the washroom, she collided with Liang Yu, who instinctively patted her head and greeted her with a simple good morning. This seemingly mundane moment held considerable weight for the embarrassed Lan Ling, striving to maintain her composure. She extricated herself from Liang Yu's embrace and gently pushed him out of the washroom. I need to freshen up. You go outside. Liang Yu, amused by her insistence, chuckled softly. As he reached the doorway, he turned and leaned down to plant a quick kiss on her forehead. Realizing what had just happened, Lan Ling swiftly closed the washroom door, her hands instinctively touching her flushed cheeks. Meanwhile, Liang Yu proceeded to prepare breakfast. Inside the washroom, Lan Ling quickly rinsed off the sweat from her body, only to remember she had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Opening the door just a crack, she peeked out, scanning the area for Liang Yu. Not seeing him, she called out loudly, You go? You go. Liang Yu, are you there? Liang Yu, you big oaf. Hurry up and come here. Hearing himself called a big oaf, Liang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Lan Ling, upon hearing his laughter, quickly shouted, I didn't bring any clean clothes. Please help me get some from the room. The garments Liang Yu held were indeed the ones Lan Ling had long desired, a traditional style she had admired. Although Liang Yu was unsure if this particular set matched her taste, he was confident in the fit, having personally taken her measurements. A detail he recalled vividly. As Liang Yu approached, holding the clothes, Lan Ling remarked, Just place the clothes on the floor. I'll grab them later. However, Liang Yu seemed to disregard her words entirely, pushing open the washroom door and surveying her from head to toe. It was only then that Lan Ling realized and instinctively covered her vital area. Liang Yu, unfazed, set aside her garments and gently dressed her piece by piece. After approximately half an hour, fully attired, Lan Ling found herself cradled in Liang Yu's arms as they exited the washroom, her head nestled against his chest. As they stepped out, one could hear Lan Ling mumble, This outfit fits rather well. Hearing this, Liang Yu leaned closer to her ear and remarked, A perfect fit is essential. I am well acquainted with the measurements. This utterance caused her to bury her head deeper into his embrace. Before long, they arrived at the dining table. Liang Yu placed Lan Ling gently onto a chair while he took a seat beside her. Before her lay a covered dish, with Liang Yu's hand resting atop the lid. Can you guess what breakfast awaits? Lan Ling pondered for a moment and casually replied, Perhaps steamed buns? At that moment, Liang Yu revealed a basket of crab roast soup dumplings from beneath the lid. He then prodded, There are many varieties of buns. Why not take another guess at which kind? Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, she realized she had guessed correctly. casting her gaze upon the covered dish. She found no clues. Leaning in closer, she took a whiff, and her eyes brightened. No way, did you prepare soup dumplings for me? At that, Liang Yu lifted his hand from the lid, gesturing for her to proceed. Lan Ling, feeling a surge of excitement, quickly unveiled the dish. Indeed, it was soup dumplings. Overjoyed, she planted a light kiss on Liang Yu's cheek. Liang Yu, touching his cheek, asked, "Are you this delighted over a mere serving of soup dumplings?" Lan Ling picked up one of the dumplings, gently punctured the skin, and blew on it. "You have no idea how long it's been since I last enjoyed soup dumplings. When I was alone, breakfast was always something pre-prepared. Ever since Qiu Shi and the others arrived, I've been eating whatever Qiu Shi makes. Unfortunately, she has never made my favorite soup dumplings." With that, she took a bite from the opening, savoring the rich broth within. Liang Yu watched her, occasionally feeding her other breakfast items, reminiscent of caring for a little kitten. Lan Ling welcomed everything he offered, quickly finishing all the food on the table. Having satisfied their appetites, they made their way to the hall. Upon entering, Lan Ling's keen eyes noticed that the rocking chair had been replaced with a larger one. Estimating its size, she concluded that it could comfortably accommodate both of them. Liang Yu was the first to recline, patting the vacant space beside him. The invitation was unmistakable, and Lan Ling, without hesitation, accepted. As she lay down, she found herself inexplicably nestled in Liang Yu's arms, despite the ample space beside them. Soon, the sound of Liang Yu snapping his fingers resonated, and before them appeared a map. He pointed to the green marker representing their location. "Take a look and let us decide where you wish to go. We can plan accordingly." The green marker indicates our location. Upon glancing at the map, Lan Ling became oblivious to the antics of Liang Yu. As she pondered their next destination, Liang Yu's mischievous hand stealthily seized an advantageous position. In response to his unwarranted advances, Lan Ling cast him a disapproving glare. "Behave yourself, or I shall serve you roasted pig trotters for lunch." For Liang Yu, the notion of behaving was utterly foreign. As for the roasted trotters, they were indeed nestled within his backpack. However, he refrained from overstepping his bounds, contenting himself with a morsel of tofu to avoid igniting his own ire. Under the influence of Liang Yu's restless hands, Lan Ling swiftly settled on her first destination, the zoo in the eastern part of the city. Liang Yu found himself at a loss for words upon hearing her choice of destination. Chapter 117, Campus Incident. Now, let us venture to the zoo. What creatures could possibly remain within? Given the passage of time, it is likely that, if the animals have not perished from the cold, they have succumbed to starvation. Liang Yu contemplated persuading her otherwise, yet upon observing her demeanor, he decided to acquiesce. If she wished to go, then so be it. Sometimes the purpose of a visit is not solely to behold the animals. He inquired once more, "Are you certain? Our first destination is indeed the zoo?" Lan Ling grasped Liang Yu's exploring hand with fervor. "Of course, it is the zoo. I simply wish to see it." Subsequently, she crossed her hands over her body, resting her head upon Liang Yu's shoulder, and gradually closed her eyes. "When shall we set forth?" Liang Yu adjusted his arm, enveloping her in an embrace. "Tomorrow. I need to prepare and bid farewell to our neighbors." Lan Ling remained silent, with one hand resting on her abdomen and the other delicately placed atop Liang Yu's palm. The two nestled together in the rocking chair, drifting into a blissful slumber. However, their peaceful state was short-lived, as they were soon roused by the blaring of an alarm. Liang Yu's immediate instinct was to soothe Lan Ling in his arms before he began to investigate the source of the commotion. Upon recognizing the familiar scene, Liang Yu recalled that he had inadvertently left the second machine behind on campus, intending to retrieve it that morning but had forgotten in the rush of his morning routine. Lan Ling, too, caught sight of the second machine, observing several individuals attempting to vandalize it. She turned in Liang Yu's embrace, her curious eyes drawing nearer to him. Faced with such an enticing opportunity, Liang Yu was not inclined to be coy, yet this time, he was thwarted, as she anticipated his move and deftly blocked him. "Tell me, what is happening over there?" Her eager tone solidified Liang Yu's suspicion that Lan Ling yearned to control the terminal once more, and the second machine presented her with an excellent opportunity. As they rose and made their way to the terminal control room, Liang Yu recounted the sequence of events that had transpired on campus, including the incident of haunting the deserted supermarket. Yet, his narrative was met with a disdainful gaze from Lan Ling. "How old are you? Still playing tricks to scare people?" Liang Yu retorted without reservation. "And how old are you? Still donning garments adorned with cartoon characters?" In that moment, they exchanged incredulous looks before bursting into laughter. Upon entering the terminal room, Lan Ling deftly accessed the terminal of the second machine, while Liang Yu observed from the side. Meanwhile, some individuals on campus, having noticed the anomaly of the second machine, appeared to have activated it. Those gathered quickly halted their actions, retreating to maintain their distance. Lan Ling then turned to Liang Yu, expressing her frustration. "Are these people truly university students? They seem rather dim-witted." They can't even conceive of tossing the second machine from the upper floor. Liang Yu pointed toward the first and third machines with a hint of exasperation. Why don't you give it a try then? Do you know how much this is? Is this something a few starving students can lift? Lan Ling merely made a face and ignored Liang Yu, focusing intently on controlling the second machine. To Liang Yu, it all seemed like a series of flashy maneuvers. There was a direct transformation available, yet she insisted on a spiraling ascent to change forms. By the time the second machine descended, everyone had fled. Liang Yu was left wondering whether Lan Ling had intentionally let the opponents escape or simply perceived them as NPCs. Assuming they would harbor animosity towards the machine and refrain from fleeing. Liang Yu felt powerless to critique this, subsequently taking out a piece of crispy roasted meat to eat. Sensing the aroma at the control terminal, Lan Ling opened her mouth expectantly. Liang Yu did not produce a second piece, but instead offered half of the one he was holding. Lan Ling took a large bite and returned to controlling the second machine, mumbling her critique as she chewed. Essentially, she remarked that without the sour plum sauce, it was a bit greasy. Poor review. Soon, Liang Yu witnessed the second machine plummeting from a great height, stirring up the loose snow on the ground. The swirling snow obstructed his view, and he could only cover his forehead with his hand to express his current mood. However, the obstruction was merely to human sight, not to the second machine's visibility. As Lan Ling descended, she activated sonar detection, and a terrain map quickly appeared on the right. When she noticed a crowd near the dormitory, she wasted no time and accelerated towards it. By the time the second machine arrived at the scene, the thick ice wall had already been breached. Approximately 30 students were engaged in a fierce struggle with a peculiar weapon. The victors would receive extra rations, while the defeated would see others rewarded. The arrival of the second machine caused quite a commotion, quickly drawing attention. The two groups instinctively parted, directing their gazes towards the second machine. Lan Ling, upon arrival, struggled to distinguish between the two sides. In that moment of helplessness, her gaze turned to Liang Yu, who was equally uncertain about the situation. However, it appeared that the group in the dormitory had not indulged in the feast, though he could not be entirely sure. Thus, he could only offer Lan Ling a look of helplessness. The atmosphere at the scene grew exceedingly strange. No one dared to act impulsively. There was a certain reverence for the mechanical presence before them, leading to three parties to engage in a test of patience amidst the frigid air. However, this contest of endurance was merely a fade. Ma Fei, having procured a radio from somewhere, began signaling for reinforcements during the standoff. As time passed, his summoned allies arrived. They did not appear on the front lines of the three-way conflict. Instead, they stealthily approached the rear of the second machine. They believed their actions to be flawlessly executed, unaware that the second machine's sonar was still active, and Lan Ling was acutely aware of the situation behind her. As Ma Fei approached the second machine, mere meters away, Hu Sandao called out a warning from behind. "Watch out! Behind you!" With this crucial alert, Lan Ling swiftly drew his lightsaber and spun around to strike. The blade effortlessly cleaved through one of the assailants. The remaining attackers were momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events. The sight of a living being severed in two, their innards laid bare like a grotesque display, filled them with dread. Those with quicker reflexes abandoned their belongings and fled, only to stumble in their haste. They were reluctant to rise, deeming the precious moments wasted, and instead crawled forward on hands and knees. Liang Yu observed this scene unfold, while simultaneously hearing Lan Ling's murmured thoughts. Really? Am I that terrifying? Have I reduced them to such a state? Chapter 118. Preparations before departure. Liang Yu struggled to suppress a grin as he observed the scene. Subsequently, the luminous blade in Lan Ling's hand was aimed directly at Ma Fei. Having just witnessed the sword's sharpness, a wave of trepidation swept over everyone present. The weapon had effortlessly cleaved through, leaving a pristine incision without a hint of hesitation. They could not help but wonder if the opponent had even realized they had been struck. Such an experience was one they wished to avoid at all costs. Doubt began to creep into the hearts of Ma Fei's companions, leading to a palpable decline in morale. Ma Fei, keenly aware of the shift, resolved to retreat to avoid needless sacrifices. However, fate had other plans. The adage to capture the leader, first capture the horse, rang true. Ma Fei's conspicuous behavior rendered him a prime target. In a conflict with Hu Sandao's faction, this might have been overlooked, but before the formidable second machine, mere mortals stood no chance against its charge. Moreover, the fighting spirit had all but evaporated from these individuals, who had no intention of obstructing the advance of the second machine. Before Ma Fei could cover even a few dozen meters, he found his path obstructed by the second machine. Liang Yu anticipated Lan Ling would deliver a lethal blow, yet he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Capture alive. Liang Yu could scarcely believe the outcome, considering Lan Ling's fierce demeanor suggested a massacre was imminent. Who could have anticipated that her intent was merely to secure the opponent alive? Once Ma Fei was captured, the second machine hoisted him aloft, and Lan Ling's voice emanated from within. Your leader is now in my grasp. Those wishing to preserve their lives, surrender immediately. Upon hearing this, the majority complied, crouching on the ground with their heads cradled in their arms. A minority, however, chose to disregard Lan Ling's command, and she paid them no mind. Satisfied with the compliance of the majority, she then dragged Ma Fei before Hu Sandao and his group, depositing him with a thud at their feet. Liang Yu frowned at the sight, but refrained from intervening. Hu Sandao cautiously ventured, that young lady. Yet, before he could finish, Lan Ling interrupted. What young lady? Address me as the heroine who champions the oppressed. Hu Sandao and his companions regarded the second machine with bewilderment, as did Liang Yu, who pondered whether this girl was experiencing a bout of juvenile delusion. Hu Sandao then quickly altered his address, this heroine who champions the oppressed. How do you intend to deal with this individual before you? He gestured towards the subdued Ma Fei on the ground. Do as you wish with him, based on your own inclinations. As for those who surrendered, I hope you will take them in, Lan Ling replied. The mention of taking in sent a chill down Liang Yu's spine. He knew this was not a favorable sign. Clearing his throat twice, he subtly urged Lan Ling to exercise caution. However, the other party was so engrossed in their excitement that they completely overlooked it. Liang Yu went along with her, thinking that he could always return later to deal with the mess. He made his way to the training ground, preparing the necessary items for their outing. At the same time, he produced a small square box measuring 15 centimeters on each side. He intended to emulate a certain playful individual, offering the joy contained within these boxes as gifts to the survivors of the community. To ensure these surprise gifts would be irresistible, Liang Yu had deliberately infused them with a hint of a mysterious substance, guaranteeing an element of astonishment. Once completed, he tucked the box back into his backpack, planning to deploy it in the community using a drone before their departure the following day. At this moment, Liang Yu noticed Lan Ling bouncing towards him. As he opened his arms in anticipation of a hug, Lan Ling bypassed him entirely, heading straight for the RV with an inquisitive gaze. Liang Yu was left standing there, bewildered. Observing the RV, which had no wheels, he pondered, can this vehicle truly take us to the zoo? With his hands withdrawn, he looked at Lan Ling little radish. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall graciously enlighten you. Lan Ling immediately interrupted him, saying, Stop. I didn't ask, I'm not, don't say such things. If you are going to speak, just get to the point without all the embellishments. Meanwhile, Liang Yu initiated the RV. The sudden activation startled Lan Ling, who had not been prepared. She then noticed the RV levitating in the air and curiously peered beneath it, finding herself at a loss. At that moment, the door swung open, and a staircase descended for her to ascend. After glancing at Liang Yu and receiving his silent approval, she dashed inside, completely disregarding the driver's seat. Upon entering the living area, she was taken aback by the spaciousness, her senses overwhelmed. Rushing back outside to circle the vehicle and gauge its dimensions, she stepped inside once more, feeling an almost surreal sensation. The size of the living room alone surpassed the total area of the RV combined. It appeared to contain additional rooms, and even more astonishingly, she spotted a staircase leading to an upper level. Overwhelmed by the current circumstances, she sat down on the sofa in the living room. Liang Yu sauntered in leisurely, and, upon seeing Lan Ling on the sofa, asked curiously, Are you tired? This doesn't seem like you. I would have guessed you'd be on the second floor by now. Lan Ling gestured around her. Look at this space. Is it reasonable? How many RVs could fit in here? Liang Yu merely shook his head and replied, TSK. You are still too young to grasp the concept of existence equating to reason. Consider the platypus. Many biologists deem its existence illogical, yet it undeniably thrives in our world. Since it exists, it is indeed reasonable. One cannot dismiss the reasonableness of a matter merely due to one's cognitive limitations. Similarly, this vehicle is no exception. After such a lengthy discourse, Lan Ling found herself utterly bewildered. The question of whether this mobile home is sensible or not seemed to fade into the background. What about my room? Where have you arranged it? Liang Yu inquired, extending a finger towards the ceiling. There are vacant rooms above, on the second and third floors. You may choose anyone at your leisure. Of course, sharing a room with me is also a possibility. Yet, the only response to Liang Yu was the sound of footsteps ascending the staircase. He proceeded to the warehouse, where he began to stow away various essentials. However, he soon realized that the items he deemed necessary were rather numerous, and the warehouse, spanning merely 100 square meters, quickly became overcrowded. Observing the crammed space, he felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Chapter 119. Return to the infinite, however, one could only temporarily abandon the method of filling the warehouse. Upon returning to the living room, he shouted up towards the upper floor, yet received no reply. After leaving a note, he departed from the RV, alone. He made his way to the terminal control room. Piloting the third machine, he exited the fortress. Once beyond the fortress, the third machine soared at full speed under Liang Yu's command. In less than 10 minutes, it arrived once again at the dormitory on the infinite side. Yet, from the current circumstances, it seemed that this group of individuals was not enjoying a pleasant existence. As the third machine landed outside the dormitory, Lu Mo's voice of inquiry rang out. "What are you doing here? Are you not satisfied with the troubles you've already caused us?" Upon hearing this, Liang Yu was somewhat perplexed. He searched the surroundings but did not see anyone. "Director Lu, why do you say that I have harmed you? It seems I have not visited you for quite some time." Liang Yu's words sounded insincere to Lu Mo. There was undeniably an undertone of resentment in this exchange. "Indeed, it has been a while since you last troubled us. You have stirred up trouble, prompting them to come after us. Open your eyes and see what you've wrought upon us." Trouble? Had he truly brought trouble upon them? Liang Yu did not hastily deny this assertion. Instead, he began to reflect on recent events. However, he genuinely could not recall any incident that could have led to problems on the infinite side. As several moments passed, Liang Yu remained silent. Lu Mo's tone grew sharper. "Can't remember, or too ashamed to admit it. Should I help you jog your memory? The commercial tower, the bombing incident. They traveled over 20 kilometers specifically because of you. How deep must the grievance run?" After hearing Lu Mo's words, Liang Yu found himself at a loss for words. That incident was indeed his doing, an indelible mark upon his conscience. Although he was responsible, admitting it was simply out of the question. At this moment, the only option was to divert the conversation. After all, they could do nothing to him. "This I cannot say. I came primarily to inquire where your company has relocated its equipment before the cold wave arrives." Lu Mo instantly grasped Liang Yu's intention from this statement, yet still harbored some confusion. "So you've come all this way just for our equipment? But those large machines are not something you can easily take away. What is the true purpose of those behind you?" Liang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Mo had conjured an elaborate narrative in her mind, fabricating a vast force behind him. One could only say this was a profitable exchange. That is not for you to concern yourself with. All you need to do is provide the information. This time, Lu Mo was quite straightforward. "All right, I have no issue sharing the information. However, it has been said throughout history that information is a commodity. I wonder what price you are willing to pay to acquire it from me." The words of the other party were clearly aimed at extracting something from him. "Speak up. What do you desire? As long as it is reasonable, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Lu Mo's request for an answer was devoid of any diminutive politeness. "Regarding your drone, if possible, I would like to acquire too." Upon hearing this exorbitant demand, Liang Yu could not help but chuckle. It was evident that the other party was aware of certain capabilities of his drone. This was indeed a case of audacious greed. "Given your request, I can surmise your intentions. I never expected Director Lu to harbor such a grudge. Such matters could have been addressed directly with me. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall seek retribution on your behalf against the commercial building. I believe this should suffice as compensation." Liang Yu's thoughts were undeniably malicious. He had just been informed that they had been attacked simply because he had taken action against others. Now, it seemed, there was no pretense left, and he was being directly threatened. "If you do not comply, I shall proceed to demolish them again. After all, I am avenging you. They will ultimately pursue you anyway." Lu Mo had always held Liang Yu in high regard, never imagining he could be so shameless. Although she had made a demanding request, business negotiations should unfold gradually, especially since the initiative lay with her. At that moment, a man's voice intervened on behalf of Lu Mo. "They have transported everything to the capital. As for whether it has arrived, I cannot guarantee that. Additionally, I appreciate Mr. Liang's goodwill. There is no need for revenge." Upon receiving this information, Liang Yu did not linger and piloted his third drone back. Prolonging the conversation would be a waste of time, as the other party had already made their position clear. Although the authenticity of the information was uncertain, he considered it worthwhile to assist in collecting some items if it aligned with his path. This matter was not urgent for Liang Yu. After his departure, Lu Mo and the man found themselves at an impasse. Neither could persuade the other, and they parted ways on less than amicable terms. However, after Lu Mo left, the man took out his phone and dialed a number, disclosing all of Liang Yu's information to the other party. The call ended in silence. Shortly thereafter, Liang Yu arrived at the periphery of the commercial building. The area he had previously destroyed remained conspicuously evident. Yet this time, it seemed the opposition had taken precautions. He had scarcely arrived when he noticed their personnel appearing above. Liang Yu had no intention of engaging in conflict. He was merely passing through to observe. As he prepared to leave, a voice amplified through a loudspeaker called out his name. "Liang Yu, Mr. Liang, may we have a moment to converse?" "Not convenient," Liang Yu retorted, and with that, the third drone ascended into the sky, indifferent to whether his words were heard. There was indeed little left to discuss between them. The exhilarating speed of his journey was indescribable. This time, he approached the village near the site of the sacrifice. He held no fondness for this place. The cabin opened, and he began to release red glass orbs into the depths below. Before long, the nearby village was engulfed in flames. Within this inferno, some individuals struggled, yet soon, silence prevailed. In Liang Yu's eyes, these people were even more deserving of their fate. If it were an act of cannibalism, he could comprehend it. As survival often drives one to desperate measures, how many would willingly resort to such barbarity when other means of sustenance exist? Yet they did not. Numerous alternatives for survival lay before them. Instead, they chose the most self-destructive path. In the context of a civilized society, this was akin to a cult, and it was this type of individual that he detested the most. Observing the unrelenting blaze below, Liang Yu resolved to return the third machine. Just then, Lan Ling rushed over. Wait, please, hold on. Chapter 120. Farewell gift. I believe I have just witnessed something extraordinary. You, with your clumsy antics, have been sneaking off to indulge in escapades without me. Upon hearing that Lan Ling intended to take control, Liang Yu had no choice but to return the no. Free machine. Is this a sea of flames? Where could this be, that such a vast area is engulfed in fire? Naturally, Liang Yu would not admit to having started it himself. Have you finished? I'll return once you have. At this moment, Liang Yu noticed the 2 coconuts in Lan Ling's hands, along with her soiled garments. You. Yet, the words lingered on his tongue, unspoken. Just look at you. You truly resemble a freshly unearthed little radish. Go wash up. By the time I return, you should be ready. We can crack open the coconuts together then. No. I shall wait and procure a few more coconuts. Lan Ling did not oppose this, cradling the 2 large coconuts as she stepped outside. Liang Yu seized the moment to hurry back. A few minutes later, Liang Yu rushed out of the terminal control room. Upon arriving at the bathroom, he found Lan Ling still occupied. He pushed the door open, removed his own clothes, and joined her in washing. This time, their washing session extended a bit longer. After more than 40 minutes, Liang Yu carried Lan Ling out once again. When they emerged, both were clad in bathrobes. Liang Yu gently placed her on the sofa before proceeding to open the coconuts. Before Lan Ling could begin her playful banter, Liang Yu made another trip to the kitchen. This time, he pushed a dining cart into the living room, plugged in the electric pot, and began to prepare the ingredients for hot pot, bringing them out one by one. Gazing at the table laden with food, Lan Ling's first thought was whether the 2 of them could possibly finish such a bounty. Liang Yu then asked Lan Ling to check the pot. If it had reached a boil, she should simply adjust it to a low flame. He himself ascended to the top floor. On the top floor, he retrieved over a dozen transport drones and thermal boxes, filling the previously prepared containers to the brim. He then set the drones routes, placing 2 boxes in front of each building. Not even the property management's warehouse was spared. He generously allocated 3 boxes to them, while others received only 2. Under Liang Yu's meticulous guidance, the boxes were efficiently delivered to their designated locations. Once the items were dispatched, he ceased to monitor them, allowing the drones to return autonomously as he made his way back to the living room. Upon his return, the electric pot had been simmering for a little while. Lan Ling was engrossed in her handheld console. Liang Yu did not chide her. Instead, he handed her a coconut and, after retrieving another, removed the straw and poured the coconut water into the pot, doing so for 3 coconuts before pausing. It turned out he had indeed foreseen the necessity. Once it reached a boil, he served Lan Ling a bowl of soup. They began their meal by sipping the soup and then enjoying the fresh ingredients. Liang Yu had not prepared any staple food for this feast. The assortment of meats, vegetables, and seafood was ample enough to satiate their appetites. However, upon finishing the washing of the dishes, Lan Ling discovered that Liang Yu had neglected to prepare any dipping sauce. Taking the initiative, she dashed to the kitchen to concoct some. Meanwhile, Liang Yu heard the sound of dishes clattering to the floor. With a sense of resignation, he set down his chopsticks and went over to tidy up and prepare the sauce once more. On another front, a well-meaning individual engaging in a charitable act was finally noticed. The first to discover his actions were the property management staff, who realized something was amiss just minutes after the boxes had been dropped off. The personnel on duty promptly notified Wang Yong. Upon hearing of this peculiar occurrence, Wang Yong hurried out to investigate. Before him lay 3 large boxes, and after confirming with those who had discovered them, he learned that each box was a perfectly square package. They simply shook the boxes without opening them, thus oblivious to their contents. However, it was certain that they did not contain explosives. Wang, who had just arrived, caught wind of the situation and insisted on opening one of the boxes himself, instructing everyone else to stand back. Yet, glancing at the 3 boxes nearby, he opted to distance himself further. With a heart full of trepidation, he opened the box. At that very moment, a loud explosive sound erupted from within. Bang! Startled, Wang instinctively dropped the box onto the ground, causing its contents to spill out. A round takeout container, tightly sealed, tumbled forth, and miraculously, the food remained intact within. Realizing he was still alive, Wang cautiously picked up the takeout container and examined it closely, revealing that it was indeed from the outside. Driven by curiosity, he opened the box, only to discover a meticulously packaged serving of Longjiang pig trotter rice. This revelation filled Wang with immense delight, and the others soon grasped the situation as well. Observing the food in the boxes, Wang Yong felt a lingering unease. His suspicions were confirmed. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Liang. The man had survived, but Wang dared not partake in the meal. Conversely, the others had fewer reservations. For them, this pig trotter rice was an exceptionally rare delicacy, and the allure of a warm meal was irresistible, prepared to endure any consequences that might follow. Wang Yong refrained from further comments, simply instructing that all the food be carried back inside. Residents from other floors shared similar experiences, with many survivors recognizing Liang Yu's signature style. Some sought him out in their group chat, but Liang did not respond. Undeterred, they resolved to eat the pig trotter rice, accepting the possibility of an upset stomach. Some who discovered the boxes first managed to take several containers home, while others were left with only a single serving. Ultimately, they all indulged in the pig trotter rice, including Fong Qing and the husky named Tang Do, who surprisingly devoured 3 portions. Once everyone had their fill, they awaited the reaction of their stomachs, fully prepared for what might ensue, though the outcome turned out to be somewhat different from their expectations. The meal prepared by Liang Yu contained no harmful substances such as castor bean powder or laxatives. Instead, it was infused with certain unspeakable ingredients. This night was destined to bring sleeplessness to everyone in the building. Those who had dined began to feel a rising heat within their bodies, and in that moment, everything they beheld appeared strikingly beautiful. Couples who had survived together, or partners of different genders cohabiting, fared relatively well. The most unfortunate were the group of residents from the property management, who not only numbered significantly but also bore a heavier burden. Thus, Liang Yu's parting gift caused distress for all. Meanwhile, he comfortably reclined after satisfying his hunger. As most struggled with the effects of the concoction he had prepared, the most tragic victim emerged. Fong Qing stumbled and scrambled out of the room, desperately ascending the stairs while crying out for help. Chapter 121. Departure. Destination. It was evident that Fong Qing was destined to find no helping hand. The occupants of the building had all fallen for Liang Yu's ruse. They were too preoccupied with their own peril to extend assistance to her. Even if some were inclined to help, who would dare venture out on such a treacherous night? Many had already succumbed to Fong Qing's wrath under the cover of darkness, leaving her isolated and vulnerable. Gradually, exhaustion enveloped her, and just as she felt herself about to collapse, she caught sight of the floor indicator. She was on the 12th floor, with the 13th floor looming above her. The door to room 1301 was likely still ajar, granting her a flicker of renewed strength as she hurried towards it. Below, the husky, with eyes aglow, followed closely behind. As she reached the door and prepared to shut it, the husky's form had already intruded halfway inside. She abandoned the idea of closing the door and dashed into the bedroom. However, her energy had nearly depleted, and her pace faltered. Upon entering the bedroom, the husky materialized just behind her. Despair washed over Fong Qing as she collapsed onto the bed, curling into a ball, seeking solace. Yet, the sheer strength of the massive canine was far beyond her capacity to resist. Awakened by Liang Yu's peculiar concoction, the husky had unleashed its primal instincts and lunged at Fong Qing with eyes ablaze. This night was destined to be one of torment. In stark contrast, Liang Yu enjoyed a night of deep slumber. If not for the alarm he had set, he might still be nestled comfortably in bed. Upon entering the living room, he noticed the neatly packed suitcase belonging to Lan Ling, prominently placed amidst numerous bags and parcels. After a brief wait, he saw Lan Ling descending the stairs. Upon spotting Liang Yu, she pointed to the covered dish on the table. "Breakfast is ready. Hurry and wash up so you can eat. I've put the luggage in the car. Once you're ready, we'll depart." She glanced around. "Your things aren't still unpacked, are they? Hurry. Eat while I finish packing." With that, she rushed past Liang Yu, heading towards his room to gather his belongings. Quick as a flash, Liang Yu seized her as she passed, and they found themselves on the sofa. Embracing Lan Ling momentarily, he reassured her, "Don't fret. It's still early. Shall we rest a bit longer? I'll pack quickly." Lan Ling gently extricated herself from his grasp, smoothing out the wrinkles in her clothing. "You should rest in your room for a while. I'll call you later. I'll take these items to the car first." Reluctantly, Liang Yu complied, rising to take the items from her hands. "Allow me. You go warm up the breakfast in the kitchen." Initially, Lan Ling had hoped working together would expedite the process. Yet Liang Yu insisted on handling it solo. Consequently, She retreated to the kitchen to heat the breakfast. As she entered, Liang Yu swiftly retrieved Mario's overalls, hastily stuffing his belongings inside. As Lan Ling emerged, balancing a steaming breakfast, Liang Yu had already completed his task of moving the luggage. He had also taken a moment to activate the three-dimensional projection at the second-level wall, setting up the projection for the Doomsday Fortress while neglecting other settings. Upon returning to the living room, he discovered Lan Ling searching for him. Without addressing the situation directly, Liang Yu quickly finished his breakfast, and the two made their way to the training room. Upon entering the vehicle, rather than retreating to the rear space, Lan Ling eagerly dove into the driver's seat, her excitement palpable in her animated gestures. This reminded Liang Yu of his own childhood spring outings. Soon, the RV sped out of the training room's exit, and upon breaching the outer wall, it landed in the snowy terrain. Snow mode. With Liang Yu's command, the vehicle transitioned its driving mode. He then unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to Lan Ling, saying, "I'll be back shortly," primarily concerned that she might dash outside. After exiting the vehicle, he ascended to the top of the fortress and stored it entirely within his space, having acquired a grid of 9,999. Completing this task, he re-entered the vehicle. Upon returning to the driver's seat, he found Lan Ling still engrossed in the mode-switching mechanism. The most awkward moment was when he stepped into the cabin and heard a familiar exclamation, "Transform, Autobot. Transform." Surprised by the lack of response, she looked up and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Your vehicle is disappointing. It can't even transform. I'm leaving a bad review. The robot I played with before could transform, but sadly, I didn't bring it along." Liang Yu couldn't help but laugh at her words, recalling an old adage, two distinct personalities cannot emerge from the same blanket. Was Lan Ling's reaction similar to when she first took control of this vehicle? As for the formidable Megatron and the control terminal, they were certainly present, with even the mechanical exoskeleton hanging in the room. "Are you truly certain there is nothing?" Liang Yu pressed, not waiting for her response as he activated the RV. In the midst of Lan Ling's astonishment, the vehicle began to move down the road. Liang Yu produced two handheld consoles, handing one to Lan Ling while activating his own to enter the game. Observing the smoothly navigating vehicle, Lan Ling also powered on her console and joined the game. At that moment, Liang Yu was engaged in hunting a dragon when a team invite from Lan Ling arrived. Thus, they teamed up to take on the monsters within the game. As the RV traversed the landscape, it caught the attention of some survivors. Initially incredulous, they soon realized the approaching vehicle was indeed real. Those on higher floors knew they could not descend quickly and resorted to throwing objects down in an attempt to attract the driver's attention, hoping for a chance to board the vehicle. Some survivors from the lower tiers swiftly approached the inevitable path ahead, intending to use their bodies to halt Liang Yu's RV. The two players engrossed in their game received feedback from the driving system. Liang Yu set aside his handheld console and took the wheel himself. He refrained from moving to the back, fully aware that such an encounter was imminent. The opposing group, witnessing the RV less than 300 meters away, showed no signs of reducing their speed, which caused a flicker of anxiety within them. Particularly, Lan Ling, seated in the passenger seat, was apprehensive that Liang Yu might inadvertently cause a fatal accident. Sensing Lan Ling's gaze, Liang Yu found himself at a loss for words. While he had previously acted decisively without a hint of hesitation, he now felt an unexpected reluctance. Chapter 122. Turmoil on the road. Liang Yu understood that it was imperative to maintain speed at this moment. Any reduction could lead to complications. The gravest outcome would be the potential elimination of this group. Faced with the individuals obstructing the path, he opted to target a single person rather than the collective. The choice of survival lay solely with them. As he approached within 200 meters, Liang Yu gave a few symbolic honks of the horn. The obstructors, perceiving a reaction from the vehicle, mistakenly assumed the occupants harbored reservations. However, before they could revel in their presumption, the RV before them accelerated visibly. A pang of anxiety gripped him as he observed the approaching vehicle's increasing velocity. Unable to withstand the pressure, he swiftly cleared the way. Mere seconds after he stepped aside, the speeding RV zipped past him, making him acutely aware of how close he had come to death. Other survivors, witnessing the RV's unimpeded passage, unleashed a torrent of curses upon the individual who had faltered, some casting him fierce glares, akin to predators sizing up their prey, lurking in a shadowy corner awaiting their chance. These minor interludes did not hinder Liang Yu's forward momentum. Following the incident, he reactivated the autopilot and resumed their hunting game. Not even half an hour had elapsed since the previous obstruction when they encountered a similar situation once more. The difference this time was the adversaries had destroyed a 4 to 5 meter stretch of the road, creating a sizable ice pit approximately 20 centimeters deep. In front of the ice pit stood several individuals, armed with common watermelon knives, along with some barbed wire set to impede progress. They awaited the vehicle's engine to stall. Liang Yu, however, harbored no such concerns. He did not even grasp the steering wheel this time. He pressed the accelerator. Yet he had overlooked one critical detail. The autopilot had not been disengaged. Simply pressing the accelerator would not hasten the vehicle, as the autopilot, detecting the road conditions and Liang Yu's actions, brought the vehicle to a halt, preventing it from entering the ice pit. The individuals nearby, witnessing the halted vehicle, quickly approached. Liang Yu, observing their advance, felt no trepidation. Instead, he urged Lan Ling to focus. Amidst her anxiety, the security personnel within the vehicle took action. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Lan Ling's expression shifted, and she turned to see a figure that left her mouth agape. A man named Mario, clad in dark sunglasses and wielding a submachine gun, stood before her. Lan Ling pointed at him in shock. Mario? Liang Yu nodded and formally introduced. This is one of our security personnel responsible for ensuring our safety during this journey, Mario. The rest is now in his capable hands. We can focus on our game. After stepping out of the RV and locking the door, Mario swaggered before the group with his weapon. The sight of him evidently surprised the obstructors. Yet they showed no signs of retreat, instead questioning the authenticity of Mario's weaponry. Those with audacity disregarded Mario's presence entirely, scaling the RV's front to stand before the windshield. Upon catching sight of Lan Ling, a wave of desire surged within him. Sheathing the watermelon knife, he retrieved a hammer from behind and struck the windshield with force. Simultaneously, Liang Yu's ears were assaulted by the other's profanities. The virtual screen before him illuminated, and Liang Yu locked onto the individual at the front of the vehicle. Following the lock, he drew Lan Ling into his embrace. In a moment of precision, Mario fired a shot that obliterated the target's head. As Liang Yu had anticipated, the modified submachine gun had a tad more power than expected. The entirety of the assailant's head erupted, blood and brain matter splattering across the windshield. At that moment, Lan Ling's discontented voice broke through the haze. What are you doing? I'm not a child. What is there to hide? Liang Yu sought confirmation. Are you truly certain you wish to witness this? No regrets? Lan Ling's actions spoke volumes. She gently pushed Liang Yu away and turned to behold the uncleaned remnants of red and white. A wave of nausea surged within her, and she unbuckled her seatbelt, covering her mouth as she dashed inside. Liang Yu, observing her retreating figure, felt helpless. He had warned her not to look, yet she had insisted. Now, she faced the consequences. He pressed a button nearby, and a small drone emerged, swiftly cleaning the frozen blood and brain matter. Mario approached the front, grasping the assailant's foot and forcefully tossing it beside them. With his other hand, he aimed the submachine gun at them. The group found themselves in a quandary, unsure whether to flee or remain still. In that moment, Liang Yu's words, akin to a royal decree, offered them a glimmer of hope. You have 15 minutes. After that, if I find you, your lives are forfeit. Life and death are in your hands. Dare to flee, and you shall surely perish. Having delivered his ultimatum, Liang Yu turned his attention back to the game. Under Mario's supervision, the group began clearing roadblocks and placing wooden boards into the ice pit. Their swift, practiced movements completed the task in under 10 minutes, suggesting they were no strangers to such labor. Efficient yet devoid of pity, for Liang Yu had shown them mercy by sparing their lives. Ignoring the group, Liang Yu instructed Mario to board the vehicle and continued on their journey. A few minutes after departure, Lan Ling, her face pale, returned to the passenger seat. Liang Yu wore a mischievous grin, holding an empty box. How do you feel? Perhaps a sweet treat to lighten your mood? I hear sweet tofu pudding is delightful. His words elicited a reaction from Lan Ling, who hurriedly passed the empty box to him, retrieving some tissues to assist with the cleanup. You rascal, you did that on purpose. Liang Yu gently caressed her pale face, playfully pinching her cheek. You brought this upon yourself. I told you not to look. I truly do not comprehend why there was no reaction at the terminal. Yet suddenly a response emerged. Lan Ling directly swatted Liang Yu's hand away. Are you out of your mind? Can the game ever resemble reality? Liang Yu was utterly speechless. Is that even a game? The characters you strike are real people. However, Lan Ling remained obstinately defiant. To me, the terminal simply offers a more immersive experience. Any reasonable person witnessing such a scenario would feel disgusted. Anyone with common sense would react as I have. Only you, with your clumsy demeanor, have the audacity to provoke me further. Liang Yu wished to say more, but Lan Ling turned away to dispose of the trash, leaving no opportunity for Liang Yu to speak. At that moment, they had only traversed half the distance to the zoo, and Liang Yu earnestly hoped that no further complications would arise. Chapter 123. Arrival at the zoo. Often, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. Liang Yu wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble and delay their progress. Yet, the journey frequently presented him with unexpected surprises. He had hoped to relish their time together in the car, but these intrusions proved disruptive. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Liang Yu switched modes and took to the air right before their astonished gazes, soaring away. At that moment, Lan Ling approached with a small box of snacks. Observing him in midair, she expressed her astonishment. "You were just driving. How did you suddenly take flight?" With a hint of resignation, Liang Yu recounted what had just transpired. The sound of a packaging being torn open echoed, and a piece of chocolate was promptly thrust into his mouth. After a couple of chews, a wave of bitterness overwhelmed him. He glanced at Lan Ling, who had half finished her milk tea, and swiftly snatched it away, using the sweet beverage to counteract the bitter taste. "No matter how many times I try, I still cannot acclimate to this flavor," he remarked, smacking his lips. Lan Ling chuckled in response. "You enjoy bitter melon, yet you cannot tolerate 50% dark chocolate? How peculiar." This was a blatant act of retribution from Lan Ling, a consequence of his earlier quip about tofu pudding. Acknowledging their mutual teasing, Liang Yu felt a sense of relief. He decided to rip open a piece of dark chocolate and pop it into his mouth, finding a hint of sweetness lingering. As the two enjoyed their playful exchange, the RV could no longer bear to witness the scene and intervened. The vehicle landed smoothly at their destination, causing no disruption to their affectionate banter. However, the system's voice prompt served as a stubborn reminder, forcibly interrupting their moment. Liang Yu retrieved a tissue to wipe the drool from Lan Ling's face while he himself tidied up with a wet wipe. Although the likelihood of encountering others was low, he deemed it prudent to maintain a respectable appearance. After preparing himself, he instructed Lan Ling to wait briefly while he fetched 2 sets of clothing, one large and one small. He handed her the smaller set with a mischievous grin. "Do you need my assistance? I am quite proficient at this." Recalling the last time Liang Yu helped her change, and the lengthy process that ensued, Lan Ling felt her cheeks flush. "No, I can manage on my own." Accepting the outerwear from Liang Yu, she retreated to the changing room. He made a point to remind her, "You need not wear too many layers. This outfit is quite warm. 3 pieces should suffice for a typical winter. Otherwise, you'll transform from a petite carrot into a little zombie. With a casual I know." Lan Ling closed the changing room door. Liang Yu, unconcerned with formalities, began changing himself as well. A few minutes later, both donned sunglasses, resembling characters from a Mario game. Stepped out of the RV. Upon exiting, Liang Yu locked the vehicle, only to notice that the zoo did not seem to have been inundated by floodwaters to any significant extent. From the vantage point of the adjacent building, the water level barely submerged to around 30 centimeters. Numerous facilities were still visible, though some were obscured by snow. After disembarking from their vehicle, the trio found themselves at a loss regarding their destination. At this juncture, Liang Yu turned his gaze towards Lan Ling, as it was indeed her desire to visit the zoo, and thus her preferences should be heeded. After contemplating for a moment, Lan Ling decided to explore the aquarium within the zoo. Although the animals in the park had vanished, the fish within the aquarium were surely still present. With a newfound objective, Liang Yu did not dissent. Instead, he took her hand, and together they commenced their search for the aquarium. Meanwhile, behind them, Mario, with a firearm in each hand, exhibited no reaction to their actions, proving himself to be an exceptionally competent bodyguard. After wandering for a while, the two realized they had lost their way. Liang Yu, though reluctant to admit it, acknowledged the truth of their predicament. Lan Ling, observing his expression, could not suppress a laugh and playfully patted Mario on the back. "Look, this person can't even navigate here. How embarrassing." Yet Mario remained unfazed, diligently maintaining vigilance over their surroundings. Faced with Lan Ling's teasing, Liang Yu refrained from offering any excuses. At that moment, Lan Ling approached from behind and tugged at him. "It's your fault. I'm exhausted now. I need you to carry me." Liang Yu, undoubtedly, would not refuse such a request. Crouching down, Lan Ling effortlessly leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around him while extending a finger to indicate a direction. "This way. Go this way. Trust me. You won't be mistaken." Under Lan Ling's guidance, they wandered within the park for over 10 minutes, but ultimately did not reach the longed-for aquarium. Instead, they found themselves at the Monkey Hill. However, upon arriving, Liang Yu sensed something amiss, as if they were being observed. This sensation was new, having only emerged after he began carrying Lan Ling. He crouched down, signaling her to dismount. Assuming he was merely fatigued, she refrained from any further coaxing. Once on the ground, Liang Yu positioned Lan Ling behind him, ensuring both she and Mario were safeguarded in the center. In his hands, he now wielded 2 additional handguns, one of which he handed to Lan Ling. "Be cautious. I sense something unusual here." Accepting the firearm, Lan Ling held it firmly. Although she felt no immediate danger, she trusted Liang Yu implicitly and remained quietly behind him. As they ventured closer to the Monkey Hill, Liang Yu suddenly noticed an array of debris, stones, snowballs, and shards of metal descending from the sky. Drawing a transparent umbrella from his left hand, he opened it directly towards the heavens. The unfurling canopy expanded, forming a protective dome around the three of them. Wave after wave of projectiles struck, continuing for nearly 10 minutes. Once the third barrage ceased, Liang Yu observed that no further objects were plummeting towards them. Then he heard voices echoing in the distance. Intruders! Leave! Depart from our home. Liang Yu found the words rather peculiar as he glanced at Lan Ling Little Radish. Did you hear that too? Did you notice any issues? After a moment of contemplation, Lan Ling proposed a rather audacious theory. I don't believe those words were spoken by a human. After all, they sound exceedingly awkward to me. If it were I would express it differently. Outsiders, leave while you still can, for staying means certain demise. Upon hearing Lan Ling's remark, Liang Yu was rendered speechless. It seemed that this girl had indulged in too many games, bringing along the dialogue from them. Nevertheless, Liang Yu felt a spark of curiosity and responded. I apologize for the intrusion. We are merely lost and harbor no ill intentions. Might we be permitted to stay the night? Tomorrow morning, we shall take our leave. Chapter 124. The speaking horse. Under the probing of Liang Yu, the other party remained obstinate and refused to divulge any information. Intruder, depart at once, or face death. Liang Yu took a slight step back, deciding to close his eyes, curious to discern what lay within. As Lan Ling obediently shut her eyes, Liang Yu produced a rocket launcher with his other hand. Yet, instead of a projectile, he aimed it at the source of the sound. After momentarily closing the umbrella, he pressed the trigger, launching the projectile before reopening the umbrella for protection. He turned and shielded Lan Ling with his body, fearing her curiosity might compel her to peek. The ammunition released a series of peculiar sounds, drawing the attention of their adversaries. Upon reaching an altitude of 50 meters, the projectile emitted a brilliant light. In that instant, the world was engulfed in blinding white. In that area, no other color dared to intrude upon the purity of white. The brilliance was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds in the air. Even with his back turned to the flash and eyes closed, Liang Yu perceived colorful shapes before him. He had underestimated the power of this flashbang. Had he known, he would have brought sunglasses. He thought closing his eyes while turning away would suffice. Yet he found himself affected nonetheless. As he rubbed his eyes, the anguished cries of monkeys echoed around him. The sounds were piercing, reminiscent of an infant's wail. Following the explosion, their adversaries fell silent. Liang Yu entertained a bold hypothesis. Could the one who had spoken be a horse? Before Lan Ling, he could not rummage through his belongings directly. Reluctantly, he glanced at Mario's overalls pocket, handing the umbrella to Lan Ling. He approached Mario and slipped his hand into the pocket. Under Lan Ling's puzzled gaze, he retrieved a drone. Intrigued, Lan Ling leaned in, bewildered at how such an object could emerge from Mario's pocket. At this moment, Liang Yu refrained from explaining, allowing her curiosity to flourish while he maneuvered the drone towards the direction of the earlier sounds. The screen projected a scene that captivated Lan Ling once more. Liang Yu observed a group of monkeys on the nearby fake hill, covering their eyes and screeching. Strangely, they were clad in human garments. Surrounding them were numerous snowballs and stones that had just been hurled at them. In front of a cave, approximately 3 meters high, stood a larger monkey, presumably the king of this troop. This creature was also dressed warmly, and scattered around it were fragments of rocks. Liang Yu pondered how they had survived for so long, and how the Monkey King had mastered human speech. At that moment, the Monkey King was rubbing its eyes, surprisingly donning a pair of sunglasses. No wonder its voice had not been heard. Liang Yu surmised that the king, equipped with sunglasses and having not gazed at the flashbang like its companions, had escaped unscathed. The Monkey King seemed to sense the approach of the drone, reaching out to grasp a stone and hurling it in the drone's direction. As Liang Yu maneuvered the drone to evade the incoming projectile, he activated the communication system in an attempt to engage the Monkey King once more. Halt, please. I wish to converse with you. However, the Monkey King did not relent. Instead, his agitation intensified, a furious roar escaping his lips. You seek to deceive me again. With his thunderous growl, a dozen or so monkeys clad in tattered garments emerged from the cave, their frail bodies barely concealed by their thick attire. Armed with relatively straight wooden sticks, their tips sharpened by blades, these monkeys encircled their king. Faced with the futility of communication, Liang Yu had no choice but to return the drone home. Thanks to the drone's assistance, the trio swiftly made their way back to the RV. As Liang Yu sank into the couch, he pondered the peculiarities of the entire situation. He did not believe the monkeys had become sentient. He would be more inclined to accept that they were merely evolving. His gaze fell upon the inquisitive onlookers surrounding Mario. Enough with your observations. Help me contemplate today's events. I cannot fathom it. In this day and age, it's one thing for monkeys to speak, but to wield tools as well. It's akin to witnessing the evolutionary dawn of primitive man. Lan Ling gestured towards Mario's trousers. Is there any of those pants left? I would like a pair. Liang Yu shot her an exasperated glance, retorting, "You resemble a rather blue raccoon robot. Do you not think those overalls are somewhat?" He was interrupted by Lan Ling's outstretched hand. "Bring them to me. I have no qualms." Reluctantly, he rose and ventured into the adjacent room, retrieving 2 pairs of blue overalls from his backpack. As he returned, he speculated whether they would fit him. Upon seeing the overalls in Liang Yu's hands, Lan Ling dashed over and snatched them, promptly shedding her shoes to don them over her existing attire. Liang Yu observed, surprised at how well they fit her. When he too tried them on, he found them astonishingly compatible. Lan Ling, witnessing Liang Yu's transformation, burst into laughter. "Haha, how absurd," he wished to retort. Yet she undeniably wore them better. After achieving her goal, Lan Ling confided her thoughts to Liang Yu before scurrying to the kitchen to stash snacks in her pockets. The cave, the Monkey King's lair, must hold something of significance. He has been guarding it. I suspect it may contain remnants from the previous zookeepers. Upon hearing Lan Ling's words, Liang Yu found them increasingly plausible. He returned to the driver's seat and dispatched another drone. Observing the freshly acquired layout of the zoo, he aimed to investigate the conditions of the other animals. Although he had a general understanding, a visual confirmation would be advantageous. Along the way, he noted that the enclosures for the tiger, lion, capybara, and shoebill stork were all conspicuously empty. This further solidified Liang Yu's thoughts. Subsequently, he arrived at his final destination, the chimpanzee, the closest primate to humans. However, the drone flying above circled twice without detecting any traces of the chimpanzee. Just as she began to relax, the drone suddenly emitted a sound. Moments later, the imagery on the screen began to shake, indicating that the drone had lost its balance and was plummeting. After a brief span of over 10 seconds, Liang Yu lost control of the drone. It was evident that his drone had sustained damage. Speaking to himself, he remarked, "Well, this is becoming increasingly thrilling." At that moment, Lan Ling, who had finished hoarding supplies, approached. "What is becoming more thrilling?" she inquired. "Oh right, I emptied all the food and drinks from the refrigerator. Is there anything else to eat? If not, I shall return them." Chapter 125. The miniature red-haired golden monkey. Liang Yu extended his hand, opening his palm. "Please bring me a bottle of joy water. Rest assured, I have stocked up plenty. Once I finish, I will retrieve that large freezer and fill it to the brim. Feel free to take whatever you desire. If you need more, just let me know to replenish." However, Lan Ling did not provide Liang Yu with the joy water. Instead, she handed him her half-finished milk tea. "No, I cannot drink any more. You must finish it. We cannot waste." Accepting the milk tea, he sipped while examining the map. The area designated for the chimpanzees had already been marked by him. He planned to visit the group of chimpanzees later. For now, his priority was to find the route to the aquarium. Coincidentally, Lan Ling noticed the spot marked by Liang Yu. "Is that the chimpanzee area? Should we head there first?" "The aquarium is just over that way, and by now, it must have turned into an ice sculpture." Although somewhat perplexed by his sudden interest in the chimpanzee area, Liang Yu could not find a reason to decline. Considering the higher danger associated with this trip, he retrieved an electromagnetic wristband for defense. This wristband would automatically generate a protective electromagnetic field upon detecting the approach of a high-speed object. He promptly donned one, while also equipping Lan Ling. As for Mario, Liang Yu felt assured that he would not pose a threat to them. Subsequently, Liang Yu checked his gear and confirmed that he had not forgotten anything. He led the way while Mario brought up the rear, and the three swiftly made their way toward the chimpanzee territory. Upon arriving at the drone's crash site, Liang Yu found only a pit and some scattered debris. The damaged drone was nowhere to be seen. He instructed Mario to remain vigilant while Lan Ling held a transparent umbrella, crouching nearby with her gun to search for traces. In that moment, Liang Yu deeply missed the sonar capability of Unit 1, which could have swiftly revealed the surrounding situation. Not a professional hunter, he found nothing after a brief search. Suddenly, he recalled the immersive VR goggles and quickly placed his hand into his front pocket. He retrieved them from his backpack, modified to be a lightweight frame akin to headphones. After trying them on, he activated them as per the instructions he had learned, and suddenly, many objects around him were digitized. The areas within his line of sight were labeled with names, which felt quite remarkable. Curiously, he glanced at his overalls, only to find the full name displayed, Mario's marvelous overalls. Liang Yu felt a bit inclined to scoff at this name. It was indeed quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, he did not forget the task at hand. He focused on the pit before him. In addition to the remnants of the drone, he spotted another clue not far away, footprints of an adult chimpanzee. A footprint, not particularly conspicuous, would likely pose a challenge for Liang Yu to discern without guidance. However, with his augmented vision, he swiftly discovered a cave. Indeed, yet another cave. There was a cave near the monkey troop, and here, near the chimpanzees, lay another. A sense of perplexity arose within him as he refrained from approaching, remaining at a distance of approximately 500 meters. Yet, within this range, he noticed several chimpanzees perched upon an artificial hill nearby. He promptly activated the protective feature of his umbrella. Suddenly, a red-haired gorilla emerged before Liang Yu. The formidable creature sprinted forward and leapt, its powerful hands crashing against the protective barrier. The immense force caused the shield to tremble under the impact. As the dust settled, Liang Yu found that the red-haired gorilla towered above him, its chest reaching his height of 180 centimeters. He estimated the creature to be nearly 3 meters tall, its knees still slightly bent. Comparing Mario and the red-haired gorilla, Liang Yu concluded that engaging in close combat with Mario would be inadvisable, as their size and stature presented a clear disadvantage. He also confirmed that the drone had likely been downed by this colossal beast. The other black gorillas, upon the arrival of their larger counterpart, did not approach Liang Yu. Instead, they encircled him and his companions. Initially startled, Lan Ling quickly recognized the true nature of the threat and conceived a daring notion. She tugged at Liang Yu's sleeve, gesturing towards the red-haired gorilla. The red-haired gorilla, observing Liang Yu and his companions, displayed no fear. Rather, it appeared amused, occasionally gesturing towards them while laughing. It suddenly bared its teeth, letting out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Mario stood vigilant at the rear, his firearm aimed with precision. At Liang Yu's command, Mario would unleash a barrage of fire. Yet, faced with the imposing red-haired gorilla, Liang Yu refrained from ordering an immediate attack. Instead, he retrieved a grenade resembling a tear gas canister from his pocket. Removing the pin, he opened a small section of the protective barrier and tossed the grenade towards the red-haired gorilla. Upon throwing, he quickly reopened the gap in the barrier. The gorilla, seizing the object mid-air, attempted to hurl it back. However, its immense strength crushed the grenade, releasing a voluminous cloud of gray gas. Although the red-haired gorilla inhaled a considerable amount, its size and resilience rendered the effect minimal. Undeterred, Liang Yu prepared to employ the same tactic again. However, just as he opened the protective gap, the crushed grenade was thrown back into their midst. With swift reflexes, the hand ring intercepted it just in time. The inert grenade tumbled to the ground. In the meantime, Liang Yu successfully launched a second sleep-inducing grenade, yet the creature was entirely unfazed, swinging its arm to deflect the projectile back towards him. With a bit too much force, he inadvertently struck the edge of the black gorilla behind him. Liang Yu gazed at the red-haired gorilla before him, finding it quite a formidable opponent. Its intelligence was exceptionally high, making the prospect of capturing it alive rather challenging. Unless he were to don his mechanical exosuit, the outcome of a contest of strength remained uncertain. However, he was confident that the firepower of the exosuit would undoubtedly reduce the creature to mere fragments. He could only helplessly observe Lan Ling, pondering the complexity of the situation. The adversary was exceedingly clever. Capturing it alive without causing harm seemed rather difficult. Perhaps incapacitating it severely would be a viable option? What do you think? Liang Yu's words lingered in Lan Ling's mind, yet the red-haired gorilla outside had comprehended them. At that moment, it relentlessly pounded its fists against the protective shield of the umbrella. Chapter 126. The little gold gorilla escapes under the relentless barrage of attacks. The protective shield merely trembled without any visible cracks, indicating that the ferocious little gold gorilla was incapable of breaching its defenses. At that moment, Liang Yu produced a tranquilizer pistol and aimed it at the incessantly attacking creature. Despite its massive size, the red-haired little gold gorilla exhibited remarkable agility. As it launched its assault, it noticed the tranquilizer dart fired by Liang Yu. In a split second, it leapt upwards, using its hands to brace itself against the shield, thereby elevating its entire body. With the tranquilizer dart expended, Liang Yu found himself at a loss. The creature's swift reflexes at such a close range left him questioning whether the red-haired little gold gorilla even feared bullets. Meanwhile, Lan Ling, observing the scene, decisively abandoned any thoughts of containment, recognizing the overwhelming danger and the difficulty in subduing the opponent. While Liang Yu contemplated his next move, Lan Ling activated the safety on her handgun as instructed by Liang Yu. A series of gunshots erupted as she emptied the magazine, firing a dozen bullets. At that moment, she replaced the spent magazine with a fresh one from her pocket. The red-haired little gold gorilla, upon seeing Lan Ling aim her weapon, began to retreat. However, despite Lan Ling's flurry of gunfire, not a single shot found its mark, revealing the formidable nature of their adversary. While Lan Ling's aim was a factor, the creature's remarkable reflexes and ability to evade were equally significant. Liang Yu then drew a Bobo Shot 41 submachine gun, a weapon renowned for its excellent handling, accuracy, firepower, and ammunition capacity. The appearance of this dark weapon made the red-haired little gold gorilla increasingly cautious. As Liang Yu pulled the trigger, the creature deftly executed a serpentine movement, evading the onslaught. Most of the bullets missed their target, with only a few grazing its arm, seemingly causing little impact. After all, the submachine gun was equipped with 7.62 by 25mm bullets, which were insufficient against a creature of such resilience. Perceiving that the creature had concealed itself, Liang Yu utilized his modified glasses to search for its whereabouts. Unexpectedly, a shadow loomed above, accompanied by a dull thud. Realizing his efforts had been in vain, the creature retreated swiftly, disappearing from sight. 1 minute passed, then 2. Liang Yu waited for over 5 minutes without catching sight of it. However, he was certain that he had provoked the creature, which must be lurking nearby. After replacing the Bobo Sha 41 with incendiary rounds, Liang Yu commenced a barrage against the nearby trees, snow, and rock piles where the creature might be hiding. He expended 7 or 8 magazines, causing a slight rise in the surrounding temperature. Throughout this time, Lan Ling had been covering her ears. Although the Bobo Sha 41 was not excessively loud, the sound of hundreds of bullets was undeniably grating. Despite this relentless assault, the red-haired little gold gorilla remained elusive. A sudden thought struck Liang Yu. Could it be that he had been outwitted by the creature? Upon turning around, Liang Yu discovered that the chimpanzees had long since vanished from sight. He felt utterly perplexed, realizing he had been outwitted. All of this could be attributed to the higher-ups. Lan Ling also recognized this, laughing heartily while clutching her stomach. You were outsmarted. Haha. Seeing that Lan Ling showed no signs of stopping her laughter, Liang Yu resorted to covering her mouth with his hand. Before long, however, Liang Yu was pushed away by Lan Ling. He cast a fierce glance towards the cave, and without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his rocket launcher. After ensuring Lan Ling had moved back a bit, he aimed at the cave's entrance and fired a rocket. Instantly, flames erupted from the cave, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Yet, Liang Yu sensed something was amiss. The rocket exploded after only partially entering, evidently having collided with some obstruction. Otherwise, the detonation would have occurred deeper within the cavern. After firing 2 more rockets, the entire exterior of the cave collapsed, sealing the entrance firmly shut. Only then did Liang Yu stow away the rocket launcher, though he was far from convinced that the matter was resolved so simply. He had observed through his glasses that none of the rockets had penetrated into the cave's interior. All he had achieved was to demolish the entrance. With the chimpanzees gone and the cave collapsed, he was at a loss for how to extract his revenge, especially since he had no knowledge of any alternative exits within the cave. As for entering himself, he had no intention of taking such a risk. At that moment, he turned to Lan Ling. Your little golden monkey has escaped, and I cannot track it down. Those 3 rockets likely didn't hit it. Lan Ling approached, her delicate hand sliding down his chest through his clothing. Calm down, calm down. Why bother getting riled up over a mere beast? Let us go, we've seen the chimpanzees. Let us head over to the aquarium instead. I'm quite curious about what kinds of creatures we might encounter there. Do you think there will be martial arts trained turtles? Liang Yu, suppressing a smile, replied, Indeed, there are 4 of them. The eldest is named Leonardo, the second is Raphael, Michelangelo is the third, and Donatello is the youngest. Oh, and you'll also see a mouse with a duck's head. Lan Ling looked at Liang Yu with disdain. Get away. Haven't I seen that movie? And why a duck's head? I should be the one with a mouse's head. Liang Yu chose not to dwell on the issue of heads, instead asking her, do turtles need to hibernate? In this temperature, where would a martial arts turtle even come from? I must clarify, I refuse to cosplay such a character. With their playful banter, the two made their way toward the aquarium. Not long after Liang Yu departed, a red-haired golden monkey emerged from atop the tallest artificial hill. It merely watched Liang Yu's retreating figure without making any further movements. At that moment, surprisingly, the monkey king that Liang Yu had encountered earlier appeared beside it. Upon observing the wounds of the other party, the monkey king incessantly gestured, chattering away, seemingly engaging in a conversation with the red-haired little golden monkey. Ultimately, it appeared that he had persuaded the latter, who then followed the monkey king away, presumably heading towards the vicinity of the monkey troop. With the assistance of the glasses, Liang Yu and his companions adeptly made their way into the aquarium. Here, they encountered no creatures emerging from hiding. Inside the aquarium, numerous glass walls lay shattered upon the ground, with blocks of ice encasing the aquatic life that once inhabited the space. Near the outer edge, there were many pockmarked areas, clearly indicative of the ice being broken to transform the fish into sustenance. Some of these depressions still bore remnants of severed tails. Chapter 127. The child from the circumstances observed at the scene. It bore little resemblance to the actions of animals. The mere thought of the Monkey King and the red-haired little golden monkey quickly dispelled this notion for Liang Yu. As he walked, he came upon a massive observation window. Despite the prolonged freezing, the ice remained remarkably transparent. It was at this moment that Lan Ling finally laid eyes on the creature she longed to see, a dolphin encased in ice. Below the dolphin, 3 large sea turtles trailed behind, and lurking just 5 meters away was a shark, stealthily following them. Gazing at the ice-encased turtles, Lan Ling posed a question to Liang Yu. Will these turtles survive once they thaw? I recall movies mentioning that mammoths, frozen for extended periods, could still come back to life when the ice melted. This remark left Liang Yu momentarily bewildered. The creatures before them were undoubtedly frozen to death, not merely in a state of hibernation. How could they possibly revive upon the removal of the ice? He then pointed towards a golden-hued, silver-bellied yellow-lipped fish nearby. Shall we try to catch one? It is said that the flesh of the yellow-lipped fish is exceptionally delectable and rich in nutrients, particularly its swim bladder, which is considered a precious medicinal ingredient. Upon hearing about food, Lan Ling's interest piqued, and she dashed forward to observe. Which fish do you mean? Following Liang Yu's indication, she finally spotted a yellow-lipped fish weighing around 4 pounds. It was evident that this was a juvenile. Mature yellow-lipped fish typically grow to a length of 100 to 150 centimeters and weigh between 15 to 30 kilograms. The so-called fish king could even reach a staggering weight of 100 kilograms. However, after assessing her own condition, Lan Ling hesitated. At that moment, Liang Yu severed the ice block with his lightsaber, revealing the yellow-lipped fish encased within. She found herself unable to muster the appetite to eat. Perhaps we should forego this. I just ate in the car and am still feeling quite full. Liang Yu, unable to consume such a quantity alone, relinquished the idea and casually discarded the ice block onto the ground. Let us continue exploring. Since we are here, we might as well see what else awaits us. Think of any other places you wish to visit. At that moment, a pair of small eyes in the corner was fixed on them. Once Liang Yu and Lan Ling had moved away, the child scampered to the spot where Liang Yu had discarded the fish and eagerly picked up the yellow-lipped fish from the ground. This scene was witnessed by Liang Yu and Lan Ling, who were concealed around the corner. Curiosity sparked within Lan Ling as she inquired how Liang Yu had noticed the child. Liang Yu gestured towards the diligent Mario. Mario spotted him and informed me, which prompted my decision to act as a benefactor. I only hope he doesn't do anything foolish. Otherwise, Mario's demise will be on his conscience. Lan Ling, however, believed the child would not act recklessly, perhaps naively overestimating him. Liang Yu remained skeptical, doubting that a 12 or 13-year-old could survive alone in such an environment for an extended period. He suspected that the child must have someone behind him, someone capable of sending a young one out to forage for food in such harsh weather. Soon, under their watchful gaze, the child found a container and dragged the fish away. The two exchanged a knowing glance and silently decided to follow him. After winding through the area, they discovered that his dwelling was no longer a cave, but rather a secluded employee lounge within the park. Liang Yu observed the child enter, and shortly thereafter, he emerged again. Noticing the boy's demeanor and the bucket in his hands, it was evident he intended to collect the accumulated snow outside, likely to melt it for cooking the fish. As Liang Yu had surmised, the child did not reappear after taking 2 loads of snow. To mitigate any potential danger, it was time for Mario to make his entrance. Liang Yu instructed Mario to investigate the situation. The next moment, he regretted not specifying how to conduct the inquiry. He and Lan Ling watched as Mario swiftly approached the door and boldly pushed it open. Lan Ling, covering her mouth, struggled to suppress her laughter, which soon echoed into the lounge. Upon hearing the laughter, the child inside recognized its source. Liang Yu led the way to the entrance of the lounge, only to find a scene far removed from his expectations. A makeshift stove sat on the floor, atop which a large pot simmered with fish. Scattered nearby were some clothing and bedding, upon which lay a person and a gorilla. The pallor of the individuals and the bandages they bore suggested they were gravely injured. A woman, appearing to be in her 30s, struggled to rise, and upon seeing Lan Ling and Liang Yu at the door, instantly grasped the origin of the fish being cooked. As she prepared to plead for the child's safety, the boy stepped in front of them, using a small frame to shield the wounded individuals. Yet, being merely a 12 or 13-year-old child, he was swiftly pushed aside by the gorilla, which stood protectively behind him, regarding Mario with utmost vigilance. Liang Yu and Lan Ling, unarmed, were disregarded by the creature. Faced with this unusual trio, a woman, a gorilla, and a small child, Liang Yu's interest was piqued. He grasped Lan Ling's hand and led her toward the large pot, while Mario moved to shut the door and took a seat behind them. Observing the fish that had yet to thaw, Liang Yu produced a few tools from his pocket, skillfully cutting the fish open and removing the entrails and gills, rinsing it clean with the original water. Under Mario's assistance, he fetched some bottled water from outside and began to prepare a fish soup. Liang Yu also added a touch of ginger and pepper to eliminate the fishy odor, along with some white tofu. The 3 onlookers were bewildered by Liang Yu's actions, unable to comprehend his intentions, yet as he remained silent, they could only huddle together. Too apprehensive to speak, Mario stood guard nearby, while Lan Ling occupied herself with a handheld gaming device. This atmosphere persisted for several minutes. During this time, Liang Yu instructed Mario to add some firewood to the stove, finally bringing the fish soup to completion. In the end, he sprinkled a pinch of salt, relying solely on instinct. Do not question why it was just a pinch. Cooking with salt is an art guided by experience and feel. For them, there has never been a standard. Once the salt is added, the soup is deemed complete. Observing the milky white fish soup before him, Liang Yu felt no aversion. Accepting the bowl and spoon handed to him by Mario, he ladled out 5 bowls of soup. Their meal that evening centered around fish, with he and Lan Ling primarily there to savor the dish. After serving the soup, he noticed that the 3 others remained motionless, prompting him to urge them. What are you waiting for? I've spent so long preparing this soup. Hurry and enjoy it. If you let it sit, it will lose its flavor. Ultimately, the child could not resist the allure of food and first offered the bowls to the woman and the gorilla, before finally tending to his own portion. Upon seeing the meat in his bowl, he could scarcely believe his eyes. With little thought for the soup, he began to eat voraciously, quickly finishing an entire bowl's worth. Chapter 128. Liang Yu's fish soup. The modest portion before them was hardly substantial for children in their growth phase. The other party gazed longingly at the remaining fish and broth in the pot. Lan Ling, however, turned the ladle towards them, encouraging them to serve themselves. The child, feeling somewhat timid, glanced at Liang Yu, who was savoring a small bowl of his own culinary creation, offering no dissenting words. Thus, the large pot of fish soup was thoroughly devoured by the 2 and the gorilla. Seeing their plates cleared, Liang Yu turned to Lan Ling and remarked, "You see, I possess considerable confidence in my culinary skills. Although this is my first attempt at preparing such fish, their reactions attest to my prowess." Initially, the 2, satisfied from their meal, thought he was about to make some request, causing a wave of tension to wash over them. Upon realizing he was merely discussing his cooking, the woman felt somewhat exasperated. Truth be told, she found it quite palatable. However, her hunger had overshadowed any concern for flavor. As for the child, the ability to eat was a source of immense joy, rendering taste irrelevant. The other gorilla was best left unmentioned. Lan Ling shared this sentiment, though she kept it to herself. Once the 2 had their fill, Liang Yu began to inquire further, disregarding the gorilla from his considerations. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand is beholden, and he was curious to see if this held true in such circumstances. Liang Yu asked, "What led to your injuries? And what is the situation with the monkeys and chimpanzees in this zoo? What about the other animals?" In response to Liang Yu's questions, the woman glanced at the gorilla beside her and gently caressed the child leaning against her. She relayed all that she knew. Essentially, she was an employee at the zoo. When the cold wave struck, she and several other staff members, due to distance, had not returned home, opting instead to stay in the staff dormitory. However, they faced issues concerning food and warmth. As temperatures plummeted, the animals that perished became their sustenance. Yet, dissent arose among those who had formed bonds with the animals. Some employees refused to partake in consuming them. Upon discovering that the monkey and gorilla populations had survived, their caretakers abandoned the idea of huddling together with the humans, choosing instead to live alongside the animals. She was one such caretaker, and this gorilla had once been part of her group. A disagreement with another caretaker led to her being injured by a gorilla, and the one before her had intervened to protect her, ultimately sustaining injuries from the others and seeking refuge in this secluded corner. When she spoke of the child, she expressed a hope that Liang Yu would take him along. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Yu rejected the notion. What a jest! How could I possibly carry such a burden? He then posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. What is the story behind that red-haired gorilla? It is evidently much larger than the other black-haired ones. Regarding Liang Yu's inquiry, the woman had yet to respond, while the nearby gorilla began to shake its head. Liang Yu, taken aback, turned to the creature. "Do you comprehend my words?" Upon hearing this, the gorilla began to communicate with Liang Yu through gestures. Thus, an unconventional dialogue unfolded between man and beast, oblivious to the reactions of others. In contrast to the bewildered woman and child, Lan Ling appeared notably composed. She produced 2 bags of chips, offering one to the child while opening the other for herself. Through her interaction with the gorilla, she gleaned a wealth of understanding. Consequently, she extended a solemn invitation. "Would you be interested in accompanying me? If you choose to come, while I cannot guarantee much, I can assure you of daily meals." Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, the gorilla did not outright decline. Instead, it pointed towards the 2 individuals beside them, seemingly inquiring if they could join. Clearly, Liang Yu could not acquiesce to such a request. Thus, he made a final attempt, asking, "Will you truly not come with me? Please consider it. I will likely depart tomorrow." He then disclosed the location of his caravan. The gorilla was inclined to refuse, but was halted by the woman. Having asked nearly all pertinent questions, Liang Yu decided it was time to depart. As he stood up, a thought struck him, and he approached the gorilla. He opened his mouth. The gorilla, uncertain of Liang Yu's intentions, hesitated momentarily, but sensed no malice from him. After a brief pause, it opened its mouth. Observing this, Liang Yu retrieved a spray bottle from his pocket and sprayed a few puffs into the gorilla's mouth. With this action complete, he left the lounge with Lan Ling and Mario, leaving everyone else in a state of confusion. The gorilla, still in a daze, felt a warm comfort wash over it as the mist entered its body, soothing its injuries. Only then did it comprehend Liang Yu's intention and rush to the door, eager to express gratitude. However, Liang Yu had already vanished from sight. Upon seeing the gorilla return, slightly despondent, the woman grew concerned about its injuries. The gorilla's earlier actions had undoubtedly been related to its condition. Though she did not understand its motives, she refrained from prying. The gorilla gently caressed the woman's head with its dark hand, while the child nestled closer, embracing the gorilla's arm. In this tender moment, the woman spoke, her hand lingering on the creature. Xiaoqi, perhaps you should consider following that individual. We have become a burden to you. With him, you might survive and endure until the end of this harsh winter. As the woman contemplated her words, the gorilla gazed at her with kindness, raising a finger to signal its refusal to leave. The child, perceiving the situation, clung even tighter. Whoa, I had just thought you would run out to join them. I can forego food and only drink water, giving you my share of sustenance. This is likely the most ingenious solution conceived by a child. As Xiaoqi smiled at the little one, gently caressing her with one hand to provide comfort. After departing, Liang Yu inquired whether Lan Ling had any other places she wished to visit. Lan Ling expressed her weariness, prompting the trio to head back to their vehicle. Yet, not far from the camper, they encountered a group of unwelcome visitors. These intruders relentlessly assaulted the camper's door, attempting to breach it and seize the provisions within. As Liang Yu spotted them, they, in turn, became aware of his presence. Noticing that there were only 3 individuals, they grew increasingly brazen, sauntering toward Liang Yu and his companions. Chapter 129. The invitation from the red-haired little king. Kong. There was no concern that Liang Yu and his companions would flee. However, as they approached, the sight of Mario wielding a submachine gun left them utterly dumbfounded. Caught in a dilemma where advancing was not an option and retreat was equally impossible. Their bravado had evaporated under the weight of the gun's muzzle directed at them. In this moment of equality, their prior arrogance was replaced by a palpable sense of caution, fear, and unease. With a forced smile, they stepped within 10 meters of Liang Yu. But as they attempted to draw nearer, Liang Yu halted them. He regarded them with little interest, coldly stating that if they left behind a finger, they could depart unscathed. The group hesitated, visibly reluctant, seeking to negotiate with Liang Yu. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Why not let it go? After all, you've suffered no loss. One of them pleaded. Let us be magnanimous and part amicably. Liang Yu offered no response. Instead, he swiftly drew his pistol and fired several shots at the forehead of the speaker. As the gunfire rang out, the man collapsed to the ground. Liang Yu then spoke. Indeed, it is a misunderstanding. Consider it an unfortunate accident that I shot you. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your forgiveness, and we shall leave this matter behind us. He then turned his gaze to the others. You all should also leave behind 2 fingers. I trust you do not intend to claim it's a misunderstanding as well? With the previous incident fresh in their minds, the others dared not utter such words. They huddled together, deliberating, and ultimately resorted to severing each other's fingers in a state of disarray before retreating. They left, not forgetting to carry away their fallen comrade's body. As for whether they would bury their companion or consume him, Liang Yu remained indifferent. After this brief interlude, they returned to their RV. Liang Yu, unfussy, shed his outer garments and reclined on the bed for a midday rest. Lan Ling, who valued cleanliness, excused herself to the bathroom for washing up, leaving Mario alone in the living area. He returned to his designated spot to recharge, while Liang Yu rested. The red-haired little King Kong, under the guidance of the Monkey King, ventured deep into the cave. They had excavated to a depth of 4 to 5 meters underground. Though the space was somewhat cramped, the red-haired little King Kong soon encountered the individual the Monkey King had mentioned. The Monkey King addressed him clearly. I have brought you here. The other party nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I will honor my promise. At this moment, the red-haired little King Kong spoke, articulating human words as it looked at the individual before it. I heard from the Monkey King that you could assist me with these wounds. I hope you are not deceiving me. The individual, holding a light, approached for a closer inspection. Gunshot wounds. Not a significant issue, but I lack anesthetics. Can you endure the pain? The red-haired little King Kong offered no further words, calmly responding, lead the way. The two beasts and the human quickly arrived at a rudimentary operating room, outside of which were the monkeys injured in the eyes by Liang Yu. The individual gazed at the Monkey King, gesturing toward the group of monkeys in the vicinity. Monkey King, I am at a loss. Their eyesight has become utterly compromised, and under these circumstances, I am unable to assist them. After speaking, he accompanied the red-haired golden monkey to the operating room. Despite his outward composure, a flicker of concern lingered in his heart. He hesitantly inquired, "Can you assure me that you will maintain control during the procedure and not harm me?" The red-haired golden monkey understood the other's apprehension, but recognized that being restrained was simply unfeasible. Moreover, within the current environment, there was little that could effectively bind it. "I will strive to suppress myself. You need not worry. I shall not let your efforts be in vain. State your terms." Yet, the other merely smiled, remaining silent. Having received the red-haired golden monkey's assurance, he cautiously proceeded with the surgery, extracting the lodged bullet. A sigh of relief escaped him when he discovered that the bullet had not penetrated deeply into the body. Before long, nearly an hour had passed, and he successfully removed all the bullets from the red-haired golden monkey. He also administered the scant anti-inflammatory medication available. Feeling the state of its own body, the red-haired golden monkey cast a meaningful glance at the other. It had to concede that, in matters such as this, only humans possessed the capability to accomplish such feats. No member of its own kind could substitute for this. This realization altered its perspective. "Humans, if you are in need, you may come to my domain. I shall offer you protection. However, you must also provide value in return." With that, it departed. Observing its gait, one would hardly suspect that it had sustained any injuries, save for the bandages that adorned its form. Their conversation, of course, did not escape the notice of the Monkey King outside. However, he remained unfazed and instead posed a question. "What do you think the likelihood is of successfully leading the remaining monkeys to seek refuge with you?" The man did not respond, yet the Monkey King discerned the answer from his expression. Much like himself, if other tribes were to arrive with women and children seeking asylum, he too would refuse them. Accepting them would only invite trouble upon himself. Meanwhile, in the caravan, Liang Yu reclined on the large bed, indulging in a comfortable afternoon nap. Upon waking, he found it to be past 3 o'clock. Feeling a pang of hunger, he decided to venture into the kitchen in search of sustenance. However, as he stepped out of his room, he unexpectedly collided with Lanling. Fortunately, Liang Yu reacted swiftly, grasping hold of her. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Are you also hungry and seeking something to eat?" Lanling shook her head, then pulled Liang Yu upstairs. She pointed at the control terminal and exclaimed, "You brought it here and didn't inform me." Liang Yu offered an explanation. "Firstly, I didn't hide it. It was right here. Did you not notice? Secondly, you never asked. How was I to know you were concerned? My mind has been preoccupied with other matters. Lastly, I am rather hungry. Shall we eat together?" Lanling, upon hearing Liang Yu's defense, made a playful grimace and remarked, "1,000 injuries to the enemy will only result in 800 self-inflicted wounds." "Indeed. My mind is filled with nonsense. You are absolutely right. It is indeed you." Liang Yu chuckled at her words, moving closer to embrace her as they made their way downstairs. "All right, enough of this. Do not be upset. What do you wish to eat?" "I must admit, I am quite famished. Unlike you, my little hamster, who casually grabs food whenever hungry, I find no such luxury. And I have yet to see you offer me anything to eat." Lanling pondered for a moment before listing a series of dishes that left Liang Yu astounded. "In that case, I would like to have crispy mustard greens, fried ice pops, candied sweet potatoes, fluffy red bean paste, pigskin jelly, and guabao roe." Liang Yu gazed at Lanling in his arms, feigning annoyance. "This is excessive. Are we dining, or are you attempting to exhaust me? What benefit would exhausting me bring you? After all, who would you cuddle with to sleep at night?" Chapter 130, Little Seven's Plea. Let's go. "I will casually prepare a few dishes to indulge in," Liang Yu declared. However, despite his casual words, his actions revealed his earnestness as he rummaged through his backpack for the dishes he had mentioned. After feigning busyness in the kitchen for a while, he wheeled out a cart laden with several steaming dishes to the dining hall. Upon seeing the food Liang Yu brought, Lanling instinctively exclaimed, "So soon?" Immediately realizing the awkwardness of her response, she noticed Liang Yu's mischievous grin and hurriedly shifted the topic. At that moment, the two began a playful exchange of feeding one another. Meanwhile, in the aquarium's lounge, an uninvited group made their entrance. The Monkey King, accompanied by a few young and frail monkeys, followed the scent to the lounge's entrance. The monkeys let out a couple of howls directed at the lounge, which were met with even louder roars from within. The sounds did not suggest the injuries reported in the intelligence. After a brief call to his companions, a thin monkey approached the lounge door. As the monkey took a few steps forward, the lounge door swung open, and Little Seven sprang out. Seizing the unsuspecting monkey and hurling it away. In the next moment, Little Seven bared his fangs, unleashing a thunderous roar. Upon seeing the formidable figure, the Monkey King clearly showed signs of retreat. The chimpanzee, under various circumstances, overwhelmingly dominated the monkeys. Perhaps the only aspect where they fell short was speed. But even that was negligible. The chimp's robust musculature guaranteed unparalleled explosive power. The Monkey King dashed away without hesitation, but not before taunting Little Seven. After running for a short distance, the Monkey King realized that Little Seven was not in pursuit and decided to turn back. He resumed his provocations, but this time, Little Seven did not emerge from the entrance. When the Monkey King attempted to coax Little Seven out with the help of other monkeys, he was suddenly struck by an intense force that sent him flying. Before the other monkeys could react, Little Seven lunged at the Monkey King once more. They immediately engaged in a fierce scuffle, while the Monkey King shouted at the other monkeys. Only 2 monkeys came to assist by causing distractions, while the rest surged into the lounge. Realizing the predicament, Little Seven sought to intervene, but the Monkey King was resolute in blocking him. Unable to extricate himself from the Monkey King's grasp, Little Seven could only watch helplessly as the other 2 were taken away by the swarm of monkeys. In a fit of rage, Little Seven leaped beside one of the monkeys and, fueled by fury, delivered a devastating punch that obliterated the monkey's skull. The sheer force startled both the Monkey King and another monkey, spreading fear instantly. One of the monkeys abandoned the Monkey King and fled in panic. Observing the chaotic scene, the Monkey King quickly recognized the danger and fled before Little Seven could retaliate. As Little Seven turned around, he realized he could not catch up with them and instead glanced at his recently injured hand. At that moment, a particular address came to mind. In Little Seven's heart, he knew that only one person could potentially assist him in this dire situation. It was that man who had invited him to share fish soup and leave together. Recalling the location provided by the other party, Xiaoqi promptly set off towards Liang Yu's whereabouts. At this moment, he paid no heed to his injuries, enduring the pain as he headed in the direction etched in his memory. As Xiaoqi hurried towards Liang Yu's location, Liang Yu had already ascended to the training room on the 2nd floor, embarking on his weightlifting journey. Lan Ling initially found great interest in this so-called weightlifting exercise. However, within 5 minutes of engaging, she decisively abandoned the activity, opting instead for the treadmill. Her rationale was clear: I can run while supervising whether you are slacking off. Besides, I believe that in such circumstances, it is more beneficial for me to run swiftly rather than exerting excessive strength, thus sparing you any trouble. The logic in her words left Liang Yu momentarily speechless. Just then, Liang Yu, while on alert around the camper, detected the presence of an approaching creature. He set down his equipment and wiped away non-existent sweat with a towel. Someone's arrived. Let us see what kind of guest it is. As Liang Yu and Lan Ling entered the driver's cabin, they spotted Xiaoqi waiting outside. Liang Yu was somewhat taken aback that the other had come to find him so swiftly. However, upon noticing the injured hand of Xiaoqi, stained with dried blood, he wasted no time and opened the door to let him in. Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment upon seeing the door ajar, but thinking of the 2 individuals who had been taken away, he stepped into the camper without further delay. Once inside, the warmth of the camper was initially overwhelming for him. Liang Yu, unfazed, saw Lan Ling approaching with a bowl of warm water and gestured for Xiaoqi to sit down. However, Xiaoqi, anxious, kept gesturing at Liang Yu, eager for him to comprehend his intent. After a flurry of gestures, Liang Yu finally grasped what Xiaoqi was trying to convey. All right, I understand your meaning. Please sit down. Little Radish, assist him in cleaning his wounds. Wait a moment, I'll deploy the drone to assess the situation. Although Xiaoqi was somewhat reluctant, he complied with Liang Yu's instructions. Once seated, he extended his large, blood-stained hand before the petite Lan Ling, unfazed by its size. She gently lowered it into the warm water, meticulously helping him wash away the blood. As she worked, Xiaoqi's memories intertwined Lan Ling with the figure of his caretaker, who had once shown similar patience in cleaning his stains. Soon, the once clear water became murky, and Lan Ling, noticing it remained dirty, turned to Liang Yu. Shall I take him inside to bathe? Liang Yu assessed Xiaoqi's size for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Take him to the 2nd floor. It's spacious there, and the water supply is ample and can be heated. Under Lan Ling's guidance, Xiaoqi made his way to the 2nd floor. After assisting Lan Ling in turning on the water valve and retrieving an array of bathing supplies, he allowed her to cleanse herself independently. Subsequently, he descended to pour out the basin of dirty water. At this moment, Liang Yu also located the other party. They were now within a cave, where the Monkey King, along with several monkeys and 2 men, occupied a room that had been insulated to some extent. The layout bore some resemblance to a lounge, though Liang Yu was indifferent to the specifics of the room. The woman and child were bound and cast aside, appearing to be momentarily free from peril. However, Liang Yu was perplexed as to the significance of capturing these two individuals, particularly Wade. While he could somewhat comprehend the rationale behind abducting the woman, the situation remained unclear to him. Chapter 131. Evolution into a complete being after all. The presence of two men on the opposing side made it quite reasonable to capture that woman. However, the rationale behind seizing the remaining child eluded him. Yet, he remained indifferent, as it bore little significance to him. Once he marked the location on the map, he commanded the drone to return. At that moment, Liang Yu exited the cockpit and descended the stairs, only to witness the scene of Xiaoqi shaking off water. Fortunately, he was positioned at a safe distance and remained entirely dry. Meanwhile, Lan Ling had already abandoned the other party and returned to the first floor. Liang Yu then produced a large hot air blower, instructing the others to dry off. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, he escorted Xiaoqi to the dining hall. However, Xiaoqi was still preoccupied with thoughts of the two individuals, persistently gesturing to Liang Yu, imploring him to assist in their rescue. Nevertheless, Liang Yu managed to soothe him, assuring him that they were safe and unharmed. In your current state, you cannot help them. Come, have something to eat first. He opened the refrigerator and retrieved a substantial piece of braised beef, weighing approximately 3 pounds. Unsure of Xiaoqi's appetite, Liang Yu generously continued to extract more beef. Soon, the table was overflowing, and he lost count of how much he had taken out. An estimate of 200 to 300 pounds seemed plausible. Xiaoqi gazed in astonishment at the copious food before him, believing himself to be in a dream. After receiving Liang Yu's affirmation, he finally picked up the beef and began to eat. As Xiaoqi continued to consume the food, the pile of beef diminished rapidly. Ultimately, he left behind a few pieces, not due to an inability to eat more, but rather a desire to take some back for the two individuals. Liang Yu paid no mind to this, and, upon noticing that Xiaoqi had ceased eating, led him to the training room on the first floor. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a set of previously modified garments, offering them to Xiaoqi. Upon receiving the clothing, Xiaoqi appeared perplexed, pointing at the garments and then at himself. After receiving Liang Yu's confirmation, he attempted to don the diminutive attire, not out of reluctance, but because he found it far too small. Unable to fit into it, he resorted to tearing it in front of Liang Yu. However, upon doing so, he discovered the remarkable elasticity of the fabric and gradually managed to wear the outfit. Liang Yu nodded in approval at the sight of Xiaoqi, now looking quite presentable. He then retrieved 2 mechanical arms, this time not allowing Xiaoqi to put them on himself. Instead, he supported the arms, guiding Xiaoqi to extend his hands into them. As Xiaoqi complied, Liang Yu began to set the parameters. Soon, one arm was fitted, and he turned his attention to the other. With Liang Yu continuously extracting equipment, Xiaoqi was fully outfitted. Observing the fully armored Xiaoqi, Liang Yu finally expressed satisfaction with his creation, though he felt something was still lacking. Xiaoqi, sensing Liang Yu's gaze upon him, felt a shiver run down his spine, inexplicably developing a sense of trepidation towards this seemingly frail human before him. As Liang Yu was diligently addressing overlooked details, Lan Ling finally approached. Oh, so you were all hiding here. No wonder I couldn't find your presence despite scouring the second floor. His gaze fell upon the fully armed Xiaoqi. Oh, is that the very gorilla from before? Why not provide it with an axe or a hammer? That would be akin to a scene from a movie, wouldn't it? Lan Ling's remarks illuminated Liang Yu's understanding. It dawned on him that the missing element was weaponry. He had always assumed that the gloves constituted the weapon. It was no wonder he felt something was lacking. With Lan Ling's insight, he swiftly set to work. After instructing the others to wait, Liang Yu dashed to the second floor. Before long, the first machine appeared before Xiaoqi, wielding a pitch-black shield and a battle axe. As the latter accepted the shield and axe, Lan Ling could not resist a quip. You are steering it towards becoming a heavy armored warrior, aren't you? Moreover, this axe seems strikingly familiar. It resembles that one from the film. A joyful voice emanated from the first machine. Correct. I have decided to reward you tonight. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, she immediately called him out. Reward me? Surely, you mean to reward yourself. Liang Yu chose not to respond, instead returning the first machine to standby before approaching Xiaoqi. Look, I have healed your wounds. I have cleaned you up, and as for food, I presume you have had your fill, yes? Now that I have equipped you, does this count as assistance? If so, then the ultimate act of saving must be yours alone. I shall provide you with the coordinates. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, the Navi Xiaoqi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Liang Yu's statement. Moreover, had it not been for dire circumstances, it truly would not have sought assistance from another. It was best that it handled the situation itself. Liang Yu entered the location of the women and children being held captive into Xiaoqi's helmet. Eagerly, Xiaoqi disembarked and exchanged a brief farewell with Liang Yu before promptly heading towards the marked location. Lan Ling observed the retreating figure and gently nudged Liang Yu. Does this not amount to driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? After a moment of contemplation, Liang Yu shook his head in denial. Driving the tiger to swallow the wolf benefits the hunter. Do I appear to be a hunter? What gain have I acquired? After careful reflection, Lan Ling realized Liang Yu's assertion held merit. Yet, she felt a twinge of concern. Is this truly wise? This essentially means unleashing a boss within this area. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly grasped the situation. Her small hands began to lightly tap Liang Yu's back, judging by his expression of enjoyment. She was not using much force. Humph, I almost fell for your ruse again. You are clearly sending it to trouble the red-haired little golden man. Realizing his intentions had been exposed, Liang Yu decided to drop the pretense. Indeed, what are your objections? I, Liang, have always been one to hold no grudges. Nor do I harbor enmity that lasts beyond a night. Lan Ling, on the other hand, was incessantly striking down adversaries. Indeed, it was true that grudges were not harbored. Vengeance was exacted on the very day of transgression. This was not a matter of forgetting grievances, but rather a manifestation of ensuring that there was no opportunity for resentment to take root. As the two conversed, they made their way to the cockpit. Liang Yu inquired, "Shall we witness the live broadcast?" Though it was a question, the camera on Shao-Chi was already activated. The rapidly moving imagery of the surroundings soon materialized within the cockpit. At this moment, Shao-Chi, brimming with vitality, showed no inclination to conserve energy. Its speed was continuously escalating. Its sole desire was to expedite the rescue of the two individuals. However, this unmasked fervor quickly drew the attention of their adversaries. The chimpanzees within the house, upon witnessing the swift approach of Shao-Chi, were inevitably filled with astonishment. Chapter 132. Little Seven and the red-haired little King Kong, uncertain whether they were astonished that the other was still alive or taken aback by its formidable equipment. The surrounding gorillas were momentarily stunned. In this brief period of surprise, two gorillas launched an attack on Little Seven. However, the disparity in strength was glaring. As soon as they lunged forward, one was met with a sweeping blow and sent reeling. The other managed to leap onto Little Seven's head. But as it descended with its arms raised, Little Seven deftly stepped back, evading the strike. Seizing the opportunity while the gorilla was momentarily off balance, Little Seven unleashed a powerful punch, sending it hurtling across the ground for several meters before it finally came to a halt. After dispatching the two gorillas, Little Seven let out a resounding roar that echoed through the air, its presence more commanding than ever. Surrounded by a throng of gorillas, none dared to approach for a confrontation. With another thunderous bellow, the crowd parted, granting Little Seven a clear path. Yet, before it could take more than a few steps, two large boulders suddenly plummeted from above. As they crashed to the ground, two silverback gorillas emerged onto the path. Though they lacked the flamboyant stature of the red-haired little King Kong, they were still significantly larger than the nearby chimpanzees. Upon spotting Little Seven, the silverbacks issued their own growls of intimidation, matching its fierce presence. Little Seven, unwilling to prolong the encounter, charged towards the two silverbacks. One of them surged forward, while the other followed closely behind. Out of the throng of gorillas, a chimpanzee leapt forth and executed a surprise attack, incapacitating the second silverback. Facing the remaining silverback, Little Seven felt no pressure. As the silverback initiated its assault, Little Seven swiftly drew the axe gifted by Liang Yu, gripping it firmly with both hands. With a powerful swing aimed at the advancing silverback, the creature was instantly cleaved in two, blood splattering across Little Seven and staining the ground beneath. Remarkably, the axe remained pristine, untouched by any blood. The nearby chimpanzees were paralyzed with fear, and the onlooking monkeys had long since fled in terror. The root of their dread lay in the swift execution of the silverback. In their clan, the number of silverbacks was limited, and after the red-haired little King Kong ascended to power, these silverbacks had pledged their allegiance to it. They represented the backbone of strength within the gorilla group under the reign of the formidable red-haired king. The fact that one of them had been so easily slain by Little Seven was a source of palpable terror for the ordinary gorillas. The remaining silverback, having witnessed its comrade fall in such a brutal manner, was consumed by disbelief and rage, charging at Little Seven with a frenzied roar. Yet, such an action was futile. Little Seven, with no regard for past kinship, raised the axe once more, sealing the silverback's fate as it succumbed to the same brutal end. Thus, the resistance of the gorilla horde met its conclusion with the demise of the two silverbacks. Thus, Little Seven faced no obstacles on the way to the building. It was not until it arrived at the entrance that it beheld the remaining silverback gorillas. Curiously, upon seeing Little Seven, these silverbacks did not attack. Instead, one of them opened the door, allowing Little Seven to enter. Unfazed by the possibility of a trap, Little Seven dashed inside the moment the door was ajar. However, As soon as it crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind it, with several silverbacks standing guard outside. Upon entering the room, an instinctual sense of danger surged through Little Seven, alerting it to the imminent threat. This primal instinct, unrelated to other considerations, prompted Little Seven to halt its advance and survey the dimly lit chamber. At that moment, its instincts compelled it to roll forward, narrowly evading a surprise attack from a red-haired little gorilla descending from above. In the face of its adversary, Little Seven maintained an unusual calmness, emitting a low growl directed at the red-haired gorilla, as if demanding it to yield the path and surrender the captives. However, the only response was the ferocious roar of the red-haired gorilla. Realizing that discussion was futile, Little Seven prepared for battle. Wielding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, steadfastly facing its opponent. The red-haired gorilla, upon observing Little Seven's stance, could not suppress a derisive laugh. It regarded the once defeated foe with disdain, dismissing Little Seven entirely despite having acquired some weaponry through human assistance. To them, physical strength remained paramount. With astonishing speed, the red-haired gorilla unleashed a punch towards Little Seven, which collided with the sturdy shield. Nonetheless, the force of the blow caused Little Seven to stagger back slightly. In that moment, it recognized the disparity in their strengths, realizing that its purpose was not to contest for dominance, but rather to rescue the two captives. Adjusting its stance, Little Seven braced itself for the relentless assault of the red-haired gorilla, who unleashed a barrage of punches, each more powerful than the last, leaving Little Seven hesitant to retaliate. Meanwhile, the red-haired gorilla struggled to breach the defense of Little Seven's shield, resulting in a stalemate. Amidst this deadlock, assistance arrived for Little Seven. The voice of Liang Yu resonated through its helmet. "You, don't be so rigid. Let them understand that the times have changed. You have yet to utilize the equipment bestowed upon you. Recall how I previously taught you to wield your gear." Liang Yu's words momentarily distracted Little Seven. The red-haired gorilla seized upon this opportunity, swiftly striking away the shield from Little Seven's grasp. It then attempted to wrest the axe from Little Seven's hand. However, having anticipated this move, Little Seven, now on guard, executed a peculiar maneuver, hurling the axe. The red-haired gorilla, caught off guard, suffered a gash on its arm as the axe embedded itself into the wall. Upon witnessing that Xiaoqi was devoid of any shield or weapon, its demeanor grew even more haughty. Completely disregarding the wound on its arm, it made a provocative gesture towards Xiaoqi. The red-haired little giant exuded confidence. For in terms of sheer physical strength, Xiaoqi was undoubtedly no match for it. The severe beating Xiaoqi had endured served as ample evidence of this fact. Although it remained unaware of how Xiaoqi had managed to restore its physical condition in such a brief span of time. The red-haired giant was convinced that if it had incapacitated Xiaoqi once, it could certainly do so again. It continued to taunt Xiaoqi relentlessly, attempting to incite the latter into making the first move. Simultaneously, this served as a test, a means to ascertain the extent of Xiaoqi's recovery. Chapter 133. Tang Shun. As anticipated, Xiaoqi launched an assault against it. However, it was utterly unprepared for the sheer force behind Xiaoqi's fist, resulting in an unexpected setback. The blow shattered its defenses, striking directly at its abdomen. The red-haired little gorilla knelt on one knee, clutching its wounded midsection, its grimace revealing the potency of that punch. It let out a furious roar directed at Xiaoqi, but the tides of battle had turned. Xiaoqi gazed at its gauntlet with immense delight, throwing a few punches in the direction of the red-haired little gorilla. The implication was unmistakable, and the irate beast could hardly tolerate such audacity. Without hesitation, it adjusted its stance and charged forward, its limbs moving swiftly in a chaotic ballet, with roars of fury echoing around them. As the red-haired little gorilla leaped into the air, closing the distance to Xiaoqi to less than 2 meters. It aimed a powerful fist towards Xiaoqi's face. The force of its punch whistled through the air, carrying the weight of a mountain. Just as it seemed poised to make contact, Xiaoqi extended its palm, absorbing the blow. The resounding impact reverberated throughout the room, not one to falter. Xiaoqi retaliated with a punch of its own, which the gorilla caught with its palm. In that moment, their hands locked in a fierce contest of strength. The two beasts strained against one another, cracks forming in the ground beneath them, unable to withstand their formidable power. With a ferocious roar, the red-haired little gorilla unleashed its might, tipping the balance of power in its favor. Xiaoqi found itself momentarily overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Liang Yu observed the scene with an air of indifference, casually munching on seeds from the cockpit, refraining from offering any words of encouragement. If Xiaoqi could not prevail here, how would it manage in future encounters, even with Liang Yu's assistance? Turning to retrieve some snacks from Lanling, he discovered she was absent. With a resigned sigh, he resorted to munching on a roasted chicken from his backpack. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi was cornered, fully subdued by its opponent, while the red-haired gorilla finally wore a triumphant grin. Just as it prepared to deliver the finishing blow, an unexpected transformation occurred. Xiaoqi's gear began to glow with brilliant light, illuminating its entire form. As the radiance enveloped it, a sense of foreboding washed over the gorilla. The once strained expression on Xiaoqi's face vanished entirely, replaced by an aura of ease and newfound strength. The gorilla, feeling utterly mocked, seethed with rage. Its earlier smile completely erased. Now a mask of ferocity adorned its face, yet despite exerting all its might, it failed to budge the now-activated Xiaoqi. The latter felt an unprecedented lightness and power coursing through it. In the next moment, Xiaoqi raised its arm, lifting the red-haired gorilla effortlessly into the air. Realizing it had lost its footing, the gorilla began to flail, yet its instinct for combat remained intact, and it wrapped its legs around Xiaoqi's arm, desperately seeking a way to escape its grasp. Only Xiaoqi relentlessly slammed the opponent against the wall, dragging them across the ground. This approach bore no effect on the red-haired little golden monkey. Rather, it sought to remove the gauntlet from Xiaoqi's arm. At this moment, Xiaoqi finally ceased holding back. The gauntlet in the opponent's grasp radiated a brilliant light. In the midst of Xiaoqi's buildup of power, the red-haired little golden monkey was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Before it could unleash its fist, it had already relinquished its hold. Xiaoqi's punch obliterated an entire wall of the house into dust. The red-haired little golden monkey, witnessing this devastation, felt a surge of trepidation towards the gauntlet in Xiaoqi's possession. At this juncture, Xiaoqi let out a deafening roar directed at the red-haired little golden monkey, seemingly issuing a final ultimatum. Yet, despite Xiaoqi's offer of a last chance, the red-haired little golden monkey refused to yield its ground. As Xiaoqi's roar echoed, the equipment on its body began to hum with activation. In this tense atmosphere, the next move could determine victory or death. At such a critical moment, the individual who had performed surgery on the red-haired little golden monkey to extract the bullet appeared. He held a hostage and regarded Xiaoqi from the staircase. Xiaoqi, do you recognize the person in my hands? The two gorillas turned to look. The red-haired little golden monkey roared at the man, its voice imbued with rage. Tang Shun, your meddling is unnecessary. Leave now. I do not require your assistance. I can defeat him once more. Tang Shun, however, mocked its words. Wake up. Look at the technological enhancements it possesses. What are you still clinging to? He then turned to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, I can release her. But you must allow us to leave. If you agree, I can ensure Zhang Ying returns to your side alive. Otherwise, your caretaker may not survive. Xiaoqi continued to roar, venting its fury. It exchanged a few words with the red-haired little golden monkey, which begrudgingly responded. After a brief dialogue, it reluctantly gazed at Tang Shun, agreeing to his terms but insisting he release the hostage first, citing a lack of trust in his character. A sentiment shared by Xiaoqi as well. Unperturbed by the assessment, Tang Shun released Zhang Ying, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender as he stepped away from Xiaoqi. The red-haired little golden monkey cast a glance at Xiaoqi and Zhang Ying before following Tang Shun out of the room. Once they had exited, Xiaoqi halted the operation of its equipment and hurried to the staircase to check on Zhang Ying, relieved to find her alive but unconscious, protecting her in its embrace. Xiaoqi ascended the stairs. On the third floor, it discovered another unconscious child. Taking the child into its arms, Xiaoqi leapt from the window with both individuals. Liang Yu observed the approaching figures, but he had no intention of offering them refuge. Glancing at his backpack, he retrieved a tent and placed it in the back of the driver's cabin. He was now somewhat curious about what the other party was concealing. It had only been a short while since they had captured them, yet they were already released. Liang Yu suspected that there was something amiss. Otherwise, who would engage in such actions at a time like this without a motive? To satiate his curiosity, he needed to settle them first and have Lan Ling inquire further. If that proved ineffective, he would have no choice but to resort to blood tests. It was only then that he realized Lan Ling had not been seen for quite some time. Liang Yu left the driver's cabin and glanced into the bedroom, but found no one there either. Consequently, he utilized the RV system to locate her. Instantly, a three-dimensional layout of the vehicle was projected before him. The equipment room on the second floor was illuminated in red, indicating that someone was inside. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Chapter 134, The Inquiry. After dinner hurriedly, I ascended to the second floor to find Lan Ling. Upon entering the equipment room and spotting her, I heaved a sigh of relief. As I stepped inside, I noticed Lan Ling repeatedly pulling the trigger of a laser cannon in her hands. She continued to inquire about my presence, asking, "Is this laser cannon malfunctioning?" It doesn't seem to respond at all, with a hint of skepticism. I glanced around and uncertainly asked, "You haven't opened a box, have you?" Lan Ling shook her head in response. "No, I tried on the mechanical suit you left hanging, but it wouldn't fit. Then I discovered this laser cannon beside it, so I wanted to give it a try." She then inquired further about the box I mentioned. I refrained from elaborating, merely uttering a name, Pandora's box. Lan Ling, half believing, questioned, "Is that for real? Does such a thing exist? You aren't trying to fool me, are you?" I took the laser cannon from her grasp and returned it to its original place, then scooped her up and exited the equipment room, locking the door behind us. "I've locked the door, primarily to prevent you from accidentally blowing yourself up. Don't overthink it. Moreover, that gorilla is bringing people our way. Mistress, shouldn't you prepare some food to host our guests?" I whispered this close to her ear, even blowing gently into it. Sensing the shift in her demeanor, Lan Ling swiftly pulled away from my grasp and hurriedly departed. "I'll go prepare dinner." Before I could finish my sentence, she had vanished from sight. When I returned to the driver's cabin, I found her waiting outside. Zhang Ying had already awakened, casting anxious glances at the RV before her. As she surveyed the vehicle, the door suddenly swung open. I emerged, bringing with me a tent, albeit one they would have to set up themselves. Understanding my implication, Xiaoqi began assisting Zhang Ying with the tent assembly. The children, hoping to leave their care to me, were met with my firm refusal. After dragging a chair outside, I settled one of them into it. While they busied themselves with the tent, I simultaneously constructed a bonfire pit, positioning a folding table nearby. This arrangement would ensure that the three of us could enjoy a warm meal together. Yet, a new dilemma soon presented itself. In this chilly temperature, even with a bonfire, the food on the table would quickly freeze. Sighing in resignation, I returned to the RV to operate Unit 1, continuously extracting large sheets of insulation. Once I deemed the quantity sufficient, I arranged them around the table. While Xiaoqi completed the tent, she joined me in constructing this makeshift shelter. Before long, the structure was assembled and the bonfire was relocated outside. At this moment, Liang Yu realized something was amiss. There had been no news from Lan Ling for quite some time. He mentioned that he would check the RV, only to discover an astonishing level of chaos in the kitchen. Upon seeing Liang Yu arrive, Lan Ling stammered, I just wanted to cook a meal for the male lead as the female protagonist." Liang Yu chuckled, covering his mouth, and suggested she take a break. Initially, he assumed that she had prepared several dishes to be reheated in the microwave. Little did he know that his words had a significant impact, prompting her to decide to cook from scratch. She then proceeded to bring out 7 or 8 homestyle dishes and place them on the dining cart. Considering Xiaoqi's appetite, she also fetched a large bucket of steamed rice. "This is for him," she said, followed by several hundred pounds of sauced beef, just like in the morning. Once everything was ready, Liang Yu pushed the cart to the entrance and smoothly slid it over the laid-out wooden planks. Before long, the group began their meal in the room. However, Xiaoqi stood out, sitting on the floor with a large bucket of rice. One hand grasped the beef while the other scooped up handfuls of rice, alternating between bites of meat and rice. The child had not enjoyed a proper meal in a long time, continuously stuffing food into his mouth. Eventually, Xiaoqi could no longer bear to watch and handed him a 3-pound piece of beef for him to gnaw on. In contrast, Zhang Ying appeared considerably more reserved. After the others had eaten their fill, Zhang Ying took the child to the tent and then approached to offer assistance with the cleanup, but Liang Yu interrupted her. Glancing at Xiaoqi, who was still eating, Liang Yu gestured for her to sit and converse. Lan Ling prepared a pot of tea for them. Liang Yu recounted the circumstances of Xiaoqi's plea for help in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying quickly expressed her gratitude. Liang Yu waved it off nonchalantly, stating his true intention. "No need to thank me. Rescuing you was merely incidental. I am curious as to why they captured you. What did they do once they had you, that you were so easily released?" At Liang Yu's words, Xiaoqi paused in his eating, placing the beef down to look at Zhang Ying. However, Zhang Ying's expression seemed somewhat off as she clutched her abdomen. This action only deepened Liang Yu's confusion. Zhang Ying remained silent, and Liang Yu did not rush her. While they waited, an incongruous sound shattered the atmosphere. Liang Yu turned to Lan Ling, recognizing the familiar tune of the game starting up. Perhaps due to this interruption, the ambience shifted. Gradually, Zhang Ying began to narrate the sequence of events. Liang Yu summarized the key points. They were in a privately established zoo, and Tangshan was one of the researchers employed by the owner. Their research aimed to enable humans to gain the physical prowess of gorillas while maintaining their current form. The red-haired golden monkey was one of the most successful experimental subjects in recent decades. The primary reason for her capture was the progress made in Tangshan's experiments. However, the current environment and conditions render it impossible for him to cultivate new experimental subjects within the laboratory. At this juncture, Zhang Ying began to weep. Unable to continue her narrative, Liang Yu seemed to grasp the underlying circumstances. In essence, Zhang Ying had become a breeding ground for experimentation. It was likely that the experimental subjects were already within her body. Otherwise, Liang Yu reasoned that someone like Tangshan, who had not relinquished his research even in these trying times, would never allow Zhang Ying to return so easily. Lan Ling, moved by the situation, offered Zhang Ying a tissue, while Xiaoqi displayed little reaction, as if she had long anticipated such an outcome. Contemplating this, Liang Yu suddenly felt a surge of curiosity regarding the child. He unexpectedly inquired of Zhang Ying, "Is that child also a subject of Tangshan's experiments?" Chapter 135, The Frozen Bay. Zhang Ying was taken aback by Liang Yu's unexpected inquiry. Reflecting on the previous events, she gathered her thoughts and responded to Liang Yu's question. The subject of the experiment was created using the genetic material of a red-haired orangutan fused with human DNA. However, he did not inherit the strength of the orangutan. Instead, he was exceptionally weak. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu stated directly, "So, is he your research outcome or Tangshan's?" Liang Yu's words struck like thunder on a clear day, causing the tissues in Lan Ling's hand to drop to the ground. Zhang Ying's eyes widened in shock. One hand covered her lips while the other pointed at Liang Yu. "Who are you? How do you know this?" Her voice quivered with excitement. As if realizing something, she began to approach Liang Yu, only to be halted by Xiaoqi. Liang Yu observed her and shook his head. "Look at you. Even the orangutan remains calm. Relax. I have no interest in your research or its results. You may regard me as a mere curious passerby." He then added, "Forget it. If you choose not to divulge, so be it." Turning to Xiaoqi, he remarked, "You are Xiaoqi, right? The items you carry are yours to keep. We shall depart tomorrow. If you wish to accompany me, seek me out in the morning." After speaking, Liang Yu led Lan Ling back to the car. Once inside, Lan Ling, puzzled, asked, "Are we leaving tomorrow?" "I haven't decided where to go yet." Liang Yu unfolded a city map and pointed to a location. "You can take a look now. Put away your handheld device and contemplate your destination. I will tidy up the kitchen." Mentioning the kitchen made Lan Ling feel a bit embarrassed, and she turned to study the map. After considering several places, she struggled to find one that appealed to her. Just when she felt lost, inspiration struck, and she thought of two locations. Now, she eagerly anticipated Liang Yu's inquiry about her preferences. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes without seeing Liang Yu, impatience began to set in. She left the driver's seat and walked towards the kitchen, only to find it impeccably clean, with no sign of Liang Yu. As she glanced around, she noticed the bathroom light was on. Approaching the bathroom door, her hand instinctively reached for the light switch. Click, click, click. As she repeatedly toggled the switch, Liang Yu in the bathroom felt exasperated. Such trivial antics aimed at him were amusing. Spotting Lan Ling's position, he swiftly opened the door and pulled her inside. Wearing a mischievous grin, "Let me show you my latest learned skill. Unarm." Lan Ling, intrigued by Liang Yu's arrival, joined in the playful act. Yet, they ended up spending nearly an hour in the bathroom. Eventually, Liang Yu emerged wearing a bathrobe, holding Lan Ling, who was also clad in a bathrobe. As they made their way to the room, once in bed, Lan Ling, feeling a bit petulant, turned her back to Liang Yu. This only provided Liang Yu with an opportunity to bully her. After they had been frolicking for a while, Lan Ling finally remembered her purpose for seeking out Liang Yu. "Oaf, where do you think would be a good place to go?" "I want to visit the Three Lives Stone and Lover's Road." Upon hearing the names, Liang Yu recalled their locations, but his hands were restless, continuously exploring Lan Ling's body. Noticing Liang Yu's silence, Lan Ling swatted away his wandering hands. "Is it really that difficult to make a decision?" After his hand was brushed away, Liang Yu reached out again, articulating his thoughts. "Let us postpone the Three Lives Stone for later. It would be quite a trek if we travel by RV. So, we have only Lover's Road left." "Have you made up your mind?" "That place is near the sea, and if you go, you'll likely only see the frozen sea surface." At this point, Lan Ling suddenly turned around, and Liang Yu was caught off guard, receiving a headbutt to the nose, which made him let out a cry of pain. While comforting him, Lan Ling expressed her desire. "Now that you mention it, I want to go even more. If possible, I wish to drive across the frozen sea." Liang Yu found it difficult to comprehend her enthusiasm. Though he didn't fully understand, he respected her wishes and was open to trying it himself. After settling on their destination, Liang Yu, seeking revenge for the headbutt, playfully reddened Lan Ling's cheeks once more. It was only after her repeated pleas for mercy that he relented. After all the commotion, a weary Lan Ling fell asleep in Liang Yu's embrace. As the makeshift pillow, Liang Yu had no choice but to lie down as well, and they drifted off together. The next morning, Liang Yu was awakened by the urgent need to relieve himself. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with an unbelievable sight. He and Lan Ling stared at each other wide-eyed, and Liang Yu realized that his bathrobe had been undone. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Lan Ling dashed out of the bedroom. Liang Yu had no time to ponder and quickly got up to head to the bathroom. When he emerged and made his way to the dining area, he found no trace of Lan Ling, only a steaming trio of breakfast items, soy milk, porridge, and fried dough sticks. Looking around for her, he called out to the driver's cabin, only to hear Lan Ling's voice from the bedroom. "I've already eaten. You can have it all to yourself. And don't call for me, decide your own departure time." At that moment, Something felt off about Liang Yu. But he dismissed it. After finishing breakfast, he entered the driver's cabin, planning to wait until noon to depart. His reasons were twofold. First, he wanted to see if Xiaoqi would join him and give her some time. Second, he had come to a realization about the troubles they had faced during their journey. He understood that there would inevitably be incidents. So noon was a safer time to leave. Liang Yu settled in the driver's cabin to watch a movie, and before he knew it, it was already past 9 o'clock. Feeling a sense of unease, he thought it strange that there should have been some movement from the tent by now. Out of curiosity and feeling too lazy to get out of the vehicle, he launched a drone to survey the area outside the tent. Hey, are you awake? Xiaoqi, you must be awake by now, right? Observing the lack of response within, Liang Yu elevated the drone into the sky, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He approached the entrance of the tent and reached out to open it, only to find Xiaoqi sprawled on the ground, snoring peacefully. As for Zhang Ying and the child, they were nowhere to be seen. After pondering for a moment, Liang Yu grasped the intentions of the situation but soon sensed something amiss, perhaps a reflection of his own malice in misjudging others. Without further contemplation, he roused the slumbering Xiaoqi. Noticing the absence of the others, Xiaoqi grew anxious and began to communicate with Liang Yu through gestures. Subsequently, she declined his final invitation and, guided by her instincts, set off in pursuit of Zhang Ying's trail. Liang Yu, feeling a tinge of disappointment, returned to the camper. Chapter 136. Potions and transactions. Having gathered his thoughts, Liang Yu prepared to embark on his journey to the next destination. A glance at the navigation revealed that the distance was indeed considerable. However, he was in no rush to set off immediately. He resolved to wait until noon to ascertain whether any incidents might occur at that hour. He found it hard to believe that misfortune could strike again. While he pondered this, his gaze fell upon an approaching gorilla. Yet, this creature was not the familiar Xiaoqi, but rather the red-haired golden monkey he had previously injured. Liang Yu instantly adopted a defensive posture. The notion that this creature had come to express gratitude was utterly implausible. He could not fathom such a scenario. He had unleashed a barrage of fire without an ounce of mercy, and had it not been for the creature's swift reflexes, it would have met with dire consequences. To suggest that it had returned to express thanks under such circumstances would elevate it to the level of an extraordinary altruist, perhaps even beyond. The red-haired golden monkey, however, bore an unmistakable expression that screamed, "I am here to cause trouble." As it drew nearer, Mario had already exited the vehicle, gun aimed directly at the beast. Upon seeing this, the gorilla promptly raised its hands and shouted loudly into the car, "Do not shoot. I come in peace." Liang Yu immediately ordered the creature to halt its advance, fully aware that a creature of such size could pose a significant threat if provoked. "Stop. Do not approach. State your purpose. Advance any further, and I shall unleash my firepower." Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, the gorilla hesitated and remained stationary, then rummaged through a nearby area and produced a box. Holding it aloft, it called out to Liang Yu, "I wish to make a trade with you." The mere suggestion of a trade made Liang Yu think of someone else. "Did you come here on your own, or did Tangshan send you? Moreover, I do not believe whatever you possess will pique my interest." The red-haired golden monkey promptly addressed his earlier inquiry. "I came on my own. I seek a pair of those fist gauntlets you possess. I am willing to exchange them for the potion in my hand." Was the sole purpose of its visit to barter for gauntlets? Presumably, it referred to the ones belonging to Xiaoqi. But what sort of potion was it offering? Liang Yu speculated that it was likely produced by Tangshan. A potion? What kind of potion? Open it so I can see. Otherwise, how am I to know if you are deceiving me? He mused that it could merely be an empty box or one containing an unknown liquid. Yet, the creature refused Liang Yu's suggestion. "No, the box cannot be opened here. Once opened, the potion will lose its efficacy." Unable to contain his amusement at such a response, Liang Yu chuckled. "All right, a gorilla playing such tricks." He then employed a classic self-incriminating trap. "Then tell me, what is this potion and what effects does it possess?" The creature scratched its head, seemingly in contemplation. Before long, it responded, "I retrieved this from the laboratory. I have heard that consuming it grants one a physique as robust as mine and unparalleled strength." Upon hearing this, Liang Yu understood. The body enhancement potion seemed highly unreliable to him. If successful, Tangshan would undoubtedly be the first beneficiary. Thus, the substance in the opponent's possession was likely an experimental product, possibly one that could lead to his demise. Reflecting on this, he felt like a mere guinea pig in their hands. Given the circumstances, he decided to take the next step. "How can you prove that the potion in your box has the effects you just mentioned?" Liang Yu inquired, leaving the red-haired gorilla at a loss for words. The creature had only heard about the potion from Tangshan's conversations with others. It was unaware of how to substantiate any claims regarding its efficacy. Completely baffled, it could not respond to Liang Yu's question. "Liang Yu, noticing the creature's inability to answer, was not surprised. Tangshan, I know you are nearby. I am giving you an opportunity. Come out. He estimated he had about half an hour left. This was your final chance. Upon hearing Liang Yu's call, the red-haired gorilla began to look around, seemingly searching for Tangshan. Perhaps it was oblivious to the fact that it was being used by the other party. After a few minutes of waiting without any sign of Tangshan, Liang Yu continued, Very well, if you do not wish to come out, you may continue hiding. I am going to take a rest. Farewell. With that, the red-haired gorilla became anxious, shouting to the side, Tangshan, come out. If my boxing gloves are ruined, it will be the end for you. Whether it was the gorilla's threat that worked or the fear that Liang Yu might genuinely leave, Tangshan emerged from behind a nearby rock. Look at you, a grown man making things difficult for a gorilla, even forcing me to come out, he said. Liang Yu regarded him coldly. You have 3 sentences left. The response momentarily stunned Tangshan. What? Liang Yu repeated, You have 2 sentences left. Now grasping Liang Yu's intent, Tangshan did not rush to speak. However, the red-haired gorilla was not one of their ilk. It was genuinely anxious, fearing that Tangshan might ruin its boxing gloves. You must quickly prove the efficacy of your potion. If you do not, how will he be willing to trade with me? The gorilla recognized this as its only chance to potentially defeat Xiaoqi again. While it had acted recklessly in attempting to seize Liang Yu, it was not foolish. It could analyze the situation clearly. After the gorilla spoke, Liang Yu, as if on autopilot, reiterated, You have 1 sentence left. Tangshan narrowed his eyes at Liang Yu and then addressed the red-haired gorilla. Let us go. He will not trade with you. He is not foolish. He understands the potion is merely an experimental product. Observing the bewildered red-haired gorilla, Tangshan added another remark. Hurry along, lest the opponent's murderous intent arises, and we find ourselves unable to escape. Reluctantly, the red-haired little golden monkey trailed behind Tangshan. After they had traversed a short distance, the red-haired little golden monkey inquired of Tangshan, Did you deliberately send me to fetch the potion? The other party neither affirmed nor denied this, merely shrugging in response. Who can say? I certainly never instructed you to seek him out for a weapon. You took it upon yourself to bring my potion after overhearing. The red-haired little golden monkey fell silent, observing the other. Meanwhile, after the two departed, Liang Yu signaled Mario to return to the vehicle. Noticing that there was still a bit of time left, he pondered that it was unnecessary to be so punctual. Thus, after conducting a final inspection and finding no issues, he started the vehicle and set off for the next destination, gradually steering it out of the zoo. Chapter 137. The other side shares the same sentiment. After departing from the zoo, the RV commenced its journey towards the seaside along the predetermined route. Liang Yu suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness, but it was prudent for someone to keep watch in the driver's seat. Noticing Mario, who appeared to be idly occupied, Liang Yu requested him to prepare a cup of coffee. Mario comprehended Liang Yu's intent, yet it left him somewhat speechless. Shortly after he received the command, Mario exited the cabin but returned not long after, empty-handed. Upon seeing him without any items, Liang Yu was puzzled. However, Mario then produced a cup from his pocket, along with a kettle of hot water and instant coffee. He proceeded to tear open the packaging of the instant coffee in front of Liang Yu, pouring the coffee powder into the cup. After adding the hot water, he had nearly completed the task. Then, Mario activated the base of the cup, causing the water within to swirl gently, blending the coffee powder and hot water harmoniously. Just when Liang Yu believed the process had concluded, Mario unexpectedly retrieved a coffee cup and milk, delivering an impromptu performance that left Liang Yu momentarily astonished. As he gazed at the cup of coffee before him, a sense of ritual enveloped the moment. However, after taking the first sip, he found himself at a loss for words regarding the beverage. He set the coffee aside and reached into his backpack for a can of Red Bull, for the coffee was far too hot. His backpack also contained bottled coffee, albeit frozen, yet he was unaccustomed to such chilled beverages. Upon opening the Red Bull, he took a hearty gulp, feeling invigorated instantaneously. Yet, that moment of clarity was fleeting. After 2 additional minutes, aside from a slight feeling of fullness, he sensed nothing more. Resigned, he retrieved his medical kit and took a quick sip, which immediately revitalized him. The vehicle cruised steadily for over an hour, and Liang Yu grew weary of playing his handheld console in the driver's seat, endlessly refreshing the attributes of Pokemon. However, he could not seem to summon the special attack Pokemon he desired. Either the nature was correct, but the ability was not what he sought. He yearned for an old goal to modify his data, yet upon accessing the game, the enjoyment dissipated. Amidst his frustrations, the RV unexpectedly slammed to a halt. The inertia propelled Liang Yu against the windshield, and thankfully, the seatbelt saved him from a potential calamity. Once he regained his composure, he glanced ahead, realizing he had left the city and was now traversing a national highway. As they passed by villages adjacent to the highway, The RV was obstructed by obstacles set by the locals. Liang Yu checked the time. It was precisely noon, further deepening his vexation. Just then, a group of robust individuals approached, wielding farming tools. The leader persistently pounded on the window. Liang Yu could hear the demands being shouted from outside. "Open the door, kid. If you know what's good for you, unlock the door and hand over all the supplies inside. I might consider sparing your life." Upon hearing this, Liang Yu furrowed his brow, recognizing that this individual was somewhat unhinged. Considering giving oneself a way out? Very well, so this is how you wish to play it. Liang Yu drew a pistol from his pocket, rolled down the car window, and fired a shot. "Stand still. Whoever dares to flee shall perish," he declared. "You may wager. For I have 19 bullets remaining in this chamber. Let's see if I can eliminate you all." The leader of the group, upon noticing the firearm in Liang Yu's hand, immediately faltered. How could he not? Farming tools against modern weaponry, numbers mattered not. As the saying goes, a gun is swift beyond 7 paces, yet accurate and swift within that distance. The opposing party quickly attempted to clarify. "It's a misunderstanding. I merely wish to inquire if you needed supplies. We can provide food and drinking water." However, the wavering of Liang Yu's gun instilled fear in them. Then, Liang Yu, filled with resentment, voiced his thoughts. "Why must you choose noon to obstruct and rob? Couldn't it have been in the morning or afternoon? It makes me look foolish." To this, a brave soul from the crowd responded. "The village chief informed us that misfortunes would inevitably arise. Thus, we must act within this midday period. After 4 in the afternoon, we are to retreat back to the village. This has become our custom." Upon hearing this explanation, Liang Yu tossed a peanut to the former leader. "It seems you were taught well. I too prefer actions at noon, though I am far superior. Now, with the instigator eliminated, 2 paths lie before you. 1, you flee, and I shall shoot. Your fate rests on the whims of my aim. 2, in 20 minutes, clear the obstacles from the highway. You all reside here. Think wisely." Yet, Liang Yu's declaration of victory was premature. Bang! A sudden gunshot shattered the tense atmosphere. A confident voice echoed from behind the villagers. "1 bullet to the head. Dead as can be. What are you standing around for? Go, open the car door. Let us see what treasures lie within." Just as he finished speaking, Mario exited the vehicle. Upon seeing the submachine gun in his hands, they realized the gravity of the situation. Mario lowered his sunglasses, aiming his weapon at them, and the villagers erupted into chaos. "This is bad. He has accomplices. Run." His partner wields a submachine gun, though the sound of their alarm spread swiftly. The varied reaction times among them led to a bottleneck. Mario unleashed a barrage of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rhythmic gunfire rang out continuously, and with each shot, villagers fell one by one. At that moment, Liang Yu issued a new command to Mario: annihilate the village. Leave not a single survivor. This group had truly walked into the mouth of the gun. Liang Yu originally intended to demonstrate a stark warning, much like before, by eliminating the leader. He anticipated that the opposition would obediently yield. However, he was utterly unprepared for the unexpected resilience displayed by his adversaries. It is uncertain how many individuals they have victimized in this manner. After waiting in the vehicle for a considerable time, Liang Yu finally spotted Mario returning, seemingly having accomplished his mission. Yet, he remained unaware of how Mario had dealt with these individuals. Upon encountering fleeing lives, it was evident that the adversaries would execute them on command. But what would happen when faced with those feigning death? Liang Yu conjectured that Mario might refrain from targeting those who were playing dead. This thought prompted him to retrieve a submachine gun and exit the vehicle. Along the way, he approached the corpses, ensuring to deliver a finishing shot. Regardless of whether they were indeed lifeless, a follow-up was imperative. To mitigate any risk concerning the heart's location, he aimed directly for the head while administering the coup de grâce. Chapter 138. The hidden scheme throughout the journey. He lost count of how many shots he had fired. He ensured that every lifeless body lying on the ground received another bullet. For those crushed beneath others, he would first dispatch the topmost corpses before flipping them over to continue his grim task, fearful of leaving even one unaccounted for. Upon arriving at a particular dwelling, he stumbled upon a survivor, a boy of around 15 or 16 years, who, upon hearing the gunfire, sought a new hiding place, only to be inadvertently discovered by him. Upon seeing the boy, he felt no trace of compassion and swiftly ended the young life. In his current state, mercy was an alien concept. It was akin to something he had read in a novel, where the protagonist could live the remainder of their life burdened by guilt, yet could not allow that life to be consumed by fear. Though the likelihood of such a fate was minuscule, he sought to eliminate any possibility of it occurring. He took some time to scour the village, ensuring that every last body was dealt with. Having completed this grim task, he resolved to remain, biding his time for the arrival of others, intending to ensnare them all, with the corpses on the ground serving as the most effective bait. Upon returning to his vehicle, he issued another command to Mario, instructing him to gather all the bodies and pile them in the clearing at the village entrance. Mario complied with his orders unconditionally. After Mario departed, he retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Shortly afterward, clad in a bathrobe, he returned to his room. Only to be taken aback by the absence of Lan Ling turning toward her adjoining chamber, he paused at the door, hearing the sound of muffled sobs. Pushing the door open startled Lan Ling, and before she could utter a word, he approached her, cradling her face in his hands, wiping away her tears. He did not press for an explanation. After tending to her tears, he produced a handheld gaming device. What do you think of this Pokemon I just caught? I spent quite a while on it today. Glancing at the device, she understood his intent to divert her attention. However, the events of the day resurfaced in her mind, and she clung to him, weeping uncontrollably. Lan Ling remained silent, her sobs echoing as she sought solace in his embrace. Time slipped away, and eventually, she cried herself to sleep in his arms. Gently, he laid her on the bed, ensuring she was comfortable before quietly exiting the room. It was not that he wished to leave her side, but rather that there were fish biting the hook. It seemed those who had previously escaped had returned with reinforcements. He found it perplexing, knowing he was armed, what emboldened them to approach. It almost gave him the impression that they had indulged too much in false bravado. Yet, reality proved otherwise. A group of 10 or so, upon noticing that his vehicle had yet to depart, promptly retreated. Meanwhile, Mario continued to disregard their presence as he transported the bodies. The command he received was to gather the bodies at the village entrance, not to eliminate this group of people. Thus, they narrowly escaped their fate. However, Mario had already notified Liang Yu upon his discovery. Liang Yu did not act immediately. He waited until Lan Ling had fallen asleep before emerging. Upon returning to the driver's cabin, the figures of the group had vanished. Liang Yu paid no heed to this. He was confident that they would not abandon the more than 40 corpses. In such times, these represented a substantial source of sustenance. To put it bluntly, with these bipedal sheep, they could sustain themselves for at least a month with just 10 or so individuals, and with frugality, perhaps even longer. It was inconceivable that the others would remain indifferent to such a bounty. Liang Yu estimated that they would most likely attempt to transport the bodies by late tonight. As Liang Yu surmised, the group had taken a detour to a house situated a fair distance from the RV. They rummaged through the dwelling for blankets and clothing, gathering in a heap to keep warm. At that moment, one of them glanced at the lead figure and remarked, "Alas, your Sioux village is doomed. You've kicked a hornet's nest. Given the number of people at the village entrance, I doubt many managed to escape. You are fortunate." Another inquired. "It seems that the Reaper will not be departing any time soon. What should we do now?" A straightforward voice responded, "Stop pondering. We merely came to bolster the numbers at the entrance. I heard there was food here, not to meet my demise. My family is waiting for me to bring back provisions." The group engaged in animated discussion, and the room soon became a cacophony. At this juncture, the leader could no longer tolerate the noise. "Silence," he commanded, and an immediate hush fell over the room, revealing his authoritative presence. "We currently have two options. Either we wait for him to leave and then transport them in batches, or we risk moving at midnight when they are asleep." Noticing someone hesitating, the leader discerned their thoughts. Pointing at them, he said, "You aren't suggesting we negotiate with him, are you? I advise you to abandon that notion. He has slaughtered so many in Sioux village. What makes you think he would spare you?" This statement sent a chill through everyone present. Indeed, setting aside the feasibility of this approach, who among them would be willing to act as the negotiator? Moreover, what could they possibly offer as leverage? Soon after, someone voiced their opinion. He shouldn't linger long, judging by his condition, at most 3 days. He will certainly depart after that. However, this assertion was quickly met with skepticism. How can you be so certain? Perhaps he intends to stay for a while. Did you not see the abundance of food at the village entrance? I cannot fathom that the other party would abandon the bounty of food before them. As long as he desires, they could relish these provisions for an extended period. Most importantly, in such weather, the quality of the meat would remain unchanged. This statement rendered the group silent, including their leader, who pondered the situation. Ultimately, he resolved to discreetly remove the corpses under the cover of night. This would be a singular opportunity that would take as much as they could. Estimating they could transport approximately half of the supply. The remaining portion would be left for the other party, as he believed this arrangement would pose no issues. The principle of leaving a thread of goodwill for future encounters was something he, as a leader, understood well. He assessed that taking half was already pushing their limits. Any more might prompt the other party to search nearby for them, turning his group into mere sustenance on the table. Chapter 139. The remaining family. Little did the others realize that Liang Yu held no interest in the flesh of these two-legged sheep. His actions were solely aimed at luring out the nearby individuals, only to eliminate them and reduce their remains to ashes. Perhaps it was the shock from that gunshot or the closest brush with death he had ever experienced. Had he not been equipped with protective gear, he would have faced severe injuries and the sensation of impending demise. Reflecting upon it now, he recalled that the infinite life feature of his modifier had not been activated. To prevent a recurrence of such an event, he activated the infinite life option after regaining his composure from the gunfire. As time passed in mutual anticipation, Liang Yu observed the sky darkening. He ventured into Lan Ling's room to check on her condition. She remained deeply asleep, her breathing steady, providing him with reassurance. Subsequently, he retrieved a high-precision sniper rifle from the armory, affixed a silencer, and inspected his gear, finding no issues. With a swift teleportation, he arrived at the rooftop of a self-built structure that offered the best vantage point near the village entrance. After confirming the safety of his surroundings, Liang Yu produced a camouflaged tent. Though not particularly large, it could comfortably accommodate one person. Most importantly, the tent's exterior could adjust its colors to blend seamlessly with the environment, and it featured a manual adjustment function for internal use if necessary. Having completed these preparations, Liang Yu set up his sniper rifle within the tent, awaiting the appearance of his targets. However, contrary to his expectations, the group did not materialize immediately. He waited for an extended period, yet not a single figure emerged. As time passed, darkness enveloped the night, with even the moonlight appearing feeble. In the absence of light, it was no exaggeration to say that one could not see a hand in front of their face. Liang Yu's patience began to wane. Consequently, he deployed a drone, activated its night vision mode, and sent it to survey the vicinity. Despite thoroughly searching the nearby houses at the village entrance, he still failed to spot the group, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that they were too frightened to show themselves and had fled? Yet, he believed that was unlikely. They would not easily forsake such a bounty. Perhaps he simply had not located them. Unbeknownst to him, the group was hiding in the farthest house from the RV. Too fearful to even emit a flicker of light, they had summoned their fellow villagers for assistance, while Liang Yu waited for them to take the bait, and they, in turn, awaited their comrades. This anticipation stretched into 2 long hours. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was still before 8 o'clock. At this point, his patience had evaporated. He dismantled the sniper rifle and packed away the tent, then retrieved 6 drones and 6 red incendiary balls, attaching the incendiary devices to the drones. After setting the program, Liang Yu maneuvered the drone above the pile of corpses in various directions, while he retreated back to the RV. The first thing he did upon returning was to approach the door of Lan Ling's room. He gently opened the door and found that she had already awakened. Liang Yu leaned closer, inspecting her body while reassuring her. "I just checked, and there seems to be no issue with your health." However, he paused, drawing closer to observe Lan Ling intently. She abruptly pushed his face away and demanded, "Just say it directly. Stop keeping me in suspense." Upon hearing her speak, Liang Yu felt relieved. "Yet," he declared, "if someone doesn't leave a kiss mark on my face, I won't disclose a thing." Lan Ling, maintaining her composure, replied, "I received a message. It instructed me to take care of myself and provided numerous precautions, which felt akin to final instructions. They covered every aspect. Yet they did not mention their own situation. If nothing unforeseen occurs, I am now without family." Liang Yu then recalled that Lan Ling had mentioned her parents were abroad and that she had chosen to stay behind due to her inability to adapt to life overseas. He cupped her face once more, their eyes locking. He articulated slowly, "What I must tell you is rather joyous. This foolish girl, she is not without family. She has one remaining. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yes," Lan Ling exclaimed, and she instinctively embraced Liang Yu. They remained nestled together until her stomach growled, signaling her hunger. She then said, "Big oaf, I'm hungry." Liang Yu chuckled in response, "I suppose you are craving pig trotters. Speak up, and the culinary master shall grant your wish. Do you desire a braised whole pig trotter or a charcoal grilled one? Be clear, for they are quite different." With his prompt, she seemed to grasp something. "I want a whole one," she declared, and she clung to him like a koala, wrapping her legs around his waist. If one were to replace their clothing with a koala costume, the resemblance would be uncanny. Liang Yu, accommodating her, supported her as he stood up, carrying her to the dining area. He then set her down in a chair. "Wait for me a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly." Liang Yu did not keep her waiting long. He soon returned, carrying a large basin filled to the brim. As she gazed into the basin, filled with an abundance of side dishes and prominently featuring a large pig trotter, she was assured this was the northern-style pig trotter rice, complete with a whole trotter. The side dishes were plentiful, and there was ample rice beneath, emphasizing a hearty portion. "Well, you seem to have calculated this well. With such a large basin. Are you trying to make me burst? Am I to be treated like a pig, expected to consume such an enormous quantity? This portion must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. At this moment, Liang Yu produced 2 sets of chopsticks and handed one to the other person. "Of course, I shall not allow you to feast alone, I am hungry as well. Come, let us begin. If we delay any longer, it will become cold and unappetizing. My dear, do you wish for some seafood? If so, I shall prepare some for you. Lan Ling, likely famished after a lengthy wait, swiftly shredded the tender braised pig's trotter and mixed it with rice, filling her bowl to the brim. She devoured the food in rapid succession, adhering to the principle of silence while eating, and thus did not respond to Liang Yu's inquiries. Meanwhile, as Liang Yu and the others enjoyed their warm meal within the cozy caravan, the more than 10 individuals waiting in the house were far from experiencing such comfort. Chapter 140. A disturbing thought. As night fell, the temperature dropped slightly. The warmth from the thermoses had been fully consumed, and those leaning against the outer edge could no longer endure the chill. One of them, rummaging through his inner garments, produced a bottle of alcohol and approached the leader. Village chief, I can scarcely bear it any longer. May I have a sip of this liquor to warm myself? Upon hearing this, the others, also positioned at the periphery, began to entertain similar notions. The man referred to as the village chief hesitated to turn on the lights, fearing discovery would thwart their efforts. After some deliberation, recognizing their plight, he relented. Very well, a little warmth is permissible, but do not overindulge. Remember, we have tasks to attend to shortly. Should anyone become inebriated and cause a disturbance, the consequences are well understood. With the village chief's approval, the group refrained from excessive drinking. After consuming approximately 2 taels, they concealed the remaining liquor within their clothing. As the hours passed, they managed to endure until 11 o'clock. They signaled their contacts, who arrived with a trailer equipped with anti-slip measures at the village entrance. Had Liang Yu witnessed this scene, he would have surely chuckled. It epitomized the modern identity. In an era before the proliferation of automobiles and industrialization, such trailers were drawn by oxen and horses, and now they continue to be pulled by these same noble beasts, albeit of a different lineage. Inside a dwelling, the village chief's phone illuminated. Upon reading the message, he urged everyone to rise. He tapped the companion beside him, raising his voice slightly. Everyone up. Prepare yourselves. Our people have arrived with the trailer. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged reminders. The village chief surveyed the assembly, relieved to see them all standing. Previously, someone had been left waiting too long and tragically succumbed to the cold. Although the group felt a pang of sympathy, survival necessitated treating such losses as mere sustenance. Fortunately, this time, history did not repeat itself, a reason for their earlier indulgence in drink. Let us move quietly. The others may be asleep, but we cannot afford to be careless. A mere twitch of their fingers could seal our fate. The dozen or so individuals crept forward under the cover of darkness, refraining from illuminating their surroundings or making any significant noise. Under these precarious conditions, they finally converged with the newcomers. At this juncture, they did not notice the snowman that had mysteriously appeared nearby, including the 9 individuals from the 3 trailers. They now numbered 24. After the gathering, the village chief reiterated the precautions. Remember, each trailer must carry 7 two-legged sheep, no more. We have only 20 minutes. If time runs short, we withdraw regardless of our numbers. At this moment, someone muttered under their breath, it is rather late. The village chief is being overly cautious. What does it matter if one takes a little more? I believe it is entirely possible to pry open the lock of that vehicle, enter, and eliminate the individual within. The supplies inside the car, along with everything else, rightfully belong to us. Although the sound was faint, the village chief still heard it. Yet, he chose to remain silent, for he had indeed contemplated such actions. However, as the village chief, he bore the responsibility of ensuring the safe return of those he had led out. Only then could he justify his actions to their families. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a slap echoed, startling everyone. In such a serene environment, the noise was particularly striking. The one who had uttered the murmurs was none other than his cousin. He felt a twinge of defiance towards his cousin's slap. Brother, on what grounds do you strike me? Have I spoken incorrectly? Yet, seeing that his cousin remained unrepentant, he prepared to strike again. This time, the village chief intervened. Enough. We shall discuss this upon our return. He could not comprehend why it was necessary to inform him at a later time. Only then did the man relent. Unbeknownst to them, the adversary had arrived with the intent to feast. He would not let this opportunity slip away. This group made their way to the village entrance, gazing enviously at the RV illuminated less than 100 meters away. Those with keen eyesight noticed that the driver's seat was unoccupied and relayed this information to the village chief. The individual who had earlier suggested prying open Liang Yu's RV instantly recognized his chance and stealthily slipped away. In such darkness, surrounded by so many, he would go unnoticed as long as he remained silent. Indeed, the group was oblivious to his departure, preoccupied as they were with lifting the trailer. It was not that they lacked the desire to continue pulling. Rather, the noise produced was somewhat excessive. They could carry the empty vehicle forward, but when departing, They had to do so swiftly, as per the village chief's directive. Upon reaching the village entrance, someone suddenly spotted a figure beside Liang Yu's vehicle and promptly informed the village chief. He nearly gasped in alarm, but managed to stifle it. The 20 or so individuals turned their gaze towards the figure, finding it oddly familiar. It was then that the cousin realized his younger relative was missing. At last, everyone recognized who the figure was. The village chief was still anxious about the possibility of the vehicle's alarm being triggered, and with gritted teeth, he decided to direct everyone to assist in the transport. He had but one request: to act swiftly and quietly. The group of 20 stepped forward to help carry the two-footed sheep, including the village chief himself, who joined in rather than supervise from the sidelines. However, as they approached, the individual had already reached the door of Liang Yu's vehicle. The vehicle, in sentinel mode, detected an unfamiliar presence that had not been registered and immediately initiated its defensive measures. The individual produced a hook and a slim tool, attempting to pry into the vehicle's keyhole. Yet, he found it peculiar. This keyhole was unlike any he had encountered before, lacking a discernible pressure point. In the next moment, he felt the temperature in his hand rising steadily. Suddenly, a scent of charred material permeated the air, followed by the burning of gloves worn by the duo. Singu and Bizi. The intense heat seared their fingers, but there was no opportunity to scream. In that fleeting moment of contact, not only did the searing temperature transfer, but a formidable electric current coursed through as well. This was the reason for Singu and Bizi's sudden exposure to such extreme heat. Their adversary collapsed without warning, the sound of their fall startling the group who had just begun to move objects, sending their hearts racing. Observing the fallen individual, they silently cursed, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, having prepared for the worst. Without hesitation, they hastened their movements. Meanwhile, within the confines of the caravan, Liang Yu, resting, was already aware of the unfolding circumstances as they ventured into the heap of sheep carcasses. He awaited the moment when everyone had entered. As for the individual attempting to pry open the door, he chose to disregard them. If that person truly possessed the ability to unlock an unlatched door. Chapter 141. Hope followed by despair. What significance does gifting him a mobile home hold? Alas, it seems that opportunity has slipped away. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, a group was engaged in the grim task of transporting a corpse, entirely oblivious to the drone hovering above. In the next moment, as they prepared to depart, a sudden blaze illuminated the surroundings. The red glass orbs deployed from the drone had been released, shattering with a crisp sound as they fell. The liquid they contained erupted forth instantaneously, igniting a fierce flame that began to spread rapidly. Within mere seconds, the group found themselves ensconced in the liquid's embrace. The fluid made contact with the soles of their shoes and the lifeless body they had yet to lift. The ensuing conflagration swiftly engulfed them all. Only a fortunate few stood atop a small mound of bodies, spared from the flames. As the inferno intensified, they realized they were trapped. Some, in disbelief, bravely attempted to flee, only to find the liquid splattering across them, igniting their bodies in a matter of moments. Before they could cover even half the distance, they were consumed by the flames, their cries of despair echoing through the firestorm, the only testament to their existence. The remaining individuals, paralyzed by fear, dared not venture forth. In their panic, the corpse they clutched fell to the ground, splattering liquid that adhered to their skin. The flames licking at their shoes were perhaps insufficient to incite chaos. But as the liquid from the fallen body ignited their pants, their composure shattered. In their frenzy, they inadvertently set the untouched hill ablaze. What had begun as a mere perimeter of burning corpses now spread to engulf the mound, igniting every position atop it. Discontent with the pace of the inferno, the entire mountain transformed into a fiery spectacle. Their cotton garments became the perfect fuel. Once ignited, the flames spread with alarming speed. More than a dozen individuals atop the heights frantically to shed their clothing. Eventually, as they discarded most of their attire, they found themselves free from flames. However, another pressing dilemma emerged before them. The fire was drawing closer, bringing with it an unusual warmth and a suffocating stench. They had no means of escape other than awaiting their grim fate. At that moment, the beleaguered village chief surveyed the remaining souls, his heart heavy with despair. He had but one desperate gamble left. Whether he lived or perished, it was now left to fate. He would find a piece of cloth, soak it in his own urine, cover his face, and dash into the fire. Soon, someone pointed out the inherent contradiction in this plan. Chief, that is unfeasible. The flames are far too fierce. They recalled the unfortunate souls who had attempted to flee when the fire first erupted, only to be consumed by the inferno. The chief stamped his foot in frustration, his shoe warped by the heat. Are we not standing on the best platform available? Inevitably, the flames would reach this place, and we would use the bodies as stepping stones to surge forward. Rather than waiting here for death, It seemed prudent to attempt this. It was, to my mind, the best course of action, likely the only course. Upon the village chief's pronouncement, the others immediately set to work. They first prepared damp cloths to cover their mouths and noses, wrapping them around themselves. Then, in pairs, they lifted the corpses from the ground, bringing them nearer to the ring of fire. The heat surged towards them, palpable even through their makeshift protection. Under the chief's guidance, they methodically completed their preparations. Soon, the first corpse was cast a short distance away, approximately 80 centimeters from their position. The second followed suit, landing similarly at around the same distance. However, when it came to the third, difficulties arose. They could only continue to discard the bodies. In less than a minute, a path was laid. By this time, the first corpse had already ignited. The urgency was clear. They could no longer afford to linger. One by one, they began to leap across the corpses. Though this method proved unsuitable for all, some, lacking coordination or balance, fell before reaching the third body, crashing to the ground as flames engulfed them. Yet, no one had the luxury of concern for others. Survival was paramount. 2 minutes passed swiftly, yet for the scant few among them, it felt interminable. Ultimately, only 7 managed to reach the outer edge of the fire circle safely. 3 or 4 others might also have made it, had it not been for the urgency of those behind them, who unintentionally collided with them, causing them to lose their balance and tumble into the inferno. The village chief observed the remaining 6, who seemed to relax, and immediately admonished them sternly. Do not stop. We must hasten our departure. This place is no longer safe. Some began to realize the gravity of the situation. Yes, let us move quickly. Once they emerge, we may not have the chance to escape. Cursing under their breath, they urged each other to flee, longing to return home for a reckoning with their families. Yet, amidst the chaos, a keen-eyed individual noticed an additional figure illuminated by the flames, a snowman, oddly shaped. Why is there a snowman here? He inquired. Doesn't it seem a bit peculiar? Another nearby promptly pulled him aside, exclaiming, What snowman? There is no time for this. We must retreat, or it will be too late. However, the man, drawn by curiosity, widened his eyes, staring at the snowman. It moved. His exclamation drew the attention of all, halting them in their tracks as they turned to behold the animated snowman. The village chief, sensing impending disaster, opened his mouth to warn them, but it was too late. The snowman had shed its covering of snow, revealing the formidable figure of Mario, armed with a submachine gun, ready to engage. By the time they realized this, it was far too late to escape. The bullets, traveling at an astonishing velocity of nearly 400 meters per second, cover this distance in but a fleeting second. This brief moment is scarcely sufficient for them to react and execute a turn. The rhythmic sound of gunfire once again dominated the entire space. In a desperate bid to ensure that someone might return, the village chief, fully aware of his own impending demise, extended his arms wide before Mario could pull the trigger. He strained to broaden his physical presence, hoping to intercept a few more bullets and afford the young individuals behind him a chance at survival. Yet, such an aspiration was overly optimistic. Had it been Liang Yu wielding the weapon, the chief might have had a fighting chance. However, it was Mario who unleashed the assault, and none of the 7 could escape the wrath of his aim. Chapter 142, Setting the Trap on That Fateful Night. Over 20 souls met their demise at the village's entrance. After dispatching the remaining 7, Mario leisurely approached their lifeless bodies. Grasping a leg in one hand, he unceremoniously discarded them back into the inferno. After several trips, he finally attended to the aftermath of their passing. Mario then returned to his vehicle, re-entering his designated compartment. The flames raged throughout the night. When Liang Yu awoke the next day, the fire still blazed fiercely. He couldn't help but wonder how these individuals could burn for so long. In his recollection, during peacetime, crematoria incinerated bodies with remarkable speed. A mere press of a button, and within 10 minutes, only ashes remained. However, Liang Yu overlooked a crucial detail, the temperature of the flames. Whereas other cremation furnaces operated at a scorching 900 to 1000 degrees Celsius, the flames he observed barely reached 300 degrees. The disparity was significant, naturally affecting the rate of incineration. At present, there were still unmistakable corpses visible within the fire, and the acrid black smoke billowed skyward, signaling to the surrounding villages. Liang Yu was certain that many had already caught sight of it. He anticipated that soon, a new batch of individuals would arrive. However, he no longer possessed any bait to lure his quarry. Thus, it was time to embark on a fresh journey. Approaching Mario's compartment, he roused him. The task of clearing the road would have to be entrusted to him, as Liang Yu had other matters to attend to. As he prepared to depart, he felt it necessary to leave behind some tokens for Mario. After all, curiosity would surely compel everyone to investigate. What he intended to leave behind were gifts for those intrepid explorers. Mario followed Liang Yu as they descended from the RV. Yet, the moment they stepped outside, the foul odor in the air nearly suffocated him. Instinctively, he held his breath, rejecting the noxious fumes, and hurried back into the vehicle. After a brief pause, he began to breathe heavily, the stench proving unbearable. He rummaged through his backpack and, after some time, unearthed a previously used mask. In the next instant, it was securely in his grasp. Liang Yu, familiar with the process, donned his mask and then pushed the door open once more. This time, shielded by the mask, he was no longer disturbed by the repugnant odors. He strolled slowly to the pile of charred remains. Observing the blackened corpses, Liang Yu felt little emotion. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a blank notice board. After producing spray paint, he inscribed a warning: "Numerous traps surround the bodies. Please do not approach." He then placed this in his backpack, making several copies. Following a clockwise direction, he began to bury traps within the snow, setting 1 or 2 before erecting a sign. Sometimes he would place a single sign for one trap, or consecutively bury several traps with a sign for every 3 or 4 empty spaces. There is no discernible pattern. After a full circuit, he himself was oblivious to where the traps lay. Merely arranging traps in the surroundings was insufficient for him. Time and again, he meticulously set his traps until, at the center of a dark pile of corpses, a radius of 10 meters was ensnared. Gazing at the multitude of signs scattered across the ground, he felt a profound satisfaction with his creation. By the time he returned to his mobile home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Mario was still busy tidying up the road surface. Liang Yu stowed away his mask and made his way to the bathroom. After a refreshing shower and changing into a fresh outfit, the suffocating odor that clung to him finally dissipated. As he stepped out of the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his damp hair, an indescribable aroma wafted in from the kitchen. However, the scent quickly faded. It was then that he suddenly became aware of a rather subtle matter. Cautiously, he peeked into the kitchen, fearing the worst. Before him, Lan Ling was engrossed in a cooking tutorial playing intermittently on a tablet. The countertops were adorned with plate after plate of charred remnants. At least, Liang Yu could only describe them as resembling charcoal. At that moment, he contemplated making a discreet exit. But it was too late. He had already been discovered by Lan Ling. Come, try the dish I just learned, and offer some suggestions," she said, presenting a plate of sugar-glazed ribs that appeared to be properly cooked. Perhaps it was her favorite dish, for it was the first she had chosen to learn. Liang Yu approached and inhaled, only to be met with an overwhelming sourness that sent a shiver down his spine. Seeing her eager expression, he steeled himself, reached out, and took a piece of rib, placing it in his mouth. The initial flavor was relatively normal, but as he bit down, the sweetness of the meat burst forth, followed swiftly by an overwhelming acidity that compelled him to don a mask of anguish. Yet, he endeavored to maintain a composed facade as he spat out the bone. "Not bad," he remarked, "the sweet and sour balance is quite pronounced, with room for improvement." Lan Ling's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she eagerly grabbed a piece for herself before Liang Yu could intervene. As soon as she bit into it, her expression transformed in an instant. Within a mere second, she opened her mouth and expelled the food, rushing to the sink to rinse her mouth repeatedly, casting Liang Yu a peculiar glance. After a moment's contemplation, she queried, "You haven't lost your sense of taste, have you?" Liang Yu playfully delivered a light punch to her head. "What do you expect me to say? It's your first attempt at cooking. Am I to declare it inedible?" He retorted. "How much sugar and vinegar did you even add?" Lan Ling pointed at the brightly lit screen of the tablet, where the words "appropriate amount" were prominently displayed. "Look for yourself. It says appropriate amount, and I just added as I saw fit." Liang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. The term appropriate amount truly lacks precise measurement. "How about this? I'll take some time to teach you how to prepare simple vegetarian dishes." To his surprise, Lan Ling rejected him. "I refuse. I am determined to prepare meat dishes." In light of her stubbornness, Liang Yu could only choose to indulge her. Just as he was about to teach Lan Ling how to make sweet and sour ribs, his long quiet bracelet chimed. Liang Yu promptly shared the screen with his glasses, revealing a string of unfamiliar numbers. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer the call. A familiar voice came through the line. Hello, can you hear me?" "Liang Yu, this is Huang Qiushi. There's trouble. 2 groups of people have appeared in the neighborhood, both searching for you. Please be cautious." Without waiting for Liang Yu's response, the call abruptly ended. Lan Ling, who was nearby, overheard this. "Oh dear, why did Qiushi hang up? I still wanted to converse with her." Chapter 143. Current situation of the community. In this context, Liang Yu found himself somewhat perplexed. His confusion stemmed from Huang Qiushi's actions. Their interactions had been minimal, with the only significant encounter being the provision of some supplies to her previously. As for the 2 groups seeking him out, he had some inkling of their intentions. However, he had no intention of returning, for the fate of those individuals was of no concern to him. Huang Qiushi likely understood the mindset of those who contacted Liang Yu, perhaps feeling compelled to reach out to him first due to her sudden unease regarding the intruders. It was evident that she experienced anxiety, helplessness, and fear in the face of these individuals, who posed a potential threat to her safety. Thus, she chose to contact Liang Yu instead of Lan Ling, whom she had known for a while. The reasoning was straightforward. Huang Qiushi recognized that calling Lan Ling would not provide a viable solution to her predicament, although she was uncertain whether Liang Yu could offer any resolution. He remained her most hopeful option. Furthermore, she believed there was a possibility of cultivating some goodwill with him. What Huang Qiushi was unaware of, however, was that as long as she refrained from opening the door, the current external temperature and the power outage would render it impossible to breach the safety of room 1101 without significant equipment. Crucially, she did not know that Liang Yu had already vacated the community and had no plans to return. Meanwhile, within the community, the property management had assimilated the majority of the residents, engaging in continuous conflicts with the two external factions. Their food supply was derived from the casualties of these skirmishes. In this relentless war of attrition, the principles of evolution were starkly illustrated. The concept of survival of the fittest was vividly manifested in this scenario, as the dwindling numbers of combatants left behind were increasingly comprised of the elite. These remaining elites were now embroiled in combat with the individuals from the Foot Basin Nation. The term bitter struggle aptly described the situation, primarily due to the shameless tactics employed by the Foot Basin nationals. Their common method involved a form of so-called invisibility technique, which was not an authentic magical skill. In reality, this invisibility was achieved by mixing copious amounts of lime powder, chili powder, and similar substances into their weapon sheaths. When they drew their blades during combat, the projectiles would scatter towards the opponent's face, causing temporary blindness. This tactic allowed the Foot Basin individuals to either secure kills or make a swift escape. Initially, neither the community's residents nor the opposing faction had anticipated such deceitful methods, resulting in their ambush. Consequently, those equipped with helmets endeavored to modify them, creating a racing driver's effect. Whenever lime powder obscured their vision, they could peel away a layer of transparent film to restore visibility. With this newfound preparation, the Foot Basin nationals were left with only half of their original force, while the remainder dispersed and fled through various means. Wang Yong and his companions did not pursue them but instead instructed the uninjured or lightly wounded to quickly secure the battlefield, fully aware that the opposing faction was soon to arrive. If there were no compelling need, Wang Yong and his companions preferred to avoid conflict. The primary reason for this was their desire to prevent unnecessary casualties. The disparity in weaponry between the two sides was substantial. Although Wang Yong was confident in his ability to contain them, doing so would require a significant sacrifice of lives. The Foot Basin people managed to gain an advantage over them, not only due to their despicable stealth tactics but also because they launched surprise attacks while the opponents were regrouping. Wang Yong could certainly employ similar strategies, yet he saw no necessity for such actions. Not to mention that their stronghold was located here. Capturing the enemy offered little practical benefit aside from acquiring extra provisions. An unspoken understanding had been reached between both parties. As long as they did not encounter one another, neither would provoke the other. As for the other property owners who had not joined the alliance, they were beyond Wang Yong's consideration. Among these remaining owners, aside from Huang Qiushi, the one faring best was Feng Qing, yet she simultaneously endured the harshest circumstances. This was solely due to Liang Yu's parting gift, which had sent the husky, Tang Do, into a frenzy. At that moment, she was the only one present, and thus she bore the brunt of the torment. However, following this ordeal, Feng Qing's situation improved as she remained in her home, free from the need to venture out. Tang Do hunted for food, capturing only solitary individuals. Each day, Tang Do would return with a substantial piece of meat. Initially, Feng Qing was quite resistant, particularly as her lower body had been severely injured due to Tang Do. Faced with the choice between starvation and consuming two-legged sheep, she ultimately chose the latter. Embracing her fate, she began to prepare meals from the food Tang Do brought home, sharing them with her canine companion. Consequently, she became one of the better-off residents in the community. After Wang Yong and his group engaged in battle, the Foot Basin people were routed and fled. At that precise moment, an unfortunate Foot Basin person crossed Tang Do's line of sight. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to the impending danger ahead, his attention solely fixated on the rear as he ran. Fearful that Wang Yong's group would abandon their main force to pursue him, the solitary straggler. What he failed to realize was that Wang Yong had no intention of pursuing him, and that staying close to the main force was, in fact, the safest option. Within this community lurked a ravenous wolf that preyed upon the unwary. As his focus remained behind him, he unwittingly passed right in front of Tang Do, who lay concealed in the snow. The outcome was inevitable. In that fleeting moment, Tang Dou's massive form surged forth, its explosive power overwhelming the foot basin person in less than a second. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, the foot basin individual was bewildered, feeling only the weight of something heavy pressing down on him. When he looked up, all he could see was a furry mass. In that brief interval, Tang Dou lunged at the hand of his adversary, seeking to disarm him. The terrifying force of the bite shattered the bones of the footman's hand. The pain in his wrist prevented him from contemplating his situation further. Consequently, he lost grip of the weapon in his hand. As he screamed, Tang Dou precisely severed his entire throat in a single bite. Thus, the adversary was effortlessly slain by Tang Dou. What followed was Tang Dou skillfully rending the clothing with its sharp claws, gnawing through the bones, and taking a portion of the body back with it. The remaining corpse was cleverly concealed by Tang Dou beneath the snow, leaving behind its own scent. This strategy ensured that even after a day or two, it would still be able to locate the buried sustenance. In the stillness of the night, when the world fell silent, it became the most opportune moment for its actions. During this time, the outside world was nearly devoid of life, with 99% of people nestled within their warm beds. Chapter 144. The visitors of the black smoke. This led to Sugarbean being largely unnoticed by others. As a dog, Sugarbean adeptly utilized its advantages. However, on this occasion, it faltered. After burying the corpse of the foot basin man, it departed, oblivious to the fact that an observer from the opposite building had witnessed the entire event. Upon seeing Sugarbean leave, the onlooker suppressed the impulse to descend immediately. After waiting for over 10 minutes and ensuring the surroundings were clear, he finally made his way downstairs. He arrived at the spot where Sugarbean had concealed the body and proceeded to drag the entire corpse away, aware that Sugarbean would harbor resentment towards him. He ascended to an empty room on the 2 floors above. There, he fashioned a makeshift rope from a bedsheet, lowering the foot basin man's body onto his own balcony. He then returned to move the body inside. It can only be said that fortune favors the bold while the timid perish. As a result of this audacious act, the man not only secured 2 sheep for sustenance, but also acquired weapons and supplies from the foot basin man's belongings. In essence, it was a bountiful haul. Meanwhile, as the man pilfered the food buried by Sugarbean, Liang Yu's trap finally welcomed its first visitors. A handful of villagers from surrounding areas gathered, totaling nearly 20 individuals. They arrived at the source of the black smoke, only to discover a multitude of notice boards densely placed around the village entrance, clearly the work of Liang Yu. However, as they gazed upon the burning pile of corpses nearby, a sense of loss washed over them. Such precious food was being consumed by flames. Some individuals felt a twinge of fear, their attention drawn to the sheer number of people who had been slaughtered in one fell swoop. From what he gathered, they must have belonged to the same village. It was a massacre. He turned to his companions from the same village, pulling them aside to voice his concerns. The 4 soon reached a consensus regarding the man's apprehension and silently departed from this perilous place. Undoubtedly, this was the wisest decision they had made thus far. After the departure of these 4, one among the remaining group began to incite others. He yanked a notice board from the ground, and upon witnessing no immediate repercussions, he smashed it to the earth. Still nothing happened. Should Liang Yu have been present, he would have remarked on the remarkable luck of this individual. As he had avoided triggering any of the traps he had set, the man then began to instill doubt in the minds of those around him. What nonsense. I knew these were mere tricks. Look, nothing has happened at all. Come on, who among you is brave enough to join me in investigating further? These boards are likely just placed here to frighten us. With that, he gestured for his fellow villagers to join him in removing another notice board. Once again, fortune smiled upon him, as he seemed to encounter one of Liang Yu's cleverly devised empty trap locations amidst the continuous notice boards. It can only be said that Lady Luck is currently favoring them. However, this group, despite being the recipients of such fortune, is compelled to delve deeper into the unknown. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, yet spurred on by the allure of this benevolence, they embark on a perilous journey. Observing that the 2 individuals who had tampered with the notice board faced no repercussions, a few bold souls began to imitate their actions. Nearby, another individual reached out and removed a nearby notice board, with no ill effects to follow. This prompted shared glances and smiles among the group. And with one another's encouragement, they commenced their own attempts to dislodge the boards. They successively removed several from their original positions, triggering no traps whatsoever. At this juncture, one individual could not contain his laughter. Truly a ruse, he exclaimed. Indeed, there were traps, but the true trap was the installation of fear, preventing them from daring to cross the threshold. Brothers, let us advance. Soon, several of them hastily entered the trap-laden area orchestrated by Liang Yu. After traversing a few meters, they encountered no immediate danger. They proceeded confidently, following the path that had just been opened. observing the lead group as safety. The remaining individuals lowered their guard and began to enter the trap zone as well. Yet, with so many entering, the likelihood of triggering a trap increased significantly, especially as some could not resist the urge to tamper with the notice boards. For reasons unknown, they felt an overwhelming compulsion to pull them down, which ultimately led to their downfall. Before long, the first victim of the trap emerged. As he approached the notice board, a bottle suddenly sprang up from the snow-covered ground. Upon reaching a height of 1 meter, the bottle shattered, scattering glass shards that, while not particularly harmful to those clad in thick clothing, unleashed a torrent of concentrated sulfuric acid. Coincidentally, upon hearing the commotion, the individual turned to face the direction of the glass bottle. The splattered acid struck his face, and the intense corrosive nature of the substance elicited a blood-curdling scream. The horrifying sound startled everyone present. In a chain reaction, one individual, startled by the scream, inadvertently knocked over a notice board, thus experiencing his last moments of warmth. Initially, after the board fell, nothing transpired for a few seconds, which offered him a momentary sense of relief. His gaze shifted to the individual who had triggered the sulfuric acid. Had he looked back at the notice board, he would have noticed that the snow had begun to merge and melt. At that moment, an inexplicable warmth enveloped him. As he surveyed his surroundings in search of the source of this warmth, Liang Yu's miniature volcanic reaction device was triggered. A liquid resembling lava erupted into the air, exploding outward. Unsurprisingly, at such close proximity, he was splattered by the molten substance. The moment the lava came into contact with his clothing, the extreme heat ignited the fabric. However, in the cooler external environment, the heat began to dissipate rapidly. Ultimately, he was set ablaze. At that moment, the man was oblivious to the existence of traps. He immediately collapsed onto the snowy ground, rolling in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames engulfing him. However, he overlooked the fact that the snow-covered terrain concealed more than just snow. It harbored Liang Yu's traps, which he had inadvertently activated, leading to his current predicament. In a reckless act, he continued to roll in the snow, perhaps under the misguided belief that traps existed solely beneath the warning signs. Unbeknownst to him, he had rolled a considerable distance in the untouched snow. Thus, the unfortunate soul triggered yet another of Liang Yu's traps. Nevertheless, fortune smiled upon him, for his frantic rolling in the snow ultimately quelled the flames that had consumed his garments. Chapter 145, setting off again regrettably. This individual unwittingly triggered another trap set by Liang Yu. As he stumbled into the designated location of the trap, a massive bear trap was set off. Before he could revel in any sense of triumph, the flames enveloping him extinguished, and a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his waist. The formidable force and sharp jaws of the bear trap cruelly bisected him. His vertebrae were effortlessly severed by the device. In that moment, he acutely sensed the vitality draining from his body, as a chilling coldness enveloped him. In such a frigid environment, his life swiftly ebbed away. Fortuitously for him, he was alone when he triggered the trap, sparing others from his fate. In stark contrast, a trio of companions had been ensnared by a reckless teammate, leaving them with no chance of survival. As one of them stepped onto the unmarked snowy ground, he felt an ominous trigger beneath his feet. The ominous sound of a click echoed through the air. They were all convinced they had stepped on a landmine. The unfortunate soul at the front dared not move. His despair palpable as he glanced at his companions, their voices tinged with a sobbing tone. "What do we do? I don't want to die." Lacking any experience in handling such situations, they dismissed the dramatic portrayals seen on television. One of them attempted to reassure the group, "Don't panic. The explosion might not be severe. Perhaps it will only cost you a leg." Despite the words of comfort, they all understood the grim reality. In such a scenario, losing a leg would likely mean certain death. While they feigned reassurance to the one who had triggered the trap, they instinctively began to distance themselves from him. Just as they decided to retreat, they found themselves too late. He had not stepped on a landmine, but rather activated a series of interconnected switches in that small area. These switches were numerous, yet once one was triggered, the traps in the vicinity would immediately shift to an active state. In the brief moment spent discussing their plight, the traps had already been fully activated, and they were now deeply ensnared within the perilous zone. The unfortunate individual who had activated the switch stood frozen in fear, mistakenly believing he was on a landmine, unaware that he was actually in the safest spot. The notion that a landmine would not explode if one did not lift their foot was sheer folly, a misguided belief likely born from excessive viewing of wartime dramas. As for the two who attempted to retreat, their misfortune was sealed. After taking 3 or 4 steps, they inadvertently triggered a landmine. The deafening explosion resonated throughout the area, sending shockwaves of terror through those present. The two fleeing souls were reduced to mere fragments. The remaining individuals stood paralyzed with fear, some casting furious glances at the one who had initially persuaded them to venture forth. As they scanned their surroundings, they could not locate him anywhere. In a fit of rage, one shouted, "Where is that treacherous scoundrel? Where has he run off to, leading us into this trap, continuously exporting national essence?" He had never repeated the insults directed at that person. In his impotent fury, he finally found someone willing to engage with him. "Stop shouting," the newcomer said. Having just arrived not long ago, only to foolishly attempt to remove a sign that had been erected. As a result, he was shot full of arrows, resembling a porcupine. Upon hearing this, the man ceased his cursing. The group now stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. In this brief span, 7 or 8 individuals had already perished. They found themselves ensnared in a deadly predicament, with no conceivable means of survival. Even if they remained motionless, relying on the corpses of others might prolong their existence for a while. Yet the crucial factor was the external temperature. If they were to endure a night outdoors, their fate was unequivocally sealed. They would become nothing more than ice sculptures. At that moment, all their hopes rested upon the RV, situated a few hundred meters away. The only option was to call for assistance. No alternative existed. This was a main road, devoid of nearby trees. In a desperate bid for survival, they attempted to shout toward the RV. However, regardless of their efforts, their voices seemed unable to reach its interior. Despair began to set in. Their fierce instinct to survive compelled them to resist the notion of waiting for death. Thus, someone picked up Liang Yu's sign, using it to scout ahead. Yet, aside from the signs already removed, the remaining ones posed a potential danger. Removing a sign also entailed the risk of triggering traps. Nevertheless, they had no choice. This was their only glimmer of hope. While these individuals resorted to every possible means to survive, inside the RV, Liang Yu had finally learned how to instruct Lan Ling in the art of cooking. He discovered that Lan Ling was not incapable of following the recipe. Rather, she struggled with measuring the correct amounts of seasonings. Liang Yu devised a set of measurement units for her, such as a tablespoon, a bottle cap, and a chopstick, along with small measuring cups for water, soy sauce, vinegar, and Shaoxing wine, advising her to use quantities of 1 cup or half a cup. Under his guidance, the dishes she prepared reached a standard of normalcy, albeit limited to her favorite sweet and sour ribs. For other dishes, Liang Yu remained hesitant to make any promises. Lan Ling was eager to experiment with the once popular crispy, roasted meat. Just then, she noticed Mario's return. His arrival signified that the road had been cleared and was now passable. This also meant Liang Yu needed to head to the driver's seat to assess the situation. Although the vehicle could drive itself, she felt a twinge of concern. After all, relying on artificial intelligence was no trivial matter. Liang Yu washed her hands at the sink, then dried them with a paper towel, affectionately ruffling Lan Ling's hair. "Next time," she said, "but for now, we must set off again." Lan Ling, ever understanding, nodded in agreement, yet she had not abandoned her aspirations of becoming a chef. She opened the tablet, delving into the tutorial. Upon hearing the instructional audio, Liang Yu couldn't help but smile and shake her head. The tutorial itself poses no inherent issues. Rather, it is the learner who often struggles to comprehend. I have mastered the techniques and, seizing the moment, I am eager to put them into practice. Yet, my hands seem to question their own existence. Who am I? Where am I? Why do I find myself in this predicament? With a smile, Liang Yu approached the cockpit, reinitiating the motorhome's engine. Once restarted, the vehicle resumed its original course. However, this time, Liang Yu issued the usual caution that typically precedes calamity. He set off resolutely, prepared to draw his weapon should any complications arise. He harbored an unwavering belief that there was nothing a firearm could not resolve, and should the situation demand it, he would resort to his mechanized exoskeleton, a formidable instrument of solitary combat. Moreover, his backpack, brimming with an array of autonomous warfare apparatuses, added to his formidable arsenal. Chapter 146. Equipping the RV with weapons. As for the origin of these unmanned war machines, Liang Yu had taken a leisurely stroll through the military district warehouse prior to the apocalypse. He was inevitably tempted by the various types of equipment on display. He decided to casually take one of each item, as he didn't require much. Just a single piece would suffice. It was then that he suddenly recalled an item in his backpack that could be installed on the RV. He halted the vehicle and initiated the equipment connection mode. Upon stepping outside, he found that the roof of the RV was already prepared for installation. Liang Yu retrieved a black rectangular box, slightly smaller than the RV's roof. From his backpack, he was uncertain of the material it was made from, as a multitude of question marks appeared in his vision. He then activated the first machine and affixed the rectangular box onto the roof of the RV. Once the installation was swiftly completed, Liang Yu refrained from immediately testing the equipment. Instead, he retracted the first machine and resumed his journey. After several hours of travel, he safely arrived at another city via the national highway. Noticing the sky darken, he decided against traveling at night, as he had ample time at his disposal. However, he felt somewhat disinclined to have dinner. Stealthily peeking into the kitchen, he spotted a plate adorned with an appealingly crispy roast pork. Without hesitation, Liang Yu took a piece and bit into it. The first bite posed no issue. The flavor was quite delightful. However, upon biting into the crispy skin on the second attempt, he realized something was amiss. This was no longer the crisp skin he expected. The hardness of the pig skin was such that it would require a hefty cleaver to chop through it. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, Liang Yu finished the meat and then began searching for Lan Ling. Upon discovering her in the shower, he unhesitatingly opened the bathroom door. As he stepped inside, he began to shed his clothes, playfully remarking, "Come, come, come. You are so fortunate today. Allow me to give you a massage." Once Liang Yu closed the door, indescribable sounds filled the bathroom. While he was enjoying himself, his RV had caught the attention of an onlooker. The brightness of the RV was simply too conspicuous in the night. However, the observer did not rush into action, but instead chose to watch from a distance for a while. This individual was quite astute, rather than approaching. He remained hidden beside a building, the surrounding darkness serving as his best cover. Yet, despite his prolonged observation, he noticed no one entering the driver's cabin. Unbeknownst to him, the RV's owner, Liang Yu, was occupied in the bathroom, assisting Lan Ling with her massage. For the time being, the driver's cabin was unoccupied. After roughly 10 minutes of waiting, the observer, feeling increasingly cold from remaining in one spot, quietly noted the RV's location. He then crossed over to the road adjacent to the RV's position. After more than half an hour of travel, the man arrived at a logistics park. This was no small facility. The logistics park boasts an intricate network of roads, albeit currently obscured by a layer of ice. Within the park, numerous warehouses and small factories are nestled. To enhance convenience for the workers residing in the factory area, two designated zones, one for living and another for recreation, have been established. This arrangement not only caters to the employees' needs, but also serves the purpose of recuperating funds from their hands. The prices here are indeed considerably cheaper than those outside, compounded by the fact that production is handled by the small factories within the logistics park. A man approached from a side path, swiftly arriving at a large warehouse. He knocked rhythmically on a small door that had been cut into the side of the warehouse. "It's me. Open the door," he called out. But instead of the sound of the door creaking open, a voice from within responded with a code. "What is today's password?" "The Imperial Jade Liquor plus the large hammer minus the small hammer equals what?" The man outside felt a twinge of exasperation. It was clear he was recognized. Yet they insisted on this charade. "The answer is I give you a super big hammer," he replied. Upon delivering the password, the small door swung open, revealing a person inside with a mischievous grin. However, the man had no time for idle banter. His first words upon entering were, "Is Brotherwin here? I have something important to report." The doorkeeper shook his head, explaining that Brotherwin had left for an errand not long ago, and that the only one in charge at the moment was Sister Ting. "If you have something important, you should discuss it with Sister Ting." Brotherwin said that in his absence, all matters of importance are to be directed to her. The man nodded, patting the doorkeeper on the shoulder. "All right, I will go speak with Sister Ting. Next time, I'll find time to share a drink with you." With that, he hurriedly made his way into the warehouse. Before long, in an expansive room within the warehouse, several individuals were gathered around a heater for warmth. Upon noticing someone had returned, the woman known as Sister Ting lifted her gaze. "Xiao Chen, are you in such a hurry because something has happened?" Seeing him breathless, she glanced at a nearby companion. "Bring Xiao Chen a glass of warm water, quickly." Following her command, within 30 seconds, someone handed a cup of warm water to Xiao Chen. After gulping it down and catching his breath, he recounted the situation regarding Liang Yu's RV that he had encountered earlier that day. Sister Ting, upon hearing Xiao Chen's account, directed someone to fetch a city map. She laid the map on the table beside the heater, utilizing the firelight to illuminate its details. Looking at Xiao Chen with a gentle tone, she said, "Xiao Chen, please mark the location of that RV. Let me see how we can acquire it." Subsequently, Xiao Chen indicated the position of Liang Yu South RV on the road not far from them. Sister Ting noted that the location was quite close to their own position. Pondering the situation, while she had the ability to mobilize the people here, she also had to consider their safety. To regard these individuals as mere disposable commodities would be utterly unwise. After much contemplation, Sister Ting resolved to first ascertain the circumstances of the other party before deciding whether to take action. In her view, one must either cultivate a favorable relationship with the owner of the camper van or, should animosity arise, act decisively to eliminate any possibility of future repercussions. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Liang Yu remained blissfully unaware that he had once again caught someone's attention. He was currently relishing the attentive service of Lan Ling, though he couldn't help but notice that her delicate hands had become wrinkled and pale from prolonged exposure to water. Liang Yu resolved to expedite his bath. A little over 10 minutes later, the bathroom door swung open. Lan Ling, still draped over Liang Yu, found herself cradled in his arms as he carried her out. After an extended period of indulgence, their bodies were beginning to protest. Liang Yu had no choice but to gently place Lan Ling on the dining table and head to the kitchen to retrieve the meal from his backpack. Chapter 147. Reflections inspired by a trash bag. The two shared a modest meal, engaging in the essential act of feeding one another. Naturally, the method of feeding did not involve the use of hands. After nearly an hour, they departed the dining area, satisfied with their repast. While Liang Yu disposed of the remnants of their meal, he discarded not only the leftover food but also the dishes, as he had no desire to wash them. Liang Yu, not lacking in such trivialities, allowed himself a moment of indulgence. After tidying up, he carelessly tossed everything into the trash can, subsequently grasping the garbage bag and knotting it tightly. Approaching the door of the vehicle, he opened it and arbitrarily selected a direction. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled the bag away, indifferent to where it landed. At that moment, concerns about environmental cleanliness seemed trivial. The mere act of survival felt like a significant accomplishment. However, Liang Yu's actions appeared discordant in the current context. Upon disposing of the bag of refuse, he promptly closed the car door, unconcerned about its resting place. Yet, shortly after his departure, a figure emerged from the shadows, swiftly retrieving the discarded bag. This individual turned to a companion nearby, stating, "I will return this. You keep watch here. It won't take long. The shift change is imminent. Inform Sister Ting at the first sign of trouble." The companion responded with an affirmative gesture. Without further ado, the person took Liang Yu's trash and made their way back to the logistics park. Thanks to prior notifications from his teammate, he encountered no significant obstacles along the way. Upon arriving, he quickly presented Liang Yu's garbage bag to Sister Ting. "Sister Ting," he panted, catching his breath. "This bag of trash was just discarded by the occupant of that RV. I feared it might contain some clues, so I hurried back with it." The owner appeared to be a young man in his 20s. Notably, based on his attire, it seems the RV is equipped with a heating system. When he opened the door to throw out the garbage, he was wearing a bathrobe. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The weight of the information was considerable. They had no reason to doubt the veracity of his claims. After all, they were comrades who had worked together for some time. If trust were to falter in such matters, it would be better to eliminate the risk altogether. The simplest of communications would be rendered impossible, leaving only waste behind. Thus, they accepted the shared news with a measure of belief, the lingering skepticism rooted in the fear that darkness might have obscured the truth. The mention of the bathrobe was particularly crucial. Its distinctive nature made it easily recognizable, rendering mistakes improbable. The implication was clear. The individual clad in a bathrobe signified that his RV possessed hot water for bathing. It perfectly attested to the warm atmosphere of the caravan. Little did they know that they merely wiped their bodies with warm water beside the stove, let alone the others. Yet, in this situation, the owner of the caravan unexpectedly began to take a shower. Such an event might not seem significant to others, but for Sister Ting, her heart yearned immensely for that very caravan. The allure of bathing was overwhelmingly enticing to her, while she constantly contemplated the possibility of capturing the attention of the owner. Her thoughts had drifted far from the matter at hand. Those present could easily perceive her distraction, yet none deemed it inappropriate. Then, another individual gazed silently at Sister Ting before speaking up. "Sister Ting, take your time to ponder. We shall first open this bag of trash." As they uttered these words, a hint of excitement was palpable among them. After all, if the owner of this bag could enjoy a hot shower in the caravan, the food he consumed was unlikely to be of poor quality. Some individuals eagerly stepped forward to tear open the bag, and the aroma that wafted out was not as repugnant as anticipated, though it was dominated by a charred scent. A keen observer quickly noted a collection of charred ribs amidst the remnants, appearing quite appetizing, albeit due to the temperature. Sounds of several people swallowing were audible. Though their lives were not particularly arduous, this group had not yet fallen to the depths of consuming two-legged sheep, thus their craving for meat remained strong. Someone voiced a question: "Are these ribs? Are they pork ribs or the ribs of a two-legged sheep?" Just as the others hesitated, a hand swiftly reached out to seize several intact ribs, skewering them with an iron rod and placing them over the fire to roast. At this moment, the onlookers turned their gaze towards him, prompting him to explain, "It's evident these are pork ribs. The ribs of a two-legged sheep do not resemble this." As he spoke, others began to rush forward to snatch the ribs. The motto here was simple: the swift were rewarded, while the slow missed out. Upon acquiring their portions, none immediately devoured the ribs. They emulated the first individual by skewering the meat and placing it over the fire to heat. After 2 minutes, the first to roast emerged with a fragrant skewer of ribs and approached Sister Ting. Sister Ting, Do take a taste. Sister Ting, gazing at the ribs in his hand, swallowed hard. She glanced at the nearby bag of refuse, but ultimately refrained from indulging in the ribs. No, Yongxin, you enjoy them yourself. The individual known as Yongxin no longer hesitated and promptly placed a piece in his mouth, perhaps due to the lengthy absence of such a treat. This seemingly flawed rib transformed into a delicacy in his mouth. Delicious, truly exquisite. Those still roasting ribs could no longer contain themselves. They grabbed the ribs, blew on them, and immediately tasted the delightful morsels. The consensus was unanimous in its praise. Had Lan Ling known, she would undoubtedly have been overjoyed. In truth, this was hardly their fault. For an extended period, the flavor of their sustenance has been exceedingly bland. It is a remarkable feat to secure 3 meals a day, let alone the luxury of salt. Seasonings have become a rare and precious commodity. Thus, this failed rib dish is considered a culinary delight to them. As for the bowls, chopsticks, and remnants of other food, although they are hungry, they are discerning in their choices. However, once the few individuals have divided the intact ribs among themselves, their conviction in the abundance of supplies within Liang Yu's vehicle becomes unwavering. The sole reason for this belief lies in the bag of ribs. How could someone capable of wasting such a quantity of ribs for the sake of culinary practice, while possessing an ample supply of seasonings, possibly lack resources? It is noteworthy that for an ordinary person, simply managing to satiate their hunger is already a significant achievement. Chapter 148. An interruption to good fortune. Where else could one witness such extravagant behavior as that exhibited by the owners of the RV? At the very least, they had not encountered anything of this nature since the onset of the cold wave. Who among them was not living on a tight budget? All eyes turned towards Sister Ting, awaiting her next command. They understood that she would not let such an opportunity slip by in the presence of an RV. Yet, Sister Ting remained far more composed than they had anticipated. She decided to continue monitoring the situation, instructing her subordinates to gather intelligence before taking any action. Simultaneously, she feared that her team might act recklessly. Listen, she instructed, until a command to act is given, no conflicts with the other party are to occur. Additionally, she wanted to relay this information to Wang Ergu next door, requesting that they scout the area discreetly. Those present were aware that Sister Ting intended to use Wang Ergu and his crew as pawns. However, they wholeheartedly endorsed this strategy. Consequently, someone promptly descended to arrange the matter. Yet, it was already deep into the night. Just as the individual had taken a few steps, Sister Ting called him back. Let us postpone this until tomorrow. It is too late now. We can arrange things early in the morning just as well. Had these words been spoken by anyone else, it might have been perceived as an attempt to claim credit. However, coming from Sister Ting, the individual obediently returned to his position. After clearing away the debris, they each returned to their respective spots to warm themselves by the fire, spending the frigid night in its comforting glow. The following morning, Liang Yu awoke with a parched mouth, reaching for the water cup on his bedside. In his moment of distraction, he inadvertently woke Lan Ling, who had been resting against his arm. After taking a sip of water to soothe his cracked lips, Liang Yu noticed that Lan Ling was already awake, a mischievous grin adorning her face. Realizing the impending mischief too late, she attempted to flee, but Liang Yu swiftly pulled her up, and together they began their morning exercises. Meanwhile, a group had already set out from the logistics park, making their way towards Liang Yu's RV. This contingent, driving 2 trucks, was clearly intent on seizing what they perceived as an easy target. With the trucks hastily advancing, Wang Ergu and his gang soon reached the vicinity of Liang Yu's RV. Gazing at the RV, which was considerably larger than their own trucks, they speculated on the abundance of supplies it might contain. In the next moment, the 2 trucks positioned themselves at both the front and rear of Liang Yu's RV, effectively cutting off any chance of escape. After blocking his retreat, 17 individuals emerged from the trucks, armed with knives, clubs, and other implements. They swiftly encircled the RV. One among them, brandishing a sledgehammer, approached the vehicle's door, preparing to strike, only to be halted by Wang Ergu, who forcefully kicked him onto the icy ground, exclaiming in anger, "Have you no sense at all? The zombie would be disheartened to find nothing of interest within your cranial cavity. Why are you smashing things? This is my RV. How will you repair it if you break it?" The man wielding the hammer expressed his grievance. "Brother Ergo, how can we enter without breaking in? If we cannot gain access, it is futile. They can deplete our resources from within." Upon seeing the adversary rise, Wang Ergo delivered another kick, sending him crashing onto the ice once more. "You talk too much. Am I not aware of what you just said? Zhang De, come forth. Show them what it means to be the king of locks, to unlock in a mere second." As Wang Ergo's words echoed, a figure named Zhang De stepped out from the crowd. "All right, Brother Ergo, you can trust this to me, as you've observed over this period. No lock has withstood my skills for more than 20 seconds. Saying this, Zhengde approached the lock of the RV door with his tools in hand. Yet, what is a king of locks without the strength of a mortal body? One must concede that this king of locks had far superior luck than the last fool who attempted to pry open the car door. Upon attempting to unlock it, he immediately sensed something amiss and swiftly released his tools. Gazing at the melted marks on his gloves and smelling the acrid scent in the air, Zhengde determined that this was not merely a door lock, it was likely a baited trap. At that moment, Liang Yu was only halfway through his morning training inside the RV, with Lan Ling providing him with an indescribable service. Liang Yu's glasses alerted him to the activation of a high-voltage current due to someone trying to pry open the RV door, compelling him to hasten the conclusion of his training. After assigning Lan Ling to the bathroom for her morning routine, Liang Yu changed his attire and made his way to the driver's seat. Upon hearing Zhengde's report, Wang Ergo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He genuinely wished to avoid damaging the door. If broken, he was uncertain how to repair it and whether it would compromise the RV's insulation. Just then, someone pulled at Wang Ergo. "Brother Ergo, look. The owner of the RV has arrived at the driver's seat." Upon entering, Liang Yu discovered that a truck had completely obstructed the road ahead. It had not been there the previous night, indicating that it had been brought in that morning to block his path. The interruption to his training had already stirred his ire, and now he felt an overwhelming surge of frustration upon hearing the foolish remarks from the opposing side. Casting a casual glance at his adversaries, Liang Yu activated the weapon box that had been installed on the RV's roof. In the next moment, two mechanical octopus tentacles emerged from the box atop the vehicle. Their tips transformed into sharp swords. Liang Yu, monitoring the external environment through a screen, maneuvered the extending tentacles, reminiscent of playing a video game. He targeted the nearest adversary and directed the tentacles to strike, but the simplicity of the attack allowed the opponent to evade effortlessly. With a mere thought, Liang Yu transformed two mechanical appendages into colossal serpents. Under her command, these serpents coiled around the individuals ensnared within their sinuous bodies. The trapped victims wielded their weapons, relentlessly striking at the metallic forms, yet their efforts proved futile, perhaps merely dislodging a few molecules. Liang Yu showed no mercy. The serpentine head swiftly engulfed one of the captives whole. Following the ingestion, the serpents promptly expelled dismembered fragments of the unfortunate soul. Having vanquished one adversary, Liang Yu did not relent, directing the same lethal maneuver toward the nearest foe. In no time, her relentless onslaught forced the group into a hasty retreat, their numbers diminishing rapidly. Meanwhile, Sister Ting and her companions, who had relegated Wang Ergo's crew to expendable fodder, bore witness to this harrowing spectacle. Chapter 149. The madness of killing. They began to hesitate, contemplating the dire consequences should the opposing party discover that they were plotting against the owner of the RV. Would their fate be even more tragic than that of Wang Ergo and his gang? Wang Ergo, already gripped by fear, continued to taunt Liang Yu from within the RV. "Huh, you coward, if you have the guts, come out and fight me face to face. You only dare to hide behind and manipulate your toys, just like Jerry from Jiangdong." Upon hearing Wang Ergo's derision, Liang Yu, whose simmering anger had yet to be unleashed, felt a surge of indignation, especially at being compared to Jerry. The scoundrels of the Eastern Wu during the Three Kingdoms era were clearly meant to insult him. He relinquished control of the mechanical serpent, summoned Mario to guard the door, and boldly stepped outside, brandishing a crescent blade. As Wang Ergo and Ting Jie beheld Liang Yu, dressed so lightly in the biting cold, confusion washed over them. The temperature hovered around -60°C, although it had warmed slightly compared to earlier. Such frigid weather was intolerable for someone in such scant attire. A daring thought sprouted in their minds. Could he be clad in high-tech thermal gear? It was the only conceivable explanation for his ability to withstand such temperatures. Liang Yu's solitary appearance before them presented an opportunity to eliminate him. Wang Ergo couldn't help but applaud his own cleverness. With just a few words, he had lured Liang Yu out. As for the crescent blade in Liang Yu's grasp, it was a mere joke. Despite suffering some losses, Wang Ergo's group still numbered 11, and they doubted that Liang Yu could single-handedly confront them all. Ting Jie, lurking nearby, felt increasingly confident. Regardless of whether Wang Ergo's crew could subdue Liang Yu, she was unperturbed. She had brought 30 men lying in wait nearby. Moreover, she possessed a few of the precious equalizer devices. However, bullets were scarce in such an environment. Each shot fired was one less available. Mostly for show rather than actual use. Unless absolutely necessary, they would refrain from firing. Ting Jie was incredulous that so many, armed with handguns, could fail to subdue a mere youth. In her view, Liang Yu's lack of firearms upon his emergence indicated he possessed no modern weaponry. If he had a gun, he would have brandished it to resolve the conflict swiftly, or at the very least, to intimidate them. Wang Ergu's group would undoubtedly comply at the sight of a firearm, too frightened to utter a single word in defiance. Yet, at that moment, Liang Yu charged toward Wang Ergu and his gang, crescent blade in hand, shouting, "Who just called me Jiangdong's Jerry? Step forward." His words met only silence as he was met by Wang Ergu's gang rushing toward him. However, Liang Yu's crescent blade afforded him a distinct advantage in reach over their crude knives. The adage "an inch longer, an inch stronger" rings true, particularly with a 2-meter-long crescent blade that possesses formidable power, coupled with its exceptional sharpness. Liang Yu executed a sweeping strike at the waist of the two assailants rushing towards him. The crescent blade sliced through their midsections, causing their lower halves to come to an abrupt halt, while the upper halves, propelled by momentum, were sent flying away. Witnessing their companions' demise ignited a furious determination in the remaining attackers, who, amidst the chaos and shouts, launched their assault on Liang Yu. Skillfully evading a sneak attack from behind, Liang Yu gripped the crescent blade firmly and performed another sweeping motion, creating space around himself. However, as soon as he completed the sweep, the assailants surged forward once more. Targeting one individual, he unleashed a powerful strike akin to the splitting of Mount Hua. The unfortunate foe, unable to dodge in time, raised his cleaver in a futile attempt to defend. The extraordinarily sharp crescent blade encountered no resistance, cleaving through the hardest bone. The skull, with ease. This time, rather than merely bisecting his opponent at the waist, the blade cleaved the entire figure in two from top to bottom. One half collapsed to the ground, while the other, facing the sky, began to ooze blood from severed veins and internal organs. Despite the frigid environment, the blood did not freeze immediately. Instead, a substantial amount flowed out before the cold could take effect, staining the ground crimson. The sight of blood drove the remaining assailants into a frenzy. "Charge! Avenge the skinny monkey! Bastards! Bring back my brother Luo!" Such a reaction was unexpected for Liang Yu. Rather than fear, their resolve seemed to strengthen. Yet, Liang Yu remained undaunted. In the face of the attacking adversaries, he eschewed flamboyant techniques and relied on straightforward maneuvers, thrusting, cleaving, hacking, tossing, slicing, and chopping. Given the considerable length of Liang Yu's crescent blade compared to their cleavers, 2 or 3 adversaries were caught unawares, having their arms severed before they even realized what had occurred. The pain registered only after the loss. But their hatred for Liang Yu quickly overshadowed their discomfort as they picked up the cleavers dropped by their fallen comrades and pressed on with their assault. As the number of attackers dwindled, a small faction finally managed to land a blow on Liang Yu's back. The sensation was eerily familiar to the assailant, who was certain he had struck true. "Brothers, charge! I hit him. I struck his back. Don't let him breathe," he shouted, completely unaware of the impending danger. Liang Yu swiftly retaliated, severing the man's head from his shoulders. The remaining 4 witnesses to this brutal scene were left seething with rage, their eyes ablaze with fury, as if their anger could erupt forth from within. If gazes could kill, the Liang Yu before them would surely be reduced to mere particles. However, Liang Yu showed no mercy. After dispatching the assailant who had struck him, he seized the crescent blade and gathered his strength. He then hurled it at the individual closest to him. The sharp edge pierced through the man's body, embedding itself in the icy surface, while the hilt remained lodged within him. The remaining 3, seeing that Liang Yu had seemingly discarded his weapon, rushed in without granting him the chance to retrieve it. In unison, they wielded their cleavers against him. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Although Liang Yu was devoid of a weapon, they failed to notice the gloves adorning his hands. Chapter 150. Liang Yu catches bullets with bare hands? Confronted by 3 assailants wielding cleavers, Liang Yu effortlessly swatted aside 2 of them with the palm of his hand, grasping the remaining blade with one hand. He swiftly struck at the joint of his opponent's wrist. The sudden pain caused the adversary to relinquish his grip on the cleaver. Liang Yu then plunged the weapon directly into the assailant's throat. With a seamless motion, he turned to block the attacks of the other 2 adversaries using both hands. Seizing one cleaver, he exerted force, redirecting the strike of the assailant on his right towards the right hand of the one on his left. Startled by the incoming blade, the left adversary panicked, abandoning his weapon and retreating hastily. In that instant, Liang Yu's left cleaver was forsaken by the opponent, and he swiftly ended the life of the man on the right with the very same blade. Observing his adversaries, Liang Yu shook his head. The man on the right had been locked in a struggle with him, and it was merely a sudden shift in the blade's trajectory that had left the left adversary vulnerable. The latter's retreat, prompted by fear, had inadvertently resulted in his comrade's demise. At this juncture, Liang Yu fixed his gaze upon the remaining opponent and the nearby Wang Ergu, vociferously demanding the whereabouts of Jiangdong Jerry, insisting on accountability. He then pointed at Wang Ergu, inquiring, "I believe it was you who spoke, wasn't it?" Wang Ergu. Eager to respond, suddenly noticed an individual emerging behind Liang Yu, someone he recognized all too well. His heart sank as he saw Sister Ting aiming her firearm in his direction. The realization struck him. At such a close range, should she hit Liang Yu, it would undoubtedly be fatal. With his comrades largely eliminated by Liang Yu, Wang Ergu's sole desire was to witness Liang Yu's death, even if he could not deliver the fatal blow himself. Thus, he took it upon himself to divert Liang Yu's attention, pointing a finger at him and taunting, "What are you staring at? I'm talking to you, Zhangdong Jirai. Come and face me in a duel." Liang Yu regarded Wang Ergu's audacity with bemusement, unable to comprehend the source of his bravado in such dire circumstances. Intrigued, he began to approach Wang Ergu step by step, his slow advance inadvertently granting Sister Ting her opportunity. With both hands gripping her handgun, Sister Ting aligned her aim with Liang Yu's head, adhering to the principle of 3 points in a line. After taking a few deep breaths to steady her nerves, she prepared to fire the lethal shot aimed at the back of Liang Yu's head. In that moment, as the gunshot rang out behind him, Liang Yu leapt and spun around, instinctively reaching forward with his right hand. To Wang Ergu's astonishment, he witnessed Sister Ting firing at Liang Yu, only to see the latter leap up and, in a remarkable display, catch the bullet with his hand. This was inconceivable. Wang Ergu shouted in disbelief. As Liang Yu turned around, he maintained the grip of his right hand. He cast his gaze towards Sister Ting and her companions who were firing nearby, advancing step by step towards them. With each stride he took, the pressure on them intensified. Sister Ting, observing Liang Yu, could hardly fathom that he might actually catch bullets with his bare hands. She aimed her handgun at him once more, but this time it was not merely a single shot. She unleashed all 6 remaining bullets. However, Liang Yu relaxed his clenched right hand. As the gunfire continued, his left hand waved before his body. When the gunshot ceased, so too did the motion of his left hand. Yet, when he opened his palm, the bullets fell to the ground, one after another. 6 in total, neither more nor less. At a distance of less than 100 meters. It was evident to them that the bullets spilling from Liang Yu's hand were indeed real. This scene left Sister Ting and the 30 others utterly stunned. They had never imagined that someone could truly catch bullets with their bare hands. This was not a mere rumor but a sight witnessed with their own eyes. The shock was palpable. As Liang Yu drew nearer, the pressure they felt only grew heavier, with some even losing their will to fight. They looked to their leader, Sister Ting, only to find her in a daze. Another, acting swiftly, commanded everyone to retreat. As the order was given, the one issuing it barely had time to react before being pulled away by his subordinates. Liang Yu observed the fleeing individuals, shaking his head. Glancing at the bullets on the ground, he collected them into his backpack, then loosened his clenched right hand, revealing nothing within. Had they looked closely, they would have noticed that the bullets he had just dropped were complete rounds with casings, not mere bullet heads. All the bullets had been thwarted by his defense. He turned to face Wang Ergu, who surprisingly had not seized the opportunity to flee. Liang Yu quickly approached him, observing the trembling Wang Ergu. He delivered a kick, then stepped onto him. "Speak, Jiangdong Jierui, where is the lair of your associates?" The pain jolted Wang Ergu back from his shock of witnessing Liang Yu catch bullets. Hearing himself addressed as Jiangdong Jierui, he couldn't help but force a wry smile. Yet, he dared not retort. The man before him was indeed capable of catching bullets with his bare hands. Even the lifelong waiting device had proven ineffective against him. How could he possibly continue to speak? Thus, he bypassed the designation and began to respond to Liang Yu's inquiry. "Ahem, they are not my companions. My comrades were mostly eliminated by you just now. The last one fled during the gunfire. This group is one of the larger forces in the logistics park. The moment I saw them appear here, I understood why. I remarked on the source of their information, suggesting that it was deliberately divulged to me by that woman. Consequently, under the weight of Liang Yu's presence, Wang Ergu recounted the entire sequence of events surrounding the news he had received that morning. Liang Yu understood that the other party was merely being used as a pawn. However, despite being manipulated, the disruption to his morning exercise left him exceedingly displeased. Gazing at Wang Ergu, Liang Yu demanded that he disclose the location of the adversary, along with the specific number of individuals involved. Wang Ergu, aware that his quest for vengeance was futile, felt genuine trepidation in Liang Yu's presence. With the intention of seeking retribution against them, he found himself isolated and lacking the capability to do so. Liang Yu represented his sole glimmer of hope. Thus, he divulged all the information he possessed. Upon gaining this knowledge, Liang Yu released his foot. Just as Wang Ergu presumed that Liang Yu would allow him to pass, he experienced a violent impact to his head, resulting in the severing of his cervical spine by Liang Yu's kick. Chapter 151. The substitute. After resolving the situation with Wang Ergu, Liang Yu surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one else was watching. He approached the two trucks and discreetly stored them in his backpack. clearing the obstacles that hindered the RV's progress. Subsequently, he nonchalantly walked over to the lifeless body, retrieving the discarded crescent blade before leisurely making his way back to the RV. Upon his return, he discovered that Lan Ling had prepared breakfast and was patiently waiting for him to join her. "Please, eat first. I shall take a shower," Liang Yu said as he moved towards the dining area, just as he was about to head to the bathroom. Sharp-eyed Lan Ling noticed a small stain of blood on his attire and rushed over to grab him. "Are you hurt? Is it severe? I'll fetch some medicine." At that moment, Liang Yu glanced at his clothing and indeed saw several tiny bloodstains. He reassured Lan Ling, "It's nothing. None of this blood is mine. I'll take a shower and change before coming out." However, Lan Ling was not entirely convinced. With both hands, she tugged at Liang Yu's garments, pulling them off. After examining him closely and finding no wounds, her attention shifted to his abdominal muscles. Her small hand reached out to touch them. Liang Yu teased, "Didn't you have enough last night? I distinctly remember someone's hands resting on my abdomen all night long." Upon hearing this, though somewhat accustomed to his playful banter, Lan Ling's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. "Pooh, I wonder where that shameless person's hands wander off to every night." Seeing her flustered state, Liang Yu wore a mischievous grin as he scooped her up before she could react, striding towards the bathroom. Come, accompany me for a romantic bath. We can also finish what we didn't complete during our morning exercise." After a lengthy interlude, the two finally emerged from the bathroom. Back in the dining area, Liang Yu noted that breakfast had cooled, prompting him to place it in the microwave for reheating. Meanwhile, at the logistics park, Sister Ting and her group returned to their headquarters. Here, they felt a semblance of safety. All members collapsed onto the carpet, their exhaustion palpable. At this juncture, someone spoke up. "Phew, that was truly terrifying. I never anticipated that he would be such a ruthless individual, capable of catching bullets with his bare hands." This statement immediately garnered agreement from the others. "Exactly. At first, I thought he was just a flamboyant clown, only to realize I was the real fool. The moment I saw him drop the bullet, my mind nearly went blank." Yet, someone beside them voiced a lingering doubt. Did he really catch the bullet? Upon hearing this, another person became indignant and retorted, "Are you questioning Sister Ting's marksmanship? Her shooting scores were consistently above the 9-ring mark at the shooting range. At such a close distance, it is inconceivable that one could miss their target. Just observe the other party. They do not exhibit any signs of having been shot. Hence, I am convinced that he genuinely caught the bullet fired by Sister Ting." As the debate among the crowd intensified, Sister Ting intervened, silencing them. "Enough of this chatter. What significance does it hold at this moment? We must contemplate how our adversaries might retaliate against us." Upon hearing her words, a wave of concern washed over them. "Let us set aside the notion of him catching bullets barehanded. His ability to pierce through 15 individuals is not something these mere pawns can withstand. If the main force truly seeks vengeance, they would certainly be unable to defend themselves." Sister Ting is well aware of this reality. She is now pondering how to ensnare others in her predicament, yet she is uncertain about who would be the most suitable to drag down with her. She understands that those who have survived are astute individuals. Her adversaries are quite shrewd and would not easily fall into her trap. Soon, a suggestion was put forth to her. Though Sister Ting recognized the inherent flaws in this idea, it remained to be seen whether her opponents could resist the temptation it posed. Following her orders, her associates extended invitations to the leaders of nearby factions, with the gathering set to take place at their headquarters. A discerning eye would immediately perceive the underlying issues. However, a curious phenomenon unfolded. None of the factions that received the invitation promptly declined. Instead, they acquiesced, only to adopt a more serious demeanor once their guests had departed. They took out their phones to discreetly inquire and exchange intelligence. Upon exchanging information, they discovered that they were not alone. Every faction of moderate standing in the vicinity had received similar invitations. This revelation heightened their curiosity regarding Sister Ting's true intentions. They pondered whether this was merely a trap laid out for them. If they chose not to attend, they feared missing out on something significant. After all, it was akin to inviting every prominent figure in the area to a gathering. To put it bluntly, if this were not a trap and they opted not to participate, it would be tantamount to slapping their own faces. Thus, this group found themselves in a dilemma. However, among them were those of keen intellect who swiftly grasped the crux of the issue, though their adversaries remained perplexed. Consequently, they chose to abandon their musings and directly dialed Sister Ting's number. After 3 rings, the call was promptly answered. The man on the line spoke directly. "Sister Ting. It's me, your Uncle Wu." Upon hearing this, Sister Ting feigned surprise and inquired, "Oh, it's you, Uncle Wu. What brings you to personally call me today?" Laughter emanated from the other end of the line. "What? Can't your Uncle Wu call to catch up with you? Nevertheless, I do have a matter I wish to discuss with you today. You have conspired with Uncle Wu. But what is your true intention in gathering so many individuals? However, Sister Ting has chosen not to disclose this to the old man, instead opting to keep him in suspense. Alas, Uncle Wu. It is not that I wish to remain silent. You will discover the truth upon your arrival this afternoon. I can assure you that this gathering is certainly not a treacherous banquet. After all, with brother when absent, I am not foolish enough to orchestrate a plot against prominent figures such as yourselves. Upon hearing Sister Ting's words, Uncle Wu pondered for a moment, and it indeed resonated with him. Setting aside the motives behind the numerous fatalities, even if the goal were to seize power, could the current leader suffice? It is far from that simple. Should you eliminate one leader, others would seek vengeance under the guise of retribution, making their ascension to power all the more legitimate. Chapter 152. Selling the fat sheep. Should she proceed with her intentions, the other party would undoubtedly express immense gratitude. Uncle Wu, upon reaching this understanding, ceased to dwell on the matter. With my niece advocating so fervently, I have no choice but to trust her completely. Rest assured, dear niece. Uncle Wu shall certainly arrive on time this afternoon to lend his support. Before long, Uncle Wu was greeted by the sound of Sister Ting's laughter, followed by her words of appreciation. Thank you, Uncle Wu. Since you are willing to come, I will surely reserve the best seat for you. Uncle Wu's brow furrowed at her words. No, that won't do. The phone call concluded amidst their polite exchanges. However, once the call ended, those nearby overheard Sister Ting's muffled expletives. Bah, that old fox is utterly shameless. At that moment, no one dared to engage with Sister Ting, choosing instead to retreat discreetly. Yet, Sister Ting seemed unperturbed by the scene unfolding before her. Glancing at those nearby, she gestured for one to approach, inquiring about the progress of the afternoon's plans. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Sister Ting exhaled deeply. Everything was proceeding as she had envisioned, with a sense of order. Now, she merely hoped that Liang Yu's retaliation would not arrive too swiftly. After all, if Liang Yu were to arrive in his RV, he would reach her in approximately 10 minutes. Her concerns were unfounded. Liang Yu was currently oblivious to the unfolding events, enjoying a leisurely bath. It was likely that he would remain in the shower until well past noon, granting ample time for preparations. The morning passed swiftly, fraught with Sister Ting's anxious anticipation. Finally, Liang Yu emerged from the bathroom, a satisfied expression on his face. This time, he did not carry Lan Ling in his arms. Instead, he supported her as they exited together. Upon leaving the bathroom, Lan Ling continued her tirade against Liang Yu. You beast. No, you are worse than livestock. Do you intend to wear me out completely? Leaning closer, Liang Yu whispered gently in her ear. Isn't it said that only the exhausted oxen can till the land? Shall I check to see if the land is in disrepair? As he spoke, his hands began to wander once more, exploring her waist. This boldness was met with a sharp slap. Smack. The crisp sound echoed as Lan Ling delivered a firm blow to Liang Yu's wandering hand. You truly are a beast. After all this time, we haven't even had breakfast. The slap rendered Liang Yu momentarily subdued. Reflecting on his actions, he conceded that he indeed had been rather beastly. Quickly, he reached out to gently pat Lan Ling's head in a comforting gesture. Why don't you go wait for me in the dining room? We can skip breakfast and have lunch instead. I'll prepare it shortly. True to his word, Liang Yu did not keep Lan Ling waiting long. Within just a few minutes, he had the dishes ready. Meanwhile, at the logistics park, the atmosphere was far less pleasant, as the workers struggled to find time to eat. After a phone call with Uncle Wu, many individuals sought him out for inquiries. Naturally, this old man was unwilling to divulge any information. Ironically, his silence only intensified their speculation. Although Uncle Wu claimed ignorance, his words were laden with insinuations, subtly steering them in a different direction. Under his guidance, numerous potential attendees began to reconsider their intentions. After all, life is singular and death is final. There are no extra lives as in a gang. Therefore, each individual valued their existence immensely. Despite the decline in their previous comfort, they had grown accustomed to this lawless society. To them, power and might dictated status, reverting their world to the primal laws of the jungle. None wished to perish over this matter. They had yet to fully experience such a world. Consequently, they dispatched trusted confidants to represent them at the gathering. Refusal was not an option. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone finally arrived. Sister Ting surveyed the scene. Noting the presence of 17 individuals, a sigh of relief escaped her lips upon seeing the crowd. Under her leadership, the meeting swiftly progressed to the main agenda. Standing alone amidst them, Sister Ting addressed the assembly, acknowledging their curiosity about her motives for gathering them. At this juncture, she decided to be forthright. She had encountered a lucrative opportunity. However, as many were aware, their associate, Brotherwin, was currently absent, and the duration of this opportunity remained uncertain. Given their current capabilities, attempting to seize it alone could result in significant losses. Thus, She proposed a collaboration with 1 or 2 individuals, offering intelligence in exchange for a mere 20% of the profits, allowing the remainder to be theirs. The influential figures and trusted aides present nodded in agreement, acknowledging her proposition. While 20% was not an insignificant sum, it was also not excessive. A crucial question arose. Mu Ting, this matter cannot be clarified by mere words. How can you prove the target is indeed a lucrative opportunity? In response, Mu Ting, also known as Sister Ting, gestured for the individual to leave. I have no obligation to prove anything to you. If you are unwilling to cooperate, you may depart. Were brother when here, I would not seek your partnership. Her indifference only heightened their intrigue. She understood their mindset. If she appeared weak and pleading, they would swiftly take their leave. However, she adeptly maintained control over the group. Not a single person chose to exit. And even the one who had previously posed a question quietly resumed their seat. At this moment, individuals began to confront the person who had just posed a question. Shinan, weren't you just about to leave? How can you now sit here with such composure? Sighing, they expressed their bewilderment at how some individuals could be so shameless. Those nearby discerned the tension and eagerly stoked the flames. Shinan, can you believe he dares to taunt you? If it were me, I wouldn't tolerate it. Indeed. Shinan, one of the most effective ways to deal with such provocateurs is to silence them with a fist. Others chimed in with their support. TSK, TSK, TSK. My brother merely spoke a few words, and yet you all react in this manner. I have encountered shamelessness before, but nothing like this. Gradually, the entire room descended into chaos. Chapter 153. Reluctant compromise. The clamor in the room grew increasingly raucous, yet Sister Ting showed no inclination to intervene. On the contrary, she stood silently to the side, her arms crossed over her impressive bosom, observing the discord without a desire to engage. This was precisely the scenario she had hoped for. The longer the delay, the more it aligned with her scheme. Sister Ting's fundamental objective was to stall this group of individuals, while the prospect of selling Liang Yu, the plump lamb, was merely a secondary consideration. If she could keep this crowd occupied until nightfall, she would have succeeded halfway. The remaining half she would leave to Liang Yu. As long as he arrived today, her expectations would be nearly fulfilled. Ultimately, when Liang Yu unleashed his wrath upon the inhabitants of the current city, she would lead a portion of them to escape. Such actions would undoubtedly provoke retaliation against Liang Yu. Although this path carried its own risks, facing skepticism from these individuals was preferable to being eliminated by Liang Yu in one fell swoop. Unbeknownst to her, the Liang Yu she had been fixated on was already outside the eastern entrance of the logistics park, having arrived in his vehicle. At that moment, he had no intention of entering the park. Glancing at Lan Ling beside him, he posed a question. Shall we play a game of blowing up houses? Lan Ling looked perplexed at his words, instinctively responding with a question of her own. Blow up houses? Liang Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, blow up houses, quite literally. He gestured towards the buildings within the logistics park. Look at all these targets before you, feel free to obliterate them. Seeing Lan Ling contemplating, Liang Yu took action, opening the box atop the vehicle to reveal rows of ammunition-loaded launching devices. Subsequently, a projection of the control panel and a scaled-down map of the logistics park appeared before them. Lan Ling gazed at Liang Yu, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity and confusion. Are we going to kill everyone inside? Why? Liang Yu offered a single retort. If it weren't for the wristband I brought, those people would already be on their dinner plates. Yet, even so, Lan Ling still wished to proceed with caution. She bore no aversion to Liang Yu eliminating his enemies. Rather, her concern lay with the notion of condemning everyone in the vicinity to share the fate of those who sought to kill him. Extending her small hand, she grasped Liang Yu's broad palm. Can't we just kill those who wish to harm you? Liang Yu, softened by her gaze, acquiesced. All right, I'll heed your wishes. With that, he tapped the map at 4 specific locations, each one marking a major gate within the park. Explosions erupted in rapid succession around the entrances, the sounds and tremors swiftly alarming everyone in Sister Ting's room. Except for Sister Ting, all present wore expressions of confusion and fear. In stark contrast, Sister Ting's back was now drenched with sweat. She was acutely aware of who was arriving. Although she could not be entirely certain that it was the owner of the RV from that morning, she felt an undeniable sense of impending doom. However, apart from Liang Yu, she could not fathom any other reason for the logistics park to be targeted. After all, the recent explosion seemed, from its sound, to have been most likely caused by artillery fire. It was merely the group of invited individuals, even more flustered than Ting Jie, who had arrived. Ting Jie's associates emerged to reassure these esteemed guests. There is no need to panic, everyone. Our personnel have just conducted an investigation and reported that the explosion was caused by an accident involving machinery at a nearby small factory. Upon hearing this explanation, the expressions of those present noticeably relaxed. Yet some remained skeptical, though they refrained from voicing their doubts. Nevertheless, the ease with which they accepted this explanation indicated that explosions at small factories were not unfamiliar occurrences for them. Once they learned that the blast was attributed to machinery, their tension evidently eased. It seemed that the events of recent days had frayed their nerves. Otherwise, their reaction to the sound of an explosion would not have been fear and trepidation, but rather curiosity about the incident, rather than transforming them into a flock of startled birds. Just as they were contemplating how to proceed, Liang Yu's voice resonated throughout the park. Be grateful to me. I have given you a chance to survive. These two sentences left everyone in the park utterly bewildered. Yet, someone quickly reacted, exclaiming, "Who is this little brat? Daring to speak so boldly? Someone, find out who he is and bring him to me, reduced to a mere stick." However, Liang Yu's words stirred a sense of unease within Ting Jie. As the others were still processing the situation, she subtly edged towards an escape route. Liang Yu's voice echoed again. "You must have sensed the recent explosion. That was a shell that could have fallen upon you. It merely destroyed the entrance and exit. Someone has interceded on your behalf, allowing me to spare your lives. Listen closely. I shall grant you but one opportunity. You have 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, I expect those who attacked me this morning to be bound and presented before me at the eastern entrance." As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Yu began the countdown. Lan Ling chose not to comment further, recognizing that Liang Yu was accommodating her feelings by making concessions, though 15 minutes felt rather brief. With so many people in the park, it was likely there would be no issue. Thus, Lan Ling felt reassured and took out her handheld device to connect with Liang Yu as they engaged in capturing Pokemon together. Meanwhile, within Ting Jie's headquarters, a room crowded with people erupted into chaos after hearing Liang Yu's words. Many grasped the gravity of the situation. The main figure had come to confront them. What was more alarming was that the opponent had demonstrated their power by launching 4 shells, implying they possessed even more ammunition yet to be fired. They were unwilling to gamble, unwilling to assume that the adversary was merely bluffing about their arsenal. Soon, someone noticed that Ting Jie had vanished. Where has that wretched Mu Ting gone? I had just seen her here moments ago. Simultaneously, others discovered another issue. It was not merely the absence of that wretched Mu Ting. Those on her side had also excused themselves and departed. In that instant, everyone understood the situation. Without a leader to direct them, they exchanged glances and each chose a different direction to search for Mu Ting. Meanwhile, Mu Ting, alone, armed with a pistol and ammunition, and equipped with pre-prepared provisions and a small amount of water, had already taken refuge in the storage room on the top floor of the adjacent building. This was an escape route she had meticulously prepared for herself long ago. All the items were procured solely by her, and no one was aware of the existence of such a place. Chapter 154. A random selection of 10 unfortunate souls. Even her brother remained oblivious to the existence of the refuge she had prepared. Each time she transported her belongings, she exercised utmost caution, meticulously ensuring that no one followed or witnessed her movements before finally bringing the necessary warming equipment and other items into the storeroom. This storeroom could be deemed Mu Ting's last sanctuary, a place unknown even to her brother. Yet, Mu Ting had never intended to linger there for long. She needed to wait until nightfall, using the cover of darkness to escape the logistics park. Mu Ting was acutely aware that her time at the logistics park had come to an end, especially with everyone in her base's conference room dispersing in search of her. While they claimed to be searching, many were primarily motivated by the prospect of food. Under Liang Yu's threat, they had been given merely 15 minutes to focus on their hunger. Perhaps these individuals had not taken Liang Yu's words seriously. As time ticked away, anxiety began to mount after 10 minutes. Observing those who had been captured, none had any clue about Mu Ting's whereabouts. With Liang Yu's deadline approaching, their inability to locate Mu Ting left them no choice but to escort the captured individuals to the east gate. They reasoned that as long as they could mislead Liang Yu, they would be fine, for he had not specified anyone by name. The individuals they brought fit his vague requirements. It was merely a matter of his lack of clarity. The invited group, escorting about 15 or 16 of Mu Ting's captured associates, hurriedly arrived at the east gate. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the main thoroughfare remained intact, with destruction limited to the buildings beside the entrance. The fallen structure had left a passage wide enough for a compact car to pass through. A deliberate escape route left by Liang Yu. Following the path, they approached the RV. As they drew near, they were met with the sight of Mario, clad in sunglasses and brandishing a submachine gun, aimed squarely at them. They harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the weapon, as their actions were remarkably synchronized. They thrust one of Mu Ting's captives forward to serve as a human shield. With a dozen human shields in place, a sense of security washed over the group. Now, they faced a formidable dilemma. Who among them would negotiate with Liang Yu, the creditor? All eyes turned to Uncle Wu. Beyond his established respect within their ranks, An equally significant factor was his close relationship with Mu Ting. Under the collective pressure of their nudges and gestures, Uncle Wu reluctantly stepped forward. With a heart laden with trepidation, he approached the front of Liang Yu's vehicle, raising his head humbly to speak. "Sir, I have brought the individuals you requested." As Wu's words echoed, those beside him pushed forth the human shield. Noticing only a scant number of captives, Liang Yu remained silent. His focus was singular, fixated solely on the individual who had fired upon him. That person had already earned a place on his deadly list. Yet a cursory glance around revealed no sign of the shooter. The voice of Liang Yu emanated from the side of Mario. "It seems that you do not truly cherish the opportunity one have granted you to live." Upon hearing these words, a palpable sense of fear surged through the bodies of all present. "You dare to present me with mere trifles." The woman at the forefront remains unapprehended. "Since this is your choice, I shall respect it." A chilling aura of menace enveloped Liang Yu's words, as everyone braced themselves to flee from the onslaught of gunfire. Only Uncle Wu, the elder, dared to halt Liang Yu. "Sir, please wait. I have something to say." Liang Yu cast a curious glance at him, offering no response, yet tacitly granting him the opportunity to speak. Liang Yu was intrigued to discern what this man might articulate. Uncle Wu, a seasoned individual, was well aware of Liang Yu's disposition and thus proceeded to offer a proposal. "Sir, you have only apprehended the leader, correct? How about this? Grant us 20 more minutes, and we shall leave 10 individuals here as hostages. After 10 minutes, if the leader is not presented, you may execute one of them." Upon hearing these words, the countenance of all present shifted dramatically. Liang Yu regarded Uncle Wu, grasping his intentions. However, it was Mario who then echoed Liang Yu's applause. "Bravo, an excellent suggestion. You shall be one of the 10 chosen, and the remaining 9 shall be your selection." This pronouncement rendered Uncle Wu's subsequent plans futile, for he was uncertain whether Liang Yu was genuinely benevolent or a cunning strategist. Uncle Wu appeared unfazed by Liang Yu's response. It seemed to align with his expectations. He then scrutinized the individuals who had accompanied him. Following Uncle Wu's discerning gaze, 9 unfortunate souls were assembled. Observing the relief of those not selected, Liang Yu unexpectedly imposed an additional rule. "Congratulations, you have been chosen as hostages. In the spirit of humanitarianism, to prevent you from abandoning your fellow captives, I offer you a fair arrangement. If, in 20 minutes, those individuals do not bring the leader to me, I shall send the entire logistics park to their demise. Of course, should anyone wish to attempt an early escape, they may do so at their peril. I shall see if I can detect them and strike them down with a bullet." With that, the countdown commenced as Liang Yu activated the timer. Yet, as his words echoed, the sense of survival that had briefly enveloped everyone, save for Uncle Wu, swiftly dissipated. They could hardly comprehend that mere moments ago, they were in safety, only to be thrust into a dire predicament. The implications of his words were unmistakable. If, in 20 minutes, the woman Mu Ting was not presented before him, what they were about to confront next was Liang Yu's indiscriminate bombardment. It was only after this that the individuals realized the timer had already commenced. This time, none dared to be negligent, as their very lives were at stake. In a desperate bid for survival, they sprinted while frantically attempting to contact others. At that moment, the entire logistics park sprang into action, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Within the park, everyone was in search of Mu Ting. Uncle Wu observed the hasty departures of these individuals and couldn't help but shake his head. It was then that Liang Yu spoke again. "So, how's it going? Is everything proceeding as you envisioned? Are you truly confident that this will lead to finding anyone?" The sudden inquiry left Uncle Wu, a seasoned veteran, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 155, the stubborn old Zhang confronted by Liang Yu's words, old Deng realized that feigning ignorance would no longer suffice. He could only force a smile as he addressed Liang Yu. "Sir, you jest. I am merely making a modest contribution to your quest to find that individual." Upon hearing this humble assertion, Liang Yu displayed a peculiar smile. Lu Ling, observing Liang Yu's mischievous grin, sensed that this boorish fellow was up to no good. Her instincts were soon validated as Liang Yu began to put Uncle Wu in a difficult position. "A modest contribution? It seems you lack earnestness. Are you merely toying with me, old Bai Ding? Others dedicate themselves wholeheartedly until their last breath. Perhaps I should take action against you in 11 minutes. That would surely count as your devoted effort." Uncle Wu's lips twitched in response to Liang Yu's words. He had not anticipated that someone would dare use such an excuse. What was worse, this undisciplined youth did not appear to be jesting. He felt the threat to his life loom large and was racking his brain for a way to preserve himself. As for the other 9 trembling souls, Uncle Wu was indifferent. After all, it was a matter of his life or theirs. While Uncle Wu desperately sought to evade Liang Yu's wrath, the others were even more terrified. If they could not locate the individual in 20 minutes, they would all face doom. The leaders mobilized all their subordinates. even reaching out to those who had not received the invitation. Initially, those uninvited were skeptical, suspecting a scheme, but as everyone rallied, they were left astonished. All parties were in motion, uniting despite past grievances. Witnessing this collective effort, it dawned on him that perhaps the claims of the young man were indeed truthful. He was but a minor figure, a small organization. Typically, these few individuals scraped by in a world plagued by disorder. What could these powerful leaders possibly desire from him? If they wished to rob him, they could do so directly without orchestrating such an elaborate trap. It was ludicrous to think they would covet his person. Had they desired him for his flesh, they would have long since dispatched him. Realizing this, he rallied his own people to embark on a search. Many small factions mirrored his initial confusion, followed by doubt and bewilderment, ultimately achieving enlightenment and joining the effort. In this unfolding event, everyone was in pursuit of Mu Ting's whereabouts. The thorough search was no trifling matter, as they scoured from the outskirts inward. Soon, 7 or 8 minutes had elapsed. These individuals had combed through the outer areas, but found no trace of Mu Ting. Panic began to set in. A highly intelligent individual, having approached the east gate, swiftly returned to locate those who had previously accompanied Mu Ting. In a state of urgency, he rushed to their side. Scanning the vicinity until he identified the sole survivor of a family, he hastened towards this individual. Old Zhang, at last, I have found you. You are the hope of us all. The man referred to as Old Zhang lay upon the icy ground, and upon hearing his name called, he exerted effort to turn and discern the source of the voice. To his surprise, he recognized the newcomer, albeit their acquaintance was not particularly profound. Without indulging in idle chatter, the visitor got straight to the point. Old Zhang, you must understand why I am here. Nearly 10 minutes have elapsed. And if we fail to locate Mu Ting soon, they will indiscriminately bombard the logistics park. You may not care for your own life, but consider your wife and children. Unexpectedly, Old Zhang merely scoffed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. He had contemplated this very dilemma. However, he knew that should he perish, his family would not survive either. The promises of those who claimed they would care for his household held no weight in his eyes. Old Zhang posed a singular question to his interlocutor. After my death, will they survive? Tell me, in this cannibalistic era, how can they endure? It would be better for us all to perish together. His words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet, this forthrightness illuminated a glimmer of hope for the visitor, confirming that Old Zhang indeed possessed knowledge of Mu Ting's whereabouts. This realization assured him that his trajectory was not misguided. At that moment, their heated exchange drew the attention of Uncle Wu. Peering into the RV, he noted that Liang Yu was not watching him. Instead, Mario stood nearby, gun drawn, directing it at their group, which rendered Uncle Wu hesitant to act impulsively. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to inform Liang Yu to avert any unnecessary misunderstandings. Addressing the RV, Uncle Wu called out, Sir, I am merely going to assess the situation. Let me clarify, I am only checking on things, not attempting to flee. As he glanced at Liang Yu, trepidation filled his heart. However, Liang Yu remained silent, likely already aware of the circumstances. Passing Mario, he reiterated his earlier statement, maintaining a deliberate pace, wary of provoking Mario into firing upon him. Upon reaching his destination, Uncle Wu sought to engage Old Zhang in conversation, but Old Zhang preemptively interrupted. Uncle Wu, I know what you wish to say, but you understand the situation. I do not trust these people. If I were alive, it would be a different matter. But once I am gone, any promises are meaningless. Uncle Wu, undeterred, attempted to vouch for himself, yet he was met once again with Old Zhang's refusal. It was at that moment that Mario selected one unfortunate soul from among the 9 and fired a shot. The sudden gunfire shattered the surrounding tranquility, instilling a sense of crisis within Uncle Wu. Old Zhang observed the change in Uncle Wu's demeanor, shaking his head, perhaps feeling a tinge of disappointment towards the esteemed elder. This was a sentiment known only to him. Uncle Wu contemplated a plan, and then turned his gaze towards Old Zhang. Old Zhang, if you reveal Mu Ting's whereabouts, I can plead on your behalf. Yet, Old Zhang perceived the situation with remarkable clarity. Not to mention, he had witnessed Liang Yu in action that morning, effortlessly taking lives without the slightest alteration in his expression, as if he were extinguishing mere insects rather than human beings. Following that, he had been treated to a display of bullet-catching prowess. In Old Zhang's mind, Liang Yu had etched an impression of being cold-blooded, formidable, and enigmatic. Such a person would undoubtedly not spare him. What authority did Uncle Wu possess to negotiate with others? Chapter 156. Capturing Mu Ting. Negotiations require an equitable status between the parties involved, or at least that one side possesses something the other desires. Under such conditions, a dialogue can ensue. However, in the current scenario, Uncle Wu evidently held no leverage. Let alone negotiating with the owner of the RV, he had nothing to bargain with. Thus, he implored for 3 long minutes. During the time, 3 unfortunate souls met their demise at the hands of Mario. Yet old Zhang remained obstinate, impervious to reason. Frustration surged within Uncle Wu, for he feared that his turn would soon arrive. In that moment, Uncle Wu cast aside all semblance of restraint. Fixing his gaze on old Zhang, he solemnly posed one final inquiry. I will ask you once more, consider your response carefully. Yet old Zhang remained unmoved. At this juncture, Uncle Wu interjected, you refuse to speak, yet you are aware that your wife and child are marked for death. How about this? During these final moments, I will initiate a video call and have my people locate your family. Old Zhang looked at Uncle Wu with disbelief, struggling to fathom such benevolence from a man on the brink of committing heinous acts. His intuition proved correct, as Uncle Wu's subsequent words ignited a deep crimson rage within him. You shall simply watch, while your child becomes a delicacy, prepared for consumption. I will ensure they savor their last bite. As for your wife, she is already doomed. My brothers are eager for release, and they will undoubtedly find her to their liking, being a mature woman. Bound and helpless, old Zhang attempted to break free from his restraints, hoping to drag the demon before him into oblivion. However, he overestimated his strength and underestimated the durability of the ropes. His struggles were futile. Mario fired once more, sending another soul to their end. Time was slipping away. Meanwhile, Liang Yu remained unfazed, engrossed in a Pokemon game with Lan Ling. Under the immense pressure exerted by Uncle Wu, old Zhang finally bowed his head. Death, it seemed, held little terror for him. Yet, Uncle Wu's actions were profoundly inhumane. According to him, had time permitted, he would have summoned old Zhang's wife and child to witness their impending doom and allowed them to witness their mother become an object for their depravity. Ultimately, old Zhang had no choice but to yield to Uncle Wu, compromising to safeguard his family from such a fate. He could not bear the thought of them enduring such treatment in their final moments. Uncle Wu seized old Zhang by the hair, lifting his head to meet his gaze. Speak, where is that woman, Mu Ting? Yet old Zhang shook his head in denial. I do not know her whereabouts. He quickly added, but do not rush. I often see her alone at the 3rd building on the left side of the 2nd row at the east gate. If you are searching for someone, you might consider investigating this building. Uncle Wu, upon hearing this, wasted no time and immediately contacted acquaintances he knew. These individuals, feeling as though they had grasped a lifeline, rushed toward the building in droves. With the continuous influx of people, the modest 10-story structure quickly became overcrowded. They meticulously scoured the premises, starting from the 3rd floor, examining every nook and cranny, from the bathrooms to the inconspicuous lounges. Even hidden doors were unearthed in their relentless search. As the search progressed, their focus soon shifted to the top floor. In the storage room, Mu Ting listened to the increasingly numerous footsteps outside, sinking into despair. She could not fathom how they had discovered her whereabouts. Judging by the sound of the footsteps, there were substantial numbers approaching. At this moment, Mu Ting found herself with no means of retreat. She loaded her handgun, ensuring the magazine was by her side, and prepared her weapon for imminent use. When the door to the storage room was forcefully kicked open, a gust of cold wind swept across her face. In the dim space, Mu Ting aimed her gun at the individuals at the doorway. Upon seeing her, they erupted in jubilant cheers. Yes, hurry, that wretch is in the storage room. As the news spread, more and more people flocked to the scene. Mu Ting had initially believed that the sight of her firearm would instill fear, deterring them from advancing recklessly. However, the reality diverged sharply from her expectations. One by one, they surged into the storage room. Mu Ting fired her weapon repeatedly, each shot claiming another victim before her. Yet, the relentless tide of assailants pressed forward like a horde of the undead, undeterred. Eventually, Mu Ting's ammunition was expended, and as she attempted to reload, she was tackled to the ground. They had captured her alive. The priority now was to swiftly transport her to the east gate. When they arrived, 20 minutes had already elapsed, yet Uncle Wu remained alive. True to his word, Liang Yu had indeed executed 1 person per minute. Only Uncle Wu among the unfortunate had survived, while the other 9 had met their demise. The remaining time was occupied by her accomplices from that morning. As they bound Mu Ting and brought her to the RV, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Their sole thought was that they would not be obliterated by gunfire. After completing their task, they turned to leave, only to be halted by Liang Yu's voice. Gentlemen, may I kindly request that you wait a moment? I have a small favor to ask of you, and I trust you shall not object. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, the group felt an immediate sense of trepidation. They certainly had objections. Under normal circumstances, such a crowd would have already overthrown Liang Yu. Yet, at that moment, he wielded the power of truth. Thus, this opinion must remain unspoken and should not be hastily acted upon. After all, who can confide their thoughts to the truth? Liang Yu paused momentarily, and upon sensing no dissent, began to articulate his thoughts. In a moment, I shall need you to untie these individuals. Once liberated, provide them with weapons, and then encircle them. Only one among them should be allowed to stand. Should any attempt to flee, my companions will be prepared to shoot the escapee, ensuring your safety. Your task is merely to encircle them and observe as they determine the outcome. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, Mu Ting felt a flicker of hope for life. She called out loudly to the caravan, "And what of me? Am I permitted to participate?" It is understandable that Mu Ting felt the need to inquire of Liang Yu, for she was well aware of her own actions. Chapter 157. Begin your performance. She had emptied the magazine aimed at Liang Yu. From a different perspective, had Liang Yu fallen into her hands, the ensuing outcome would undoubtedly be far more tragic than the present. Liang Yu responded to Mu Ting's inquiry, declaring, "I have said that only one among you shall remain standing." This statement implied Mu Ting's potential participation. However, they all misconstrued a crucial aspect. Liang Yu merely indicated that one person could stand, without suggesting that they would survive. Yet, their fervent desire for life led them to automatically misinterpret Liang Yu's words, understanding it as only one among them could endure. As the individuals beside them untied their bonds and handed over weapons, initially, there was no discernible expression on their faces. A portion remained warily observant of those liberating them and providing arms, perhaps distrusting their intentions. After all, it was this very group that had captured them. Others, however, held a different opinion. As their attention wavered, they devised their strategy, strike first, regardless of any previous camaraderie with their counterparts. In this moment, it became evident that only one could survive, and they all coveted that solitary opportunity. They scarcely pondered the veracity of Liang Yu's assertion. Their sole focus was to seize the glimmer of hope before them, to extricate themselves from this interminable abyss. By the time they maneuvered to their adversary's rear, it was already too late. A stout club struck forcefully against the back of their heads, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries that sent chills through the onlookers. In that instant, they instinctively distanced themselves from those around them. Upon her release, Mu Ting seized a weapon and promptly began to search her person for any other armaments. Unfortunately, her captors had not left her with any equipment during her binding. Observing her distraction, an astute individual seized the opportunity to strike at her vital points with a club. However, Mu Ting, displaying remarkable agility, evaded the blow. Yet, instead of retaliating, she took a moment to survey her surroundings before swinging her weapon at the man. Swiftly closing the distance, she tackled him to the icy ground. Straddling him, Mu Ting unleashed a flurry of strikes upon his face, albeit with little force, whispering instead, "Do not struggle, let us perform. I may have a way for us to survive." The man contemplated for a moment, recalling Mu Ting's usual demeanor, and chose to trust her. Thus, the two engaged in a struggle, unintentionally rolling closer to Mario, who remained aloof, gun in hand, unresponsive. At that moment, they recognized their opportunity, intensifying their scuffle. Liang Yu observed with keen interest, drawing Lan Ling into the scene to witness their performance. As Lan Ling watched, she appeared to grasp the intention behind their actions and turned to Liang Yu. "Big Pig's trotters, are you certain you won't impede them? If they manage to seize the submachine gun from Mario's grasp, the situation may spiral beyond control." Liang Yu merely smiled enigmatically, urging Lan Ling to continue observing. Such rare theatrical performances are not always available for viewing, especially ones so genuinely heartfelt. At this moment, the two were less than 3 meters away from Mario. They dared not approach too closely, fearing to arouse his suspicion. Once they had adjusted their positions, the man swiftly flipped Mu Ting over, pinning her beneath him, feigning to strangle her with both hands while adopting an exaggerated expression. Just then, the man suddenly pivoted, and simultaneously, Mu Ting began hurling snowballs at Mario's face. The man dashed towards Mario, seizing the submachine gun from his hands. However, the ensuing events unfolded quite differently from his expectations. In his mind, given Mario's diminutive stature, he believed he could easily snatch the weapon from him upon approach. Even if he failed to do so, he was confident that his own physique would allow him to overpower Mario. Yet, when he finally made contact, he discovered that the seemingly small individual stood like a colossus on the ice, impervious to his attempts. Neither Mario nor the submachine gun exhibited any signs of yielding. The man continued to futilely wrest the weapon from Mario's grip, while despair began to darken Mu Ting's eyes. She repeatedly murmured, "No wonder, no wonder." After several attempts, the man was forcefully kicked away by Mario, sustaining a severe blow that damaged his internal organs. Under such medical conditions, survival was unlikely. Liang Yu's voice echoed once more from Mario, "This morning, I recall you emptied your magazine. However, I am a fair person. My friend also possesses a firearm. If you can survive after the magazine is emptied, I shall spare your life." Yet at this moment, Mu Ting unexpectedly laughed. It was unclear whether her laughter was a self-deprecating mockery or directed at Liang Yu. Nonetheless, Liang Yu remained indifferent to Mu Ting's feelings. Very well, let the performance commence. You may choose to catch the bullets with your bare hands like me, or attempt to evade them. Rest assured, I will not allow him to fire continuously, otherwise, your demise is inevitable. Under Liang Yu's command, Mario stepped approximately 100 meters away from Mu Ting. Upon reaching this distance, he raised his weapon and began shooting at her. According to Liang Yu's design, Mario initially aimed at Mu Ting's limbs, targeting her finger joints, palms, and similar areas. Each shot struck a finger, causing Mu Ting to experience excruciating pain. The saying that 10 fingers are connected to the heart is no mere joke. After 10 gunshots rang out, she did not faint. Having successfully endured these 10 shots, her hands could no longer grasp objects normally. Gazing at her bloodied and mangled hands, Mu Ting felt a profound sense of turmoil within. Yet, this was far from over. Mario's gunfire erupted once more, this time targeting the joints of her wrists. After 2 more shots, her entire palm was rendered useless. Nevertheless, Mu Ting mentally counted the bullets fired by Mario. 12. As far as she knew, the typical magazine capacity of a submachine gun was 30 rounds. This weapon evidently lacked an external magazine, even for those with obsessive tendencies. The maximum number of rounds in a chamber is 31. This meant that if Mu Ting could withstand the remaining 19 shots, she would have a chance of survival. Chapter 158. Driven to madness, yet must face death even in the throes of a wretched existence, she was determined to survive. Mu Ting had already discerned the forthcoming spectacle. Her 10 toes were akin to 10 bullets lodged within her legs, and with the 2 crucial ones at her ankles, the total amounted to 12. Together with the previous count, it culminated in 24 bullets. Her conjecture proved to be entirely accurate, as Mario's subsequent actions substantiated her assumptions. The excruciating pain radiating from her legs became unbearable, and Mu Ting could no longer restrain herself, fearing she might inadvertently bite her tongue. She clutched the scarf around her neck tightly, creating a muffled whimpering sound. On the battlefield, few remained upright. All were engaged in a frenzied battle for the sole opportunity spoken of by Liang Yu. The bystanders from the logistics park dared not utter a word, silently watching in trepidation as the flames of war threatened to engulf them. Uncle Wu, the seasoned observer, stood by, coldly witnessing the chaos, powerless to intervene. In a sudden flurry, Mario discharged 4 more bullets, striking Mu Ting's knees and the active joints of her elbows. The pain elicited continuous whimpers from her lips. At this moment, she mentally calculated that the total bullet count had risen to 28. She incessantly reassured herself, soon, just 2 more bullets to endure, and then she could survive. Liang Yu seemed to sense her thoughts, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Subsequently, 2 bullets pierced Mu Ting's ears. In that instant, she disregarded the pain, her expression morphing into one of grotesque joy. Forgetting her agony, she shouted to Liang Yu, I'm out of bullets. I have survived. Upon hearing her words, Liang Yu understood her line of thought. Yet before he could respond, the remaining individuals on the battlefield grew anxious. Mu Ting's survival implied their demise. Gazing at Mu Ting, motionless like a lifeless dog on the icy ground, the murderous intent within them could no longer be concealed. Grasping the bloodied club in hand, one swiftly approached her from behind, raising the weapon to strike her skull. Mu Ting caught a glimpse of her impending doom from the corner of her eye. Despair washed over her as she pondered whether she was truly fated to succumb to death. However, the blow never fell, as the sound of gunfire erupted from Mario's weapon once more. Terrified, Mu Ting stared at him, realizing this could be the 31st bullet. Perhaps, it was indeed the final one. Yet, at that moment, she felt no pain from the gunshot. Instead, she was struck by the fallen club beside her. Soon after, she heard the sound of someone collapsing behind her. Finally, she succumbed to her emotions and wept. Do not misunderstand. This is a moment of overwhelming emotion. She has survived the onslaught. The person before her has slain the last remaining individual in their midst. This signifies that she is the sole survivor. Mu Ting once again called out to Liang Yu, stammering, I am the only one left among them. You stated that only one could stand. At this juncture, applause emanated from Mario, courtesy of Liang Yu. Congratulations. However, it seems my friend S magazine is yet to be emptied. As I have previously mentioned, as long as the magazine is not depleted and you remain alive, I shall not take your life. Mu Ting, in disbelief, fixed her gaze upon Mario. Hearing Liang Yu's words, she vociferously expressed her thoughts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have counted. That was the 31st bullet. The M4A1 carbine in Mario's grasp was not equipped with an extended magazine. It was inconceivable for it to fire again. Noting her persistence, Liang Yu commanded Mario to aim for Mu Ting's collarbone and fire. As the gunshot resonated through the air, Mu Ting felt the searing pain in her body. Staring at Mario in utter disbelief. This time, she truly lost her sanity, repeatedly uttering, Impossible. 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 The onlookers, witnessing her frantic repetition, concluded that she had indeed gone mad. Even Lanling, standing nearby, shared this sentiment, regardless of whether Mu Ting was genuinely deranged or merely feigning madness. In Liang Yu's eyes, she had long since become a corpse. There was no possibility of leniency. Lowering the car window, he withdrew a submachine gun and aimed it at Mu Ting. This time, it was a genuine barrage to empty the magazine. 30 bullets, neither more nor less. Liang Yu was unaware of how many bullets struck Mu Ting. He merely aimed for her head and unleashed a torrent of gunfire until the magazine was fully expended. This harrowing scene caused the spectators to retreat several paces, genuinely fearing that Liang Yu might inadvertently turn his weapon upon them. Having dealt with Mu Ting, Liang Yu had no desire to linger amidst the crowd. After ushering Mario into the vehicle, they departed. As they witnessed Liang Yu's RV leave, the spectators fell into deep contemplation over the lifeless body on the ice. Uncle Wu, the shrewdest among them, immediately gathered his people and made his exit upon confirming Liang Yu's departure, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. The remaining factions had long since scattered, increasingly fearful of the potential repercussions from those in the logistics park. Once Mario entered the vehicle, the remaining leaders hastily summoned their people to leave. It was only then that a few of them belatedly realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. We must leave quickly. That old wretch is undoubtedly at Mu Ting's stronghold. As for what Uncle Wu was doing in the adversary's headquarters, they were all too aware, for they harbored similar intentions. Everyone hurried over, fearing that a mere second's delay would deprive them of a share of the cake. As for the corpses strewn across the ground, they lay undisturbed. At such a moment, no one dared to remove the fallen. Perhaps this is the advantage of the logistics park. In terms of self-sufficiency, there remains a semblance of food abundance. The larger factions have yet to descend to the level of consuming the fallen. Conversely, the smaller groups, unable to procure normal sustenance, resort to relying on the fallen to survive. Meanwhile, in the RV, after Liang Yu and the others departed from the logistics park, an unusual silence enveloped the two occupants. The only sound was that of the handheld console emitting game skill effects. After more than 10 minutes of travel, Lan Ling had yet to utter a word to Liang Yu. Ultimately, it was Liang Yu who could no longer contain himself, pulling the other into an embrace. Chapter 159 Encounter with a swarm of insects gently stroking each other's heads, Blue Ling remarked, "All right, let's set aside these little tempers." Her small hand formed a fist and lightly tapped Liang Yu's chest. "I understand the current situation. It is not that I oppose your taking lives. I simply wish for you to eliminate those who truly deserve it. Just like this time, if I hadn't intervened, you would have bombarded the entire area, resulting in countless innocent casualties. Even though life may seem cheaper than grass at present, I do not wish for you to become like the infamous Zhang Xinzhong, whose eyes are clouded only by the desire to kill. You are different." Upon hearing that Blue Ling was upset for this reason, Liang Yu felt a twinge of guilt and touched his nose. He reflected on his recent actions and acknowledged that he had indeed taken the lives of many who might have been innocent. Take, for instance, the incident on the national highway where he deemed it permissible to slaughter an entire village, believing that the group had posed a threat to him. They had not only attacked him but had also revealed their murderous intent. Thus, Liang Yu felt justified in exterminating the remaining villagers. The real issue lay with those who perhaps were genuinely innocent, as aside from the lock-picker, the others merely sought to transport corpses, hoping to find something to eat amidst the biting cold. After pondering for a while, Liang Yu lifted Blue Ling's delicate face and smiled at her. "All right, I promise you. However, there may be times when I lose my temper. I may fall into the abyss, but I hope that someone will extend a hand to me. A hand illuminated by the light of redemption, to pull me from the depths." Liang Yu believed he was expressing himself well, expecting Blue Ling to respond in kind. To his surprise, she pushed his hand away and made a playful face at him. "No way. You, big oaf, can climb out of your own mess while I watch from the sidelines." Yet, a twist ensued. After saying that, Blue Ling resumed playing her handheld game. Engrossed in Pokemon, amidst the game's sounds, her subsequent words reached Liang Yu's ears clearly. "If you truly cannot escape, I wouldn't mind jumping down to accompany you." She deliberately increased the game's volume, making it difficult for Liang Yu to hear her unless he was close. At this moment, the two shared a silent understanding as they played the game together. Liang Yu occasionally glanced at the road ahead. When hunger struck in the evening, he retrieved some food and drinks from his pocket and began to eat. Just as he lifted his head while munching, he caught sight of a shadow darting past. Shortly after, a dull thud echoed. Thud. Following this sound, he felt the front of the camper collide with something. Scanning the area, he noticed some residual liquid in the upper left corner, and on the vehicle's front was the lifeless body of a beetle. "What on earth is this?" Liang Yu exclaimed. Staring at the beetle, which was only slightly smaller than his own head, suddenly feeling as if he were illiterate, in a state of utter bewilderment and confusion. He found himself completely unaware of his surroundings. Instinctively, he assumed it was a new tactic employed by someone nearby to obstruct the way. Yet, the glasses he wore provided crucial information about the creature before him, a beetle known as a corroding bug. This organism had undergone a transformation triggered by the cold wave, evolving a remarkable resilience to survive in sub-zero temperatures. It preyed upon various life forms and exhibited an exceedingly aggressive nature. Social creatures by nature, they typically emerged in large swarms to forage for sustenance. After perusing the data from his glasses, Liang Yu felt a sense of impending trouble, particularly regarding the creature's pronounced aggression and gregarious behavior. This indicated that the corroding bug that had collided with the RV was not solitary. As the vehicle came to a halt, he was suddenly enveloped by the sound of wings flapping, a cacophony that sent shivers down his spine. The sheer number of insects was overwhelming. Before long, the swarm made their intentions clear through action. Thud, 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 thud. The swarm relentlessly assailed Liang Yu's RV, targeting every possible point of entry: the windshield, the windows, the doors, and the body of the vehicle. The incessant thuds signified the ferocity of their assault. Although the force was insufficient to shake the RV, it created considerable distress for the two occupants within. Faced with the swarm's audacious onslaught, Liang Yu resolved that passive inaction was no longer an option. It was time to retaliate. He conjured a virtual control panel before him, contemplating fire as his primary defense against the swarm. Under his guidance, two mechanical tendrils extended from a box atop the vehicle, each equipped with a nozzle the size of a fist capable of spewing flames. However, Liang Yu, perhaps influenced by his extensive experience with Pokemon, found himself shouting as he controlled the mechanical appendages. "Behold, feast upon my fiery onslaught." As his words echoed, the mechanical tendrils unleashed a torrent of flames toward a portion of the swarm in the sky. To the astonishment and confusion of the occupants within the RV, the corroding bugs displayed no reaction. They allowed the flames to engulf them without igniting, as if bereft of any flammable material. With the emergence of the mechanical tendrils, the swarm had yet another target to assail, and the relentless tendrils soon faced their own barrage. Liang Yu surmised that the external frigid conditions might have rendered the flames insufficiently hot to reach the combustion point of the insects. Resolutely, he increased the output power, and the flames burst forth, transforming into a vivid crimson. Under natural conditions, the temperature of red flames typically ranges between 600 and 700 degrees Celsius. He believes that even though the flames may be influenced by external temperatures, elevated temperatures of several hundred degrees are still present, as Liang Yu had surmised. This time, with the red flames in play, the searing heat sent the swarms of insects retreating in haste. Only a few of the corrosive insects failed to withdraw in time and were ignited by the flames emitted from the mechanical tendrils. At the moment of ignition, the membranous wings behind them became the first to catch fire. Soon, these ignited insects plummeted from the sky like fiery orbs. Meanwhile, Liang Yu was deftly maneuvering the mechanical tendrils, continuously unleashing flames upon the insect swarms surrounding the mobile home. He employed the intense red flames to drive back the corrosive insects encircling the vehicle. Faced with Liang Yu's searing inferno, these insects found themselves in dire straits. Chapter 160. The nest of the swarm driven by instinct. The creatures opted to retreat. However, after the swarm of insects withdrew, Liang Yu did not immediately extinguish the flames emitted by the mechanical tentacles. Instead, he directed the fiery onslaught towards the swarm hovering above, relentlessly waving the two mechanical appendages to repel the approaching corrosive insects. Thus, the standoff persisted for nearly 10 minutes. Ultimately, the swarm retreated from the battlefield first, leaving Liang Yu uncertain of their direction. Once they departed, Liang Yu retracted his mechanical tentacles and noted that it was already quite late. Consequently, he decided not to continue his journey, opting instead to rest for the night at his current location. He planned to clear away the remnants of the corrosive insects and their fluids from the vehicle at dawn. Although he anticipated that everything might freeze overnight, he was unconcerned by this prospect. With hot water at his disposal, he could easily wash away any frost. After all, as long as he ensured everything was clean, a layer of ice would inevitably form outside the vehicle, which would be far easier to manage than the remnants of the insects. Glancing at Lan Ling beside him, he instructed her to freshen up first. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "Be a good girl and clean yourself up quickly. Make the bed warm for me. I shall have to punish you for your behavior today." As he spoke near her ear, the mention of punishment instantly conjured up shy images in Lan Ling's mind. Without uttering a word, she tucked her handheld device into her pocket and exited the driver's cabin. Once she had left, Liang Yu opened the roof of the cabin, allowing the cold air to rush inside. In his hand appeared a 30-centimeter tall model, which he then tossed into the air above the opening. As the model soared, the cabin's roof swiftly closed, yet the model did not fall. Instead, it hovered in midair. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the model depicted a dragon from fairy tale, Ignir, the Fire Dragon King. The choice of a fire dragon was deliberate, as fire was the most effective means to counter the insect swarm's vulnerabilities. Knowing they were averse to flames, he resolved to employ fire against them. The Fire Dragon King flapped its wings in the air, remaining perched on the vehicle's roof. Within the cabin, Liang Yu adjusted his VR goggles back to their original form. In the next moment, he found his vision synchronized with that of the Fire Dragon King, as thoughts of extending the dragon's left claw filled his mind. The dragon mirrored his intentions. After a brief period of acclimatization, Liang Yu became adept at controlling the Fire Dragon King. Now familiar with its movements, he eagerly set out to locate the whereabouts of the corrosive insect swarm, although he was unaware of the direction in which they had retreated. At this juncture, he required a reliable method to track the swarm's movements. The Fire Dragon King promptly approached the remnants generated by the suicidal assault of the devouring insects. Picking up a fragment, he held it to his nose for a whiff. Subsequently, he cast the piece aside and unfurled his wings, soaring into the sky, tracing the lingering scent in the air. Soon, Liang Yu sensed an anomaly. The architecture along his path felt eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. After an indeterminate period of flight, he arrived near a frozen lake. Here, the scent of the devouring insects had vanished. This left him with two possibilities. Either they had collectively employed teleportation, thus leaving no trace, or they had burrowed into the ground, masking their scent with earth. However, Liang Yu quickly dismissed the former notion. His adversaries had never utilized such a capability during their retreat. The remaining possibility indicated that the insects had concealed themselves beneath the surface. Liang Yu maneuvered the Fire Dragon King in circles but found no entrance. Considering it might be night, he resolved to illuminate the area. With determination, he summoned flames nearby. Under his command, the Fire Dragon King gathered energy. The brilliant red glow from its throat signaling the culmination of its charge. A torrent of fiery breath swept over the frost-laden vegetation. Under the intense heat, the ice began to thaw, moisture evaporating rapidly until it reached a flammable state. Witnessing the vegetation ignite, bright flames dispelled the surrounding darkness. Nevertheless, Liang Yu still could not find the entrance to the insect's subterranean hideaway. Frustrated, he ventured to the opposite side, employing the same method to set ablaze the frozen flora. The outcome left him incredulous. He began to doubt his sense of direction. Perhaps this was the place from which they had departed, encountering him on their way. While he had stumbled upon their lair, only to find them absent, foraging elsewhere. The more he pondered, the more plausible this theory seemed. He swiftly removed the VR goggles, reverting to his everyday mode. Opening the map, he marked the location of the insect's nest in relation to his own position. To his satisfaction, the coordinates aligned perfectly. He would not need to take a convoluted route. Their nest lay less than 40 kilometers to the left of his path. After recording the coordinates, Liang Yu instructed the Fire Dragon King to return and promptly headed to the bathroom to freshen up. With the immediate matter resolved, it was time to address another issue. This time, his shower was a swift affair, devoid of the indulgence of a shared bath. He emerged in less than 15 minutes. His hair was still damp, having neglected to use the blow dryer, so he hastily grabbed a towel to dry it. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: how to punish the waiting Lanling in his room. Impatiently, he pushed open the door. Upon noticing an unusual bulge on his bed, it was evident that someone had been resting beneath the covers. In that moment, Liang Yu was suddenly overtaken by a theatrical impulse, concocting a playful scene in his mind. He leapt forward to embrace the protrusion, instinctively knowing where his hands would land. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The texture felt remarkably akin to his own pillow. In the next instant, an ominous premonition surged within him. Hastily, Liang Yu pulled back the bedding, only to discover that he was indeed clutching a mere decorative pillow. At that moment, laughter resonated from the wardrobe. Lanling flung open the cabinet door, a recording device in hand, her face alight with mirth as she gazed at Liang Yu. "Oh, you sly one. I had no idea you harbored such peculiar inclinations," she teased, eyeing the camera she held. Chapter 161, The Child in the Snow. He smiled broadly at Lanling. "I hadn't anticipated that you had this penchant for documenting life. Are you hoping to record our evening study session and watch it later?" Upon seeing Liang Yu's mischievous grin, Lanling suddenly sensed something amiss. Liang Yu, too, perceived that the other was still somewhat dazed from the fright of the day. In front of Lanling, he enacted a scene of forcibly claiming a wife from her family. Amidst Lanling's exclamations, the two embarked on a delightful evening together. The following day, Liang Yu stirred from slumber in a haze, only to discover an extraordinary sensation enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lan Ling nestled against him. After some time, their morning exercises finally concluded. As they emerged from the bathroom, Liang Yu felt a twinge of apprehension. He was truly grateful for the limitless stamina granted by the modifier. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly collapsed from the intensity of the past few days' training. He genuinely understood the ancestral saying, "Only the overworked ox dies." Indeed, that ox was he, Liang Yu. After a simple breakfast, they made their way to the driver's cabin. By this time, the sky had begun to lighten, and visibility was gradually improving with the advancing day. After confirming the route ahead, Liang Yu found no issues. Seizing the early hour, he started the vehicle, which moved leisurely along the intended path. There was no urgency to rush towards the lair of the infesting worms. Firstly, they would not flee, after all. Their nest lay precisely there. Unless this group of infesting worms decided to relocate, they would undoubtedly be found at their usual haunt. Secondly, Liang Yu was uncertain whether he would encounter the infesting worms upon arrival. He envisioned the ideal scenario where he arrived just as the swarm returned to their nest, allowing him to follow them stealthily with his Fire Dragon King. This was the most favorable outcome. However, Liang Yu was aware that the most favorable scenarios do not always unfold as envisioned, thus allowing him to proceed at a leisurely pace. Under her guidance, the vehicle glided smoothly at a slow speed, creating a comfortable atmosphere for both Lan Ling and Liang Yu in the driver's cabin. The warm, cozy environment, coupled with their satiated appetites, lulled them into a state of drowsiness as they played games. This led to Liang Yu's gameplay gradually deteriorating. Fatigue had begun to set in, and in a stupor, he repeatedly executed the same rain-summoning move over several turns. Consequently, his Pokemon was swiftly defeated by the opponent. His eyelids began to wage their own battle, yet his hands continued to manipulate the handheld device, relying solely on muscle memory to switch Pokemon and execute familiar skill positions. Remarkably, Liang Yu emerged victorious against his opponent even in a state of half-sleep. As the victory screen illuminated before him, he jolted awake, not from joy, but because the RV had suddenly come to a sharp halt, inadvertently waking the slumbering Lan Ling beside him. Both were left perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Liang Yu had a premonition that trouble was at hand, and a headache began to plague him. He suspected that yet another unseeing individual had come to obstruct his path. Internally, he couldn't help but lament his misfortune, having ventured out for such a brief time only to encounter multiple instances of robbery. However, upon casting his gaze ahead, he realized that he might have misjudged the situation this time. Before the motorhome stood merely a small child, no larger than a mere wisp of a being. This child appeared even smaller than the one he had encountered at the zoo, perhaps around 10 years of age. Liang Yu found himself perplexed, questioning why such a young child would be present in this desolate place. He even speculated that this child might be part of a nefarious trap set by someone, designed to elicit sympathy from the occupants of the vehicle, thereby lowering their guard and vigilance. Liang Yu's thoughts drifted towards the darker aspects of human nature, having witnessed too much malevolence to still believe in the goodness of humanity. Just then, Lan Ling attempted to lower the car window, only to be halted by Liang Yu. For him, exposing themselves to the outside world in such a manner was exceedingly perilous. He had yet to ascertain whether any adults lay in ambush nearby. With this thought in mind, Liang Yu commenced a scan of the surroundings using the sonar system. It was as he had surmised, indeed. A figure lurked several hundred meters away. Yet, Liang Yu felt somewhat bewildered. What kind of novel robbery tactic was this? He found it difficult to decipher. Lan Ling glanced at Liang Yu, who seemed lost in thought, and with a swift motion, slapped his face twice while mimicking his earlier gesture of holding his head. What is the dilemma here? Why not simply send Mario to inquire? At her reminder, Liang Yu belatedly recognized the straightforward solution. Consequently, under Liang Yu's direction, Mario emerged from the motorhome and approached the child standing a short distance ahead. The child, clearly aware of Mario's approach, initially exhibited signs of fear. However, after a moment's hesitation, she resolutely advanced toward him. Standing before Mario, who towered over her, the little girl bravely spoke. "Uncle, could you please give me some food and hot water?" Noticing Mario's silence, she continued cautiously. "Well, if food is not possible, could I at least have some hot water?" I, my mother." At this point, the child could no longer suppress her emotions and began to weep. Hearing her cries, Liang Yu felt a surge of frustration. Just as he had anticipated, the child was indeed a source of trouble. Her sobs awakened the nurturing instinct hidden within Lan Ling. Softening immediately, she began to whisper promises into Liang Yu's ear. With his unwavering resolve, Liang Yu typically remained steadfast against such temptations. All he could do was exclaim in exasperation, "How enticing." With Liang Yu's consent, Mario brought the little brat back to the RV. Lan Ling then left the driver's seat and proceeded to the bathroom, preparing toiletries and clothing. By the time Mario handed the child over to Lan Ling, she had already carried him into the bathroom. Liang Yu, unable to do much, began preparing a meal under Lan Ling's assurances. However, he remained cautious regarding the child. Having heard about child soldiers, Liang Yu had previously come across a report online detailing how some children, merely 15 or 16 years of age, had become adept at wielding firearms. They had joined local armed forces, and unlike adults, these children lacked self-control. Their impulsive actions often led to dire consequences, resulting in numerous tragedies. Chapter 162. Survivors beneath the swarm. He glanced at the weapons prepared in his backpack, fervently hoping he would not need to resort to them. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lan Ling emerged from the bathroom with the freshly washed little girl. The two made their way to the dining area. The child gazed at the table laden with food, her eyes seemingly aglow with desire, while involuntarily drooling. Yet, she restrained her appetite, refraining from reaching for the delectable spread. Instead, she looked at the man seated at the table, appearing quite reserved. Lan Ling, with a gentle tug, seated her and served her a bowl of rice. Adding some dishes from the table into her bowl, in a soft and soothing tone, she encouraged, "Go ahead and eat, but just a little, don't overindulge, as it may upset your stomach." Despite Lan Ling's kind gestures, the child remained still, her gaze fixed on Liang Yu, seemingly awaiting his approval before daring to eat. Lan Ling noticed this interaction and, with a puffed cheek, cast an exasperated look at Liang Yu, as if to say, "Why are you still dawdling? Can't you see that she won't touch her food without your word?" To her surprise, Liang Yu seemed to understand her silent plea and picked up his chopsticks. Placing a small portion of food into his bowl, he then encouraged the child, "Go ahead and eat. Fill your belly." The child beamed with joy, taking her bowl and savoring a bite of rice along with the vegetables Lan Ling had served. Then, holding her bowl, she turned to Liang Yu and asked, "Mister, may I take this bowl of rice back to my mother?" Upon witnessing the pitiable expression of the little girl, Lan Ling instinctively wanted to interject, but Liang Yu raised his hand to halt her. He then looked at the child, curiosity etched on his face, and gently inquired, "Why? Can you tell me?" Liang Yu's words stirred painful memories within the little girl, and tears began to flow anew. As she recounted her ordeal, Lan Ling offered her a tissue to wipe away her tears and runny nose. 2 days ago, black bugs invaded our village. Many of the adults, including my father, were killed by them. My father, Wu, he was slain while trying to protect us and my mother. My mother took food and water and led me away from the village. We walked and walked. Whenever I was hungry or thirsty, she would give me food and water. Yet she herself did not eat. When I asked her, she would say she was full and that I was eating her leftovers. But I knew. My mother hardly ate anything. I consumed nearly all the food. "Mister, I beg you, can I please take this bowl of rice to my mother?" With those words, the little girl placed the bowl of rice on the table and, in a gesture of gratitude, bent her knees in an attempt to kneel before Liang Yu. Lan Ling, having noticed this, quickly enveloped her in an embrace. With a gaze filled with unspoken resentment, she directed her eyes towards Liang Yu, her expression betraying a subtle threat. At that moment, Liang Yu once again deciphered the meaning behind Lan Ling's eyes. If this matter was not handled properly, then all the promises made would become void. Liang Yu began to doubt his own perception, yet looking at Lan Ling's demeanor and expression, he found himself convinced of the reality. "Rest assured, eat your fill, and soon you shall see your mother. I have sent a gentleman to look after her." Liang Yu spoke truthfully during their bathing time. He had already driven the RV to the location of the little girl's mother. He had instructed Mario to bring a self-heating meal and some water to her. As for inviting her into the RV, that was out of the question. The little girl was only tolerating the situation due to Lan Ling's presence and the relatively low level of danger involved. However, her mother was indeed quite fragile. Liang Yu had Mario set up a small tent with some thick blankets nearby to keep her warm while they waited. After the mother regained some strength and had eaten, Liang Yu inquired about the circumstances. The information he gleaned from her was largely consistent with what the little girl had disclosed earlier. Yet Liang Yu remained skeptical about the mother-daughter duo. In this world, there existed the possibility of collusion. He could not assure that they had not conspired beforehand. It was not paranoia, but rather a necessity, as he wished to survive in this harsh environment alongside Lan Ling. Thus, apart from Lan Ling, he found it impossible to fully trust anyone else. Meanwhile, the three of them quickly finished their meal. Although it was said that three were dining, Liang Yu and Lan Ling had merely taken a few bites, primarily to keep the little girl company. Nevertheless, Lan Ling was cautious not to overfeed her. After a bowl and a bit of rice, she ceased to offer more, knowing that an excessive intake could upset the little girl's digestive system. Once they had finished, Liang Yu led Lan Ling and the little girl to the RV door. Skipping over the little girl, he inspected the protective gear on Lan Ling, ensuring everything was in order before preparing to venture outside with both of them. Just then, Lan Ling abruptly grabbed Liang Yu, pointing at the little girl. Are you really intending to take her out like this? Do you think she will withstand the cold just because she wears similar clothing to ours? Understanding the crux of the issue, Liang Yu swiftly turned back to the driver's cabin and retrieved several thick winter garments. Exiting the cabin, he handed these warm clothes to Lan Ling, who began to layer them onto the little girl. The child clutched tightly to the cookie that Lan Ling had given her, evoking in Liang Yu the image of a Russian nesting doll. Once adequately prepared, the trio departed from the RV. As the little girl stepped outside, she visibly struggled to acclimate to the sudden chill, but did not express any desire to return to the RV. Instead, she scanned her surroundings, seemingly in search of a way back to her mother. Shortly thereafter, she spotted a particularly prominent tent not far from the RV. That vivid hue of green stands out remarkably in this pristine, snow-white world. Moreover, the tent is situated right next to the building where her mother rested before her departure. She turned her gaze towards Liang Yu, seeking confirmation from this timid figure. Liang Yu pointed towards the green tent, urging her, "Let us proceed. Your mother is inside the tent." With Liang Yu's assurance, the little girl dashed towards the tent, tightly clutching her small biscuit. Upon entering, she completely disregarded Mario, instead leaping into her mother's embrace. She pulled out the biscuit given to her by Lan Ling mother. "Look, this is a beautiful biscuit given to me by a lovely older sister." As she spoke, she tore open the biscuit's packaging and held a piece up to her mother's lips. "Mother, please eat quickly. Once you finish, you will regain your strength swiftly." Chapter 163. Is this how you test your benefactor? The woman gazed at her daughter, who extended her small hand holding a cookie, bringing it to her lips. Silently, she opened her mouth, allowing her daughter to place the cookie inside. At that moment, this morsel surpassed any delicacy the world has to offer. The cookie was savored in the woman's mouth as she reached out to take another piece from her little girl's hand, placing it near her own lips. Don't just let Mama eat. You should have some too." However, what transpired next left Liang Yu speechless. Turned to her mother and declared, "Mama, is full and not hungry anymore. Just now in the car, Shu and the beautiful sister fed me fragrant white rice." At that instant, Liang Yu could hardly contain his inner thoughts. Goodness gracious, he was barely in his 20s. Surely, he could be considered an older brother. Why was Lan Ling referred to as a sister, while he was relegated to the title of uncle? To make matters worse, Lan Ling was stifling her laughter beside him. Liang Yu's reaction did not escape the woman's notice. She swiftly admonished who was still munching on her cookie, "You must call him brother, not uncle. Do you understand?" Yet, what followed from was an even more devastating blow for Liang Yu. "Mama, that's where you were wrong. You clearly told not to lie. It's Shushu. How could it be brother?" As words hung in the air, Lan Ling beside Liang Yu burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha. Please continue. I'll try to restrain myself." She then glanced at Liang Yu, whose expression was clouded with annoyance, attempting to regain her composure. The woman, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Liang Yu and said apologetically, "Young man, I truly apologize. I have not disciplined my child properly." However, Liang Yu refrained from saying anything further on the matter. After all, the innocence of children does hold significant weight. He thought to himself that he couldn't possibly make things difficult for a child over such comments. He considered his tolerance somewhat limited, but not to that extent. Following that, the woman expressed her gratitude profusely. At that moment, Lan Ling had also taken into her arms, pinching her little face, which had turned red from the cold. The woman observed this tender scene, and her mind inevitably wandered. After much contemplation, she finally mustered the courage to address Liang Yu. "Young man, I know what I'm about to say may cause you some displeasure, but I hope you might indulge me in a rather unreasonable request." Liang Yu, perceiving her intentions before she could even articulate them, interjected, "Oh, that's all right. Since you acknowledge it's an unreasonable request, there's no need to speak further." The woman, taken aback by Liang Yu's response, felt her lips twitch in surprise. She had genuinely not anticipated such an answer from him. According to her design, regardless of the circumstances, the other party should have listened attentively to her request before gently declining, thus leaving her with room for negotiation. Even Lan Ling did not anticipate that Liang Yu, this dog of a man, would be so resolute. Although he had only declined once before, this occasion was markedly different. After all, this child, had been brought onto the RV, unbeknownst to Lan Ling. Yi's presence in the RV was entirely due to the conditions she had set, which left Liang Yu with no valid reason to refuse. Yet, Liang Yu did not adhere to the expected script, and this woman seemed equally disinclined to follow the conventional path. Liang Yu's refusal was his own affair. But the woman continued to express her thoughts. Young man, although you have turned me down, I still hope you will consider my perspective. I am acutely aware of how long this frail body can endure. I do not dare to crave much. I only wish for you to keep Yi by your side, to provide her with sustenance daily, so that she may survive. That would suffice for me. She then cast a glance at Lan Ling, closed her eyes, and after a prolonged internal struggle, continued, if you desire it. Yi is not unable to serve you alongside the other young ladies. Upon uttering these words, it seemed as though all strength drained from her body. After all, her daughter was merely 10 years old. The resolve it took for a mother to utter such words is unimaginable. This statement shifted the focus onto Liang Yu, particularly inciting Lan Ling's protective instincts as she held Yi close, eyeing Liang Yu with suspicion. Liang Yu felt profoundly aggrieved, as if he could empathize with Do Yi's plight. Almost immediately, he was subjected to Lan Ling's pointed accusation. Humph. Now I understand why you allowed Yi onto the RV. This was your intention all along. You despicable man. Is it that I cannot satisfy you? Must you lay your hands on such a young child? At that moment, Lan Ling's words deepened the woman's misunderstanding of Liang Yu, causing her gaze towards him to shift. Liang Yu, with a furrowed brow, regarded the mischievous Lan Ling, who cheekily stuck out her tongue at him. He understood completely. This girl was being deliberately provocative. In order to play along, Liang Yu decided to disregard his reputation. After all, he had already been misconstrued, so why not embrace it? He turned to the woman, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and boldly declared, since you have uncovered my intentions, I shall no longer conceal them. Indeed, I harbor an inclination for the youthful. What of it? You still have time to retreat. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to demonstrate my skills on your daughter, and I assure you, it will be without compromise. Liang Yu sought to dissuade her from such thoughts by showcasing his perverse intent. Although he could refuse, it appeared that Lan Ling's position had become somewhat precarious. Just as he had anticipated, upon hearing Liang Yu's words, the woman's expression dimmed instantly. Yet she seemed to overlook a crucial detail. What she understood as the Y18 styles was entirely different from what Liang Yu referred to, although the names were quite similar. This discrepancy prompted the woman to deliberate for an extended period. Liang Yu also underestimated the woman's resolve, despite the circumstances. She still wished for him to take Yi away. Such actions stirred a tempest within Liang Yu, compelling him to make a bold move. With his reputation already tarnished, he had little left to lose. He immediately pulled Mario into the fray, pointing at the quietly seated Mario beside him. Then let him join as well. Can you accept that for your daughter? At that moment, were Mario a person capable of speech, he would undoubtedly wear an expression of utter bewilderment. What on earth? I'm merely sitting here enjoying the spectacle. Why am I being dragged into this? And does Mario not have any dignity? What does this have to do with me? In my heart, there's only the Peach Princess. How could I possibly accommodate such a petty child? Chapter 164. Treating it as keeping a pet regrettably. None of the individuals present could hear such words. Upon hearing Liang Yu's shameless remarks, Lan Ling could not help but twitch her lips in embarrassment and turned away, no longer wishing to gaze upon the two. The innocent Yi, however, remained oblivious to the implications of the conversation between Liang Yu and her mother, mistakenly believing it to be akin to the customary acts of serving her parents, such as fetching water for foot baths. Thus, she uttered an astonishing declaration, "Please do not quarrel, Mouse and Mama. Yi can manage. Even if there are 2 mice, Yi can attend to them." Her words were unexpectedly explosive, likely stemming from her genuine intent to express gratitude towards Liang Yu and the others, devoid of any ulterior motives. This single proclamation cast an immediate silence over the gathering, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Mario, feeling utterly innocent, found himself overwhelmed by an urge to seek out Uncle Hat. It was quite absurd how the conversation had veered towards him. Liang Yu, too, was at a loss for words, bewildered that his good deeds had led to such a peculiar impression of himself. "I shall not entertain this matter further," Liang Yu declared firmly. Just then, sonar detected a creature approaching their vicinity. He instructed Mario to stand guard beside Lan Ling. After briefly explaining the situation to her, he ventured outside to assess the circumstances. Meanwhile, Lan Ling, still feeling tender-hearted, embraced Yi and offered her a piece of chocolate from her pocket. "Here, eat this to replenish your energy." She spoke little else. And Mario, armed and vigilant, took his position behind Lan Ling, ever alert. If she had been more observant, she would have noticed that Mario's weapon was aimed directly at the woman, with orders to eliminate her at the first sign of danger. This assurance allowed Liang Yu to step outside with confidence, knowing that Mario had her back. Upon returning to the driver's seat of the RV, Liang Yu reviewed the map, which indicated that the creature was lurking nearby, not far from the tent. Without hesitation, he maneuvered the RV to the entrance of the tent and communicated with Mario and Lan Ling. "Let us set forth." As for the mother and daughter, he had no intention of intervening. Whether cold-hearted or merciless, his act of saving them once was the greatest concession he could afford. Understanding Liang Yu's intent, Lan Ling recognized that it was time for her to return. Even if she hesitated, Mario would undoubtedly carry her back. Just as she was about to depart, the woman suddenly grasped Lan Ling's arm. Without uttering a word, she pointed at Yi and prostrated herself before Lan Ling, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Yi, witnessing this, yearned to intervene but was met with a sharp slap from the woman, who then gestured for silence. Yi stifled her pain, refraining from tears. Yet Lan Ling caught sight of the woman's unshed tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. She persistently bowed to Lan Ling, pleading for mercy. The woman understood that this was her last glimmer of hope. Following her, Yi would surely starve to death. Only by aligning with them could there be a chance for survival. Ultimately, faced with the woman's earnest entreaty, Lan Ling's heart softened. She braced herself for the possibility of being cast out of the caravan. With a firm embrace, she lifted Yi and turned to exit the tent. Through her tears, Yi gazed at her mother, her eyes filled with reluctance and confusion. She could not comprehend why her mother would strike her. She pondered if she had fallen short in some way. It was only at the threshold of the vehicle that Yi heard her mother's anguished declaration. Yi, you must obey and strive to live well. After placing Yi inside the caravan, Lan Ling did not head to the driver's seat. Instead, she retreated to her own room, settling Yi there and offering some words of reassurance. With a sense of unease, she returned to the driver's cabin, fully prepared to face Liang Yu's reprimand. Upon entering, she anxiously observed Liang Yu, who was engrossed in a handheld game, standing by as if waiting for judgment without even taking a seat. Liang Yu merely glanced at her and spoke coolly. All right, sit down. Do you think your little schemes can elude me? Caught in the act, Lan Ling felt a flush of embarrassment as she touched her cheek. Soon, she was subjected to Liang Yu's probing inquiry. Do you truly have such a fondness for children? Perhaps we should consider having one ourselves? Or a whole soccer team? For that matter, rest assured, I can provide for them. Initially, Lan Ling felt shy at Liang Yu's preceding words, but once the notion of a soccer team was mentioned, she could no longer remain seated. She leapt onto Liang Yu's lap, her small hands playfully tugging at him, her frustration evident as she exclaimed, "You big oaf. Do you really take me for a pig?" Not yet satisfied, her hands found their way to Liang Yu's waist, unleashing her secret weapon, causing his cries to echo within the cabin. A soccer team? Do you have any idea how many players that entails? Including substitutes, that's a total of 14. Even without substitutes, it's 11. You can casually suggest this because you aren't the one giving birth, right? Liang Yu, amused by Lan Ling's outburst, merely chuckled. What could he do? After all, she was his own dear girl, and he could only indulge her. When Lan Ling noticed his silence, she began to negotiate, extending their original one-day agreement to a full week, prompting a smile to grace Liang Yu's lips. However, upon witnessing that smile, Lan Ling felt as though she had been tricked. Little did she know, Liang Yu would soon solidify her suspicions. Oh, I was initially thinking that if you truly brought one back, I would just keep it as a pet. It's not as though we lack for food. I didn't expect you to be so proactive. It's truly hard to refuse your earnestness. Remember, we agreed on 7 full days, not a minute less. Or else I will impose a super double penalty. Lan Ling gazed at the large hands that embraced her, fully aware of the affection being bestowed upon her. To be honest, she had braced herself for the possibility of being unceremoniously cast out. She had even contemplated where she might spend the night. However, Liang Yu's unexpected arrival altered the course of her evening. At that moment, Lan Ling took the initiative to grasp Liang Yu's face and kissed him passionately. A kiss that lingered for several minutes. Soon, Yi's tender figure appeared in the driver's cabin, observing the two within. Once again, she refrained from addressing Liang Yu as brother. Mouse, sister, what are you doing? Are you sharing kisses? I want to share kisses with Mouse and sister too. Yi chimed, recalling her mother's words that affection is expressed through kisses, which her mother often gave her. Liang Yu's explorative gestures upon Lan Ling were abruptly interrupted, his hand reluctantly withdrawing. Positioned with his back to Yi and shielded by the chair, she remained oblivious to his actions. Yet, Liang Yu cast a disdainful glance at Lan Ling, clearly indicating that she should manage her pet more appropriately. Chapter 165. Under surveillance, Lan Ling's cheeks were flushed as she adjusted her attire and approached Yi. Did I not instruct you to wait in my room, dear sister? Why did you venture out on your own? Yi, somewhat bashful, averted her gaze from Lan Ling's sister. Did I interrupt a moment between you and Shu Shu? Yi continued, but I had no choice. It was unbearably hot, and I struggled to remove my clothing, so I sought your assistance. Lan Ling noticed that Yi was indeed dressed quite heavily. With that, she guided Yi downstairs to change her clothes. Meanwhile, Liang Yu remained in the driving cabin, engrossed in his handheld device, capturing Pokemon. Perhaps due to taking EE in, the goddess of fortune seemed to smile upon him. As the first creature he encountered was a shimmering variant. The odds of such an occurrence were a mere 1 in 4096. It is worth noting that Liang Yu had not employed any chain methods to enhance his chances. This was a genuine wild shiny Pokemon, and it was precisely the one he desired. In his excitement to capture it, an alarm from the system suddenly sounded. A creature was rapidly approaching from behind. Liang Yu's first thought was of the entity that had lingered before the vehicle had started. To his surprise, it seemed that the foe was indeed relentless. He simulated the adversary's trajectory and predicted its path of emergence. The mechanical tentacles atop the RV extended, transforming into a bombardment mode, calculating the enemy's advance. Liang Yu unleashed fire towards the point where he anticipated the creature would appear. However, the adversary proved to be exceedingly agile by the time the shell was airborne. Its position had already shifted. The shell detonated, creating a crater in the icy surface, but failed to inflict any harm upon the foe. Liang Yu sensed something was amiss. The RV's speed had escalated to 60 kilometers per hour. Though not particularly fast, it was still considerable. The creature was closing in at such velocity. Yet it managed to evade the barrage. Liang Yu could scarcely fathom the nature of the beast he was up against. Decisively, he retracted the mechanical tentacles and accelerated the RV's speed. Soon, the vehicle reached 80 kilometers per hour. While this was not the limit, exceeding this on the icy surface could easily breach 100 kilometers, significantly increasing the risk. It seemed wiser to activate the flight mode. The good news was that, with the increase in speed, the pursuing creature had been distanced. Gradually, it fell further behind, and Liang Yu could no longer discern its presence. Once assured of their lead, he allowed the vehicle to decelerate. Still uneasy, Liang Yu monitored the map for a while to confirm that the creature had not followed. Only then did he divert his attention. In a moment, they arrived at Lan Ling's room. Upon entering, he noticed Lan Ling signaling for silence. Liang Yu, understanding her cue, refrained from making noise and beckoned her to step out from the room beside the bed. After the two entered the dining hall, Liang Yu plopped down onto the dining table. Keep an eye on that little brat. It's best not to go out at night. No. It should be said that under any circumstances, she must not leave the RV. Lan Ling understood that these words were not directed at her. Essentially, she spent her days either honing her culinary skills in the kitchen or being inseparable from Liang Yu. Wherever Liang Yu went, she followed. His remarks were clearly meant to ensure that EE was under her watch. At that moment, Lan Ling inquired if there were any areas in the RV that EE was prohibited from entering. Liang Yu glanced at Lan Ling in surprise upon hearing her question. The armory, for sure, must be off limits. Any dangerous items, such as fruit knives or kitchen knives, should also be kept away from her. Beyond that, there were no other restricted areas. If pressed for an opinion, he suggested that there were plenty of vacant rooms. Just confine her in one and provide her 3 meals a day, and that would suffice. Hearing this, Lan Ling shot Liang Yu an incredulous look. She could not fathom why he held such disdain for the adorable Yi. Liang Yu seemed to read her thoughts through her gaze. You should know the saying. A grain of kindness begets a pound of resentment. Besides, we've left her mother behind. Are you so certain that she won't harbor ill feelings towards us? This statement prompted Lan Ling to ponder in a different direction. However, she found it hard to believe that EE could be that sort of person. Nonsense. Just look at how well-behaved and sweet EE is. How could she possibly be that way? This provoked a derisive laugh from Liang Yu. Is that so? How can you be so sure she wouldn't act otherwise? The heart is a mystery, a lesson passed down through generations. Even if she doesn't now, what will happen when she grows up? How can you ensure she won't view us as the murderers of her mother for not bringing that woman along with us? Faced with Liang Yu's probing questions, Lan Ling found herself at a loss for words. She was unaware that Liang Yu was merely trying to be considerate of her feelings, selectively omitting the darker aspects of the situation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lan Ling tentatively asked Liang Yu, "What should I do then?" Liang Yu smiled and inquired, "Oh, did you not just dismiss my words?" Lan Ling, still somewhat obstinate, refused to concede. "When did I say I believed you? I merely found some merit in your reasoning and wanted to know your plan." "Well, if you're unwilling to admit it," Liang Yu thought but chose not to voice it. He gestured towards a guest room in the corner of the first floor. "You can arrange her there. I'll take care of the oversight. My plan is that if we encounter kind-hearted individuals along the way, we can provide them with some food and let them care for this little brat. After all, keeping her with us isn't practical." Only Liang Yu's final words lingered in the air, as Lan Ling did not immediately acquiesce. She required time to ponder. However, at that moment, an alarm blared from Liang Yu's glasses once more. Upon hearing the alert, he surmised the cause. It was likely the same creature that had been trailing them. It seemed unwilling to relinquish its pursuit, treating him Liang, as a mere soft target. Casting a glance at Lanling, he allowed her the space to contemplate alone. He returned to the cockpit, retrieving the map. According to the feedback, the creature had been spotted following them, maintaining a distance of 500 meters behind the RV, seemingly believing that this separation afforded it safety, ensuring the occupants of the vehicle remained oblivious to its presence. Chapter 166. Does this creature not hibernate? If it were an ordinary vehicle, one might indeed find it nearly impossible to detect a creature trailing 500 meters behind in such weather. However, is Liang Yu's RV a typical vehicle? The answer is clearly no. Liang Yu gazed at the map indicating the location of the parasitic insect nest and then glanced at the creature following closely behind the RV. A radiant smile spread across his face once again. If it wished to follow, so be it. After all, he was equally curious about the nature of the creature behind him and how it compared to the swarm of parasitic insects. Liang Yu had firmly resolved to let them engage in mutual harm. As for the notion that he could not incite a conflict between them, that was preposterous. Liang Yu intended to drive the RV close to the insect nest. As long as the creature behind maintained its distance and continued to follow, it would inevitably enter the territory of the parasitic insects. Inside the RV, Liang Yu felt no trepidation regarding an attack from the insect swarm. However, the creature behind him was a different matter altogether. The RV soon arrived near the insect nest and came to a halt. After stopping, Liang Yu activated the sentry mode and began to entertain himself with his handheld device. He decided to give Lanling some time to gather her thoughts. Then there was the matter of the evening's paid content. The mere thought of Lanling's promise sent a rush of excitement through him. After all, he was merely a young man in his early 20s, and such feelings were entirely natural. Shortly after the RV came to a stop, the creature trailing behind indeed began to lurk around the vicinity. Liang Yu mused that once the parasitic insects returned home, the creature would be in for quite an experience. During this waiting period, he occasionally checked on the creature's location, somewhat concerned that it might succumb to the harsh weather and flee. Yet, it seemed that his worries were unfounded, as the creature remained steadfast in its original position, resembling a seasoned hunter patiently awaiting its prey. This vigil lasted a full day. Liang Yu did not leave the driver's seat except for bathroom breaks. Both lunch and dinner were brought to him by Lanling, which led Yi to feel that Liang Yu harbored some discontent towards her. Initially, after finishing lunch, Yi intended to approach the driver's seat to mend their relationship. But her efforts were thwarted by Lanling, who arranged for Mario to clean the guest room Liang Yu had mentioned, preparing to accommodate Yi there. Not long after Liang Yu finished his dinner, the familiar sound of flapping wings echoed from outside the vehicle. Upon hearing the sound, Liang Yu immediately extinguished the lights in the driver's cabin. He swiftly took control of the Fire Dragon King that had been positioned outside the RV and directed it towards the location of the creature. As the flapping grew louder, it signified the approach of the parasitic swarm. Without hesitation, Liang Yu aimed at the creature's hiding spot and unleashed a fiery breath. Just 3 seconds into the inferno, he noticed unusual movement beneath the snow. In the next moment, a massive serpent's head with an enormous gaping maw appeared before the Fire Dragon King. Fortunately, Liang Yu reacted swiftly, elevating his flight altitude to evade the impending danger. As he regained his composure, he discerned the full form of his adversary. With the aid of his glasses, he was able to identify the creature's species, a juvenile Titan python, stretching nearly 10 meters in length and weighing approximately 600 kilograms. Its girth approached 1 meter. Most significantly, this creature was indeed a young python. However, in light of the presence of this juvenile Titan python, Liang Yu found himself preoccupied with another matter. Given the current temperature, were snakes not typically in hibernation? Why then was this Titan python still active and hunting? As Liang Yu pondered, the fiery breath of the Fire Dragon King and the imposing figure of the Titan python caught the attention of the swarm of erosion insects. Instead of returning to their nest, they veered off course, heading towards the Titan python. The Titan python exhibited no signs of fear towards the Fire Dragon King or the swarm of insects. It opened its massive jaws, baring its fangs in a warning to its foes. Yet, to the erosion insects, it was the Titan python and the Fire Dragon King that were the intruders, and they could not afford to ignore them. Liang Yu commanded the Fire Dragon King to observe from a distance. Consequently, a couple of oblivious erosion insects approached, only to be incinerated in an instant. Though Liang Yu had no desire to sample the unappealing dish, the Titan python, however, became the primary target of the erosion insects. Liang Yu took this opportunity to observe whether the Titan python possessed any peculiar traits. As long as he confirmed that it was indeed a carbon-based organism, it would fall within the purview of his truth-destroying abilities. Should this Titan python prove to be exceptional, possibly even immune to his truth, Liang Yu was prepared to make a hasty retreat. In the ensuing confrontation, The first wave of probing attacks launched by the erosion insects met with disastrous results. Several were dispatched with a single swipe of the python's tail, bursting like overripe tomatoes. None of the insects that encountered the python's tail emerged unscathed. Some insects managed to evade the tail and approach the python's body, only to be swallowed whole. The Titan python showed no reluctance in consuming the insects that ventured too close, unfazed by their struggles within its expansive belly. Liang Yu, spectating from the sidelines, speculated that the scattered insects nearing the python's body were perhaps intentionally allowed to approach. This initial round of attacks concluded swiftly, with the Titan python evidently claiming a decisive victory. Liang Yu began to worry about what the Titan python might do once it dealt with the erosion insects. Thus far, it had not targeted the RV, likely deterred by its size and the noise of the engine. Moreover, the earlier cannon fire had instilled a temporary caution in the creature. However, as time passed, that caution might wane. After all, one could only evade a thief for so long, without extracting the heavy-duty synthetic troops from his backpack. Liang Yu doubted that his current firepower would suffice to subdue the Titan python. In fact, he feared it might allow the creature to escape. The reason is simple. It is due to its astonishing speed. Unless subjected to a barrage of high-density fire, it is truly difficult to hit. It was at this moment that the second round of confrontation between the swarm of eroding insects and the Titan python commenced. The keen-eyed Liang Yu observed that the attacking eroding insects were significantly darker in hue compared to their predecessors. They no longer charged in suicidal assaults. Instead, they soared gracefully into the sky, elevating themselves to a considerable height. From this vantage point, they began to unleash a torrent of bluish-purple liquid upon the Titan python below. Initially, the Titan python paid little heed to the liquid being sprayed. At first, it merely used its tail to whip up a fierce wind to disperse the substance. However, as the relentless spray continued, the body and tail of the Titan python inevitably became coated with it. Chapter 167. A disposable asset. The Titan python, upon contact with those viscous liquids, began to exhibit signs of panic. Its once steadfast body, firmly planted in the snow, now slithered in a serpentine manner, inching closer to the horde of corroding insects. Liang Yu observed meticulously and discerned that the blue-violet liquid had eroded the scales of the Titan python, and it appeared to be invading the flesh beneath. Judging by its hue, it seemed to carry a potent toxin as well. At that moment, Liang Yu felt a surge of gratitude for having decisively repelled the corroding insects earlier with flames. Suddenly, the Titan python sprang forth, its colossal head rearing back as it lunged toward the swarm of insects in the sky, capturing a few unawares in its gaping maw, thereby scattering the dense mass of corroding insects. Now, the insects in the sky were dispersed. Seizing this opportunity, the Titan python's immense form once again submerged beneath the snow. Simultaneously, the corroding insects lost sight of their target. The fire dragon king, who had been spectating, soon caught the attention of the insects. Liang Yu, recognizing this perilous situation, cursed under his breath and swiftly commanded the fire dragon king to ascend into the air. Trailing behind the fire dragon king were the corroding insects. Through the feedback from the cockpit's map, Liang Yu swiftly pinpointed the Titan python's location beneath the snow, luring the insects above it. As the fire dragon king and the swarm reached its position, its formidable tail emerged from the snow, thrashing against the accumulation below. The snowflakes were quickly scattered by the Titan python's strikes, while debris of stone was sent flying, bombarding the insects above. Those struck by the falling stones plummeted to the snowy ground, some unfortunate enough to be crushed by larger fragments. The blunt stones pierced effortlessly into the bodies of the corroding insects. Liang Yu, wary of the incoming stones, refrained from confronting them directly, opting instead to maneuver the fire dragon king to a higher altitude, evading the danger. Once safely distanced from the Titan python's striking range, Liang Yu began to channel energy into the fire dragon king, preparing for a powerful attack. As the fire dragon king gathered strength, its form became increasingly translucent. Each strike consumed but one fire dragon king, making it a rather economical maneuver. Gradually, the flames transformed to a brilliant white. Sensing he was nearing the limit, Liang Yu observed the fire dragon king enveloped in spiraling white flames, the surrounding air warping under the heat. In the sky, the fire dragon king resembled a white meteor, plummeting toward the snowy expanse below. The extreme heat began to meld the nearby snow. The oblivious corroding insects, intent on assaulting this form of the fire dragon king, ignited as they approached within proximity. The liquid they ejected could not approach the fire dragon king, evaporated by the intense heat that surrounded it. These events unfolded in mere seconds. The Titan python, nestled in the snow, sensed the imminent danger and sought to flee. However, its massive form hindered its escape, and time was of the essence. It managed to withdraw only half of its body, while the lower portion was scorched by the Fire Dragon King's descent onto the snowy surface. Upon landing, the Fire Dragon King emanated such high temperatures that they fused with the snow above, creating a deep pit in the icy ground almost instantaneously. Then, a brilliant flash of white light erupted as the restraint of the white flames was lifted, rampaging within the pit and melting the surrounding ice and snow under the extreme heat. Faintly, remnants of the retreating serpent's tail could be perceived, now covered in a charred layer. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this section of the tail had carbonized. Yet, it soon faded from view, once again blending into the snow like its original form. The parasitic insects had long since dispersed, their whereabouts unknown. After the Titan python vanished beneath the snow, Liang Yu immediately confirmed its location. The roof of his RV revealed 4 laser cannons. He contemplated this attempt to capture the Titan python, hoping to prevent any future complications. Alas, the creature's speed was astonishing. By the time Liang Yu detected it, the python was already several hundred meters away, rapidly retreating. Liang Yu found himself exasperated with these beasts. Could they not exhibit a modicum of bravery? At the first sign of danger, they fled. He realized the irony of his thoughts, as he himself was merely biding his time. If the Titan python could understand him, it would surely be incensed enough to speak in human tongue. The instinct of living beings is to seek fortune and evade peril. When the Fire Dragon King ascended into the sky, its body radiated a white glow, and the Titan python's primal instincts screamed for it to escape, continuously signaling its intent. Yet, the Titan python hesitated, ultimately paying the price of having part of its tail carbonized. Now that the creature had fled, Liang Yu felt overwhelmed by the prospect of harboring a grudge from such a formidable being. The vengeful nature of serpents was notoriously fierce, leaving him with little recourse aside from confronting it directly. As Liang Yu furrowed his brow in despair, Lan Ling approached with a selection of snacks. Noticing his lackluster demeanor, she curiously inquired, "What's wrong? You look as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant." Liang Yu, having no reason to conceal the truth, recounted the events. However, Lan Ling challenged him. "I think you're pulling my leg. How could there possibly be a serpent of such magnitude?" Liang Yu, somewhat at a loss for words, found her focus to be misplaced. Reluctantly, he reiterated the key points of the tale. Upon hearing it, Lan Ling rolled her eyes and pointed toward the arsenal on the second floor. "Don't you have a plethora of peculiar weapons in there? Surely there is something capable of launching a satellite into the sky?" Upon securing the position, one could unleash a devastating blast from a laser cannon. Even a colossal beast such as the Titan python is merely a carbon-based organism. From your description, it appears that temperatures nearing 1,000 degrees would suffice to carbonize its tail. Thus, under the precise onslaught of firepower, it would inevitably falter. After listening to Lan Ling, he experienced a moment of enlightening clarity. However, the way she described his arsenal with peculiar adjectives left him baffled. What was so strange about his collection? It consisted solely of standard infantry combat weapons. How could they be deemed odd by this girl? Yet, thanks to Lan Ling's reminder, he now possessed a clearer direction. Nevertheless, a critical issue loomed. He lacked any usable satellites. Who, in a post-apocalyptic scenario, would hoard such devices? Chapter 168, Mechanical Dome. As for those models, Liang Yu had previously experimented with them. How should I put it? They are indeed usable, albeit rather small in size. He had once attempted to launch these miniature satellites into space, but they perished before even breaching the atmosphere. One could only say that, in the current environment, they might serve a purpose a few hundred meters above the ground. Yet such functionality is akin to a chicken rib, tasteless yet regrettable to discard. At that moment, a sudden thought struck Liang Yu, as if all the critical clues had seamlessly intertwined. Miniature satellites. Compact. Capable of being controlled at low altitudes of several hundred meters. If one were to equip them with laser weaponry, would this not resemble the G3 Predator of the female mechanic from the infamous toxic milk powder? Although there might be some discrepancies, the overall concept remains largely intact. After all, both involve launching lasers to bombard the opponent. However, unlike the game, the female mechanic is restricted to only 8 G3 series Predators. In stark contrast, the real Liang Yu could wield a multitude of miniature satellites through a central control system. Recreating the female mechanic's extraordinary GX Stardust Dome does not seem insurmountable. The prospect of such a visual spectacle is indeed thrilling. According to the description of the skill, the replication appears rather straightforward. The mechanic directs ultra-small G-series robots, the GX Stardust, to disperse into the surrounding airspace. The GX Stardust then shifts into a wide-area annihilation mode, forming a colossal mechanical dome. This dome generates electric sparks and unleashes laser beams for a powerful internal assault, with the resulting backlash triggering an explosion that delivers the final blow. Despite the lengthy description, The execution is rather simple. It involves encircling a large number of miniature satellites to create a hemispherical sphere, followed by indiscriminate bombardment of the inner region. It is as uncomplicated as that, essentially a perfect replication, with post-operation recovery being the only requirement. As for the final act of mutual destruction, Liang Yu intended to treat it as his ultimate trump card. The more he contemplated this, the more feasible the plan appeared in his mind, prompting an involuntary smile. Beside him, Lan Ling had yet to depart and was startled by Liang Yu's sudden grin. She tentatively called out his name, but receiving no response. She feared he had become entranced. In a moment of resolve, she delivered a sharp slap to his cheek. The crisp sound reverberated in the cockpit, jolting Liang Yu back to reality. He felt the sting on his left cheek, along with Lan Ling's presence. "Why did you hit me? That hurt, you know. Are you feeling itchy and need me to help you with a massage?" He jested, only to receive a curt retort from Lan Ling Pa. "You dense fool can't be roused no matter how I call you. I had no choice but to slap you awake. And now you think you can bully me? Is there any sense in that?" Rubbing his stinging cheek, Liang Yu retrieved a bottle of spray from his pocket and applied it to his face. The visible redness began to subside almost immediately. Two pairs of eyes fixated on Blue Ling, grinning with malicious intent. No, there surely cannot be any rationale behind this. With that, one of them swiftly locked the entrance to the driver's cabin and pulled Blue Ling into their embrace. "However, I have not bullied her. It was she who made the promise. You must admit, the good fortune that was previously interrupted deserves to continue, does it not?" Amidst Liang Yu's wicked grin, the two continued to navigate the aftermath of the disturbances caused by Yi. After a considerable while, Liang Yu, having tidied his attire, emerged from the driver's cabin. Blue Ling had already succumbed to slumber in the adjacent driver's seat. Liang Yu then made his way to the expansive training room on the second floor. From his backpack, he extracted a mini-satellite that closely resembled the G3 Predator and commenced his research and modifications. During the transformation, Liang Yu felt that the skills designed within the game were rather conservative. Nevertheless, he refrained from recklessly adding features in the initial version, adhering closely to the design of the G3 Predator. Soon, the first experimental product was birthed from his hands, named 01. He copied it into his backpack and decided to test 6 units initially. The initial tests posed no significant issues. 01 responded to Liang Yu's simple commands with corresponding actions. However, as the difficulty of the tests increased, 01 began to struggle. There was a considerable lag in reaction speed and module construction. This compelled Liang Yu to halt the testing process and focus on improvements in these areas. Under his meticulous guidance, versions 02, 03, and 04 were subsequently developed. Yet, the outcomes of these enhanced versions deviated from Liang Yu's expectations, driving him, a perfectionist, to incessantly refine the designs. Finally, with the 16th version, the mini-satellite completed all of Liang Yu's tests. This indicated that he had successfully created a nearly flawless modification of the G3 Predator. Habitually, he copied a unit into his backpack and then stepped out of the mobile home to the open ground ahead. Liang Yu continuously retrieved the 16th model from his backpack. Each one soared skyward upon its release. It was unclear how many units he had summoned, but the sky above was now densely populated with the activated 16 models, casting a dark shadow over the area. Once he felt the number was sufficient, he entered the driver's cabin of the mobile home, gently rousing the slumbering Blue Ling before driving away from the vicinity. As Liang Yu departed, the 16 models received his command. All the mini-satellites illuminating the sky began to orderly construct a mechanical dome. Having predetermined the construction blueprint, approximately 1 kilometer after the mobile home set forth, a mechanical dome radiating a blue glow was completed. Gazing at this colossal dome in the distance, Liang Yu felt a surge of astonishment. Data from his glasses revealed that the height of the newly constructed mechanical dome reached an impressive 92 meters. In relative terms, considering an average floor height of about 3 meters, this dome stood approximately as tall as a 31-story building. Liang Yu instinctively swallowed hard. He felt that he had perhaps gone too far this time, having unleashed an excessive number of Type 16s. Based on his estimations, the radius of this mechanical dome was approximately 150 meters, covering an area of 260 square meters. Upon obtaining this data, Liang was unequivocally convinced that he had indeed ventured into perilous territory. However, he was reluctant to reconstruct the situation and sensed that he was still somewhat too close for comfort. He promptly instructed the mobile home to distance itself from the mechanical dome. Meanwhile, the suddenly manifested dome, radiating a blue glow, stood out as a striking edifice against the night sky. All nearby survivors were drawn to the conspicuous structure. Chapter 169, Searching for the Titan Python initially. They were quite perplexed by the sudden emergence of the conspicuous bulge. It was not until someone discerned its location, encircled by the lair of the devouring insects. But they surmised it was the army, there to eliminate the threat to the common folk. They could hardly fathom any other force capable of wielding such formidable weaponry. As the onlookers observed, the colossal mechanical dome radiated an increasingly brilliant blue light. All 16 units, which formed the structure, simultaneously emitted their glow, intertwining the spaces between them with brilliant azure luminescence. This heralded the activation of the dome. The survivors were momentarily blinded by the dazzling blue light that erupted before them. Meanwhile, within a nearby caravan, Liang Yu was watching the dome's activation alongside Lan Ling. In the next instant, the myriad components of the dome, the 16 units, began to unleash numerous beams of light towards the ground. The incessant streams of light struck the earth, resulting in violent explosions. At that moment, the sky was once again dominated by a blinding white. Moreover, a singular sound resonated in the ears of everyone present. Alohum. This echoed in the minds of all individuals in the vicinity, including Liang Yu and Lan Ling. The bombardment, akin to the speed of light, persisted for a full 3 minutes. Liang Yu estimated they had reached their limit. The energy within the 16 units was nearly depleted. He had no intention of reclaiming these units and instead decided to unleash one final devastating strike. Before proceeding, however, Liang Yu retrieved 2 medical kits, administering one to both himself and Lan Ling. Once the ringing in their ears subsided, he set a timer for all 16 units, 30 minutes. This duration would suffice for the caravan to travel several dozen kilometers. As Lan Ling regained her composure, she noticed the caravan was indeed in motion. Turning to Liang Yu, she inquired, "That commotion wasn't caused by you, was it? What peculiar contraption have you devised this time?" Observing Liang Yu's mischievous expression, she realized her suspicion was correct. Recalling that they were hastily retreating from the explosion site, she glanced back towards the dome's direction, where the 16 units still hovered in the sky. A sense of foreboding washed over her. "Wait, you don't intend to detonate such a vast array of machines, do you?" Her words startled Liang Yu, as he had never disclosed this plan to her. Seeing his reaction, Lan Ling understood her assumption was accurate and quickly urged him, "Have you considered the nearby survivors?" To her inquiry, Liang Yu nodded earnestly. "I have thought about it. That location is close to the devouring insect's lair, and I doubt any living souls remain inside. If there were survivors, they would likely have perished at the hands of the insects by now." Lan Ling was aware of this possibility. Yet she held a firm belief that survivors must exist, much like Yi and her daughter. However, given the circumstances, she sensed that persuading Liang Yu would be a formidable challenge. Thus, the only course of action was to divert his attention. This was the only way to ensure that the survivors refrained from taking notes. "I recall you mentioning a colossal serpent, did you not? Since we must detonate something, why not seek out that great serpent to test its potency? It would be rather pointless to proceed otherwise." One can only say that Lan Ling understands Liang Yu. She proposed this suggestion, and Liang Yu, after a brief moment of contemplation, readily acquiesced. He immediately commenced the search for the Titan Python's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the 16 units remained unattended, still maintaining the structure of the mechanical dome. However, Liang Yu followed the direction of the Titan Python's departure from memory, probing several kilometers without any indication of the creature's presence on the map. At that moment, Lan Ling, observing Liang Yu's actions, felt a wave of frustration wash over her. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed. "This area is rife with insect nests. How desperate must it be for something to establish its lair here? Could you not search from a safer distance?" Liang Yu found her reasoning quite valid. Consequently, he promptly closed the map and activated the Sentinel mode, refraining from further actions. Lan Ling, perplexed, gazed at Liang Yu. "Wait, I merely spoke a couple of words, and you cease all activities?" Liang Yu, undeterred, retrieved his handheld device and activated Pokemon, beckoning Lan Ling to join him. "I have just had a sudden realization. The creature is unlikely to forsake our vehicle of prey. Instead of seeking it out, we should lie in wait, akin to guarding a tree stump for a rabbit. No, that's not quite right. It's more like waiting for a serpent. Later, I shall instruct the 16 units to reposition slightly." Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, Lan Ling found a semblance of logic in his reasoning, though questions still lingered in her mind. Yet, she was swiftly drawn away by the call of Yi. As Liang Yu watched Lan Ling depart, he contemplated how to properly entrust this little one to another for care. His thoughts immediately turned to Huang Qiushi from the neighborhood, a doctor who would likely have no trouble looking after Yi. He surmised that leaving behind ample supplies would suffice. The key challenge remained how to persuade Lan Ling to willingly part with the child. With a sigh, Liang Yu mused, perhaps it is best to wait a day or two before broaching this matter again, having only just completed the mental preparations this morning. I shall patiently await the Titan Python's arrival." With this in mind, a sudden inspiration struck him. He released over 116 units. Subsequently, He input a blueprint for a satellite dish. The 16 units, upon receiving the command, immediately began construction according to the blueprint. However, Liang Yu was not entirely satisfied with the final product. Thus, he rescinded the construction and contemplated a better design. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. He began to tap on the virtual keyboard in the air. After a brief interval, the system presented him with two blueprints. Both blueprints depicted the prism towers from Red Alert, and they bore no discernible differences. It is merely a matter of size. All other functionalities remain identical. Liang Yu intends to construct 7 light spires in the remaining space beside the roof of the vehicle. 1 grand and 6 diminutive spires, the larger ones serving as the main tower, positioned above the driver's cabin at the front. The other 6 will be strategically distributed across the vacant areas of the vehicle's body. Although a rectangular box has already been installed, there remains ample space. However, the appearance of this mobile home may seem rather peculiar. Yet, at present, aesthetics take a back seat to practicality. What truly matters is functionality. Liang Yu finds the idea quite amusing. Next time, should anyone place an obstruction on the road, the 6 light spires can concentrate their energy at the front, effectively clearing the path ahead. Chapter 170, Murder Mystery? Liang Yu felt as though a significant explosion would create a massive crater in the road. The impact on the people nearby was beyond consideration. A single burst of laser could easily take down a child. At this juncture, Liang Yu's impatience grew. He released another batch of Type 16 constructs and meticulously arranged the configuration of the light pillars. The efficiency of the Type 16 constructs was indeed remarkable. In less than a minute, all 7 light pillars were erected, firmly anchored to the vehicle without the slightest risk of detachment. Soon after, Liang Yu noticed several individuals approaching his direction. Was this the proverbial case of a pillow waiting for the sleepy? He was eager to test the power of the light pillars, yet he was not one to act recklessly. Thus, he decided to observe the situation and ascertain the intentions of these individuals. Acting nonchalantly, he placed some snacks and beverages in the driver's cabin and began to fish while holding his handheld device. The group did not keep Liang Yu waiting long. In under 10 minutes, they had reached the edge of the RV. However, as they beheld the enormous and peculiar vehicle before them, a sense of incongruity washed over them. Especially with the 7 illuminated pillars above, which evoked a feeling of déjà vu. Yet, they had little time for contemplation. As they surveyed the RV, none of them dared to step forward first. At that moment, Liang Yu scrutinized the approaching group through the vehicle's surveillance system. Their assembly was rather peculiar. A young couple, a middle-aged couple with a child, an elderly man around 60, and a young man with dyed red hair. Liang Yu could discern this despite the latter wearing a hat. His striking hair color was hard to conceal. The group did not linger around the RV for long. The eldest among them, exuding confidence, approached the vehicle. Upon reaching the RV's door, he politely treated it as if it were a front door, knocking rhythmically. Knock, 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 accompanied by the sound of his rapping. The elderly man courteously inquired, "Is the owner of this RV present? My name is Qin Tiannan, and I wish to have a word with you." However, after waiting a few minutes outside without receiving a response from Liang Yu, the young man with red hair grew impatient. His face betrayed anger and dissatisfaction. Just as he was about to step forward, he was restrained by the middle-aged man beside him. "Let's wait a bit longer. The time is not right," he advised. Reluctantly, the young man acquiesced, his gaze fixed intently on the illuminated driver's cabin. Meanwhile, the elder, Qin Tiannan, spoke again. "Hello, I know you can hear me. I harbor no ill will. I merely seek a cup of hot water." As soon as his words concluded, the red-haired young man exhibited clear signs of agitation. However, before he could voice his feelings, the middle-aged man swiftly covered his mouth. This entire scene unfolded before Liang Yu's watchful eyes. There is no need for further contemplation. It is evident that these individuals harbor ulterior motives. At the very least, it is certain that the middle-aged man and the spirited young man with red hair have designs on his camper. As anticipated, before Liang Yu could respond to Qin Tiannan's words, discord erupted among them. "What is wrong with you, old man? We had previously agreed to let him stay for a night, yet now it has transformed into a mere request for hot water." The notion of merely borrowing a place to stay elicited a chuckle from Liang Yu. In that moment, an unconventional thought crossed his mind. This was a script they had rehearsed in advance. Initially, it did not seem significant, but once this idea took root, everything appeared in a new light, as if a door to an entirely different world had been opened. All events began to reveal a logical sequence. Liang Yu surmised that the next step would involve the spirited young man being reprimanded by the middle-aged man, followed by a lesson, which would inevitably lead to their divergence. Perhaps even a complete severance of their association. Thus, Liang Yu eagerly anticipated the unfolding of their drama. To his astonishment, the other party's actions left him utterly dumbfounded. The middle-aged man rushed forward and delivered a punch squarely to the face of the red-haired youth. Liang Yu witnessed this clearly. The punch landed solidly, despite the cushion of a beanie that absorbed some of its force. Nevertheless, the blow sent the red-haired young man staggering back several steps, ultimately colliding with the camper and collapsing onto the icy ground. Liang Yu's mouth fell agape, causing the snacks he had been enjoying to tumble from his grasp. Was it truly necessary for such a dramatic turn of events? He was certain that the punch had been delivered with no restraint, utilizing at least 80% of the man's strength. Having witnessed this spectacle, Liang Yu realized that withholding water from them would be tantamount to taking advantage. He was not one to indulge in such behavior. Promptly, he retrieved 3 bottles of mineral water, packaged in green. The reason for 3 bottles was simple. There were only 3 participants in this performance. Just as he rolled down the car window, the red-haired youth rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at the middle-aged man, his voice filled with fury. "Gene man, how dare you strike me? Have you forgotten who saved your son? If not for me, your son would have perished long ago." Liang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. A new layer of drama was unfolding, a delightful spectacle indeed. He lowered the window and tossed the 3 bottles of water outside. "You all seem to be working quite hard for this performance. Consider these 3 bottles as payment for admission." As he spoke, the 3 green packaged bottles entered the view of the participants, and by a stroke of serendipity, 2 struck the red-haired youth on the head, while 1 hit him on the back. After tossing the mineral water, Liang Yu produced a chicken wrap he had previously prepared, throwing that out as well. This chicken wrap was intended for the red-haired youth. He appreciated the narrative of repaying a favor with a favor. After discarding the items, Liang Yu raised the window. This time, the chicken wrap did not land on the red-haired spirited youth, but instead fell onto the icy surface. The other individuals were momentarily stunned upon seeing the discarded bottle of mineral water, as they had not anticipated the driver to be seated in the front cabin. However, they swiftly regained their composure and went to retrieve the water from the ground. The red-haired spirited youth initially felt a twinge of resentment and was about to curse Liang Yu, only to be met by the flying chicken wrap. At first, he could hardly believe it, but being the closest, the chicken wrap was conveniently behind him. Once thrown, the aroma of the chicken wrap wafted into his nostrils. The red-haired youth immediately turned around, picked it up, and cradled it in his arms, simultaneously taking a bottle of mineral water. He did not succumb to greed for the remaining 2 bottles. Chapter 171. Rising temperatures, he lifted the remaining 2 bottles of mineral water, tossing one to the young couple and the other to Qin Tianan. However, Qin Man's gaze was fixated on the chicken wrap in the other's hand. As Qin Man's father, Qin Tianan could not be oblivious to his son's thoughts. He immediately called out sternly, "Amon." This exclamation caused Qin Man to freeze momentarily. Despite the slight dissatisfaction evident on his face due to Qin Tianan's intervention, he ultimately refrained from acting against his father's wishes. Qin Tianan, with a smile upon his face, turned his attention to the front of the camper van and said, "Young man, thank you for the mineral water. However, although the temperature has risen somewhat recently, I would still appreciate it if you could provide us with some hot water." In Qin Tianan's words, Liang Yu discerned a noteworthy revelation. The temperature was indeed on the rise. Yet, judging by the attire of the individuals before him, he estimated it to be around -70 degrees Celsius. Even if it had warmed up by 20 degrees, the temperature would still hover around -50 degrees, still exceedingly frigid, albeit an improvement from before. Nonetheless, at approximately -50 degrees, unless there was a continuous rise in temperature, the difference between -70 and -50 was negligible. While Liang Yu pondered the temperature, Qin Tianan, not receiving a response, spoke again toward the front of the vehicle. "Young man, what I mean is, please take this bottle of mineral water back with you. I hope you can fetch us a pot of hot water." As he extended the green packaged mineral water, he produced a 1.25-liter thermos. Observing the gesture, Liang Yu, not foolish, refrained from exiting the vehicle to accept the item. Instead, he posed a question to Qin Tianan. "Sir, you mentioned that the temperature has risen recently. Was it a sudden increase, or has it been gradually rising over the past few days?" Qin Tianan was momentarily perplexed by Liang Yu's inquiry, instinctively leaning forward to locate his figure. However, the spirited young man near the camper van began to sense something amiss with this question. After adjusting his position slightly, he let his peripheral vision fall upon the driver's cabin of the camper. What he witnessed made him question the validity of his own eyesight. No longer relying on his peripheral vision, he turned his head fully, fixating intently on the scene within the driver's cabin. At that moment, envy welled up within him. The chicken wrap, still emitting a tantalizing aroma, suddenly lost its appeal. He observed Liang Yu, clad in light clothing, leisurely playing on a handheld console on the driver's seat, accompanied by snacks he had not indulged in for quite some time. Coupled with Liang Yu's inquiry about the temperature fluctuations, It became evident that anyone living under the harsh cold would not pose such questions. This confirmed his suspicion that within Liang Yu's camper, a comfortable warmth was maintained. He estimated the temperature to be around 18 degrees Celsius, and it was indeed above zero, not below. This rekindled his previously submerged desire for sustenance. After placing the bottle of mineral water into his backpack, he cast a glance at Chin Man. Suddenly, he dashed forward, dragging the other party aside, seemingly intent on avenging the earlier blow. However, upon noticing the look exchanged between them, Chin Man feigned a struggle and allowed himself to be pulled away. Liang Yu observed this performance with keen interest. As for Chin Tian-nan, he remained lost in thought. Noticing the silence surrounding his inquiries, Liang Yu remained indifferent. The external temperature bore no influence upon him. He surmised that the juvenile Titan python had ventured out due to rising temperatures. Yet, he harbored another question regarding the origins of this creature. He hoped it was a product of those clandestine laboratories. Such a scenario would be somewhat reassuring. Akin to the diminutive red-haired golden monkey in a zoo, at least not a scourge. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward the group, his expression altering once more. Although it seemed they had intentions regarding his vehicle, they had yet to act, and their plea for water and food was merely a common occurrence. With this thought, he decided to offer a word of caution. After all, it required little effort. Whether they heeded his advice was entirely up to them. By the way, old man, if I were you, I would hasten to find shelter until dawn. I recently spotted a large snake lurking nearby. He chose to stop there. His warning a final flicker of goodwill. More than anything, he hoped this group would serve as bait in the vicinity. The choice now rested with them, to linger and covet his vehicle or to value their own lives. In Liang Yu's perspective, however, the decision to stay or go bore little significance. After all, should they stray too far and encounter the Titan python, the odds were overwhelmingly in favor of becoming its meal. If they were to inquire about his advice, Liang Yu indeed possessed a suggestion. First, remain calm and establish eye contact with the Titan python. Under normal circumstances, it would not strike immediately. Then, unleash your pent-up frustrations upon the creature. Congratulations, you have succeeded. This approach may grant you a semblance of dignity in death, allowing you to depart with some measure of respect. However, upon hearing Liang Yu's words, the group responded with scorn, save for a young couple. The female of the pair trembled slightly upon hearing his words, seeking refuge beneath her partner's embrace. The young man's face readily betrayed his fear, yet he continuously reassured his girlfriend, "Do not be afraid, we will leave soon. I'm here." Observing the couple, the nearby woman discerned their sincerity and turned to the young man, asking, "Is what he said true? I always thought you were just making excuses." Upon uttering those words, the woman swiftly realized the gravity of her mistake. However, the words had already escaped her lips. The young couple, seemingly unfazed, hastily departed in the opposite direction. At that moment, the daughter cast her gaze towards her father-in-law, Chin Tian-nan, hoping he would make a decisive choice, to flee from this place in haste or to stubbornly linger near the camper for a while. Though the seasoned Chin Tian-nan harbored some skepticism towards Liang Yu's claims, the couple's demeanor suggested authenticity. Moreover, it was implausible for them to conspire under his very nose. Thus, the likelihood of the situation being genuine was high. Observing Liang Yu's audacious confidence, he resolved to take a gamble. He decided they would spend the night near the camper for rest and recuperation. Turning to Liang Yu with a cordial smile, he inquired, "Young man, I wish to rest for the night near your camper. I hope this does not pose any inconvenience." Chapter 172, The Arrival of the Giant Python. However, the aloof Liang Yu did not provide a response to Chin Tian-nan, remaining engrossed in his handheld console. The silence from Liang Yu was tantamount to acquiescence. Thus, Chin Tian-nan chose a spot approximately 3 meters away from the RV, setting down his backpack and extracting a rudimentary tent. This so-called simple tent was merely a piece of nylon material designed to withstand the wind. Chin Tian-nan skillfully secured the tent's stakes into the icy ground. In no time, a triangular prism-shaped tent was established. At that moment, Chin Tian-nan retrieved several stainless steel plates from his backpack, deftly assembling them together. Within 5 minutes, a stove was constructed. Just then, a woman, accompanied by her child and burdened with 2 backpacks of firewood, approached Chin Tian-nan, holding additional supplies in her arms. Their synergy was commendable. No wonder this family had managed to survive amidst the cold wave. As Chin Tian-nan and the woman worked to ignite the firewood, Chin Man's son inquired, "Grandpa, where's Daddy? Why haven't we seen him yet?" The mention of this subject irked Chin Tian-nan. He had just observed the subtle interactions between the two. He was well aware of Chin Man's character as a father. It was foolish of him to covet the RV without assessing his own capabilities. Although the RV's owner was a young man, he had remained vigilant since their arrival, displaying a persistent wariness towards them. Without earning the trust of the owner, how could one hope to scheme against him? if it were truly that easy to seize. The RV's owner would have likely changed several times already. Gazing at the pristine RV before him, Qin Tianen felt an increasing sense of wariness towards Liang Yu. This was no longer the era of law and order. Without genuine skills, one could easily become nothing but bones on the ground. Had Liang Yu been privy to Qin Tianen's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have offered a hearty thumbs up in approval. This was merely a testament to experience. Observing Qin Tianen's grim demeanor, the woman stepped in to console her child. "Sweetheart, Daddy has gone to find food. Please don't disturb Grandpa while he works." Yet, Qin Tianen gazed fondly at his eldest grandson, extending his hand. After wiping his own hands, he carefully produced a piece of candy from his pocket and placed it in his grandson's palm. "Here you go, dear. Have a candy. Once Grandpa finishes, I'll tell you a story." The child looked at the candy and then at the woman. Only after receiving her nod did he accept it with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, Grandpa," before placing the precious candy into his small bag. Meanwhile, Qin Man and the spirited young man had already made their way to the rear of the RV, more than 100 meters away. Qin Man, visibly agitated, glared at the young man before him. "Whether what you say is true or not is inconsequential. It is crucial to ascertain whether you possess a method to access the vehicle. Just moments ago, you beckoned me over, leading me to believe you had a clever solution. Alas, it appears you have no strategy at all, merely engaging in futile bravado." The other party felt their face flush with indignation at Qin Man's words. Pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Nan. Your words suggest you have some clever plan, yet you are just as powerless, resorting to impotent fury." At that moment, Qin Nan, eyes wide with terror, mirrored the gesture, pointing back at the red-haired young man. You. His voice trembled with palpable fear. Unbeknownst to him, the other party misinterpreted his stammering as a result of being effectively silenced by their own rhetoric, their expression turning smug, reveling in their oratory prowess. However, this self-satisfaction was short-lived. Suddenly, an acrid stench wafted from behind him, a foul odor intermingled with the thick scent of blood. A chilling realization struck him. He felt as though he was being watched, a shiver crawling down his spine, accompanied by the faintest cold touch against his neck, reminiscent of a serpent's flickering tongue. His legs weakened at the thought of what he had previously dismissed as mere fanciful tales from a young couple, a serpent of colossal proportions, capable of swallowing several adults whole. Initially, he had scoffed at their claims, but now he believed. With trembling fingers, he pointed behind him, yet he lacked the courage to turn around. "Brother, is there something behind me?" His other hand mimicked the movement of a snake. Yet Qin Man was too preoccupied with his own trepidation to respond. Gradually retreating step by step, his heart raced. He was convinced that should this enormous python open its maw and charge, it would effortlessly consume them both. Strangely, the python seemed in no hurry to devour them, instilling in Qin Man a sense of being toyed with like prey. In that perilous moment, he recalled his father, Qin Tiannan's teachings. The time when a hunter toys with its prey is often when the prey has the greatest chance of survival. With this thought, Qin Man summoned an inexplicable strength in his legs and bolted toward the RV. Yet, the Titan python did not pursue him. Instead, it ensnared the red-haired youth within its sinuous body. Once it had its fill of amusement, it swallowed him whole. After devouring the young man, the Titan python cast a glance toward the direction of the RV before vanishing into the night. At that moment, Qin Man, breathless, reached the vicinity of the RV. Upon seeing his wife, child, and father, he hurried toward them, grasping his son tightly and urgently calling out to Qin Tiannan, "Father, quickly, we must flee. I just saw that massive serpent." Hearing Qin Man's frantic words, Qin Tiannan's face paled with fear as he surveyed their surroundings. He was abruptly interrupted by Qin Man. "Father, let us not linger any longer. We should abandon our possessions and depart swiftly. If we delay, it will be too late." Qin Tiannan, being Qin Man's father, exhibited a composure far superior to that of his son. Even in such dire circumstances, he did not hastily acquiesce to his son's insistence, but instead surveyed their surroundings with meticulous attention. However, apart from the areas illuminated by the flickering lights and flames, the rest of the environment appeared shrouded in impenetrable darkness. The absence of the rustling sounds of serpents heightened his unease. At this juncture, Qin Tiannan cast a dubious glance at his son, Qin Man, as he retrieved his cherished grandson from the latter's grasp. "Why are you alone? I distinctly recall that you left accompanied by another." At this moment, Qin Man, standing before his father, was acutely aware of the suspicion directed towards him. Chapter 173. Waiting for the prey to bite, it was as if he were on the verge of directly inquiring. Where was the other party? Had he slain them and framed the enormous python for the deed? Qin Man felt genuinely wronged, particularly by the way his own father regarded him. Even the gaze of his wife beside him was laden with suspicion. He glanced at his son nearby, a Upon meeting the innocent clarity in his eyes, he immediately felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, his son did not view him in such a light. Turning his attention to the surroundings, he indeed found no trace of the colossal python. It was no wonder his father had regarded him with such a look. With a heavy heart, he could only softly explain the sequence of events to his father. Yet, Qin Tian-nan remained silent, leaving Qin Man to assume his father thought he was merely making excuses. Hastily, he reassured Qin Tian-nan, "Father, I speak nothing but the truth. I did not kill him." At this moment, Qin Tian-nan gestured for Qin Man to calm down, pointing to his daughter-in-law beside him. With a hint of disappointment, he remarked, "Look at you. You cannot even maintain composure like a woman should. In such circumstances, one must not panic." Regarding the python, Qin Tian-nan had come to believe in its existence. However, he was puzzled as to why the serpent was toying with its prey and had yet to reveal itself. Normally, if it were indeed playing with its quarry, one would expect the python, as the hunter, to be nearby. Why had it not yet appeared before them? Qin Tian-nan then turned his gaze toward the RV, though he soon shook his head. According to what had been said, such a massive python would surely fear a mere vehicle. He found this notion rather absurd and could not comprehend why he suddenly entertained such a thought. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed it, recognizing that the most pressing concern was survival in the face of the python. For now, it was certain that they were temporarily safe around the RV. To recklessly wander into the darkness could lead to an untimely demise at the hands of the serpent. Leaving was not an option. Given the current situation, remaining near the RV was the wisest course of action. Meanwhile, inside the RV, Liang Yu was engrossed in his handheld game, chuckling to himself. He had sensed the approach of the Titan Python long ago and had summoned the mechanical dome formed by the 16 units in the sky to draw closer. Regrettably, after dispatching one individual, the Titan Python had once again vanished from Liang Yu's map. However, there was no need to rush. It had tasted success and was aware of the food present in the vicinity. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting. What surprised Liang Yu was the behavior of Qin Tian-nan and his group. He found it unexpected that they did not react as one would anticipate. Typically, a normal person's instinct, like that of Qin Man, would be to flee the area. This led Liang Yu to consider Qin Man the only sane individual among them. Not to mention the young couple who had long since departed. Whether this young couple met with misfortune remained an enigma to Liang Yu. However, it was evident that both Qin Tian-nan and his daughter-in-law, as well as his eldest grandson, exhibited an unsettling calm upon hearing the news of the giant python. Instantly, a daring notion took root in Liang Yu's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Such coincidental occurrences seemed implausible in this vast world. At that moment, an individual who irked Liang Yu made his entrance once more. The door to the cockpit was gently pushed open, revealing a small head peering in. Nervously surveying the cockpit's interior, Liang Yu, sensing the subtle disturbance, resignedly addressed the figure behind him, urging, "If you have something to say, please come in." Upon receiving Liang Yu's consent, the door, which had only been ajar, was fully pushed open. The cockpit door opened to reveal a petite girl carrying a basin that was somewhat larger than her slight frame. She approached the driver's seat and carefully placed the basin on the ground. Her sparkling eyes gazed up at Liang Yu. "Mouse, Mama said I should serve you. Come, let me wash your feet." Upon hearing this moniker, Liang Yu's lips twitched slightly. Looking at the innocent smile of the girl before him, he was genuinely taken aback by her cunning nature. "Mouse, uncle," she continued. "If you don't pay close attention, one might truly mistake it for a mere accent." This sparked a mischievous inclination in Liang Yu to tease the young girl. He turned, propping his legs up and observing her with curiosity. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lan Ling leaning against the wall just outside the cockpit, observing the scene within. Nevertheless, Liang Yu did not indulge her. With a languid tone, he inquired, "It's perfectly acceptable for you to call that girl Lan Ling's sister. And while I can accept being called uncle, what is this mouse business?" He appeared quite innocent, and she began to explain to Liang Yu, "Mouse is just another name for uncle. Daddy told me that it's fine to call Uncle Mouse. He said that those mice have ill intentions towards E." Upon hearing her explanation, Lan Ling, standing by the door, couldn't help but chuckle. Liang Yu quickly grasped the situation from her brief words. This was simply the work of a doting father, overly concerned that his daughter might be led astray by the so-called mice. As he chuckled, Liang Yu suddenly found no amusement in the situation, for it seemed he was now one of those mice. He, noticing Liang Yu's silence, reiterated, "Mouse, take off your shoes, and I will wash your feet." However, Liang Yu glanced down at his flip-flops, wriggled his toes, and dismissively waved his hand. No, I do not require your assistance with my feet. That girl standing at the door, would you care to come over and help me wash my face?" Lan Ling, naturally, discerned Liang Yu's intent. In an instant, a flush crept across her face, for after all, the little girl Yi was still present. However, the innocent Yi misinterpreted Liang Yu's words. She dampened the prepared towel in the basin and, gritting her teeth, exerted all her strength to wring out the excess water. Yet, the frail Yi possessed little strength. Despite her efforts, the towel remained quite saturated. Approaching Liang Yu, she extended her hands, offering the damp towel. At that moment, Lan Ling ceased to observe idly and hurried forward to grasp Yi, instructing her to take the basin and towel outside. After Yi obediently exited, Lan Ling issued a brief command, advising her not to disturb her sister and to rest for a while, as she and her uncle had matters to attend to. Having reassured Yi, Lan Ling then opened the door to the driver's seat. Chapter 174. Hooked. After closing the door, Lan Ling directly nestled into Liang Yu's embrace. The two enjoyed a moment of intimacy, yet Liang Yu refrained from taking any further action. Instead, he attempted to explain himself, but before he could utter a word, the theatrically inclined Lan Ling preempted him. With a look of feigned grievance, she lamented, "Oh, I knew it. You still prefer that little girl, Yi, over me. Boo-hoo, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be this kind of person." However, Liang Yu was not swayed by her theatrics. With a resounding slap, he struck Lan Ling's pert bottom. "You little rascal, you're asking for it. I see your backside is itching. Come here, let me help you with that." The cabin was soon filled with the sounds of playful slapping. Before long, Lan Ling capitulated to Liang Yu's antics. All right, I won't play anymore." Upon hearing this, Liang Yu ceased his playful assault and began to explain himself to Lan Ling. "Listen, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that there are matters at hand tonight. That giant python just passed by, and I'm waiting for it to ensnare itself. Otherwise, I would have already had my way with you, my dear girl." Understanding the situation, Lan Ling left her mark on Liang Yu's face and then leaned against him, inquiring, "Is there anything I can do to assist? Perhaps, like before, I could take that toy and challenge the giant python." Liang Yu recognized that this girl was still fixated on the formidable titan. Yet, he knew that this time was not suitable for such an endeavor, given the vast difference in size. However, if it were to enter the python's body, he could easily dispatch it with a lightsaber. As for the exterior scales, Liang Yu was uncertain. After all, even the white flames of the Fire Dragon King only charred part of the creature's tail. He was unsure if the weaponry atop the titan could inflict effective damage on the titan python. Thus, he shook his head in response to Lan Ling's suggestion. "Let us pass on that for now. But if you truly wish to help, perhaps you could educate that little girl properly. Honestly, I have no idea what her father has instilled in her. It seems as though everyone is enamored with Lolis. How disgusting." Hearing Liang Yu's complaints, Lan Ling, who was leaning against him, could only stifle her laughter. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly pointed at the screen in front of them. "Big oaf. Is that rapidly moving red that the giant python you mentioned?" At that moment, Liang Yu also took notice. Although he could not guarantee with absolute certainty that it was the titan python, its audacity to roam freely at night indicated it was unlikely to be the Qin family. The probability of it being the giant python was exceedingly high. Meanwhile, the Qin family, who were resting near their mobile home, remained oblivious to the threat. They had sealed off one side of their tent facing the mobile home, with bonfires illuminating both entrances. 3 campfires were positioned approximately 3 to 4 meters away from the tent, seemingly intended to ward off the titan python. While flames might serve as a deterrent against other ferocious beasts, they would prove insufficient against such a colossal serpent. Indeed, even a larger creature like a golden-shaded cat could easily breach this meager defense. Suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the tense atmosphere outside the tent. Thud, thud. The dull thump of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed ominously. Moments later, 2 shadowy figures fell upon the campfire in front of the tent, scattering the burning embers in all directions. This sudden disturbance prompted a reaction from those within the tent. Among them, Qin Tianan was the first to peer outside. His gaze fell upon the spot where the campfire had once flickered, now marred by the presence of 2 familiar corpses. Though headless, their garments revealed them to be the young couple who had departed not long ago. To Qin Tianan's astonishment, apart from the 2 lifeless bodies and the scattered ashes, there was no sign of the titan python. Nonetheless, he quietly retreated back into the tent, his heart laden with conflicting emotions as he regarded his family. After a moment's deliberation, he drew a sharp dagger from behind him. The sight of the blade left the 3 others in the tent momentarily at a loss. With a swift motion, Qin Tianan slashed a large opening in the rear of the tent. "You all must exit from here and take refuge beneath the RV," he instructed, glancing at his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. "I will remain here to confront that beast." After a brief pause, he added, "If the vehicle starts, hold on tightly to the undercarriage. That may give us a glimmer of hope for survival." Little did he know that the undercarriage of Liang Yu's RV lacked the secure grip of a conventional vehicle. Nevertheless, hiding below might indeed be their best option. At this moment, Qin Man could hardly decipher his father's intentions, sensing the impending doom. "Dad," he exclaimed, but the words that followed caught in his throat. Swallowed by a sense of helplessness. Just then, an even more despairing event unfolded. A massive serpent's tail descended from above, crashing down precisely between the tent and the RV. The ground trembled violently in response. Inside the tent, the occupants gasped for breath. The child stifled by the woman's hand over his mouth to suppress any cries of fear. Qin Tianan, stripped of his previous composure, recognized the gravity of their predicament. They were ensnared in a deadlock. He could not break free. Now, he faced a choice: await death within the tent or venture out to meet his end with a semblance of dignity. At that moment, they heard yet another sound from outside the tent. Unlike before, this noise unmistakably resonated from the clash of metal. However, the only thing that could collide with the enormous python was the caravan behind them. At that moment, the caravan was pushed nearly 10 meters by the serpent. Fortunately, due to the peculiar design of the vehicle, it did not overturn. Meanwhile, the python had begun to encircle the tent. At this juncture, Qin Tianan had relinquished all hope of survival. As he gazed at the shadow outside the tent, the dagger in his hand trembled incessantly. Observing the three individuals behind him, Qin Tianan made a heart-wrenching decision. The creature was toying with its prey, rather than enduring a slow, torturous demise at its hands. He resolved to offer them a swift release. Surprisingly, the family of three did not contest Qin Tianan's words. Instead, Qin Man snatched the dagger from Qin Tianan's grasp and, with a swift motion, turned it against his own wife and child. Chapter 175. A grievous escape. After sending his wife and child away, Qin Man cast a final glance at Qin Tianan before taking his own life. Overwhelmed by despair, Qin Tianan gazed at the three fallen figures, unable to contain his anguish any longer. He embraced their lifeless bodies within the tent and wept uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Liang Yu was preoccupied and could not spare a thought for this grieving family. Having recently been ambushed by a giant python, he was still recovering from the shock. At that moment, the mechanical dome was still some distance away, and he decided to employ the newly constructed light pillar tower. With one hand skillfully maneuvering the device while comforting Lanling in his arms, Liang Yu disregarded the presence of the young girl, Yi. Just then, one of the 7 light pillar towers illuminated, and as its brilliance intensified, a beam of energy struck the scales of the Titan python. Upon contact, the scales shattered, inflicting considerable pain upon the creature. The beam not only destroyed the scale but also unleashed a surge of energy that transformed into intense heat, searing the surrounding wound. The anguished cries of the python reached Qin Tianan's ears, rousing him from his stupor as he peered out of the tent once more. To his astonishment, he witnessed 6 beams of light converging upon the giant serpent. The radiant explosion of the attacks ignited a flicker of hope for survival within him. He realized these beams had indeed inflicted significant damage upon the python. In response, the giant serpent turned, opening its massive jaws as it lunged toward Liang Yu's RV. Inside the vehicle, Lanling had already seated herself in the driver's position. With a deft maneuver, she propelled the RV away from its original location, causing the Titan python to miss its target and swallow nothing but air. As Lanling circled the python in the RV, the serpent, having missed its strike, retaliated by crashing its tail down upon the moving vehicle. Despite her mediocre driving skills, the assistance of the onboard system allowed her to narrowly evade each attack. Meanwhile, Liang Yu had completed his energy charge, and the large light pillar tower stood ready to unleash its power. He searched for the wound, hoping to locate the charred area inflicted by the Dragon King's flames, intending to strike there in an attempt to sever the python's tail. However, after several circuits around the serpent, he could not find the charred wound. Suddenly, a term associated with serpents crossed his mind: shedding skin. This natural process possessed a formidable ability, as the newly formed epidermis could swiftly heal injuries. Liang Yu felt a chill run through him. Snakes shed their skin because, as they grow, their outer layer becomes constrictive, failing to accommodate their expanding bodies, necessitating periodic shedding to make way for new skin. However, it was not said that snakes could actively shed their skin to heal wounds after being injured. It appeared that the charged beam would be unable to strike the previous wound after all. In such circumstances, one must strike elsewhere. To defeat a serpent, one must target its vulnerable spot. Yet, confronted by the colossal Titan python, Liang Yu found himself unable to accurately discern the precise location of that critical point. At such a juncture, he could only place his hopes upon the analysis provided by his glasses. The results, however, were not far removed from his initial conjectures. The sheer enormity of the Titan python, compounded by the lack of a complete view of its form, rendered it impossible to pinpoint that vital area precisely. Instead, only an approximate location was suggested. Liang Yu could do no more than direct his assault towards the indicated vicinity. Unfortunately, the creature's instinct enabled it to evade the strike. The massive serpent swiftly burrowed into the snow, while a brilliant beam erupted from the light spire, failing to even graze the python's scales. Instead, it struck the ground nearby, resulting not in the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, but rather piercing through to create a cavity that extended downward until the energy was entirely expended. At that moment, the Titan python had vanished from sight. Watching from the sidelines, Qin Tianen became increasingly anxious upon realizing the python's disappearance, uncertain of where the next assault might originate. He felt a growing trepidation. In contrast, Liang Yu possessed a distinct advantage. As long as the Titan python remained in proximity, he could ascertain its location. Just as now. The red dot representing the serpent darted swiftly around the map, encircling the mobile home. Yet, the mechanical dome was perilously close. Liang Yu had no intention of prolonging the confrontation and instructed Lan Ling to activate flight mode. As the mobile home transformed and ascended into the air, Qin Tuannan's astonishment morphed into dread. It dawned on him that the occupants were preparing to flee. Instinctively, he reached out, shouting towards the ascending vehicle, "Wait! Take me with you." Amid his cries, the icy surface beneath him began to tremble. Suddenly, he lost his balance, plummeting until he found himself within the cavern of the python, realizing he had been swallowed whole. Yet the Titan python did not relent. Its massive form lunged towards the mobile home. Faced with the imminent threat of the python escaping maw, Liang Yu had already devised a strategy. For the mechanical dome was upon them. As the Titan python surged forward, the 16 units comprising the dome emitted a brilliant blue light, descending upon the creature and ensuring it received a full dose of their assault. In addition to the units lodged in the python's mouth, its colossal body was bombarded by an unrelenting rain of the descending units. Consequently, the Titan python began to descend, its great form crashing to the ground. The blue light of the 16 units had reached its zenith, followed by a series of explosive detonations. By the time the Titan python struck the earth, a deep crater had been carved into the ground. Yet, the explosions continued unabated, and within the creature's maw, a chain reaction of blasts erupted, resulting in one of its fangs being dislodged as it opened its mouth. Nevertheless, the relentless barrage from the sky showed no signs of cessation, indiscriminately obliterating the surrounding area. The Titan python, disregarding its injuries, exerted every ounce of strength to burrow into the earth beside it. The explosion lasted for 7 or 8 minutes, concluding only when the final Type 16 fell from the sky. It was then that the cessation of the explosion was declared. Lan Ling looked at Liang Yu, shaking his head in confusion. "What are you doing?" Liang Yu pointed to the deep pit on the ground. "It is merely a display of fireworks. Let it go." There was no alternative. The explosions were too dispersed and lacked concentration, although the frequency was adequate. However, the power of each individual explosion remained insufficient. Should we encounter this situation again, we must either unleash a single substantial blast or synchronize all Type 16s for a simultaneous explosion. Otherwise, such dispersion would prove ineffective against the Titan python. Yet, for the swarm of erosion, this approach would deliver a devastating blow. Chapter 176. Return to daily life. By Ling refrained from elaborating further, merely expressing a tinge of regret. It was a pity for that family. Of course, Liang Yu was well aware of her sentiments and immediately sought to clarify his own stance. "Regardless, I did not take their lives. You witnessed it yourself. By the time they were in the tent, 3 of them had already perished. The last one was consumed by the giant python. That bears no relation to me." However, Bai Ling was disinclined to engage in a debate with Liang Yu on this matter. In truth, she believed Liang Yu's actions were not misaligned, yet felt a sense of sorrow for the situation. Not extending a hand to save someone is merely fulfilling one's own duty. Should one choose to assist that family, it would be an act of goodwill, yet she understood that one cannot gamble on another's benevolence with their own kindness. At that moment, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to activate the autopilot. She swiftly exited the driver's seat. Leaving Liang Yu with no need to speculate about her intentions, she was undoubtedly seeking out the little girl, Yi. Previously, Mario had been tasked with her care, so there should be no significant issues. Liang Yu had already been contemplating sending the little girl away. It was merely a matter of timing. Consequently, Liang Yu manually adjusted the trajectory of their flight, gradually returning to the original route. He had not forgotten his promise to Bai Ling to visit the lovers' road by the sea. Shortly thereafter, under Liang Yu's adjustments, the RV reappeared on its predetermined course. As for the juvenile Titan python, it had already sustained severe injuries. One of its fangs had even broken, leaving its survival uncertain. Thus, Liang Yu had no intention of pursuing further trouble with it. As long as it did not reappear, it was no longer his concern. Should it be foolish enough to present itself before him again, he would simply deal with it. At present, his only hope was to reach Lover's Road smoothly, as there were still over 1,000 kilometers to the seaside. While Liang Yu contemplated the journey ahead, within the RV, Bai Ling was busy soothing the frightened Yi. At that moment, Yi resembled a startled rabbit, huddled in Bai Ling's embrace. The emotionally detached Mario stood nearby, dutifully overseeing the situation. After more than 10 minutes of effort, Bai Ling finally managed to calm Yi's emotions. Once the little girl's fear had subsided, she gradually drifted into slumber. Bai Ling, mirroring Liang Yu's previous attentiveness to her, gently laid Yi down on the bed and covered her with a blanket, leaving Mario to watch over her as she quietly exited the room. Having left Yi's chamber, Bai Ling made her way to the kitchen, intending to prepare a pot of porridge for Yi to enjoy upon waking. However, as she turned to enter the kitchen, she caught sight of Liang Yu, who was clad in an apron, diligently chopping vegetables at the counter. It had been quite some time since she had seen him in such an attire, prompting her to tease, "Ah, Chef Liang, it has been a while. What culinary creation are you preparing?" In response to Bai Ling's playful banter, Liang Yu exuded an air of confidence. "Rest assured, although it may not be a gourmet dish, it is more than sufficient to satisfy your appetite, my little glutton." Listening to Liang Yu's words, Lan Ling gradually approached the stove. She glanced at the unpowered rice cooker, reached out, and removed the inner pot. With a measuring cup, she filled it halfway, washing the rice and adding water in one fluid motion. For Lan Ling, cooking congee was a remarkably simple task at this moment. After completing the preparation, she quietly observed Liang Yu. Unable to suppress her admiration, she remarked, "Indeed, my big pig trotter looks most charming when quietly cooking." Liang Yu could not pretend he hadn't heard this. Turning to Lan Ling, he wore a mischievous grin. Lan Ling, feeling his gaze, instantly understood his intentions and promptly stood up, pointing at Liang Yu. "That's enough. No talking." At this moment, Liang Yu began to feign ignorance. "Really? I seem to vaguely recall someone promising me something before. How about we take a bath together? I've already prepared your change of clothes." The mention of this topic made Lan Ling's cheeks flush once more. Liang Yu took note of her reaction and couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. "Oh my. It seems someone is starting to feel shy. You were quite resolute when you made that promise." At this point, Liang Yu adjusted the flame on the gas stove to its lowest setting. After covering the pot with its lid, he stepped away from the stove and slowly approached the bashful Lan Ling. "My dear lady, may I invite you to share a bath?" Although he posed the question, Liang Yu had already lifted her into his arms. Lan Ling was amused by his words and retorted playfully, "Are you seeking my opinion? Just look at what you're doing." Liang Yu, unabashed, explained, "Of course, I know you would agree, so I took the liberty of carrying you beforehand. Come, let us bathe. By the time we finish, our meal should be perfectly stewed." Lan Ling understood the implication behind Liang Yu's words. He had previously mentioned that simmering a pot of food typically took about 30 to 50 minutes on low heat. She quickly grasped what this big pig trotter intended to do. Gritting her teeth, she leaned closer to Liang Yu's ear, whispering her request. "Please ensure the soundproofing in Yi's room is adequate. Otherwise, if she hears us, I will genuinely wish to find a crack in the ground to hide." Upon hearing Lan Ling's request, Liang Yu merely chuckled mischievously, offering no verbal response. As he walked toward the bathroom, he began to disrobe her. Soon, unique sounds echoed from within the bathroom. However, while the two were engaged in their activities, Yi was awakened by thirst. She sat up in bed, extending her delicate tongue to moisten her cracked lips. A parched sensation in her throat compelled her to seek hydration. Thus, she tossed aside the covers, slipped on her shoes, and made her way to the kitchen. As she entered, the enticing aroma wafting from the pot filled her senses, prompting her stomach to protest. At that moment, Yi retrieved a cup from the sterilizer and poured herself a glass of warm water, which she gulped down in one swift motion. However, the sensation of thirst in her throat remained unabated. The little girl had no choice but to refill her cup and drink again. As the liquid replenished her body, a sudden urgency to relieve herself surged forth. This prompted Yi to emit a sharp cry of alarm. She then hurriedly sought the direction of the bathroom, her short legs propelling her forward in a desperate sprint. Upon reaching the threshold of the bathroom, she was met with some peculiar sounds emanating from within. Yet, the innocent girl, preoccupied with her pressing need, paid little heed to the noises. Despite the unusual reaction she had perceived, she resolutely approached the bathroom door and placed her hand upon the doorknob. Chapter 177, Obstacles on the Road in the Next Moment. The little girl opened the bathroom door, revealing a scene that was both innocent and awakening. It dawned on her that she had heard similar sounds in her parents' room when they were still around. Curiosity had compelled her to sneak a glance back then, and the postures were strikingly similar to what she witnessed now. Promptly, shut the bathroom door, her mind bombarded by the vivid imagery she had just encountered. Upon regaining her composure, she realized that the floor was damp and her pants were wet, with liquid still dripping from the hems. At this moment, the reality struck her. At the tender age of 10, she had wet her pants once more. Embarrassed, E cast a glance at the occupied bathroom and could only retreat to her room with a basin in hand. After changing into fresh clothes, she returned to the bathroom door with the basin. The sounds within continued unabated, yet E had inserted earplugs, muffling the intrusive noises. She picked up a mop to erase the evidence of her mishap. Standing before the bathroom door felt like an eternity as she hastened her cleaning efforts. However, the incessant sounds from inside her mind kept replaying the scene she had just witnessed. Finally, after 6 or 7 minutes of scrubbing, E managed to clean the floor and quickly fled the bathroom. Once outside, she sat anxiously on the sofa in the living room, her thoughts drifting back to her mother's parting words. Time passed in a blur until the bathroom door swung open, revealing the two who had changed clothes and emerged. Lan Ling's face was flushed, and she vaguely spotted E. Initially uncertain, her awareness sharpened when E returned to the bathroom door to clean again. Meanwhile, Lan Ling began to chastise Liang Yu, and upon entering the living room, she immediately turned and dashed back to her room. Liang Yu's reaction was starkly different. He feigned ignorance of the little girl's presence, simply following Lan Ling back to the bedroom to rest. Thus, the trio endured a long and torturous night. The reason for Liang Yu's own discomfort was quite simple. He had been retaliated against by Lan Ling, who was nestled in his arms. As dawn broke, all three emerged into the dining hall, each sporting heavy dark circles under their eyes. Breakfast was prepared by the emotionless Mario, following Liang Yu's orders. However, the atmosphere was notably somber as both women displayed little appetite. Their plates remained largely untouched, nearly at 99% fullness. This prompted Liang Yu to intervene, clearing his throat. "Come on, eat properly. What are you all thinking about? There are countless people outside who survive on a single meal a day. If they're fortunate enough to have even that, you should cherish the breakfast you have." Yet, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. As he spooned a bowl of soy milk and brought it to his lips, the weight of the morning lingered heavily in the air. The motorhome, speeding along the road, suddenly came to a screeching halt. A bowl of soy milk spilled entirely over Liang Yu, resulting in an unintentional facial wash of the creamy beverage. At that moment, Lan Ling swiftly retrieved several tissues to assist Liang Yu in wiping the remnants of soy milk from his face. After cleaning himself, Liang Yu proceeded to the dressing room to change into a fresh outfit, his anger simmering as he headed towards the driver's cabin. He was determined to confront the fool who dared to obstruct his path. As he approached the cabin, he resolved that upon encountering the roadblock, he would brandish his heavy machine gun to demonstrate the meaning of firepower suppression. The incessant interruptions from highway robbers had become quite tiresome. However, as he entered the driver's cabin, he realized he had misjudged the situation. This was no robbery, it was evidently a landslide. A stretch of the national highway, over 30 meters long, had caved in, and numerous rocks had tumbled down from the surrounding hillsides. His anger subsided as he acknowledged that this was clearly beyond human causation, or at least beyond the capabilities of current human effort. He remained unaware of the specific reasons behind the landslide, nor did he wish to know how it had occurred. The 30-meter obstruction, however, was clearly no barrier to him. In other words, it would not impede the progress of the motorhome. With a change in driving mode, the vehicle took off from its stationary position, effortlessly soaring over the landslide. It then descended back onto the national highway, continuing its journey. On the desolate road, the motorhome's speed steadily increased, leaping from an initial 40 to 80 in an instant. With the numbers continuously rolling, the velocity escalating further. Undoubtedly, Liang Yu was engaged in a thrilling race. As he maintained acceleration, the speed quickly surpassed 100. Liang Yu had no intention of slowing down to him. 100 felt rather moderate. At that moment, Lan Ling entered the driver's cabin, carrying 2 cups of soy milk, intending to urge Liang Yu to take a break and enjoy a cup of his favorite beverage. However, a familiar scene unfolded once more. As Liang Yu noticed an obstacle looming ahead a few hundred meters down the road, instinctively, he began to decelerate, gently tapping the brakes to reduce the motorhome's speed. As they drew nearer to the obstruction, it became apparent that gradual deceleration would not suffice, forcing him to slam the brakes once again. The consequence of this action was that, like that morning, Lan Ling found both cups of soy milk spilling onto her. The pristine white liquid scattered across the floor of the driver's cabin as well. After halting the motorhome, Liang Yu looked at Lan Ling with a hint of remorse. The roles had reversed. He now took out a tissue to wipe the soy milk from her face. However, as he reached her eyes, a sudden shift occurred. He altered his approach. Minutes passed swiftly, and soon, Lan Ling pushed past Liang Yu, dashing towards the dressing room. Once again, the driver's cabin was left with only Liang Yu. He pulled out another tissue to wipe his own face. then turned to confront the culprit that had caused this chaos. This time, several large trees had fallen across the road, and it was evident from the nearby stumps that this was indeed a deliberate act. The marks left by axes and saws were unmistakable. Liang Yu, undeterred, settled back into the driver's seat and took out his handheld gaming device, biding his time as he awaited the appearance of those who obstructed the road. After all, he was ensconced in his RV, immune to the cold, basking in the comfort of food, drink, and entertainment. The only ones restless were the individuals across from him. Thus, Liang Yu continued to wait patiently. Time slipped by, and soon over half an hour had elapsed. Ironically, Liang Yu found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his engagement with the game, he remained vigilant, monitoring the surroundings with the aid of a detector. Yet, the map consistently indicated that there was not a single soul nearby, apart from himself. Chapter 178. The Suspicious Village. Thus, he resolved to wait no longer. Activating the light pillar of the RV, a beam descended, reducing the obstructive trees ahead to ashes. After clearing the impediments, the RV resumed its journey, traversing the national highway at a leisurely pace. This time, Liang Yu opted not to continue driving at high speeds. Instead, he engaged the autopilot and comfortably settled into the driver's seat, engrossed in his handheld gaming device. It soon became evident that Liang Yu's decision was prudent. Had he continued driving, it would have culminated in yet another reckless sprint. However, it was not entirely accurate to label it as reckless driving, for the speed had not even reached 120. In fact, it hardly qualified as fast driving, given the insufficient stretch of road to gain momentum. As was the case now, fallen trees once again obstructed the road, hindering the RV's progress. When the vehicle was less than 50 meters away from the downed trees, the light pillar emitted another beam, obliterating the obstacles. The RV did not halt, smoothly passing through this latest blockade. Yet, after barely 200 meters, more trees appeared in Liang Yu's line of sight, leaving him utterly speechless. Who would engage in such triviality under these circumstances? If it were a highway robbery for resources, that would be one thing. However, if it were not for that, who could possibly find such amusement? Even someone with Liang Yu's capabilities would not stoop to such nonsense. He possessed both the strength and skill to undertake such actions, yet he would not be so bored as to do so. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed something amiss. However, he could no longer dwell on it. He promptly retrieved a drone, intending to survey how many more trees lay ahead. Under his control, the drone ascended to a height of 400 meters, rendering the RV akin to a mere toy in comparison. Even the trees in front of the RV appeared diminutive. The drone then proceeded along the national highway below. As it advanced, Liang Yu found himself counting like an eager student: 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, 14, 15. To his astonishment, there were as many as 15 fallen trees over the next few kilometers. Liang Yu was utterly bewildered. Who on earth could be so bored? He even contemplated flying over this stretch of road entirely. However, as the drone continued its flight, Liang Yu began to comprehend the surrounding terrain. To his increasing understanding, he ultimately uncovered a critical fact. This segment of the national highway was constructed in a spiral, winding manner, situated on the slopes of several mountains. Coincidentally, these mountains encircled a village. It was only through the aerial perspective of the drone that he discovered a path leading to the village amidst the fallen trees. There must have been an entrance where the RV had previously passed, yet it had been deliberately concealed. Had it not been for the drone's vantage point, he would have remained unaware. Even though the navigation map indicated these paths, one would hardly notice them without a closer inspection. This led him to further confirm his suspicions about those who engaged in such trivial pursuits in this area. It was highly likely that they were the surviving villagers. However, what puzzled him was the concealment of the roads leading into the village, which was understandable. Yet, the felled trees obstructing the path were particularly intriguing. Suddenly, another thought occurred to him. There was a village, and there were survivors. Could it be inferred that he might entrust the bothersome girl, Yi, to someone in this place? The more he contemplated this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. Thus, Liang Yu did not hasten his journey. Instead, he maneuvered the drone towards the village. Despite his inclination to offload Yi onto someone else, he held certain principles. It was not as if anyone could be trusted with her. What if he handed her over to Hannibal's heir? The moment he departed, the other party might commence their sinister intentions. That would leave Liang Yu with no explanation to provide to Lanling. Keeping her for a few more days posed no issue in terms of sustenance. His primary concern was that she was a hindrance, particularly after last night. When they were in the bathroom, Yi had opened the door, and Liang Yu had sensed it immediately, even contemplating drawing his weapon. Should the other party harbor intentions of harm towards them, Liang Yu would not hesitate to demonstrate his prowess by emptying a magazine with one hand. Fortunately, Yi had no dangerous thoughts. Otherwise, she might have faced a grim fate last night. At that moment, as Liang Yu gazed at the footage transmitted by the drone, a wave of confusion washed over him once more, prompting him to murmur, "It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Why is there no one in the entire village? If not for the villagers, then who was responsible for this?" While Liang Yu was engulfed in his perplexity, Lan Ling and the little girl Yi entered the cockpit together. Hearing their footsteps, Liang Yu turned to regard their unexpected pairing with a hint of surprise. "Oh, how come you two have come together?" His words made Lan Ling blush anew, recalling the scene from the previous day when they had been caught together by Yi. This memory made her wish to find a hole to hide in. With a discontented glance at Liang Yu, she promptly seated herself on his lap. Yi noticed the vacant passenger seat beside her and took a seat there, glancing around before her gaze settled on the drone's display. After a brief observation, Yi pointed to a corner of the screen and inquired, "Mouse, do you see something strange here?" Upon hearing Yi's words, the two, who had been engrossed in each other, followed her and looked over. Indeed, they spotted a shadow. Just as Liang Yu adjusted the drone to focus and magnify the view for clarity, the figure vanished without a trace. Liang Yu and Lan Ling exchanged puzzled glances. Both bewildered, they had undeniably seen the silhouette, yet in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. One might misinterpret a situation, yet the likelihood of two individuals making the same error diminishes significantly. Furthermore, with the addition of Yi, Liang Yu felt increasingly convinced that there indeed was a figure just moments ago. The location where the shadow was spotted was not far from the village. Thus, he turned to Lan Ling and elucidated, gesturing towards the settlement. "It is likely that someone from this village ventured out in search of supplies." After Liang Yu's explanation, Lan Ling began to ponder the plausibility of this assertion. However, Yi's exclamation interrupted Liang Yu once more. "Mouse, mouse, look over there." Upon hearing Yi's voice, Liang Yu followed the direction of her small hand, yet this time, he saw nothing. Noticing Liang Yu's perplexed expression as he turned to her, Yi grew anxious and hastily began to clarify. There was truly something there just now. Chapter 179. Stay. Yi was indeed not lying. She had genuinely seen something perched upon the tree. Observing the little girl before him, who was incessantly providing explanations, Liang Yu found no reason to doubt her honesty. There was no necessity for her to fabricate a story merely to attract his and Lan Ling's attention. Thus, it was highly probable that there was indeed something in the tree moments ago. As for animals, he dismissed the notion of birds, believing it impossible for any avian creature to survive in these conditions. This was not a scene from a science fiction film where frozen birds awaken after thawing. Such notions were utterly absurd. Once frozen solid, they would be irretrievably dead, much like the large yellow fish from the zoo that perished upon thawing. Without considering birds, Liang Yu genuinely could not fathom what creature might inhabit such lofty branches. Nonetheless, he understood that this was not an appropriate place for Yi to disembark. He was preparing to retract the drone and distance himself from the village when Lan Ling interrupted his actions. With a cheerful grin, she queried, "Let me guess. Are you planning to leave?" Liang Yu looked at her in surprise, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Her subsequent words confirmed his apprehensions. "Take a look. That road by the sea is certainly impassable. Therefore, since we've encountered something so intriguing, why not stay and observe? The journey here has been utterly tedious, filled with those insipid individuals." Liang Yu's expression darkened, internally grumbling. How can you be so certain this is not man-made? What else could it be besides humans? Surely it isn't a relative of that Titanoboa. Despite his mental protests, he could empathize with Lan Ling. Before their departure, she had been cooped up indoors, hardly stepping out. Finally able to travel, what had they encountered? Aside from a brief excursion around the zoo, the rest of their time had been confined within the RV. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Now, with an enticing matter at hand, he decided to indulge her curiosity, for she was, after all, his cherished girl. Thus, Liang Yu handed the drone's control to Lan Ling, who settled against him as if he were a cushion. Finding her position uncomfortable, she tilted her head back to gaze up at him. "Hey, I'm tired. Could you adjust my position to make it more comfortable?" Liang Yu, hearing her request, could only oblige, lifting her gently and adjusting his posture before cradling her in his arms. With a playful tone, he whispered in her ear, "Congratulations, dear user. You have activated the hidden feature of this seat, a complete comfort massage service." With that, his hands, eager to provide comfort, rested upon Lan Ling's thigh. "Allow me to offer you a massage, dear guest." Lan Ling harbored no aversion towards these matters. She merely wished to maintain some semblance of dignity in front of Yi. Moreover, her attire today, a qipao, had been painstakingly selected by Liang Yu. Although her height presented a slight flaw, rendering the outfit less than ideal, she had promised Liang Yu to acquiesce to her choices. Thus, Lan Ling could only whisper softly into Liang Yu's ear, cautioning him to be mindful of his antics. as Yi was present, and she preferred not to witness any inappropriate behavior. Liang Yu's mischievous voice once again graced Lan Ling's ear, albeit this time at a deliberately hushed volume. Are you suggesting that as long as Yi is absent, I am free to indulge myself? Lan Ling merely shot him a glance, her attention fixated on the footage relayed by the drone in her hand, while her mind silently berated him. You insufferable oaf. Aren't you usually indulging yourself at my expense? Yet, such thoughts were not one she would voice in Yi's presence. She redirected her focus entirely to the drone, observing the snow-laden scenery of the woods outside, which, despite being blanketed in white, felt refreshingly novel compared to the confines of the RV. Meanwhile, Yi, having been overlooked by the two, felt a pang of exclusion. Though seated in the front passenger seat, she sensed a disconnect, as if she were in a different realm from the two. Suddenly, she felt rather superfluous. Yi could not fathom why such thoughts emerged, as if conjured from thin air. However, upon hearing Liang Yu mention giving Lan Ling a massage, her spirits lifted. This was a skill she possessed. She often gave her parents massages after their workdays. The thought of her parents brought a flicker of melancholy. Yet, she quickly rallied her spirits, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she regarded the affectionate duo. Summoning her courage, she called out to them, Mousy and sister, Yi can also give massages. I used to do it for my mom and dad, and they always praised me for my technique. Regrettably, Liang Yu's attention remained fixated on his own desires, masquerading his intentions under the guise of a massage, evident from Lan Ling's expression. Despite being preoccupied, Lan Ling turned her gaze towards Yi and said, Yi, why don't you help yourself to some snacks over there? Or if you're bored, you can find Mario to play with. But do remember to stay close to the vehicle. Upon hearing Lan Ling's words, Yi understood that the two before her were akin to her parents. They were engrossed in their own activities, with little time to spare for her companionship. After casting another glance at them, Yi reluctantly stepped down from the passenger seat, donned her little shoes, and, feeling somewhat dejected, retreated to the RV in search of Mario. As Yi prepared to leave, Liang Yu contemplated calling out to her to remind her to close the door. But he hesitated. Though he was not particularly fond of the girl, he recognized that such a gesture might be hurtful. Thus, he resigned himself to merely watching her depart. After Yi departed, Liang Yu found himself adorned with a protective arm guard. From this arm guard extended a long mechanical arm, which he deftly maneuvered to shut the door. Yet, feeling a sense of insecurity, he proceeded to lock it, ensuring that Yi could not open it from the outside. Blue Ling was aware of the noise from the door closing, and just as Liang Yu was poised to take further action, she interrupted him. No more antics. We'll discuss this tonight. This is not the appropriate moment. With that, Blue Ling redirected her focus to the drone. Initially, she anticipated Liang Yu would temper his behavior. To her surprise, he became even more audacious following her remark. A peculiar sensation surged within her at that moment. Just then, the drone's feed revealed something unexpected, prompting Blue Ling to exclaim, Stop! Stop! There's something happening with the drone. Chapter 180. The captive foreigners. Upon hearing Lan Ling mention an anomaly with the drone, Liang Yu refrained from taking further action. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the screen, where 5 figures had indeed materialized. It appeared that 2 groups were involved, as one individual was evidently bound to a wooden pole, while the other carried him forward. This scene evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Liang Yu, reminiscent of the times in his hometown when he would slaughter pigs and sheep to celebrate festivals. The way the livestock was bound mirrored the situation before him, with the man suspended like a sacrificial animal. As the 4 men continued to advance with their burden, Liang Yu softly urged for a zoom in. However, it was unnecessary, as Lan Ling was already executing the same action. The image gradually enlarged, revealing more clarity. To Liang Yu's surprise, they were not simply transporting one person. The distinctive attire of the 4 men became increasingly apparent. Although their clothing was obscured, their headgear was unmistakably characteristic of a certain ethnic minority. This raised a pressing question. What had the captured individuals done to warrant such treatment? Typically, arrests do not occur in such a manner. According to the ideological education Liang Yu had received, aside from the notorious hat uncle cases, most apprehensions involved binding the suspects' hands behind their back. This overt display of carrying away individuals reminded him of an earlier encounter. The 2 captives bore a striking resemblance to offerings used in ancient rituals, much like how livestock was once carried to altars for sacrifice. A troubling thought crossed Liang Yu's mind. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a living sacrifice? Yet, Lan Ling remained blissfully unaware of the implications. Liang Yu pondered whether he should alert her, for this was no trivial matter. Although he could not ascertain with complete certainty that a human sacrifice was taking place, the likelihood was alarmingly high. Typically, such rituals occurred at night or around noon. And given the current time, It seemed rather early. As he observed Lan Ling's enthusiastic engagement with the drone footage, a sense of recognition washed over him. He gently pinched her arm, urging, "Wait, restore the image. I feel like I've seen this place before." Prompted by his words and the affectionate nudge, Lan Ling reverted the screen to its original size. As the image reconstituted, Liang Yu finally grasped the complete landscape. No wonder it felt familiar. The location was less than 500 meters from the side of their camper. Lan Ling seemed to have realized this as well. Turning her head to look at Liang Yu with a clear inquiry, did he wish to rescue the two individuals? However, Liang Yu feigned ignorance. As he met her gaze, he leaned in to kiss her, only to hear her playful question, "Are you done yet?" This compelled Liang Yu, who was gnawing away, to promptly release his grip. "Ahem. My apologies. I couldn't help myself. What can I say? The person in my arms stirs desires I cannot contain." As a result, Lan Ling retrieved a tissue to wipe away the saliva Liang Yu had left on his face. How unrefined. Let us cease the jesting. You should articulate what we ought to do. Should we save this person or not? Liang Yu, upon hearing this, wearily rubbed his forehead. Very well, very well. Since you have spoken, we must indeed intervene. However, I must make it abundantly clear, while I am willing to save a life, I shall not permit them into the vehicle. One young girl is already enough of a nuisance. At that moment, Lan Ling revealed a mischievous grin akin to Liang Yu's. One could only say that they are indeed well matched, sharing the same bed. Go on, save them. I assure you, there is a delightful surprise in store. Upon hearing the word surprise, Liang Yu instinctively felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He quickly interjected, No. I have no need for any surprises." Hearing Liang Yu's protest, Lan Ling feigned regret. "Alas, what a shame. I just happened to notice that among the two captives, one has golden hair. Isn't that to your liking?" He then resumed his theatrical antics. "Perhaps, once saved, I shall be cast aside, forced to subsist on your leftovers each day. Who knows? If your mood were to sour, you might come to chastise me." "Oh, woe is me, how pitiful." Liang Yu, once again engulfed in frustration, sighed. Enough. Spare me your antics. I have already sent Mario to rescue them. Aren't you usually engrossed in video games? When did you start indulging in these palace intrigue dramas?" What Liang Yu received in response was Lan Ling sticking out his tongue in a playful grimace. "Mind your own business. I am often so bored. And you refuse to indulge me in anything else. It's always the same. After a while, it loses its novelty." Then, pointing at the drone's feed, he exclaimed, "Look, isn't there one right there? I consent to your bringing back the golden-haired individual, and allow me to experience the feeling of being the favored one." At this, Liang Yu silently extended his left hand, placing his middle finger against his thumb. He then positioned his hand before Lan Ling's forehead, delivering a playful flick. "What nonsense are you up to? I have already stated that while I am willing to save a life, they cannot enter the vehicle. Are you intending to find me a concubine? Do you find my affections too abundant?" Lan Ling merely turned his head away, muttering softly. Liang Yu could only hear the word satisfaction. The rest was lost on him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mario had arrived before the four men. However, facing Mario, armed with a submachine gun, the four did not exhibit any signs of fear. More accurately, they displayed no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. The four corporeal beings regarded the lifelong equality device in Mario's hand as if it were non-existent. The two individuals in the cockpit also discerned this peculiar situation. They observed as the four men, in perfect synchrony, placed the two lifted individuals gently on the ground. They advanced steadily towards the gun-wielding Mario. Ultimately, the four positioned themselves at each corner, forming a square that encircled Mario. Throughout this unfolding drama, Liang Yu refrained from instructing Mario to fire his weapon, instead seeking to comprehend the intentions of their adversaries. However, what transpired next left Lan Ling and Liang Yu in sheer astonishment. The four extended their left hands and removed the gloves they wore. What was revealed were left hands with but 3 remaining fingers. Each of the four displayed this peculiar characteristic. In that moment, they opened their mouths and inserted one of the fingers from their left hands into their mouths. Chapter 181. The most worrisome event has occurred. He then bit off one of his own fingers from his left hand, skillfully wrapping the wound with a strip of cloth from his arm. While chewing on his severed digit, he readied himself to launch an attack against Mario. Witnessing such an astonishing act, Liang Yu found himself at a loss for words, particularly at the sight of someone so easily biting through their own finger. Was it truly so simple to sever a finger? There were numerous aspects to critique, and Liang Yu was unsure where to begin. Although this group was undeniably peculiar compared to ordinary individuals, upon reflection, they were merely a reflection of their nature. A finger could be severed and would bleed. This is the essence of carbon-based life forms. However, even the mightiest of carbon-based beings harbored a fear of firearms. This brings to mind the absurdity often portrayed in certain animated series, where high school students are depicted as the strongest on Earth, unperturbed by bullets, and capable of dismantling tanks with their bare hands. To illustrate, consider the simplest of constructions. Bending a 25mm diameter HRB 400 rebar requires approximately 680 tons of force. Yes, 680. The unit is tons, not kilograms or pounds. It is not an exaggeration to state that such strength is beyond human capability. Therefore, when confronted with such carbon-based entities, a mere pull of the trigger typically suffices to resolve the situation. In response to the encirclement of 4 men, Mario acted upon Liang Yu's command. Aiming at one man's head, he fired a single shot. No flamboyant maneuvers, just a straightforward execution. Liang Yu was curious about the nature of these extraordinary beings. After that shot, there was no descent. The man fell straight into the snow. Upon witnessing the fallen figure, Lan Ling queried Liang Yu, "Really? He just went down like that? I thought he had some formidable buff, but it turns out to be just a single shot?" This time, it was Liang Yu's turn to roll his eyes. "What nonsense is this? Buffs? Which of your eyes saw him casting any buffs?" He could only mimic the gesture of a middle finger against his thumb, delivering a playful smack to Lan Ling's head. "Look, I'm the one giving you a buff. How's that for effectiveness? Buffs? Have you been playing too many games and lost touch with reality? There are no buffs here." Lan Ling merely pouted. "I was just joking." The two then redirected their focus to the drone footage. One of the 4 men had been shot by Mario, yet the remaining 3 displayed no emotion. Resembling a soulless Mario, the trio charged towards Mario, who, with both hands on his weapon, turned and began firing at them in rapid succession. Before they could even close the distance, they had already collapsed onto the ground. Subsequently, he executed a series of decisive shots, 2 to the chest and 1 to the head of each of the 4 individuals. Such a scene rendered Liang Yu rather disinterested. He even harbored a faint hope that those fallen might rise again, though that was merely a wishful thought. Had Mario not struck a fatal blow, there was a chance they could regain their footing. However, as it turned out, Mario had subsequently delivered a fatal stab, leaving no possibility for survival. Once these individuals were dealt with, Mario approached the 2 captives who had been taken as sacrifices. Yet, he did not immediately untie them, opting instead to turn them over. As anticipated, in accordance with Lan Ling's earlier assertion, one of them was indeed a blonde foreigner, colloquially referred to as a golden monkey. The other was a conventionally attired Asian woman. However, it appeared that both were in a rather poor state, having lapsed into unconsciousness. With no alternative, Liang Yu instructed Mario to carry them back along with the makeshift stretcher. Liang Yu then recalled that the girl, Lan Ling, showed no inclination to move, still treating him as a human cushion. Not wishing to disrupt this tranquility, Liang Yu relinquished his intention to rise. Consequently, he released another version of Mario to construct an insulated room near the RV. As Mario 2 progressed with the construction, Mario 1 returned, bearing the 2 captives. Without untying them, he immediately joined in the assembly of the insulated room by swiftly assembling the insulating panels. The task was completed in no time through the collaboration of the 2 Marios. Once the captives were brought into the room, a stove was erected in the designated area, allowing for their bindings to be removed. At this moment, Liang Yu lifted Lan Ling and placed her in the driver's seat, stretching lazily. He glanced back at her, pondering whether she wished to accompany him. "I think you might be quite curious," he mused. To his surprise, Lan Ling responded with an unexpectedly emphatic refusal. "No. What would I go for? I might as well use the drone to explore." She then promptly thought of the control terminal on the 2nd floor. Setting down her drone and embracing Liang Yu with tear-filled eyes. "Big oaf, can I go play with the mecha on the 2nd floor?" she implored, shaking him insistently. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Liang Yu could only produce an access card and hand it over. "Here you go. But remember, no mischief. If anything arises, come find me immediately." After receiving the access card for the 2nd floor room, Lan Ling planted a quick kiss on Liang Yu's cheek before dashing upstairs. "Take your time, and if possible, bring back a little sister for me too." Hearing this, Liang Yu was left astounded, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. Was she simply bored? Having watched too many palace dramas, and now wishing to experiment with reality? Upon reflection, it indeed seems plausible. Shaking his head, he dispelled these thoughts. Approaching the door of the RV, he checked his protective gear. Satisfied that all was in order, Liang Yu descended from the vehicle. Upon entering the temperature-controlled room, he discovered that the blonde foreigner had already awakened. She regarded him with a vigilant expression, yet her demeanor towards the nearby twin, Mario, was considerably more relaxed. However, upon noticing the white coat she wore, a sense of foreboding washed over him once more. "You two are the ones I rescued. There is no need for such wariness towards me. Furthermore, I presume that the white coat signifies your profession as a doctor." For a moment, Liang Yu neglected to consider whether she comprehended his words. Yet, He soon received a response from the blonde woman, clearly indicating her understanding. Sir, thank you for saving me. You may call me Rosal, or simply Rosa. As for my profession, I must apologize. I am not a doctor. Chapter 182. Indeed. It is a snake's den. When Liang Yu realized that the individual before him was not a doctor, he understood that he had stumbled into trouble once again. He gazed hopefully at Rosal. Rosal, is it? Upon hearing her name called, she nodded in acknowledgement. Since you claim not to be a doctor, why then are you wearing a white coat? What is your profession? From seemingly nowhere, Rosala produced a badge and handed it to him. I am a researcher, specializing in biological studies. Upon seeing the identification and hearing her words, the anxiety that had gripped Liang Yu's heart finally subsided. What a predicament this was. It turned out that the person he had hoped would save him was indeed a source of trouble. A researcher in biology, this was undeniably a cause for concern. It reminded him of the incidents at the zoo, where there was likely a subterranean research facility. He could hardly dismiss the thought that they might belong to the same technology company. Recalling the name of the researcher from that time, Liang Yu suddenly posed a question that startled Rosal, who had been observing him intently. Do you know a researcher named Tang Xin? The abruptness of his inquiry left Rosal somewhat perplexed, yet she recognized the name. She candidly replied to her savior, I have heard of Tang Xin, though I am not well acquainted with him. If you are looking for him, my colleague should know more. She gestured towards the unconscious woman nearby. Upon hearing her words, Liang Yu quickly deduced that these individuals were likely researchers from the same organization. There could hardly be worse news. His curiosity surged. He was desperate to discern the nature of their research. The earlier encounter with the red-haired golden monkey had been manageable, but he feared that the elusive juvenile titan python might also have originated from this place. With a sudden thought, he remarked, your research must be related to snakes, correct? Instinctively, Rosala responded, how did you know? Immediately realizing her slip, she covered her mouth in shock. Having received confirmation, Liang Yu was eager to locate the source of this menace. He longed to inquire about the whereabouts of their research base and whether there was still time for a tactical strike. However, he quickly dismissed the thought and turned his attention to the other unconscious individual. Rosala followed his gaze and explained, she has been poisoned by snake venom. I currently lack the serum to treat her, so her survival depends solely on her own resilience. Listening to Rosala's explanation, Liang Yu understood that the sparse population of foreigners was not without reason. One factor was reckless behavior, and the other, he surmised, was likely this. If one cannot be saved, they must endure. It entirely depends on the resilience of the individual. Those lacking fortitude have already departed this world. This situation underscores the merits of one's own nation. There is a saying here, do your utmost, and leave the rest to fate. Thus, Liang Yu retrieved the unused healing spray from his pocket. As for its efficacy, he was genuinely uncertain. However, the spray's composition was derived from a diluted medical kit, which likely held the potential to save her. Approaching the unconscious woman with raven hair, his companion Mario assisted in prying her mouth open. Liang Yu proceeded to administer the spray into her mouth for a duration of 10 seconds, estimating that this amount would suffice. After applying the spray, he waited approximately 2 minutes until she began to awaken. Upon regaining consciousness, instead of crying out, she retreated to a corner, warily observing those in the room. Meanwhile, Rosalia offered no words of comfort, indicating that their relationship was rather strained. Otherwise, the newly awakened woman would not have remained silent upon regaining her senses. After a few more minutes, observing no extreme reactions from the raven-haired woman, Liang Yu finally recounted the events that had transpired. After listening to him, she remained silent, as if weighing the truth of his words. Eventually, she spoke. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have perished tonight. My name is Sulan. She then glanced at Rosalia before adding, like that fellow, I am also a researcher. Liang Yu, taken aback, looked at Sulan. She then clarified, no need for surprise. I overheard your earlier conversation. Tang Xin is indeed with the same company as us, though my interactions with him have been minimal. Should you seek information about him from me, I fear you will be disappointed. Disappointed? Not at all, Liang Yu responded, for he had never intended to inquire about Tang Xin. His current focus lay on understanding the situation surrounding the mountains. He pointed below, asking, so, what exactly have you discovered? And can you explain the identities of those who captured you? Noticing Su Lan's hesitation, Liang Yu turned his gaze towards Rosalia. Ladies, I am your savior. It is not unreasonable for me to seek clarity on this matter. Rosalia, with a smile, looked at Su Lan. Since you are so hesitant to speak, allow me to elaborate. There is nothing too alarming. Our research involves the fusion of human and serpent genes. You must be familiar with the myths of your country, particularly that of Niwa, who is depicted as a being with a human body and a serpent's tail. Liang Yu gazed at her in astonishment. Have you succeeded? Simultaneously, Su Lan interjected, "Be quiet." Yet, undeterred by Su Lan's reaction, Rosalia continued to elucidate for Liang Yu. Not quite a success. Under our nurturing, it has merely taken on a preliminary form. Other data remain elusive, as we were soon met with torrential rains and frigid waves. The one who captures us is none other than that experimental subject. Additionally, dear sister, allow me to offer you a forewarning. Entering this place is akin to stepping into a serpent's den. Countless serpents lie in slumber within the laboratory, yet they could awaken at any moment. At this juncture, Rosalia cast another glance at Su Lan. Sister, this is all I know. Perhaps you should see if Su Lan has anything to add. With that, she effectively passed the remainder of the conversation to Su Lan. However, Liang Yu had gleaned enough from the previous remarks to understand the situation, yet it was the mention of serpents that piqued his concern. Countless? Just how many could that possibly entail? This left him feeling somewhat uncertain. Chapter 183, not a sacrifice, but reproduction. This led his gaze to Su Lan, hoping to glean answers from her. Su Lan, sensing the scrutiny of both individuals, sighed helplessly. After all, she had already spoken, so what difference would it make? As for why she did not intervene during Rosalia's narration, she was neither foolish nor blind. She was acutely aware of the two individuals beside her. She even believed that if she were to exhibit any unusual behavior, the two would promptly restrain her. The serpents were likely still in hibernation, and as long as there was no significant disturbance, they would remain dormant. Since you saved me, I shall offer you a piece of advice. Depart from this place swiftly. Furthermore, be particularly wary of the parasitic serpents, which we refer to as bean sprout snakes. I trust you have a rough understanding of the implications. Much like the slender form of a bean sprout, they take residence within the human brain. Those who captured us were hosts to these bean sprout snakes. At this point, Liang Yu seemed to piece together the situation. He quickly interjected, "So, the serpent beings you studied can command these snakes? And essentially, everyone in this region, aside from you, is either dead or under the control of the serpent beings." Su Lan regarded Liang Yu with newfound admiration in her eyes, impressed by his deductive reasoning. Indeed, the serpent beings can indeed exert control over the snakes. To put it another way, we have created the king of the serpents. However, we are not the only survivors. We merely ventured to the research facility in search of sustenance and were captured. At that moment, Liang Yu produced a pouch of realgar powder from his pocket, curiosity prompting him to inquire of Su Lan, "Did the serpents in your research facility still fear realgar?" Su Lan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Having formed a rough assessment of him, somewhat educated, yet not particularly astute, as evidenced by his question. Nevertheless, she took the time to explain. Snakes do not fear realgar per se. Realgar is a mineral containing sulfur and arsenic, to which snakes exhibit heightened sensitivity. They are also responsive to other pungent substances, such as alcohol and tobacco. Given the choice, snakes will avoid these materials. However, if cornered, these substances are not particularly effective. With Su Lan's elucidation, Liang Yu grasped the situation and handed the pouch of realgar powder to one of the Mario individuals, instructing him to sprinkle it around the house and the RV. Concerned about the quantity, he produced 2 more pouches and entrusted them to Mario. After Liang Yu had presented 3 pouches of realgar powder, both Rosalia and Su Lan expressed curiosity regarding the contents of his pockets. Yet, recognizing their precarious situation, they refrained from probing further. Both women were astute enough not to request food from Liang Yu. Although hunger gnawed at them, they were capable of enduring it. Just then, Rosalia's stomach betrayed her with an untimely growl of hunger. The atmosphere in the room became decidedly awkward. At that moment, Liang Yu stood up and exited the room, returning directly to the camper van to avoid being seen. He retrieved some bread, bottled mineral water, a kettle for boiling water over the flames, and 3 plastic cups. He placed these items in a bag and carried it back to the insulated room. Upon entering, he set the bag down beside the stove, filled the kettle with mineral water, and placed it over the fire to boil. Observing the 2 individuals nearby who had yet to touch the food, Liang Yu tossed the bread into their laps, urging them to eat. Internally, he thought, "Go on, eat quickly. Only then can you answer my questions." After all, the tactic of softening mouths with food was undeniably effective. The 2, after a moment's hesitation, tore open the packaging and began to eat. It was not that they believed Liang Yu would poison them, but rather that escape was no longer an option. Why not fill their stomachs first? Thus, they disregarded any semblance of decorum, devouring the bread voraciously before Liang Yu poured each of them a cup of the heated water. They accepted it without hesitation, testing the temperature before drinking it down in one go. Soon, only a few pieces of bread remained from the large bag Liang Yu had brought, and they finally felt satiated, cradling cups of steaming water and sipping it slowly. Seeing that they were well fed and satisfied, Liang Yu decided to abandon his reticence. "Now that you are full, allow me to satisfy my final curiosity. What were they capturing you for?" Surely, it wasn't merely for sustenance. This time, Su Lan remained silent. And it was Rosalia who spoke up to explain. Little brother, let me address this. I suspect she feels somewhat shy about it. What could possibly be the purpose of capturing us? The serpent people tend towards animalistic behavior, and the nature of animals is to reproduce. Tell me, what could we possibly do after being captured? We would simply be used as breeding vessels for the serpent people's propagation. The juxtaposition of the terms serpent people and propagation left Liang Yu somewhat puzzled. So, is that serpent man male? And can he actually reproduce offspring through mating? At this juncture, the previously silent Su Lan interjected. In theory, it should be possible, but we have yet to experiment, so we cannot be certain. All we can say is that, should pregnancy occur, it is highly likely that the offspring would be human infants. There remains a slight chance they could be serpent people. But this is merely theoretical, lacking sufficient data for substantiation. After hearing Su Lan's words, Liang Yu found himself contemplating a critical question. Should he kill the serpent man, or spare him? If he chose not to kill, it was conceivable that, years hence, they could reproduce and form a serpent people tribe. Yet, it was likely that these serpent people would exist in a state of hostility towards normal humans. As Liang Yu pondered the dilemma of whether to kill or spare, his mind suddenly drifted back to the childhood memory of the colossal Titan python. He then turned to the two women, recapitulating the encounter with the Titan python in a cursory manner, seeking to glean some clues or insights from their expressions. However, all he discerned from their faces was astonishment. Yet, it was Su Lan who provided him with a fragment of information. The Titan python? I believe I've heard mention of it before. It should be one of our company's projects. I never anticipated they would truly bring it to fruition. Liang Yu felt a sense of exasperation. So, dear sister, your surprise stems from this revelation? It seems you were already aware of this matter. At that moment, Rosalia also shared her own knowledge. This shouldn't be. I recall that they claimed to have successfully cultivated it over a year ago. How could it possibly be so small now? Chapter 184. The discovery of the serpent man. This statement was one that Liang Yu could not simply disregard. The cultivation had been successfully achieved a year prior. It was inconceivable that it could be so diminutive. His emotions were somewhat heightened. At this moment, Liang Yu stepped in front of Rosalia, grasping her shoulders with both hands. Are you certain? What you just mentioned implies that there is not merely one Titan python, but rather another of even more colossal proportions? Rosalia did not comprehend Liang Yu's agitation, yet she nodded affirmatively. Indeed, logically, it is impossible for it to be merely the 10 meters you described. However, you need not worry. It might have perished from the cold long ago. Listening to Rosalia's nonchalant reassurance, Liang Yu felt a sense of uncertainty. Under ordinary circumstances, he might not have panicked. The moment such a creature appeared, the state could retaliate with precision. If they desired, there would be nothing left but ash. However, the situation was different now. Many weapons were either frozen or rendered inoperative. In the absence of adequate weaponry, such a colossal python would undoubtedly reign supreme in its domain. The thought of this caused Liang Yu a headache. It appeared he needed to find a location to deploy his cybernetic forces. After all, he now believed in another adage: fear arises solely from a lack of firepower. As for how to deal with the two individuals before him, Liang Yu had not yet formulated a plan, leaving Mario to monitor them. He exited the insulated room once more. After glancing into the distance and hesitating for a moment, he returned to the mobile unit. Upon entering, before even reaching the driver's compartment, he encountered the frantic Blue Ling rushing towards him. She immediately delivered a powerful impact to his abdomen, causing Liang Yu to feel as if he might regurgitate his breakfast. Blue Ling, momentarily flustered, could only gently pat his stomach with her small hands in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Once he had regained his composure, Liang Yu posed a crucial question. How did you manage to collide with my abdomen so precisely? Normally, one would expect such an impact to occur at the chest. At this, Blue Ling appeared somewhat embarrassed, her speech becoming hesitant. Actually, I was just nearby, hoping to surprise you. I miscalculated my control the first time, which is why. Upon hearing her explanation, Liang Yu chose to selectively forget the incident, pretending it had never occurred. He then inquired, so, what is this surprise you mentioned? Please do not tell me you have mastered the rocket head but from Pokemon. If that is the case, I shall have to take immediate action against you. Oh, no. I mean to enforce the family rules. At this juncture, Blue Ling perked up. Don't misunderstand. It's not the enforcement of family rules that excites me. Rather, it is the surprise I discovered. Before you left, I took the first machine for a joyride. Guess what I found? Her enthusiasm was palpable, as if she had unearthed a new continent and was eager to share her discovery with Liang Yu. Observing Lan Ling's excited expression, he couldn't help but think that such a coincidence seemed rather unlikely. Yet, instinctively, it appeared to be true. At that moment, Lan Ling resembled a discoverer unveiling a new world. It was difficult for him not to connect this newfound knowledge of the serpent people residing in the mountains. I bet you have no idea what I've uncovered. I dare say that if this matter were to surface, it would undoubtedly dominate the trending searches. Upon hearing this, it was evident that the serpent people were indeed not far off. However, Liang Yu feigned ignorance, awaiting Lan Ling's revelation. While soaring through the skies, I encountered the serpent people, not the ones clad in costumes, but the authentic beings with a human upper body and a serpent lower body. Yet, Liang Yu's reaction appeared somewhat subdued. Did you already know about this? Is that why you seem utterly unfazed? At this, Liang Yu hastily adopted a look of astonishment. No, I simply didn't react in time. I am indeed surprised. However, it was clear from Lan Ling's demeanor that he did not believe the words spoken. Pouting in discontent, he remarked, "Do you realize you have a rather bad habit? Whenever you intend to lie or are in the midst of a falsehood, your hand instinctively touches your nose." Liang Yu was genuinely unaware of such a quirk. "I merely learned about the existence of the serpent people slightly before you did. Nevertheless, I truly have never encountered a serpent person. Moreover, I did not wish to dampen your enthusiasm, which is why I pretended to be oblivious." Lan Ling understood this. Recalling how Liang Yu had always behaved in this manner, he simply stated, "Next time, don't do that." And with that, the matter was put to rest. Soon after, the two arrived at the cockpit. Liang Yu calmly opened the map of the area, while Lan Ling appeared somewhat anxious, swiftly pushing Liang Yu into the pilot's seat and positioning herself before the map. Unfortunately, she hadn't yet had the chance to pinpoint the location of the serpent people when Liang Yu abruptly drew her into his embrace. This action provoked Lan Ling's discontent. "Stop fooling around. How am I supposed to mark the location on the map like this?" Noticing Lan Ling's complaints due to her inability to reach the map, Liang Yu promptly moved it closer. "Did you not expect that the map could be moved?" Lan Ling refrained from responding to Liang Yu and immediately marked a location on the map. Then she identified her current position, continually recalling the direction she had taken after leaving. Liang Yu observed her actions without interruption, instead smiling to himself, focused on her recollections. Lan Ling had no time to ponder Liang Yu's amusement. Once, twice, thrice. After 3 attempts to recall, the final position, while somewhat distant from the red dot, was generally in the vicinity, not deviating too far. She then turned to Liang Yu and said, "When I'm engaged in serious work, could you refrain from causing distractions? Now quickly tell me, what were you laughing about just now?" Liang Yu playfully pinched Lan Ling's cheek, grinning as he replied, "I think it's better if you remain unaware." This piqued Lan Ling's curiosity immensely. "Quickly, tell me, what else is there that I cannot know? If you remain silent, I shall ensure you sleep alone tonight." Yet, Liang Yu uttered not a word, instead pushing the map away slightly, then extending a finger to point at it. A prominent red dashed line appeared upon the map, its trajectory strikingly reminiscent of the route she had just recalled. Notably, the endpoint of this dashed line was adjacent to the red that she had marked. At that moment, Lan Ling could no longer feign ignorance regarding the nature of the dashed line before her. Her displeasure was immediate. "You sly pig. I knew there was a reason for your incessant laughter. You had flight records all along. Why didn't you reveal this sooner? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you find it amusing to watch me flounder like a fool?" Chapter 185, Strategies Against the Serpent People. At this moment, Liang Yu gently turned Lan Ling over and embraced her, whispering casually in her ear, "Is it not the case that this charming girl in my arms has incited a desire to tease her? All right, do not be angry," he continued. Yet, Lan Ling feigned annoyance, expressing her dissatisfaction with a firm tone. "Very well, but that access card belongs to me for the time being. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss." Upon hearing this, Liang Yu quickly grasped her intentions. She was keen on the access card. After contemplating for a moment, he acquiesced. "All right, but as I mentioned before, no dangerous actions are permitted. Furthermore, you are strictly prohibited from bringing that little girl along." It was only when Liang Yu mentioned the little girl, that he realized he had not seen her for quite some time. Additionally, Lan Ling recalled that Mario, who was supposed to look after had been assigned elsewhere. Concerned, Lan Ling posed a question. Wouldn't be in any trouble, would she? However, Liang Yu was not particularly worried. As long as she wasn't inflicting harm upon herself in the vehicle, she would likely be safe. Nonetheless, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Liang Yu decided to check on Mario's situation. The other Mario had returned to the RV and was with as he felt a tinge of apprehension. Although she had not exhibited any alarming behavior, his absence from the vehicle made him uneasy about potential mishaps. In short, Liang Yu harbored distrust towards the little girl. Fortunately, the feedback from Mario indicated that everything was normal. Was currently engrossed in fairy tale books in the library. After relaying this information to Lan Ling, she finally felt at ease. With EE's situation resolved, Liang Yu turned his attention to the map before him, rhythmically tapping the armrest of his seat. The regular sound of his tapping resonated within the confines of the driver's cabin. Thud, thud, thud. As time passed, Liang Yu's tapping grew increasingly frequent, creating an incessant thumping that finally became unbearable for Lan Stop. You must cease this immediately. No more tapping, she exclaimed. Didn't you bring back 2 individuals? Go consult with them instead of incessantly drumming here. It's quite irritating. Realizing the validity of her statement, Liang Yu acknowledged that the researchers would undoubtedly possess more pertinent information than he did. He had momentarily lost his focus, believing he could resolve everything independently while minimizing disruptions. With this revelation, he exited the RV once more. Upon entering the insulated room, he found the 2 individuals huddled around the stove for warmth. Their surprise at his arrival was palpable, accompanied by a hint of tension. Liang Yu wasted no time and straightforwardly articulated his thoughts and objectives. I have come primarily to inquire of you both regarding the serpents and serpent people in this area. Surely, as their researchers, you must possess considerable knowledge on how to combat them. However, Rosalia's reaction was somewhat excessive. Let us not jest. I believe you must be aware that the temperature is steadily rising. According to our projections, within approximately a week, the temperature should return to above 0. This is the hallmark of our institute. How could we allow you to destroy it? Liang Yu merely smiled at Rosalia's naive thoughts and shifted his gaze to Su Lan beside him. I trust you are not as foolish as she is and surely comprehend the gravity of the situation. Should the temperature indeed rise, matters would become even more troublesome. The state would undoubtedly need to restore order, which would delay these affairs significantly. When the time comes, managing them will pose a considerable challenge. It was evident that Su Lan was also acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation. If it came to that, the serpent people would likely have formed a substantial community. Su Lan was well aware of their reproductive capabilities. Upon seeing Su Lan nod, Rosalia immediately lunged forward, grasping Su Lan by the collar with both hands. Have you gone mad? This is the culmination of our efforts, she exclaimed. They may hold greater value than mere corpses. They could even facilitate human evolution. To Liang Yu, Rosalia's current demeanor resembled that of a deranged scientist, acting with complete disregard for the consequences. Mario approached from behind Rosalia, his arms slipping under hers. He bent his arms upward, pulling Rosalia away from Su Lan, although Mario held her aside, limiting her physical movements. Rosalia's incessant chatter did not cease. Liang Yu walked over, ignoring the restrained Rosalia, and extended his right hand toward the fallen Su Lan. After a moment's hesitation, Su Lan reached out, firmly grasping Liang Yu's outstretched hand. With a strong pull, Liang Yu helped the fallen Su Lan to his feet. The two ignored the restrained Rosalia as they moved to the other side of the furnace to deliberate their next plans. After more than 10 minutes, Liang Yu received a satisfactory answer from Su Lan. Meanwhile, Rosalia appeared notably subdued, no longer shouting or making a scene. She resembled a soulless puppet, her eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. Su Lan, witnessing Rosalia's despondent state, felt a pang of sympathy. Turning to Liang Yu, she suggested, "You should first try what I proposed and see if it has any effect. I will stay here to look after her. After all, we are colleagues." Liang Yu found no fault in her reasoning. After turning to leave, he returned to the caravan to commence preparations. According to Su Lan, there was not just one serpent person. Given the nature of the researchers at the Institute, once they successfully cultivated one, they would undoubtedly continue to breed and select more. Thus, an unknown number of serpent people could be lurking in the mountains and forests. However, the challenge lay in how to gather them together. Thus, there are only 2 approaches, either to scatter realgar powder across the entire region, continuously diminishing the habitat of the serpent folk and forcing them into closer proximity, or to attract them to a specific location using copious amounts of blood or blood-scented substances. In comparison to the former, Liang Yu deemed the latter method far more advantageous. At least for the present, the allure of food would prove significantly more compelling. After all, even Su Lan was uncertain of the serpent folk's intelligence quotient. Luring them with blood was the most prudent strategy, as long as he could entice the serpent folk and their serpentine companions to congregate. The remainder would be considerably simpler to manage. However, Liang Yu now faced his first dilemma, selecting a burial site for this group of serpent folk. Fortunately, he already had an ideal location in mind, the village he had previously observed. Chapter 186, The Blood Pool. Luring the serpent. The choice of this village was primarily due to its location nestled between several mountains, with a relatively low terrain shrouded by numerous trees that obstructed sunlight, rendering it a rather dim and humid area. The only remaining challenge was the bait. With no living creatures in his backpack, the optimal solution was to utilize pig's blood to construct a blood pool within the village. Armed with this sanguine allure, Liang Yu was confident that the serpent people would be unable to resist the temptation of the blood. Once he made his decision, Liang Yu did not procrastinate. He sought out Lan Ling in the driver's cabin to relay some important instructions. With a swift teleportation, he found himself in the village. Upon arrival, Liang Yu retrieved realgar powder and an air-filtering mask from his backpack. After donning the mask, he liberally sprinkled the powder across his body. He then found an open space and unleashed 10 explosive devices, directing them to create a deep pit in the ground. Within minutes, an irregularly shaped crater approximately 15 meters in radius was formed. Instead of pouring the pig's blood directly into the pit, Liang Yu produced a large waterproof tarp from his spatial storage. Utilizing several sheets, he lined the bottom of the pit to prevent the blood from being absorbed by the soil. With the waterproofing complete, he began to pour the pig's blood into the pit in a continuous flow. To prevent coagulation, his other hand was occupied pouring salt and water into the mixture. His objective was to avert the blood from solidifying. He was mindful that even a slight drop in temperature could freeze it, realizing that freezing and coagulation bore little difference. He paused the addition of salt and water, reflecting on the folly of his oversight. As Liang Yu continued to pour, the pit soon brimmed with pig's blood. After filling the pit, he produced several hundred explosive devices, this time burying them beneath the icy layer of the ground. However, Liang Yu felt this was still insufficient. Therefore, he strategically placed numerous wooden boxes around the area, each containing TNT explosives. Unlike typical arrangements, these boxes lacked detonators. TNT, or trinitrotoluene, is a highly stable explosive, generally resistant to ignition from ordinary flames, hammering, or gunfire. This implied that the serpent people would be incapable of detonating the TNT within the wooden boxes. Yet, Liang Yu had the ability to trigger explosions through the control of the devices, using the resultant shockwaves and high temperatures to ignite the TNT. Only after completing this step did Liang Yu feel a sense of reassurance. He rummaged through his backpack once more, extracting a palm-sized device and an explosive. He connected the device to the explosive and sent it soaring into the sky, halting at an altitude of 400 meters above the blood pool. Having accomplished all this, Liang Yu returned to the RV. The first order of business was to wash up in the bathroom, cleansing himself of the residual powder's scent. Shortly thereafter, he made his way back to the driver's cabin, only to find that Lan Ling was no longer present. As he gazed at the flight trajectory on the map, he instantly discerned Blue Ling's current location. Without disturbing her, he settled into the cockpit and casually opened the screen displaying the blood pool. In less than 10 minutes, several serpents had already gathered by the blood pool, feasting on the unfrozen blood. Upon sighting the snakes, Liang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the researchers. In temperatures plunging to several degrees below zero, the fact that these snakes could survive without hibernation was astonishing. What manner of animal genes had been infused into them during cultivation? Nevertheless, the presence of serpents was a positive sign. Liang Yu's greatest fear was hosting a banquet without guests. It seemed now that it was merely a matter of time before the guests would arrive. After observing the screen for a few minutes and finding nothing particularly noteworthy, Liang Yu left the cockpit. Having been busy for a while, his stomach began to grumble. He turned towards the kitchen to see what food was available for a quick replenishment. After rummaging through the kitchen and restocking the essentials, Liang Yu retrieved a steaming roast chicken from his backpack and placed it on the dining table. As he tore off a piece of the chicken wing, he noticed a small, round head peering from the side of the table. With only 3 people in the RV, it could not be Blue Ling. Leaving only the little girl, no need to hide. I see you, he called out. Upon hearing Liang Yu's words, ceased to doubt whether he truly saw her and promptly revealed her face. With her head now visible, her eyes were fixated on the roast chicken. To be more specific, Liang Yu could tell that her gaze was locked onto the chicken leg. He simply inquired, would you like some? At that moment, looked at Liang Yu and blurted out a single word, yes. But she quickly shook her head, adding, no, doesn't want to eat. This is for Shushu. Shushu eats. As she spoke, drool dripped from her mouth, although she was oblivious to it, causing Liang Yu to struggle to suppress a smile. He tore off a drumstick and offered it to Yi. Take it. Otherwise, that girl will claim I am mistreating children. Faced with the tantalizing and steaming chicken leg, with its rich aroma and juices flowing, Yi could not help but swallow, her mouth watering. Ultimately, she succumbed to the allure of the chicken leg, reaching out her small hand to take it from Liang Yu's greasy fingers. As soon as she received it, she eagerly took a bite, only to be scalded by the hot juices. Liang Yu casually tore off a piece of the roast chicken, leaving the remainder for the little girl, and then exited the kitchen, returning to the cockpit. Upon his return to check on the blood pool, he noticed a significant increase in the number of snakes drawn to the area. These serpents were considerably larger than the previous batch, greedily consuming the blood near the pool. Witnessing such a scene, Liang Yu felt immensely satisfied. In a matter of moments, he had devoured the roasted chicken. After retrieving a napkin to wipe the grease from his hands, he produced another roasted chicken along with an insulated container. He placed the chicken within the container and made his way to the adjoining temperature-controlled room beside the caravan. However, upon entering, Liang Yu discovered that he was alone with Su Lan, who lay unconscious by the stove. The guard, Mario, was nowhere to be found. Liang Yu set down the insulated container filled with chicken, but refrained from approaching Su Lan immediately. At that moment, he harbored doubts about whether Su Lan was genuinely unconscious or merely feigning it, as they had not checked for any concealed weapons on her. He approached to within a meter of Su Lan and retrieved the spray bottle he had possessed earlier, administering 2 or 3 sprays in her direction. Chapter 186. Rosala ensured that the spray reaches Su Lan's face, allowing her to inhale it with her breath. However, it was peculiar that after 2 or 3 minutes, Su Lan remained unconscious. Liang Yu found this odd. By all accounts, she should have awakened by now. Thus, he retrieved the spray once more and held it over Su Lan's face for nearly 20 seconds. After this prolonged application, the unconscious Su Lan finally began to respond. Liang Yu observed as she gradually sat up, shook her head slightly, and pressed her hand against her temple. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and gazed at Liang Yu. "You, what are you doing here? Where's Rosale?" Yet, Liang Yu sensed something amiss. He remained vigilant regarding the Su Lan before him. It was then that he noticed Mario was absent from the room. Reaching for the glasses on his face, he accessed the footage from Mario, who had been stationed here. Everything seemed normal until the moment when the furnace required more charcoal, prompting Mario to return to the vehicle to fetch some. It was during this interval that trouble arose in the insulated room. Upon Mario's return, he discovered that Rosala had already departed and was currently pursuing the footprints in the snow. Liang Yu issued a command for Mario to return and then turned his attention back to Su Lan. The more he observed, the more suspicious she appeared. Nevertheless, he extended his hand towards her once again. As before, Su Lan reached out, and Liang Yu pulled her upright. However, this time he executed a different action. After raising her, he patted her down, intentionally giving a light tap to her backside, which rendered Su Lan somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, a miniature camera appeared in Liang Yu's hand as he extended his nefarious grasp to assess her physique. "Ah, all seems well. I just conducted a brief examination, and there appear to be no significant issues," he remarked, while the tiny camera had already been affixed to her clothing. Su Lan, at this juncture, broke free and retreated a few steps, clearly regarding Liang Yu with suspicion. Yet, Liang Yu remained unfazed. His objective had been accomplished. He gestured towards a box on the floor by the door. "Well then, since you seem to be fine, I shall take my leave. That was originally intended for you, a roasted chicken. Since Rosala has left, it is now yours." With that, Liang Yu exited the insulated room and encountered Mario, who had just returned. He issued Mario a stern directive to keep a close watch on Su Lan and report any unusual behavior immediately. Liang Yu observed Mario entering the insulated room before he himself ascended into the RV. He now harbored a sense of unease regarding the situation, the fleeing Rosale and the unconscious Su Lan. If Su Lan had been incapacitated by Rosale, what could her motive be? Preventing Rosale's departure seemed illogical, given that the two appeared to be only slight acquaintances, perhaps merely colleagues who could call each other by name. Amidst the festive atmosphere, his foremost thought was to locate Rosalia. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became of Su Lan, even questioning the methods she had suggested. This was precisely the reason he had buried TNT in the vicinity. With such a substantial quantity of volatile explosives, Liang Yu was convinced that it would be sufficient to eradicate these creatures. At that moment, he opened the map. Estimating the direction Rosalia had departed based on Mario's trajectory, he discovered the drone control panel abandoned by Lan Ling in the co-pilot's seat. Following Mario's path on the map, he arrived at the last known location. From this vantage point, Liang Yu could observe through the drone that Rosalia's footprints in the snow had vanished. In their place were unmistakable indentations in the snow. Liang Yu was no stranger to such impressions. He had encountered similar markings when facing the Titan python. Moreover, judging by their size, these were not the marks of an ordinary snake. A bold hypothesis took shape in Liang Yu's mind. The creature that left these tracks was the serpentine being he sought. As for why it could not be a smaller Titan python, the depth of the impressions provided clarity. This analysis made him feel like a seasoned hunter, though he remained uncertain of its accuracy. To validate his conjecture, Liang Yu maneuvered the drone to follow the tracks. After approximately 300 meters, the impressions abruptly ceased. Surveying the area around the point where the tracks disappeared, Liang Yu found no other signs of life in the snow. Returning to the location where the impressions vanished, his confusion deepened. How had the entity disappeared? Had the serpent person and Rosalia vanished together, or had they slipped away into the snow? A more audacious theory emerged. What if Rosalia herself was a serpent person, capable of fluidly shifting forms? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Liang Yu. While it was conceivable for Rosalia to transform into a serpent person, reverting to human form seemed implausible. Suddenly, another thought struck him. Both Su Lan and Rosalia had been injected with the genetic serum they had been researching. It was merely a matter of time for transformation, varying due to individual biological differences. This meant that Su Lan could very well be a latent serpent person herself. This revelation began to make sense to Liang Yu. While reproductive isolation might exist between humans and serpent people, it likely did not apply between serpent people of the same species. This could explain why Rosalia and Su Lan had been captured for the purpose of serpent person propagation. Was Rosalia's departure a precursor to her imminent transformation into a serpent person? The abundance of realgar nearby, with its pungent scent, might have instinctively driven her away. Everything seemed to align, yet Liang Yu still sensed something amiss. After a fruitless search, he instructed the drone to return and summon Mario, who had been standing guard beside Yi. Liang Yu retrieved a fast food meal and a bowl of stewed chicken soup from his backpack. He added a pinch of realgar powder into the chicken soup, stirring it thoroughly before sprinkling a dash of white pepper to mask the scent. He then instructed Mario to deliver these items to Su Lan while he remained in the adjacent driver's seat, observing the surveillance monitors. In his mind, the situation was quite straightforward. If Su Lan were indeed a serpent person, she would undoubtedly detest the chicken soup infused with realgar, possibly even overturning the bowl in disdain. This was precisely the reaction Liang Yu sought. It is essential to note that food scarcity has become a pressing issue. Even a mere bowl of stewed chicken soup is a rare delicacy that many would find exceedingly difficult to obtain. Chapter 188. The peculiar Su Lan under the watchful gaze of Liang Yu. Su Lan swiftly finished half of her meal. At that moment, her attention turned towards the stew pot filled with chicken soup nearby. Liang Yu observed a striking calmness in Su Lan's demeanor, contrasting sharply with the childish excitement displayed by Yi, who would drool at the sight of a roasted drumstick. Su Lan's tranquility was evident as she gently removed the lid from the pot and set it aside. Taking up a ceramic spoon and ladling a small portion of the soup, she even held it to her nose for a moment before slowly bringing it to her lips, closing her eyes to savor the flavors within the stew pot. However, Liang Yu soon noticed a fleeting look of unease cross Su Lan's face, so brief that he questioned whether he had imagined it. As he focused intently on her, he remained oblivious to the presence of Lan Ling, who had quietly appeared at the door of the cockpit. Liang Yu's attention was entirely absorbed by the scene before him, neglecting to notice the figure behind him. For the 10 minutes that Su Lan was eating, Liang Yu remained fixated on her. Meanwhile, Lan Ling observed Liang Yu with a knowing smirk. Ahem. She suddenly coughed, startling Liang Yu, who turned to glance back in surprise. Lan Ling stepped closer, treating him as a makeshift cushion, and teasingly remarked, "I told you, if you like her, just bring her back. Is this your secret love nest? You're so engrossed that you didn't even notice I was here." At that moment, Liang Yu quickly covered his nose, waving his hand in front of him. "Why does it smell so sour? It's like a jar of vinegar has been overturned. Let me see which household's vinegar has spilled." He then pretended to search around dramatically. "Oh, it turns out it's my little vinegar jar that has tipped over." Lan Ling playfully swatted at his restless hand. "Stop it. You can't act that way while watching someone else." Amused yet exasperated, Liang Yu recounted the events to his audience, thoroughly explaining the situation. He even pulled up the video of Su Lan dining and replayed it for Lan Ling. The two bored individuals watched the nearly 10-minute video of someone else's meal. Yet as they did, Lan Ling felt an inexplicable sense of oddity. Although she couldn't pinpoint what was strange, the feeling of dissonance persisted. The two continued to rewatch the video, analyzing each frame without any awareness of how peculiar their behavior truly was. In the end, Yi unexpectedly entered the cockpit, discovering the two seemingly engrossed in a peculiar little film. To Liang Yu and Lan Ling's surprise, she joined their ranks, unaware of any impropriety. The two individuals replayed the video for Yi. Halfway through, she suddenly pointed a finger at Su Lan, who was sipping soup. "Sister, look at that lady. She seems rather peculiar. She appears to have no appetite despite enjoying such delicious food. If it were me, I would be eager to devour it immediately." Yi's observation struck a chord with the others. Liang Yu promptly retrieved a packaged roast chicken from his pocket and placed it in Yi's lap. "Well done, little one. This is your reward." However, the roast chicken was swiftly taken from Yi by Lan Ling. "You again. She hasn't had a proper lunch. Are you trying to prevent her from having dinner by giving her an entire chicken now?" Liang Yu, observing Lan Ling's indignation, felt an inexplicable sense of being caught red-handed, akin to a family sneaking snacks for their daughter only to be scolded by the wife. Shaking off the thought, he reassured, "All right, you handle this. Little one. You can't blame me. I've given it to you." At that moment, Liang Yu was watching the surveillance footage of Su Lan, who had finished her meal and was now resting by the fireplace. As the scene shifted, he noticed another issue. The thermos he had brought remained untouched, implying the roast chicken inside had not been eaten. Was it that she truly lacked appetite, or did she simply not wish to consume chicken? Noticing Mario nearby, Liang Yu promptly relayed his instructions. Mario, who had been stationed to monitor Su Lan, approached her side. In her puzzled gaze, he picked up the thermos from the floor and opened it before her, revealing the still-warm roast chicken inside. Both Lan Ling and Liang Yu observed Su Lan's expression, noting her lack of reaction to the chicken presented before her. The warm leg of chicken, with its enticing juices, was handed to her by the ever-charming Mario. Even Yi gazed at it hungrily. Yet, Su Lan remained unresponsive, her demeanor instead turning cautious towards Mario. Following his directive, Mario placed the chicken leg in Su Lan's hand, then released it. However, she did not grasp the delicious offering, allowing it to slip from her fingers and fall to the ground. This was not the behavior one would expect from a rational person. Food is precious, a truth universally acknowledged, making such waste unfathomable. Given that Su Lan was willing to consume the meals and soup Liang Yu provided, there was no reason for her to refuse the roast chicken. Thus, he instructed Mario to tear off another leg and directly insert it into Su Lan's mouth. This time, perhaps due to the taste of the chicken leg or some other reason, she accepted it, taking small bites. Beside her, Lan Ling inquired of Liang Yu, "Could it be that you are mistaken? Is it possible she intends to save some for later?" Upon hearing Lan Ling's words, Liang Yu swiftly dismissed this possibility. Previously, when Rosa and she had just arrived, they had quickly devoured an entire bag of bread. At that time, Su Lan had displayed a remarkable appetite, entirely unlike her current state of consuming a chicken leg in small, cautious bites. It was difficult for Liang Yu not to question Su Lan's present condition. In frigid temperatures, a snake's appetite can be adversely affected, particularly in sub-zero conditions. Yet, upon observing the nearby pool of blood, she noted that the surrounding serpents showed no signs of diminished desire to feast, despite the chilling environment. This contradiction left Liang Yu feeling somewhat uncertain. Chapter 189, The Arrival of the Serpent People watching the scene before him. Liang Yu was overwhelmed by a sudden impulse to end Su Lan's life with a single shot. He was convinced that keeping her around would only spell disaster. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected development unfolded near the blood pool. Lan Ling, filled with excitement, tugged at Liang Yu's sleeve and pointed at the screen before them, exclaiming, "Look! Quickly, look over here. The serpent people have appeared." Her exhilarated voice even drew the curious gaze of Yi, who turned her head toward the screen displaying the blood pool. Liang Yu, too, shifted his attention to the screen. Indeed, 2 or 3 shadows had materialized beside the blood pool. However, upon magnifying these figures, Liang Yu was taken aback. Causing Yi to instinctively lean closer to Lan Ling, Liang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. How should he articulate his thoughts? The entities before him could certainly be classified as serpent people, yet they differed significantly from the serpent people he had come to understand. These beings possessed human bodies combined with serpent tails. Unlike what Liang Yu envisioned, their heads were not merely human. Rather, they were predominantly serpent heads with certain human features, with the serpentine aspect constituting roughly 70% of their appearance. Thus, they bore a striking resemblance to serpent heads. In contrast, the serpent people described by Rosalia and Su Lan resembled those found in ancient mythologies, with no mention of serpent heads. If Liang Yu were to offer his opinion, he would liken these creatures to failed experiments. At that moment, 3 serpent beings were at the blood pool, creating an opening in the ice layer and voraciously consuming the pig's blood beneath. Considering them failures, Liang Yu was reluctant to act just yet. The main entity had yet to reveal itself, making any attempt to capture them seem futile. Meanwhile, Lan Ling, who was resting against Liang Yu, uttered something that left him once again astounded. "Since you believe that woman poses a problem, why not have Mario carry her over to that group of serpents? Wouldn't that be better?" Upon hearing Lan Ling's suggestion, Liang Yu felt a sudden chill in his lower body. Was this the nature of women? Was this the consequence of a jealousy-fueled outburst? Just a moment ago, everything had seemed perfectly fine, and then she proposed such a drastic action. To cast someone into a den of serpents, Liang Yu found it hard to believe there wasn't any ulterior motive behind her words. Nevertheless, faced with such a proposal, Liang Yu chose to acquiesce, driven by curiosity about what would transpire if Su Lan were brought to the blood pool by Mario. As Liang Yu issued his command, Mario sprang into action within the temperature-controlled chamber. He kicked aside the half-eaten roast chicken and seized Su Lan's calf, lifting her effortlessly before she had the chance to react. Despite Mario's modest height, he had no trouble hoisting Sulan. Once lifted, Sulan attempted to struggle, but since Mario had a firm grip on her lower half, her abdomen was now resting against his shoulder, leaving her upper body as her only means of movement. Sulan endeavored to free herself from the constraints on her legs. But to Mario, the notion that an arm could overcome a thigh was utterly absurd. Mario exerted absolute strength, rendering Sulan's legs incapable of any resistance. She could only incessantly strike Mario's back with her hands, even resorting to biting him with her teeth. Amidst Sulan's futile attempts, Mario carried her out of the insulated room. Upon witnessing their departure, Lan Ling eagerly seized the drone's control terminal, instructing it to follow closely behind. At this moment, Sulan remained relentless in her assault on Mario, though her entire body had now collapsed backward, her once-bound black hair cascading down. As the drone captured footage from behind, both Lan Ling and Liang Yu experienced an uncanny resemblance to the appearance of Sadako, albeit with differing attire. Mario displayed remarkable efficiency, swiftly leading Sulan to the edge of the blood pool, directly facing 3 serpent men. His legs were already entwined by several snakes. With Sulan secured, Mario, following Liang Yu's command, unceremoniously tossed her into the snow. As she landed, the snakes below appeared startled and hastily retreated. Sulan sank into the snow, while Mario, after discarding her, immediately began to remove the snakes from his legs. However, as soon as he disposed of 1, 2, or 3 more climbed up in its place. Liang Yu instructed Mario to retrieve the realgar powder from his pocket. Subsequently, Mario began to pour the powder liberally over himself. As the substantial quantity of realgar dust settled upon him, the snakes that had been coiling around him could no longer withstand the pungent odor and chose to distance themselves. Yet, the commotion had already alerted the opposing serpent men, and one of them swiftly charged towards Mario. Just as Mario finished dispersing the realgar powder, several snakes remained clinging to him. He reached out to clear them away, only to find the serpent man had already arrived at his side. With a powerful tail, it struck Mario, sending him flying into the snow, creating a human-shaped indentation in the soft layer. This display startled Liang Yu in the RV. It was evident that the seemingly inferior serpent man possessed strength and speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary human, especially in its tail. Despite hurling Mario away, the scales on its tail remained unbroken, prompting Liang Yu to test the creature's defensive capabilities. Suddenly, from the depths of the indentation Mario had created, a hand emerged, pressing against the side. Although it sank into the snow, it provided a crucial point of leverage, allowing Mario to propel himself out of the pit. At that moment, a handgun had materialized in Mario's grasp. Upon emerging from the pit, he immediately began firing at the serpent man. Interestingly, the serpent man did not attempt to evade Mario's gunfire using its serpentine agility. Instead, it shielded its vital areas with its tail while retracting its arms to guard its head. Thus, bolstered by the protective armor of scales, he withstood an entire barrage of bullets fired from Mario's handgun. Once the clip was emptied, Mario swiftly distanced himself and nonchalantly returned the pistol to his pocket. In a fluid motion, he drew forth a submachine gun. This time, Mario did not remain stationary, choosing instead to retreat while unleashing a hail of gunfire upon the serpent man. Observing the shift in Mario's weaponry, the serpent man opted against taking the hits head-on. He crouched low, utilizing the nearby trees as cover while deftly maneuvering. As he advanced, he raised his arms defensively in front of him. Occasionally, bullets would come hurtling towards him, but these projectiles clashed against the scales of his arms, producing sparks and a metallic echo. Before veering off in another direction along the surface of the scales,